in Seoul, Gangnam District, helping Samsung on the top floor of their corporate headquarters. This young man is playing online games in the D1 training room, ranked number 1 globally. Today's game he's playing is called Battle Rift and his longtime enemy is named Dex. Looking at Dex's image on the computer screen, he feels this guy is truly arrogant because it's a 1 versus 5 battle, with 5 players against Dex alone. In terms of numbers, Dex seems to be at a disadvantage. Without waiting long, as soon as the game starts, both sides immediately rush into combat. First is this young man. With great vigor he rushes up and attacks Dex like he wants to devour him alive. Dex remains calm, tightly holding his sword without moving, waiting for the prey to get closer. Dex instantly swings a sharp sword that cleanly cuts off the young man's arm. With just one gentle strike, his heart monitor has officially gone down. The other 4 teammates can hardly believe it. Just with a single combo, they could easily defeat their opponent like this. It's insane. But the team didn't give up because of that. Another teammate steps forward to support. He slowly presses Dex from behind, trying not to let him notice. But the game isn't easy. Dex easily recognizes and quickly blocks the attack, then counters with another offensive move, successfully double killing his opponent. And when there's water, there's a splash. A teammate in the group encourages everyone not to panic. Just hold the formation and they will definitely win. It's true that holding the formation means winning, but Dex won. The remaining 3 members of the team couldn't withstand 2 minutes before being easily cut down by Dex with a few swift sword strikes. So the game ends. This young man still can't believe his 5-person team is completely wiped out. Officially game over. Dex, who easily defeated 5 opponents without any difficulty, was none other than our protagonist Zizing in the game. Actually, Dex was just one of many nicknames used by Zizing to play games. But for him, it wasn't important because his goal was to top the rankings list. Once he achieved his goal, Zizing quickly deleted Dex and left no trace for his opponents to feel bitter. A day has passed since Zizing abandoned the identity of Dex. This caused a lot of discussion among those who knew in the gaming world. The reason why Zizing quit was quite predictable. Many players had stopped playing recently. It seemed like the era of games was ending and being replaced by something new and exciting, Arcadia. Arcadia Online is a secret project from 3 leading global companies, Aegin, Aerager OS, and Silicop. Not using computers or laptops, it's accessed through a device called Dreamer, creating an endless virtual world with infinite possibilities. Although just launched, Arcadia has attracted many customers to experience it. This delivery truck is now in front of the last customer's address for a Dreamer. Naturally, that person is Zizing. However, looking at this dilapidated house makes the delivery guy slightly confused. How can someone buy such an expensive device here? But circumstances don't matter to Zizing. Seeing the hot-selling Dreamer made his eyes brighten with excitement. Without hesitation, Zizing immediately turned off all information about Dex and reserved space for his new pet Dreamer. Jun Zizing, 20 years old. Today he's leaving behind all these old games to enter a non-game virtual world. Arcadia, a true dream world. There are countless games in this world, and many hidden elements programmed by the game developers. They can be simple jokes or significant tricks that affect players. We call them resurrection effects. More information. Resurrection effects refer to interesting hidden details in games designed to enhance player experience. Continuing with the story or mysterious pieces of a puzzle. In a secret place, a pair of hands with a large bracelet on their wrist are spreading out. The mysterious figure smiles enigmatically and says, "So I'll give it to you, Alice." Alice is the owner of those hands. She receives something from that person. It's emitting bright green light. She softly replies, "Yes, everything is for the future generation." The scene ends with a book slowly sinking into water. Virtual reality technology is built by directly connecting human brains to machines and stimulating senses through digital techniques. It creates an artificial world that we can experience as real. The success of virtual reality technology isn't a lie. The transition leads to a place in the virtual world where the main character is Jun Zizun. He stands in a crowded area, Someone in the crowd shouts loudly, "Anyone wants to go hunting? We need more people for our daily challenge team to collect 100 cores." Another person is delivering something. "I have a restorative potion here." Then comes the customer's voice. "Do you sell metal scraps? I'll buy them all. 50 dong per scrap." Ji Yang wonders, "What's that about?" It's in a narrow alley. Ji Yang opens his system, level 1 with basic tools. You think the interface isn't as complicated as you imagined, right? Your newbie mission is to kill a Slim monster. I should finish my newbie mission first. I've seen a green Slim. In Arcadia, it's hard to move precisely. So skills are created to support actions, like speed boost, backward movement, or sword swings. But for someone like Zizing with exceptional talent, it doesn't take much effort and time. A single slash can easily kill Slim. The system confirms the newbie mission completion. Zizeng smiles contentedly. I'm getting used to it now. Let's move on to the next task. A new mission has been created. D is very confident in himself. No matter what, he'll handle it in a blink of an eye. Your next mission is to read 100 books. This surprises him and makes him sweat. The game is trash. The screen transitions to a library with many books. It's the public library. 2 girls are sitting there. The pink-haired girl exclaims, "Look over there. He's special, right?" The blue-haired girl asks, "What's up?" The other girl says, "Nothing much. He's been reading all day." That's Zizeng. He's on the mission to read 100 books. His book count is very high. The blue-haired girl laughs. "Reading in a library isn't special, right?" She says, "Hey, you know too. Nowadays, even if you're doing a mission, people only skim through 10 books and leave quickly. Have you seen anyone read as intently as him?" Meanwhile, Zizing curses under his breath. "This damn game. I'll definitely delete it." The older sister says, "It's crowded. Maybe he'll leave like the others soon." Ji Zhang speaks up. "Sorry, do you have the second part of this book?" As she asks, she points at a book. The older sister gets excited. "Hold on, what's that? Second part, right? Why are you suddenly asking about the second part? Do you think he read this book too? Isn't it just for fun?" Ji Yang says, "Oh, in part 1 there were a few interesting things, so I thought there would be more information in part 2. She asks curiously, "Interesting things?" Ji Yang explains, "This book, Acadia's History Volume 1, the oldest traces, Adeline, as you said to the girl with evil eyes. Ms. Ben brings another book over. Here, part 2 for you, read away. Just bring it back when you're done." "This is at the beginning of the game. I'm going crazy." The man frowned and said irritably, "What did you do in that continent that opened up less than a week ago? And what's the main mission about?" A staff member interrupted with an opinion. "Well, according to the mission analysis team, it seems a player has caused a conflict with some element related to the game's main plot." Hearing this, Myung-han turned around and asked back, "Some element, huh? What kind of chaos did he cause that the whole game was shaken just because of one player's actions?" The staff member hesitated in response. "We're not sure about that either." Myung-han sighed and said with exasperation, "First, report this issue to the chairman, and make sure every department is well prepared to respond immediately to emergencies. Do you understand?" The team nodded quickly. Yes, then they left dejectedly. The room was empty except for Myung-han, who continued to ponder the difficult issue at hand. The main plot was created just for days after the game started. In America, it's been peaceful even though it's been open for over 3 months. This is a result of a Korean server, right? Dex emerged from the water, struggling to breathe after his exploration. His diving skill has increased to level B. Now you can dive deeper and longer. The system window appeared before him. Your diving skill is now at level B. You can now stay underwater for a longer period of time. Your experience points have increased by 1. Dex, drenched and exhausted, sat by the lake. He thought back to his earlier memory with a frown. Damn it, feeling like I dove 200 meters but can't even see the bottom of the lake anymore. His eyes looked towards the distant forest on the other side of the lake. His resolve began to waver. Should I just give up? He started to doubt and think, especially now when the game is just starting and other players are trying their best to get top positions. Spending time leveling up my diving skill at a critical moment like this, he clenched his fist tightly. Renting the game control room costs $920 per month. Dex's mind was torn between thinking about using in-game items as payment. But with this pace, it won't be possible to earn close to $1,000 a month. However, the secret unexplored item is something special that makes him reluctant to give up. Hidden mission. Something completely for himself. A mission entirely separate from other players. After some consideration, he stood up straight and looked at his reflection in the water before continuing. If there's no reward, it will be heartbreaking. But suddenly, Dex made up his mind with a confident smile. As a player, I can't let this opportunity slip away. Alright, I'll do everything I can. At the headquarters of Silicop in Silicon Valley, in the chairman's office, a small girl with golden hair styled into cute ponytails was sleeping on a bed. The innocent appearance of this child contrasts sharply with her identity as Janica Powell, the head of Silicop Corporation. Suddenly, something woke her up from her drowsiness. In that room filled with adorable items, a loud scream echoed. Jack said the main plot was created in Korea. A man named Jack appeared on a light blue screen, his hair covering half of his face, giving him an air of mystery. He calmly replied that a Korean player had discovered a clue leading to a hidden profession in the new settlement. According to Alice's analysis, there is a high probability this will lead to the main plot. This is bad news for our corporation. Janica Powell sat before the screen and rubbed her hair softly after hearing that. Did we really leave something with such a significant impact in the new settlement? Jack replied lightly. Not us. That bastard left it there. As he spoke, a faint figure appeared in his mind. Janica Powell laughed angrily. She was close to losing it. That damn guy again. Saying this, she rushed over and hastily threw objects on the leather table to look for her tablet. She hurriedly searched around. After a while of searching, she exclaimed, "Found it." However, the information in front of her surprised her so much that she couldn't understand. Hidden profession, anarchist, no level system, no attack skills. What kind of game was this? How could one play with such things? She complained. Despite her agitated attitude, Jack remained calm and spoke up, but instead, they received a special ability. Jennifer Powell seemed enlightened. A special ability? Wait a second. After saying this, she continued searching for something else. However, in the next moment, she saw something that made her eyes widen and shiver with sweat. She shouted loudly, echoing throughout the building, "She must be crazy." Turning back to the virtual world game, it was now 10 days later. The familiar lake and distant forest scenery appeared. Dexter emerged from the water holding a strange object. After spending time here, he finally achieved his desired result. Half of him was out of the water as he lifted the strange item high to examine it with satisfaction. Great! I found it! Beside him, a system board began to announce. Diving skill increased to a rank. Your accumulated points increased by 1. Your underwater knife increased by 10. You can dive to very deep places now. While he was still admiring the item he had found, a sudden noise caught his attention and made him turn around. Written on it were long lines of text announcing, "Mission! You have completed the mission to find traces of darkness. You have discovered notes about evidence of the oldest clues of darkness in Aaron Lake. Verify that these records are indeed true and seek supporting evidence. Completion rate 1/1. You have received a common reward. Black rank. Black rank link is the beautiful item you found just now. It contains traces of the void from ancient times. If used, it requires careful consideration." Dexter examined the item again and pondered. So they say this necklace is a clue. Are you telling me whether I should use it or not? This explanation sounds like a threat. Although they said that when the system asked if he wanted to use Black Rank Link, he didn't hesitate. It seemed as though the decision was made, but unexpectedly, the system asked again, "Are you sure?" Dexter, feeling slightly confused, still chose yes. The system still wasn't satisfied with his answer. It kept asking, "Are you really sure?" "Absolutely sure. I'm asking one last time." Without hesitation, he firmly chose yes again. The system didn't give up. It kept reminding him, "Are you really sure? Truly sure? This is my final question. Even if you are truly certain, you won't be able to take it back." Each time, Dexter quickly clicked yes without even glancing at the screen. His fists clenched tightly. I clenched my fists tightly. I said, "I will use it." "Why are you asking me if I'm sure so many times?" The system seemed to have given up. It helplessly said, "Are you clicking yes like crazy? I know everything now." Then the system board suddenly changed, shocking Dexter. Somewhere unknown, a man with thick hair covering his face smiled mysteriously behind the system board and spoke to Dexter. "If you've come to this country, it seems you really want to use this item. I won't ask any more. Don't regret it. After all, I've warned you enough already." The mysterious boy seriously looked at the screen and continued speaking. "From now on, try your best. Use all of your abilities to create chaos, just like what I'm doing right now." A strange voice made Dex feel uneasy. "Who is that?" The system didn't answer his question, but started updating new notifications one by one. Hidden mission. Your profession has been changed to Anarchist Poet. The level system will be abolished. Receive reasonable stats. A new task system has been added. Characters always belong to players. A new mission has been updated. Dev's eyes widened as he stared at the main screen in shock. You've been given a bizarre mission. It's about killing newcomers, eliminating those who haven't changed their profession yet. The number of killed newcomers is 0. The countdown to the deadline is 6 days, 23 hours, 55 minutes, and 24 seconds remaining. At West Ederland Grassland, this is Slim's newbie hunting ground. Slim monsters are attacking newbies here. Among them is Dex, who was punching and shouting, "Come on, throw that Slim monster up in the air." In another corner, 2 newcomers were there. A green gem was in the hand of one of them. With a cheerful voice, he said, "Drop this. It's worth less than 50 bronze to Slim." The female player next to him had wide eyes and an admiring look. "Oh, sold for 50 bronze. Jealous." In response, the male player laughed widely because of his good luck. "I'm so lucky. This is what a game should be like." Then he said determinedly, raising the gem high and saying, "All right, I'll hunt Slim all weekend to earn money." Seeing him gloating, the female player helplessly reminded him, "What about next week's test?" The two stood chatting while unaware that they were being watched by another player. Behind them, Dex hid behind a tree and thought, "I have to kill them. Those kids?" With an uncertain expression. Recalling what happened just now, Dex was sitting in front of the computer. The screen showed the message, "Character cannot be deleted." Dex's face fell. He didn't know how it happened. It felt like he stepped on a landmine. Earlier, Dex had switched to an hidden profession, and when faced with multiple pop-up notifications, he tried to delete his character immediately. For a simple reason. Facing the control panel, player information appeared. Nickname Dex, no level, Anarchist Poet profession. Dex focused on his thoughts. Just as he thought, it's not here. Level up system is gone. This is the most basic system in the game. But Dex doesn't have this anymore, meaning potential development has vanished. This will make a huge difference. If other players continue to level up, the gap will only grow wider. Dex didn't want that to happen at all. But he thought about what the other person said, "Just keep trying your best as I am doing." Dex dejectedly thought, maybe I should have stopped when I heard that advice. I was blinded by my competitiveness. Lying on the ground, looking up at the blue sky, Dex silently thought, if this continues, it won't solve anything. Sunlight filtered through Dex's fingers and a spark of inspiration suddenly lit up in his mind. Anarchist Poet. Even though it's terrible, it's still an hidden profession. There must be some benefits. After that, Dex searched through all the data windows for useful information for quite some time. He finally found something. Anarchy exists, a special ability called recognition. Is that what it is? Dev wondered about this. What exactly is recognition? The system screen showed an explanation. Recognition increases your ability to interfere with the world. By using these data, you can change the world's rules yourself. After use, the data will be deleted. Dex looked surprised. What is this? His mind was full of questions. Suddenly, the screen changed. Before Dex's eyes appeared a new mission update. He read the mission with an even more excited expression. Kill the new player. Kill a player who hasn't changed their profession yet. Is there anyone killed? Time remaining: 6 days, 23 hours, 55 minutes, and 24 seconds. Return to reality. Dex stood behind a tree trunk. He couldn't believe it himself. So I have to kill the new players, huh? Does this mission affect game management at all? Dex pondered deeply. What should I do? After thinking, Dex made a decision. Well then, let's try it out. He held his right hand with a sword. He exerted his strength to ignite the blue flames surrounding the sword and his hand. With a running start, he aimed for the two players, whispering, "I'm just playing a game." But something unexpected happened. A blonde-haired man attacked them first. He smirked. "Oh, almost missed it." I kicked him away. The female player with blue hair quickly helped her friend up, angry. "Who are you guys?" Two of them laughed loudly. One of them, the blonde-haired one, introduced himself cheerfully. "US? We're the owners of this hunting ground. You guys are new players who dare to hunt monsters here?" On the other side, Dex was bewildered. Who are these people? It's been only a short time since beta testing started, but they're already fighting over territory. What are you guys? They must be vying for control even though the beta hasn't opened fully yet. The female player with blue hair, teary-eyed, angrily retorted, "This is a new player hunting ground. It's a public place for everyone. Who do you need to ask permission from?" The blonde-haired man narrowed his eyes and approached the female player, uncomfortably saying, "You're too noisy, little girl." His voice gave it away. They must be from Seoul. And he mentioned a test, so probably high school students. As he spoke, red words appeared above his head. Level 12, Crazy Monkey, which made the male player jump in surprise. Red ID, indicating they've killed other players before. This is a PK player. The female player with blue hair was terrified by Crazy Monkey's words. "If I find your nickname, I might even find where you live too." She trembled and cried without saying a word. The guy continued with a snooty tone. "You get me?" Then those three looked at the female gamer with intense gazes. "Get lost if you don't want to die." Seeing this, the female gamer was scared and turned to seek help from people around her, her eyes full of helplessness. "Help! Save us! Why are you all just standing there?" The male gamer who came with sat up, covered in injuries, trying to negotiate. "Guys, why did you do that? It's just a game, right? You're supposed to have fun without any rules, right?" Their faces were indescribable as they laughed loudly. Black Crazy Monkey arrogantly said, "Just like what you said. This is a virtual reality game. We act this way because of the nature of the game." Crazy Monkey explained with enthusiasm, "In a game, there are no rules. Power is the only measure of strength. Isn't that right? This is a game." Then a voice said, "I agree." Following was a loud chopping sound. One of their legs flew up into the air, and a painful scream echoed as the other two looked back in surprise. Dex smiled happily, his face full of regret. "Almost there. I almost killed you." Saying that, he didn't give them time to react, and quickly chopped down with his sword, ending their lives swiftly. At the same time, his nickname changed from green to red. The system sound echoed 3 times in a row, indicating an increase in recognition points. Dex looked at the notification, thinking that killing one person increased it by 1. He wasn't sure what to do with it, but gaining was quite difficult. Suddenly, a voice from behind said, "Thank you." It turned out that the two gamers had run over and knelt down to thank Dex for saving them, saying in unison, "Thank you for saving us. How can we repay your kindness?" Dex coldly replied, No need to thank me because I was planning to kill both of you anyway. For the mission, with the two gamers looking horrified, Dex picked up his sword and smiled benignly. However, his words sent chills down their spines. Don't come into my house. It's just a game, isn't it? The five gamers thought they could feel that look was real. He must be crazy. He got cut in half. The system announced twice in succession. Recognition points increased by 1. Meaning to gamers had disappeared from the game. In front of everyone's eyes, Dex whispered, "Next." Then he turned and laughed with his sword on his shoulder. Facing everyone's fear, Dex said, "It's your turn to look scared. Any objections?" The forest echoed with screams, running footsteps, and pleas of people. After that day, a rumor spread across the Arcadia homepage. Everyone talked about one thing only: the crazy man had really appeared. In the night sky over a forest, a full moon shone brightly, illuminating the entire forest. On a dry tree branch, a glowing cat's eye stared intently at something. The glowing eyes looked at someone running desperately into the forest. In the cat's eyes was a figure running frantically towards the forest. A green-haired man ran and screamed loudly. Ah! Ah! He was running for his life. His face was covered in sweat as he kept screaming. "Is anyone here to save me?" Suddenly, he hit a rock. A loud thud and an ah echoed through the night sky. The system appeared suddenly. Injured condition. Your movement speed is slowing down. He lay on the ground trying to crawl towards the system. Ugh, damn it! He turned his head quickly, raising an eyebrow. In the dark forest, a pair of red eyes were watching him, making him panic. From the darkness, a green-haired man stepped out, causing the green-haired man to panic and his pupils dilated. Line 60 completed. Dex smiled, his eyes filled with makeup fragrance. The blue-haired guy tried to back away, panicking as he did so. Damn you! Why didn't you go hunt that monster instead of killing a regular player? Why do you want to kill me? Dex held the knife and forcefully stabbed it into him. The blue-haired guy tensed up, closed his eyes tightly, and screamed. Do you think the game company would let you get away with dirty play from the very beginning of the game launch? I'll definitely report you, you bastard. Dex paused when he heard this. He looked at him skeptically. Ha! What are you jumping for now? I'm going to catch you. Think about it again. Who made me do this? The blue-haired guy asked back skeptically. Huh? Before Dex could calm down, he swung a sword and split the blue-haired guy in half. Suddenly, the system announced, "You have killed a new player. You received an acknowledgement." Dex stared straight ahead tensely. In his hand was a red knife. Then he yawned. Ah, so sleepy. In the Arcadia online system, there's something called capital punishment. Capital punishment bans login for 24 hours. At an office where everyone works diligently, this is a mechanism set up by producers to prevent game addiction and increase a sense of commitment. Suddenly, someone screamed, "Ah, remove the ban for me quickly. I'm the victim of that dirty player. Why am I banned? CEO Kautai, what's going on?" The employee behind him sweated as he explained. Questions related to PK have suddenly increased. CEO Kautai, PK, we're already busy enough. Which crazy person has free time? Customer service department, they need to work overtime. The system displayed Dex's information. Dex had no level, was anarchy, equipped with nothing, stats and skills were all 0. Acknowledgement 1.0 to 5, Strength 10, Constitution 4, Mana 10, Intelligence 4, Agility 5, Evasion 3, Accuracy 4, Luck 2, Resistance 0. Dex looked at the system info and said slowly, HMM, Level 1.0 to 5. Finally some progress after so many days. He yawned repeatedly, thinking, oh, things seem to be harder than I thought. Or maybe it's that every time I get criticized for killing someone, my mental strength gets worn down a bit. Moreover, is this okay? Massively killing new players when the game just launched. He wondered, clearly intentionally disrupting the game, why am I getting such a mission to kill newbies? Kill unleveled new players. Number of new players killed 1.0 to 5. Time remaining 6 days, 23 hours, 55 minutes, 24 seconds. He sighed, well, it's not my problem anyway. Suddenly, a voice from behind made him turn around. HMM? From the forest, a group emerged. Slim stepped out, surprising him. The system announced, you saved the Slim from danger. Increase your affinity with the Slim species. Save! Save! He panicked and backed away, sweating profusely. HMM! The Slim creatures pile on top of him, only his hand waving in the air. Ah! He hugs the cute Slim and happily says to it, ha ha! I thought I couldn't get along with humans anymore. But turns out I still have you guys. Suddenly, they hear some noise from the ants. The Slim creatures are confused, for torches slowly approach them from within the forest. He looks up at them, his eyes dark and serious. He gently strokes Slim's head and says, sorry, I really wanted to play with you guys too, but if I don't run now, there might be some trouble. The green-haired guy and a few others, holding torches, approach him with displeasure. The green-haired guy looks around, seeing no Dex, his brows furrowed in sweat. Suddenly, he points towards where Dex is running away and shouts, there, catch him. Hurry up! He runs through the forest like a gust of wind. After running for a while, he finds a mountain blocking his path. As he gets closer to the mountain, he stops behind the mountain. The others are standing in front of him. The green-haired guy looks at him arrogantly and says, ha ha, you finally reached the mountain after running so much. What a shame! Are you any different from a rat caught in a trap? Dex's face turns dark as he hears this. Suddenly, he gives a small smile. He lets himself fall off the mountain. The others look at him in shock above. The green-haired guy stares at him with wide eyes. Crazy, lost his mind. He really did jump down. Is he crazy? Dex smirks and says, I logged out on YouTube. There are some images of me showing the latest mass killers' crimes and atrocities. Below that video are heated comments about the incident. Elmao, following the path of killing new players. Interesting? Interesting? Try getting killed and see if it's still interesting then. Looking at his items, it seems he just switched to the warrior profession, top tier. Haha, but what happened to him? Is there a psychological problem or something? Now is not the time for jokes. The green-haired guy, after failing to catch Dex, looks angrily at his screen. I was killed by him 2 days ago as a new player. Since then, I've always been watching the announcements. Sure enough, there are over 700 reported cases. On the screen are some heated comments about Dex. 700 lives. It's a joke. Just gather 10 people and you can kill him like eating candy. The green-haired guy grits his teeth and says, exactly, I was planning to form a team to kill him. Anyone who wants to join, please contact me for the time and place. At the fountain area in the game, the green-haired guy gathered a group of people who were killed by Dex. Everyone, thank you for joining me today. He says seriously, now we will start our villain extermination meeting. If you had to choose one of Arcadia's most exciting features, it would be player-initiated events, not just in-game. But the players' reactions on the internet can also create a storyline that is actually realized within the game by someone with the conditions and triggers. Someone who looks like a little girl with white hair and a white dress, her eyes are green, her name is Alice, has discovered the formation of large-scale teams, analyzing related causes, missions, main events, and the birth of darkness. She points to the control panel. The system notification sounds, initiating a new mission. The mission board appears in front of the green-haired guy, catching his attention. HMM. The mission board is shown to everyone present. Mission: Arrest the serial killer of new rivals. Catch the anonymous serial killer preying on new rivals in Slim's territory. The mission: Capture the serial killer targeting new rivals. Track down the mysterious serial killer circling the Slim colony and killing new rivals. At the Korean script team base, planning missions and managing game design, a screen glitch has everyone panicking. Chairman shouted, "How can this mission be issued without any notice?" And it was sent to all players too. The nearby employee looked terrified. We're still analyzing the cause." The boss turned around and roared, "Are you seriously going to ignore this? We've had these servers for a long time. They were already in chaos now. Script team leader Kang Tai. The people there looked angry but silent. They were extremely worried, sweating profusely. Clearly, this was an emergency situation. Even if the mission suddenly appeared to all players, it wouldn't have caused such a commotion in the room. It had been just another routine task. I'm sure of that. This is a mission related to the main quest from Scene 1. The director Kang Tae-hun tensed up as he heard this. Our script team's predictions were all wrong. Within 2 days after issuing the main quest, the mission began. Issuing and starting, there is a difference between these concepts that cannot be denied. It's like a seed not sprouting into fruit immediately after being planted. By the time the mission was issued to all players as an interesting task through ripple effects, many things had passed normally. The script team predicted this and were panicking at the red screen in front of them. Director Kang Tae-hun looked at the screen tensely. Today's this gap is too large to consider just a wrong prediction. There must be some reason. On the screen, game information was displayed. What he got was information about the new rival serial killer. He glared at the screen angrily. What in the world is this? The nearby employee replied anxiously. Well, one of the players has been wandering around and killing other new rivals in the newbie hunting grounds of Slim's territory. We predicted that this player was directly involved with the main script. So what about the serial killer's info? Where does he live and what does he do? I tried to verify that, but we can't check it now due to a limitation set by the headquarters. The director looked at the screen with his chin in his hand, thinking, headquarters? Why is this done just because of an ordinary player? Who is he? Suddenly, something made him gasp. On the screen, it showed 1,025 players killed. Cut to Dex's front door. Dev was sleeping in his old car. Sunlight filtered through the flat window and hit his face. He slowly opened his eyes, drool still on his face. On the screen appeared a new event, a special mission called Catch the Murderer, aligning with Arcadia Online's righteous mission to catch the serial killer. Rewards would pour down like rain, defeating the gurus who had taken over the newbie hunting grounds. He looked at the screen anxiously and thought, what is this? Hino's cow forced a reluctant smile. It must be talking about him, right? The interaction count on that post was very high, surprising him. Oh, over 2,000 comments. Hino's cow gritted his teeth at the comments and thought, this is getting complicated, kind of embarrassing. Should I stop everything now? But considering it, there are still many more things to gain. He looked into the virtual world he was entering, confused. Looking at the game world where Slims were playing, he thought, what should I do now? I didn't expect them to create a mission to catch me. In Slim's territory, where Slims happily played together. He slowly stood up and said, it's the best place for hunting new rivals. Should I find another spot? Suddenly, a cue sound came from behind him, making him turn around to look. Slim looked sad. Cue, he was surprised by Slim's expression. What's a Slim? Oh, this is tough to hunt. You heard that noise, you looked up. 2 guys walking and smiling, the orange-haired guy said. Pick something straight up, not a midge, I told him. The brown-haired guy angrily grabbed his stick. Bloody hell, I didn't know hunting one Slim would be this hard. The orange-haired guy gritted his teeth. Oh, he saw Slim standing below Dex. He shouted, I found the Slim we're hunting. One of them with a sword and the other with a staff ran over. Over there, buddy, we're after it. Don't touch it, don't play dirty, that's not nice. Don't mess with that Slim. Its HP is low, it might even die. Hearing them talk, Dex looked down at the sad Slim. He lowered his head. Then he raised his eyes to look directly at them. He put on his hat and jacket, slowly walked towards them. The orange-haired guy raised an eyebrow in confusion. What's wrong with that bastard? The brown-haired guy suddenly realized, wait, the build, I think I've seen him somewhere before. He stared straight at them tensely. The orange-haired guy raised his eyebrows and said, come on. Take a few steps slowly. The orange-haired guy reached out to Dex. The red-haired guy raised an eyebrow and shouted, are you deaf? He looked up silently. Then he gave a small smile. Dex screamed with all his might. It's a PK! The orange-haired guy raised his eyebrows in shock. What? What? Dex fell to the ground and started rolling around pretending to be hurt. I'm going to die. A PK is here. The orange-haired guy stood next to him, speechless. What are you saying? I'll push you off too. Dex still screamed, PK, PK. Those nearby who were looking for peeks will hear that. They looked at the two of them, and the orange-haired guy and his friend shouted in surprise to explain, no, he blocked my way so I just pushed him. The orange-haired guy turned around and said, that's not right. Look, that suspicious-looking guy is him. As the orange-haired guy turned back, Dex and Slim had already run away, and he shouted, he ran off. People rushed towards the orange-haired guy. Shut up, hand over your event reward here. The murderer, how dare you target new players? Crazy, reward. Everyone looked at them. The brown-haired guy was sweating profusely and said in a tense voice, now I remember where I saw that gloomy look. That's the guy everyone talks about with the orange hair. The sky and ground started glowing red. Their screams echoed. Hold on, we're being framed. Shut up, murderer. Stop it, you killer. Cut to another forest scene. Dex and Slim were sitting on a log. Dex was sweating heavily, panting. Phew, I barely made it out alive. He picked up the little Slim and smiled. Ouch, did you follow me here? Slim smiled happily. Kiyu. I hugged little Slim and asked about her. Ha, this cute little thing. Are your wounds all right? The system started broadcasting a notification. You've saved a Slim in danger. Your closeness points with the Slim species have reached their maximum value. You've earned the title of Slim's friend. I hugged little Slim and looked at the notification. Oh, looking up, I said, well, it seems the number of Slims I saved is roughly equal to the number of new players I killed. That makes sense for getting that title. However, this doesn't change the fact that I've earned level 1 closeness with Slim. To continue playing the game, I need something to help me get through this situation. The system notified, you have met the minimum recognition points requirement. You have formed a mutual aid relationship with the Slim species. You are now allowed to use your recognition points to assist them. I looked at the system screen. How do I help? Level 1 Slim, HP 50, Mana 0, Attack Power 10, Physical Defense 1, Recognition Points 1025. 1025 recognition points. I was surprised and looked at Slim. Suddenly, I smiled. I smiled again. Ha. This game will be very fun and extremely crazy. Were these recognition points meant for this? I transferred a chem and red energy into Slim's body, causing her to gradually turn orange. 1.0 to 5 recognition points. These recognition points will be permanently used. Are you really applying these changes? The Westerner laughed at the notification. Yes, and then both he and Slim seemed to be illuminated by a large god who was transferring power to them. A deity descended, illuminating the entire forest. The basic stats of the Slim species had changed. Monsters are targets for players to defeat, from female demons to stone demons. Their existence is very important in RPG games, meaning role-playing and level-up quests. Among them, there are monsters specifically designed for new players on hunting trips, providing basic training exercises. They are known as beginner monsters. In the world of Arcadia Online, these monsters are called Slims and have a stone-like appearance. But what if this monster species becomes too powerful for new players? The results can be found on the official YouTube channel of Arcadia, Offendier. Videos like trying to become the strongest with a level 1 wooden staff, or tower climbing videos, guessing whether I'm a new player, or videos titled Slims to Strong. Even this one reached a huge number of views. The video content is as follows. The real-time gameplay scene appears before the player, an incredibly realistic experience. Wow, I can even see the fingerprints clearly here. These graphics are amazing, man. From the perspective of the player, the scenery looks extremely realistic. The entire view feels like a real-life experience. Suddenly, the player sees a green Slim in front of them. Oh, is that a Slim? So cute, it's looking so dreamy. Anyway, I'll try to take it down, the player said as they grabbed their weapon and charged. That seemingly harmless monster let out a small cry. The player paused for a moment. The usually gentle Slim suddenly attacked them, actively initiating combat, causing her to react to late and fall back. What's going on? Wait, someone save me. The player couldn't resist the attack for long and died quickly. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of them. You have died. You will be unable to log in for the next 24 hours as punishment. Be more careful next time. The comments below the video get just as much interaction. Everyone's commenting like crazy. Oh my god, he was killed by a Slim. What is this? Was he pretending? How can someone die after only one hit? These slimes have been abnormally strong lately. I'm done for 2. What are you guys saying? Are the slimes stronger now? After 1025 confirmations to reach level 15 Slim, it's a tragic and caused by a seemingly weak creature. On average, Arcadia has about 10,000 new players every day. It's an absolute destruction. Newcomers are gradually becoming afraid of this little monster. A cute-looking Slim approaches and whines. It was quickly chopped in half, but the players around it were also struggling. What is this? What's wrong with these slimes? I've only been hit twice, but my HP is almost gone already? Some are so helpless they cry out in fear. Save me! This one scared the living daylights out of me. Someone save me. At this moment, Dex looks down from the cliff and thinks, haha, it's a real mess. Thinking about it, these slimes are passive in nature. They only attack when provoked. Why have they become proactive attackers now? A Slim stands confidently before the new player and advances. Death wonders if their essence has changed after leveling up. If so, confirmation. Is this the ability of the acknowledgement to change a monster's nature when added? This might be a complex skill of the anarchic bard profession that I need to learn more about. Suddenly, he notices someone familiar below. Are they the ones who were following me before? Meanwhile, those below are surrounded by slimes. At this moment, a young green-haired man shouts, "Get lost." Why would just these slimes dare attack us? As he speaks, he sees a Slim jump towards him. He can only stand there rooted to the spot, receiving the full blow. Q, the monster happily cries out. A notification appears. A strengthened Slim has defeated a new player. Those below immediately fall into extreme panic upon seeing this. He was defeated in just one hit. Then a series of screams echo, "Save me." The strengthened Slim defeated a new player and acknowledgement increased by 1. A strengthened Slim defeated a new player and acknowledgement increased by 1. Div sees the whole scene and finally understands. He smirks cunningly. This is more interesting than I thought. Only 2 hours later, his acknowledgement has risen to 3,920 for points. He stands with his hands on his hips, grinning triumphantly. I earned this retribution in just 2 hours, 4 times the acknowledgement I had before. This makes 2 days of assassinating new players seem pointless. His players kill count is now 4,949. I shouldn't focus on quests anymore. Wouldn't it be better if I strengthened the strongest slimes and reap their rewards? A Slim has reached level 15 and can no longer be upgraded. Death sees this notification and feels disappointed, knowing it won't be easy. But he's not a stubborn person. Fine for now. This is enough, so it's fine. Death waved at the Slims in front of him and said, "Alright, I trust you." The Slims jumped to respond, "Okay, master." Meanwhile, at the Korean branch of Arcadia Online, Myung-han's troops were furious. They shouted, "Report immediately, yes sir." It's terrifying. A brave employee stepped forward and said, "Today at 13:20 hours, we confirmed that the stats of many Slims have increased in a strange way. As a result, a huge number of new recruits were suddenly defeated, and this situation is still ongoing." Myung-han asked if there was any news from the main office. The other person honestly reported back, "Regarding that matter, we've conducted many checks, but haven't received any answers yet." Myung-han was angry. "Damn it, I'll check it myself later." Anyway, how much stronger have the Slims become? If they're not at least twice as strong, we wouldn't be in this situation. The employee trembled with fear and said, "Yes sir, about that. 10 times. This time, It surprised the opponent. They are 10 times stronger. What? Myung-han turned around and thought, 10 times? Not just twice or 3 times, but 10 times. They're 10 times stronger. The employees behind him cowered and bit their lips. Suddenly, Myung-han's troops shouted, "Wait a moment! How much HP did the new recruits originally have?" The employee replied, "Yes, they exactly had 100 HP. Myung-han was terrified. This means with Shi's current strength. The employee probably guessed what his boss meant. Yes, with level 1 new recruits. Just one hit would be enough to send them back for rest and recovery. Saying that, he quickly took action himself. What's happening in Arcadia can't just be due to a simple error. It's a world meticulously calculated by advanced technology. He opened the door and entered, but we can't ignore this incident. Myung-han decided to directly experience it if he couldn't understand the current state of the report. So let's observe it firsthand in the game. A green portal appeared before him. The game began. His vision showed a confirmation message for authority verification. Level 3 manager Kwon Myung-han confirmed and was allowed to connect. He slowly entered the virtual reality space. With determination on his face, "I'm here to find out the truth." He called Alice, the platinum-haired girl. She appeared immediately in response. At Slim's Hop Rookie hunting ground, Dex was walking through a forest. He silently observed the path ahead. Dex scratched his chin and said, "Humph, no one is here. There must be something going on." The system displayed a message: eliminate rookies, kill players who haven't completed direct level up. Number of rookies you've killed, 9,640. Time remaining, 1 day, 22 hours, 46 minutes, 17 seconds. Dex speculated that the rate of killing was slowing down. Hardly any new players were coming anymore. It seems rumors about this place being dangerous are spreading. He observed other players who had started to come here to hunt Slims after level 15, but their current strength and the danger posed by the Slims made it difficult for them. With his current strength and the Slims, it's hard to deal with. He looked at the other players, many of whom had impressive experience points. Death realized that this place is no longer useful, but it's not bad either. Looking at the number on the system, 9,987, because the mission number isn't completely stopped increasing. That number slowly increased and finally reached 10,000. Immediately, a message from the system appeared. You have killed 10,000 rookies. This is an achievement few can achieve. You've become a notorious killer recognized by all. The title achieved, Rookie Eliminator. The mission reward has improved. Now you will receive a general reward. Another notification appeared. This time it's a tangible reward. General reward. Accept. Dex was extremely happy to receive the notification about the general reward. The general reward. What's in it? Let's see. He quickly clicked on accept on the notification. After opening it, a purple light appeared. The light is incredibly bright and getting bigger. Dex frowned, gritting his teeth in anger. What's going on? The common reward turns out to be a trap. Huh? Why is this light so blinding? After the light fades away, only a black ball hovers in midair. Death wonders what that black thing could be. It looks like an egg. The black egg starts showing a large crack. Then it splits completely, and another dazzling light pours out from inside the egg. Another system message pops up immediately. You have opened the common reward. You have received a companion. A man with white wings appears from the light created by the egg. The man smiles, his red eyes staring at Dex. He asks, "Who are you? How dare you summon me?" Dex is pushed back by the man's pressure, but he's extremely excited inside. The pressure is terrifying. What kind of monster did I just summon? Death's eyes widen in surprise. He seems to have realized something. Hold on, it's King of Chaos. Devil, Satan. He looks at the red eyes hidden in the purple light. Death is extremely surprised. Devil, Satan smirks arrogantly. Hahoo, summoning myself completely might be a bit difficult, huh? Seems like I was summoned in a younger form. The devil Satan now appears as a young boy with white hair, red eyes, and wings on his back. Despite the small body, Satan still boasts about his immense power. Well, it doesn't matter. With this amount of strength, I should be able to kill those miserable angels. Dex coldly looks at Devil, who is only as tall as his knees and waving his arms around. Devil is confused. Huh? Finally, the Devil realizes that his body has become extremely small. He looks at himself in shock. Where am I? Wow! What's this appearance like? What happened to me? I suddenly became so tiny. Satan grits his teeth, hating Dex. Oh! The human over there. Dex immediately answers. Ah! Devil angrily asks him who summoned him back. Dex scratches his head, confused by the question. Summoning, I haven't done that yet. It's just opening the common reward and you appeared, saying you're my companion. Satan is shocked to the point of losing his composure, muttering in his mind. Devil finds everything hard to believe. He keeps questioning himself. Am I not a low-level demon? Why am I someone else's companion? What kind of thing is this? How can I be bound by a weakling that hasn't even discussed it? Didn't I rule over many demons in the underworld? Why now? Dex looks at the small Devil King, who is crouching on the ground holding his head. What the heck is he saying? Dex still seems a bit incredulous. He mutters to himself, "This is the Devil King, right?" The Devil King recalls his former majestic appearance. Now he's sitting on the ground, hugging his face in anger. Ing bad luck. What a mess this turned out to be. Seriously, after thinking it over, he grumpily calls Dex. Hey, human. Dex looks puzzled. Huh? The Devil King hovers in the air so he can be level with Dex. He crosses his arms and speaks sternly to Dex, no matter what. Since I'm bound by our companion contract, maybe we'll travel together for a while. Dex responds briefly, The Devil King sits cross-legged on Dex's head due to his small size. He leans down and looks at Dex. He offers an idea. Things have turned out this way. Then let's be peaceful with each other. Dex silently looks up at the Devil King on his head without replying. He frowns, questioning himself. The Devil King is sitting on my head. Should I be happy about this? He doesn't hear a response from him. The Devil King gets irritated and pouts. Huh? He hovers in the air, observing Dex. Oh, human, it seems you possess quite a good source of power, right? Dex looks confused at him. Power? What kind of power? Just then, the system pops up with a notification that he can use recognition to unlock his companion's powers. But your companion is a devil. Please be careful not to be deceived or tempted. The Devil King grins wickedly. I see now. This is why I'm bound by this contract, right? If everything goes well, I might be able to crush those angels completely. Dex asks him confusedly. What are you talking about? Explain. The Devil King flies in front of Dex. He sneers and asks, Hey, that power of yours, can I have it? Dex listens to the Devil King but doesn't understand anything. What kind of power are you talking about? The Devil King smiles and points at him. Anything else? That power that allows you to defy the laws of the world, that which you possess. After hearing his words, Dex just stares in shock. What? Impossible. He asks the Devil King again. You mean recognition? The King of Devils pointed at himself, trying to tempt Dex to give him that power. Exactly, after all, for a human, it can only be used within limits, rather than giving it to you. If someone does that, I'll reward the deserving person. Dex thought of a mountain full of gold and treasures. The system notification appeared, showing 8.975 recognition, 10 evasion for accuracy, 10 luck for resistance. He frowned, guessing that Satan's desire for this power meant the recognition was a special factor in this game. So he asked the King of Devils, What will you give me in exchange for your recognition? The King of Devils laughed loudly. I'll summon Enray to test if you give me everything. A dazzling light emerged from the King of Devils' ray. He waved his hand and asked Dex, Is this okay? The system notification appeared again. Nago's complaint echoed. Nago's armor. Nago is the leader of the second strongest force in the Devil realm, requiring level 150, physical resistance to 0.500, magic resistance 1.500, special skill, energy absorption. Devil Form Skill Level 2, protecting players from a fatal blow. Dex found it hard to believe, with such a high requirement of U150. This is insane. I've heard that even the top players on the American server started much later than the Korean server at level 50 or above. He thought, for him now, he still declined what the King of Devils offered. I don't need that. The King of Devils laughed coldly and snorted, "Seems you're not good enough. There's no such thing as a person signing a deal with me being satisfied with this." He asked Dex, if not, "Is there anything else you desire?" Dex didn't hesitate to say, "Whatever you want. I haven't really thought of anything yet." Suddenly, he had an idea. "Oh, there's something." Dex asked the King of Devils, "Can you also enhance monsters?" The King of Devils raised an eyebrow at Dex's question and was curious. Which monster? Dex mentioned a name. Slim, the King of Devils, was completely shocked by this. He hesitated. Slim nodded. After that, the King of Devils laughed uncontrollably. "You're really crazy. Haha, you are indeed interesting. I'm not sure what's going on here, but I've never seen a request like this before." Death ignored his taunts and asked, "Can you do it?" The King of Devils pointed at himself with great confidence. "There's nothing I can't do. I'm not sure what situation this is, but I've never seen a request like this before." Death looked into the system and saw 8.975 recognition. He laughed loudly and said to the King of Devils, "Everything." The King of Devils also laughed happily. They were standing in an array at that moment. The King of Devils shouted, "Establish a barrier." A huge beam of light shot down from the sky and illuminated even nearby areas. On the sky, rays spread out. Slim's body began to change. It took on human form. The system notification appeared. "Queen Slim, level 100. A huge flame burst forth. Fire arrows. Q. An unexpected voice echoed. "Hahoo, it's as easy as carrying a tray." The red-haired man with a large sword on his shoulder appeared. He said, "I don't know where the error is, but overall, this situation is great. Killing a few would give decent experience points." The tall man in a very contemptuous armor looked at Slim. Even if it's level 20, Slim is still just Slim. And with that, the scene ended. Ultimately, they're just weak little creatures with simple attacks. The red-haired guy continued, "With so many of them, the Slim Cave became a perfect hideout for us, though it's quite terrifying for newcomers." The girl smiled. "Working hard to level up really does make you feel good." She asked her teammates if they could target top hunters like this. The red-haired guy laughed loudly. He has potential. If we keep hunting here, we'll reach our goal." But the ground suddenly cracked open unexpectedly. The group fell straight down below. She screamed in fear. "What's going on?" From beneath the cracks, a strange voice suddenly echoed. "Remember the anger and helplessness of having to die for nothing." This mysterious voice kept echoing. "As a peaceful race, fight against the evil creatures for yourselves. Revenge, blood must be paid with blood." Amidst the light, many Slims appeared. Those Slims stared intently at the group with bright eyes. The red-haired guy's mouth dropped in shock at the sight. The ground shook again. She screamed in fear. "Look!" The red-haired guy was puzzled. "An earthquake? Is it an earthquake?" His eyes widened in surprise. Then a loud, terrified scream echoed to the skies. Before them were countless Slims floating in midair. They stared intently at the three standing there with bright eyes. The light emitted by the Slims was extremely blinding. The red-haired guy quickly shielded his eyes from the brightness. His mind was filled with thoughts. "He's done for." Then he shouted loudly, "Oh, someone save me. It seems ready to face death." The red-haired guy closed his eyes tightly, but death didn't happen as he thought. The red-haired guy hesitantly opened one eye. Those Slims didn't attack him, but quickly flew past to somewhere else. The red-haired guy was extremely shocked by the scene. He didn't understand. What are they doing? Where are they going? The armored guy suddenly spoke up. "Hey, look over there. Is something on the other side?" Something incredibly large suddenly appeared in front of all players. All players received a system notification. The girl was puzzled. Status window. Why did it suddenly appear? On the status window, it said that Slims are a race that loves to stroll on green fields and cherish peace more than anyone else. They were senselessly killed by human individuals who suddenly appeared. After patiently waiting, the Slim tribe concluded there's no need for patience anymore. Now is the time to rise up and fight for peace. So countless dead Slims became leaders of their race to establish new laws. In front of the Queen of Slim's chest, a beam of light shone with blinding brightness. Queen of Slims, level 100. The Queen of Slims was furious now. She shouted in anger. She raised her head and screamed loudly. After the Queen of Slims' scream, nearby trees shook violently. The power of that scream reverberated far, causing trees to fall and the ground to tremble. Continuous cries for help echoed. Look, that tree is dead. Agent, a tree fell on my foot. Can someone help me move this tree? Please do it. Save me. I've barely received a death sentence. The red-haired guy jumped down from the air. Beside him, his teammate in armor was pinned under a large tree, only showing one hand outside. On the red-haired guy's face, only fear remained. Facing the Queen of Slims, all he could do was cry out to heaven. Dex and the King of Demons looked down at the chaotic and deadly scene below. Dex's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe it and asked the King of Demons, Tan, what did you do? The King of Demons leaned his hands on both sides. He laughed with great satisfaction. What? I just helped the Slims get stronger as you said. Death angrily said, wait, when I told you to make them stronger, I didn't mean they would become this strong and overwhelming. Suddenly, a powerful scream echoed with immense force nearly blowing them both away. Death hurriedly ran off, gritting his teeth in anger. The King of Demons was extremely excited. Ha ha ha, she's too bold. If they get even stronger, maybe she'll have a place among the rankings of the World Demon Army. The King of Demons followed Dex and enthusiastically talked about Slim's future plans. Those weak creatures, Cuckoo, when stirred up with a desire for revenge, become incredibly powerful. They will definitely establish their own laws. Dex didn't understand. The thirst for revenge. What are you saying? The King of Devils winks and awkwardly tells him, so what? Just like what you saw earlier, these people appeared and killed many Sims. I only awakened their thirst for revenge a little bit, and there was no additional recognition from you either. Diff is extremely surprised. Huh? The King of Devils explains to him, bringing some creature up to the next level of evolution with a bit of recognition. That's my ability, recognition. Down below, the Slim army keeps pouring out in huge numbers. Cheers immediately ring out. They've arrived at our location. Everyone quickly form battle formations. A shield wall is erected before the players. They shout, cough, hold them back. If we break through their defenses, we'll all die. Slim begins to attack. The players and Slim engage in a brutal battle. The system displays a message. Main storyline. The Forgotten Darkness is starting to form. Linked mission. The mission to defeat the new player killer has been removed. Linked mission. Slim's rage appears. A status window pops up in front of all players. In the status window, the system announces that the main storyline, the Forgotten Darkness, is starting to form. Slim's rage has appeared. The ancient forgotten evil darkness connects with Slim and awakens their inner rage. The Slim individuals who are corroded will destroy everything with human traces. Blot their attacks and protect your base. Winning strategy. Protect the new player city. Defeat Slim's rear guard. Time remaining 6 days, 23 hours, 57 minutes, 24 seconds. You will fail when the new player city's defense crystals are destroyed. If you fail, the new player city will be destroyed. After seeing the content in the status window, continuous astonished cries echo. Is the main storyline always like this? How can it be so unreasonable? The new player city will be permanently destroyed. What are we going to do then? Ridiculous? What kind of bizarre game is this? A sudden loud shout rings outside the city. Attention! A short-haired girl turns upon hearing this shout. She looks around, and her only thought now is to destroy, as Queen Slim appears looking down at all the players in the city. The King of Devils suddenly asks Dex, what are you going to do now? Dex questions back, What do you mean? Everyone should be busy blocking those slims by now. The King of Devils leans closer to him. I came up with a very evil idea and whispered to Dex to secretly destroy the defense crystals for the new player city. Then everything will end, right? Betrayal. Dex silently glares at the King of Devils. He thinks, this bastard always tries to make me do what he wants. Of course, he won't follow what the King of Devils hopes for him to do. Dex replies, from now on, I'll just sit and watch. The King of Devils is puzzled, observing. Why? The King of Devils continues to laugh heavily. He guesses, so you want to wait until the final moment to crush all our hopes, right? That cuckoo call is great. Indeed, a magnificent police force. You are truly the devil, aren't you? The King of Devils is still laughing madly by himself. It will be a very joyful day. Ha-hoo! Keki! Dex is extremely helpless against him. Just leave it like that. Right now, the system keeps popping up notifications. You've defeated a new player. Your recognition has increased by 1. You've defeated a new player. Your recognition has increased by 1. Dex is surrounded by a series of notifications, and when he sees the content, he's extremely surprised. Just as he said, I have to make a decision now, between players and monsters. Which side will benefit me more? Queen Slim, a monster created from countless innocent small slim beings who were killed and harbored a strong desire for revenge, stands towering with her characteristic green color in the dark night, roaring fiercely. Ada has reached level 100. Stats are HP 12,000, MP 3,000, Armor 250, Magic Armor 120, Physical Attack 5,500, and the Ruler's Roar skill. Jumping and sharing the tribe's shared consciousness trait, it can regenerate quickly, and especially because of its grudge, it is extremely repulsive to humans. The entire scene is being projected in a private meeting room of the Korean branch under the leadership of Myung-han. He leans his hands forward, carefully observing the situation. Suddenly, Kang Tae-hun, the script team captain, stands up abruptly, excitedly shouting that the server must be shut down immediately. Something is definitely wrong here. How could a level 100 monster appear in New Village? Hwang Ji-hai, the top designer of the design group, agrees with his opinion. He's right. We've never designed monsters like this before. This means that the monster wasn't designed by the Korean branch. I think it was planned from headquarters. I think we should do something about it. King Tae-hun turns to react angrily. CEO, we need to report this to the main office. I don't know what the developers are thinking, but they must have specific policies for such issues as overstepping their authority. Myung-han lowers his head in deep thought. He recalls recent unexpected events, and suddenly the main scene starts, including the investigation of the suspected murderer. Finally, Shin's sudden wrathful raid. After a moment of contemplation, an ingenious thought suddenly appears, causing him to frown. Don't tell me it is. Do you know what our company wants to achieve? Hearing Myung-han ask this question, everyone looks stunned and asks in surprise. Huh? What did you say? Myung-han doesn't care and continues seriously. That is limitless potential and infinite freedom. Do you think these are our plans? I mean, the main offices. Do you think lazy people will come up with a specific plan and throw it at us? A series of questions are asked rapidly. Hwang Ji-hai asks casually, what are you talking about? As if afraid that everyone hasn't understood his thoughts, Myung-han continues to explain the player who caused all this. The sudden appearance of the main scene, the killer of New Village, manipulating slim numbers, and so on, and the appearance of the boss monster. All these things. Everyone in the meeting room is simultaneously stunned. Noisy commotion echoed around. How? That's possible, right? Hold on, if we check the mission log, that could really happen. Kang Tae-hun asked doubtfully, meaning all of this is caused by a suspicious player? Kwon Mi-young replied, regardless of the situation, if it was caused by a player, we can't intervene. Because that's Acadia's policy, as he said, looking down at his tablet under the desk. If your mission fails, Newhan Town will be destroyed forever. Right now, Newhan Town is in a chaotic and extremely dangerous situation. Large fires are raging everywhere, as if about to engulf all the houses there. The battle between players and Slim monsters continues fiercely without any sign of stopping. Both sides charge at each other with fierce determination. Bayan River guards cut a small Slim monster in half. Tension, I've only defeated one so far. This village will be wiped out if there are no more adventurers here. More importantly, their numbers. Where do these Slim monsters come from, and why so many? While Bayan was lost in thought, a Slim monster appeared behind him without notice. He panicked and turned around to look. Oh, this time I'm done for sure. Unbelievable. Right at the last moment, a blonde man suddenly stood in front of Bayan to help fight off the monster. He turned his head and shouted loudly, "Use this opportunity to retreat, old man." Bayan woke up abruptly. Oh, okay, got it. Both immediately ran into a small alley between houses for cover. Bayan held onto the injured arm and said tiredly, "Ho, I didn't think they would follow us here." The blonde man observed outside while comforting him. "Treat your wounds here. I'll continue." Bayan looked up at the man and said, "Thanks, you saved my life. I don't know how to thank you." The blonde man smiled and waved. "It's nothing, just doing what needs to be done." Bayan didn't consider this normal. He firmly said, "No, seeing you reminds me of a commander. He also often roamed around and helped people in danger like you did." The blonde man blushed and scratched his head with a forced smile. "Yeah, okay," silently thinking. "This scene is more embarrassing than I thought." Bayan suddenly became more tense. What brought me here? Then he looked at the man and asked, "Can we meet when you're free?" The soldier's records were in my grandfather's mission log. The blonde man checked his quest system. Hidden mission, Savior. You've met all the conditions to advance your profession. Will you accept the legendary hero title? He was a bit surprised and couldn't believe it. A hidden mission. Finally, I found the hidden mission they talked about. Yeah, this is crazy. This is something people can find in the main area. Then he took a determined stance. I'll do it. I'm really curious about what that soldier said. Bayan's guard was amused by his demeanor. Ha ha ha, I'll wait for you. But first, he said, we need to stop this monster. The battle has been ongoing for 3 days since the Slim Rage raid began. After a week of raids, players were truly helpless against the Slims for 3 days. However, Korean players didn't back down. The battle turned when high-level players joined the raid. Newbies also formed teams and fought systematically. More importantly, when you kill 1,000 Slims, everyone will get the Butcher of Slim title. This title boosts your player power by 30% resistance to Slim and 40% damage against Slim. New players who achieve this title can slow down the advance of the Slims. With this, new players began seeing a glimmer of hope, mountains of dead Slims, the golden-haired man raising a flag on top. Satisfied laughter. Great, keep it up like that. Somewhere on a cliff, Death stood with his arms crossed, intently watching the system board. This is your current mission. Butcher newbies, kill unskilled players. 32,576 newbies killed. Time remaining, 1 day 22 hours 46 minutes 17 seconds. Satang, the king of devils, looked at the data with great satisfaction. He laughed joyfully, Kakaki, thinking about killing over 30,000 people. This is true war. I've never seen a player as vicious as that one. Excitedly, he flew up and slapped Dex on the head, continuing to laugh. Kakaki, great, great. Dex was stunned, feeling praised for doing bad things. It felt strange. He looked at his mission points. 22,576. I can't believe I've achieved so much. It will be hard to reach this number if we kill them one by one. Satan spoke. So what are you going to do next? Dex asked back. What now? Satan crossed his arms and calmly replied. What's next? I'm talking about the current situation. If you don't act, humanity will surely win. Dex looked at the group of people below. He pondered for a moment. Then he sneered coldly. That won't be fun. Satan watched him busily operate on the system, feeling puzzled. Why did you suddenly become silent? Without answering, Dex put on a tattered black cloak. Seeing the bloodstains on his cloak, Satan was alarmed. What is that? Don't tell me you're painting it with blood. Dex laughed coldly. No matter what, it's time to choose our side now. With Satan's triumphant smile. Finally, Dex made his decision. We choose Fesim. Meanwhile, in a Korean skyscraper, Myung-han troops were pleading with their leader. Please stop the raid mission. Please, CEO. Hearing her subordinate's plea, she slowly turned to look at him with an alluring gaze. That was a beautiful face with an enchanting aura. Lee Myung, the female CEO of Arcadia Limited. A majestic eagle perched on a high branch. Spreading its wings, it flew across the sky. The raid deadline is 7 days, a long and short period alike. This place, once called Newbie Village, now feels like a battlefield as the end draws near. Life here seems to have returned to its original peace. People gathered in small groups, talking among themselves. The time until the raid ends is 0 hours, 10 minutes, and 42 seconds. The black-clothed man said happily, "The Slims are getting quieter now. Maybe it's time to give up." After a week of failing to breach their defenses, what else can we expect? The golden-haired man beside him agreed enthusiastically. Yeah, 10 minutes. Only 10 more minutes. It's almost over. Time is counting down. Everyone here is full of hope for victory, unaware that this is just a calm before the storm. Just as everyone thought the outcome was clear, the system countdown clock shows 10 minutes left, marking the beginning of life and death. In the panic, the sky gradually turns an eerie red. Everyone is scared. What's happening? What's going on? Why is the sky suddenly turning red like this? Oh no! Something feels wrong. Everyone gathered together. I have a bad feeling. While the other side is in chaos, Dexner sneers. All right, you stand on Queen Slim's head and order. Let's start. The hunting game has begun, and it's officially launched. Meanwhile, at the new player's camp, the blonde man frantically waves his hands to try and stabilize the situation. Don't be afraid. If the playing field changes color, there's no problem. It's almost over. Whatever Slim does now won't matter anymore. He was interrupted by a sound. Bainsguard says urgently, "It's moving!" The moving thing he mentioned is Queen Slim, who appears in an enormous form, towering over the walls of the player camp by several dozen meters. Humanity has killed countless innocent Slims for a long time. Slim starts resisting because it can't endure humanity's cruel actions anymore, and they start fiercely defending themselves out of anger and to establish something. Queen Slim, the monstrous queen, appears. She roars angrily, her loud roar making new players step back a few steps to stand firm. The system countdown is still ongoing, with 0 hours 9 minutes and 58 seconds left until the raid ends. While players are still in shock, Queen Slim stretches her enormous hands and smashes them into the ground, summoning countless baby Slims. There are too many Slims to overwhelm the player group, leaving no fighting spirit. Most of them drop their weapons and shields to run for it. Some are so scared they fall down and can't move, while others run desperately. The scene becomes a chaotic mess. Run, you monster Slim! Seeing the situation worsening, the blonde man shouts frantically, "Everyone stay in formation, don't run." He tries his best to calm everyone down, urging them to fight and attack with everything they have. Use magic or arrows if you must. Are you really that scared? This is just a game. Why are you all so afraid? Suddenly feeling the pressure approaching, he panics. A dark shadow covers his vision as he looks up and sees Queen Slim's large, sticky hand slowly descending over him. The blonde man's eyes widen in horror as he watches the hand pressing down on him. Just one more desperate cry, "Damn it, they really made this and hope we defeat it." His last words are drowned out by the purple slime oozing from Queen Slim. At that moment, suddenly, unexpected attacks hit the female monster from afar. A red-haired man shouts fiercely, "Everyone listen!" This successfully draws attention to the chaotic group. They look up towards where the voice came from. The red-haired man roars loudly, 5 minutes! Just hold out for 5 more minutes. You don't need to kill it. Just draw their attention and run around. Just stand there so that the stone in the new player's village hits its armor and we win. The Magada stone mentioned is a large purple crystal emitting faint light, placed on a platform at the center of the village. Everyone woke up after hearing the reminder. We must protect it at all costs. Put the reputation of Korean players on the front line. They nodded to each other with a look in their eyes. Everyone picked up their weapons. Then they turned towards the red-haired man yelling, ready to continue fighting. Everyone was full of spirit. Wah! Wah! Damn it! Don't worry about dying. Just attack first. No damage is fine. Anyone with long-range attack ability, come here and attack. Ah! This is the human wave comb. After successfully motivating the group, the red-haired man looked extremely satisfied. It seems we've handled the most urgent issue right away. Great! Go, everyone's now in position for battle. The giant Queen Slim faces a large number of new players. Who will be the ultimate winner? Time left for this decisive battle is only 10 seconds and counting down. The Slim monster starts by pouring a lot of blue-green lubricant. On the player's side, she fiercely waved her hands, breaking through the city walls and knocking several small players into the air. The red-haired man followed with his large sword, even challenging, "Here you come. Here I am, a dirty lubricant," he said as he forcefully hit the ground with his sword and charged towards the giant Queen Slim. He came with great force, flames of yellow light surrounding the sword. The giant Queen Slim didn't rush, just as the man was about to get close. Use your magic to create a shield barrier that repels him back. However, he still refused to give up. Try again. Too late now. Take this and end it. Damn you, Stone Golem. Cut to the CEO's office on top of the high-rise building, facing the Myeong Han army standing in front of his desk. Lai Myeong commanded, "So, do you want to request a halt to the raid on Slim?" The Myeong Han official nervously replied, "Yes, I've already said it." "That's not possible." Lee Mi-hai stood up and replied indifferently, "I've already said it. It can't be done. We're not gods of Arcadia. We just manage it to come up with appropriate solutions, not to completely erase the incident. That's our role right now in the game." After a hard attack against the female monster Slim, the red-haired man tiredly sat on the steps containing the protective stone of their village. He panted and said to himself, "Is this really it?" Just when he thought everything was settled, suddenly there was a sound behind him. The protective stone started cracking in his shock. He never expected that the last enemy of his mission, Queen Slim, had been defeated by Dex from behind. And just as he made a small mistake, Dex quietly approached and stabbed the protective stone with one sword strike. He said casually, "Oh, wait your turn." The system announced, "The village's protective stone has been broken. Mission failed. You couldn't quell Slim's rage. The new player village will be destroyed forever." The red-haired man was shocked, struggling to say a few words. You, F asterisk 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 you. The curse just uttered was completely silenced by a ruthless slash of a sword, but Dex showed no emotion at all. He only coldly questioned himself. Shouldn't I get some recognition points after killing him? A new player, right? Damn, too many to count, so let's just leave it at that. Other players rushed over upon receiving the system notification. Bloody hell! Can't believe my protective stone was broken. When did Slim's gang enter the square? But when they arrived, the scene before them left them speechless. Looking towards where the amulet was supposed to be, a figure in a black robe stood there waiting. Wait, not a monster but another player. Dex slowly turned around to face them directly. A large mysterious purple crystal was cracking, and a terrifying voice echoed from it the protective stone. Already destroyed, the voice just said, and there stood Dex in his familiar black outfit and sword on the platform where the crystal used to be. The three men present were first shocked with their mouths open, then they trembled and asked, "Who is this?" They fearfully stared at him and shouted loudly, "What's going on with that bastard?" The blonde one yelled, "This guy." The other two followed up, "What are you doing?" He roared back, Joe. His voice was restrained, but Dex calmly turned his handsome face around, smiling in a very menacing way. Everyone began to get angry and raise their weapons, not forgetting to shout, "Catch that bastard, interrogate him first, I'll spend the rest of my life torturing you. He laughed sarcastically and replied with a gunpowder scent. So, he continued, but this isn't the time for that. Everyone was confused. One man asked curiously, what now? The system announcement echoed. Main scenario, X1, Forgotten Darkness Rises. Mission, Slim's Wrath. VI, Failure. New player villages will be destroyed forever. A strong purple light shot out. It rose into the sky and exploded. Those below were in chaos. Someone shouted, Queen Slim has exploded. Green slime oozed from cracks on the ground. They grew larger and stronger. People around them screamed. Something is rising from the ground. It was emerging. Everyone stared in shock as the slime gradually rose into the sky, terrified standing there not knowing what to do. Someone continued, it looks like they're coalescing into a season. One with a sword raised and chopped at them said, don't tell me Slim is being born right here. Another heard this and shouted excitedly, what the hell are you talking about? We know we're under attack, but there's no way monsters can be born in our village. As predicted, a huge Slim had coalesced, emitting an ominous aura. Before they could react, it struck hard on the ground, causing them to panic. Green slime flew towards them, making them use their hands to shield themselves. Suddenly, large purple slimes appeared before everyone's eyes, looking very eerie. Everyone said in fear, they're too big. The system notifications kept flashing. Disdained slimes of the Arcadia continent. They have defeated the humans who massacred them and are now pursuing humanity to the end. The slimes roared Kiyu, Kiyu. The system appeared again. A group of slimes rises in a human territory. Pink hair swayed in the night sky. The system said, along with their leader, Queen Slim sat on a green emerald throne. She has transformed into a beautiful and cold lady, as if saying she's back and even stronger than before. Diff and Tan are impressed below. Oh, she's pretty cool too. The castle no longer looks like its regional beautiful appearance. Instead, it is shrouded in darkness, slime, and surrounded by a huge magic circle and slimes. The system announcement sounds again. The new village residence has been changed into a slime colony. This message was broadcast to everyone in the city, warning that you have entered an area for level 80 players. Be careful. Everyone is gaping in shock and fear as they say, 80. What's going on? Q, a Slim's voice echoes behind the man, making him furious and shouting. A huge army of slimes surrounds the three of them. Dex laughs sinisterly and says, this is exactly what you wanted. He continues, build the stables before catching the horses. The slimes start attacking, causing everyone to panic and run in all directions. Cut to a blonde-haired girl with a radiant face appearing and saying, today's news here. I'm Mika the broadcaster. Nice to see you again. On screen, she continues, Arcadia is widely known as an MMORPG. The events happening in the game are causing many complaints from players. Because of what happened in the new village, the news broadcast still plays while he's lying on his bed, tired from staying up late playing games. He's catching up on sleep now. After a while, he wakes up and stretches. The broadcaster continues to report as players who failed to complete their quests are seeing the existence of a village that has been wiped out and turned into a dungeon. This is indeed shocking news, even for someone like me with 5 years of reporting experience and 20 years as a gamer. What do you think? This is regular reporter Meekin speaking. Dex dries his head while listening to the broadcast. You can see comments continuously popping up on his phone screen. Oh, really? The entire new village just vanished like that? These developers are pulling our leg with this one. New players starting a game face such a challenge. Is it really like this when new players encounter slimes at the beginning of their journey? Bring back the new village. You scoundrels! Suddenly, a comment causes a stir. However, I heard that someone broke the Guardian Gem and not George Slim. Really? What is it about? I've heard there's a player who broke the Guardian Gem, not George Slim. They call him the new player killer, right? Come on, how can that be true? If it's true, this guy is legendary. While brushing his teeth, he reads the comments and thinks to himself, things are quite chaotic now. I guess I need to hide for a while. He continues thinking, Maybe because of me, many people lost their items. Just as he was reading a post, my guardian level, which is an extremely high level 1, disappeared. I'm involved in the New Village incident too. I've been doing quests and preparing to level up, but NPCs told me those quests are no longer available. How can this game company explain? While rinsing his mouth, he thinks they just asked me to do what the game said. What am I supposed to do? He imagines the titles and companions of his game, Chaos Everywhere. Companion, Satan the Lord of Hell. And that person, do whatever you can to mess things up. Like me now. He looks contemplative. He scratches his head in thought. Who cares? If I break any rules or something, the company will just ban me anyway. While opening the door, he keeps talking. Besides, I need to focus on my real life now. As he says this, he looks out at the bright light outside. Cut to a school. People are entering the school. Beside the door is a large sign, Xiaomi University, Computer Engineering Department. Dex walked in, pulled out a chair and sat down, thinking that guiding new students at Xiaomi Tech University isn't much of a big deal, but he enjoys his student life. He glanced over. Huh? He noticed him walking by. He thought to himself as he watched someone else's video, what this guy is watching right now. Upon closer inspection, he realized the person was actually watching his own video. It felt like fate that he ended up meeting a fan here. As he continued watching, he wondered when they started filming him. More surprisingly, the subtitles showed 2 million views. He swallowed hard in amazement, thinking how many people must have watched this and how much money it could bring from those views. Suddenly, his neighbor turned around and asked if he was interested in this video too, startling him. He shyly replied, "Sorry, I just happened to look at it. It looked really interesting." Inside, he thought, how can I not watch a video that has me in it? The guy introduced himself. I'm Jigyun, nice to meet you. Maybe this is fate since we're sitting together. Let's get acquainted. He responded, Hi, I'm Condex, and continued. Jigyun said, this video is from the game Arcadia. Do you know about it? Jigyun excitedly added, everything here is a lie. There's this new player who suddenly became a killer and burned down the village of Slim. He thought probably not interested in me, just talking about Arcadia. Suddenly, his tone changed. Yeah, continue. Do you know anything about this new player who's a killer? His heart skipped a beat at the question. He started sweating. A new player killer? Why did he bring up that topic? Him? Does he know who I am? He kept thinking as he looked at Jigyun. Maybe he believes that people wearing glasses are usually dangerous. The scene showed Lai Migyong observing the events in the new village through her tablet computer from her office. She didn't react much, just murmured to herself, the new village is destroyed. I'll be busy now. After taking a sip of coffee and calming down, she thought about Arcadia's special cases that could happen, but not to this extent. She sighed and smiled. At least it will draw more attention to the game. It would serve as a valuable lesson. Recalling her subordinate's angry reaction earlier, Lee Mi-hyung thought she had never seen the CEO so furious before. Though not overly concerned about what was happening in the game, she couldn't help but wonder. Everything was due to one player. She wanted to see who that person was. The scene switched to Seoulman University's entrance. Div with a surprised expression, he wondered if Jigyun knew his identity. Jigyun stood in the wall, looking amused at his reaction. He smiled slightly. His shoulder was tapped. He was confused by this action. Jigyun laughed and told him not to worry until he explained that he was very lucky. Dex sweat profusely. Really? Inside, he wondered if Jigyun was just pretending to know everything. Jigyun handed him a video of the latest new player killer incident. He continued, they say this new player killer is connected to the attack on the new village by Slim. Excitedly, he revealed that it was secret information only known to him. He pretended confusion and asked why a player could do such a thing. Inside, he thought Jigyun seemed more cunning in appearance. He carefully observed. If he exposed anything, it would make things very complicated. He couldn't let Jigyun know that. I am the new player killer. Seeing his expression, Jigyun thought he had said too much. At the computer lab meeting new students, the professor on stage cleared his throat and said, "It seems everyone is here. It's great to meet all of you. I'm Professor Kim Tae-hun, in charge of the computer engineering department at our school. I apologize for interrupting this orientation meeting, but I must come over to remind both new and returning students about the importance of studying and preparing for their future careers." Immediately, the students above started whispering among themselves. "What are you up to? You guys must have heard a lot about virtual reality technology from TV and news channels. It has led to an important revolution in computer science." The teacher stopped, looking slightly angry as he spoke. "Asked you this name immediately caught his attention. Those who experience that world surely know we can't keep up with the world just by technology anymore," the teacher said sternly. So after countless discussions, both within the department and at the university, they all agreed that the current computer science curriculum could no longer keep pace with the times. Fisting his hands on his chin, the teacher confirmed, because all existing technologies have become outdated when facing a new culture like virtual reality. Professor Kim spoke clearly. After much discussion, the school management board and the Ministry of Education decided that starting this year, computer science would be changed to virtual reality technology. This made the students on the other side erupt in excitement. The professor continued, "Knowing it would make some of you here feel confused, but if we don't keep up with the great revolution of the world, we will inevitably fall behind the times," Professor Kim asserted. During lunch break, students were rushing to get their food. The table was full of soups and side dishes. Quite a surprise. Jigil felt quite uncomfortable thinking about how his department's name had changed, while the guy across from him might not understand why they ate together. But he quickly changed his expression, and most importantly, I didn't expect Professor to mention Acadia so casually in the middle of this meeting. Amazing, you don't care, huh? He thinks he's addicted to Acadia, Jigil thought silently. He asked him, by the way, why not try playing Acadia, which made his meat drop from his chopsticks. He looked up in surprise. "I've always wanted to, but the equipment is so expensive that I haven't tried it yet, and I'm not good at games either." Jigyun across him sneered, "I wanted to, but..." Quickly changing the subject naturally, he glanced at Jigyun. "You play Arcadia, right?" The guy on his left was still eating with a mouthful of food and laughed loudly. He kept boasting, "It may not look like it, but I'm really good at it." He feigned surprise. Really, but inside he thought, "Phew, lucky to change the topic." While eating, he said, "When you play, let me know and I'll help you out. Lately, it's been a bit tough because they create new players in random places." Dix immediately replied, "Of course, if you play, I'll message you." After the conversation, he looked at him with a sympathetic smile. He's really kind. A strange guy indeed. Frowning in anger, "Why are you late? Did you make me wait?" Impressive. With a sleepy face, he yawned. "I haven't slept for days because of Slim's raid. So before coming here, I took a little rest." Tan poked him. "You're so weak. That's why we shouldn't bargain with humans." He only thought as he turned to look at the guy. He must be bored. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed. The speed was quick. He barely had time to turn around before reacting. Immediately, Queen Slim rushed towards him with a joyful expression, wanting to hug Dex. Right after that, many other Slims rushed from behind. This surprised him greatly and he fell down. The other Slims quickly rushed to crush him under them. Facing the overwhelming attack of Slims, he felt powerless. Tan on the other side was also suppressed by a Slim. "Ugh, these soft and sticky things always stick to you," he cursed. Just as everything settled down, he faced Queen Slim directly. Queen Slim raised her skirt, placing her hand in front of her chest and tilting her head. The system immediately notified and displayed Queen Slim's expression of gratitude towards him. Other Slims also closed their eyes to show their emotions. The Slim tribe has always remembered your contribution in driving out humanity and creating a separate territory for Slim. You are the savior of the Slim tribe. Dex raised her hand, allowing her to stand up. I'm not that great. The system immediately notified the change from Slim's ally to its savior, with the reward being the Slim crown. A golden crown suddenly appeared in midair from scattered pieces. This quickly appeared above his head, surprising him. The system immediately notified an additional recognition increase of 2,413 points for completing Slim's rage. Dell was surprised and exclaimed, "Wow, it really is." The system announced the display of the title Slim's Savior. You have saved the Slim tribe from a major crisis and helped them thrive. They remember your service. This quickly boosted his stats significantly. Death side, I've received both the title of Newcomer Slayer and Slim's Savior. It's best not to show it off to anyone. Master, over there is calling you. Why did this catch your attention? Tan flew through the air with a slightly hopeful face asking, why don't we leave this area? If I see another purple thing, I'll really vomit. Dex sighed helplessly at the Slims clinging to him, annoyed. Queen Slim happily shouted in joy, wanting to bid him farewell. After leaving the Slim area, he turned back to look at them one last time. Everything is done now. He turned around. Alright, let's go then. Head to the next location. In a valley beneath towering mountains, George Ford was still a peaceful village going through another day. The air in that area emitted a strong and distant aura. A woman with golden hair and glowing angel wings. Even though her eyes were closed, the light couldn't be stopped from emanating from her. Due to the sudden attack by Slim before, the newcomer village was completely destroyed. But players could find a suitable location for the newcomer village faster than expected due to recent events. On the forum, there was a post suggesting the NamTPC Maikai Manor, 10 kilometers away from the newcomer village. I'm proposing this place because the surrounding monsters aren't as strong and the items sold by these PC players are not expensive either. The poster also carefully attached images of the prosperous NamTPC Maikai Manor. This post quickly attracted attention from everyone. Comments below started to flood in. Great, I've been there too. I think this is the closest place to the newcomer village. No wonder so many people have gathered here recently. Good idea, a new area. Anyone want to form a group for hunting together? The rumor spread like wildfire, and players started gathering at NamTPC Maikai's territory. Everyone knew about it. Suddenly, a pair of thin legs stopped. It was Dex. He looked blankly ahead. Not far from him was the entrance to NamTPC Maikai's territory. A guard called out irritably at him. Stop! What's your name? Suddenly, the King of Demons peeked out from his round collar. He glanced around and briefly replied. Dex, he seemed to be thinking. Then he loudly asked again, Dex, aren't you also from the newcomer village? He paused slightly. Yes, I think so. The guard sighed. What happened over there? Some crazy thing must have occurred. I've heard that something outrageous happened. It might be Slim's rage. Dex was taken aback and realized the rumors spread quickly among PC players. He needed to be more careful. So he said, you'll know if you're there. They're not ordinary slimes anymore. He added, Adeline is now a monster residence, and the lowest level of monsters there is around 85. The soldier couldn't help but feel shocked at 85. How could that be? It seemed he overreacted, so he quickly adjusted his tone. Clear throat. I see. Now I understand why everyone gathered here. You came to settle in this place, right? He added, hold on a moment. I'll prepare something and then let you into the city. He replied cheerfully, thank you, my lord. At this time, the Duke was still looking around everywhere. So, what are you searching for? It touched its head, sniffing. This place feels familiar. Surprised, it asked again. Familiar, it paused, sniffing. Alright then, I must have been overthinking this. Then it suddenly changed the subject. But why do you keep calling me Tan? I already have a super VIP named Sha Tang, the Duke of Chaos, Sha Tang. He spoke without thinking. I call you Tan because your name is too amazing. If I called you by your real name, it would attract unnecessary attention from others. Hearing this, Tan laughed happily and said, so that's why, no wonder? Ha ha ha. You must be enjoying the thought, right? It quickly became serious again and changed the subject. Anyway, my lord, what do you plan to do with it? I was caught off guard and asked back. That thing! It gestured wildly with its hands. The power that signifies recognition. It seems you've earned more since our first meeting. I understood and nodded. In response to it, on the system display, the recognition was 33,551. Dextron's eyes widened, Tan drooled, his eyes darting to the side as he expressed his thoughts. But I didn't think you'd accumulate that much. If you add up all the points used before, you must have killed over 40,000 creatures, right? Ha ha ha, I was right, wasn't I? But aren't you going to use it? Then give it to me. He firmly cut off its thoughts and said no. It immediately got angry, challenging him. Why? Anyway, only with me can you use it. If you hand that over to me, I'll give you some incredible items. Just tell me what you want, and I'll give you the item you desire. It began painting a picture. I assure you that with these items, you can easily control this entire continent. The items mentioned were swords, shields, armor, and crystal balls. He added more. Not only that, but you could live comfortably just by selling one of them. Sighing, I'll tell the next generation to wait for now. It was left with its arms crossed in dissatisfaction, out of options. Actually, inside, he thought Tan's idea sparked his interest because the item he showed him before was a unique level 150 item. But I don't think a good idea should rely on Tan and that system called recognition. There must be something more valuable than this recognition compared to the items Tan is trying to give me. He silently clenched his fists. He needed to be more cautious with this recognition, especially since he didn't know much about it yet. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on his face. More important, doing that would be quite boring. Inside the Duke's territory, Maikai was bustling and lively. The streets were filled with vendors shouting their wares good deals, cheap prices, all could be exchanged for advertisements. Hey handsome, do you want a good sword? Seeing Dex wander aimlessly, he asked, where am I going now? He didn't really know either. Just said, I'll walk around and look for useful items and find an appropriate quest if it's okay. He widened his eyes in surprise. He noticed the people still sitting at the bar across the street. One said, everything looks fine. The brown-haired person complained, the Lord has asked us to increase production. That's not good at all. Why can't we make more money like this? We even sleep and rest less than before. Even the overseer sighed in disappointment. I know, but I'm afraid that day will punish us heavily if we don't increase production on time. Damn it, he misspoke Lord again. You suddenly covered your mouth with a suspicious smile. Is something like this really happening? The tank was startled and looked at you. You spoke in deep, interesting tones. The tank groaned. This little coward. What are you up to now? A voice echoed. The two people in the tavern immediately understood and looked over. Deb smiled warmly and confidently said to them, I think I can handle the trouble for both of you. Their faces lit up instantly. They shouted loudly, oh really? Then please help us. The system immediately displayed a task named Miner's Worry. The content was to collect iron ore for the miners. Those ordered by Baron Michael had to increase their iron ore production. The iron ore progress must not exceed 20%. You can get additional rewards if you collect more iron ore than required. Tan read through and scoffed. What kind of task is this anyway? Oh, master, just do as usual. This task seems repeatable. Anyone can do it, but Dix found it quite interesting. I wonder if that's the case. You said to it. Look around, Tan. It hummed. Even though it didn't understand anything, it still looked around. Everywhere, people were trading very actively, selling iron ore for 20 gold pieces. Free repairs for items below level 20 here. I'm selling crafted items, stuff made with blacksmithing skills. It blinked and asked, is there anything to see besides just regular blacksmiths? You smiled and said, well, we can say that. You almost certainly said, most of them aren't NPCs, but players. You continued, this is understandable because the demand from a bunch of players has come here, but many are refusing to collect iron ore. As you said, this is just an ordinary quest. You asked it with your increase in activity, but market price is staying the same. What do you think will happen? It hadn't thought about this and replied, I don't care. Hearing that, you didn't explain further. You'll figure it out even if you don't like the result. For new players, you raised your hand to signal OK and asked, should we start making some money first? At Lord Maikai's territory. In a grand room, Baron Maikai sat pondering, inhaling incense. She calculated in her mind, iron ore prices went from 10 gold pieces last month to 15 now. The prices are rising too fast. She couldn't help but worry. At this rate, it won't be enough for the blacksmiths in the village if that happens. Only low-quality items from apprentice blacksmiths would be sold on the market. And finally, the quality of goods in our territory will severely decline. She grew increasingly anxious. Everything will go to waste if nothing is done. So she decided she needed to do something. While at the rugged for the mountain, in a high-altitude area, this was the entrance to the mine. Inside, it was pitch black, but lanterns provided some light. A voice echoed in the tunnel. Since we're so deep down here, there shouldn't be many people around. Death excitedly said, shall we start then? You added, I'll rely on you, Tan. It hesitated and asked back, is this okay? It can't believe it. Why are you wasting recognition on something so useless? He smirked and got straight to business. The rebellion failed, so it had no choice but to follow his instructions. As he unleashed his power, he said, alright, I'll start now. A bright violet beam lit up the dark tunnel. At the same time, the system displayed a notification, 8,000 recognitions consumed for the contract with your subordinate. A drill with a red eye appeared in midair, and the system quickly introduced it as the Gen Gene Destroyer. Made from the claws of a Gen Predator, a monster rat from the Netherworld, obtainable, unknown durability, 10,000, 10,000. Special skill, speed mining, increased mining speed, significantly reduced failure rate when mining, can find high-quality materials. Death praised him happily, top-notch job. Sang's name flashed on his face, making him look scary. He was extremely excited, thinking about starting to get rich now. In the Duke Maikon territory, bustling trade filled every corner of the city. Recently, prospecting materials were becoming scarce, and miners kept searching for cheap 20 prospecting materials to complete their quests. A female player was looking to buy prospecting materials to finish her quest. Hey, is this a repeating miner's task? A male player spoke up after hearing the girl's offer. He laughed and revealed, haha, don't do that. It doesn't help much except for slightly increasing your blacksmith's goodwill. Instead, just mine prospecting materials and sell them to make more profit. The issue of prospecting and the merchant's task seems to be getting more complicated as players keep buying and forging these materials instead of giving them to real merchants. Witnessing the dialogue between the two players, Merchant Aiden was furious at these fake adventurers. He couldn't believe they were using precious prospecting materials to make low-grade items. Yes, these nameless ones don't know where they came from and claim to be masters of craftsmanship. Merchant Kasim agreed with Ardian. It's chaos. It seems if the female duke doesn't address this issue soon, her territory will be destroyed. The economy set up in Arcadia is not much different from real life. Production and consumption, supply and demand, distribution. It's like a skeleton of an entire economic system interlinked to ensure everything grows together. Raw materials and specialties from each region differ: iron, wood, wool, leather, rice. Each region is responsible for certain raw materials, and the demand will change depending on circumstances and seasons, then trading during the off-season. Currently, prospecting materials are in the highest demand on the market. They're severely lacking while iron demand keeps increasing. Finding prospecting materials is so difficult that players are going crazy over it. From what players speculate, to many people chose blacksmithing as a career, making prospecting materials harder to find. The price of prospecting materials has skyrocketed. That's the result of supply shortage, pushing the price from 10 coins up to 17 coins. The current price is 1.7 times higher, and even crafting alchemical items now brings little profit. More players started complaining. It seems they haven't realized that this issue is caused by themselves. I know the game aims for realism, but it's a bit too much. If I knew, I would have chosen to be a warrior instead. Complaints echoed everywhere from players. They only buy existing prospecting materials on the market rather than mining them themselves. This is because they think it usually takes about 2 hours to travel from the inner city to the prospecting site. And mining itself is very difficult. Not everything you dig up will be useful. Mining can easily damage your tools at any time. So they push this labor-intensive task onto others and hope someone else will do it for them. Better to leave that to others and focus on upgrading skills by repairing items. That's right, mining prospecting materials in reality doesn't bring much profit. But not everyone is like that. At Mount Vuda, Dex wielded the Black Gene Destroyer drilling into the prospecting site. Prospectings were continuously found. The system's voice echoed non-stop, green lights flickering on the interface. You have collected prospecting materials. Lucky you, you've collected prospecting materials. Your mining skill has reached proficiency. Mining speed and rate increased. You can find rare prospecting materials with low probability. You can discover hidden prospectings. Stats increased by 10. Stop to rest. Open your inventory interface. The item data was impressive. 1,200 and for prospecting materials, along with many other rare prospecting items. Suddenly Tan rushed in. Master, you're here. I've been looking for you. Seeing Tan, Dex couldn't help but wonder where he had gone. Before he could react, he heard Tan speaking. Thinking it over, I guess you won't be satisfied with just a drill machine. After some consideration, I found the perfect item to trade for your full recognition. Upon receiving the offer, Dex saw him pull out an odd-looking necklace. It's called the Drop of Knight's Tears and has a possession level of 220, with permanent durability, plus 50 Knight alignment, and plus 80 Knight attribute. Its special skill is the Dark Curtain, Fury of Night, and plus 2 Knight leverage. After equipping it, you'll be despised by souls. The person wearing it won't be attacked by dark souls. You have the ability to detect enemies. After some noise, Dex still didn't pay attention and lazily wiped his sweat, saying he doesn't need anything. With a possession level of 220, who could buy it right away? I can't use it anymore either. More importantly, this is too powerful. If you equip it, everything will become very easy and boring, so we don't need it. Seeing Tan still being stubborn, Dex sighed with the brat. Others would definitely notice if I sell it. Selling now and quitting might work, but that's like selling a golden egg-laying chicken, isn't it? Tan was hurt by Dex's words, quickly stopping his continuous speech. Anyway, where have you been all this time? You disappeared for a while. Dex questioned Tan's whereabouts. His hesitation and the dangerous look as if plotting against someone made his words even less believable. Just like I suspected, he was planning something suspicious. Tan's laugh and foolish expression reminded Dex of a fool who just escaped from an asylum. The amount collected surprised Tan. It seems we got quite a lot. With this much, maybe there's even more than the territory's quota. According to Dex's plan, they would mine this much every day and sell it. They'd get plenty of goodwill from the genealogists for completing such tasks repeatedly. And then Lady Namtoong's interest will be piqued. At the Namtoong side, a meeting was taking place. Lady Namtoong, if this time we don't have enough iron or supply, we won't be able to deliver on time as per our agreement. The recent situation is quite difficult. I might have to close the shop. I'm considering moving to a territory with more iron. Lady Namtoong's face showed concern. She asked everyone's opinions on the iron ore issue, of course focusing on the old adventurers. Everyone agreed that many old adventurers had chosen to become blacksmiths due to the large influx. These old adventurers were just apprentices. Everything they made was substandard. Although their goal is to become masters and experts, this would consume a lot of iron ore in the process. Moreover, there's no increase in miners proportional to the number of blacksmiths. Since these old adventurers don't like hard work, the core issue lies with them. According to regulations, we can't force them to mine. We also can't just sell refined iron ore to masters. Everything seems to be going in a dead end. The destruction of the new town caused many old adventurers to choose other places for their tasks, creating big trouble for Nam Tuong City Maikai. Just when they were trying to solve these problems, a soldier rushed in with important news, bringing news about a large pile of high-quality iron ore. This caused a huge commotion. Everyone was vying for the rare iron ore, and it was Dex who caused this commotion. Now he's leisurely counting his earnings from 3 days of mining in a small alley. The money earned is 5 gold and 12 silver. That's all! If we convert it to base coins, it's about 512,000. And if things continue, you might earn around 5 million more, quite a sum that could help pay for contributions, rent, and tuition fees. But it seems like there needs to be a better way because just continuing this won't work. There's still much to prepare. Lost in thought, someone suddenly spoke up. Were you the one who brought those iron ores here? The first meeting between Dex and Lady Mikhail marked the beginning of Dex's plans coming to fruition. The system interface appeared, showing that the person before him was Lady Mikhail. Her friendly disposition increased with curiosity. Dex smiled confidently. That's me. I'm Mikhail, the lady of this territory. If you're free, why not have a cup of tea? With her warm invitation, we can try some herbs from Mount Fiend. It seems our plan is starting to take shape. At Mikhail's mansion, Lord Mikhail and Dex sat across each other sipping tea. She said, let's try this. These are herbs picked from Mount Fiend. You took a sip and praised it. It's really good. She smiled and introduced, of course, they're also one of our specialties here. But then her expression changed. How long did it take to mine all the ores in the square? Looking up at Lord Mikhail, about 3 days. Hearing this, she stood up, slapped the table, and shouted in disbelief. 3 days? How is that possible? Then, realizing her tone was too harsh, she cleared her throat to calm down. Are there any adventurers who can mine as much as you? Dex responded, no! It might be a bit too much for them. She nodded in agreement. Indeed, he suggested an idea. But if someone could gather more people, it might help. She sighed disappointedly. We know, but gathering them isn't easy. She asked Dex, can you help me? She explained the situation. As you know, the economy of this land is suffering from a sudden influx of adventurers. At that moment, a system notification appeared. A special mission was available to address the iron ore shortage in her territory. Increase the number of miners and the amount mined daily. The daily mining output is 100,000 pieces. Currently, only 32,140 are being mined. The system asked if he accepted the mission. Dex smiled smugly. Perfect, here we go. He asked Mikhail again who wanted him to find a way for adventurers to mine iron ores. She replied, that's right. Dex confidently took on the task. I'll handle this problem. At Dex's house, he sat in front of his computer. Dex pondered. The mission given by Lady Mikhail is actually quite difficult to solve. That's Acadia, a game that makes players bored and disinterested in manual labor. He moved the mouse now. Then he laughed, done. He thought to himself, first, I need to change their mindset. On the screen, two status lines appeared. You have created a channel, Life of A. Subscribe SO. Shinmapogu, Shanjin Secondary School. In class 23, someone called out, hey, brother Tak. A thoughtful youth asked Han, are you not playing Arcadia today? Hyung Tak turned to him with a frown and replied, I'm not playing anymore. His friend asked, why? Hyung Tak lay down on the table, dejectedly answered, just, that game is weird. He explained, as a new player who just joined the game, he was killed by some strange killers. The next day, I was re-entering and suddenly Slim had grown much stronger. Your friend is speechless, alright, you were in Arendon at that time. Unforced angrily continued, then all of a sudden, the entire village vanished. I don't know how many times I died before escaping from there. You said this and your friend burst out laughing, Black gone red forgotten. He raised his hand to scratch his head and asked Hyung T, you've entered my Kai's territory, right? He chose a business merchant instead when he slammed his hand on the table and sat up straight, exclaiming that's where the problem lies. You remember your situation back then. Lord Michael's territory had few specialists, so I picked a merchant. My skills are all useless stuff. Hunting is hard enough, let alone fishing. My character only serves to give heads to others. He complained, from now on, I'll just play Arcadia solo. Hearing this, his friend thought, that's really unfortunate. You told Hong Tak, so you're only going there for some fun besides hunting, right? Hong Tak looked at the sad friend without saying a word. Then he held up his phone to show Hein Tac. Look here. He sent a message and pointed to a video clip on the screen, something you can do too. The video's title was You Can Make Lots of Money in Arcadia. The video played with a voiceover. Hello everyone, can you hear me? This is inside Fear Mountain, famous for the past few days, right? Both watched the video intently as he asked, today I want to introduce mining iron ore to everyone when he suddenly questioned, mining, isn't that manual labor? The friend didn't answer but the video continued. Do you think so? A bag full of gold coins appeared. This is what I earned this week. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. Wow, so much money, amazing. How did he do it? His friend laughed and said, see, just watch the whole thing. The video host started explaining. First, everyone starts with mining skill if you'll earn about 20 iron ore pieces per hour, worth around 400 coins, depending on the price of each piece. Not very exciting, right? But try increasing your skill level. Speed and success rate will increase too. Sometimes rare ores appear. He held up a red iron ore. For example, now I'm at a so I get at least one magic crystal or strength gem every day. When he was shocked, magic crystals, that's fake. No one would bother to raise their mining skills so no one knows. The video ended. Alright, now I'm going to the Guang Island. Skip it quickly, it will just replay if you don't. The screen flickered and showed another video. An old bald man smiled, okay? I've sold all the Guang Island items I got today. I'll talk about negotiating with NPC merchants and how to increase goodwill next. He held up some gold coins and said, this is what I earned today. 1 gold coin and 82 silver coins. He asked, so you? Making money isn't that hard, right? Hein Tac's eyes lit up as he watched the video. His mind was filled with visions of gold. Amazing! He made his decision. I'll do it too. In fact, most of what was said in the video is false. The benefits from mining only exist if you have a cheating item like dexes. Such details were cleverly omitted to make everyone think they can earn that much money. Sure enough, many players were attracted by this video. Comments started appearing. It really is peak. I should try too. Heard from others so came to check. Okay, go mine iron ore guys. Let's form a group and do it together. This greatly affected Arcadia players. They rushed to the blacksmiths. They crowded and shouted, iron ore, Mr. Dai. Where are you? Anyone knows how to get to Fear Mountain. Next, people started rushing to mine ores. The scene was chaotic and strange enough for them to ask each other, why so many miners suddenly? Lord Michael laughed loudly. Haha, great job, unbelievable. I never thought those stubborn adventurers would rush to mine. She held her stomach laughing. Not just those foolish blacksmiths, even other professions are going mining too. How did you do that? Dex crossed his arms modestly and answered, nothing much. I simply exploited people's basic greed. Mikhail wondered, basic greed? He smiled and replied, it's money. Even if not money, something that can make money. Adventurers are just capitalist pigs. Hearing his words, Maikai didn't understand at all. Then she stood up laughing. Ha ha ha. Even though we don't understand much, we know we're on the right track. Dex mentioned, still can't fully trust it. Someone needs to prepare some things. He seriously listed out for her what needed to be done and paid attention to. First, reduce the miners' wages and instead give them a share of the profits. That will boost their work motivation and reduce those who just do it half-heartedly. The Lord nodded in agreement. We understand now. Indeed. A feasible strategy. Dith smiled to himself. Just a simple way to improve efficiency that can be seen everywhere. It seems this Lady Knight really knows nothing about economic management. From now on, we need to actively teach her about the effectiveness and ruthlessness of modern economics. Mikai spoke up at this moment. So what should we do with the price of iron ore then? There are no regulations yet for the price of iron ore. As you said, the prices have risen dramatically to unprecedented levels. We heard it has surpassed 20 coins long ago. Dith calmly replied. Just tell her. She felt confused. Yeah, go ahead and tell her. Explain to her that even if prices rise, those who need them will still buy them. Haven't the master's incomes been unaffected? Or in other words, the old price was actually too low. That's why no one considered it a source of income. He pondered silently. If anyone complains. Mikai immediately said, who dares complain? Dex calmly offered a solution. They'll have to dig the iron ore themselves. There's no work, no pay, right? She thought about it before addressing Dex's problem. But in the end, she laughed and patted his shoulder. Ha ha, you're right. Ha ha. Dex, do you want to become our financial manager? I'll definitely offer a generous salary for you. He politely declined. Ha ha, that's an excellent proposal. But my adventure isn't over yet. Hearing this, she agreed with a chuckle. Yeah, after all, you are an adventurer. Let me handle it. Meanwhile, Dex was already planning the next move in his mind. Alright, the current situation favors Lord Mikhail. Suddenly, Mikhail smiled and asked him, so what do you want? I'll give you anything within my means. He placed a scroll on the table. Time to implement the plan. She picked up the scroll and asked, what's this? It's my business proposal, he replied. She raised an eyebrow at his business proposal. With confidence, he declared that after reading it, she would definitely like it. She opened the scroll to read. Each person has a limit on what they can earn. How can we break this limit? Simple, just become a ruler. Mikai was surprised. This is. He excitedly laughed. Interesting, isn't it? Then he pointed to his mouth and made a deal. If you give me 10% of the profits, I'll handle all business based on this. A few thousand years ago, during the great battle between angels and demons, the earth shook as volcanoes erupted, contributing their heat to the war. The sky was dark with no hope. Only the faint light of angels and demons could be seen. The battle was between angels and demons. No surprise, the angel took down the demon with one move, sending him flying far away. The Chaos King to Demon Kings were furious as their teeth ground against each other. That blade must be a spell dagger. Archangel Michael pointed his sword at him without fear, ignoring his curses. Who dares bring holy weapons here? A calm but stern voice echoed, in the name of Archangel Michael, Satan, I will destroy you. Satan couldn't resist and just stared blankly, like a fleeting dream. Tan returned with a childlike appearance, drooling and looking youthful yet wicked. Watching the bustling crowd, he silently cursed. How could this be in my neighborhood? This is a terrifying nightmare. He whispered to his patron, I just recalled some memories from the old days. Men on both sides of the street were calling out, anyone want to dig Qiangtong? Need a lot of ore, especially high-quality ones. The small demon king asked as he sat on Tan's shoulder, Master, what is your business proposal for Lady Duke? He chuckled, oh, you're curious? He continued speaking, making the other wonder. There's a saying. His eyes suddenly turned cold. It's easy to go in but hard to come out, he shouted fearfully. Playing around like this is enough to start analyzing that mining isn't as simple as people think. Even if they get a good position and favorable results, an ordinary player can only mine about 10 pieces per hour at most. He continued, the reason I often find rare iron ore is due to the special items properties I possess. Hearing this analysis, he understood more. Therefore, mining is just low-efficiency general labor. The Demon King nodded in agreement. That's right, he was a bit upset. There are many mine shafts here. Shouldn't we seize this opportunity? Isn't it foolish to ignore it? He asked Dex. But does that mean there's no way to make money from these mines? Dex shrugged his shoulders. Not necessarily. There is a way. His face under the thick helmet became more mysterious. He chuckled softly. That's selling tickets. Simply put, I'm selling the right to enter this mine shaft. The Demon King was skeptical. How? It's like giving them a ride. But their rights are taken away by force from their own hands. He added, people without money will pay later. And it's not too important if we tell them this at another time. He no longer sat still but flew off Tan's shoulder. How much does a ticket cost? Dex smirked, HM, because people are likely to be tricked only once. So it's about 1 gold. He was shocked by the price. What? Tan hurriedly explained, 1 gold. Even I find it too expensive without knowing anything. No matter how foolish they are, paying so much is a bit excessive. He chuckled. Many people had gathered here due to the information we spread earlier. They will likely pay blindly because they think they can make more in the mine. His expression and demeanor became cunning as his eyes turned sly. And thus, I earn free money without doing anything. Aha! That's the plan. The Demon King was stunned, standing still. This guy is worse than him. He's not as innocent as he seems. This guy is truly a demon keeper. He exploits others without feeling guilty at all. It's the one who gets tricked that's wrong. He covered his head with a disappointed sigh. People are amazing. People are indeed perfect for me to recognize as my master. There's no doubt about it anymore. He wondered if it was a trap and called out clearly, Master. It spoke with the most respectful tone it could muster. There's a place I hope we can go to together, sir. I assure you that nothing will happen to you if you follow me. He was slightly bewildered by its mysterious demeanor, but followed anyway to where it wanted him to go. After walking for quite some time, they finally arrived at their destination. Where are we? It scratched its head and said, it took me a few days of searching before I found this place. The king's face showed a hint of pride. At first, I didn't realize why it seemed so familiar to me. But after arriving at what they called the mine shaft, I remembered. I've been here before. He observed intently while listening carefully to its words. Have you been here before? His eyes flashed with anger but didn't show it clearly. We finally found it. Look closely at this. Those winged angels. They stood in silence for a long time, reluctant to enter and open the door. He noticed small details around them. It seemed abandoned for a long time. But there wasn't even an ounce of iron here. Is it due to magic? Urging him on, try opening it, sir. I think you'll be able to do it if it's you. He pointed at himself with some doubt. Me? But just moved closer to the door, wanting to touch and open it. The system immediately announced, a powerful seal has been placed on this door. You can't approach it. You don't meet the conditions to break the seal. You can't break the seal. If you report the location of this hidden place in the mine shaft to Lord and Lady Duke, you'll receive a special reward. With skills and excavation expertise, both of them retreated as they complained. It couldn't be opened by any powerful seals. The king roared with rage upon hearing that. Of course, there's a seal on it. That's why I brought you here. You're driving me crazy. He asked curiously, what do you mean by that? Death realized Tan had misunderstood its abilities and magic, so he explained, it doesn't mean I have a seal-breaking skill. How can I open it? This door looks impressive, but it's useless if we can't open it. It angrily asked again, don't you understand your own power? Moving away from him, it sat elsewhere and cursed under its breath. Why give such power to a human? If it were a little demon, I could have enchanted it to do anything. He stood on the other side and heard clearly, are you really trying to command me? After some time, he asked again, Master, answer honestly. You know how much power you possess. Are you acknowledging this? It nodded, exactly, no matter what you call it. Your power lies beyond the will of fate. It can do anything with everything created for balance in the world. A power that controls everything, natural or artificial, closest to the power of creation. The gemstone in your hand is glowing. I asked again, now you should understand what you can do with it, right? Seeing him nod, it hesitated. Then he calmly replied, not exactly. Receiving an unwanted answer, I angrily shouted again, do everything, No matter what you want, do anything. More than 10 minutes later, both of us stood outside the door. Debs asked, "So, is this recognition power we possess necessary for Vietnamese-like beings in transit?" Farzad nodded in agreement. Yes. The King of Devils pointed to the door and explained further. Usually it accumulates gradually over a long period. But even so, the quantity would still be very small. Yes, I don't know why, but the accumulated recognition has been unusually high today. Just for our agreement alone, it took at least 500 years to accumulate. Diff understood slowly. I get it. That's why the craving for recognition is so intense. Alright, I understand now. So you mean, can I open this door? He hesitated due to previous events that made him doubt his own abilities, but when I touched it, the system said there was a seal on the door, behind which something urged me on. It could be any kind of seal. Probably just some silly requirements set by those feathered angels. They would use an excuse like saving the world or something similar. The King of Devils suggested, no matter what the case is, it's a problem for others but not for you. You may not have realized it yet, but with your accumulated recognition, this seal means nothing at all. The issue is just that you haven't thought about it like that. His face grew mysterious. What he needed was the resolve to do it. Tan encouraged him to try opening the door again. This time, thinking I wanted to open it, a seal indeed opened and the door began to change. And the system responded positively. The door's seal was reacting with the player. You can bypass the necessary requirements to break the seal by expending recognition. Do you want to break the seal? The required recognition is 15,000. He inwardly thought, 15,000 is double what I need for a special item. However, where else would I use it if not for opening this door? Dex laughed loudly and opened the door. The system continued to report that 15,000 recognition had been consumed. The seal was broken. You have found an undetermined enemy sanctuary. With the seal open, the King of Devils sighed. The first step in my plan has been successfully executed. This is where the Feathered Angels Temple is. The Archangel's Domain, the Holy and Demon War, a fierce battle on the Arcadia battlefield where gods and demons clashed, millions of lives lost, and the entire continent drenched in red blood. The aftermath of that war was so severe that without the World Tree's salvation, no weak neutral power could have survived. 1,000 years after the great battle ended, many still carried the fear from the ancient Holy Demon War. They prayed it would never happen again and left a warning for future generations in the form of a traveler's account. The system kept sending alerts. Flan Mountain's Heaven Guard was breached by an unauthorized user. An error occurred, triggering a mythic-level quest. This is an emergency situation. There has been an error with the mythic-level quest. In the control room, the atmosphere was tense. Kang Tae-hin, managing the script team, stood up to preside over the urgent meeting. Alright, we'll start the emergency meeting now. I know everyone is going through a tough time and are tired, but I hope you can understand this is an extremely urgent matter. Hearing that, all staff members showed their fatigue outside the table. They complained to each other. What's next? I'm still looking forward to going home for a bath. The incident in New Village hasn't even been resolved yet. I want to go home. The director looked at the computer screen thoughtfully. Tae-hin continued, as everyone knows from the information sent out, exactly 32 minutes ago, an incident occurred in a mythic-level quest. After investigating related incidents, we confirmed that the cause of this event is due to content within Flan Mountain. Details attached on page 3 of the meeting document. Please read through it briefly. The director followed instructions and read through the document he had prepared. He asked curiously, "Wait, isn't Flan Mountain an Angel's territory? I've never heard of it before." The manager explained, "This is the first time we know about it. Through this incident, I will tell everyone the story we found out first. Long ago, Flan Mountain was known as the Gateway to Heaven. It said that it was the first place on Arcadia where angels set foot. The various barriers around the mountain are believed to be a hidden barrier to the Heavenly Gate. Simply put, it is a secret holy land. Kunmi on Han Damchil considered, this game really has many mysteries. Isn't there too much hidden storylines we've never touched before? So what's the name of this mythological task that had an incident? Manager King got a bit nervous when asked such a tricky question. We need to study it further, but after examining the failed mission and all related ones, our conclusion is not entirely certain yet. But the general urged us, don't beat around the bush, just tell us clearly, what's this mission about? He nervously sweated as he replied, the second great battle of saints and demons. The phone fell to the ground. His expression changed from calm to shock. What? On this side, both of you have advanced deep inside. A grand hall appears before your eyes. Dex quickly recognized it as the Heavenly Hall. The Demon King smiled and said, "Ha, how is it? That little winged one, I told you I would come here and finally meet all of you, right?" He ran and jumped to get ahead of him. "All right then, fight now, master. Empty their pockets. We will destroy all their plans." Ha, you're not really interested. Huh, he nodded. All right. Dex took a few more steps and approached a shiny golden iron box. "So next, you said there's treasure here, right?" He was rubbing his itch spot as he spoke nonstop. "Yes, that's exactly it." "Then open it up immediately." He reached out to touch the intricate carvings on the box. The system popped up a warning. "This is a language you don't understand. Can't be decoded." Someone who studies ancient languages might decode this. Divine power surrounds your body. HP and megapixel recovery rate significantly increased. We need to investigate the details of these ruins. The hidden ruins have appeared. See the system warning. He hesitated, pulling his hand back. It seems like there's indeed a wonderful item in here. If I just do that, I'm not sure if it's wise. The previous mission said I'd get a special reward by reporting this to the Duke Nam. From afar, the Demon King observed him for a long time as he stood there doing nothing. It urged him on. "Hey, what are you doing? Just open it already." He calmed down. "Hey, just hold your horses." In his heart, he thought, well, thinking about it now, I can't do anything else. If I didn't know where this was, I would have continued the previous mission to get that special reward. Now that I've heard the rumors, I can't do that anymore. After all, a duke like Nam or Makai in a city will never be able to give me anything better than the treasures of the Heavenly Hall. Makai felt his ear itch as if someone was talking behind his back. He continued lost in thought. More importantly, now I've forced open the door using recognition. Basically, I'm acting like a tomb robber now. It might be better to keep this place secret rather than letting people know about it. Dave was more decisive and called out, "All right then, Tan, just open it up." Hearing that, Tan's gloomy mood instantly lifted. "That's good spirit. You're right, my master." After over 10 minutes, both of them were exhausted like ants trying to move a boulder. Han shouted, using his back. "Master, use your back to lift it up." He panted heavily and sweat-drenched, replying, "I've been doing my best already." The box remained still, standing there as if nothing had changed. Both of them were about to collapse and lie down on the ground gasping for breath. "Damn it! Nothing works. Is it because my strength stats are too low?" He heaved a sigh, struggling to breathe. "Damn it! If only I had my original body. This would be as easy as eating candy." Tears and snot streamed down his face. "This is just too ridiculous. It was hard for me to get here. And now I have to lie on the ground like this just because of a single stone, which isn't even that heavy. Not even due to some angel's protection or any more." Hearing him mention the stone, Dex slipped and realized, wait, is it a rock? Dex asked him, "Tan, are you sure there's treasure inside?" He was already frustrated when he had to deal with Dex. "I've said before, of course there is. Why would I go through all this trouble if it wasn't true?" He put on his glasses and replied confidently, "All right, then we have no other choice." System notification, you have been equipped with a stone grinder. Dex picked up the drill and prepared to drill into the rock. Tan blushed, hesitating. "Master, don't tell me," he said in a serious tone. "Tan, drilling is not an option." Dex was going full speed on the drill, exclaiming, "In situations like this, destroying it would be the right answer." The tip of the drill dug deep into the rock, sending fragments flying everywhere. He stood by, sighing as he watched. Humans are even worse than demons. System notification. You have completed a special achievement by destroying an unknown ancient relic. Nature is shocked by what you've done. Your relationship with the heavens has hit rock bottom. We advise you to stay away from heaven's sight. You have earned the title of Relic Destroyer. After finishing, he smiled contentedly. Phew, using the stone grinder was much more comfortable than I thought. But when the box or coffin was opened, inside were a set of bones wearing a dazzling outfit. He paused. But is this treasure? Dex pointed at the bones and asked, Tan, if it's supposed to be treasure, why didn't you tell me sooner? Why did you let me open someone else's coffin like this? Tan was speechless, sighing, if you knew it was a coffin, you wouldn't have broken it. I didn't think you'd be affected by that. Sorry about that. I didn't expect you to care. It's okay. He shrugged. After all, what's the big deal with this scene? Just take whatever you want. Even I don't want to take everything that used to belong to a dead person. He smiled apologetically. Really? Haha. I have the answer already. Tan pointed at the necklace on the deceased's outfit. Take this necklace, Master. The King of Demons was feeling victorious in his heart. Haha. This necklace is a holy relic. It's something the angels prepared for the future. I'm sure if my master, an evil person, gets it, all their plans will be ruined. What now? This is how we'll irritate them. Those damn chickens. The system sent a notification that you've received the Heavenly Glory Medal. Divine power is reacting to you. A ray of light appeared, dispelling everything round it. Disappear completely. What's happening? Dex's hands were invaded by a beam of light, but he couldn't move them. I can feel something. Something is flooding into me. The system sent a notification along with a shiny golden medal. You've received the Heavenly Glory Medal. Immediately after touching the medal, Dex got a response signal. Divine power is sensing you. His face was slightly surprised as he held up a glowing item. The fallen king's essence was affected by the divine power emanating from the medal and tried to block it with his hands. What's going on? Deb still didn't understand what was happening. Seeing the divine energy radiating from him, she thought she could feel something. Suddenly, a godly figure appeared holding a sword tightly. Debs noticed something unusual, as if something was flooding into her. The godly figure's form became clearer, with long hair flowing in the wind. Its hand suddenly moved towards Dex, causing him to shield his eyes from the gathered light. The system sent a message. The special ability of the Heavenly Glory Medal has been activated. You've received the hidden holy tongue. A small flame started to flicker. It grew stronger and entered her body, followed by an alert. Your profession is not divine. There's a serious disagreement. Fortunately, there's an emergency solution. The item will be temporarily disabled. Please contact the customer service center to handle this issue. Dex was taken aback as he stared at the small flame approaching him. After a while, things took a positive turn. The fallen king's essence dissipated into a smaller form, using its wings to fly up and curiously inspecting the item in his hand. Master, what just happened? Dex didn't know either. Let me check it out. This is the Heavenly Glory Medal, Debs thought as she examined the item. However, according to the system's notification, this was a deactivated item due to a serious error. We will investigate and find a solution. Please bear with us. Debs felt surprised and worried about her future. Things just got more complicated. Is it because of my profession? Dex asked Tan. Yeah, they'll probably do something with this. Are you sure? The scene changed to Namtc Maikai's Hai Nui Fine mining area. A majestic mountain landscape was visible. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Stop! For Hai Ung Tak's pleasure. What's going on? Debs thought to herself. Strange. Why are the guards blocking the entrance? The guards approached and showed a paper, asking questions. I've never met you before. Are you here to mine in this area? Hai Ung Tac answered honestly. Yes. Why? Debs asked. The guard then demanded from Hai Ung Tac. You need to pay a fee to mine here. Or do you have a pass with you? Hai Ung Tak's face turned pale. Pass, he thought. Pass? I've never heard of it before. You only remember there was a YouTube video about making money with Arcadia, 540,000 views, and it was one of the top games. But I didn't expect to face this when I got here. What's going on? This is the first time I've heard of it. The YouTube video we watched at school didn't mention anything about that. Things have changed. Huh? The guard thinks you're a broke guy daring to come here and immediately starts blaming you. No work, no food. If you're like this fake miner coming to dig for money, what can you contribute to the Duchess Maikai's mine? You'll have to pay, right? When I hesitated, asking about the passage card fee, he immediately suggested buying one. It expires in a month. And of course, the price is high. He said it costs 30 gold. That's cheap, isn't it? When I heard 30 gold, my eyes widened. I thought about the huge sum like an unclimbable mountain. 30 gold means I need to earn a gold per day. And that's 100,001 per day. If it's 100,001 daily, it would be over 3 million in a month. As a high school student, I can't afford this amount. Thinking about the high price, I silently shed tears and had to give up on my dream of getting rich by mining. The guard noticed my expression and guessed. What's wrong? Is it because you don't have enough money for a passage card? When I tried to negotiate, I was afraid of his suspicious glances. Yes, I came here to earn money, so I can't afford that much. The guard smiled cunningly as if he had something up his sleeve. He patted me on the shoulder and said, "Got it, you don't have a lot of money, right? Just look at your clothes. But there's a system for people like you." I was confused. What kind of system is that? He suggested something to lure me in, like buy now, pay later. If you're interested, he pointed to the house at the foot of the mountain and said, "Go to the counseling room for an explanation." As we approached the counseling room, a green-haired girl with bright red eyes sat there. She greeted us with a naive smile. I was dazzled by her beauty when she first caught my eye. The guard secretly rejoiced in his heart. Another one is added to our list. What they want are miners. But as Mr. Tak stepped into the counseling room, it's like climbing a stage with a noose hanging over him. In Duchess Maikai's mining area on Mount Worry, there was not a single person and no light from outside could penetrate. Only oil lamps provided some illumination. The situation in this mining area is precarious due to recent labor shortages. But deep inside the mountain, workers were still working day and night, and voices echoed from within, "Hurry up. Dig faster. I need to pay back my passage card fee so I can start earning again." Some even chanted, magic crystal, please just one for me." The green-haired girl smiled at all this. It's too fascinating. She seemed excited. This strategy is called once you're in, there's no turning back. I didn't expect to lure so many people. It can't be true that they haven't realized they've become miners. Their false hopes are distorting their judgment. She still doesn't know who came up with this tactic. This idea is too wicked compared to the Duchess's plan. I don't know who thought of it. All she can say for sure is that whoever did it must be terrifying. On Dex's side, he received a notification saying he mined 100,000 coins today. The Duchess's task is complete. Find the Duchess and claim your reward. Upon receiving this information, Dex was surprised as well. I completed the mission. He went to talk to King Tan. "Okay, let's finish up here." King Sating flew over and asked, "Master, what are we doing?" Dex put on his armor again. "What else? Of course, we'll do the work we're supposed to, but why are we here anyway?" King Sating didn't understand but felt a bad vibe. Dex recounted their glorious achievements. Besides excavating ancient ruins, we also stole something after destroying this place and even destroyed some bodies while trying to get the necklace. I've become worse than a thief now. Saying this, Deps looked pleased. The King of Demons sits helplessly as he listens to you talk on the coffin. You know that, right? Death has a wicked intention. If people knew what we were doing here, our situation would be even more complicated. I want this place to remain a secret. Dex stops talking, making the King of Demons even more curious. Suddenly, a violet light like electricity starts emitting from him. Death pulls out his treasure sword and plants it in the ground, deciding we must erase all evidence. The King of Demons becomes even more terrified after hearing this. Forget about destroying everything. Don't say that. Dex turns with a friendly smile, but inside is a vicious person. Exactly. As he finishes speaking, the cave begins to violently transform, rocks falling from above everywhere, and where Dex goes turning into ruins. He processes everything smoothly, sighing in relief. We've erased all evidence now. I just need to block the entrance. It's perfect. The King of Demons stands there, looking at the smiling person before him. It's really possible to learn a lot from humans. At another scene in Maikai's castle, Maikai suddenly appears and slams the table. Hello, I've been waiting for you. Dex speaks first. I guess you got more miners for the iron mine. Mikhail happily says, thanks to you. At least I don't need to worry about this until next year at most. I don't know what you did, but there are indeed many adventurers coming with shovels, as you said. While saying this, she has a look like she wants to devour him alive. Do you know how many people signed the slave contracts after we told them the ridiculous price of the travel card? Seeing her expression, he feels a bit scared. I'm not sure anymore. How many? She shouts in joy more than ever on her face. We're talking about 9,693 people in total. If we consider the usual number of miners is around 800, this is a remarkable achievement, isn't it? Not only did we get 30% of the transaction fees, but iron ore must also be sold within the Duke's territory. How did you come up with this idea? You're truly brilliant. Dave turns away to avoid Michael's gaze. I got inspiration from somewhere. He thinks maybe from news about evil companies. Looking at her expression, he prays for himself. She seems even crazier than when we first met. Everything will be fine, right? Mikhail mutters to himself, looking like a wizard. With things going this way, we must make the most of these little slaves. Maybe I can become a duke too. Now it's Dex's turn to speak. The female duke. It seems he has achieved what he wanted. Let's talk about the reward now. Mikhail immediately turns around at this mention. Yes, that's right. The reward. I've prepared it already. A bag filled with gold coins to the point where it bulges out. Here you are as promised 10% profit. Right when the system sends a notification, you have received 120 gold and 23 silver. Dex holds the bag and smiles. This is about 12 million gun. I can now easily pay off my debts. But before he can finish, Mikhail speaks up and she offers a deal to Dex. You really have no intention of working with us, right? We'll treat you as a partner and share power equally. You received a notification from Mikhail, the male countess. The male countess Mikhail fully trusts you and is offering to collaborate with you. If you agree, you can use all her powers like an equal peer of hers. Your compatibility with the male countess Mikhail will increase significantly. You have two choices. 1, no. 2, yes. Desi thought for a moment and found it surprisingly appealing. He wondered what he should do next. In another part of the virtual world Arcadia, where a secret story is born in this vast world. It's funny how everything stems from one person. It was created for that very person. In that world, the silhouette of a young man and a teenage girl appeared. That's who created the virtual world Arcadia. He looked at Jennifer with affection. Thank you, Jennifer, for helping me find happiness in a world where I couldn't move without permission. No words can express how I feel now, so just watch. This world was created for her. That's Arcadia, a beautiful and dreamy place. Jack, the creator of Virtual World Arcadia, stood in a space where data was displayed. In front of him was an image of the administrator. Jack greeted, Alice, right? It's been a while, hasn't it? You've seemed busy lately. What happened? On the other side, Alice briefly explained the current situation. A serious disagreement has occurred regarding an issue that needs to be fixed. I can't handle this problem within my authority. I want you to come and check it out. As she spoke, Alice showed Jack what she had reported. After reviewing, he felt excited and intrigued. A new position has appeared, Chaotic Bard. You've changed your hidden profession to a Chaotic Bard. Jack checked the system information. This setting is even unknown to me, the creator. His eyes showed clear danger. A liar has appeared in my world. That will be interesting. Jack was surprised by the image of the chaotic bard. Before your hidden profession, you changed it to a chaotic bard. It made Jack even more interested. This setting is unknown even to me, the creator. Seems like a liar has appeared in my world. The image of Dick appeared. He stood inside a space that was being disrupted. Additionally, he also has the Saint's Ladder item and Heaven's Glory medal. This is a profession reserved only for the main character in the Holy Demon War. This makes Dex the strongest now that he has both of these things. Jack realized there was an issue. This name conflicted with my settings, right? He pointed at the screen and laughed. It's indeed a great decision to create Arcadia, isn't it? Alice responded from the other side, as long as you're satisfied, administrator. She wondered what they should do next. Currently, we can't grant Dex the profession of seer. Please make a decision. Jack thought for a moment and said, let's not worry about the profession now. It's not really important yet. Since he found it, we need to reward him. In that case, he instructed Alice, adjust the item stats a bit. Alice was confused. Stats? Jack continued, exactly. That name, after breaking my world, he left. I need to balance it out. And Alice's task is to use Michael. Back at Dex's side when the Countess balloon still shows up. After some thought, Dex finally makes a choice. Sorry, but I decline your offer. Michael hears this and gets alarmed. What? Why? Are you unhappy with the terms? But Dutch just smiles because his goal goes beyond that. As I said before, I still want to travel across all continents. I'll think about it after completing my wish, and believe me, it will be exhausting if we get involved into many things. Maikai hears this and becomes even happier. Really? So let's make a deal. Duke gets startled by her sudden approach. You said something. Pay attention to the Countess' distance. Then Maikai takes out a white envelope. Take this with you, she says cheerfully. This is a recommendation letter I wrote myself. With it, you can get protection anywhere in the kingdom. The system immediately sends a message. You have received a reward for completing the mission. You have received a Countess's recommendation letter. Holding the letter, Dex wonders about life and thanks her. But will there be a battle in the kingdom? Mikhail explains to him that he doesn't know, as the current state of the kingdom is quite chaotic. Even with a whole box of such recommendation letters, it's not enough to ensure a safe journey. Diff wants more information. The current state of the kingdom. What do you mean? Dex thinks, I've never heard of this before. This information is not revealed to players. Could it be internal news from NBC? Mikhail looks a bit gloomy. The truth is, the royal family situation has been quite unstable lately. The current king is too old and the prince needs to ascend the throne soon. But he's still young, and because of that, power-hungry leaders from all over have started abusing their authority. They use every means possible to attack the little prince. Michael mentions a name, and the worst among them is Baron Burhan. He stands as the leader of the nobles, gathering most of them and trying to make the king his puppet. He's nothing but a cunning devil, not only wanting to hurt the child, but also starting wars with neighboring countries. He surely tries to embezzle the huge war funds every time there's a conflict. Mikhail thinks about this and feels more sorrowful. She doesn't know how badly the kingdom will be devastated later. Debs feels uneasy. Things seem more complicated than she thought, and she doesn't want to get involved at all. Suddenly, Mikhail shouts, I'll write a letter for you to take to them. Even mentioning it would make the royal family take you seriously. First, go find Baron Brocken. He will recognize your abilities and give you important missions. She asks Dex if he's willing to lend Marin Kingdom's strength to the kingdom. Dex is shocked by this. His heart only wants to say no. When he wants to stay out of it, he's already agreeing. And immediately, a new mission arrives. The Marin Kingdom is surrounded by fierce neighboring countries that always need to be wary of the powerful nations around them. Recently, a new wind has been blowing through the entire kingdom. A chaotic poet missed this crucial moment, isn't it? Go and become the protagonist of this new wind. Contribute to the kingdom and the royal family. Depending on your actions, the content of the mission will change. Debs looks at the mission in surprise because this mission is too unexpected. The system doesn't even ask if she wants to accept it. She has no choice. Debs quietly gave it a 1-star review. This damn game. Helpless. He could only agree despite his heart-breaking, "I'll do my best, damn it." Mikhail looked forward to Debs' response, knowing he could trust him and believing he would accept the mission. Debs smiled and replied, "Those who can trust me, Lord Knight." Outside Mikhail's castle, everything remained peaceful. After their discussion, Debs quickly left. Mikhail waved at him and said, "Take care, Debs." She told him, "Contact me anytime. I'll always support you." Debs happily bid farewell. He really didn't want to get involved in anything. Damn it seems like I've fallen into a pretty complicated relationship. Michael looked up at the clear sky with fluffy white clouds and thought, this isn't just intuition. She raised her hand to comfort herself, for sure, because even a fool could sense after meeting him that the adventurer was the key to changing the world. Considering everything from the beginning, Michael's thoughts were quite reasonable. The adventurer is Death, or rather, Death's actions have started changing Arcadia alongside Satan's companionship. Even if things are proceeding normally, whether it's his intention or destiny's flow doesn't matter. His choice has changed the fate of countless people. That's a harsh reality due to his impact. Even super unlucky people exist, despite most of what's happening being quite illogical. This is Arcadia, a world created for players. How can we punish someone who plays closest to the original purpose? More importantly, compared to his achievements later on, the present results are just a tiny grain of sand in the vast desert. Dex steps out of the city gate and embarks on a new journey. The King of Demons always feels something's off, Master. Are you really okay? Duke D doesn't understand what the king is saying. Okay, what does that mean? Satan continued. I know for sure things will get complicated when involved in human politics, even if it benefits the kingdom, but don't you hate getting into trouble? Death looked at the vast world far away. Yes, but he decided to follow Lao. With things turning out this way, we must continue moving forward. Death was very confident. Isn't everything we do for recognition? Suddenly, a golden divine energy radiated. At the same time, the system message indicated that the issue with the system error had been resolved. The glory medal stats were adjusted. Sorry for any inconvenience. We hope you enjoy your stay here. The medal suddenly started glowing on its own. Then it emitted such strong divine energy that Dex had to cover his eyes, unable to bear it. The King of Demons was equally surprised. What's the deal with this? Dex noticed. Light. Condensing. Suddenly, a strange object appeared as wings. Dex's eyes turned golden under divine energy influence. That is! The King of Demons Tan also realized. Wait, no way! A golden hair braid appeared. A notification was sent. Thanks to the effect of the glory medal, you have been connected with a holy creature. A guardian angel has been summoned and the item's permanent binding was successful. At this moment, a radiant figure of an angel appeared in the sky. That's why Saint Light and Archangel Michael. Suddenly, the angel shrunk into a little girl's shape. Why are Saint Light and Archangel Michael, angels and demons always like cat and mouse? They can be considered natural enemies. The two tribes don't get along. Their leaders' meeting was actually messier than people thought. Why are you here? Disappear! Dissipate the summoning for me. Michael's loud cry echoes in the eerie forest at night. Breaking the silence, you're the one who talks too much. Pressing the button of divine judgment, Satong responds immediately. Michael Van Hao says, I was wondering what you were doing instead of hiding in a cave. Now you show up and destroy our holy land. Have you gone mad? That's your way too, right? Satong stammers as he replies. My CCN retorts disdainfully. You haven't figured anything out yet. Want to fight again? Ha, let's play. Fine with me. The tank doesn't hesitate to accept the challenge. Hold on. Dex tries to stop them helplessly. He asks, what are you two doing? Looking at my CCN, he replies, yeah, please step aside. Master, I must kill this chicken. Me too! My CCN roars back. So infuriating, thinking you can just try me in my original form? Satong confidently argues. With a sigh like Michael, he says, Stop talking nonsense. Do you think only you can't use your original form? Look at that coward who ran away during the last battle. Not because you brought holy weapons or cast spells openly, trying to cheat shamelessly. You're just boasting, Satang angrily retorts. Oh my! When did we have a rule against using holy weapons? Dix hears and turns to look, thinking. Holy weapons sound like to neighborhood kids fighting. He ponders or thinks of myths from the library. Suddenly, someone calls out, interrupting his thoughts. He turns round. Michael continues, "Aren't you a mortal who made a pact with Satan?" He rubs his chin and smiles. "Yeah, that's me. Actually, I was forced to sign, so it wasn't voluntary." Satang doesn't agree, huh? Have you ever hesitated to exploit my weakness for your own gain? Michael gently explains, the power you have seems like an acknowledgement. If not given to the right person, it could become a dangerous weapon, especially in the hands of that wretched, cunning scoundrel. With a disdainful tone, Satang shouts, "Who's the one who's weak? You chicken." Pretending not to hear, Michael continues, "But we can't change an effective contract, so don't listen to the honeyed words of that demon. I will be your guardian angel and guide you on the right path." Michael smiles confidently. Dex looks surprised but says nothing. Satang's voice echoes with a mocking laugh. Accompanied by a smug smile, he says, "Fool, do you think you can?" Michael asks, "What are you up to?" Satan continues, "I assure you, as the leader of demons, you stand before me now. He is the closest human to the standard of a demon I've ever met in my life. No, he might be worse than a demon." Satang suddenly shouts, making Michael jump. Damn. Continuing his thoughts, but he's right. My chaotic poet profession is clearly a job that upsets the heavens and earth. And if people comment on what I've done in this game so far, it's closer to an evil philosophy. To fulfill her wish here, Michael suddenly says, "I don't think so." She hugs herself and smiles like Buddha. "Why are you crying?" Instead, our creator made humans and the original goodness. So showing them that inherent goodness is a divine duty for all angels, including me. Amidst the bright golden light, she continues, "From now on, I'll try to find your good heart." Michael smiles and flies closer. Dex still silent. Michael says, "Just call me L from now on, her." Line 60 is repeated as it's the last line. Dabs responded indifferently, "Okay then." Satan stood with his arms crossed, mouthing silently with a reluctant expression. But the tiny sprite still reluctantly pointed to her waist and said, "Listen up. I'll keep my eyes closed and let you go for the sake of our master's interests. However, that acknowledgement belongs to me. Get moving and head back to heaven immediately." Oh heavens, this is hilarious. If anyone else heard this, they'd think his acknowledgement was genuine. The demons are truly shameless. You should have let go of the acknowledgement from the moment I appeared. Io responded with a disdainful tone. Satang angrily retorted, "Auntie, I'm the one who made that deal with him first. Don't be so presumptuous." Al challenged back. "What good is the acknowledgement to you? You're planning another upheaval in heaven, aren't you? Do you think I don't know your schemes, dirty scoundrel?" Al shouted. "Don't call me that, you rotten chicken." Death helplessly watched the two argue, unable to intervene. He thought silently. The number of pillars supporting the world's stability increased from 1 to 2. Then Dex called out, "My name is L." Upon hearing her name, she turned around and shifted her attention from Satan to Dex. What's going on? Whether it's an angel or a demon doesn't matter. Unfortunately, this is a capitalist world driven by the market's competitive spirit. Speaking of acknowledgement, I won't be making any rash statements. Debs continued. "So here's the question." "That's right. What will you give me in exchange for your acknowledgement?" Debs smiled and asked. "The law of giving and receiving is crucial." Io was taken aback for a moment. Then she lightly laughed and replied, That's the deal. Money talks. That's also a common belief in heaven. Well, there are some heavenly weapons that could be quite useful to humans. Do you want those?" "No, not items." "Do you have any skills?" Dix asked. "Sorry, what are skills?" Al was confused. Upon hearing this, he thought to himself in confusion, "Oh, she doesn't understand game terms, right? Then he continued, I mean, I'm not good at combat. I need special abilities to help me fight off powerful enemies. In simple terms, it's about power. Power, power. As L spoke, he pondered. The Chaos Poet appeared, and the system notification displayed his new profession. Your profession has evolved into a chaotic poet. This is an amazing profession. It grants hidden acknowledgement abilities, but at a steep price. You lose your level system. He thought silently, and all the skills he had were non-combat related like mining or diving. Of course, using items to trade off might be good, but there must be a limit if I can compensate for this flaw. Suddenly, L spoke up. I have something suitable. The system panel flickered back on. You've made a pact with an angel. Skill, Heavenly Descent. You can temporarily borrow Heaven's power using your recognition points. L continued. Here, our pact is complete. Want how much power? Heaven gives you that much. But the more you trade, the more recognition it costs, right? Dex thought and said, good idea. Dex smirked. Let's see. Heavenly Descent, a bright light emerged. Tan was surprised and covered his eyes, shouting, ah, the golden light illuminated a large area, making it bright as day. The strong light caught others' attention. Among them were orc warriors. Cut to where you are standing now, with several prominent characters appearing. Knight of Honor Farhan, Great Mage Merlin, Guardian Saint Basil, God of Thieves Miffin. Heavenly Descent allows you to temporarily borrow the power of these heroes who once possessed faith and gives them to you as souls, he said with confidence. Dex smiled and said, got it, this will be useful later. Suddenly, a strange sound came from somewhere. Clack, clack, a human, grabbing everything in sight. Dex heard the noise and turned around. An orc, 10 times Dex's size, green-skinned, carrying an oversized knife. He continued, that's right, cut it all out, and we'll give you a quick death. Not scared at all, he chuckled, perfect timing. I need someone to test my new abilities. Heavenly Descent, Knight of Honor Farhan. Rows of rocks stood proudly in the clear sky, rough and jagged, known as Mount Fian's Peak. Contrary to its majestic appearance from above, below on Mount Fian's Peak, a harsh survival struggle was taking place. One of the unfortunate victims offered to the Lord. Hard to believe, but everyone is here, playing the game of making money by buying items. They're not stupid, everyone realizes they are in a dreamlike fantasy. He became even more certain. Right, everyone here is accepting the truth that they've been tricked. The top slave was frowning, rubbing his overworked hands. The little guy was moaning in pain. He bent down, gripping his hand tightly on the tool. Deep inside, he kept thinking, I wish my friends are all out hunting now. I can't even tell them that I'm stuck in a mine because of this humiliation. The little guy's eyes started to widen. He blamed himself. Why am I playing so stupidly even in a game? Worthless, worthless. I just want to get out of here. I want to escape. After thinking, he sighed deeply. For a moment, he was stunned. Maybe escaping again echoed in his small mouth. Then the fire of determination began to burn in his will. Maybe just run away. A mournful cry echoed, let me go. That was one of the continuously shouting people brought here. I bought that capsule to play a game, not for slavery. The man on the left asked the man on the right, what is he talking about? He replied, maybe he's just lost his mind. Suddenly, 2 guys walked up next to Youngsik and started chatting. An older man in a brown, sweat-stained shirt spoke up. Oh really? I bet you were planning to run away, right? You're so stupid. The guy with green hair beside him chimed in too. Haha, it's all for nothing. Hearing this, Yongsik's expression turned slightly sinister. Not sure, he asked again. What do you mean? Now, the green-haired guy said to him, you didn't know if you run away, you'll become a deserter. And you'd be breaking your contract with the Lady of 3 Titles. The whole town will treat you like a criminal. The older man laughed and wiped his sweat, telling the kid, yeah, in the end, if you want to keep playing, you'll have to come back to this mine even after running away. Instead, just stay here and work off your debt faster by mining. He then turned to ask the kid, you're not planning to run away, right? Hearing that, Yongsik quickly waved his hands to deny it. Of course not. The warning sound continued echoing in the mine. Yongsik's face contorted with frustration. Damn. Suddenly, a system notification sounded repeatedly. Your mining skill has leveled up to rank 5. Your mining speed increased slightly. You can now mine for longer periods without getting tired. You have achieved the title of Resolute Miner. The Ancient Flame expressed interest in your soul. The Ancient Flame had a good impression of you because you spent much time working with iron. At this sudden system announcement, Yongsik was extremely surprised. His face turned sinister as he muttered to himself, "The Ancient Flame, what's going on? What is it?" Suddenly, another loud sound cut through his thoughts. "Hey, number 1, dig seriously now." The noise made Yongsik scream like a pig being slaughtered. Me, I'm sorry." On the other side, Dex was using a special skill of his, Heaven's Wrath. He summoned the soul of the Honorable Knight. Farhan became an ally. Farhan is a legendary warrior who always brings victory to his allies. His sword made countless demons tremble in fear, and his shield saved countless lives under its protection. It said on the continent that with him, victory is within reach. People call him the Messenger of Glory, but to his enemies, he has another name. Standing before Farhan was one of those demons. Clearly, it was terrified. He shattered it. Our strongest shield. Contrary to the demon, Farhan remained calm and slowly approached it. Why are you surprised? You'll end up like this eventually. With that, he swung his sword forcefully. The demon was extremely terrified, screaming in pain before being split in two. These demons who fear him call him Farhan the Demon Slayer. That's his remaining nickname. A green notification appeared. A celestial body has descended upon your soul. You can temporarily use its power. Dex could now use all of Farhan's skills, the Honorable Knight. Witnessing the scene before him, the Demon King began to feel tense as his sword and shield clashed. The tension in the air was palpable. The sword and shield clashing created a loud noise. At this moment, Farhan's power seems to be overflowing within him. He speaks. This is a divine skill indeed. Just as its name suggests, a celestial body will descend upon my soul. It truly surpasses what I imagined. The King of Demons flies high, looking down at Dex with a puzzled expression. He asks, "Why must it be that wretched one?" In response, Dex remains extremely calm. "You know him." Hearing this answer, the King of Demons becomes furious, his eyes turning red. His voice roars in reply. "Are you joking with me? All demons in hell know that monster. He hunts even those sitting and playing by the water, destroying them all. He's a lunatic." Upon hearing this, Dex can't help but laugh inwardly. Wait, isn't he a seasoned holy warrior with many achievements? Yes, in their eyes, he is indeed a criminal from the asylum gone mad. After thinking about it, Dex breaks into a smile. "Alright then, you've waited long enough. Let's start fighting now." In front of him stand 3 orc warriors. They are incredibly large. Suddenly, one of the 3 warriors speaks up. The team leader is named Dan. The orc warrior in charge replies, "I know! He's different from just now. Now he's strong." Dex's eyes become sharp. He looks back at the 3 opponents. They must know what we have too, right? If it were a regular monster, they would already be attacking us. The boss here should be smart. A map appears in his mind as he starts calculating. Zhejiang has entered the route, especially after leaving the territory of Count Maikai. He used a path deep within the forest where no one travels. This is a shortcut to the next destination, but most players never make it here. The reason being that the regional boss and orc warriors guard this place. Death slightly lowers his head with a dangerous expression. Level 25 is strong too, so. Before he could finish his sentence, one of the 3 orc warriors swings a large knife at him. Suddenly, a beam of yellow light emitted. It's the power Death created. So strong it kept the knife suspended in mid-air for a moment. Death smirked at his opponent. That's how to use it. Then he gave a final confirming smile. Alright then. Now it's our turn. Don't use it too early though. A green notification appeared, putting the Saint into combat mode. Justice has been activated. The twilight flames have been ignited. Despite his small stature, Death possesses immense power. The sword's strength made 3 orc warriors panic. It was terrifying. Stay away from us. Dex's eyes filled with anger. Split their necks, you scoundrels. A lightning bolt of light struck down. The entire forest seemed to glow. A notification appeared. The skill has ended. Based on total duration and usage method, 352 points were consumed. After the battle, only the moonlight and his slender Dex remained in the sky. He spoke, one strike to end it all. Angel Elle appeared, amazed and praising, wonderful job. She lowered her head slightly, thinking, this is unreasonable. Even if he used the Divine Descent skill, how could a mortal body withstand such power? Suddenly, she realized something. Her eyes widened as she looked at one point. Then she placed her hand on her chest and thanked fate. I understand now. Oh Creator, I understand why you sent me here. She realized the purpose of her existence in this world. She thought, humanity is the being that will reverse the flow of the world. The eyes of Archangel Michael looked at Dex with new trust. Eyes believing in his abilities. Eyes waiting for him to change the world. She thought to herself, Michael has witnessed your capabilities firsthand. Unlike Michael's contemplative mind, our protagonist is just frustrated he hasn't used all his strength yet. He thought, I need a good fight after putting down my sword for so long. The night was deep and the moon high. Tonight, the full moon shone brightly. Chaos King and Archangel Michael lay asleep on the ground. Meanwhile, Dex sat quietly looking at his system screen. It showed the Divine Descent skill. Dex thought to himself, the Divine Descent skill. Thankfully, I used it early. This allowed me to find its strengths and weaknesses. Death recalled fighting monsters, thinking, one advantage is reducing rank disparity in battles. He continued thinking about his battle with the cheating sword, 300,000 points. Initially, I could only buy items from Tan and use them to close the gap with my opponent, but it cost a lot of points. Div thought, so I had to keep using those bought items, which limited my attacks. Thus, until owning an item that can be used in any situation, there was no choice but to fight like this. Back to the present, Div pondered. This is why I didn't buy any combat items. Thankfully, this issue has been resolved, but there's a significant drawback. The system screen appeared again. Divine Form. Points consumed, 352. Point consumption will increase with the duration of Divine Form usage. He remembered using Divine Form. It took only 3 minutes to kill 3 orcs, and even with skill window research, no more than 10 minutes. His face showed concern, but consuming so many points, he wondered how much would be needed against a stronger opponent. He scratched his head and said, the key is the strength of opponents using Divine Form. Well, it's quite interesting. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, making Dex turn around alertly. Did you find the weakness of Divine Descent interesting? Surprising! That's Michael the Archangel's voice. He asks Elle, are you awake now? Elle smiles and says, angels usually sleep quite little, unlike someone else. On the other side, the King of Demons wakes up abruptly from his nap. Elle continues, it seems you're worried about the points spent, right? Elle mentions Farhan, saying maybe you don't know but Farhan is a warrior with immense power. Elle says to him, if it only costs that much to summon someone like him here, it's not expensive at all. Elle adds, well, the power of recognition is that it can turn the impossible into the possible. Dave thinks silently, she really knows how to persuade people. He sighs and says, Hearn is fine too, although I feel like I'm being drained. It's true that now I have more choices. However, I will only use it when necessary and be careful with it. Elle agrees, saying that was a wise decision. Debs asks, but Elle, does your companion need to sleep? Elle replies, Hearn, not sure. What do you think? The Kingdom of Merrill is the main server base for GM's trade guild in Acadia. Currently, the internal situation here isn't very optimistic. Although to neighboring countries, they are still seen as strong and kind. Located between the second continent of Acadia and having a geographical advantage, this place serves as a middle ground for trade with other kingdoms. They have gained huge profits due to their strategic location. Therefore, many major guilds have formed in the GM Trade Guild Federation here, busy with their work. A furious voice suddenly booms, "This is too much." An angry merchant shouts loudly, "I brought a lot of goods here, but the guild master isn't even showing up. Even though I know this trade guild was established by veteran adventurers, it's still too much." Behind the merchant, a man steps forward and says, "Sorry for the disrespect." The merchant calmly turns around and asks, "Who are you?" John Smith politely nods and says, "Although I'm not the guild master, I hope you'll allow me, as the branch leader, to take care of you." John Smith's eyes turn dark and he says, "Our guild master is currently in a meeting at another house." Burhan points out, the GM Trade Guild Federation's guild master probably guessed there would be a large conflict between the Kingdom of Meryl and Baku Kingdom. It was inevitable to resolve old grudges and make the Kingdom of Meryl richer and stronger. Choi Jae-gyu smiles and asks, "So can you support our GM Trade Guild in the future?" He frowns and thinks silently, "Heck, this evil NPC really has a sharp tongue." Choi Jae-gyu continues to think, payback is a dish best served cold. If he wants, he could control all of Meryl's army, which is the core of GM's server in Arcadia. This is a dangerous character, with rumors saying he's trying to seize the throne when the king isn't capable enough. Choi Jae-gyu and Duke Burhan face each other seriously. Choi Jae-gyu thinks, but for our GM Trade Guild Federation, this is an ally that can bring in millions. Choi Jae-gyu's face tightens as he continues to think, I didn't expect to meet him so soon. Luckily, I did some background checks before and should reward the strategy department. Choi Jae-gyu is the youngest son of GM Corporation. He remembers being scolded by his father. Choi Jae-gyu finally tried and gave up how many positions? CEO, head of departments, team leader. You've been causing chaos and running away all day. Do you know what the people in the company think about you? If this time you fail, there won't be any position for you here anymore. Choi Jae-gyu meekly replies, Yes, sir. The Great Trade Guild has established a strong fortress within the Kingdom of Meryl, GM Trade Guild Federation. In reality, it belongs to a large Korean corporation, GM Corporation, led by Choi Jae-gyu, the youngest son of the chairman. It's a community of Arcadia players purely for making as much money as possible. In other words, right now, power and authority are intersecting with reality and virtuality. Intersecting. Burhan says, GM Trade Guild was built by adventurers. I came here because I heard this guild not only developed rapidly, but is also very united. Now meeting you confirms those rumors are true. Use all your resources to buy up all kinds of grains. I'll pay you a fair price for it. Choi Jae-gyu smiles and says, meaning, Burhan replies, exactly. Burhan continues, we will grant the GM Trade Guild Federation some authority to handle the grain supply issues in the Kingdom of Meryl. So just act without drawing attention. That's why I came to you, an adventurer. Choi Jae-gyu laughs and replies, as your wish. Burhan leaves. Choi Jae-gyu sits with his hands on the table, thinking silently, this is my chance. He says, Troy, or Branch Leader Smith, you heard that too, right? The big business we've been waiting for has finally arrived. John Smith replied, yes, sir. Oh no, I mean Chairman, I agree with you. Choi Jae-gyu laughed loudly and stood up. Right, contact your father immediately. A great opportunity has appeared. We should get more investment. John Smith hesitated before answering, I disagree. Hearing this, George W. asked anxiously, why? John Smith smiled gently and said, Sir, I mean, Chairman, you don't know. John Smith continued, so far, the company has invested $800 million. It's quite difficult to get any higher investment now. George W. immediately objected, with such a small amount of money, it's just dampening spirits. I'll pay it back later. Then George W. folded his arms and gritted his teeth as he replied, all right, then we'll have to accept it. He thought about the matter with Duke Burhan. Although they couldn't get more investment now, the money they had accumulated so far was enough. I will help Duke Burhan supply necessities to the Meryl Kingdom, and if he succeeds in punishing the Pakal Kingdom, he can take the throne from the old king. If that happens, the economy of Arcadia Korea's server will basically fall into GM Corporation's hands. Choi Jae-gyu adjusted his collar and smiled. Haha, father, just wait and see. He continued, with this Arcadia game, I'll prove to you my capabilities. No one can stop me. On the other side, a man said, so? That was Broken. He asked, did Lady Belligerent Michael send you here? Broken was talking with Dex. He continued, it's great to meet you, Adventure Dex. Broken stared at Dex standing in front of him. He held a letter. Broken tightened the letter and asked, is this the recommendation letter that Lord Michael gave you? Dex replied, yes, I don't know what's written on it, but Lord Michael said he would provide protection if I handed it over to you. The Lord also mentioned some information about me in there. Broken didn't answer and passed the letter back. This surprised Dex as he thought that he wouldn't say anything without opening and reading it. Broken laughed and said, now tell us why Lord Michael sent you here. His eyes turned cold. Dex smiled, thinking, I understand now. He wants me to directly state the reason. He laughed and said, I'm not sure either. She only asked me to find you. Reasons like these are the responsibility of someone with a higher position, not just an ordinary adventurer like me, right? The two looked at each other seriously. Broken gradually smiled. Suddenly, he laughed loudly and said, I like you. Devs was silent, not knowing what to say. Broken continued, the reason for your visit is clear. The war between the Maroon Kingdom and the Parco Kingdom will happen soon. She probably thought that you had the ability to prevent this. Dex laughed and replied, really? I never thought I could do that. Broken continued, oh, didn't you find it surprising when I mentioned war? Surely Lord Michael told you something. It seems she trusts you a lot. So, Dex, do you have any ideas? Dex smiled and said, I've heard that the prince who is expected to ascend the throne can't make good decisions, and most nobles are in cahoots with Duke Burhin, right? Broken sighed and replied, that's correct. Dex pointed his chin up and said, Fragrance, I understand now. His eyes turned cold as he continued. First, there is an easy solution and a difficult one. Broken asked, is there an easy solution? Dex pointed to the sky with his finger and laughed. You said Duke Burhin was the leader, right? Usually, when the leader is eliminated, the organization will collapse. After hearing this, Broken asked seriously, so your idea is that we kill Duke Burhin? Dex said, of course, why not? Broken laughed loudly and said, Lord Michael really has good judgment. You are truly interesting. His voice made Dex think. His voice was so loud, like his strong body. Broken closed his eyes and said, I've also thought of this, however, do you think an assassination can be easily carried out? He mentioned the guards protecting Duke Burhin. They are all knights and master mages who maintain vigilance wherever they are. Broken folded his arms and said, in such a situation, which madman could successfully carry out an assassination, I want to meet him directly. Dex laughed and pointed at himself, saying, let me do it. Line 60 is repeated as the last line. Broken asks again, you do. Did you hear what I just said? Dex points at himself and says, of course. Broken worries as he puts his hand on his face. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. Based on what I see, I wonder if you can make the Duke's clothes tear with your strength. Thinking about Dex's rank, how could you possibly kill him? Dex laughs and says, what's wrong? You think I can't do it? Hearing this, Brocken is extremely surprised. He says, Hahoo, young horses are eager to kick. You must be very confident. Brocken stands up. He glances at Dex and laughs, saying, follow me. They go out to hunt together. Brocken says, if you're that confident, fight with me to prove your strength. Brocken closes his eyes and activates. Lord Mikhail may be impatient, but she's definitely very wise in evaluating a person. I trust her judgment. Dex's face turns serious as Brocken continues, therefore. He swings his sword and says, don't disappoint me. Dex smiles and performs the move. Heaven descends. A burst of power surrounds Dex, with two swords in his hands. The power emanating from his body surprises Brocken. Brocken's face shows signs of panic. He thinks to himself, what's going on? His entire aura has completely changed. Just now, he looks like someone who has never held a sword before. But now, he looks like someone who has spent their whole life training with swords. Dex's feet gradually leave the ground. The system screen appears. The heaven-fleeing god, Copheles, has merged into the player's body. Another screen appears. For now, you can use the power of the god who tried to descend. Debs laughs and says, 5 minutes. His words make Broken confused. He continues, I'll end this match in 5 minutes because it's consuming too many recognition points. Broken asks again, what? The system screens appear one by one. You have activated the speed boost. You have activated the will of a decisive battle. You have activated Fong Qin. Earth Spirit is protecting you. Debs rushes to Broken. He draws his sword to block the attack. Broken thinks silently, that's quite a powerful strike. Debs laughs and says, I attacked with the intention of ending this battle, but maybe it's a master swordsman from another rank. Then he steps back. Brocken is drenched in sweat. Jitrung says, you're not an ordinary adventurer. Debs answers with a smile, only now realizing it. Huh? Brocken says, you mentioned doing the assassination yourself. Now I understand you took this seriously. Hearing this, Debs says, so, let's end this battle then. Broken says, I'll show you my abilities too. He raises his sword to the sky and says, Wuxiang sword. Kung Quan, a red aura surrounds the sword. Broken's eyes become serious as he says, I'm only a half-master swordsman, but I'm proud of my skills. He points his sword down and says, this is proof of that. Dex becomes worried and says, really, we've gone too far. Broken holds his sword and rushes towards him, saying, watch this. How will you block this? The immense power makes Dex lean back slightly. His face is filled with surprise at the massive strength of Broken. The encounter between the Duke and Dex creates a tense atmosphere. White smoke begins to rise. Before Duke Broken, he clearly sees the image of his opponent. The cold gaze of Duke Broken quickly turns into shock, unable to believe what he's seeing. That's the unimaginable sword. Although Broken's formula is still in a ready-to-attack stance, inside he's in turmoil, realizing it might be different from his own, but this surely is the unimaginable sword. This must definitely be a skill that only masters can use. Don't tell me you can too. Dex's system notification sounded. You have used the limited skill for players level 150 and above, unimaginable sword. Lightsaber, you just received an additional one. Dex exclaimed in surprise. What? Do you want to add more? Watch out, you're taking a lot of credit. The Duke Brocken was silently thinking to himself. Dex said, Your Grace. This made the Duke uneasy. I won't hold back this time. He widened his eyes in shock. As Dex spoke, he grabbed his sword and attacked from above. Dex's speed was incredibly fast. Brocken held his sword horizontally to block the attack. The ground beneath him sank slightly. Brocken gritted his teeth. Blue veins appeared on his face, but Dex showed no mercy. Finding an opening, he said coldly, Got it! And he struck the opening, scaring Duke Brocken. Letting go of his sword, he fell to the ground where Dex's sword was pointing at him. He sat there breathing heavily with a look of disbelief on his face, whispering, I'm still alive. Meanwhile, the system announced to Dex, you have stopped using the Heavenly Descent skill. The time-based usage and actions will now be calculated. 2,812 credits consumed. A remarkable achievement. You've successfully defeated a master-level opponent. You've earned the title, Miraculous Warrior. Your strength has increased by 10. Hearing this, he couldn't believe his ears. What, did it really cost me 2,812 credits? What the heck is going on here? Elle appeared happily to explain that although you didn't use much real power last time, this time was different indeed. I've never seen you so happy before. Actually, there's nothing to complain about, right? After a moment, looking at the sword cut on the arena floor, Elle continued, but it is quite interesting. Usually, even if you can summon power from heaven, you won't be able to use it perfectly. Have you ever practiced with swords before? Dex hesitated and replied, Swords, yeah, I've played around with them somewhere else, But since I was top in Rhythm Blade, I didn't lie. From a distance, Broken's formula stood up. He couldn't believe what had happened and blurted out, "This is unbelievable. As a master swordsman of the Merlin Kingdom, even I can't read his sword path. This boy truly possesses an overwhelming power that has been hidden for so long." Broken's formula approached Dex and suddenly knelt down, asking, "May I have the honor to know what your sword pursues?" Hearing this, Dex thought, probably the wind. Broken was surprised. The wind? The wind carries the unparalleled speed, freedom, and sharpness of anything else. And he thought, if I could get closer to something like this, he began practicing his sword skills relentlessly. Seeing this, Satyr asked Dex, "Master, why is he suddenly swinging his sword alone in the middle of the night?" Dex really didn't know. In the room, Duke Brocken sincerely apologized to Dex. "I truly apologize for my rude behavior before. This incident happened entirely due to my foolishness. Please forgive this old fool, Master Dex." And with that, he bowed deeply. She can't help but speak out. "That's not acceptable. A promise must be kept. You have to kill Burhan right away." Satong scoffs loudly upon hearing this. "As an angel, you dare say such a thing? Thinking oneself is the center of perfection. Promises can be discarded at any time for greater profit. That's the creed of the wandering adventurers." In GM Chairman's office, on the screen is the image of the MC hosting the program. Next news bulletin. Today, the stock price of electronics has surpassed $5,000, a new record high in the stock market. The reason being many investors are now interested in our company. After Chairman Lee Junhee announced Arcadia's opening, the Dreamer VR machine was seen as a magic-making device turned reality. Hearing this, GM Chairman Choi Soon-young rubs his head and sighs. "It's that damn Dreamer machine again. Those damned Ajin Electronics. What tricks did they use to create such a thing?" Choi Soon-young furrows his brows in thought. 5 years ago, our GM company was neck to neck with Ajin as rival competitors. But we gradually fell behind after they secured the leading position with revolutionary technology like smartphones and are now going even further. Most importantly, Dreamer is extremely dangerous. It not only changes the market flow of Korea, but also affects the world. He sweats profusely, thinking more anxiously, "We can't just stay stagnant in this backward industry like construction and automobiles. If GM doesn't surpass this industry, we will definitely collapse soon." Choi Sun-mi is in a state of distress trying to find a solution. "I need to find a way to solve this issue. I need something." Just then, the phone rings with an announcement sound. Chairman CEO has arrived. As soon as he finishes speaking, the door suddenly opens. Choi Jae-gyu rushes in with a beaming face and says to his father, "Father, I have good news for you. You must give me 8 billion won." Chairman Choi Sun-mi's expression is one of surprise. "What? Didn't you just get into a big scandal after receiving 8 billion won from investment? Now, do you want to add another 8 billion won too?" Choi Jae-gyu responds with wide eyes. "Yes, I'm sure this time it will be enough. This is the last time I ask for money from you. Please believe me." Chairman Choi frowns angrily. "Do you think 8 billion won is just paper money? I let you play with that foolish game created by those Ajin Tech people. Are you really crazy now? If you want to invest more, first submit a report." Suddenly, a stack of papers falls on the table. With his surprised eyes, "What is this?" Choi Jae-gyu confidently smiles and says, "Before complaining, take a look at this pile first." Hearing this, Chairman Choi picks it up to read. This is. The title on the page catches his eye, Merrill Kingdom Colonization Project. After a while, Chairman Choi asks his son with raised eyebrows, "Are all these contents in the report true?" Choi Jae-gyu places his left hand over his right and looks at his father. "Of course, father. I have spoken to Bohen, the Prince of Merrill Kingdom. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Meaning, if everything goes well, We can turn Acadia into a source of pride for our Aegean Tech Corporation. Chairman Choi suddenly nods and ignores his son's surprised face. He says, take 50 billion won to seize it. I can't give you any more, and don't forget this is your last chance. Choi Jae-gyu cannot believe it. He smiles happily and shouts, thank you, father, very much. After the door closes, Chairman Choi sits with his hands crossed in thought. A duke, a count, and a love quarrel. Surely this is a completely different world from here. He chuckles, I thought these games were just for kids to play. Then, Chairman Choi turns his chair towards the glass and sighs. It seems the world is changing rapidly. Elsewhere, at Duke Burhan's estate. In the Duke's study, a conversation is taking place. End of line 60. Duke Burhan stared at Knight Leonid, who was a secret envoy of the Hayman Empire. The Hayman Empire must have had it tough traveling from the northern lands to get here. What do you want to say? Knight Leonid tried to negotiate. Duke Burhan, I know you're preparing for war. Our Hayman Empire has a proposal for this situation. If you promise and agree to hand over the Hyrule Plains after winning the battle, we will support you fully, and if you wish, we can also help you become king of Myrule Kingdom. Hearing that, Duke Burhan pondered. The Hyrule Plains were between the mountains in the middle of the Myrule Kingdom and Hayman Empire. It's understandable for the Hayman Empire to want this land for better defense. This is likely a trap but with low risk. Both sides benefit, so the deal was successful. Duke Burhan shook hands with Knight Leonid. Duke Burhan smiled and said, I'm glad to have a good ally beside me now. I've been looking forward to working with you, Knight Leonid. In response, Leonid Gaomai sincerely said, I hope you don't change your mind after everything is over. Me too. Duke Burhan. Knight Leonid left, but he was still worried inside. Alone in the study, Duke Burhan, he sneered. Everything is going according to plan. His face full of ambition, above 1,000 people. To exist only below one person among 1,000. That's me. Those are the words that describe my existence, on myself. But it's just an 8-year-old boy with a dirty nose. Truly a joke. Bowen's ambitious formula thought, this country needs a true king, not a fake one without substance. And that true king is me. At this moment, a voice from behind echoed, I'm glad you seem happy. Burhan was surprised and asked, GM Association, why are you here in person? Young Master Choi Jae-gyu calmly replied, the bigger and more important the deal, the more updates there are. Continuing, young Master Choi said, I've already bought all future food portions from territories of our enemy nation. The Peiko Kingdom is currently buying from them. I also purchased various grains on the current market without causing any major issues. Duke Burhan Kangingoi said, you've completely cut off their supply lines and kept their resources to prevent internal stability. You're a very skilled scout. But he wondered, but I've never heard of buying future food portions before. How did you manage that? Young Master Choi smiled and explained, this strategy is known as future trading for scouts. It's an agreement. People sign contracts to trade products on a specific day in the future after promising to sell a certain product at a fixed price. Hearing this, Duke Burhan chuckled, that's a great idea. The scout title seems incredibly useful. Young Master Choi modestly said, you've pushed us too fast. As expected, Duke Burhan, the GM Association used everything we had in this deal first. If you think it's okay, do you think it can strengthen the power I promised you earlier? Duke Burhan smiled and said, Scout, you're rushing too much, but I'm busy with other matters now. Turning to young Master Choi, he proposed, why not discuss this after the war ends? Hearing that, young Master Choi calmly replied, but Duke Burhan, we. Before finishing his sentence, Duke Burhan's expression changed. He looked at young Master Choi coldly and asked, are you doubting me? Young Master Choi paled and broke out in a sweat. Thinking to himself, oh no, he saw through me. Outside, he respectfully replied, of course not, but I'm holding on tight. After that, Duke Burhan returned with a cheerful demeanor. He politely escorted the guest away and said, please leave now. I have another appointment. Young Master Choi reluctantly agreed to leave. Outside in the hallway, Young Master Choi punched the wall hard. Furious, that scoundrel PC dared to play tricks on him. He thought, but now, I don't have any other choice. I've invested too much in the capital. I can't get involved in power struggles with him. So act alone for now and wait for a suitable time. 500,000 gold used to buy all the food supplies on the market is gone, invested in 5 billion matcha grains. But that's still not enough to control Acadia's current food supply situation. So I decided to use the brilliant idea of futures trading. Choi Jae-gyu clenched his fists. With this, I will definitely be able to significantly weaken the Parko kingdom. But for this plan to succeed, 10 million gold is promised in the contract. If converted into matcha grains, that's 1 billion grains, a massive number indeed. But if this fails, not only will the GM Guild collapse, but even the GM Corporation itself might fall apart. Choi Jae-gyu raised his eyebrows. This is truly our last counterattack. I secretly did it knowing my father would definitely oppose it. You clench your trembling hands in anger. It's fine. The war will happen regardless. I know that too. I have to stay calm. When the war starts, food prices will skyrocket. This is not a gamble based on luck. I invested in it for a future full of certainty. This will definitely succeed. Choi Jae-gyu struggled to speak. This was his last chance. Suddenly, someone flew through the window. It interrupted his thoughts and shocked Choi Jae-gyu. It was Dex, no one else. He quickly realized what he needed to do and chased after him shouting, "Wait!" Shouting loudly down the green-carpeted hallway, Jae-gyu drew attention. Sweat drenched his body. His complex eyes looked ahead, blaming himself for letting this slip away. Indeed, he immediately recognized that outfit. Even with a hat covering his head, it couldn't be hidden. It was the new recruit's outfit worn by lower-level adventurers. He gritted his teeth in anger, wondering why an adventurer would be at Burhin's castle. Why? What reason? Many thoughts raced through Zeeg's mind. He didn't know who this guy was and thought the boy had revealed their plan, so he intended to stop him, making him even angrier. Jae-gyu raised his fingers, his angry face darkening as if planning something big. Immediately behind him appeared two black-clad figures, quickly bending down before him. Someone was in the meeting room. Carefully observing him and approaching Yeju, when he knew they were one, the shadows with white masks bowed and asked for permission to proceed. He gritted his teeth, his angry face high. "I don't know who you are, but I won't let you stop my plan." In another room, a cheerful voice greeted a guest. "Welcome, sir. You must be the Duke of Burhin with 3 titles now, right?" His eyes are quite selective, he said with a teasing tone. Burhin quickly returned to the topic, asking what brought him there, and his eyes sharpened slightly. "Unless you're deliberately insulting my honor by wasting this precious time, you should have a valid reason." Interrupting him, he cheerfully said he wanted to assassinate Brocken. Bowen was shocked. "You really did it." He thought that was a valid reason. Only when everything settled did he finally understand. "So," he smiled and said, "the Duke of Brocken believes the only way to prevent this war is for you to die. That's why he even planned to assassinate you." This immediately caught his attention. The tone was still cheerful, but quickly turned angry. "Hey, adventurer, do you really believe I would trust your nonsense without any evidence?" His voice carried a stern edge. Of course, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage either. "If we talk about evidence, I think you already have something to remember." This immediately caught his attention. His eyes lit up in understanding. "It seems like you're not lying," Burhin chuckled. "Hahu, what you say isn't wrong." Tan beside him couldn't resist shouting into his ear, "Hey, you're the one who wants to kill him." The angry Brocken is just thinking what to do. Mail replied immediately by his side. "Huh, does that matter so much? It's obvious he'll decide to kill him anyway. Be quiet." But Tan seemed to realize right after speaking. "Hold on, did he do this on purpose?" Dex noticed you figured it out and just smiled at you. Bohan couldn't help but feel that Batuk Brocken's decision was unexpected. He has always been firm about his sense of justice. You only smile and say people will do anything when pushed to the brink. His plan was quickly set in motion. "All right then." The Duke smiled at you. "Why did you tell me this information?" Seeing his prey fall into the trap, Dex smiled with satisfaction. That's not obvious. You immediately said, I think leaving the throne to a wise and experienced person would be better than giving it to an immature child. This directly hit Burhan's heart. He flinched. He bowed with a smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, he continued to pour oil on the fire. I think this kingdom would be better ruled by you. He laughed loudly, his laughter echoing through the room. Burhan widened his eyes and asked, what's your name? Dex didn't care, he just said one word. They quickly moved to a cooperative handshake. Burhan stood aside and confidently said, I have an excellent feeling about our relationship. This immediately made him feel quite pleased. So I hope I can meet your expectations. The scene changed outside. De was leaving the palace. Al was up high silently praying. Oh, I didn't expect he would say so many bad things. Oh Lord in heaven, forgive this boy's sins. Tan immediately shouted at him. What are you planning by working for both sides? These words made him feel rather disappointed. You're just experimenting with possible scenarios, he said to them. El and Tan still didn't understand. Their faces remained blank. War is inevitable. The issue is who will start it and fire the first shot. But in the end, who starts it won't matter anymore. I raise my hand to say only one thing for sure. With a grim smile, I'll have more responsibilities thrust upon me amidst the chaos of war. And with that, I can benefit greatly, just like in the Slim incident. Tan looked back at him surprised. So you mean if there's a war, it will be beneficial to you? If so, why didn't you cooperate with the angry Brocken from the start? He said angrily. Dex smiled lightly. That wouldn't work, Tan replied. Then no one would challenge Burhan when he regains his position. First, we need to side with the 3 angry Brocken. Tan was surprised and asked again, why such a strange thought? He immediately realized that war could come from the power of an external force, not just internal chaos or civil war. It could even become more chaotic. His eyes lit up with the chaos created by 2 wars and the benefits we can gain from them. Can you imagine? He spoke in a loud voice. Double the wars, double the recognition, and Tan was shocked at his own wickedness. This mad fool. Instantly, a blackened book fell down. Tan held a large pen in his small body. If you're going to betray someone, don't join any side. Burhan was surprised. What are you doing? Tan wore an amazed and terrified look. Just act for your own benefit. That's what a devil should do. Dex stood beside, laughing joyfully. La, recognitions are being planted crosswise, like a voice calling you back. Hey, this has caught your attention. 2 figures in black cloaks appeared towering before him. Let's talk for a bit. Just as they talked to Yagu, their eyes glowed red. He just gave a faint laugh. It'll be fun soon. At the GM event, in a dilapidated room, 5 people wore white masks and black cloaks covering their entire bodies. A voice echoed, Welcome to GM. Troy Jagil asked with a voice, Why don't you sit down? Dex replied, It's an honor. Even with a big company like this, you still provide escort services. He shrugged and laughed. Well, we have extra people. It's simple. Both of them looked at each other. The hidden character is as expected. He's really special. Dex spoke first. So why do you want to meet me? He replied, I just wanted to check a few things. Sorry for the intrusion. Dex uncomfortably repeated, checking some things. A good reason. What are you checking? He frowned and answered, the asthma formula. What did you tell him? Dex laughed happily. I don't know. There's no reason for me to tell you. Troy Jagil slammed his hand on the table. He angrily said to Dex, Do you not know your position here? His aura was filled with intense hostility. The King of Devils panicked and whispered, Master, what did you just do? He's losing it. Michael agreed. Right. Even God wouldn't forgive that kind of provocation. Dex raised his eyebrows. Hey! But he was really uncomfortable. I wonder, what should I do then? He remembered the 2 people in white masks who brought him here. Then he realized his situation. There were at least 7 people here and 5 outside the gate. Looking at Yagu, including him, he didn't reveal a name, but if he did, it meant he was extremely confident about keeping him here. A few sparks of fire emanated from his hand. Well, no other choice. Tough luck. I can use Divine Descent. John Mitch spoke up. Please don't misunderstand. We just wanted to ask if the Count Burhan gave you any mission. He looked at him and finally found someone speaking properly. So, his attitude doesn't seem like he's asking me. Troy Jagiel slammed his hand on the table again. He pointed at Dex and shouted, I don't know what your relationship with Count Burhan is, but stay out of his business if you get too close to him. Death gritted his teeth, challenging him silently. From now on, this game, no, your life will become much harder. Suddenly, a hand reached out. John Smith pretended to adjust Troy Jagiel's neckcloth. He exclaimed, Branch President. Then Smith glanced at him reassuringly and said, Please calm down. You've gone too far, sir. He gritted his teeth silently. After that, John Smith bowed respectfully to Dex. I'm extremely sorry. He invested a lot in Count Burhan, so he's a bit sensitive. I'll explain everything in detail. Dex smiled inwardly. He's not simple at all. John Smith glanced up at him. We're not a branch. We belong to GM Corporation. Debs is surprised. You're asking if it's the GM Corporation, right? He confirms, yes, that's correct. At that moment, a bag of gold coins is placed firmly on the table. He continues, we've invested heavily in Arcadia. No, Debs looks at the bag of gold and checks it carefully. I can't tell you specifics, but I'm sure you'll understand why we're giving you this much. What do you think about the mysterious traveler? The Chamberlain puts his hand on his head, quietly observing him. John Smith asks again, do you understand? Dex hesitates and smiles, sounding mysterious. Then he happily picks up the bag of gold coins. Alright, I get it. I just need to abandon my mission for the formula, right? The two look at him in surprise as he smiles joyfully. Full moon arrives. Tan and Michael appear. Tan asks, so they also want this war to end too. Michael adds, things would be better if we were honest from the start. It's really very important. He smiles at them. That's good. I have additional support as well. Then he thinks GM Corporation is involved too. Suddenly, they also want to benefit from this war, like selling weapons, or do they have some commitment with Duke Burhan? But he rallies his spirits. Well, it's not related to me. If the war happens, I'll benefit. He suddenly stops and hesitates, but can't really. He grumbles to himself, I can't let that arrogant punk be happy. Then he tells them, alright, I've decided. He smiles straightly and says, I'll kill Duke Burhan. Hearing this, Tan feels helpless while Michael is extremely excited. Tan complains, oh, Full Moon is back to his crazy self again. Why do we have to kill such a good Duke? Just ignore it. But Michael flies over with sparkling eyes and praises him. You're finally more reliable now. If you've decided, request a one-on-one fight. This is your chance to keep your promise to Duke Bracken. He looks at her and says, well, I told you it wouldn't work. It only made things harder. I plan to assassinate him secretly. Michael's face immediately goes pale. She pouts and turns away. We can't help you this time. Do it yourself without divine intervention. He looks confused and says, what? Don't do that. She tries to explain. Assassination is a cowardly act, an evil action that denies the opponent the chance to say goodbye to someone they love. We can't allow you to use heaven's power for such a wicked deed, he stammers. But come on, let's see the situation. I sigh and ask from the side, what are they doing? Suddenly, he smiles as if he has an idea. Tan thinks, wait, this might work. He calls out, Master. He smirks and says, do you want to borrow my power if you don't mind the power from the demon realm? Debs looks surprised at Tan. Hold on, Tan, are you saying? He smiles and answers, yes, I can provide that too. Tan's words make him stunned. He points up immediately then. Suddenly, a circle appears under Dex. I'll start now. Then the circle emits a large amount of energy, making Dex slightly worried. A notification pops up. Your pact with the demon realm has been successful. You can temporarily borrow power from the demon realm by acknowledging it. Dex places his hand on his chest and feels the power. Finally, he smiled mysteriously. He placed a name on his chest, feeling its power. Then he stuffed his mouth with a sly smile. Next, Dex was presented with a character selection screen. The character selection screen showed some shapes. He examined them. Interesting. Tan approached and asked, "What do you think, Master? Do you like any of these characters?" He looked at him and replied, "Yeah, it's better than we thought. If heaven focuses more on power, this side will focus on additional skills. They would be more useful and practical." Tan seemed confused by his answer. "I don't know what you're talking about, but that sounds like something you'd like." He wondered, "Why didn't you mention this earlier, Tan? There are many choices. It would have been better if you had told me sooner." Michael pouted and advanced to hit Tan. She blocked him with her hand and turned to respond. "Yeah, no reason. Actually, you never asked me that. I thought you needed the power of heaven." He showed a confused expression. Tan helplessly cried out, "Right." Death excitedly swiped through the options. "So, which character should we choose? It feels like shopping." Then he exclaimed, "Oh, this one looks good." He looked at the character he pointed to. "You seem dissatisfied. Why is it that character?" He explained, "I saw him in a historical book from the library." Michael also looked at the character he chose. She recognized him. "That's right, for sure. The army of Death Lich Argymer." Lich Argymer, the pinnacle of necromancy, one of the most vicious wizards who defeated an empire and for kingdoms, spreading fear across the continent. Not a single life remained in his wake. Even centuries later, his name is still known to many. He is the embodiment of death, standing on rooftops in the night, cloaked figures looking down. "That's Debs. He was observing the enemy." He muttered, "2 guards. Perfect for testing." One guard noticed him. He wondered, The leader heard and turned to ask, "What is it?" The other guard couldn't believe his eyes and answered hesitantly, "Oh, on the roof." "Is that a person?" Just then, Death ordered, "Heaven descends." Lich Argymer. Instantly, a headless creature appeared from the man and roared. The guards were startled, not understanding what was happening. They wondered, "What's this cold atmosphere?" The system displayed a notification. The gamer Netherworld has possessed the player's body. You can temporarily use this power. Death is satisfied. He sets up the skill just as he thought. The blonde sentinel is terrified. "This terrifying energy is overwhelming us completely. I'm sure it's a dark magic spell and a high-level one at that." He looks at Death, "So I'll give it my all from the start," then yells out, "Letner, listen up. We won't try to capture him alive." The sentinel next to him responds, "But we can't verify his identity either." The leader argues, "This isn't a priority right now." He draws his sword. "If we lose here, the entire Burhan Manor could be under his control." Dex is amused by their panic. "Come on!" Then each violet ray strikes down the sentinels. The blonde sentinel grits his teeth. He thrusts his sword into the ground and yells out, "Holy shield! Pay attention to that person. Oh, that boy is smart. I guess the rumors about Burhan Manor's guards being very skilled are true." He looks at the approaching leader and adds a bold comment. He yells, "Sorry, but we'll show you our full strength. You miserable intruder, activate divine power, mirror of judgment." Dex still stands there, taunting as if we're going to have a fiery battle indeed. Dex's eyes glow brightly. Phantom Soul. Immediately, the large demon above him strikes through the blonde sentinel with a powerful blow. He looks fierce. He only manages to utter his last words. He is a soul caster and falls down dead. The other soldiers see their leader die like that and tremble. No way. Monomount. No way. There's a lich in the Maroon Kingdom. He turns around to shout at his teammates, urgent. He turns and runs while shouting, "A lich has appeared. Everyone, gather up." Then another lich strike pierces through him. Death is still unsatisfied. "Not yet." He points at them saying, "The weakest soul caster is when they haven't accepted death. Even if I use divine retribution, I don't want to risk my life by confronting all these guards now." The injured sentinel in pain and fear can only cry out, ah. He then falls down unconscious. Debs laughs maliciously. "Now that we have everything we need, let's try it out." Next, the two just killed are instantly covered in violet aura. They fly up and rise. A boom is heard. The system announces again. Low-level zombies, warrior ghosts, intermediate zombies, death knights. Debs is excited and thrilled. Welcome to join us. Hope our plan will be a miraculous success. So casters, imagine a mage with a black robe covering his body, red eyes glowing heavily, surrounded by a crimson magic circle. Images of thousands of skeletal knights appear. In other words, it's not an exaggeration to say that one soul caster can be considered a powerful force. So why are they considered very effective forces in sieges or large-scale wars? Just like now, under the bright light is a horrifying scene of people who have died turning into skeletal monsters. Holding up his sword to massacre those who were once comrades, one sentinel screams, save me. Dex hovers above, observing the carnage below, thinks it seems the alliance has completely broken down, feels relieved. If not, this will truly become a future concern. It looks like our quick ambush was the right decision. A spirit sees the approaching skeletal monsters and loudly asks, where are these undead soldiers coming from? Could they be from the ancient kingdom? Quickly stop them. If we let them take over this place, we'll be completely isolated. We have holy knights right here. Someone points to those withered white skeletons in armor, bluntly stating a harsh truth. All of them are dead and turned into zombies now. Even if some are still alive, they're all on the count side now. The sentinel hears this. His expression turns pale, despondently says, what is that? Then what do we do here? There are too many to handle now. Destin arrives and seeing the scene, softly says, it's really unfortunate. It seems you've been left behind. He points at me and in a casual tone says, but don't be too sad about it either. Dex tells me he'll reorganize them properly. Under the moonlight, a giant skeletal warrior appears, towering 10 times the size of an ordinary person, holding a large sword like a tree trunk. The sentinel looks up at that monster, sweating profusely, trembling, in disbelief says, breathe. Line 60 is reached. What's going on? Blood splattered high with painful screams. Oh! Purple mana enveloped the corpses, their flesh vanished, mouths making senseless growls. As the mana dissipated, 3 obedient and loyal soldiers appeared before Dex. Dex looked at the 3 skeletons, smiling as he congratulated them on becoming part of my army. I'll give you a special mission. I want you to find the one who abandoned you for Burhan's revenge. The 3 skeletons saluted and knelt silently. Deathuviev said, I'm giving you a chance to seek vengeance. One of the skeletons with central hair shed a tear. It made senseless sounds. The 3 skeletons left. They moved so fast, leaving behind 3 purple mana traces. Death looked up at the moon and whispered, now Burhan, make sure to suck it in well if you want to survive. Though it might be a futile effort. The Duke's main building was covered by a deadly purple mana stream. The sound of that energy was horrifying and unpleasant. Duke Burhan, wearing a red nightgown, woke up in shock. He cried out, what is someone there? The bedroom door opened wide. A soldier appeared, hurriedly saying Duke Burhangai needs to evacuate immediately. Duke Burhangai was startled. He said in confusion, evacuate? What did you just say? There's no safer place in the Marin Kingdom than my mansion. The soldier, with tears on his face, fearfully said a corpse appeared in your mansion. A corpse is here in your mansion. Duke Burhan couldn't believe it. A corpse? Purple mana quietly flooded the room. No one noticed it. Duke Burhan asked, what are you doing? Protect me immediately. The soldier replied, yes, I'll gather the holy knights. Death blinked slightly. Whispered, I see you now. Mana disturbances elsewhere were violent. All of them rushed towards Duke Burhan's bedroom. The Duke felt the tremor, panicked and shouted, what? The 3 skeletons ran over. The guards fled in fear, shouting no. But they couldn't escape. Blood splattered everywhere. The skeletons stepped on the dead bodies. Duke Burhan retreated, shouting, don't come near these corpses. Where did you appear from? Suddenly he shouted, oh, pupils constricted. Inside was disbelief. He saw the large skeleton breaking through the wall into his bedroom and fell back. The sword Duke Burhan cried out. In his hand, the large skeleton held a familiar greatsword. He immediately recognized the original owner of the sword, Ledner. That was a holy knight with golden hair and brown eyes. Looking at the other skeletons, Burhan realized they were all his fallen guards. It's not just him. The living dead are still among my knights. Duke Burhan exclaimed in disbelief. Don't tell me a corpse appeared in this mansion. No, in the Marin Kingdom? He heard a familiar voice, like an evil demon demanding his life. Latex. He stepped into the hole created by the large skeleton. The tone was casual on a normal day, greeting him. Nice to see you again, Duke Burhan. Returning to the scene of their last encounter, Burhan asked, did you take a risk just to see me? Are you looking for me? If you have something important to discuss with me, I'll make time. Burhan excitedly said, what are you doing? No. What are you pursuing? I can provide anything. Desmond repeated with a smile, what do I want? The news of your death surprised Burhan. Dex approached the Duke and said that was what he wanted. Bohan was desperate, his spirit collapsing, trembling and crying, asking why he did this. Dex looked down at the Duke with a serious expression. 2. Duke Bohan, be careful about who you use. Do you think so? Bohan listened in confusion. Dex said, I don't care about war. Will you become king or profit from everything? Burhan asked curiously, how do you know all that? Dex didn't answer but continued his story, implying the Duke should know. Dex told him not to worry and use foolish people without brains properly. He said, do better in your next life. Well, I'm not sure if PC has an afterlife anymore. Bohan saw this and pleaded for mercy. Wait, please spare my life. Please don't kill me. I'll do as you say. Just please don't kill me. Dex didn't care. He turned and left. Tell them this. End it. The skeletal soldiers approached the Duke. His eyes became lifeless, despairing whispered, I never thought my long-held wish would end in such a futile way. A skeletal soldier cried out, raising his scythe. Duke Burhan's head was severed from his neck. The system announced, Duke Burhan is dead. With his death, the secret plans were abruptly halted. 321 related tasks were cancelled. You have earned a prestigious title. In Burhan's bedroom, Duke Bohan's ghost was on the ground. The system notified, you've completed your side quest. Your total is 53,000. Dex looked at the notifications and said, I knew it would be like this. They are really generous. This level of recognition is different from Slim's incident. As long as I lie through everything, I'll definitely benefit a lot. Satong and Michael cheered. Satong saying, Master, you got so much recognition. Michael's eyes sparkled, asking what just happened. I'm feeling an even stronger power from you now. I won't give up thinking these kids must be very good at sniffing out things like this. Dex asked Satong, Dan, a gamer's descendant. This is a borrowed power from someone else that I use through divine skills. The longer you use it, the more recognition it consumes. It might consume even more recognition than the reward you get. He turned to ask Satan, how much recognition has Tan consumed so far? Satan replied, Sir, why do you want to know? Where did he get a computer from and started tapping on it, saying, wait, let me check. You killed the Duke, dispersed his army, destroyed part of his territory, or just assume that you destroyed all his territory for now, based on the number of casualties. Finally, Satan happily showed a number with a smile, round 42,280 for recognition points. I mean, sir. Dex suspiciously looked at Satan and asked, did you call me foolish? Satan pretended to be innocent and said, did I say that? I don't remember saying that. Death said it's too expensive. Can we get a discount? Hearing this, Satan's expression changed dramatically as if he was slapped in the face and asked what? He quickly explained that it's precious. You think this is just an item. Here there's no bargaining because you need it so you use it as you wish. So you have to pay the price. Don't you agree? Dick ignored and stubbornly said, anyway, I'm a VIP. You don't give me any special discounts or send me some discount coupons. Hearing this, Satan clenched his fists tightly, his face turning red with anger. Damn it! Are you really treating me like a department store? Dex sarcastically said, if there's no favor, I'll only do business with my waist from now on. Michael's eyes sparkled and asked, is that true? Seeing this, Satan gave in and showed four fingers saying 40,000. Dex was unsatisfied and said 3,000 to 5,000. Satan said 39,990. He lowered it further to 36,000, then 39,980. Hearing this, Dex suspiciously looked at him and asked, are you joking with me? Satan clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. Finally, he offered 36,500. Michael was amazed and exclaimed, oh my god. Satan angrily flew in front of Dex saying, I can't offer a better price. Do what you want. Dex smiled and said that's enough. They shook hands to complete the deal. It was a huge discount indeed. The system notification appeared. Divine skills ended. Calculating player actions and time. You have consumed 36,500 recognition points. You successfully negotiated with the devil. A dark blue board appeared showing impressive achievements. You are the first to cut down the Devil King. You receive the title of Negotiator, who can even cut down the Devil King. Your negotiation skill proficiency has greatly increased. You can gain an advantage when talking with ordinary NPCs. Your negotiation skill level increased by 7 ranks. Dex looked at the notification board in surprise, thinking about his negotiation skills. It was only rank F before. How did it increase so much all of a sudden? He thought that's great achievement to get something with your target being tan, far from increasing by 1 level. Why do I have to endure such losses? Damn, my Kong on the side was laughing. Satisfied said it's the price for stealing someone else's idea. Death sighed and said, well then. Looking at the land filled with death energy and monsters, he said, is this situation really turning into a mess? Satan shouted something. So suddenly, where are you going? Michael on the side said, if we're not by your side, we can't do anything. But why did you suddenly leave? Death said, I need to finish a few things. Michael repeated, finish a few things. He smiled and said, you'll know the details soon. Just wait. After saying that, he logged out of the game. The small room was empty with only computer sounds echoing in the night. The screen glowed brightly under the street lights from outside. He accessed the main page of the game, Effendier. In the new information section, there were a bunch of details about what he caused in Burhan's territory. The land of Burhan Duke was destroyed by zombies. Soul summoners summon zombie armies. We need to find out his identity and whether it's for another main plot. Line! There's an article with a photo of Dex standing on the roof looking down, but his shirt is zipped up so we can't know who he really is. The title says it's a picture of the fake ghost boss that destroyed Burhan territory. At least LA1. Only a boss monster could cause such damage. This couldn't be a player doing it, right? Below are a bunch of comments. What's happening now? It seems the developers are having too much fun after the new village was destroyed. What the hell is going on here? I died again while in the nearby area. Damn, those living sacks are so strong, I can't even fight them off. The game is good, but the way it's run is really silly. Whoever did this better not get caught. I won't go easy on you. Jiang put his hands up and read the comments, laughing happily as expected. The hint is there. I wonder how people will react if they know I'm behind both the Slim incident and this one. Anyway, I don't plan to get caught. He stretched and said everything we need is ready now. Jiang smiled smugly and said with some depth that he was ready to cut the life of that young master. Dex always likes playing move games. His character's old graphics, still named Dex. This isn't the first time he negotiated with people like Jagu and GM Corp. Using past experiences as a base, he found an ideal method to negotiate with those who abuse power to do unjust things to others. Since deciding to confront JGU, he started preparing for that perfect method. He clicked on a video file and opened it. Dex found it. It's a recording of JGU talking with the Duke. Ji Yang typed quickly, muttering happily. I asked Tan and Elle to watch him. Now it's just about deleting parts related to me and editing, so it looks like something happened. Then the video changed. First is Burhan Duke's words. If there's a war, we can make a lot of profit. Next is Shigu's response. It depends on food prices, but our estimated profit is about 8 million gold. The image fades out. It turns into Jegu saying happily, if Burhan Duke keeps his word, GM Guild will dominate the whole continent, not just Marin Kingdom. Profits from exclusive food sales are just the tip of the iceberg. We'll make profits 10 or even 100 times more. He said this all because of those fools who simply play and enjoy the game. The video ends with his hope for an early war to break out. Zizing watched it, feeling satisfied, saying he's sure that's enough. So, he said we can't wait any longer to see everyone's reaction. Then he logged into his own YouTube account, posted a video revealing the culprit of the Burhan territory incident. The incident wasn't caused by monsters. Views skyrocketed to 1,742,860. Below are numerous angry comments. Artigracool wrote, "So stupid. I wonder how much I paid for all these weapons." SF wrote, "This is crazy. GM Guild really sucks in this game." NK wrote, "They're all out of their minds. How can a guild do such things?" Daju wrote, "They've gone too far. Goodbye." Sanjin wrote, "Clean up." Zegu read all those comments. His face turned pale, sweating profusely as he said he's done for. John Smith appeared behind him, placing his hand on his chin and saying, "It seems they've noticed you." Zegu turned to look at him. Pointing at the computer said, "What's going on here? How did our conversation get exposed?" John Smith also found it hard to believe. He said all these conversations were held in places unknown to the guild. That means no one should have been there at all. What exactly happened then? Jegu asked if nobody was there. What's this video supposed to be about? Anger surged as he clenched his fists and charged forward. He smashed the computer screen with a punch. His face twisted in rage. He said, "We don't need to know who did this, but I'll find them and destroy them all." With everything at hand, his hand was dripping blood. John Smith placed his hand on his shoulder, speaking calmly, "Young master, I understand how you feel, but finding the culprit isn't what we should focus on now. First, we need to get this video off the server. If it continues, it will cause trouble for the GM Guild." His phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Chairman, his father's name. Jaguar was scared and didn't dare pick up, shouting, "Father." John Smith said things were too late now. He cursed, "Damn it, I'm really screwed." This is urgent news at 9 p.m. It's an incident happening in the current trend of online games, Arcadia Online. A video exposed a player who misused the game's economic system to hide items, causing widespread discussion. Surprisingly, the GM Guild was now known as the culprit behind this incident, the news host said. She continued, and then the Korean branch of Arcadia, a subsidiary of a Jin Electric Group, revealed that the GM Guild had invested a large sum to buy gold. The most shocking part was the estimated fund amount, around $750,000. She said the GM Guild is waiting for the Trade Commission's stance on this incident. Lemizian read through the notification on her computer. She's CEO of Arcadia Limited. She sighed, "This is a real scandal." It's surprising that virtual reality, which doesn't even exist in reality, has affected the real world. I guess it's not too shocking. Kwon Myung-han looked at her and asked if it would be okay for the public to know about this incident. Lee My-seon stood up and said, "Of course. This is a good opportunity to set an example for companies watching us." Kwon Myung-han said, "But as CEO, I'm sure the GM Guild won't sit still. Things will be fine." Lee My-seon smiled and said, "We'll follow this through no matter what cost." Kwon Myung-han's eyes widened in surprise at her answer. He said, "But..." Lee My-seon asked who would suffer more if this incident was exposed. "I don't think the GM Guild is that foolish." She said, "Actually, this is quite beneficial for us. We'll teach them a lesson about what trouble they'll face in the world we created." Kwon Myung-han thought to herself, Her sharpness is really the issue. Lee Mi-zeon thought to herself, honestly, I don't care what happens to the GM Guild. She's more concerned with another issue. She thinks the player who uploaded that video is the real problem. She muttered, the sudden attack on Slim, the slave surveillance incident and Burhan territory, a player's actions impacting the game, no, the real world too. She whispered, someone didn't think about revealing their true identity here, did they? She said the mysterious player with an unknown identity is currently at school. Zagyun suddenly appeared beside her and excitedly asked, have you heard about that incident? About the GM Guild's letter scam, they collaborated with a powerful NPC named Burhan. They tried to do something crazy like that. Zhang wasn't interested. Javer asked honestly, why would a big guild play games like this? Why would a large guild engage in such childish activities? Zagyun disagreed entirely and said it's about the economic scale of the game. Dex, you really don't get it. He immediately said its economy is so massive that a real-world corporation wants to dirty their hands in it. And the thought process and actions of an NPC are supposed to be part of the system, but this incident was on the front page of real-world news. He excitedly said Arcadia isn't just a game anymore, it's become its own world. Zhang held his hand up and said, yeah, that does seem right. He thought thankfully everything is still following the plan. It's not just a reaction from an Arcadia addict like Ji Zhang. He looked elsewhere where some students were gathered discussing. Other students are reacting exactly as planned. Dex picked up his phone and thought finally. We see Jaegu's image on the phone, surrounded by microphones and cameras distorting his face. The article title reads, GM Chairman's Sun Choi Yi-ju uses VR to manipulate markets, by reporter Jo Hyun-soo. Dexter smiles in satisfaction as he sees this scene, thinking, I've given him a good lesson. A strange and lively voice echoes, it's great to meet everyone. Dexter looks up at the podium. He thinks to himself, HMM. I've never heard this voice before. On the podium is a man in a white doctor's coat resting his hands on it. He's a young man. His brown hair falls neatly to both sides. He wears black-rimmed glasses. He says, I am an investigator from the research and development team of Arcadia Limited. Kang Pil-jun. I will be in charge of today's special class. I'm also a senior among you at this school. He says he hopes that you'll listen carefully to what Professor Kim Tae-han has to say. It might sound boring, but there are some useful things here. Ha ha ha. The professor replies to this name-calling. Stop saying meaningless stuff and let's get started with the class. The students are excited about today's special class. Dexter thinks to himself, he works for Arcadia U. Meanwhile, in Acadia, under Duke Burhan's territory, Satong lies on a tree branch, yawning and mumbling when will the master return. I'm bored. Suddenly, golden divine light appears. Satong immediately senses it. He sits up and looks into the distance, wondering what kind of dark power this is. This isn't an ordinary person. Satan imagines that this immense power is a white flag with an 8-pointed star in a golden circle fluttering in the wind. Satan marvels at it. How vast! The source of this power is Agadiel. Behind him are elite holy warriors. Satan grumbles, this is complicated. I need to avoid this area. What's a Damba doing right now? Satong says in disbelief that he can't believe they appeared when the master wasn't here. The ghostly army created by Zhang still gathers at the entrance of the territory, confronting Agadiel despite no orders from him. He raises his hand and a dense light of radiance emanates. He shouts out divine light. Holy light shoots out from his palm. That light envelops the ghostly army, cleansing their mana of death, purifying them. The skeleton soldier cries out. As the light fades, all that remains before Agadiel are fallen armor pieces scattered on the ground. He kneels respectfully in front of the armor and says, rest in peace, my comrades. On the chest plate is an image of a sword. Agadiel says this scene matches the prophecy of the female blade. He frowns, saying if only I knew about this earlier. Agadiel's hand clenches and presses into the ground. He calmly states that this is where our investigation ends. We've just purified a higher intermediate level undead army. If the undead at the gate are already at this level, we'll lose if we just charge in like this. The holy soldiers behind him think to themselves, intermediate level? Agadi looks serious and turns around, telling them to report this to the Pope. Under a full moon, in the desolate, decayed territory, Agudil's voice echoes, saying that a living corpse could disrupt history as it appears. Sunlight bathes the school grounds. In room 2, the instructor's voice rings out. Now we'll start with a new lecture. Kang Pil-jun says, "Today, I'm here to talk about the benefits for all of you sitting here, about the technology level of the world's first VR. I will be watching and supporting your dreams. You must know that VR can directly connect with our brains, right?" He explains that direct communication between machines and brains is the core technology in VR. However, just as each person has a unique face, so does the brain. Each brain uses signals to interact with machinery differently. In other words, we call this difference a deviation. Kang Pil-jun squints slightly and says it means that true talent in using VR really exists. Ji-jong is surprised, paying more attention to what he's saying. Kang Pil-jun continues explaining the ratio of brain-to-machine signal exchange, which we call synchronization rate. Then he says, "You'll understand better if you can observe it yourself." Line 60 ends here. "Today, I'll test your synchronization rate. This will be a great experience. Anyone volunteering?" The students started chatting about it. Suddenly, someone raised their hand. A boy with neat black hair stood up and said he wanted to try it out. His name is Kang Tae-soo. He seemed intrigued. A girl commented that he looked really handsome. Jaegyun hesitated. Dex nearby asked, "What's wrong?" But then he remembered, thinking to himself, "Got it, it must be the guy who was in our class back in middle school and is now in this group with Jaegyun, the leader of the group that Jaegyun has a crush on." He didn't think much about it, just shrugged it off. Unexpectedly, as he walked by, Kang Tae-soo introduced himself and said his name was Kang Tae-soo. Jende looked at him. With a sly smile, he glanced at Jende and said he hoped to be in the same class with him, ratbag. Kang Tae-soo went down to the stage and apologized that his seat is even further than I thought. Kang Pil-jun responded warmly, "It's okay, come on over." Ji-jang looked at him, her face covered in a shadow, mumbling what kind of attitude. Kang Pil-jun placed his tablet next to where Kang Tae-soo was lying and said this is a device for synchronization rate testing. There might be better machines, but it's fine since it's just a simple test. The accuracy may not be great, but for synchronization rate, it doesn't matter much. He emphasized that it's also very safe. Kang Tae-soo put on VR glasses and lay down, thinking he should have said everything from the start. Kang Pil-jun picked up his tablet and said, "Let's begin." The device started running, emitting a bright white light. Kang Tae-soo thought it was pointless to measure as he couldn't possibly get a low score. But it was good. He would use this chance to show that grass is greener on the other side. He imagined Jigyun and Dex walking together, especially that rat bag. Lim Jigyun and the hoodie-wearing guy always followed him. I don't like them more than anything else. Recalling Dex's apathetic eyes, unresponsive to everything around him. He angrily thought those eyes seemed indifferent to anything but himself. With a smug smile, he thought he would seize this chance to completely trample on him. Then the device showed 21.35%. Kang Pil-jun adjusted his glasses and checked the tablet, saying it was amazing. Considering average teenage scores, this is a huge number indeed. He said he almost broke the record, with the highest score being 26%. Kang Tae-soo stepped out of the device, modestly saying, "Haha, I'm just Tongsop." Kang Pil-jun looked at the students and asked who wanted to be the next tester. Kang Tae-soo pointed towards Dex and said, "What about him?" The direction he pointed was Dex. He smiled confidently and said, "Ah." Jaegyun nearby apologized to Dex, saying it's all my fault. Dex stood up and said it's okay. Looking at Kang Tae-soo, he said this is somewhat interesting anyway. Kang Tae-soo looked back at Dex. Then Dex got into the device. Kang Pil-jun said, "Let's start testing now." Dex lay down and smiled. His synchronization rate increased rapidly from 0 to 45% in just a few seconds. The numbers kept increasing, reaching 55%. Everyone was amazed by the figures. Kang Pilgeon excitedly said it's amazing. A researcher nearby said Kang's synchronization rate is abnormal. It looks like the machine might be malfunctioning. Please stop it immediately. Kang Pilgeon quickly stopped, not waiting for a response. He said this isn't a fault. Finally, the device stopped running. An unbelievable high number appeared, 90.89%. Kang Pilgeon widened his eyes and said Dex's test is over at 90.89%. Kang Tae-soo was shocked, mouth open in disbelief, exclaiming, "What the heck?" Kang Pilgeon excitedly asked Dex, "Have you ever tried Arcadia?" And Lean lied and said no. Kang Pilgeon persisted, saying it's a pity. "Have you played other computer games before? Those simple ones. You really have an amazing talent with them." Dex pretends to be indifferent, saying, "Really? I didn't know that." He takes off his VR glasses and nods, "Yeah, so what?" Deb smiles, finding this quite interesting. Time passes in the school grounds. Holding a rolled rice ball, Debs gently adjusts it, looking shy. The phone shows Yagu kneeling with his head touching the ground. He says today we have to apologize to many people. Seeing that news, Ji Jong hums a tune happily, bites into her rolled rice ball, saying she feels extremely happy. Reading the article, Dex thinks, after the information spread across all media channels, views skyrocketed not just in Korea but worldwide from players of Arcadia. His video views soared to over 88 million. He switches to the statistics page where his earnings are recorded. A flat green line suddenly shoots up, forming steep hills. His earnings increased to $11,000. D-Rang thinks, "So now I don't have to worry about money anymore." Sitting on a wooden chair by the desk, he thinks profits are still lower than expected. "Why is my salary so meager now? But it's okay, I won't have to worry much about rent and equipment debts." He suddenly remembers the colorful sword with wings, the skull kite, and the blue sword given by Sa Teng and Michael for recognition. "If I sell these items for money now," he says, laughing, "this might be my last time eating rolled rice balls like a college student." "Here you are, Dave. It's Zaegyun." He seems to have just run up and is breathing heavily, resting his hands on his thighs. "What happened?" Zaegyun says, "You were really amazing earlier. You reached 92% synchronization rate. Kang Tae-soo only has 21%. He adds. Gajil then says, "Oh, and I only have 15%. Haha, now the professors are all talking about you." Dex doesn't care. He bites another piece of rolled rice ball. Unconsciously, he replies, "Really? Oh, this is a new type of rolled rice ball. It's very delicious. Want to try it?" Zaegyun says, "No thanks, I'm fine. I just ate in the school cafeteria." He says everyone seems to have a good impression of you. He looks at Zaegyun skeptically. He lowers his head and scratches his neck, saying with some hesitation, "You're really great on all fronts." He wonders what happened or who's telling the story. Dex remains silent, looking at Jagilyun. Then he suddenly says, "I'm playing it now." Jagilyun is taken aback and asks, "What did you say?" Dex thinks maybe because everything went smoothly as planned that day. The article about Jagu's apology. The title reads, "Choi Yagu, youngest of GM chairman, apologizes to the world," by Lee Noon reporter. And an image of Kang Tae-soo looking shocked at his high synchronization rate. He thinks maybe it's because this new type of rolled rice ball is really delicious. Dex thinks perhaps because of good weather, the clear blue sky and fluffy clouds are very beautiful. For some reason, he looks directly at Jaegyun and says, "This is the first time I'm telling someone, but I've been playing Arcadia since the beta with my character name as Dex." Dex didn't expect this either. He thinks maybe I revealed my true identity to him. The space suddenly becomes quiet. Jaegyun seems to wake up and asks again, "Hold on, what did you say?" Jaegyun's expression is incredulous as he looks down and says, "Dex, this can't be." He thinks, of course I know who Dex is. Maybe all Korean players do. The name of the top player in every game category, Jaegyun thinks. The name Dex appears in green. He doubts it could be him. Could it? Jaegyun asks, "Are you a fan of Dex? How can you be Dex?" Dex says, "Really, I deleted all my achievements, so there's no proof. Jigyun is stunned. He jumps back and thinks about the high synchronization rate. Jigyun collapsed to the ground, thinking it was evidence. Dex shot up and asked, "What's that? What's wrong with you?" Jigyun's face blanked as he said, "Please." Then Jigyun looked up at Dex, shouting for a signature. "I'm a fan from back then." Dex didn't expect this and was stunned, asking what. After that, it took Dex a lot of time to calm Jigyun down. Ice Valley, here a large blue snake and a bunch of humanoid monsters surrounded a team. The shield bearer said they were demons. There are more monsters than expected. Everyone stay calm. If we die here, it's an extra death penalty. Someone complained, "Why does that soul summoner keep making us go through the area?" Suddenly a purple magic ray appeared. A young woman with short white hair, her face hidden by darkness, softly said, "Hakue." Numerous dry skeletons condensed from death mana and flew towards the large snake, dealing damage to it. The swordsman said, "The magic user's damage is really high. She could take out all these monsters in one hit." The young dark mage with blue hair replied, "Well, are you saying that every magic user is strong?" The young woman said she was the top magic user in this game. A white-haired woman in black clothes, her arms adorned with black feathers, red eyes, and level 86 H Fire Dark Dragon above her head. She looked at the team and said kindly, "Thank you for pulling us through." The swordsman asked, "I know you're amazing, but I just thought you were a regular scammer. I'm really sorry for not recognizing you sooner." Darkfire Dark Dragon didn't mind, saying it's fine. Recognizing me isn't necessary anyway. She said they would farm faster with everyone at higher levels. She suggested that the team should help each other now. The team was moved and felt she was really good. Darkfire Dark Dragon asked, "Can I ask you to pull more monsters? In this case, can I get your team to pull some more?" Teen Lee agreed without hesitation. "Of course." The swordsman suddenly asked, "Just curious. Did you use a high-level skill to kill those monsters in one go? Don't you need time for mana recovery? Is it okay to pull more now?" Darkfire Dark Dragon estimated and said, "Usually, I'll be done with my mana recovery by the time everyone finishes pulling. It's fine." The swordsman exclaimed, "Andy, that fast?" The blonde swordsman calculated in his head. High damage with a wide area of effect and extremely quick mana recovery. It's how a high-level mage levels up on Hell mode. Looking at Darkfire Dark Dragon's back, the swordsman thought this is why people say you should team up with a magic user. Darkfire Dark Dragon said, "Okay, I'm here," she called out, casting a dark purple spell. The team thanked her for helping them level up quickly. They politely bowed to Darkfire Dark Dragon and said they were really happy. "We'll be stronger to help you next time." She awkwardly said not to worry, it's just a hunting team after all. The three of them waved goodbye. Darkfire Dark Dragon stood there, smiling and waving back. The Black Ice Palace was silent again. Darkfire Dark Dragon yawned widely, exhaled a white puff of smoke, mumbling, "Boring." She ran her hand over the system interface, thinking nothing interesting here. Suddenly, a mission appeared. The title was a terrifying rumor spreading across Meryl's Kingdom network. It said there were rumors that Burhan had been killed by an evil magic user. Find out if this is true and identify the magic user. Reading the mission, Tramsey thought, "Burhan, he's a noisy fan. He contacted me before, but I didn't care then." She sat on her bed, pondering. This is quite interesting. Even the smart community of Appendia couldn't find his identity. I can't do this alone, so forget it. Looking at the mission board, the doubts and curiosity troubled her mind. Darkfire Dark Dragon thought, who could be behind all this? She speculated that if this wasn't a plan by Arcadia game administrators, but just one player's actions, she leaned forward slightly. But she sighed in exasperation, saying it's just a thought and can't be done. Even high-level scammers like me couldn't do it. A system notification suddenly appeared, startling her. She exclaimed, "Huh," looking at it. On the board, it read H1, Forgotten Darkness. A request for an interconnected mission has been fulfilled. The hunt for water elementals is now active. The player chose a 1H Fire Black Dragon mage, and the mission has been assigned. The Blackfire Black Dragon doesn't understand anything. completely confused. What are you shouting about? Why did I get this mission? On another side, in Burhan's territory, the sky is covered by a deadly aura. Satan and Michael appear. Satan quickly asks his master where he has been. There are some crazy things here. Michael happily says you didn't come back. I've been waiting for you. You're later than I thought. Satan excitedly says, listen, after you left, the Empire attacked those damn holy empires. Although they invaded our territory, their actions were based on faith. But those are still acts of faith. Satan quickly stops him and says, calm down. Please speak slowly, one thing at a time. Satan says, my master, you really made a mistake using the power of Lecha Gamer, causing chaos in the human kingdom. Humans won't just sit idly by. Michael calmly adds, I agree with some points that the damn child said. Even heaven has put Lich Argamer on its blacklist. Excluded everywhere. His power is also a dark race's ability. I don't advise you to use it at all. Hearing this, Satan goes crazy and shouts at Michael, what did you say? You damned dark race. What the hell are you saying, you mad chicken? Michael shrugs and says, what's wrong with me being called a mad chicken? Thank you for your compliment. I get goosebumps when someone like you gets upset about something obvious. Satan laughs maniacally, his veins popping out, telling you, does it seem like I've been too good? Do you want to taste the pain now? Michael doesn't back down and provocatively says, try me. You're not winning this time, Your Majesty. Immediately, they start fighting fiercely, feathers flying everywhere. Debs can't even speak. Truly a pity, no peace for one day. It's like the battle between angels and demons. He thinks to himself, based on what they said, everything seems to be going according to plan. It makes sense that the undead are here. He thinks, great, the legendary villain, Lich Argamer, announced his resurrection to the world. He smiles and mutters, I wonder how the righteous heroes will react when they find out about this. On another side, in the holy city of the Holy Empire, golden sunlight bathes the grand white architecture under a clear blue sky. Agadiel salutes to the Pope and Saint Lady who are seated above. The Pope says, I know, that's how it is. After investigating Burhan Dugdom, Agadiel confirms Lecha Gamer was the main culprit. The woman gasps, her face turning pale with fear, unable to speak a word. She says, Your Highness, I saw the apparition here. The Pope rubs his temples in pain. He solemnly says, everything seems like that, Lady of the City. He thinks we, the Holy Empire, have stayed away from all the controversies among the empires on the continent. This is because with God's constant teachings to love his followers and guide them towards righteousness, leading those who are misguided to enlightenment and repentance. He imagines the horrific scene, countless armies trampling over countless fallen soldiers. Thinking that even demons won't spare us, they've brought chaos back to this world again. He immediately says, Agadiel, I propose you as an indication of God's will. Agadiel replies, yes, Your Majesty's command is my duty. He says with the authority of the Pope of the Holy Empire, he firmly grabs his hand and says, I want you to judge and expel all demons from this holy land. Ensure victory for the Holy Empire, understood? Amen responds. Agadiel replies affirmatively. It's starting again. Agadiel thinks with a serious expression. The battle between angels and demons, he thinks to himself. Two forces of golden and dark blue energy swirl into a vortex. The mission log reads H1, the Forgotten Darkness hunts mages. The mission content is Lecha Gamer, the villain who polluted the continent with darkness in the past. Signs of his rebirth have been discovered again, and thus people across the continent unite to enforce justice for these matters, moving forward and helping. The good side's victory condition is clear. Kill 500,000 evil characters and Lichtergermer. The evil side's is a secret. Your alignment as an evil player is noted on the quest board. The Dark Dragon reads the quest board with black flames. What? She exclaims. Meanwhile, Deb seems very happy and satisfied, scheming as his plan unfolds smoothly. Images of Michael and Satan appear, both wielding weapons. Two main factions exist in the final battle between angels and demons at Acadia. The angel side shows knights with large swords and white armor, along with wise priestesses holding staffs. And the evil side features demons with black horns, fully clad in dark armor, alongside black-haired witches. Both sides have conflicts with each other. Although this is a role-playing style that players enjoy, some comments appear, like Zhejiang Holy writing, stealing and even blocking the escort of NPCs. Don't waste your life doing this, it's a loss. Or Dr. Mun writes, what's he up to? If you have an escort mission, we have a robbery mission. A Holy Knight Execution Squad member writes, Holy Knights are actually weakened. Can any skill balance out all disadvantageous states? And the band of 1, 2, 3 notes that necromancers are even stronger. But can events at Burhan Forge Path be seen yet? Conflicts happening is inevitable due to different roles players have. A Holy Knight in armor fights a Dark Mage. Player conflicts are common, sometimes leading to killing other players. Despite this, there's no reason for full-scale war between the two sides. The balance of power has vanished. This is due to observed rules. A warning appears, killing other players within the city is forbidden. The city is meant for newbies and to create a better environment in Arcadia. Breaking this rule will put you on the NPC guard's wanted list. But now, there's a reason for war. It's because of that linked mission where the good side must kill 500,000 evil characters and lich our gamer. The rules have disappeared. A warning appears. The Pope has declared all evils will be judged in God's name. The rule against killing within the city is temporarily suspended. This makes the balance of power completely gone. The scale shows the orange flame outweighing the dark purple one. Snowy mountains, clear blue sky. The dark dragon steps, leaving footprints in the snow. She reads the warning and thinks 50 million souls. That's almost equal to South Korea's current population. They want to kill everyone on the evil side, right? She bites her nails, wondering what kind of mission this is. Have they lost their minds? It seems I'll have to stay in the city for a while. She approaches the gate leading into the city. As she steps through the gate, an old red curtain appears. The system warns, this is a kill zone. If you don't want to fight, please change your location. The dark dragon's eyes widen in shock at the warning. The rule against killing within the city has vanished. If so, cities could become dangerous zones. A Holy Knight skill call sounds. A bolt of holy light strikes down an evil player. An angelic knight swings his mace and kills an evil character. The system warns, your achievement has been recognized by the Holy Order. Your faith points have increased. After judging all evils, you'll receive a special reward based on your contribution. The Holy Knight looks at the warning and says about the reward. He smiles menacingly, looking in some direction. His eyes are bloodthirsty, terrifying. Seeing him look towards her, she's completely shocked. Her hair stands on end. Not just him, but many others look at her like hungry beasts see their prey. And 60, not just him, but many others look at her like hungry beasts see their prey. Hager Hauhai Hakimalong hurriedly said to wait a moment. Let's talk and see what happens. To his surprise, an NPC guard shouted. The guard named Kanjian warned that a dark mage had invaded the city. Quickly kill her, the guard ordered. Hager Hauhai Hakimalong couldn't believe it. Even the NPCs were acting like this. Any explanation was useless now. She closed her eyes waiting for death, fearfully crying out. But that didn't come, she shouted, the swamp of night. The liquid substance emitted a deep violet light, and the thick oozes appeared, sweeping through the good knights. System notifications echoed continuously. You have killed the city guard in U City. All PCS in U City will now have an adversarial attitude towards you. Other guards of the city are pursuing you. If you die, you'll face additional punishment. Remember well, you've killed a player, now you're a red hiding player. The notification stopped here. Standing before a black-purple swamp, bubbles emerged, dissolving everything it engulfed. She raised her hand in front, panting heavily, realizing she had no choice but to kill them all. Numerous voices echoed. The Dark Haker Mage revealed its true nature. Let's exterminate the evil cult together. That Dark Haker Mage just killed a PC? Is she insane? Isn't she the top Haker Mage? She thought now was time to run. Someone shouted, "Oh, I'm running, chase me." In the vicinity of Burhan Dukdum, there were tall pine trees. System notifications for the quest Chase the Forgotten Shadow continued. The difference was that there were separate notifications for good and evil sides. Choose a side and enter your character. Dex read the notification, saying, "What's this?" Satan saw the notification, exclaimed, "Oh, it's that damn turnip again. That's exactly why I told you not to cross the limit." Death said, "Don't go past the limit, eh? Are we really going to do those things? All for quest rewards." Satan looked at him in disbelief. Is he crazy or something? He felt troubled, scratching his head and thinking, damn it, we've stirred up a hornet's nest. We should have stopped him from using a gamer mage's power. If those chickens go berserk, I'll be trampled to death. Realizing something, he shouted, "Right." Satan turned to my CCN and said, "Hey, eek, stand up as a mediator and reconcile them. Return to your basic angel state and tell the Holy Kingdom to back off for me." My CCN looked confused, asking why he had to do that. Satan approached her, shouting, "Why? Don't you see a full-scale war is about to break out? Don't you want to avoid the hard work because your master used our power? Isn't it an angel's duty to prevent people from shedding blood?" Michael smiled fearfully, saying, "Actually, this is quite wonderful. We can use this opportunity to clean out all the evil. I've been looking forward to that." Satan looked at Michael, despairingly thinking, "Oh, she's crazy." The notification appeared, stating the Pope's law, to judge evil, we must sacrifice everything we have. Even if it means turning this entire continent red with blood, we won't stop until God's justice is served. Deb read the board, saying, "Damn, those harsh words seem determined. Things will not end in peace." Satan flying nearby said, "We're in trouble now." He shouted, "Master, take responsibility for this. It's all your fault. Everyone on my side is preparing to sell salt because you used a gamer mage's power to create this chaos. If you don't do anything, I'll never lend you our power again." Looking at Satan angrily, he said, "You're acting like a child." But in his mind, he thought maybe, but what he said wasn't wrong. People's reactions seemed worse than expected. We need to neutralize the situation now. More importantly, at this rate, the game will start eating its own feed. Dex asked Michael and Enla, "Can you help us stabilize the situation?" Michael flew through the air and said, "Stabilize? What do you mean by that? What kind of stabilization are you talking about? This is a decision made by humans. It will be quite complicated if I get involved." Dex looked at the mission board and said, "Like this part here." He only mentioned the number of evil people to be judged, saying 50 million should be judged for evil. The number of judgments kept increasing, now reaching over 1,400. Not everyone among them committed a crime. I don't think all of them deserve to be hunted down just because they are dark mages. There's an old saying, direct your hatred towards the evil, not towards those who commit it. It would be too much if innocent people had to suffer as well. In the end, he concluded with that, and I'm sure you'll get more recognition from me. Please help me. Michael was moved by this. She placed her hand on her chest and said, "After all, I am your guardian angel. I can't just ignore your request like that." "All right, I'll help you." Da asked, "Are you sure?" "I'm very grateful to you." Satang was furious inside, thinking this plan is brilliant. A notification appeared. "You have received 1,500 points of recognition." "All right, I'll be back right away," Michael said. Golden light appeared. Archangel Michael, the symbol of glorious Holy Spirit, temporarily returned to his original form. The golden yellow system notification appeared. At the Imperial Temple, Michael descended in full form, with 3 pairs of wings fluttering behind him. Seeing her, he respectfully greeted and loudly cheered, for the messenger of God has come down from heaven. This is indeed a blessing for Ento Eden. In the Holy Land of the Holy Kingdom, one of the priests said, behind them was Saint Sylvia. She clasped her hands together with joy and excitement, saying how blessed Michael Kindhearted is now bringing words from God to you. Please pay attention. She told the system notification to appear, indicating changes in the details for the witch hunting mission. Please check the changes. Dex looked at the notification board and said, Oh, it seems something has changed. Satan hurried over and said, "Let me see that." He was surprised. He exclaimed, "What is this?" Even Dad was amazed. "Hold on a moment. Is this really true?" At this moment, the small girl with golden hair appeared smiling. "That's Elle," she said, zizzing, "I'm back." As expected, the church responded to our request. Elle covered her mouth and laughed. Sparkling lights surrounded her. "Haha, can you see it?" But Da and Satan didn't pay attention to her. They stared at the green notification screen. Connected mission, Forgotten Darkness, Witch Hunting. Lichtergermer, the evil who polluted the continent with darkness in the past. The traces of his rebirth have been discovered once again. And so people on the continent united to enforce justice. Move forward and help humanity accomplish this. Victory conditions. Good guys. Evil set 3,921 out of 4,999,990. Lichtergermer, the hunted beast 0 out of 1. Evil ends. The green notification board in front of Deck clearly showed you belong to the evil side. Satan was a bit angry and suspiciously asked, "Deduct 100 you." Decide. Fold, it only deducted 100. She's not going to listen easily, that's for sure. Elle is still naive. Her hands clench tightly together. Her eyes shine as she asks, "What's wrong? I've already cut down 100 people for you. Do you think I have any mercy? Why not? Are you satisfied now?" Satan turns to shout at Io, "That crazy girl, today we're really ending this." And Io responds with tears in her eyes. "Oh my god, after we reconciled, she's changing her attitude again. Just like the devils can't do anything." Satan gets even angrier as she shouts, "How could there be reconciliation? That's an insult. That crazy girl." Deck stands by quietly, sighing and thinking about who designed this game's angel character. Anyway, these conditions are still feasible in reality. The wizard is a decent profession. I need to pay attention to it. Keep thinking. Fortunately, I've already considered situations like this. And all the planning has gone smoothly. Death turns to look at Satan, who is being choked by Elle, and says, "Hold on a moment. Tan, I have something to ask of you." "What else?" Satan responds. Death asks, "So are you going to help the evil side?" "I have a good idea." Satan doesn't rush to agree. His face shows no doubt. The sound of people shouting echoes through the mountains. "Alright, we've succeeded. Everyone, come here quickly." Finally, I cornered that wizard into a corner. A group is surrounding a lone girl, pushing her towards the cliff. The golden-haired knight smiles and says, "Haha, you know you can't escape, right? After all, it's just a bunch of evil guys." The white-haired girl adds, "Cowardly mouse, give up." Harker the dark dragon puffs and worries silently. "It's set. The magic duel used up too much mana earlier. Right now, I can only use 1 to 2 spells at most. I'm in a very dangerous situation right now. The more backstabbing, the higher the punishment. But without backstabbing, we'll die immediately. What should I do?" She's caught between a rock and a hard place. A man with a sinister smile says, "You know what it feels like to defeat the top wizard, right? Any special rewards yet?" "I'm curious," the golden-haired knight adds. "Any items must be shared fairly." He then draws his sword and prepares for battle. "Come on, let's go." The special part is waiting ahead. Harker the dark dragon is stunned. Closing my eyes, waiting for death to approach, a few tears fall from her eyes. Not feeling anything, so she slowly opens her eyes again. Satan stops the attack with just his little finger. Harker the dark dragon can't believe what he's seeing. The golden-haired knight looks at the man in front and asks in surprise, "What is this? He wasn't hit by our attacks. Evil, no." Little demon, his question might have touched Satan's anger point, making his face turn serious. In front of the knight, a purple ball suddenly appeared, and he was unclear about what happened. The ball grew larger, then it exploded suddenly. A purple flame engulfed the ugly guy. He howled in pain. The tank looked at the knight. The pale mage asked faintly, pointing his finger towards the burning flames, "Looking so majestic like this, you still call me little demon? Do these chickens believe I can fly over the clouds?" Seeing their comrade's condition, The crowd couldn't help retreating. The bald head shouted harshly, "What is this? I've never seen such a skill before." The black mage, "Are these your secretly summoned pets?" Someone else said, "How can your pet be so strong?" "Nonsense." The dark dragon seemed confused. Linny asked, "What's that?" "Just now, when you saw me yawning, did you think of Satan the Devil King?" Satan slightly turned his head to look at her. "Hey!" he asked, "Are you a dark dragon or something like that?" His question surprised her. She could only say, "What? How does he know my name? Who is this guy?" She continued thinking, if it's an NPC, I should have felt something different. A green notification appeared. You've faced the greatest master of darkness and reached a crucial point in your witch hunting quest. The mission can change based on how you play. Be careful with your choices. The dark dragon looked at the notification, wondering about the greatest master of darkness. She realized her voice trembling slightly. If so, that thing, no. Who is it? Satong pointed to the crowd and said calmly, "Stay there and be quiet. First, I need to deal with these chickens." The chickens were confused, making a collective sound of alarm. The purple flame washed over them. Satong said, "Okay, let's finish this quickly." The purple flames burned fiercely in his hand. "It's time for you to retreat and recover your strength." The crowd decided not to believe it and moved forward. The head chicken said, "Defeating the Master Mage is key. That could be our victory." That which doesn't have much energy left. Everyone should use their strongest skills. Instantly, countless attacks rushed in. Satong didn't care. "I'm not a summoned pet to recover, really." Utter nonsense from these idiots. All the attacks were blocked by the purple light. The head chicken was surprised. All attacks were neutralized. The archer standing on the side opened her eyes wide in shock. What is this crazy monster so strong? The purple ball circulated, containing terrifying power. Satang's red eyes shone brightly. Notifications kept popping up. The dark light was exerting its full strength. Players infected might suffer sudden death. The church's holy light was increasing their defense. Defense failed. Temporarily unable to use divine power. The dark light completely controlled the player's body. The final notification said, "You have been corrupted." In everyone's surprise, Sang in purple enveloped them. They immediately panicked. "What is this? No, can't use divine power. Damn it, I've never heard of anything like this before." The voice seeped into their minds. "This is an order to the corrupted faithful. Go die." An extremely evil command. The bodies of the people showed signs of water damage. Finally, they shattered like glass, and Satong turned his nose up. "Sigh, bored. I was hoping these guys would have some real power, but in the end, humans are just a backward species, not worth much attention." At this moment, Hirko AM Long landed directly on the ground and shouted loudly, "Oh great Demon King, what an honor to be saved by you." Satong asked, "What's that?" "Just met and already planning to kill me." Her face showed no concern. If she chose to become a Hirkfapse, who would have expected the Demon King to be different? She continued speaking with great reverence. "Great Demon King, I am your biggest fan, ma'am. It's an honor to meet you." Satong was a bit pleased when he met his fan. "Auntie, haha, why be so formal? At least you're not some foolish human anymore. So let me confirm, are you the strongest Hirkfapse on the continent?" Hirko AM Long immediately answered, "Yes, but still not as strong as the Demon King's fingernail, ma'am." She lowered herself to flatter Satong. Satong looked at her and said, "The strongest Hirkfapse doesn't have any muscle like this. So you're always beaten up by chickens every day, right?" Hirko AM Long quickly replied, "Yes, that's my weakness." Satong said, "Should I give you a bit more strength?" Hirko AM Long still acted tough and he continued, "Alright, listen up. Work with me from now on." "What kind of work?" she replied. Hirk AM Long, first rank Hirk AM Fapse. "From now, you're the representative of evil." She whispered again, "Representative of evil. Ha!" Licha Gamer, through a pact with the Demon King, became one of the rare immortal first-rank Hirkam Fapse. But once his blood turned red, under blinding light, a sword pierced through him to end his life. Then that smart guy committed an unforgivable sin. The high priestess of Mary prays, "May the light of God forgive this man's sins and redeem them with his life." A gamer will never submit to another's sword. Wait until one day I'll come back and make you pay for this humiliation. Punishing a gamer from that event feels like centuries have passed. In hell, he is imprisoned by countless chains of suffering. The Dark One in the Abyss secretly plotted, trapping him with his actions, causing chaos and imbalance to the world. It's a pity I couldn't fulfill my ambitions and had to suffer this powerless period. Just a couple of times would be enough. Just give me another chance. Suddenly, a voice spoke. "Hey, skeleton dog," a gamer was immediately drawn in. He looked at the figure ahead and said in awe, "You, Satan!" "Oh, I couldn't even hear your footsteps. Truly a line of shrimp." Satan interrupted him. "Enough with all that talk. Do something for me." The hollow skull's empty eyes shone brightly. He asked quickly, "What your intention is?" "Finally, the Holy Empire has fallen. Give me a chance. I vow to you, mountains and seas will be my witness." Satang has a bit of a temper. His purple hand grips the other's head and shouted loudly, "You've lost your nerve, right?" Making him choke slightly, Satang said, "Do you know how likely it is for you to return to Acadia?" The bone demon replied in a different tone, "Are you planning to stir up trouble there again?" Satan's face became more fierce. "This is something within my responsibility. Do you understand? This pile of useless bones." Licha Gamer felt scared and asked politely, "So what do I need to do then, sir?" He secretly thought that Sir Satang seemed even more authoritative than usual today. Has he been troubled by something recently? Satang pointed at him and said, "Listen carefully, our plan must be a perfect performance. From now on, you need to use the body of an ordinary person to make it easier to act when returning to the demon world. If you still have any thoughts of revenge against the heavenly realm, you're dead. They're even worse than me," Satang reminded him. Dexter's figure appeared. Satang asked again, "Do you understand?" "Yes, yes," the Frost Mage immediately replied, secretly thinking, "Is there anyone more evil than Satan? Who could it be?" At this moment, Dex was yawning and looking dazed, clearly too late. Back to the present at the snowy mountain peak. Satang raised his hand to summon a magic circle. The fire dragon stood in the middle, but it's too powerful. What is he planning to do? Satang said indifferently, "Human, I've placed a big bet on that person. Show it in a way that matches our expectations." He suddenly switched to a pleading tone. "Please, really?" The silhouette of Lichtergrimmer appeared. His gloved hand reached out as if trying to grab the dark dragon. She kept receiving notifications continuously. She had absorbed the essence of Lichtergrimmer. Unlock the title. Upgrade to Hell Leader. The benefits of the Lichtergrimmer title can be directly passed onto Arcadia through player characters. The quest chain has changed in the details for the Witch Hunter mission. Please review the changes. The Lichtergeimer, a villain who polluted the continent with darkness in the past, his signs of rebirth have been discovered once again. And so, everyone on the continent united to enforce justice against these things, moving forward and helping, conditions for defeating the good side. Judging 5.4 to 3 villains out of 50 million, the Lion Lichtergeimer is not above 1%. Evil faction, occupying the Maroon Kingdom, is not above 1%. Excommunicate the Pope. Increase in task board. Sweaty, excommunicate the Pope. Occupy the Maroon Kingdom. Such a huge ambition? Master, how much effort do you think we will have to spend? The Dark Dragon looked at the changes on his body and equipment. Notification board reminds her that player stats have significantly increased. Please review the changes. Without hesitation, she opened the information panel. After looking through it, she could only exclaim, "Cool! Has combat power increased to this extent? I've never seen anything like it. Even a top-level wizard from my Korean server can't match up. If we start now, maybe we could reach the top of the national server rankings." She started thinking. Satan calls. "Hey, you silly girl." "Yes, sir," the Dark Dragon replied with a reverent expression. "Why are you not answering quickly? Did you get stuck for real?" I'm sorry." Changing his attitude to be more humble, Satan continued, Forget it. The appearance of the one being addressed is indeed fitting for a representative role. Tomorrow, we can start implementing our next plan. A coil with demonic markings flew in. The dark dragon opened it to check. Satan said, "From now on, prepare according to what's written here." This is a rectangular shape formed by Satan's fingers, horizontally aligned for filming. Okay, start filming. Ready, act. In the dimly lit room, no lights except for the computer screen. On a Pendia website, the free board has many articles. Dis looked at the screen and said, "Indeed they are in chaos as expected. It's hard to tell who is truly evil." He silently pondered, linking quests, hunting witches, whether it's a player or an NPC. As long as one belongs to the evil faction, they will be pardoned even if killed anywhere and anytime, and vice versa. Contributions will increase. It's going smoothly. At this opportunity, not only can we get loot from revenge and ordinary baddies, but also benefits from contributing to factions. With this trend, the situation is becoming more tense. On the other hand, dissatisfaction among evil players who have been turned into those being hunted due to choosing an inappropriate profession is increasing, meaning it's time for heroes to help them, even more than we thought. He was determined to arrange everything well and looked at the screen image. So take your time to admire. What are the results of his efforts? The video has been uploaded. The title is the official statement from the evil representative, sent to all those who have died unjustly, considered dirty and wicked. Many players have, are, and will continue to be massacred. I was close to death not long ago. It's time for outrage. Justice has fallen apart. All the mages and dark knights in Acadia, artisans, assassins, everyone must unite to stop these unjust massacres. Don't accept it anymore. Rise up and fight. Show me everyone's strength. Me, rank 1 Dark Dragon Midge Haggeryu. Oh no! The leader of the Shadow Army, Lich Argymer, will personally guide those who wish to join me in fighting this evil holy empire at the Maroon Kingdom. At the Maroon Kingdom, Baron Michael. The girl with blue hair looks down, whispering, "Crazy! What's that? Those monsters, countless creatures are over there. Do, Nam Mikhail. Are you okay? I came to greet you." Dex sits on the head of a giant mummy warrior, waving his pan. Mikhail exclaims in surprise, "Dex." The soldiers guarding the gate look a little scared at the sight of the undead army. Inside the grand and chaotic white building, Mikhail speaks. "All right, Dex." With a slightly reluctant expression, "What do you want to stir up here?" Death scratches his head. "Me. I just going on a trip." Hearing that, Mikhail becomes even more annoyed. "Are you bringing the undead army here for a trip?" Death asks. "Do you know how the adventure wars are escalating right now? Our goal is to bring the undead with us to protect this holy land from them. So don't worry too much. I'll continue. I also don't want to lose my precious letter." Mikhail suddenly remembers Broken and says respectfully to him, "For Lord Broken, I have received your letter and have a rough understanding of the situation." Looking at Dutch, she adds, "If you really did defeat the Duke Bergen, you must have defeated that blood-sucking Duke of Maroon Kingdom." As he speaks, Mikhail suddenly stands up, leans close to Debs and shouts loudly, "We didn't make a mistake in identifying him. You're amazing." Debs blushes and replies, "Haha, no one has ever praised me before." Mikhail suddenly yells, "What did you say?" "The Duke Bergen you defeated is like a blood-sucking worm devouring the people of Maroon Kingdom. If we add up all the wealth he has swallowed, it would be enough to keep the whole country alive for several years, even plotting to overthrow the kingdom. A wicked and greedy man. Punishing such a scoundrel without praise. Who else? I don't know your intentions, but regardless, considering the achievements you've made, Dex, you are my hero and the hero of Maroon Kingdom." Deb's expression suddenly becomes serious. "You're blunt." "Oh, I understand. Is it because the money is a bit late these days?" Mikhail responds in surprise. "Yeah, there's been too much going on lately. I'm sorry. I promise that from now on, work will not pile up anymore, so please forgive me." Are you talking to a hero like this? Acadia Korea branch. A girl inside the virtual reality cage. She slowly opens her eyes and thinks about the witch hunting mission. Just because of it, players from both continents in Korea are competing against each other. This is an unexpected situation at headquarters. The server-wide announcement writes, "We have no reason to stop it. In fact, we cannot even prevent it." On the contrary, it's a wonderful event that fits Arcadia's nature of pursuing endless freedom. But considering future plans, we can't just let it be. So even if we can't avoid this situation, we need to minimize the damage as much as possible. She steps on the bright green floor and calls out, "Alice." The girl replies, "Hello, Chairman. What can I do for you?" The chairman says, "The mission chain in Continent 1 is imbalanced, so I want to adjust it. Execute a death penalty for players from the evil side. Completely remove it." Artificial intelligence Alice requests some adjustments to the system with the death penalty for players. Haley Mizian, chairman, is satisfied with her management authority and deactivates the death penalty for evil-aligned players. The death penalty has brought significant changes to the situation. Even those evil players who had been avoiding battles due to the death penalty began participating without hesitation, rising from the dead and continuing their attacks. "I remember now, you're that high-ranking holy knight who killed me, right? I chased you all the way to hell. Now it's time for revenge." Countless scenes of vengeance are unfolding everywhere. Everything has changed. Even though exhausted, the good guys didn't just lie down and wait. They formed a support group to help each other. The Unity consciousness, despite the numerical disadvantage, created a system, a tight balance leading to an endless war. In Maroon Kingdom, battles continue day after day without pause. This is truly a massacre now. The conflict between good and evil has intensified. The chaos between the good and evil in Arcadia has increased, bringing significant changes to the context of their confrontation. Casualties tally around 63,921, achieving the title of Shadow Chaser. Death sat on the roof, silently thinking, who would have thought the battle would be so intense? Removing the death penalty is a big deal for the game company. But as long as it doesn't affect our plans, it's fine. He whispered, "Hero, just treat this world like a game and enjoy yourself. Maybe my attitude won't change later either." But am I worthy of her praise for carrying out this plan? Indeed, perhaps it was just to have some fun. This is truly a despicable game. Satong cried, "Oh heavens, all the effort I put in, everything I poured into it." Death said, complaining about what he said, "Didn't you agree with the plan?" Satan pounded his roof, "Master, do you know how much effort I've put into bringing a Tenlik into your plan? We share the responsibility in planning." Death dismissed his words. "Huh, who would think that all of this is your work? Didn't you remove my part completely?" Satan was speechless. Death continued, "With the reduction in losses from the evil side, how can they not receive anything?" That Satan stammered. El said, "Don't pay attention to what he's saying. Master Death, in fact, demons speak and act differently." Her words made Satan fall silent. Death said, "Even angels can be eloquent. Anyway, you'll lend me your power as promised, right?" Io smiled confidently. "Of course, if you can defeat that Aquilic, I'll lend it to you. After all, an angel has more credibility, so there's no need to worry." So calling, a golden light flows in the space. GEO. Looking at the screen, this character seems fine. He has potential. Choose Cardiel, the Wandering Knight. Al said, "His strength is definitely enough to kill that Aquilic." Satan beside UI said, "What? That skeleton looks scary, but it's not easy to defeat anyone." Then his expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed, "Oh no, that guy. The master of the Holy Sword defeated Tenlik before. The angelic light blesses the player, temporarily boosting their strength." Looking at Dex's sword, Satan continued to shout, "One of the 5 swords, Eternal Sword, is appearing right in front of Mater. With this, defeating the Tenlik skeleton will be easier than eating candy." Yo chuckled calmly. "Haha, you need to invest more if you want certainty. Small guys like him won't do. I've said it before, for dealing with the root of evil, I can accept any sacrifice." Tan heard this and was extremely alarmed. The more investment, the greater the benefits. This gives us a chance to win. Without such a chance, no matter how hard you try, it's futile. I'm not on the good side nor the evil side, Dex said. Let's get started. I am a player, here to deal with that Onlik who caused this chaos. The capital city fortress of Maroon Kingdom. Concerned voices are discussing, Sire, the demonic army has attacked before the castle. Please give orders. The young prince with tears streaming down his face said, What should I do, even if my father is still alive? A worried official loudly said, Prince, we must leave the capital immediately. First, seek refuge in the Holy Empire to protect the Jade Body and find a way to retake the capital. The prince directly refutes. Do you want me to abandon the people and run away? Do you think father would forgive that? Two sentences from father, the prince is still too young. The other person steps back while saying, Your Highness, I apologize. Someone nearby immediately calls out, Prince. The explorers are forming a defense team before the capital city. If we join forces with them, we might be able to stop the demon army. The prince suddenly looks happy and agrees quickly. Yes, after these explorers die, they will resurrect if we trust them and fight together. Not even a sentence is finished when the boy is interrupted by a violent tremor. A soldier rushes in urgently. Your Highness, report. Yes, what's the matter? Outside. The huge army is coming, the soldier says hurriedly. An endless, powerful, and terrifying army is advancing. Leading them is the dark flame black dragon. The young prince looks extremely frightened at this moment, his face pale. Task chain. 10-1. The Forgotten Transmission of Darkness. Hunt the Sorcerer. Lichar Gamer has died the continent in darkness in the past. His resurrection signs are being discovered again. Everyone on the continent is united to bring justice to the remnants of the demons. Let's fight together. The victory condition. It's worse than I thought, the dark flame black dragon thinks. If we make a mistake, we might fail before reaching the throne and 50 million people will die. Is it right to be satisfied that even if we die, we won't face punishment? They say someone has died over 1,000 times just to catch an archbishop, so I've heard enough. But this is a perfect test. The shadow of Lich Argamer looms behind her. Both sides are extremely tense before the bloody battle. The dark flame black dragon says, Are you ready, Lich Argamer? The skeletal man responds, At any time. He shouts, Space Death. Night Festival, the whispers of the dead. Soul Fortitude. The greed of souls, the hatred for life. With the dark flame black dragon's arm raised, the hag magic appears. Lich Argamer says, Excellent. The dark mage has unleashed our power to this extent. Our army can't be defeated now unless their strength equals that of an angel. No human power can stop us. That's true. The good side is extremely weak against the huge dark army. The dark flame black dragon commands, Start the battle. All troops advance. Countless gloomy soldiers march forward. The player side feels helpless. We can't. How can we? The dark flame black dragon smiles happily. Loud cries echo across the battlefield. The crescent moon casts its light on the space. Inside the castle, no one is left until the dark flame black dragon enters. Looking round, she thinks, it's pitiful, even for an NPC. But who would have thought that king would run away? What a pity for the lives of the soldiers guarding the city gate. She laughs bitterly and says out loud, A king like this should never have ruled the kingdom. She steps closer to the throne as dawn light gradually rises. From now on, she will sit on the Maroon Kingdom's throne. The throne of the Maroon Kingdom recognizes her as the new master. The Maroon Kingdom is completely occupied. Task chain, the evil side has met the victory condition in the hunt for sorcerers. The evil side has won. The death penalty for the evil side has been reactivated. Pay attention to the player. The effective aura has claimed the throne and gained control of the Maroon Kingdom. The Darkfire Dragon sat majestically on the powerful throne like a true king. Inside, she secretly cheered, Success! I did it! For the first time, I've conquered an entire kingdom in this game. She started daydreaming. How much money would I have if I became the king of Maroon Kingdom? This is so cool. What should I do first? Right, start with treasures. Find the treasure in this castle first. collect taxes, then punish other countries. Suddenly, a voice echoed, cutting off her thoughts. Being a king sounds fun. Huh. The Darkfire dragon started singing unexpectedly. Looking over, she saw a figure of a person holding a sword. Behind the stranger was a pile of defeated bones. She shouted loudly, Who is that? Facing her question, the newcomer only smiled. How did he get in when the guard said he couldn't? The Darkfire dragon raised his hand and exerted his strength. An arrow turned into a purple magical arrow, flying at high speed like a gust of wind. Death hit him, adrenaline's lightning-fast step. He leaped up. The arrow plunged into the ground with great force, creating a large explosion. The Darkfire dragon's face turned serious again. What is it? Who is he? I've never seen him in the rankings. But his speed, skill, and especially that expression. He's strong. Death raised his sword over his head, gesturing to the ground and asked, Were you really this happy just now? Of course, with such power breaking the balance and controlling a kingdom, one should be satisfied. Did I get an hidden profession? If you plan on making more money here, that's too greedy. The Darkfire dragon shouted in alarm. How? How did he do it? You? Who are you really? Death appeared mysterious. Oh, you shot from the ceiling above. A golden sword slashed straight down, saying, The creditor has come to reclaim the borrowed debt. The eternal sword emitted a holy golden light. Lich Arghymer felt alarmed. What is this? I have my strength now. Could it be that sword? Perhaps he was about to recall the final moments before being killed by the eternal sword. A huge force surged towards the player. The final scene of Eternity had designated the player as the subject of judgment, an abnormal state. The mark of death had been carved on it. Lich Arghymer's soul was filled with shock. The Darkfire dragon gritted his teeth and asked, Girl, what is this? Dex laughed and said, Oh, surprised aren't you? Now Cinderella's magic has been released. Dex's strength was truly terrifying. He smiled proudly and said so. Indeed, Image, but you can't use any skills when the enemy is close. It's good that you can't become an Essence Soul Master. While still struggling with Dex's terrifying power, the Darkfire dragon gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, Don't laugh! I have a ranking of top mages. As chosen by the demon Satong, how could I lose to someone? At this moment, the magic circle seemed to activate the Darkfire dragon's power. The strength that had been waiting to be unleashed was now exploding. She screamed, This is ridiculous! Under that power, Dex, who was a bit careless, was pushed back several steps. But Dex still stood calmly and laughed as he turned to Satan. Is it right? Tan, do you know what she said? That statement is related to that person, but unlike the Darkfire dragon, Lich Arghymer was even more panicked. He thought, no way is that sword. Before Lichterghymer stood a sword surrounded by golden light bindings, he pondered for a moment. The eternal blade had cut him in the final battle. The reappearance of that sword in Arcadia suggests that fate is intervening too. That almost made him understand Satang's panic attitude before. So it turns out Satang, no wonder the king saved him. Revealing chaos means certain death. At that time, Leech had made a very decisive decision. He warned Hirk Am Long to run away and absolutely not engage with him. Due to the illusion, hearing this made Hirk Am Long extremely confused. He asked back, What does a gamer mean? But Hirk Am Long was quite stubborn and unwilling to surrender or retreat. The complaint lady said that only a holy knight could defeat us, but I'm not ready for a proper battle yet. Meanwhile, Dix began casting his next skill. He quickly grabbed the glowing sword and stepped into Adrenaline Rush. He leaped high and rushed towards Hirk Am Long with lightning speed to deliver a fatal strike, leaving her utterly surprised. Without further thought, she firmly resolved and summoned demons. After summoning, various demons of different shapes and sizes gradually appeared. In an instant, a full team of demon defenders stood in front of Dex. Seeing this, he stopped, tightly gripping his sword, but staring at the large demonic defense formation. Not only was he not afraid, but he sneered and said, Really, you're being too stubborn to let people go peacefully. Saying that, the sword in his hand began glowing with golden light. Dex activated the Holy Annihilation Sword. The demon-slaying power surged through the sword, increasing its dark attribute attack by 80%, bypassing all defenses and magic resistance. Raising the sword high with strong golden light, he leaped gracefully and slashed down on the demons below. It was inevitable Dex's sword had descended. He brought his sword down, and wherever it went, evil creatures fell like dominoes. Even though they were elite soldiers, one strike from Dex easily fell them all. Now, Hirk AM Long and Dex faced each other again. The golden light sword still dominated over Hirk AM Long's shield. He looked at that sword and thought, unbelievable, it can be this powerful. High-level undead were defeated by just the light from the sword. It seemed Hirk AM Long was truly terrified now. His face showed panic as the sword approached him closely. She still asked with a firm voice, "What is that sword? Where did it come from?" Dex's face turned mischievous, with a disdainful smile as he said, "Oh, it looks like a sword. I don't know exactly, I borrowed it." Hearing this, Hirk AM Long was extremely surprised and asked in shock, "Borrowed from who? Is that person really the same player?" Suddenly, there was a loud noise as something pierced through the wall, halting their actions. What just went through the wall? Who did it? Could it be the work of one player? A young man recognized what had pierced through the wall and shouted, "Look, there it is, Hirk AM Long." But it seemed she was losing as Dex sent her flying. However, Hirk AM Long gritted her teeth and continued to resist. Now, everyone had another question. Wait a moment. Who's the opponent? At that time, Dex charged out with his glowing sword, chasing after Hirk AM Long. She didn't give up. She kept summoning demons to block Dex. But with Dex's current skills and strength, it was no longer a concern. He responded with the Shadow Silence skill. She continued to summon more demons, but couldn't bother her anymore. Using too many demon summons triggered a system message. Death Knight summoning is blocked due to Eternal Rest Blessing. This made Hirk AM Long even more panicked. She thought, "Can't summon anymore. Is that the effect of that sword?" But she didn't give up and continued attacking. Hirk AM Long shouted, "Don't underestimate me. If it's a summoner, just try to overwhelm with numbers." She summoned more skeleton warriors. More skeletal demons appeared before Dex. Those few strikes had no effect on him. He activated his sword and said, "Sorry, but this will apply to all those demons." The demon-slaying power reacted. Thus, the Scotland warrior summon was blocked. Due to Eternal Rest's effect, a series of Scottish demons vanished instantly. Seeing her summon Scottish demons vanish in an instant, she thought with surprise, "Unbelievable, how can the summoning magic be sealed? So he is not just a formidable enemy." Dex is now raising that glowing sword and charging towards the Dark Dragon. Only now does she realize he's truly my nemesis. Dex's eyes shine brightly as he holds onto his victory. He whispers, "Madam Midge, let's end this gracefully." The Dark Dragon looks fearfully at the sword rushing towards him, its eyes wide in terror. At this moment, the system announces that Lich Argrimmar is panicking and should quickly flee. The sword rushes towards the Dark Dragon, emitting a bright light of doom. Death finishes off the Dark Dragon with style. She has suffered a painful death. The divine power of the sword has invaded her body. Lich Argrimmar cannot escape his cruel fate and screams in agony as his soul cries out in pain. "You've inflicted fatal damage. You're on your last legs." The Dark Dragon collapses, shivering, and asks, "Why are you doing this to me?" She clutches her stomach, surrounded by the sword's divine power, continuing, "The witch hunt mission is already over. It didn't bring any benefits to us. We've achieved a one-on-one victory." Taking control of Maroon Kingdom. Hearing the Dark Dragon say this, Dex continues with an unpleasant laugh, saying he deliberately waited for the missions end with the evil side's victory. Only after seizing the Maroon Kingdom as the death sentence fit the picture I painted. The Dark Dragon's face clearly shows extreme resentment as Dex soothes, "Don't blame me too much. Whether good or evil, both sides will be pleased with this person's demise." Dex raises his sword to finish off the Dark Dragon. The Dark Dragon's face shows anger under the blade of Dex. It can't accept such a fate. Meanwhile, Lich Argrimmar is extremely panicked facing her next fate. At this moment, Lich Argamer realizes and shouts in surprise. Wait, that was the one who barred my power. But it's too late. The sentence time has come. Dex's strike ends the Dark Dragon, causing her to scream in pain. The system announces that the death sentence and its time effect are applied simultaneously, inflicting irreparable damage on Lich Argamer's soul. As the contract with the demon world in Lich Argamer's soul is forced to end, she completely vanishes. Even as Lich fades away, he still cries out desperately. Ada isn't happy. How can this be? Now, Lich Argamer's core has been destroyed. Death now stands as the ultimate judge. He speaks with a blank face. This is unjust because I had planned everything from the start. It was your failure due to overvaluing power. Ada still struggles to stand up despite his remaining strength. Her expression droops in sadness. She mutters, I lost, I'm so upset. But now, the sky is covered in a purple hue. The Dark Dragon's face briefly smiles as it reassures, I'll come back. Thus, the battle ends. Death stands surrounded by light. He takes a deep breath and says, it's over now. Lich Argamer will rest in peace. Dex's quest has met the conditions for victory in the Witch Hunt mission. Dex smiles joyfully, savoring his achievement, not caring about anything else. He asks, how do we conclude such a vague situation, Arcadia? Suddenly, the system displays an unusual notification. Conflicts rise when both sides meet victory conditions. Conflicts occur when both sides meet their victory conditions. Urgent alert. System warning. Red alert. This is a priority issue to analyze. Alice uses her abilities to analyze the battle. Victory condition 94% for 50% of the cathedral's result has won. The balance tilts towards the positive side. Solutions are being sought. Alternative script 43.9-3 patch 002 is generating. Patch 283 applies the changed content. Both sides have met their victory conditions. A draw for both sides. The notification appears to players. A draw for both factions. Everyone is surprised by the outcome of both sides. A tie, huh? The system continues with notifications. Victory rewards will be shared equally between both sides. Players on the good side receive based on their contributions. Hidden professions on the good side will increase in appearance rate. Everyone is delighted by the generous reward. Additional rewards based on contributions. Rewards increase with more contributions. Ah, great! The Black Flame Dark Dragon has taken over the Kingdom of Merrill. Unexpected peace has come to the Kingdom of Merrill. Demonic creatures are observing the Kingdom of Merrill. No country can declare war on Merrill for a year, as it is the center of evil energy. The Kingdom of Merrill will become even stronger. A soldier suddenly said, not thinking that evil energy now has a place to settle. After the battle between angels and demons, it will be very difficult to trace the demonic creatures when evil loses. The Shadow of Forgotten Darkness is complete. The Witch Hunt mission has ended, and the law has been reactivated. Just handling the paperwork between both sides. The Pope made a mistake, so it's starting again the era of chaos. As mentioned before, chaos is growing. It wasn't Acadia creating balance between good and evil. Players wondered among themselves, but maybe it was okay if the numbers said so. No one can predict their future anymore. The female director smiled at the recent results, while her HR colleague sighed in relief. The Silicon CEO frowned at the happy face of the game creator. She said, who would have thought that this madman would get the rogue poet profession? The system granted Dex a title and reward for his efforts. You've changed the status of the secondary world Arcadia. Evil energy has become stronger. A balance between good and evil is established. You have achieved 210,000 recognition points. 210,000 recognition points are good enough, Dex thought secretly. He started wondering what the game creators wanted from him with this profession. Fortunately, everything went according to plan this time, even though he revealed a bit of his identity to other players. I've gained a lot of recognition and now caused chaos everywhere in the world. I'm looking forward to what's next. The system notified that you have completed mission 2. A special condition has been met, granting a special reward for the hidden rogue poet profession. calculating player contributions and activating the Witch Hunt mission, contributing to the trial of criminals who seized the Maroon Kingdom and transferring it back to the authorities to eliminate Lick. Age Agami. You will be granted a special ability. Dex was given an incredible power. A special ability? He hesitantly asked. A new skill has been added. It provides recognition. You can give recognition to any non-living item and change its profession. And it explains. Dex sarcastically said, "Is that all the explanation? Not even mentioning how many recognition points are required. What's this unfavorable ability?" Instead of worrying, he quickly confirmed the ability by testing a new steel sword for a recruit. After long unused, it has a carrying limit of 1, durability 8/8, and attack power 5 to 12. Tan Lin said, "I haven't seen this sword in a while. Why are you taking it out, Master? Do you want to inspect the memory and kill that old recruit?" Debs Lin replied, "Why not? It's worth it. I just took it out to test something." Owlin said, "Oh my god, have you done this before?" Ji Zhong. Without responding to Debs Lin, he provided recognition. A terrifying light was created. What kind of light is that? I can see the power of great profession energy. Tan and L were amazed by the praise. The system notified again, providing recognition to an item examined a steel sword for its properties and history successfully. The weapon's name, the steel sword being examined by blood, required 9,000 recognition points. Will you provide the recognition? Without much thought, 9,000 more expensive than what Tan-L brought, more than I expected, he said with a laugh, but to satisfy curiosity, it's worth it. You have provided recognition. The steel sword being examined by blood is now registered as having a higher profession level. The steel sword being examined by blood has been granted a higher profession. The steel sword being examined by blood is adjusting to fit its new profession. You have obtained the bloodthirsty item. The system has generated a new index for it, the blood-draining venom, a weapon dripping with victims' blood from a murderer. It transformed due to some unclear power and became stronger than before. Limit 1, durability 10,000 out of 10,000, attack power 525. The skill enhancement level increased by 2, significantly boosting the chance of triggering bleeding effects, with each kill increasing its strength accordingly. Maximum 80%, absorbing 30 damage inflicted on enemies into vitality. When vitality drops below 20%, the Berserk effect will activate. Slightly disappointed, its appearance didn't change much. I must have expected too much then. Tan had said, "What's that? What did the master just do? Do you really have such abilities? Wow!" He joyfully threw his hands up in excitement. I can see a huge amount of recognition points required for a weapon to gain such power. You're quite unusual. What is it? Death replied indifferently. Thank you for the compliment. But you know, nothing comes for free, right? Giving and receiving recognition points need to be transparent. Tan and Eo were taken aback. After all, this skill can make an item become stronger. Dex thought privately, even though the level limit is high, its stats are similar to a rare item of level 70. Dex pondered, what if I sold it at the market? A wicked idea formed in his mind. Tan and Eo fell silent. Master, you're so stupid, this happened again. Dex continued thinking, if a regular item can change like this, what about this one then? The drill's information appeared. Dex transferred his power into it, providing recognition points. The system issued another notification. Considering the nature and history of the failed object, the object does not have any properties that can be improved. You cannot provide recognition to this object. Debs was surprised and disappointed. Failed, the essence and history of the object. Both items I've used for a long time, so it's impossible to provide recognition just because they were used for a long time. The only difference I see is this. Debs happily thought about the impact of the item on the world Arcadier. Meanwhile, Tan and Dex looked at Dex's sword again. Tan criticized harshly. This looks like an iron sword. But what's with that red energy? Dark as a vampire's. Dex suddenly retracted the item. Alright, I get it now. Tan had reproached Dex. Why did you suddenly put it away? I was just looking at it. He calmly replied. Why are there better items in your inventory? And you shouldn't pay attention to it. I'm planning to sell it. Hell was stunned by his answer. Hold on. Sell it. He tried persuading again. Master, you're short of money? I'm rich enough, so say that. Should we trade for a little recognition points? I'll offer a cheap price, Io couldn't bear to lose and said, there's also plenty of money in heaven. We'll just call it a good deal. Death responded indifferently. I don't need money right now. From now on, there will be a large amount of money coming in every month. Buying this hut is like signing a contract with Lord Mikhail. It's worth more than its weight in gold. Why are you selling it? You should use it. Are you crazy? But he smiled and replied, naturally out of curiosity, this is the only item on Earth, and its stats are high enough to disrupt balance. Its level cap is only level 1. What do you think if we put this item up for auction? Tan and Io responded in unison, chaotic, normal. Diff waved his finger at them. We'll see. List the unique blood-sucking item on the market. At school, this first semester is harder than I thought. Next semester, I need to choose classes that start in the afternoon. Ji Yang complained. Suddenly, someone shouted. Ji Yang, catching his attention. Big Gigi loudly scolded him. What did you do? He asked back maliciously. Huh? Was it you? What happened? Big Gigi continued to shout. Stop pretending. Your account is displayed on a seller here. Where did you get this blood-sucking item with such insane abilities? The image showed the blood-sucking item he had auctioned off. San, who had auctioned it? Unique blood-sucking item. Seller here. Kamji Jong replied. Oh, that one? Well, Ji Jong was shocked and surprised. I've never even heard of the unique level. Did you get a hidden profession related to crafting? He tried to avoid answering the question. Yeah, I have my ways. Like getting hit in the ear. Gigyong couldn't believe his friend could be like that. He kept checking and mocking. What is it? How did you do it? Spill the beans. I'll keep it a secret. You know I never reveal secrets, right? I haven't revealed your identity to anyone. Ji Jong teased. Isn't that obvious? The blood-sucking item has started its auction. A man was shocked by his wife. Wife, this is amazing. Take out the savings. His wife cursed at him. What? Are you crazy? The current price is 872 grams. A worker called for a loan to buy a sword. Chairman Young, how much money can you raise now? Borrow from the financial association. No, I can borrow from anywhere. Send it all to me. The current price is 3,000 grams. Someone in the group said they would provide unlimited financial support as long as the item could be brought back to their guild. The current price is now 5,231 grams. The system issued a warning. People were discussing the sword's value at Arcadia HQ. Now it's 5,231 gold, with 1 gold equaling 100,001. That's right! An employee asked his boss, Boss, do unique items exist? The boss hesitated to answer. No, it can't be. Only 8 levels are normal. Magic, extraordinary, rare, epic, legendary, mythic, and the highest auctioned items are all rare. The employee continued to question, so what is this item? Looking at the sword being sold, his boss replied with a headache, is it a mistake? Then, the vampiric auction was temporarily halted and the item was withdrawn. Many users complained about this decision, but Arcadia management had to prevent this item from disrupting the game's balance. After that, each player started talking about the seller, Dex. Naturally, everyone's attention turned to Dex, the seller. A red-haired girl was startled when she heard Dex. Wait, you mean Dex? Not that Dex guy, right? The boy next to Leon wondered, who is he? Leon explained in a panic, didn't you know Dex is undefeated? He's a gaming genius who lives secretly, the father of professional gamers. The boy replied, I've only played Arcadia. I haven't played any other games. Leon said, oh, you should learn more. Anyway, I was wondering why he was so quiet. He transferred to play Arcadia 2. For some, it's a legend, the unlucky youth admiring the sword and nodding in approval. Amazing indeed. For others, it's mysterious. Death with pink hair hesitated at the seller's name. For some, it's an eternal rival. Another player said Dex's name with hatred. Dex. This is how Dex made his presence known in Arcadia, standing before the familiar house. Dex is him. Dex is planning for his next mission. Alright, so what happens next? At the main HQ of Arcadia in Korea, the CEO was worried about the appearance of the vampiric sword. This sword's appearance is undeniable. It's exactly like the new player killer's sword from the video. He recalled Dex with a terrifying image. At that time, his management authority couldn't find the identity of the murderer, and the creator of the item was similar. It's almost certain these two are using Dex. With a fierce expression, he mentioned him with hatred. User Dex, seller Dex, item sold for record-breaking 5,000 gold. Of course, we want to reclaim it. His determination was strong as his fist tightened. He said triumphantly, if you want it back, show yourself. You're just a beast. Far and trapped. The auction of this item has been suspended by management. Please contact customer service for this issue. Death wondered, what's going on? It's been suspended? He thought maybe the item's feature was to cheating. They would intervene at some level, but not like this directly. Suddenly Tan appeared and asked, owner, what happened? Death quickly replied, hey, the sword I made seems to have been stolen. Suddenly Tan disappeared. What's going on? How come? Let's go get it back then. Do you know how valuable its recognition is? I don't know who he is, but they must be thieves. I'll help. Just think about it and we'll give you a discount. Master. He was cursing as he spoke, but Dix wasn't concerned. He was thinking instead, turn inside. It's fine. Let them keep it for now. Instead, we'll make a similar one and sell it later. After all, we have enough recognition already. He gave up, realizing he was overthinking this. Death chuckled, probably thinking the game company saw him a thorn in their side. Meanwhile, they couldn't find any information about me right now. It seems he anticipated what the management would do next. I had listed items I crafted on the auction platform using my recognition. By revealing my account name, at least the management knew who it was. He gloated as if victorious. Debs made a mistake. If the management agreed to sell the item, things would have been different, but they chose an extreme method of forcibly reclaiming the item. As for me, there's no punishment or connection that can be traced back to me. Even though the management knows my account name, they don't know who I am or where I live in-game. They couldn't track me down either. He mocked and waited, knowing they couldn't take any action. This is the true power of the Chaos Wandering Bard profession, right? It can cause chaos both inside and outside the game, making management act recklessly. Who in their right mind created this profession? I really want to meet that person. At least through this, I can confirm my identity is still safe. He's preparing for the next chaos. Should I cause more major chaos now? At Arcadia headquarters in Korea, the director looked nonchalant about recent events. The chaotic steps left employees confused. What's wrong with the CEO? I don't know. They say the customer service team has been working day and night without rest for a week. An anxious employee asked, what's going on? He acts like a high school student waiting for his first love to reply. The director kept calling out names, Dex, Dex, Dex. In the CEO's office, the director reported to the chairman about recent events. We can't find who did it, but it's definitely created by a user. The last witch hunt, ongoing issues, and now this with items. This is beyond what our management team could have anticipated. No, there's no point in planning for such things. We just have to go with the flow since we can't grasp the situation fully. We need a response strategy. Please make a decision. The chairman looked uncomfortable and begged him to care about this incident. The beautiful chairman showed no concern. She asked, CEO Myung-han, can you predict the future? He was surprised. What do you mean? She said, we're not fortune tellers. We're management and clearly can't control these incidents or know all user actions. However, if things continue like this, it will be a mistake. This time, catch him. He was shocked by her response. The chairman continued calmly. CEO, do you remember the plan? He asked innocently. I'm sorry, that planned. His face turned pale. His eyes widened when he realized. What do you mean? Do it. The order was given to the CEO. The system notified Dex of a special event. What kind of event is this? The first official PvP tournament since Arcadia launched. Dex was surprised by the event announcement. On his computer screen, he saw posts on the forum discussing the unexpected event attacking a level 120 cluster boss. Players who cleared level 100 finally appeared. They can now fight on different national servers, so player levels will continue to increase rapidly. In other words, as time passes, Zhejiang, who doesn't benefit from the level system, will face more disadvantages. The situation he was worried about is starting to unfold. He yawned and thought, well, I could buy a skill or strong item if someone tries to attack me. And it's time for me to go. The event is about to happen. It's the Bamboo Spear Contest. Below are comments on this event. Bamboo Spear Contest. Almao spits water. Bamboo Spear Talent Show. I don't know who came up with the idea for this event, but it's probably stolen from another game company. They're not developing games. They're ruining them. And there are countless other comments. The rules of the Bamboo Spear Contest match its name. It's a PvP event where only bamboo spears can be used to attack. The last person standing wins. Devs read the rules and pondered, you can use items, abilities, or skills, but only bamboo spears can deal damage. And the damage is proportional to your stamina. In other words, it doesn't depend on level. Everyone has a chance to win. His eyes suddenly became more suspicious. The last person standing. This event happening now might be a trap for me. However, usually it's too good to pass up. According to the rules, if you are the last one alive in the Bamboo Spear Contest, you can receive an item from your defeated opponent as usual. This doesn't mean your items will be stolen. All your items remain safe. Dex chuckled, interesting indeed. He said with a mad look, it would be impolite if I didn't agree. In Dex's room, he was waiting for the exciting events to come. Bup Battlefield. Dex joined the channel on February 17th. A week later, with fireworks lighting up the sky, the first Bamboo Spear Contest event began. The bustling crowd showed it was a lively place during the grand festival. People were discussing Dex's name. Listen to this. Dex appeared on the battlefield. Of course, I heard he hunted people all week. HMM. He simply couldn't be defeated in a survival game. Even with 30 survivors, you can't save defense. This isn't a team game either. Haven't heard of it? Other players have clashed with Dex, 1 against 99 and still couldn't defeat him. They continued, I don't know about the others, but when it comes to PvP, Dex is a god. He's truly a monster. Do you think he'll participate in the Bamboo Spear Contest? I heard he also plays Arcadia. Dex passed by and thought nervously, am I lying too much? Everyone who plays this game is the same. It's been 2 years since I played, but they still follow me. I just wanted to practice a bit, but they made such a big deal out of it. Dex worried. Anyway, about this map. I didn't expect much from it being only for the event, but it's even better than expected. Just looking at the new event map, Dex secretly rejoiced. You can eat without worrying about weight gain, and you can move anywhere instantly. Dex sighed, this makes virtual reality different. With this, all travel companies will go bankrupt. From somewhere, a shout echoed, making him pay attention. Where are we? Turns out it's Tan and L. While L was praising, this is an independent area, not the human world, not the spirit world, nor the demon world. This is a completely new world. Meanwhile, Tan worriedly said to the master, even if you're indifferent, you must care about your servant. Right, sudden movement to another world is too much. Dex replied bluntly, who cares? Let them follow us. Tan loudly blamed, sir, do you know how many worlds we've traversed to find you? Are you trying to kill us with one word? The black demon asked curiously, anyway, where is our master now? Why are we here? EO was surprised. Strange, there's no way we wouldn't know this world exists. Dex answered, here, you see. A comment cut him off, surprising him. Sorry for the intrusion, it's my first time meeting you. Maybe you have a hidden profession? The silhouette of a woman appeared. The green-haired girl emerged. Haha, that reaction. Looks like I was right, huh? Dex questioned again. How do you know? She calmly replied. Oh my, how so? With a cold gaze, she looked at Tan and Io. Who wouldn't know when those little guys appeared after breaking the space here? It surprised them too. Sweat dropped. He thought, this woman can see Tan and Io. You look at that girl, she continued, the two little ones behind you. Though not clear, I could feel two huge energy sources. She explained further, souls. No, they are summoned creatures. You must have a hidden summoner profession. She suspiciously looked at Dex. Dex was worried about the exposure of his secret. Not good. My trump card is revealed before PvP starts. I need to create distance before more info leaks out. Suddenly someone shouted, oh, that guy over there. Isn't he a mudge? Rank 2. They were referring to the girl questioning Dex. Other players kept talking. Oh my god. Who's that standing with her? I've never seen him before. It's too late. Dex needs to distance himself now. The girl tried to keep the conversation going. Actually, I'm sorry. I've drawn attention to you. Please don't misunderstand. I was just curious about you. Then she introduced herself. I am a hidden mage. Stellar from Arcadia is the light mage. I can't see you completely with my true eyes. Seems like you're a powerful anonymous player. But if you don't want to reveal, I won't go further. Dex tried to act normal not to rouse suspicion. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, he was trying to remember more about Stellar. The light mage. I've heard of her. She's a topic in town and is very popular on forums, with fans surrounding her. Sorry for the intrusion. Miss Stella, have you participated in the Young Talent competition? Can I take a photo with you? One person at a time. Stella glanced at him as he ran out to ask the crowd. Sure. Seize this opportunity and leave. I'll observe what surprises you bring when the match starts. See you later. The mysterious player. Tan said irritably, what's her problem? Elle added, she can see through the awareness barrier. Quite a strange person. Dex was worried and pondering. I think this woman will become a big hassle, but it seems I've been marked by a high-ranked player before the event starts. As the fireworks lit up, Dex thought about his next plan. Maybe things won't go smoothly now. An NPC appeared to announce the event. Alright everyone, have you eaten and played enough? You've been waiting for a long time to participate in this competition, right? The excited MC said with some chatter about her. What's that? Goblin? So cute. The system displayed information about the bamboo stick. Alright, let's start now. The first round of the competition will begin immediately after everyone has waited so long for it. At this moment, the bamboo stick item appears. Desmond smiled. Finally, we can start. My body is excited after a long battle again. So before the bamboo stick competition starts, let's get rid of useless things first. The MC turned her trident into a huge one, surprising everyone. Give me some gold, little girl. She knocked down the ground where players were standing. Screams echoed. They kept wondering, what's going on? Is the map changing? The map was gradually transforming. Meanwhile, Stella calmly flew up. Cassius asked, have we started yet? Other players were surprised by this change. Haha. Diff looked serious in a certain direction. He was watching the spinning wheel slowly collapse. The map's architecture changed, returning to an old house. Players were bewildered as they found themselves transported to a strange place. What is this place? Why did the map change suddenly? The MC was leisurely looking at the players. You have received the bamboo stick item. Bamboo stick, a weapon made from bamboo. It's covered in energy representing fairness. Anyone stabbed directly will die immediately, bypassing all defenses and magic resistance. Dex excitedly said, what should I do with the superior item? The MC enthusiastically announced 3.292, 0 participants. 2. This talent competition is insane. It's definitely the most terrifying survival game. Alright, here are the rules. With the participant count displayed, 3.292, 671 survivors remain. From now on, this little girl with a fierce expression will instruct players to kill each other until only 1,000 people are left. Everyone started shouting and getting excited together. They charged into battle, one by one, all raising their voices in unison. The shields began dripping with the players' blood. The MC was thrilled. This is fun. I didn't expect such a fierce battle to start so soon. You crazy ones, fight more slowly, red-haired brother advised everyone. Not even finishing his sentence, someone insane charged at him, changing the flag bearer. Just screams left. Oh, that crazy Chase Show guy is so happy. I killed rank 19 already. I stepped on some Lego. You're not even happy for a moment before you get killed by someone else. Up there, the MC me my kid. Poor thing. Wasted all my energy from the start of the game. They are just stupid guys who don't know how to calculate to reach high ranks. Looks pitiful, but whatever. Kick Stim. There's not only them who failed here. The girl looked at Cassius and Stella, who were fighting other players. And Dex, he seems bored with the game. They lost. Dex started thinking and observing. Having this weapon means they have power in their hands. It can kill someone with one stab. Their inability to control their desires is understandable. Suddenly something rushes towards you. You turn around to react. Great, avoided that sudden attack just now. The player who attacked you starts taunting. This cheeky guy, scared and running away. Pay attention to your weapon. New recruit, huh? Sorry about that, but you're the one at the front of the line. Hold your sword up. He's trying to lure Death Solo into it. Death blocks his view and looks at him. Oh, you kindly remind that little shrimp. Look above you. Big sister. That little shrimp is evil. He yells, oh my god, do you think those cat tricks will work on me? In less than a second, the spear pierces that guy's body. After dealing with it, he asks Tan, I need an invisible skill now. Tan, can I use the Heaven Fall skill in this map? Tan agrees, of course, if you have heaven and earth on your side, you can use it anytime, anywhere. Let me handle that guy for you. He says, just leave it to me. The demon uses his hidden strength. I discovered something during my training for this Che Talent Merchant event. Dex Mercs finding a way to play this event. It's that Heaven Fall can summon people and ghosts, the skill you used. He suddenly changes his body, his legs turn purple. Dex continues explaining with this hidden demon face too. The blackened bones are a characteristic of Heaven Fall for this event to attack physical bodies. It's useless. Heaven Fall gives you power to dominate in this event. Other players can't hurt Dex at all. Rattle rattle my shield Che. I thought one punch would kill you. The other player exclaims. Dex turns his face and replies, don't you see? I wasn't stabbed. That man is sweating profusely. What the heck? A fast object rushes towards the unlucky young man. What's that skill? He yells his last denial. Nothing different from the royal battle. As I predicted in this game, killing enemies is just an afterthought. Debs thought to herself, life is important. Great, I can show myself now. He was pleased with this trial run. Tan appeared and praised, following closely behind. He wondered if he should reveal himself to analyze the moves of his stronger opponents. Debs replied, Tan, who are you talking to? Now that I have divine skills, I need to enjoy this event. Despite the small devil's skepticism, he explained in short, without witnesses, it's like not being discovered. His sinister expression appeared. The little devil panicked, Sir, what are you doing? Tan quickly left. We must start this match quietly. Don't let Tan finish his sentence. The killer machine spat off. In the quiet night sky, a beam of light shone. You came to me, so I decided to confront you, but you lack the courage. A magic circle appeared with disdainful words. Cowardly indeed. Stella mocked as she stood confidently among the bodies of others. As expected, only one person can satisfy me. Stella boasted about someone else. Her face twisted when thinking of that person. I come to you, my beloved little mouse. Staff. The staff is not something everyone kneels before. Black led the group of dirty white-robed people holding sticks, saying loudly, before this, everyone was equal, having received the grace of the staff. Humans must rise up in anger. He shouted louder, I will put an end to those lowly who enjoy the dominance under the guise of power. They wore exclusive event and area costumes. The leader stood opposite a boy wearing a purple cloak, saying, "We, born for this ceremony, call on the revolutionary guardians of the staff. Forgive us, but please become the spearhead of the revolution, an unknown player." He sighed, "Heaven help me, there's everyone here." The leader of the gang pointed at him and shouted loudly, "Revolutionaries, give that reactionary a lesson." With those words, the staff wielder leaped forward, repeating their joyful sounds, "Staff, staff, her, one life for one life." He looked at them with bored eyes. As the staffs approached, his body dispersed. One of the attackers laughed, equal staff, how? He smiled and said on his status bar, "You can't attack them." The skill of appeared. The other person stood there, stuttering, "That's not cheating, is it?" He immediately replied, "How can this be called cheating? It's just an internal effect. If you really want to fight, pause for a second, and your staff would appear the same as theirs." He attacked them with his staff, finishing his unfinished sentence, "Then it should look like this." The move hit several people. The leader was shocked. He thought, he killed 3, no. For at once without using skills. What's the synchronization rate of a person to have such a move? Thinking that over, Dexkong approached him and said satisfied, "Next, can't handle it anymore." The leader was thrown far away and disappeared without a chance to deny. The revolutionaries' frame showed the message. The staff revolutionaries have been eliminated. He muttered, "What a stupid and unfair game." Finished the unknown player side in amazement. Those miserable attackers relying on the staff are just boring. Turning his back to the light, he continued, "Showing up now is proof of cowardice, so I think it's reasonable." As soon as he finished speaking, the status bar flashed with several messages making the unknown player bored. Who? When will this end? But finally, I've reached my goal. The notification shows 2,813 survivors. He thought about the number. Initially, it was thousands of people eliminated per hour, but as weaker players left, the speed slowed down. He ran his hand through his hair. If I want to hurry up, I need to work harder now. The map is too big. Catching each person one by one is difficult. Suddenly, a clear voice echoed from somewhere. Line 54 ends here. Damn it! You grab it right away and rush to block Stella's attack. This surprises her. What are you doing? He grits his teeth in response. I don't know either. There's something telling me to protect her. Stella disdainfully mocks that foolish name jumper, while Angelina stands motionless. You attack and curse the software, this stupid game. Meanwhile, Stella looks down at both of them with arrogance. Suddenly, his quest board lights up, indicating he needs to turn someone with a special icon into an assistant. The recognition will vary based on the assistant's strength. Sure enough, Angelina now has a faint yellow icon above her head. In Acadia, this mysterious alternate world, Angelina wonders if she really is in a game. Standing among strangers, she feels like she shouldn't be here because it's an incredibly special place. Indeed, this world doesn't suit someone as ordinary as her. The one who taught her to change herself was a peculiar PC voice, a female voice echoing in Angelina's subconscious, warning that she might be lost. She wears old noble attire, dressed all in black with an air of mystery. She continues speaking, "This could be seen as destiny. Do you want to become my disciple?" Angelina looks at her blankly and wonders, me? In the past, she told Angelina that when it comes to magic, broadening one's mind is most important. Don't just focus on this land. If you look beyond the world outside, you'll achieve enlightenment. Look up at the sky like stars and moons shining brightly. But are they really beautiful? To Angelina, she's a great much captivated by the moon and stars that shine constantly, unlike others. The special magic and enlightenment she achieved, she passed on to disciples. Those were the Starlight Sorceress Stella and the Lunar Light Sorceress Angelina. The woman with half her face hidden under a black hat gently says to them, Take it. Now we'll embark on a long journey together. This is your final gift from me. When these two magic books combine, one great mage will surpass the limitations of a human. This is an opportunity. This magic book is an opportunity to become a great mage. She lowers her head and looks at the magic book in her hands, thinking silently. In the end, my master still gave me this chance. But master, maybe this is a wish for me. Back in reality, Stella looks at Angelina's magic book with greedy eyes and a wicked smile. Returning to the present, Angelina is still stunned by what happened. Dex stands opposite Stellar and gruffly says, "Ha! This game is really annoying." She raises her eyebrows in question. "Are you joking? You just said you wouldn't interfere." "That's exactly what you said, so now you have to come up with excuses because of some reasons. Things turned out like this. You can't just leave." Stella stares back. "What if I don't want to?" Dex's pupils dilate slightly. He smirks. "Then I have no choice but to use force to eliminate you." Not finished yet. The staff around them starts glowing. Stellar is not backing down either. The magic circle under her feet emits stronger light, with a more aggressive expression on her face. "Do you think it's that easy to do?" She raises her hand and shouts loudly, "Lightning chains!" Immediately, hundreds of electric currents fly towards Dex, making him step back, muttering under his breath, "Too fast, I can't dodge or block it." Red warnings appear on his status screen. "You have been defeated by lightning chains. Your stamina has dropped significantly. You are in a slowed state. Your body's speed will temporarily decrease." Dex is jolted repeatedly, barely able to catch his breath. But Stella hasn't stopped yet. She calls out for a flame spell. Spell imprisonment, suppression, and binding spells are aimed at you. Angelina, who is nearby, worries as she thinks about the immediate effect of those magic circles. She's trying to end this fight quickly telling Dex, "You can't stop them, run." As soon as she spoke, a loud explosion echoed. Her eyes widened in shock, no longer seeing his figure anywhere. The status frame reports critical condition and all abilities will be reduced but simultaneously activates invincibility. Temporary death is nullified. Be careful of the hidden arrows. Only then did Dex slowly rise from the dust, wiping his face as he spoke with a shaky voice. "What a fair event. If not for those hidden arrows, I wouldn't have died." Stella's figure faintly appears before him. He winces in pain. Kneeling down, she arrogantly stands looking at the ground, disdainfully opening her mouth. "I was just waiting for this. I thought you were hiding your strength. Who would have thought you'd lose to such simple attacks?" Saying that, she raises her staff and grins triumphantly. "Hopefully next time meeting you won't be too sad about dying at my hands. After all, it's because of your interference in my affairs." He kneels down on the ground, breathing heavily as he replies, "Yes, this is just an event. No need to grieve over others' deaths." Stellar slightly smirks. "Ho ho, you really are an interesting person. So, goodbye then." With that said, she forcefully brings her staff down, but surprisingly, the status frame shows she can't attack. Stella's eyes widen in shock, muttering in disbelief. What kind of notification is this? Suddenly, a force shakes her. Stellar moves backward as latex pierces through her body. He struggles to smile as promised earlier. Don't be sad about dying at others' hands. After all, it's just an event. Infuriated, Stella roars so loudly that her face distorts into a grimace. "What trick did you use?" Death slowly stands up and watches as Stella vanishes, then exhales. "Phew, if not for the invincibility effect, I wouldn't have had time to do anything before dying." Angelina, who witnessed everything, gapes wide open, dropping her Trent arrow. Her mind is in a whirl. He defeated player level to Stellar. Even she, the one he helped, didn't think he could win. Who exactly is this person? His face is covered with sweat. He sighs. "Ugh, I feel dizzy." Could it be due to the negative effects? Angelina rushes over and asks him, "Pardon me. Are you okay?" He turns around to respond immediately, "I'm fine, or just barely alive." A few steps away from Debs, She stops, bows 90 degrees, and sincerely thanks him for helping her a lot. He slightly stiffens his face but replies, "No need to thank me. Why were you being hunted by player level 2? Tell me about it." She hesitated, looking up and said, "Well, that's a long story." After a while, Deb summarized the story and said, "So in summary, her master left 2 items before leaving and said that whoever possessed them would become incredibly powerful. Stellar went crazy trying to hunt her down for A's belongings." Angelina fiddled with her hand and whispered, "Yes, that's right." Dex asked again, "So from now on, what are you going to do?" She only managed to say, "Sorry, you didn't finish your sentence as you were interrupted. Your opponent is none other than the 2nd-tier player. How can she continue playing when constantly pursued? Even dared to go out hunting?" Angelina lowered her head and said softly, "I'm not sure anymore." Hearing this, he sighed and asked, "So what level are you currently at?" She replied, "Level 43. He thought for a moment, thinking in the background, "It's vague. The level is neither low nor high, but more importantly," he said to Angelina, "the outfit she wears is from level 20 and the accessories are from the mission reward at level 15. Angelina blushed and replied, "I don't have much money because I always have to run, so I had no other choice." Realizing something, Death exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Could it be?" An idea flashed in his mind. He could check if he could transfer the recognition. Immediately, he excitedly grabbed Angelina's shoulder and said, "Give me all the items you have." The items were quickly removed. "I followed your instructions." Angelina only had 2 black pieces left on her body. She blushed and asked, "Is there anything strange?" He turned away to hide his face and asked her to step aside. She complied. Her eyes were slightly red. Realizing he wasn't fooling around, Angelina felt foolish for thinking he was more trustworthy than she thought. Based on what she said, he knew these items had been used by her for a long time. He understood the issue and saw a red light appear in his hand. He transferred the recognition. She panicked when she heard this and asked what recognition was. A bright light descended from the sky, piercing through everything. The light dissipated. The system appeared with a notification. The Dark Scepter displayed all related information. Then came the tattered robe. They also showed stats and relevant information. Finally, the worn-out shoes. This item quickly displayed its detailed information. Dex was happy. He was excited because these items had been enhanced, just as he thought. The transfer effect changed based on how she used them before. Angelina was surprised. She didn't think her old items would now glow, feeling like they were much stronger. He explained that they had been strengthened because of the time she spent with them. Though not perfect, they could still be used well now. She bowed in gratitude and thought she owed him a lot, but as a girl, she wondered why he would help her. Angelina asked, "Who are you really?" Dex was taken aback. "Me?" He removed his hat and laughed. "I'm serious." He approached her and said that he was a colleague of hers, which surprised her. He also assured her they would meet often in the future. "Your friend," the system notification appeared. He wanted to add her as a friend. Angelina was stunned, still not fully back in reality. This nickname! She thought about how he suddenly treated her well and gave her rare items, making her suspicious of him. But now that doubt had been resolved, she excitedly said she never expected a famous person like him to be her friend, which made her very happy. He looked puzzled, wondering why she saw it this way. He reminded her not to talk about him everywhere. Angelina promised she wouldn't do that. The discomfort in his chest worsened. Is he worried about me? Previously, he didn't like revealing his identity, but Dex only vaguely replied that he had his own considerations. He thought of the incident at the auction house, since his presence in Acadia was now public knowledge. Hiding his identity from a trusted person wouldn't matter much. The important thing is he didn't know how to make others think of him. He wondered how others would perceive him. Angelina shouts and looks. Over there, the system notification pops up, showing only to survivors Gukai and Chen Ning. If we find the other 2, we'll have found 1,000 out of 3,000. Dex feels sorry for those eliminated. They were just too unlucky. Suddenly, tall shadows appear behind them. Hey, look who's here! The other guy quickly says they're the ones who will be part of their grand finale. Dex looks at his prey with a bit of disdain. Angelina hides behind him in fear. The tall man assesses her. They can't understand why, given their strange outfits. 2 more survivors are still alive. The smaller guy appears next to them. What's the point? They're clearly just some low-level trash. Perfect for a hunt. Both laugh in amusement at this. Dex retorts, "Oh, a few trash have shown up, just in time." He turns to her and says, "Can you hide and not get in my way?" Angelina, scared, asks, "What, you mean use the new equipment and send those two off?" His eyes darken as he points his finger high, implying she should try out the new gear and personally see them off. Angelina starts to grip her staff tightly in fear. What? The other two have been waiting too long and show disdain. They both get angry quickly. Here they are. They rush together, aiming a fatal blow at her. Angelina is startled. She grips the staff tightly. The system announces she has equipped an inferior staff. A series of stars immediately activate all her skills. Angelina shouts and raises her hand, creating a shield. The direct hit is blocked by the shield. The other one laughs mockingly. How cute! Do you think you can block our sword attacks with just your first circle defense skill? Once the shield breaks, he'll finish them off. As he says this, her shield starts to crack. Angelina closes her eyes and thinks, "It's breaking. I have no choice but to use the method you taught me." Angelina shouts continuously, "Shield, shield, shield," like an attack wave, repeatedly pushing back the opponents. Both of them are shocked and confused by this. Dex evaluates from outside. While the equipment's recognition is somewhat vague, it can't handle high-level monsters, but shouldn't be underestimated either. He stands holding his staff, observing. Death recognizes its special effect. As he says this, the system appears with clear information. Dex nods, showing satisfaction. The result is that Angelina can use infinite first circle magic spells. Angelina faces the remaining opponent. Surrounded by blue circles, her opponent quickly prepares for defense. He cries out, looking helpless. They are all Fireball. As he says this, a white beam hits him directly, completely defeating him. The system announces 1,000 survivors remain. The first round of the trend competition is over. Angelina firmly holds her staff. She doesn't know anything about them, but today is incredibly special. This marks the birth of Angelina, a level 1 mage, a PvP nightmare, and a mental tormentor who will haunt us to death. Today is like this. Angelina smiles, turning around. She shouts happily, "Dex, I did it." The system announces you have gained team trust. Player Angelina has registered as your assistant. Based on this playstyle, there will be recognition rewards. Current points are 243. Dex looks somewhat helpless. Just an assistant. And this is how it turned out. You wish she would become a silly monster. The image quickly appeared on the TV screen. The man was startled and shouted, "Found him." The mysterious player. "Debs, he's gone crazy. I don't know what you planned this time, but I won't let you get your way." The system announced that the second round is about to start, and right above the roof appeared a small girl holding a cloth, with more unexpected changes than we anticipated. She carefully examined it, thinking only high-level experts would remain, yet there were still some mediocre weaklings left. Very quickly, she found one level for 2-3 survivor. Surprising to find someone hadn't surpassed level 50 and was still alive. Whether by luck or talent, this immediately made Angelina jump in surprise. But the little girl still smiled happily. "Father, you'll see during round 2. She jumped up and shouted into the mic before starting round 2. "Let me explain some sudden changes." All the shields suddenly glowed, shocking everyone present. She continued saying that even though it wasn't cheating, possessing these skills was a huge advantage for this training session. The second round's shield could now attack physically and ignore magic. In other words, effects that could block or nullify physical attacks are now useless, which made Dex slightly surprised. Tan looked uncomfortable at him. "Master, it clearly targets you." Dex just smiled lightly and ignored it. He slowly said he wouldn't avoid those who came looking for him. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he said, "Let's see what they can do." The referee girl spoke to the players below. Even if not cheating, these special skills are still a huge advantage in this training session competition. So there was a slight change. First, now shields could attack physically while ignoring magic. In other words, effects that could block or nullify physical attacks can no longer stop the shield. One player asked in surprise, "Blocking and nullifying physical attacks? Are there more skills like this? Isn't that too overpowering? Who is it anyway?" The little girl continued excitedly, "And another thing, we're worried these special items might cause imbalance. This training session competition should be fair, so that's very unfair, right? So in rounds 2 and 3, you can't use effects from other equipment except weapons. Just fight with your skills and shield." Angelina was now scared. "What? Then the effects of my equipment?" Lolita's guide voice continued, "That's all the changes. Now, round 2 will officially begin." No one complained about it, right? After hearing the last words, Dex just stared blankly and sighed. He thought she wouldn't listen even if he complained. Why bother asking? The terrain map appeared. Only one area not invaded by green color. The little girl explained to the players. From now on, poison gas will start spreading from outside the map into the center. The speed of spread is as fast as a person running at full speed, so you must keep moving non-stop. Do you understand? Okay then. So she grinned widely and said, "Let's start." A notification sounded around the edges. Round 2 of the training session competition officially began. Then Alice appeared on screen with a message box. The third-level administrator, Myung-Han CEO, had their authority activated. Changes in the emergency patch were effective, and some restrictions for the training session competition had been altered. Due to inconsistent evaluation criteria from System Alice, an extra punishment was imposed in the real world. A middle-aged man slapped a seated employee's shoulder hard. He said excitedly, "We did it." The employee was slightly scared and asked back, "CEO, is everything okay?" The chairman said they should try to avoid punishments if possible. He didn't seem to be afraid as he firmly replied, "Don't worry about it, I'll take full responsibility." His face gradually became unappealing, as if each word was forced out of his mouth. The user named Death is the one who created that troublesome unique item. Blood-sucking, we must handle this situation for the absolute benefit of the administrator. Most importantly, the purpose of this training competition is to ease dissatisfaction among users. This is the ace up the sleeve of the Korean branch. We need to eliminate troublesome players like him at all costs within 2 rounds. Dex told Angelina across from him, "From now on, we should act separately in the game. Angelina, if possible, will meet again in round 3. She cried bitterly upon hearing this. "What? That's not fair. You think I'm useless because I can't use that item, right?" He reluctantly explained to the girl. "Are you stupid? I made those items for you. If I was looking for a useful person, I wouldn't have helped you in the first place. Being involved with a second-class guild only benefits me." Deb's words hit Angelina hard. Yeah, that's true. Looking at the girl before him, Deb sighed and patted her head to comfort her. "I was just joking, but I don't think I can protect you from now on. Because my technique won't work on you," Angelina replied with a sigh. "I understand now." With that said, he turned and left, waving goodbye. "You'll be able to use the item soon. Do your best and don't get involved with those weirdos." Angelina happily waved back at him. "Alright, Day, take care too. See you in round 3. Watching his figure gradually disappear, Angelina thought to herself, a passive skill. He said that's why he wasn't hit by physical damage, right? But then she dismissed the idea. No way, even Dex couldn't be that domineering. Dex muttered, "Heaven's fall, King of Helizakar." After his call, a green-robed figure with a mask appeared. His notification screen showed, "A demonic entity has entered your body. You can temporarily use the powers of that entity. Expert in antidotes, absolute antitoxin level 2. Expert in toxins, forming antitoxin antibodies level 3. Mini Archangel Michael was displeased. He has summoned a demonic entity twice in succession. I'm very upset about it. Dex had no choice but to soften his tone and comfort. Don't be like that. L, I did this because the powers from hell are really effective in this situation. R, you asked the little devil next to him. Besides, Tan, is my idea okay? Tan was surprised to be asked. It answered slowly. Yeah, right. Are you really alright? This is like a competition. What if they impose more penalties because of your technique? The masked face behind the crow mask chuckled. Haha, Tan, sometimes you're too naive for a devil. Tan couldn't believe his ears and hurriedly asked, Really? While flying around, he explained, Of course, according to the rules, we need to stay within the map. These rules are set to ensure things happen as intended. That's why. We'll go in the opposite direction from everyone else. As the toxic gas spreads, people will have no choice but to head towards the center of the map. The system forces everyone to meet and fight each other, just like Dex said. Somewhere on the map, people are fighting for survival. You didn't slow down as you continued. We've already earned enough kills in round 1. Avoiding combat in round 2 seems impossible. The only way to safely pass through round 2 is to avoid everyone. Until 1,000 people outside us suffocate from the toxic gas, Dex's notification turns red, warning that the poison fog is covering the area around us. Deadly toxins surround players. Passive skill Resistance to Poison has been activated. Passive skill Absolute Toxin Block has been activated. Formation of antitoxin antibodies has been activated. Toxins are being absorbed into the bloodstream. After a series of notifications, we landed at the designated location. A satisfied voice came from behind the Raven mask, completing round 2. Shouts and magic spells lit up the sky. Chopping attacks, fire arrows, wind blades, breaking armor. Lolita flew in mid-air, watching all of the players' actions. It cackled with delight, her. Following this round is really fun. Unlike the previous round, only talented players remain. Even their skills are at a different level. However, within every group, there are always some who surpass common standards. Its emerald green eyes stopped on Cassia's, holding a bamboo stick, walking towards a group of 4. She formed an attack stance, then shouted Blade Dance, defeating all 4 in one move. Suddenly, a circle was aimed at Cassia's. Feeling danger, she suddenly turned her head to the right. An arrow zipped past her, pierced straight into the ground. The archer who shot it was sweating in shock. He mumbled, How did she dodge my own arrow? At this distance, right? Meanwhile, Cassius locked onto her target. In that direction, she leaped high, up to the roof, where he was standing. Seeing Cassius above him, he panicked and shouted loudly, Who are you? I clearly shot from 800 meters away. You have a hidden profession? Before he could finish speaking, she was killed in one move. She gritted her teeth and muttered, Really foolish. Even after searching everywhere, I still haven't found the head's breath. Where is he hiding? Dex. Then the game notification appeared. Round 2 of the bamboo spear competition has ended. 2 survivors remain. Night falls as round 2 of the bamboo spear competition continues. The system's voice keeps ringing in everyone's ears. Player Cassius defeated player Jonat. Player Cassius defeated player Ricoret. Player Cassius defeated the female player with claws. Player Cassius defeated the caped player. Cassius stood under a tree, holding weapons surrounded by fallen bodies. Hearing the rustling sound, she glanced back, making those behind her feel scared. Those behind thought, 7-to-1 rule, there are actually 8 people following the rules. A man in armor with multiple wounds spoke. A combo attack with secret skills I've never heard of before. Where is the fair play in this competition? Looking at the woman's cold, sharp gaze, he silently thought, how could we possibly defeat a creature like her? The girl felt disappointed, thinking that it still took 3 minutes to beat everyone and that wasn't enough. It's no different from the games I used to play before. We need to get stronger, strong enough to defeat him. Icarus was an action role-playing game released over 20 years ago. It gained popularity as a staple game in the community. But soon after, the game system stopped operating. The GM service Yato has ended. Thank you for loving Icarus for so many years. The game was quite good, but it required an absurd level of physical and mental ability to play. With limited programming capabilities and outdated graphics, Icarus quickly became obsolete. I was one of the original players who devoted themselves to that game. Thinking about himself back then, he couldn't believe his eyes. Returning to reality, Cassius stood there thinking that Icarus wasn't just a game, but contained over 20 years of memories and achievements, even his life. He couldn't let anyone take away his top spot, never. Before him appeared the name Dex, someone he had never seen before. At that moment, she was defeated by him. The system announced you have exhausted PvP and lost your life. She couldn't believe her eyes, shouting what happened. The effective rage should last at least 3 seconds. Suddenly realizing something, she shouted slowly, I got it. He's on a different server. She stared at the computer, a thought forming in her mind. He understands Icarus better than me. Who is this bastard? On the screen, only a male character named Dex appeared. The chat box showed a message from that person. In such a bad game, there's still someone quite skilled, you. She widened her eyes at the next message. Oh, you got first place already? Then she logged out with the character in-game laughing and holding a sword. The character disappeared. The system message DX has signed off appeared. Cassius angrily slammed his fist, thinking this bastard not only ruined Icarus, but also trampled on my pride. Back to reality. She stood there with one thought, a secret profession that allows her to use any weapon proficiently, a warrior. Quick Bull is a secret skill. It can be compatible with all types of equipment. You can quickly get used to it. Thanks to this Quick Bull design, I could fight like in Icarus again. It felt like a second heart ore created just for me, to the point where I couldn't believe it was coincidence. Another opportunity has come. This bastard, Cassius gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, thinking another chance to kick his ass. At Bendix, night fell around with a greenish glow. Seeing this on the TV screen, Manager King and her uncle were terrified. King Shimu asked how the bone blindness poison was set up. King Ti-hun said it was a deadly stream of poison with over 200 toxicity levels. King Ti-hun continued, at the highest level in Korea's server, only 160, but that guy held out for 30 minutes against level 200 bone blindness, with limited items and equipment. How could he survive without special items or skills? Kwon Myung-han asked, skills, do you think it makes sense? Kang Ti-hun smiled weakly, no, haha, I doubt any such top-tier skill exists. Most other skills are RA and K3 and above. Even if he had a high-level antidote skill, at least it would be RA and KV, and in this phase, players with such skills couldn't prepare adequately. Looking at Kwon Myung-han's fierce face, Kang Ti-hun thought his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, terrifying. Kwon Myung-han narrowed his eyes, saying with a grim expression, with this group, that guy will completely withstand the bone blindness poison we've been preparing. In the end, he'll be the victor. Kwon Myung-han continued, I can't let that happen. He opened the software, a girl appeared. The system announced continuously, Level 3 Administrator. Kunmi Yohan, CEO, is using administrator privileges. The bone blindness poison has been adjusted to its highest level. Disable all antidote skills. Adjust the toxicity level to maximum. You have used your admin rights, but this behavior is for personal gain and targeting a specific individual. The system warning screen turned red, stating appropriate punishment will be given. This is the second time you've misused your admin rights unfairly. This request may be denied, and you might lose your current position. The girl repeatedly issued warnings. The system displayed a red warning message. Punishment includes reduced salary, annual leave, and appearance before the board of directors. The continuous system sound made him grit his teeth as he firmly said, I'm ready to accept this punishment. His mind was filled with thoughts. Dex won't let you run wild in this game. All Arcadia employees will regret creating it. He continued speaking, I am willing to take full responsibility. The system notification appeared again. The bone blindness poison's power had significantly increased, now capable of penetrating a type of antitoxin skill. Seeing the system notification, Dex sighed in relief. Another update for our Ank. The poison level has risen to this extent already, man. Now they're directly aiming right at me. The Demon King was surprised by the increase in poison and exclaimed. Even Azaka, the Demon King, is struggling with this thick layer of poison. It's going to be tough for the master now. Dex shouted loudly. What else could I do? I didn't think my stash would go unused until the very end. He continued, let's put a full stop to this once and for all. The Demon King stared at him in shock and asked, are you really serious? Dex looked at the system notification in front of him and said, his old opponent appeared. He wore a black cloak and stood in the thick poison village saying, the system notification showed to survivors, Cassius no, 1 and Dex no, 2. He reached up to touch his mask. I wonder how far she has gone by now. Cassius, from the Cassius side, saw the system notification and angrily said, I knew it was you. I've been waiting for you, Dave. The 3 Dave figures jumped down from a high place. The Demon King asked, are you really going to fight here? That doesn't seem like your style at all. Do you want me to find some PvP angels that fit your needs? I can choose freely and find good ones for you. Death glanced at the Demon King and said, no need this time, I've already planned it out. Looking at the girl beside him, he asked, Elle, could you lend me a bit of power? The girl looked surprised at his words. Elle immediately blushed happily and shouted, of course, heaven is always ready to help you. Dex sighed in relief. Inside, he thought sorry for leaving you alone during the talent contest. Yo, it's all my fault. A sword emitted a golden glow. The Calypso War God appeared, holding a sword that glowed with gold. The system continued to announce, Calypso of Heaven has descended into the body of the player. You will have the ability to use the power of the god who entered your body for a short time. A skill card appeared before Vanger Ishtar Skew, an amorphous weapon form from Mana. Its shape would change based on the user's will. Dex reached out and grabbed the skill card, which immediately emitted golden light. The golden light shaped various weapons. Dex looked at the weapons in front of him and said, so that's how it works? The Demon King exclaimed, oh my, what a bizarre way to use mana. Yo also spoke fearfully. It's amazing, even the Master Cap Ipso of this technique couldn't summon weapons as quickly. Holding his weapon, Dex smiled and said, alright, that's enough practice. Dex revealed an excited human face with sharp eyes and said, let's fight. The system notification continued to sound. The instinctive exploration skill was activated. The champion's eyes are analyzing your opponent. Cassius stood on an empty space when suddenly a golden light shot towards her. Cassius quickly glanced behind and saw Death falling from the sky, using his weapon to strike with a loud sound. She saw him gritting his teeth and said, finally, you're showing your face, Death? He looked at her and smiled. What about you? Aren't you acting recklessly too? Cassius, a veteran player of a game that lost popularity due to lack of engagement, immediately summoned another weapon in her mouth and shouted, talk and laugh. The green light created numerous weapons, which fiercely attacked Dex. He used his weapon to block the attack. He laughed, that's pretty fast weapon switching. It looks like magic, doesn't it? Dex, holding a golden sword, said with sharp eyes, I have something just like hers. Look at this cool stuff. Cassius saw the change in his weapon shape and thought, could this be his hidden profession? The green light created numerous weapons, which fiercely attacked Dex. He used his weapon to block the attack. Dex held the golden sword with a sharp gaze and said, I have something just like hers too. Look at how cool it is. Cassius gritted her teeth in anger, thinking about his weapon change. His weapon shape has changed. Could this be his hidden profession? The green and silver lights clashed. The intense battle between the two, with free-form attacks without rules. A beam of light struck the roof, causing tiles to shatter. Cassius struggled to sit up, thinking that his opponent also used a similar method. This bastard did this on purpose? Dex spoke softly with a spark in his eyes, smiling gently. Look, losing again would be embarrassing. Come on, you can do it. the challenger Cassius. She tried to sit up and pointed her sword directly at him. Cassius used all his strength to rush towards him, launching deadly moves while grunting. He gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think we're the same?" Even though it was in the past or now, the battle was still unfair. She remembered sitting at her computer for hours, dedicated to a game she loved. In her heart, the quick hand skill allowed her to switch between weapons quickly. But this guy's weapon could change shape. The sharp blade on his grip took hold of a weapon and prepared to attack. Cassius held his weapon with a sharp gaze, thinking that only those who were quick could keep up with him. But he still had to win this battle. Death wielded his sword and looked in her direction. "What's wrong? Giving up so soon? If that's the case, I'm disappointed. I had high hopes for you." She stared at him with a voice echoing from her position. Cassius looked directly at Debs and asked, "What skill is that?" Debs replied, "Oh, this one. This skill is called King of All Armies. It's not bad, right?" Cassius sighed with a bored expression, saying, "Having such an amazing skill really makes me lucky." Debs laughed and said, "So it does. Luck can be considered a skill too." She lowered her head, her eyes darkening as she spoke. "Whether in the past or now, you always make me fear." The wooden stick was thrust into the ground. Cassius, with a sharp face and intense gaze, said, "I'll give it my all too." Light gradually condensed into a weapon. She continued speaking, "Winning against him just with normal skills is impossible. No matter how many weapons you have, if you can't defeat them, it's meaningless." Dex looked at the girl with a dark gaze and thought, "Using only ordinary skills to win against him is impossible. Even if there are countless weapons, it doesn't make sense without defeating him." Dex's eyes narrowed as he thought about her next move. She put down the wooden stick. Could she have another hidden trick? As the moon rose higher and night fell, Cassius said, "Before using that stick to stab me, I must completely subdue you with his sword." Then she grabbed her sword from its scabbard, the light blinding him. Dexlin was wary as he watched Cassius draw his sword, thinking about the ancient artifacts. It looked extremely dangerous. He wondered which weapon to use to counter it. Suddenly, a green light flashed past his neck, cutting off his thoughts. The green blade emitted sharp energy and chopped towards him. A system alert sounded continuously in your ear. "You have received critical damage." Red warnings appeared with bone-breaking and bleeding effects. "Your movement speed will be restricted until you recover." Dick fell to the ground, clutching his neck as he coughed. It was too fast. Seeing him like that, the King of Devils and Elle were frightened. The King of Devils asked, "Is our master all right?" Elle examined the sword in her hand and suspected that sword. Cassius retracted his sword and stood still, looking at him. Suddenly, she vanished from her spot. At top speed, she appeared before him, swinging her sword to attack. Dex quickly used his shield to block her attack. Cassius smiled and looked directly at Dex. "You blocked it with your shield, but if you do that, you won't be able to counterattack. Are you giving up, Dex?" He used a golden figure to look into her eyes, thinking, "Even though I don't want to admit it, the truth is that all I can do is not attack." Not just a feeling, but he was certain that she had become faster after drawing that sword. He slowly stood up with his hands. Suddenly, a system alert sounded in his ear. The goddess Calypso requested to speak with the player. Upon hearing this, he shouted, "What?" At this time, he suddenly remembered something and whispered fearfully, "Calypso!" She immediately flew to his side and asked, "Mr. Dex, did you see the ancient sword she used?" He replied, "Sure enough, it's a strange item. Do you know what it is?" Elle continued speaking, saying that the Calypso weapon step had left a message indicating the sword belonged to him and was given to someone who would test his will. He glanced at Elle and asked, "So what?" Elle continued, "Part of the sword grants power to its master. It seems like it's an armlet that bestows skills based on the user's strength stats. But right now, I can't sense any presence from that armlet, which is strange." Alwood held his thoughts and said, "It looks like Calypso wanted to talk because something has gone wrong." As he spoke, he imagined the necklace of the same god. Dex understood immediately, realizing he would get a similar skill, but it wouldn't be at all like that one. Cassius looked at him holding the sword and said with suspicion, "What's going on? The atmosphere has changed. I have an idea. Should I probe a bit to see if things are bad?" Thinking this, he asked, "Isn't this sword a reward for completing a mission?" She asked him, "Why are you asking now? Are you trying to stall?" Dex didn't answer her question, but continued, "Just be honest, did you get it from a mission?" She replied, "Yes, I got this sword as a reward after completing a problematic mission." Suddenly, the system voice echoed in his head. The Calypso Weapon Master was excited. The Calypso Weapon Master suggested asking her what she did with the armlet that came with the sword. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Is there an armlet that came with this sword?" She was surprised and asked, "Huh, how do you know?" Dex didn't answer but continued, "That's not important. Did you keep it or get rid of it?" Cassius looked at the sword and said, "Even though I got both items, this sword is a reward while her armlet hasn't been appraised. Since my shop owner lacks appraisal skills, he's in chaos. I need to buy an appraisal frame." Hearing that, Dex stuttered, "So you sold it?" He wondered if she did. Cassius looked at him and said, "Do we really need to spend so much on an expensive appraisal paper? I pawned it for 15 gold pieces. I think it's only worth that much." The Calypso Weapon Master's eyes turned red with anger. System alert, the Calypso Weapon Master is shocked at the successor selling a holy relic. The Calypso Weapon Master threatens to break the successor's neck for daring to sell a sacred item. The Calypso Weapon Master is enraged and will take over the player's body. He will bear full responsibility for any consequences. Dex glanced at Elle beside him and said, "It might be better if someone fights in my place." Elle asked, "Is this really okay? This is our first encounter with such a situation." Elle replied, "HMM." The system continued, the Calypso Weapon Master requests control of the player's body. He will take full responsibility for any consequences, but there might be dangerous side effects. Is it justified? Io added, "This is hard to think about. If you feel okay with it, then fine, even if taking over the body affects this world a little." A large amount of power entered his body under the name of Michael, the Archangel. He gripped the sword and said loudly, "I temporarily allow the Calypso Weapon Master's intervention." A powerful aura spread. Cassius thought, "What kind of power is this? Does he have other abilities?" The system announced that the Calypso Weapon Master had fully recovered in-game and regained control over his temporary body. The player was now in observer mode. Dex's face turned grim. "So, it's the one who sold the armlet?" Not only did he disregard the predecessor's care and sincerity, but he even pawned our most precious, holy relic at a pawnshop. Suddenly, a large force hit her, making her raise her hand to block. She asked, "What are you doing? What nonsense is this?" Divquad growled, "Brat," then the ancient power burst forth. She was surprised and thought, "That's the real ability of the Calypso Weapon Master. This isn't fair anymore. That power is too overwhelming." Dex extended his glowing hand towards her. The sword emitted a forceful light as he stepped closer to her. System warning, you have been trapped in a trap. Even during combat, pay attention to your stamina. You have received critical damage. You are critically injured. Cassius was hit with a large force and said, "What, are you making a joke?" Divquad growled again, "Brat," then the ancient power burst forth. She thought, "That's the real ability of the Calypso Weapon Master. This isn't fair anymore. That power is too overwhelming." Dex extended his glowing hand towards her. The sword emitted a forceful light as he stepped closer to her. System warning, you have been trapped in a trap. Even during combat, pay attention to your stamina. You have received critical damage. You are critically injured. Cassius was covered in wounds. She coughed and then cleared her throat. Sitting on the ground, she used her sword to support herself as she asked, "What's that skill?" Suddenly, there was something unusual with the sword. The sister message continued to sound, agitating an unnamed ancient sword. Cassius looked at the trembling sword in his hand. Puzzled, the sword seemed to be reacting to something. What on earth is happening? Dex spoke darkly. "Poor guy, they only ask for each other because they don't know better." He stepped closer and shouted, Quick Hands immediately brought out countless weapons around him. She immediately got scared and said, "How do you know my hidden skill name?" Lin Nianzhong said, "The Quick Hands skill isn't just for changing weapons, it's also the will to utilize all the weapons in our world. The power to use those weapons comes from our sweat, blood, and will. Only when you understand that can you unlock the true state of the 10,000 Arm Master skill." Cassius was surprised and stammered. 10,000 Arm Master? He clenched his hand into a fist, showing red light. In short, this power. Pointing at her, he said, "It's what you can achieve if you follow my teachings." Cassius frowned and said, "Dex, no." She looked directly at him and asked, "Who are you really?" Cassius doubted. "Dex, me. No, who are you really? Who are you that knows my skill name, and why is my sword reacting like this?" Debs replied coldly, "It's crying." "Yes, are you sad because you lost your friend?" Cassius thought, "Friend?" She said, "If I had enough time, I wouldn't have chosen someone like you as my successor. It should be a more capable and talented person." Debs continued, "Unfortunately, I don't have much time to indulge in such things. You should feel grateful for the one who let me borrow this body to meet you." Dex took off his helmet, revealing his white, shining hair. The unnamed ancient sword felt sad. He laughed. "Even though this brat is clumsy and foolish, at least its spirit is in the right place. It must have been fate that you fell into the hands of such a brat, and it's our only choice." Cassius was confused. "Wait, are you really talking to your own sword? What's going on here?" Death said to his sword, "I'll leave this brat for you, my old friend." The unnamed ancient sword was unsatisfied, but understood the current situation. The unnamed ancient sword accepted Dex as its master. The unnamed ancient sword swore loyalty to Dex. System notification: your hidden item skill has been unlocked. Your item's rank has been updated. Magic of special significance. Hidden quest received. Search for the lost necklace. Cassius tightly gripped the sword, feeling its emotions, its desire and sadness. "I understand now. This is what it really means. The true meaning behind the hidden profession," she said aloud. Dex smiled at Cassius. Oh. His expression reminded her of her youthful days. System warning: Weapon Master has exceeded the allowed limit. Master warns, Dex said, "Well, I've helped my disciple a little bit." System warning: effect cancelled. Control transferred back to player. Exit observation mode. Dex observed his body revert to its original form and thought, indeed, he didn't have enough power to maintain this presence for longer. Calypso, but thanks to him, I got to see an interesting show. Cassius understood. I get it now. That person is my master. With that, she fell onto the ground. Looking at Cassius like that, Dex guessed, effect, critical condition. It must have been very difficult for her to stay conscious for so long. "The more I look at you, the more dangerous you seem, Cassius." Under the clear night and gentle breeze, Dex said to Cassius, "Well, I'll wait a bit for her, because I doubt I'll have another chance to chat with her again." "Did you really sell that necklace? Are you crazy? It's just an ordinary hidden quest. You've never played any role-playing games before, right? This is just a normal plot. Then why keep the sword if you sold the necklace? You're really speechless." Cassius didn't care much about what he said. Lying on the ground, she looked up at the sky and told him, "I've played Icarus before, but nothing like this has ever happened." Dex was surprised. That ancient game? Then he advised her, "Don't sell that necklace, it's important. Remember to go back to the pawn shop and ask about buying it back." She looks uncomfortable. Even without you mentioning it, I would have done that anyway. "But Dex, what's your profession?" "The one I fought wasn't you. To be more precise, it was more like a spirit guardian." Dex only replied briefly, "Yeah, just consider my profession as an undercover warrior then." She thinks to herself, "This guy is even more alert than I thought." Dex deflects the conversation to something else. "More importantly, I think we should wrap this up now." "What do you mean?" Cassius lies there laughing loudly. "Dex, what are you talking about? To get out of this critical state, I need at least 3 minutes. And the venomous wolf is signaling the end right beside us. I think the outcome is clear enough already." Dex smiles lightly. Quite a pity. When things turn out like this, I wish we could have had a more interesting battle. She smiles and challenges him. Just wait a little longer. Next time we meet, I am the winner. Dex stands up holding his cane. Sure enough, I feel like I'm the one who lost here. As he finishes, he raises the cane and stabs her directly. The system announces that player Dex has defeated player Cassius in this match. He says his final farewell, "See you later, Cassius." The system announces again that player Dex is the last one standing. The champion of the Cane tournament is determined. The champion from China is Dex. A small, pretty crown appears on his head. Key battles have always been broadcast live. There are many prominent champions. The highest ranked player, Stella with a sparkling water rank. The Cane Liberation Army, those who always advocate for equality. And Cassius, who gave an impressive performance in round 3. No one expected that Dex, a recently famous player, could win, but the reactions of users were different. Some cheer, "Dex, Dex, Dex, I believe in you, Dex. Dex really played Arcadier?" So the person who created those unique items before was also Dexer. But what's his profession then? Haha, it's too powerful. Are we playing the same game? Someone else says, but in this game, choosing a profession is also a skill. That's right. That's wrong. Another person adds, and look at his setup. Isn't it very similar to the player who appeared at the last moment of the water hunt? Hold on, Cassius looks back again. Ha ha ha. So what did they say to each other at the end? It's boring. We can't hear anything. They are discussing heatedly. The name Dex has sparked so many rumors. The woman watching user comment smiles. So the person I was competing against is actually Dex in the rumors. Finally, I feel more at ease. This woman is a Darkfire Dragon. She's actually 24 years old. Wang Wei, after that tense match, I'm glad I didn't participate in the teacher training competition. Almost had to face someone I never wanted to see again. Back in the game, a girl with two ponytails appeared holding a Truey. Congratulations, Dex. Ha ha ha. Congrats on being the champion. Now let's move on to the award ceremony. She swung the Truey and shouted, "Bang! Come out! 1, 2. A mysterious box fell down. It's a box crafted with Okapi's mystical power. Could what I want be in here? The girl with the two ponytails continued. Inside this box are items from those you've eliminated. Dex picked up the box. Surprised. Ha! Show yourself. 1, 2. A mysterious box fell down. It's items like black crocodile armor, mermaid tears, or rare ones like Ranch's leg guards and royal magic sword. The girl with the ponytails confidently smiled at Dex, thinking, how about mostly rare special items? Just looking should make you drool. But Dex looked around. Most were trash. Nothing useful. That's it. No decent item left. Wait, suddenly he saw something attractive. He asked again for confirmation. Excuse me, can I choose any item from those I've eliminated? The girl with the ponytails laughed loudly, teasingly. Yes, looks like you've made a decision. Let's see what you choose. The girl with the ponytails was surprised by Dex's choice, speechless. There's something about this item. How should I say it? Dex questioned. Why? This is an item from a player I eliminated. Right, great love lady, fulfill your promise. Dex's threatening words made the girl flinch in fear. The Darkfire Dragon hesitated and wondered what was going on. What's up? You were arrogant throughout the tournament, but now you're scared. What did he ask for? The girl with the ponytails showed Dex's chosen item, her face not very pleased. It's a Truey, a sword made from bamboo. It's covered in energy symbolizing equality and fairness. Those who are stabbed by it will die instantly, bypassing all physical and magical defenses. Dex laughed widely and said, "Oh, that's fine too." Kwon Young-han was wide-eyed at the situation. At the Acadia branch in Korea, there's a meeting going on. Young-han said, "Thank you for attending despite your busy schedules today. I'll explain our current situation. The Bamboo Tree event we've been preparing ended just a few hours ago. There's a big issue with the prize distribution." A dirty-handed employee raised their hand and said because of other tasks, Our department couldn't monitor the event, but what's your major concern? Myung-han quickly explained that it was about the equipment the winner chose not matching our expectations. The manager added to help cover up. Yes, seeing is believing. We'll show it on screen now. This is the item chosen by the player. Everyone looks up at the projection screen. Bamboo spear. A spear made from bamboo. It's covered in a source of energy, symbolizing equality and justice. Anyone stabbed by it will die instantly, bypassing all physical and magical defenses. Everyone is surprised, checking the options again. Isn't that item also available? Someone says, impossible. Are you saying this is how it works? The secretary says, the biggest issue is the unique property of the bamboo spear, death instantly. We haven't specified which targets can be affected by its effects yet. A girl interrupts and then adds another point. Hold on a moment. So not only lower-level red bosses, but also immortal bosses like Gondria's guardian dragon? The director answers, yes, that's correct. If we stab an immortal boss like Gondria's guardian dragon, the opponent would be killed instantly. Though uncertain, the core system suggests it's likely to work this way. Everyone murmurs in anger, really insane. Except for Gondria. If he stabs a main NPC, will the story change permanently? I might as well go home. The director quickly explains to avoid everyone's anger, even with supervision. This is my fault for not noticing the issue. The situation is dire, Limousin says. We need to intervene. To prevent the worst-case scenario, we must act now. She picks up her phone and calls Alice. The call connects level to administrator. Limousin confirmed. How can I assist you? She says, I want to ask about the bamboo spear event. Before she finishes, the system interrupts. Your request has been confirmed. We need to reset the reward for this event. Suddenly, it says it cannot be done, leaving her confused. Why is that? I asked for an explanation. The system states that another incident recorded this player was treated unfairly. Promises will not allow any further unfair patches. I'll provide proof. I understand. I promise. This is the last patch related to this case. She smiles menacingly at my Han's troops. My Han commander, didn't I tell you to limit your interference? Do you think an explanation is needed for this? The commander pales and tries to shift the blame. Director, it was all Dex's fault. If not for that scoundrel, in-game, Dex looked at the item he just picked up and said, what should I do with this now? Satong approaches and asks, what's with this aura? Death says, you saw it during the bamboo spear event, right? Satong nervously looks at L. Here, use it there. And here are two completely different things. L says, yes, the moment it appeared in this world, it emitted a distinct aura, as if just using it once could change everything. The aura was unbearable. Dex laughs. So fragrant? Choosing this item as a reward is the best idea. Suddenly, the system appears. Administrator requests your presence. Would you agree to be called? Dex challenges. The administrator has already summoned me. What do they want to say? This is quite interesting too. The system appears. You have agreed to the summoning. Line 60 completed. Your skills are limited here. You've been transferred to a special space. In this special space, the administrator speaks up. Hello, Dex. I am the administrator of Arcadia. Just call me Helenia. Please understand. I called you here to discuss the item you received during the Bamboo Festival event. Debs gets straight to the point. Why did you call me here? You think, with that admin setting, she's an elf, right? Not exactly. She's still an admin after all. Helenia tells Dex, you probably guessed it, but regarding the Bamboo Festival item, this is something we never thought would be in the regular options. Our conclusion is that using this equipment will destroy Arcadia, and it needs to be revised. Debs doubts, so she's trying to get back my item, right? Helenia quickly responds, no, Dex received a fitting piece of equipment. The issue was just an error on our side. We're trying to fix the item if you agree. Do you want to hear about it? The administrator gave Dex 3 choices. Limit the number of uses, limit who can be targeted by the shield, exchange for another item of equal quality. The bamboo shield is dangerous, no matter what choice you make. The risk is high, so this decision rests with Administrator Myzian. Dex sighs, well, none of these options seem good. This means they've already made up their minds. Dex says, I understand your point, but what if I accept? Helenia smiles kindly. She thinks to herself, Dex, his playstyle suggests he might be attacked immediately, but it seems his vigilance is higher than expected. She tells Dex, the AI will decide that. Simply put, it works according to the algorithm from the event you encountered. You'll definitely receive a fair reward. Helenia asks Dex, do you want to see? Dex doubts and doesn't believe it. She really will give it to me, huh? Helenia gently said, even though we don't have the right to see the reward you received, it's the truth. We, at Arcadia, promise to give fair rewards. But the decision is yours. Debs was surprised there was still something else. Helenia continued, if you cooperate with us this time, I promise you won't encounter any unfair patches anymore. To be honest, that's my ace card. Debs laughed, it depends on me. Do I have the authority for that too? Helenia replied, of course. I swear as the CEO of Arcadia Branch Korea. What did you say? You think this is the CEO of the Korean branch? Could it be Lee Myzian, famous in the business world when young? That person is Myzian Yu. Helena bid Dex farewell and left. So thank you, Dex, goodbye. We will definitely meet again. I look forward to it. She winked at Dex before leaving. At the Virtual Reality Expo, the product introducer greeted everyone warmly and welcomed them to Arcadia's booth. I believe most of you are here because you're eagerly waiting for this product. Its exterior looks very similar to Arcadia's Dreamer. This virtual reality system is called Lucid Dream. I will explain its functions right away. After entering the world of Lucid Dream, when you think of a suitable image, independent programming converts that into graphics and an appropriate setting is applied. Simply put, this is a magical device that can create a world just by imagination. I hope everyone will experience this device at the expo. She continued happily, thank you for trusting our product. Please step in with your mind's guidance. Dex found it illogical when he tried to experience it. Wasn't it harder than advertised, and didn't it consume more energy? Plus, imagining an image was harder than expected, or is my imagination limited? So tiring. Maybe because I've been playing Arcadia too much late at night. He yawned long and hard. If not for the homework, he wouldn't have come to this expo. A sound in the crowd caught his attention. Look over there. Who's using Lucid Dreams? It took just 10 minutes to create a video. Usually, it takes a whole month. He turned back out of curiosity. The host asked, may I ask what your name is? Another student asked me. Hello, my name is Lim Jigyun. Is there anything you need? Dex laughed. He's surely found his talent. Dex told Jigyun, impressive, accepting an invitation from Arcadia, the largest company in the country. You're really lucky, Jigyun replied him. No big deal. I was planning to decline anyway. It's too early at 20 years old. He beamed with joy. You're even better than Dex. You got the magic stick, haven't you? Have you received it yet? I'm annoyed. Can you tell me quickly, what was the result? Dex replied, oh, that thing? Then he teased, I won't say if you know. The system appeared. An item modification agreement has been established. The magic stick has turned into a one-time use equipment. Rewards have been exchanged for 1 million chances. Full compensation for the patch item has been received. You've received 10,000 gold. Special item. You've received a secret note. When Helenia met Debs, she left a piece of paper with something written on it. If there's any problem, contact me. Helenia. The system announced an urgent meeting. An anonymous figure appeared and said, hello comrades. I'm sure everyone knows why we received this issue notification. Everyone must have been waiting for this moment for a long time. In summary, Dex has arrived. All forces are converging on Academia. In a village, it looks peaceful. A young man's voice echoed, today feels so warm. Academia is really great. Outside, it's raining, but we're basking in the sun here. The girl sitting opposite agreed. Yeah, these days I find traveling meaningless. Oh, did you see that? It's broadcasting the finals of the youth event. Your brother is grinning over there. Of course, I didn't expect Dex to join in. Thanks to him, the event became more exciting. The girl said, choosing a bamboo spear as a prize isn't a new idea, right? Your brother put his hand up, showing he knows. He said, I thought of that too. Just because I didn't win. If I won, I'd choose the bamboo spear too. The girl teased him. Stop joking around. You definitely brighten up for the money and pick any special item. Am I wrong? Your brother hit a nerve. Huh? That can't be true. If it were me, I'd choose one. Oh, no, 2 or 3 of those would be better. They were chatting when the girl looked surprised in another direction. Hey, hold on, that person over there. Isn't it Dexter? Everyone turned to look at him. Meanwhile, Dex complained as he walked. This damn live streaming system. This is why I tried to hide my identity, but now all my efforts are in vain. In this state, anything will attract attention. Suddenly, a green light burst out. Everyone was startled. Oh, he disappeared. In the forest. The sky's creature, the Night-Lang Decathlon's descent has ended. Tribal skill has ended. Using 1 point for OO recognitions, Dex said, I don't think anyone is around here. Satan appeared and asked, Master, when will you stop worrying? Death came out from under his disguise. He said, I'm only worried about the crowd staring at us. Satan scratched his head in confusion. Yeah, I didn't know you were that concerned, but wasn't it troublesome to use the descent? Just enjoy your fame. El added, I can feel fear. What's making you afraid? Death said, indeed scary, while Satan and El had no idea what was happening. He continued, I've been followed for years now. Shatan asked back. Later, Io said, what did you say? At a restaurant, the big man threw a chair away. And he said, I received a notification that Dex was here, so I'll check it out. The woman then looked at her brother and commented, check this out. The face of the person, not like Dex. That guy is scared. Who are you? The woman laughed loudly. Everyone will have to go through the verification process. Show your true face now. If you cooperate, there won't be any bloodshed. Your brother, after being scared, angrily shouted, who are those people? Why did they suddenly come to find Dex? The girl replied, I've heard of him before. There's a fan group following Dex. Those people are the notorious New Guild. What color is Dex's pants? Just call it Dex pants. Satan crossed his arms and pondered. HMPH. Now I understand. You've worked hard, Master. El asked curiously. What do you mean? Satan teased with a smile. Well, someone as ugly as you wouldn't understand anyway. All creatures have admirers if they're special enough to attract attention. El became angry. Ah, you mean the fans are the same? They all came from us, foolish child. Satan's blood boiled. Huh? That stupid girl. Are you trying to cause trouble with me? It won't fit. I'm just telling the truth. Stupid fool. Dex stood there sighing. Such a bother. Based on experience, they will keep pursuing us no matter how much we hate them. What should we do? The two stopped fighting and listened. Satang said, I've been in this situation before, Master. Before I became the king of hell, there was a battle for the throne. Some lowly ones tried to eliminate me for their own benefit. Satang suddenly remembered, actually, I did kill each one of them, but I didn't think it would be so easy next time. So I spent a lot of time making something. The legendary Trickster's Mask. Made from the skin of high-level demons, it hides the truth and makes others see only deception. No limit on wearability, infinite durability, special skills, deception, camouflage, nullifies identification and insight abilities. With this mask, no one can see through the truth. Dex picked up the mask with a blank expression. What is it? None of these are suitable for combat. Such trash is an epic item? Satan got angry at Dex's criticism and scolded. Look, it's worth much more than you think. Do you know how many demons I had to kill to make this? I don't have words for that, but I can be sure of its power. Whether by skill or strength, no one can see through the mask and identify your true identity. Satang proudly smiled. In short, unless you want it, no one will recognize you. Master, if you need it, I'll lend it to you. No way! What? How much is this? You can't just take it as a freebie because it's an epic item, right? Satong quickly explained. Here, use my stuff. What if someone figures out your identity by chance? If you get caught like last time again, you'll be in big trouble. You should use good quality stuff. Just 100,000, that's all you need to use it forever. What do you mean? It's practically free. Dex stared at the mask for a long time, thinking that accepting 100,000 was also quite a burden. But it can't be avoided. I've already accepted 100,000 from the bamboo event, and this mask seems to be the best way for Tails to follow us discreetly. System notification. Legendary item equipped. Deceiver's Mask. The power of deception and disguise surrounds your body. A fake entity conceals your true identity. Put that mask on. That shady Dex is still deceiving everyone. Dex isn't here. Check the tavern quickly. It's not in the weapon shop either, man. What should we do, Master? One of them told the group that he hasn't gone far. I just got a report saying he was here 30 minutes ago. We have to pay 10 gold for this information, with screenshots included, so search thoroughly. They patrol regularly. That woman is rich and gloomy. Where is Dex now? He never leaves my palm. Meanwhile, Dex walks around with the mask on boldly. Sure enough. Won't anyone recognize me? Is this really helpful to me? Sis' face shows pride. Of course, isn't it useful compared to the recognition fees we have to pay? I can check market trends with this. In front of everyone is a message. Satong says he couldn't keep up with the current equipment or gold market trends. News, special item Irupo's Tears sold out at 10 billion. In the trading market, there's high demand for items. Should we leave it like this? Unemployed people are starting to play Arcadier, a golden age for dark gamers. The virtual world of Arcadier opens up new large markets. Dex surprisingly bought special items worth about 10,000 recognitions. So this mask costs 10 billion, huh? I know it's expensive, but seeing the price is shocking. The shady Dex looks at Dex suspiciously as he approaches. Dex confidently walks past. A giant says, "He's someone else." Death laughs upon hearing that. As he pauses, the giant whispers, "Why did I suddenly mistake him for Death?" The woman beside him also wonders, "Am I mistaken?" "Me too." Death grins at Satan and says, "I must say this is really good quality." Satan proudly pats his chest. "I told you so. It's always top-notch." Death asks, "Who then?" "That handsome guy, right?" Satan thinks, Who could it be?" Then suddenly remembers, "Ah yes, this face belongs to a vampire named Rod who fought against and died in my hands." Dex's mouth drops open. "Huh?" Satan continues, looking at his bloodshot eyes. "I just remembered, his appearance is quite dull. Very different from the perfect me," Dex says to Satan, a bit too confident. A passerby whispers, "Who is that?" "I don't know." "Are you a model? You're so handsome. Should I talk to him?" Dex heard that and scoffed. Walking around with this face only makes everything more tiring. Satan said if you don't like your appearance, just change it. Dex was surprised. "Is that okay? Why didn't you say so earlier?" The system notified, you can choose to transform into a character you've killed. Devs realized, Shatong seemed to understand what devs wanted to ask. "Yes, you can transform into those you've killed." Devs laughed and said, "Oh, this will be quite interesting." "Great, I have a secret weapon now. Let's do both the mission and the transformation at once." Mission 3. You brought chaos to this world, but being alone makes it hard to bestow such a thing on the world to create your desired universe. Gather reliable allies who will support you when needed. Those who become your allies will have marks. The amount of blessing received depends on the influence of each ally. Additional mission. Register as Cassius's assistant. Register as an assistant too. Current location, Theon Square. Cassius walked around showing a paper asking for volunteers. Has he ever seen this necklace before? Lord Karen Meki stood on the Golden Hill, working with slaves, or rather exploring, hahaha. In the forest, Angelina looked puzzled and asked Dex, "What's up, Dex?" He hasn't said a word since the Trent incident. Dex sat on a rock, smiling lightly as he replied, "Oh, I have some things to attend to. She scolded him. Yes, you are quite famous, but don't ignore my messages either. Dex looked sharp and said, the reason I called you here is to talk about the second-tier player who wants to take your life, Stella, the water crystal spirit. Looking at Angelina, she seemed confused. Dex continued, it seems like you're trying to survive using the items I gave you, but it won't work. Her magic control and combat skills are completely overwhelming. Compared to her, you're just a newborn baby. Plus, couldn't you even make it through round 2 of the Trent event? After Dex finished speaking, she asked him, so what do you think I should do? Just give up for now. Dex grinned as an excuse. It's simple, the magic book is why you're targeted. Just hand it over to me and practice until you're ready. That's why I arranged this meeting for you. This guy, Cassius, appeared coolly from behind Dex. She asked, who is this? Call me properly. Cassius approached Angelina and examined her. Is this the girl you want to train? Angelina blushed. Hello. Dex said, yes, her skills aren't bad, but she lacks experience. I want you to bring her along and teach her a bit. Cassius asked Dex, if I agree, will you keep your promise to introduce me to my master? Dex smiled behind Angelina and said, don't worry about it. One day I'll arrange for the two of you to meet again. Angelina was surprised he had been standing there all along and exclaimed, fresh as a flower, she told Cassius, now find that necklace first, instead of crying over spilt milk. Why don't you find it now? And meeting Calypso isn't far behind. I'm already planning to look for it because this thing is causing too much trouble. She looked at the sword she was wearing on her hip. Deb still had a smile on her face. Haha, right. Do you have something to deceive with as well? She was confused. What are you talking about, Debs? Hey, do you have a sword too? Debs ignores what she said. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I'm counting on you. I believe in your ability to do this. An expert in these twisted games. Cassie is. She looks displeased. I get it now. I'll help her become strong enough to survive anywhere. Angelina is surprised by the conversation. Wait a minute. Are they talking about me? What do you want to do with me? Like that, Dex brings Angelina back to Cassius' side, and she didn't know how she would change under Cassius' guidance. A crazy PvP player, Angelina, a woman gone mad who tortures her opponents until the end, her story began like this. System notification, you've registered Cassius as an enemy helper. In the Duke's territory, Mihail. Standing before the gate, Dex reads the system announcement. The recognition points will change based on the influence of the enemy helper. Side quest, register Cassius as an enemy helper. Current location, mine side. Dex is suddenly confused. I don't remember interacting with anyone at the mine side. Why would the system say I have an enemy helper there? Suddenly, a voice is heard nearby. Stop right there. It catches Dex's attention. A gatekeeper speaks. You don't seem like a local here. Is this your first time here? Dex replies. Aha! No! Yeah! Yes! This is my first time here. He smiles warmly. I'm tired of explaining. The gatekeeper smiles back. Alright, then head over there to fill out some documents. A green-haired girl approaches with a cheerful greeting. Hello, welcome to the territory of Michael. Is this your first time here? There are some documents you need to sign here. Do you have a moment? Well, these forms are important because the B2L region is a key mining area for the Maroon Empire. Just a few simple steps to confirm. Nothing difficult now. Please sign these documents. Just sign below. Others are waiting too. So please hurry up, okay? She hands the document to Dexcom. Dexcom examines the research document. HMM. Then he realizes something terrible and looks very grim. What's this? A contract with all these outrageous conditions. Oh my! There are rumors among players that Michael is one of the top 10 territories not to visit. So this is why, huh? I warned you not to go beyond the limit though. What happened while I was away? The girl with green hair looks confused. Yeah, what do you mean? Could it be? Def is angry, slamming the paper on the table. I have something to say to Lord Michael. Where is she? At Lord Michael's estate. The Lord cheers and dances. Ha ha! How are you these days? The whole kingdom has been in chaos since you left. So you can imagine how worried I was about you. But at least you're safe now. I knew you'd be fine. Honestly, I was really surprised when you sent the spirits over. I had no idea they were your subordinates. Ha ha ha. Her expression is blank like a person who has lost their soul. Seems she's got some interesting businesses at the gate of the mine, huh? How much money in total? The Lord enthusiastically answers, because of that, right? Because the number of adventurers visiting here is decreasing, so I wanted to trick a few new adventurers to make them work for us by using contracts. You called it what again? HMM, yeah. It's called a plow. When you find one, there are many treasures. That's why I used this method. You don't agree. Your expression shows you've just received a big shock. In your mind, you created a monster. You said manipulating and deceiving adventurers could lead to serious consequences for her. The whole country has fallen into the hands of an adventurer named Dark Flame Black Dragon. You know that, right? The Lord says that adventurer won his throne through a fair battle. And I heard he was very merciful to the former emperor's family, even giving them land. That's common practice after all. But most importantly, I promised to pay him a huge sum of money. Don't you see? Actually, under royal decree, I'm also being funded. Haha, this is how my world operates. He listens intently. You think she's crazy, but you can't deny that Lord Michael is even more terrifying than you imagined. Then the Lord pushes a cart full of gold out and tells Dex, if you're here, you should take this money. It's your profit for the time being. System notification. You have received 743 gold, 32 silver, 21 copper. Look at the amount you've got now. Impossible. How can 10 gold become 700 in just 3 months? She's sucking my blood like a vampire. The Lord confidently holds his hands and talks about hiring master blacksmiths or finding profitable routes to sell valuable tools. I have many questions for you, but first, let me hear your reason for coming here, okay? Ask whatever you need, I'll do my best to help you. Dex looks surprised. There's someone I need to meet. At the mine, Bjorn. The ugly green-skinned demon is urging everyone to work faster. Hurry up. If you don't finish your work, there will be no dinner. Then he points at another place. That new guy. He thinks we'll be lenient with someone because of their low level. I'll keep an eye on them. Hurry up. Everyone works as hard as they can. Someone complains. Oh, is this a game? Dex watches everyone and suddenly smiles. Ha-ooh! It looks like him. His mining speed is much faster than others. Dex asks the green guy his name. Hey, who's that over there? The green devil answers. Are you talking about our official slave number 1? Sure enough, it's someone Michael knows. You have good people skills. Dex asks again. Official slave number 1. The green guy replies that he's the first old adventurer who worked in our mine but ran away and was caught again, so we made him work here until he dies. Dex looks at him with a smug smile. From his speed, his mining skill is at least 5th level. No, it must be higher than that. How does he lift it up? Dex says to the green guy, can I talk to him for a moment? The green devil looks confused. Ha, you don't need permission for anything? The green guy turns and shouts. Hey, slave number 1, it's your break time now. Come here. Slave number 1 stops working in confusion when called. Break time? I don't have that term in my vocabulary. Come over to us. He looks frightened. Boss, what's the matter? I remember I finished this week's work already. Deb smiles and speaks up. Hey, nice to meet you. Can we talk for a moment? His face is wide with a smile. The frightened green guy asks, Boss, what's the matter? He thinks he might be dealing with another player. He says, who are you? Deb still smiles brightly. Me, I'm the one who will give you your freedom. The slave guy says that he was caught while running away and has been working here ever since. Dex is surprised. So why did you sign that ridiculous contract? You must have noticed when reading it, right? The slave guy answers. I signed without thinking much about it. Dex asks, how old are you really? The green slave with tears in his eyes looks sad. 15. Dex slams his head, angry. Ha! even if it's just a game. Dex thinks, is this all my fault? Now I understand why the system insists that I have an assistant. Helenia suddenly speaks from the corner, wait, this scent. She whispers to Dex, Dex, that person has a scent of fire. Dex is surprised, a scent of fire. She answers, it's a scent from those bound to the spirit of fire, with the distinctive smell of the elemental fire, usually born to be blacksmiths. It hasn't been long since I met someone with such a strong scent. I think if guided correctly, he could be very useful. Debs tells the slave guy, this stinky hand, if I free you. The slave's face is shocked when he hears that. He can't believe his own hands. Debs continued, then you'll follow what I say. Right. The slave didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Debs said, you're not even listening to the terms, are you? You just want something better than this. Debs added, listen, if you keep treating me like this, you'll always be on the outside. I really advise you. The slave didn't wait for Dex to finish speaking. He fell to his knees immediately. If you free me, I will obey you unconditionally. Please take me with you. I don't want to mine anymore. Huh? This action made Dex jump in surprise. The system announced, the ore connection between the decaying hand and the border mine was terminated. The decaying hand had been registered as an assistant. You can check the assistant stats. Level 24, decaying hand, skill level, C-grade weapon gene, D-grade weapon gene, second level or smelting skill, ancient flame characteristic, inventory of the first Clo beta tester player. Desk read it and was surprised. Wow. The first Clo beta tester? Arcadia was secretly developed until its launch. A beta tester of a game like this one. So who are you really? His voice made the little guy pale with fear. Oh, yes, well, it's just that. You gave it to me. You, is that all? Are you Rago S or a secret chairman of Silicon? Or are you the hidden grandson of a Gene Electronics chairman? No! I have a very smart friend. It's a secret so I can't say much. Okay, so you understand now. Looking at the little guy worriedly, I believe you're not lying. Let's chat enough for now. Brother, why don't we test it out? Von Clever 32 was cut down with a decisive slash. Her massive body collapsed. Ha! Ha! Me! I killed it. I killed a Von Clever myself. Her. This is the first time I've killed a Von Clever. Did you do well, little brother? Yes. It was tough for him, but he did it. The boy's combat skills are pretty weak. His crafting-related skills aren't great either. Fairly speaking, crafting is a difficult field, so not many players excel in it. Strange, the beta tester hasn't changed since we started. Why is he my assistant? Is this some kind of punishment? The angelic overseer suddenly appeared and interrupted, startling him. Did you really think so? What do you mean by that? To become a genist, one needs skills, talent, and an appreciation for the ritual to infuse life into their works. But in my opinion, those things don't make a genist. Yes, standing over the blazing fire to smelt, holding the hammer amidst the intense heat, one must have determination to continue and never give up, going through hundreds, no, thousands of hammer strikes with unwavering resolve before a sturdy armor can be forged. Every time has to go through this step. That child endured hardship without giving up. At least for me, I believe he has more potential than anyone else. Ugh, how much do you know about blacksmithing? But if we overlook it, why are you interested in the kid? This is hard to explain. Why? Because it's different from other truths. If this kind of information is revealed, the continent might suffer significant consequences. As for Calypso, excessive intervention would be a burden on Paradise. If something like that happens again, it won't just be minor, it will disrupt the order of Paradise. So in summary, L, if you have enough recognition, you'll reveal what you're hesitating about. Yeah, but we do have enough. Then simply pay me and speak up. This information greatly affects the continent. I can't keep waiting in curiosity. Are you sure? It requires a lot of recognition. That's not important. I have enough. Recognition 912,312. Pay 150,000 recognition. Reveal the forgotten secrets of the past. activating the memories of Angel Michael. Long before the Great War with Demons began, there was an era called the Mythic Age. Although they had different powers and strengths, that time still had gods with holy power. Gods of hunting, music, joy, war, wisdom, and balance. Gods of time, disaster. Many gods and various sects revered them. However, during this period, some sects disappeared without a trace. This means that one sect wiped out other sects to prove their worshipped god was the true god. And that insane sect is the Holy Kingdom that still exists today. So the Holy Kingdom, which always honors justice, is descended from those who brought destruction to this world. If this truth is revealed, the entire continent will become chaotic. This is why Paradise is trying to hide it. After this, the power of Paradise will surely be stronger. But we believe that achievement isn't worth trampling on the marks of other sects. Therefore, gods who lost their worshippers turned into false gods. Even their names became faint in human memory. Level 20 for Westrit, RANK. Skills: C-grade weapon gen skill, D-grade armor gen skill, level to mining skill, trait, Eternal Fire Extinguisher, beta tester user 1. Could it be the first to light the endless darkness, the father of genetic engineering? The creator of the spell suppressor, the sword that can burn all demons. Vulcanus, he was the one watching over that kid. You didn't say anything. That's why I had to make that kid my companion, to help him develop and utilize his potential. My name is Zyker, a geneticist trainer, eh? Yeah, zizing. Or take the kid to where the dwarves are. Shorty, look here, I'm saying this because it seems you don't know. Arcadia's expeditions haven't discovered any other species yet. How do I bring that kid to the dwarves when I don't even know where they live? Oh, I get it now. I didn't know they lived either. I know, King of Chaos suddenly spoke up. I know where the dwarves live. He said and laughed, making this archangel suspicious. How do you know that? If you lie, I won't believe you. I'm not lying. You always live underground. They dig caves everywhere, and one of my subordinates found one there. Really? Where is it? Yeah, quite far away. Below the desert, 5 days' journey south from Wyvern. That distance, one of the 5 forbidden zones where people might die from harsh conditions. Rumia Desert, sir, what are you planning to do? If you're going, I'll prepare everything. 3 days, it's not enough time at all. Me too, I'll help out a bit. What exactly are we doing? Of course, let's go. A great resolve was set in the Rumia Desert. Amidst the vast and desolate desert land, someone spoke up to stop it. Are you going to Rumia? Huh, you have more than one life. Huh. Even I, who live in the Rumia Desert, dare not stay close here. Besides the harsh nature, there are also vicious monsters lurking around. Are you going to cross the desert? In my 60 years, I've never seen anyone survive crossing this desert, so I don't know either. Really? I have to verify it myself then. Let's go, little. Yes, sir. Huh, these guys are losing their spirits. Yeah, sir, I have something to say. Thank you for your kindness towards me. But I really received such good things. They look very valuable. The thief's magical attire. The thief's outfit once caused chaos in the world, made to be comfortable, but still has some defensive power. Durability limit 35, resistance 25 on 25, defense strength 80, explorer's robe, rare. The robe is made from famous monsters, made from different types of monsters, so the wearer can be considered a worthy explorer rather than just a chicken. Durability limit 30, resistance 17 on 17, additional resistance plus 10, expert luck plus 1, random dodge, dark pain with a stench, rare. The sword was used by a monster living in the shadows. It exudes the power of its previous user. Nowadays called a sword, durability limit 30, resistance 17 on 17, attack strength 170 to 220, level 1 rage thirst. Every 3 attacks on the same target will deal magical damage. Cumulative magical damage effect. Damage gradually decreases from 8.0 to 6.0, then 0.4 per level. Yeah, no big deal. Don't worry, I bought it at an auction thinking my previous outfit would attract attention. How did the first attempt go? Did you really buy this for me? It must have cost hundreds of gold pieces. When you're done using it, can you return it to me? No need. Why return a used item? Just take it. Think of it as compensation for the cave incident. Initially, part of the blame was on me, so he got stuck in the cave. So treating him well is only right. Yeah, treated well like this and not bullied at a cold place like Arcadia. I'll do my best for you, sir. Why does it feel wrong? Even though that item was cheap, I still said so. And the scorching Rumia dessert, the oppressive heat and sun's glare. The system continuously displays warnings. Due to the harsh heat, stamina will deplete quickly, abnormal state, exhaustion, recommend resting in a cool place. With difficulty, he dragged each step, his face shriveled from dehydration and fatigue, groaning, ugh. Water! Water! Sir! Sir! Rest! Take a rest for a bit. Dex looked at him with a helpless and weary expression, asking, are you exhausted? Why does the time until exhaustion keeps getting shorter? Youngsik nervously told Dex, of course, this is one of the 5 famous forbidden zones, just rumors. Speaking of it, how are you doing, big brother? Dex was in top shape, showing no signs of fatigue or dehydration, which left Youngsik astonished and exclaiming, ha! Dex thought to himself, now that makes sense, I've prepared a method to counter it. The magic within him was controlled by the Frost Enchantress. His passive skill, Ice Heart, had been activated. His fire resistance greatly increased. Cold air emanated from his body. Dex confidently said, I'm fine because I have a fire resistance skill. Youngsik, hearing this, helplessly burst into tears. She couldn't bear to ask, how high is your skill level? Since arriving here, her fire resistance has increased to Class C and she's still struggling. Concerned, she looked up at Dex and hesitantly asked with doubt, big brother, we've been wandering in the desert for 3 days. Maybe we should give up? Even if there are dwarves living here, finding them in such a vast area would be a waste of time if the information is wrong. The two of them continued walking through the harsh desert. Dex walked ahead and comforted Youngsik with a wave. Don't worry, I'm sure the information is correct. Stop wasting breath and just keep moving, little guy. Hearing this, Youngsik was surprised and asked back, why? How can you be so confident? Who told you? At least tell me the name of that person. Satan floated in the air, singing joyfully. The sun is shining brightly. If he stays silent, it's even better. Suddenly, a terrifying sound echoed from afar, startling Satan, who exclaimed, what? At this moment, 2 large scorpions, one red and one white, with fierce appearances, rushed forward, continuously screaming. Satan was so startled that he became tense and unsure of what to do. The system displayed information. Level 160 Desert Scorpion Rumor. Dex calmly walked past them and said in a composed manner, Ice Path. Instantly, the 2 large scorpions were frozen, immobilized on the spot. Dex continued walking nonchalantly and told Youngsik, deal with them, you hold the knife. Youngsik hesitantly replied, yes. Choi Youngsik's knife struck the outer shell of the scorpion. The monster immediately shattered into 100 pieces, slowly disappearing into thin air. Your system also notified you. Due to your low contribution, you received less experience, your level increased, and your stamina and mana fully recovered. Abnormal state of exhaustion was removed. You're receiving the lying down and leeching title. Youngsik checked his system and, seeing the notification, was bewildered and said in surprise, new title, lying down and leeching A. Dex found this amusing and teased him. Seems like Little Tuan has some strange titles. Youngsik recalled his own titles, Top Mind Slave, 5 Non-Eater, and suddenly felt dejected, smiling bitterly before responding humbly, haha, yes. Diff changed the topic and asked curiously, well, ignore it. How high is your level now? Have you surpassed level 80? Youngsik looked at his system screen and said hesitantly, Fragrance, no, I'm currently at level 72. Alright, if you went from level 24 to 72 in 3 days, that's not bad even if it was a mistake. Gaining levels doesn't cost anything, you know that, right? Youngsik responded nervously and seriously. Yes, that's right. His expression turned dark with an ominous look, smiling but menacingly. He sternly asked, "So can you continue without complaining anymore?" Young Sik, hearing this, resignedly replied, "Yes, of course, big brother." The two of them, one big and one small, continued moving under the harsh desert sun. Dex was now seriously thinking, better to find some trace if possible. I've considered the number of acknowledgements needed to maintain divine descent. Acknowledgement 750,312. Suddenly, Satan on his shoulder sensed something and woke up abruptly. He climbed onto a branch, excitedly reporting, "Master, there's good news." Dev suspiciously looked at him curiously, asking, "Good news? What are you talking about?" Satan imagined the head-crushing machine and enthusiastically told Debs, "Sir, see, in hell, there's a very famous dwarf whose skills far exceed others." Dex began to smell incense and with a delighted expression said, "This is truly the city of always, Los Angeles." Mr. Zhang spread his arms wide as if he was about to fall into space below. The system kept notifying him that he had discovered an hidden area, legendary achievements, and the last stronghold of the dwarves. The first dwarf cut off. If reported to the current kingdom, you would receive valuable rewards, titles, and your explorer level increased by 10. You also gain dexterity stats. Slightly enhanced skill production effects, and a new mission was created. Mission: Meet with the Dwarves. After hundreds of years, you discovered the dwarf city where humans first made contact with them. In the name of humanity's representatives, you earned the trust of the dwarves and repeated the friendship between two races, establishing a bond. Trade with humans will be established, and the forge will open. Establish enmity, all dwarves will hate humans, and the forge will close. Dex successfully landed on the ground. A group of people fiercely approached him with angry expressions, holding hammers. They were extremely vigilant and shouted warnings about an intruder. Everyone was ready to arm themselves. "Humans, a human, kill him." With a wary and confused expression, Dex said to the dwarves, "Are you not friendly at all?" In the real world, in the Arcadia headquarters of South Korea, in the set design department office, King Taehan discussed with Sin, asking his team members what they thought. Sin replied seriously that according to the prepared scenes, we plan to resolve conflicts between dwarf and elf races. The main content will likely be a commissioned war where players choose sides and fight. May I share my opinion, sir? I'm worried it might be hard to balance. King Taehan asked curiously, "Balance? Why?" Remember the image of dwarves and elves facing each other with clear hostility. Start analyzing. I don't see the dwarves' disdain for other races being logical. In the previous scene, humans and elves finally formed an alliance and defeated the dwarves. Due to this context, players choosing the dwarf faction must form their own group. I think players of the dwarf race will favor elf players more. If so, it would be quite easy. King Taehan nodded and scratched his head in thought. "Huang, that makes sense. But I have a different view. The dwarves' motives are clear and justified." Other team members were confused. They didn't understand what he was talking about. Anger asked again. "Motives?" King Taehan leaned forward on the table, slowly explained to his subordinates. Sin said, "Even if a person's character is rotten, sometimes you have to be sweet to work with them. Relationships can truly give us what we need. For example, between new graduates and their mentors." Sin thought silently. "Isn't that the relationship between me and you?" King Taehan continued. A high-level item created by dwarves' crafting skills would be released. If these items were introduced, they would easily transform existing crafted goods. Saying this, he chuckled happily, his tone becoming more enthusiastic. "So even if it's difficult, if you become their ally, you will gain the power to shift Acadia's economy. Who knows, maybe they could obtain a mythic item never seen in dwarf bases. Back in the game world, the system notified Dex of his mission, meeting with the dwarves. You discovered the dwarf city after hundreds of years of disconnection from human society. You are its representative. Build trust and establish a harmonious relationship. Establish harmony. Formal trade relations with humans will be established. Unlock forges, create disharmony. All dwarves will oppose humans. Forges will be locked. As soon as he stepped into this land, the dwarves were already waiting there with heavy weapons in hand. They shouted together, "An intruder has entered. Everyone grab your weapons. Human, a wretched human, kill him." Youngsik asked Dex anxiously, "Big brother, did you also get the mission?" Dex turned his head and replied calmly, "Yes, but I think it won't be easy." He looked around at the cityscape, towering statues meticulously carved, high-rise buildings, and the intense heat from the forges. Tracknam told us that in ancient times, the gnomes looked down on other races like elves and humans. This led to resentment and wars breaking out among the tribes, and the kids knew they lost, which is why they retreated underground ever since. Youngsich grew even more worried after hearing this, hesitantly asking Dex, "So these gnomes don't really like us much, right?" Dex helplessly looked at the scene before him and said calmly, "Do you see anything wrong with that?" The angry gnomes holding hammers rushed forward, shouting furiously, "Humans, that disgusting human has come." They warned to smash their bones, leaving nothing behind. Another gnome quickly rang a warning bell, angrily shouting, "How dare they invade our fortress?" In no time, other gnomes arrived with weapons, determined and shouting, "We'll make you regret it." They rushed forward. Death remained calm as he observed the approaching human army, slightly surprised. This isn't an actual army. Do they have a special emergency response team? Why are they so fast? The soul next to him was extremely pleased and laughed joyfully. Haha, it seems they're still following the instructions I created. Youngsich was now anxious, nervously asking Dex, "Big brother, what should we do? Didn't you say we can't fight for this mission?" Dex looked at him disdainfully and said indifferently, "What's your point? You can't just let them cause trouble because of the mission. Come on, little gnomes." With that, Dex used his powers to transform a name into a giant mythical balloon, waving it to release powerful Zama. The oppressive force and immense power made the present gnomes flinch in fear, causing them to start whispering among themselves. "Those weapons? Fake combat. That's right, it must be Master Death's weapon. Master Death sacrificed himself during the war with elves long ago. How can you have such a staff, human?" Dexner suddenly smiled confidently at this moment. The soul had entered him. His eyes glowed with a cross symbol. His spirit power changed too. They shouted together, "I am one of the scum. After my death, you will still live well." Those who were always watching were immediately shocked. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The evil face exclaimed, "It's absurd! But those eyes! That speech! It must be Master Death indeed." Suddenly, they dropped their weapons and knelt in unison, placing their hands on their left chests. The fierce gnomes bowed respectfully to the soul of the gnome inside Dex. He was amazed by this scene, thinking to himself as he placed his left hand on his chest too, "I've heard about this before, This is the highest form of respect from gnomes." Dex also placed his left hand on his chest and smiled smugly. The system immediately notified. Trust relationship established with the gnomes. Mission completed. Received orders. These orders will be unlocked. In the future, official trade between humans and gnomes will take place. Title: Friend of the Gnomes. The soul was extremely satisfied and laughed loudly. "Ha ha! After all, home is always best. It's great to see you again, my friends." Those who were there thanked Dex one by one. He said cheerfully, "Human kid, thank you for letting me meet Master Death, even if just briefly." Yes, that was the unmistakable laugh from back then. Ha ha, look, despite being a human, he's an emissary of Master Death sent here. Let us show our respect. Youngsich, hiding behind Dex, thought to himself, "I'm welcomed even more than expected." Suddenly, a young-looking blonde gnome approached and earnestly said, "Master Death's apprentice, can I speak with him? My name is Bayo when younger." Master Death saved my life in the final battle against elves. Dex hesitated for a moment before responding. It's a bit tricky for Ichiang, not as easy as you guys think. Bayo hesitated to respond. Alright then. Another red-haired kid approached Dex, excitedly asking him, "Big brother, master, where is his name?" "He must be in Dorado, the heaven of dwarves, right?" Dex asked with a puzzled look. "Dorado, where is that?" Link glanced at the monk on his shoulder, making him uncomfortable and avoidant as he replied, "Why are you looking at me? You think that pervert likes to send others to heaven or hell by hitting their heads." Al sighed in exasperation. Wars among human tribes are always about protecting their own kind, but this one is a head-crusher machine. There's definitely the selfish and perverted desires of him too. The consequences of being reborn as an angel aren't few either. The Finsoul approached Dex quietly, asking him not to let the kid know where he was. Dex was surprised after hearing this, looking at him in shock and asked, "Huh?" Facing the eager and excited look of the little one before him, Dex felt a bit reluctant, awkwardly smiling as he replied, "Of course, Master is living happily in Dorado." The kid heard this and immediately jumped with excitement, asking to send a message for him. "Oh, then you can tell the Master for me?" Dex agreed to help the little one, asking curiously, "Go ahead, the Master will hear everything. What do you want to say?" Suddenly, that kid laughed happily, his eyes turning cold and indifferent as he said, "I'll become a very powerful vessel like the Master. So I should join the Hammer Club of brave and bold dwarves who crush elves' heads, right? Then we can meet in Dorado, right?" Dex was speechless after hearing this, sweating slightly, thinking that he might end up meeting him in hell too. Deeper into the forges, smoke billowed from the fires burning brightly. Young Sit walked around, amazed and exclaiming, "Ah, it's really amazing here." Dex took a look around, marveling as well. It said that dwarves are born with hammers in their hands. Yo led the way for them. He was pleased and said, "You're still early to be surprised. Everyone living here is a blacksmith, a skilled architect, or a master craftsman. In other words, our race has been blessed with the art of forging." Excitedly pointing at one of the grand and warm forges, he said, "This is Helion Forge. I'm known as the third best blacksmith in terms of forging here. The owner is my father, Byron, a member of the council elders who will participate in our tribe's future planning." A dwarf with strong muscles appeared and asked, "Huh, do you want me to teach these guys?" "He is the master blacksmith here at Helion, Byron." Dex gestured towards young Sit and introduced him. Yes, this kid dreams of becoming a blacksmith, but just started learning. But he has strength and perseverance, so with your guidance, he'll be very useful. Young Sit politely replied, "Please take care of me." Biden hesitated as he said, "Chiang, even if you're a disciple of that guy, it's still difficult to accept human disciples." He pointed at the young dwarf and decided this one would join his forge, so he'll let him test his skills with this other boy. Inside the blazing forge, white smoke rose thickly. The young dwarf held his tools and laughed happily, "Her, I'll be lenient." The system displayed images of crude magical swords made by an anonymous dwarf to pass time, though not crafted with much effort. Their exceptional craftsmanship stood out. Damage from 25 to 50, durability at 200, low chance of critical damage to enemies. After a while of struggling, young Sit finally finished his work, exhaustedly wiping sweat and said, "Done well." The system displayed a common crude sword made by an inexperienced blacksmith, with damage from 10 to 15 and durability at 30. Biden was taken aback, holding the finished product of Ein 6 and commented, "It's a pity, though you're just an ordinary human with poor skills. This exceeds my expectations." Each word stung his heart, making young Sit helpless, but resigned to cry silently. Finally, Byron made a decision. "We'll give him a try, but don't have high hopes." Debs comforted him confidently, "Don't worry, we're satisfied with your guidance already." Young Sit was relieved and moved by the gratitude. "Thank you, I'll try my best." After a while, Dex finally had to leave. Youngsik hesitated, asking, "Big brother, must you go?" Dex replied casually, What else do I need to do here? Did you think I'd carry you forever? Yoonsik lowered his head silently and said sadly, no, not really, but I thought we would stay together for a while. Hearing this, Dex seemed to understand and spoke softly, little guy, give me your hammer. Youngsik looked surprised and asked, what, your hammer? The system displayed information, a common blacksmith's hammer used for metalworking, rough but practical, with 5 to 10 damage, durability of 300 out of 300, requiring crafting skill proficiency. Dex curiously asked, little guy, are you only using this to craft items? Yoonsik honestly replied, yes, there's no reason for me to change hammers, and I don't have enough money. Why is that? Dex used his spiritual energy on the hammer. The system immediately announced, an item containing latent karma can be recognized, requiring 35,000 recognition points. Do you want to provide this recognition? Death read it and was shocked, thinking, crazy, 35,000. Is that a lot? Dex looked at Youngsik and said, little guy. The naive response came quickly. Strange, big brother. From now on, treat me well, the childlike voice promised. Then he unleashed his power, igniting mana flames fiercely. The system displayed, the eternal flame had accumulated enough recognition to use its power. The eternal flame left a mark on those who followed it for long. The blacksmith's hammer's accumulated karma and effort reacted with the recognition. The power of the blacksmith's hammer was completely adjusted. Yoonsik read this, shocked silently, eternal flame. Before him appeared a blazing flame with intense power, revealing a demonic face gradually. It spoke, little one still has a long way to become a great blacksmith like us. Strive to make up for your shortcomings by working hard and enduring hardships. Like iron into fire, overcome all obstacles and rise above everything, becoming the greatest blacksmith with pride saying you are my disciple. Iron into fire, this body calls forth the smith's god. Name Vulcanus. Then the flame gradually faded, transforming into a polished hammer with red and golden hues blending beautifully. Youngsik looked shocked as he held it, exclaiming in confusion, what is this? The system evaluated the hammer, Vulcanus's hammer. Information was still a mystery. In the dim light, Alice floated within the system. She slowly opened her eyes and warned, core element of mythological era forgotten. Vulcanus met minimum conditions to unlock power, used power, granted divine strength. Subject granted, observer level to seconds revert. Item adjustment hammer of blacksmith. Vulcanus's legendary hammer. Scene conflict with scene 3 were between species warning. Task and scene conflict major automatic analysis complete. Scenes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damaged. Warning 89% damage rate. Highest level danger emergency operation evaluation. Emergency status ranking. Artificial intelligence Alice will make independent decisions due to the emergency state. Use special authority. Administrator's main scene control revoked. Mythological achievement. Received legendary item. Eternal flame chose player as disciple. Task created. Traces of God erased. Item received. Vulcanus's hammer. Title granted. Artisan spirit shining bright. Holding the hammer. Red light round it shocked him. Vulcanus's father required equipment for those recognized by Vulcanus. Damage 10 to 15. Infinite durability. Requires crafting skill to use. Completely immune to fire attributes. Crafting success rate significantly increased. Items crafted with effort and dedication will enhance durability. Proficiency requirement +2. Cannot be traded or destroyed. Holding the weapon happily, he smiled brightly. Big brother, did you do it right? How did you manage to do that so well? Dex calmly replied. Yeah, but I didn't expect to get an item of this level. He thought silently, not special grade, but legendary? It seems I have some clues about the task now. Chaos King asked, what's going on, Vulcanus? How did he gain divine power? Isn't he just a god of name only who lost all his strength? Replied beside him. That fool, actually, Vulcanus is still respected and remembered by dwarves and some other species. He's better off than those gods demoted whose names are almost forgotten. They leaned against each other in disappointment. The Chaos King asked, Even so, does he have enough power to directly intervene like this? Dex replied, yes, with someone as the master here, the only reason for this to be possible is him. They secretly thought, if he's going to use this for something, it might be better to give it to us instead of keeping it himself. Thagmac looked at their awkward smiles and chuckled. As he laughed, he thought, ha, there's a hint of disdain in that look. Westy shouted loudly, hey, can you hear me? The boy called out his name, turning around with a puzzled expression. Yeah, what is it? The boy replied, this item. I think it might be related to the Ancient Flame title I received from the mine before. I also got a mission related to it. The Traces of the Buried God. He smiled and gently patted the boy's head. For now, don't worry too much about the mission. You know this whole continent only believes in one God, right? I have no idea what trouble might come if I anger the Holy Kingdom. So just try to improve your blacksmithing skills. The boy obediently asked back. So can you keep this thing then? He smiled and said of course. He wouldn't use it anyway. You can return it to me after you've done something with it. The boy was so happy he started crying. Big brother, the boy said determinedly, I'm resolved. No matter what happens here, I'll work hard to become the best artisan if one day I can repay you. I will do my utmost to help you no matter what it is. Hearing this, he looked at the boy with a wicked smile. The system notification appeared. Received absolute trust from target. Player talk will take on the assistant role. Completing the mission unlocks the assistant role. He could now receive recognition from the assistant role. His palm glowed red, just as he expected a system assistant role. Thus, Dix had 3 assistants, Battle Mage Angelina and Blacksmith Talk, Weapon Master Cassius, a Vulcanist disciple, and Blacksmith Talk. Their reputation spread throughout Arcadia after this incident. With the name of the worst player, he stood on the cliff, looking at the sky. Homework is probably done now. He smiled. Maybe it's time to put our plan into action. A girl was sitting in her room searching for entertainment online. She looked at the screen and thought, lately, there's been a sudden increase in Acadia streamers. Makes sense with all these views worldwide. Suddenly, she clicked on an old museum post and the screen showed likes. That gave her an idea. Maybe I should try streaming too. Wait, this streamer is crazy. They were in Slim's territory. In Slim's territory, green surrounded them with countless mountains. A beautiful girl smiled. Hello everyone, I'm Streamer Tina. Today we'll be collaborating with 34th level warrior groups for a live session. We're going to hunt a low-level player together. A tall man introduced himself, wearing a large armor. Oh, hello, I'm Brooke and it's an honor to meet you all. Haha! During the live stream, everyone was chatting excitedly. Are we hunting Slim? How is that possible? Isn't it different from before? Both of them are level 100. I guess it's worth a try. Why not? Slim is only around level 80, right? The problem lies in their stats. Since all the Slims have acknowledged, they'll be done as soon as they gather. That's the trouble. If we're going to meet Queen Slim, it might be too risky. Haha! The feeling of being created for immortality. The sensation of being made to last forever. Tina reads a comment and sweatily says, I'm a reputable girl. Right, Mr. Brooks is even more so. The guy next to her scratches his head and says, yeah, with a monster like Slim, I can handle it too. Ha ha ha. Laughter starts appearing in the comments. Right, ha ha ha. That area's level is even lower than Slim's territory. It's easy to guess, so it's for fun. Tina reads a comment and angrily thinks, these scoundrels are gloating again. Hunting high-level monsters with one player she happens to meet. This is the main content of Tina's channel. The company supports her by creating this method. They're waiting to see what happens. Despite going through the Duke Buffin incident, GM Corp still enthusiastically invested in Arcadia. Perhaps because they suffered heavy losses and accepted Arcadia as a different world, hoping for future changes, they continue to invest there. Meanwhile, GM's Entertainment has determined their main content beforehand. Both parties collaborate to create new trends. Building a system that allows creators to cooperate in producing diverse content to avoid Competitive mechanisms. In the real world, one manager says, "It seems you've run away and abandoned your teammates. Tina, this could be trouble." This kind of content is attracting a lot of attention. From our company's perspective, it's hard for us to continue this contract anymore. Unless she rebuilds her previous reputation, Tina asks beside herself, "What should I do?" We have an idea. It's very simple. A scenario is created with a similar situation where all are surrounded by monsters and you'll enthusiastically save a low-level player. She thinks to herself, "The company gave me a level 30 for player. This should be fine." With that thought, she smiles and says, "Oh, our dear viewers, over there is another player." In front of her is a long-haired guy. She says to him, "Let's try inviting them to join us." She runs up happily and calls out, "Dex." Hello. Dex hears the noise and turns around. "Yeah, what's up?" She pretends to look cute and weakly asks, "If you're free, would you like to go hunting with me, Dex?" Comments continue to rise. Here it is. Haha, her adorable expression. Just by looking at it, we know who has to sacrifice today. The deep voice guy asks again, "Wait, Slimma." With that expression, she's stubbornly explaining. "Oh, I'm not a weirdo," she says. "I hope you don't misunderstand. I'm live streaming now." Today's content is about carrying a low-level player. Do you understand what I mean? He remains silent for a moment and asks again, "Isn't it not hard to hunt Slim together?" She happily introduces, "Don't worry, I'm level 100 Midge. He's just level 34. Let's join me," she says as he thinks silently after her suggestion. Then he suddenly becomes happy and says, "That sounds good. So I trust you too?" Tina happily asks back, "Really? Here, thank you." He smiles, streaming, just passing by. Who would have thought to encounter such an interesting event? The Chaos King is furious? "Master, are you crazy? Why waste time here all of a sudden?" Io tries to persuade him. This isn't a wise decision. As a guardian deity, I advise you to stay away from those people. He smiles and says, "I know." Io asks curiously, "Why?" He turns back and answers, "Well, anyway, I was planning to go there to see how the Slims are doing. Why not try it? And I also want to test out a new item. The Mythic Mask of Deception, crafted from the skin of the highest level demons, conceals reality and only allows others to see falsehoods with limited effects. It has no limitations. It grants an infinite disguise skill that can deceive and neutralize recognition and perception skills. No one can see through the truth behind the mask." Tina opens her info panel and asks curiously, "Can you tell me who can go? I'll send a team invite." "Sure." He smiles confidently, "Just as I thought, it works." 58, 59, 60. Dex was right. This fake mask changes not just a person's appearance, but their identity on the system too. It can override someone's registered info and let them fully disguise as another person. Tina pointed at Brooks' back, showing his skull-like design, then asked in surprise, "Oh, what is this shield?" He excitedly recounted it. "Do you remember the gamer incident? This dropped from the monster I hunted. It must be a boss-level creature." Tina praised him. "You're really impressive, Rankles." Grooves shyly scratched his head modestly and replied, No, it's nothing. There are many other players stronger than me. Some even defeated the fire dragon that destroyed Maroon Karma with one hand." Tina softly said, "One day I want to face such a powerful enemy too. Besides, I only have 500,000 subscribers. It's still far from there." Grooves tactfully encouraged him. "That's quite a lot already, especially with your good looks, Tina. Maybe you'll be the brand face for Arcadia too." Tina shyly responded, "Oh, no such thing happened." Grooves happily laughed and said, "I'm telling the truth. Ha ha ha." Des stood aside watching them. Satan sneered angrily, "Master, where did these madmen come from? Kill them all. You've been doing this every day." Dare responded indifferently, "Let them be. It's for the stream. They also need to earn money. Besides, they're just chatting privately." De calmly said, "No problem, continue talking." Tina thought secretly, Hahu, pretending to be cool, but you must be excited to hunt with a star like me." She sang happily and opened the system to check her level, exclaiming, "Oh, have I ever killed a Slim before? Let's see how many XP I get." The system displayed, level 52, "I love cookies for you, Chinbin." Tina disdainfully said, "You're still at level 52, so probably no Slims have been defeated yet. Hunting starts at level 80. Grooves calmly replied, "Because of your invitation, I joined. Hope I don't become a hindrance." Tina politely said, "No problem. We've already agreed to let you join freely." In her heart, she secretly thought, "Perfect new recruit. This setup with Tina saving someone will be easier and surely go viral." A small Slim cried out. Brooks and Tina hid behind a corner, quietly observing the numerous Slims in front of them. Brooks paled and said fearfully, "Slims? We found them, but there are so many." Tina also nervously said, "Fragrance, not sure, but I can handle this. Let's start." Group sighed in relief, thinking, there are more Slims than expected. What if? Feel it's troublesome. Tina secretly chuckled to herself, "If I make a good video of this, the views will increase." Deb laughed happily and said, "Ha ha, Slim friends, long time no see. You're still as cute as ever." Tina excitedly shouted, "Fragrance, now let's go, let's fight." The chat became lively. "Why didn't you mention Brooks? If he runs like last time, it'll be history. But aren't there more Slims than we thought?" Tina cast a spell to stop one Slim and shouted, "Brooks, handle this side." Brooks used mana with determination and said, "Yes, you go back. Let's control their ferocity together." Hunting Slimes with me, level 52, permission granted to start. The chat became lively. "Why didn't you mention Brooks? If he runs like last time, it'll be history. But aren't there more Slims than we thought? Why didn't you mention Brooks, level 32? If she ran again like before, that would go down in history. But isn't this group of Slimes too numerous?" Tina cast a spell to stop one Slim and shouted, "Brooks, handle this side." Brooks used mana with determination and said, "Yes, you go back. Let's control their ferocity together." Des stood aside watching. He thought secretly, "Fragrance, it's the first time I've seen someone fight in Arcadia. Normally, I kill or subdue everyone I meet. These Slim friends of yours are stronger than I thought." I observed the cute and numerous Slims, each at level 80 to over 90. They don't just attack in groups, they're also very cohesive, so unless you can kill them all at once, it's hard to defeat them. Suddenly, one Slim rushed up while others shouted loudly. Dex was startled and looked up, taken aback. Tina turned around and happily thought, "The opportunity has come." She advanced with a bold shout. Carefully, firebomb. Tina cast a magic fire to destroy the approaching Slims. System notification, experience gained, items received. The item dropped from the Slim didn't have enough megapixels, causing mana to be nullified. Exhausted and tired, Tina sat on the ground and said, "I need a break. My mana hasn't recovered yet." Brooks comforted her, "Don't worry, I can handle this place." He shouted loudly, reminding her, "Follow me. I'll give you cookies. Don't wander around." Then he directly cast an attack that echoed through the Slims. Comments exploded immediately. "Wow, it's still a base. 20 Slim." Tina read the live stream screen and happily thought, "Done. The effect spread really well. It worked. Just like this. It's perfect. Sorry. I'll give you cookies. Maybe we can do it again." Elle noticed and worriedly said, "Something doesn't seem right with them. They are protecting Debs, but they look suspicious." Satan replied dismissively, "Exactly so. They're using a weaker person to prove their superiority and draw attention. They deliberately pushed the Slims towards the Master and pretended to protect him." Elgior asked Master, "What are you thinking? Why do you just stand there for these foolish ones?" De quietly chuckled and said, "Tan, L2. I'll mutter nonsense for a while. Just leave me alone." Satan was surprised and exclaimed, "Yeah, what's up?" De glanced at them subtly and said, "Now I want to make a beautiful video myself." After struggling, Brooks finally cleared the Slims and sighed in relief. "Phew, I've cleaned this place. Let's take a 10-minute break." Tina happily approached and praised her. "Oh, that's okay. You worked hard. The comments were still lively. They hunted for an hour already? Hunting slims with a 3-person team seems feasible too. No! Actually, there are only 2 people. One person did nothing. Haha, what can someone at level 50 to do? Just sit and enjoy the view. But actually, that friend of yours hasn't leveled up once, right? Could it be because the level difference is too big? Tina wondered as she read this. Leveling up, now I remember, no sign of the effect yet. She turned to Dex and asked, "How much experience do you have? I like chocolate cookies." Dex was surprised and asked back, "Experience? Why are you asking?" Tina straightforwardly said, "Oh, it seems you haven't leveled up even though we've been hunting for a while." Dex quietly replied, "Probably because I just leveled up not long ago." Tina awkwardly said, "Oh, I understand if possible, but are you only hunting slims?" Before she could finish, she was interrupted and nervously asked, "What flag?" Dex confidently said, "Well, boom, it seems you're live streaming. Won't that be a bit boring, killing the same slims over and over? Let's go to a higher level area somewhere else." Tina was surprised and asked again, "Higher level?" Death enthusiastically suggested, "I think the Orc region would suit you too. What do you think?" Tina was shocked and exclaimed, "The Orc region?" Comments turned negative. "The Orc region? Ha ha ha, that's not some top player's name. He lost his mind seeing them kill slims. He's a new recruit, so he doesn't understand this world. Even if it's just tagging along, there are limits." Grooves waved to the 2 and said seriously, "Listen up. I'll say this. You seem like new recruits. You don't know, but the Orc region is different from here. Hundreds of upgraded equipment combined would still struggle to conquer because the slim area is already top tier and has enough content for exploitation. We need to be stronger before we go there." Dex smirked and asked, "Why not? Are you not confident?" He turned around and walked away, indifferent, saying, "Fine, if you 2 aren't going, I'll go alone." The system displayed, "The player who likes chocolate has left the team." Straightening up, he continued speaking to their shock. "Alright, if you guys are interested in hunting ORCs, join my channel. I just started streaming live a moment ago." The Western man smiled and introduced himself. His channel name is Chronicle of Destruction. See ya! The comment section immediately exploded with mentions of Chronicle of Destruction. Could it be that famous channel? Isn't it the legendary channel that only uploaded to videos but had such a huge impact, both Slim and mine, as well as the Mineshaft slaves on LoL and VCL? It's true, I just liked Roy Moa, and he's the owner of the chocolate channel. Oh, a new level 50 to Red Soldier. Tina looked at the screen in tension and said, "What's going on? What is it?" The current viewers are 5,348. The number keeps decreasing rapidly. Current viewers 6. Current viewers 0. Tina was terrified and shivering. This can't be happening. This is too unreasonable. He's taken them all away. All my viewers are gone. Current viewers 0. In a distant, desolate place, sounds echoed. Hey everyone, did you hear me?" The comments section heated up again. "Hey, you know, I really like your videos. Are you going to hunt the Eros? What are you planning to do at level 52? Can you deal damage?" Straightening up, he replied, "Level, that's not important. I won't be the one doing the killing. Instead, my friends will clean up the Eros." Another comment appeared. "You, do you know anyone? Don't say you're a level 50 to Red Soldier friend, please." The system displayed, "The title Slim's Savior has been equipped. The effect has activated." A small golden crown appeared above Dex's head, sparkling brightly. He shouted out loud, "My friends, come here." From afar, a long-haired green figure rushed over. Her eyes shining, she leaped down to where Dex was and landed among a group of slims behind him. Dex said happily, "Oh, they're here." The Slim Queen hugged Dex affectionately, cooing several times. Dex said joyfully to her, "It's been a while. Those orc brats have been causing trouble recently, and I want to deal with them now. Can you help me?" The Slim Queen enthusiastically agreed. Meanwhile, at the place where the Slims were, Grooves and Tina were startled by the tremor of the ground and the loud noise. Grooves said with a sinister expression, "What's going on? Earthquake." His face turned pale as he exclaimed, "It's the Slim Queen." Dex stood proudly on the giant form of the Slim Queen and shouted excitedly, "All right, let's head to the Aros now." Charge! Dex's livestream screen shows Slim Queen rising, her terrifyingly large body. He stands on her shoulders and cheers loudly in excitement. Fully awake, Slim Queen roars and summons a massive Slim Beast to charge forward. The viewers start commenting excitedly. What is it? What's going on? Is that weird? Is that the savior of Slim? How did he get that title anyway? Hold on, am I seeing this wrong, or is that person controlling Slim? Did I just hear Slim Queen flirting with him? How can this happen? Isn't Soko a warrior? How does he control those Slim Beasts? Guys, these details are not as important as the upcoming battle between Slim and Aros. In the Green Thunder Tribe's territory, Aros forces a group of Slim Beasts charge into attack. The system announces that Aros guards have activated their passive skill. Their roars threaten. Their effects are greatly enhanced due to buffs from their territory. The Aros guards roar threateningly. Retreat, you Slim Beasts! This is Aros's territory. The Slim Beasts continue charging without hesitation. Dex asks Satan on Slim Queen's head calmly, "Did you hear what those Aros said?" Satan scratches his head in thought and answers, "I don't know. Maybe they were warning us not to invade their territory. Who knows, right?" F*CK thinking, "Fragrance, you're right." At this moment, the Slim Beasts are fiercely attacking the Aros monsters, causing them to scatter in fear. The comment section is buzzing with excitement. The Aros monsters have no chance against Slim. It's like a massacre. They're really ruthless. Poor Aros. I've been through battles with Slim, so watching this feels like PTSD. A large Aros monster roars angrily, its appearance more muscular than any other. Level 120 Orc Commander, 15,000 HP, Strength 0, Physical Defense 400, Steel Defense 30. The viewers are also excited. The commander of the Orcs has appeared. Even high-level players can't defeat it, right? This battle doesn't seem easy for Slim either. Although this boss's level and HP are higher than Slim Queen's, bosses can still lose, right? The Orc Commander aims directly at Slim Queen. She doesn't hesitate to grab him. The Orc Commander roars wildly and charges. He swings his axe, severing Slim Queen's hand, causing her to gasp in surprise. The Orc Commander uses a savage attack skill. Dex smiles calmly and comforts her. "Don't worry, I'll support you." System notification. 3,000 reputation points have been granted. Slim Queen's temporary power is increased. All stats are boosted by 30% for the next 5 minutes. Slim Queen roars and fires a powerful mana blast at the Orc Commander, causing him to flinch in fear. She continues screaming frantically until she is completely overwhelmed by Slim's mana. After the attack, the system announces that the Orc Commander has been defeated. Dex thinks, "Fragrance, this battle ended faster than I thought. We can't do anything about it. I guess this was meant to be a highlight for the livestream." Looking at the livestream screen, he happily asks, "Folks, did you enjoy the performance just now?" The viewers comment curiously, "Amazing. Have all the Aros been wiped out? I want to see what happens next lol." System notification. The remaining forces in this area are only 1.2%, not meeting the minimum requirement to protect the territory. Ethnicity distribution here. Slim's ratio is 99% and meets the requirements for occupying the territory. The Slim ethnicity has fully occupied the Aros territory. The Aros territory, where the Blue Tribe was located, has been completely destroyed. Currently under reconstruction. Slim's second home. Comments are also showing mixed reactions. Did they just wipe out the Aros territory? Impossible. That's a shame. Could this blue area be destroyed too? This game admin really knows how to insult us. VC, saying it so harshly. Slim Queen has reverted to her smaller form, joyfully running over and hugging Dex with great emotion. Dex understands and happily says, "Ha ha ha, I know. With more friends now, the old place will be even better." Isn't that right? Congratulations on your new home. Slim Queen excitedly chirps, smiling brightly like a flower. System displaying information. The Slim Queen has achieved a great feat by surpassing racial limits. The Slim ethnicity, having endured countless oppressions and suppressions, bravely won its victory. They have created a golden era that no other race dares to ignore. There will be adjustments for the Slim ethnicity. Slim's abilities have significantly increased. Slim with special powers is now at level 120. Slim's defense has reached level 150. Dex thinks to herself, level 120. It seems they gained 40 levels in one go. Even a strong player would struggle to defeat even one of them. That's good. I guess we don't need to worry about them for now. More importantly, due to her remarkable achievements, the Slim Queen has significantly developed and evolved into a new form fitting her current state. She has evolved into the Slim Empress, level 200, with 45,000 HP, 84,000 MP, physical defense of 1,600, and magical defense of 3,600. Viewers are excitedly commenting, "Oh, level 200 already? No player can catch up with them anymore. Just avoid that area, it's a ghost town now." But she's small again, right? Can she revert to her original size? The Slim Empress initiates an attack, roaring loudly as mana is released. The powerful force affects a large area. It reaches Tina and Brooke's location. System warning: fear from contact with the Slim Empress reduces abilities by 30%. Tina painfully cries out. Tears streaming down, Brooks looks amazed. What an incredible skill range. Can it really be that powerful? We are already 2 kilometers away. System continues to warn, to low level to overcome fear. Players are instinctively afraid. Movement speed reduced by 50%. Tina clutches her head in pain, crying and trembling with horror. Can't believe it. This can't be real. The savior of Slim. I like chocolate. The Slim Empress thanks the player for their help. She acknowledges that the player saved and revived the entire ethnicity, making them the savior of the Slim ethnicity. Title: the title Slim Savior is changed to Slimmage. The Slim ethnicity will be absolutely loyal and follow the player's commands. Viewers are amazed and commenting, "Oh, who is this guy?" Don't know, he's the host of the Destroyer Diary channel. The name itself sounds cool. Satan curiously asks Dex, "Master, why didn't you invest in these creatures from the start of the day? Is there a special reason for that?" Dex happily replies, "There is indeed a reason." He smiles contentedly and says, "Because they are adorable." Satan stands still, shocked, asking again, "So, just like this?" Soon after, the event spread widely. Slim's power exceeded expectations. Their purpose was unknown, and the game went beyond control. A secret interview with Acadia LLC CEO revealed that the Slim race was overwhelmingly powerful, and media called it an invasion of the Slim race into overseas territory. The Arcadia headquarters in South Korea organized an emergency meeting to discuss this issue. However, they couldn't impose any punishment on G.EO.N, who used the game fairly and seriously. Immediately after that, the Aros territory, or rather, Slim's second home, attracted some daring high-level players to conquer it. But they were completely wiped out by Slim's overwhelming numbers. Now, at level 120, the Lime race has become stronger than ever and cannot be defeated. However, what is truly terrifying is not that. It's the enormous number of up to 123,215 Slims, no matter how many have been hunted down. The constant appearance of Slims alone is enough to demoralize players. Since birth, the Slim race was the weakest in Arcadia, but has now become a force that can overwhelm an entire continent in a moment. That's why the Slim race caught everyone's attention. And this attention shifted to its master, the Journal Destroyer. In the comment section, people are actively discussing, "Hey, is this channel owned by the Slim Master? Hey you, who are you? Why do those Slims follow you? Did you really reach level 52? How did you get the title of Slim Savior? Have you subscribed to the channel? I love your videos. Looking forward to your upcoming videos. I'm from Bentina. Please stream more often." What a stupid name. Because of you, we're still stuck in these mines. I can't believe those losers are still alive. When will you give up? Have you subscribed to the channel? I'm your hardcore fan. Cheers! Look, only 3 videos and already so many subscribers for A. At this rate, I bet he'll be among the top channels in all of Arcadia soon. The number of subscribers is 36.7 million. The number of subscribers is 36.7 million. Desk5 glanced at his phone and thought to himself, "Oh, more than I expected." Although not as many as channels with hundreds of millions of subscribers, these are professional streamers. I can't compare to them. Not to mention those who stream 24/7. And there were also a bunch of strange messages. "Hello, we are Grop, a video editing company. Greetings, sir, I like chocolate if you're looking for a video editing company. We will provide the best services, the largest company in South Korea, managing official content creators collaborating with Arcadia CI Ltd." Dexter sighed and thought, all of them are video companies. I didn't expect so many businesses to be involved in one game. This world has changed. No matter how good a gamer I am, I still think about my parents who are worried. And my streaming project sounds not bad either. Initially, I just streamed to support the gaming process, but maybe I should continue for some time. Moreover, as long as I wear a mask, my identity will remain secret. He scrolled through his phone and randomly tapped one, thinking, let's see what it is. Debs politely said, "Hello, yes, you're Eplis, right? I called because of your message." The other end answered quickly, "Yes, this is Eplis. Sorry, but we've sent quite a few messages. Can you tell me your channel name?" Dex replied straightforwardly, "My channel is called Destroyer Diary." The other end was startled and alarmed. "Yes, the Destroyer Diary journal." "Hold on. Who? Who are you asking about? Hello. Thank you for calling us. I'm Lasio Gokyo, CEO of Eplis Entertainment. How can we assist you today?" Dex replied seriously, "Yes, I contacted after reading your message. I have interest in discussing a contract with your side." The scene changes to the next morning at the Eplis Entertainment building. Dex put on glasses and a full-face mask, wondering if this is the right place. Maybe it's smaller than I thought. At Eplis Entertainment office, CEO Soguk Joe directly welcomed him. He forced a smile and said, "Ha ha, I really apologize for this small room. We were a bit rushed in choosing an office space for our company. Please understand, but it's the best place to talk, haha." Dex directly made his proposal. "Oh, I see. Honestly, I was surprised by this small office. But this is my first time signing with an editing company, so I called the first message in the list. Do you sign with any content creators? I just want to look at some examples to ensure your company fits for me to hand over my videos." Soguk was surprised and exclaimed, "Well, about that," Deb asked doubtfully. "Don't tell me I'm the first customer." Soguk hesitantly explained, affirming his company's credibility. "Yes, we're a startup company, but I assure you, we have the best staff in this industry. Please give us a chance. We'll definitely not disappoint you. All our employees have accumulated extensive experience in marketing and PR at GM Group. I was very selective when hiring them." Dex curiously asked again, saying about the GM Group, "Can you explain more?" Seo-guk sighed with relief as he answered, "Of course." After a while, Dex concluded, "So what you mean is that you and your original staff were part of the GM Group's MKT and Place department. But due to the recent Von Han formula scandal, your entire team was disbanded and everyone wants to start anew with my first video upload." Seo-guk, feeling sad, said yes after the video exposing the GM Group that you uploaded and spread online. "Of course, about that, I don't feel sad or anything. In fact, I felt quite relieved after watching that video, no matter what. We applied for a new department to handle promotion and marketing at Arcadia, but we didn't get the chance to do anything yet." Suddenly, he emotionally slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and firmly declared, "But that's not important. Each person lives only once. I decided to take a risk and start this company. I promise to pour my heart and soul into it. I know you're skeptical, but please have faith in us. Dex remained silent, deep in thought. Seo-guk quickly thought, yeah, as CEO right now, all I can offer is to beg for your agreement without any guarantee of success, honestly speaking. If it were me, I wouldn't work with a company like this either. Damn, if only we had more experience. Fine, Dex's response surprised Seo-guk. Why? He said seriously, but I have one condition. Seo-guk agreed easily. Sir, please speak. Dex solemnly stated, under no circumstances will you disclose any personal information of mine to anyone, the content of all videos as well. Do you understand? In an endless space, Alice floated high up, surrounded by bright information boards, from large to small. The system notification sounded, catching their attention and revealing a sudden increase in keywords related to the dwarf. Below, the screen turned red, showing that 42% of the information analysis was complete. The space began to change, with an info board appearing. All current tasks were disabled, immediately replaced by images of chain keys. But the system quickly switched to real-time task generation mode, selecting users who met the criteria and assigning relevant tasks. The system task board appeared, detailing to rival races. The dwarves and fairies requested that players become peace envoys for both sides to open a peace treaty. Of course, the condition was to establish a peace agreement between the two races and open trade routes between them. Failure meant breaking the peace agreement and resuming hostilities between the two races. Dex looked at the notification board in front of him, his face showing a mix of helplessness and confusion. The problem was that he had just become close to the dwarf. Now another task appeared. Persuading them would be difficult, but somehow, he succeeded with the negotiation terms. Now it's just sweet-talking the fairies. Thinking about it, he felt this was truly challenging and needed to come up with strategies before going there. He had no information on their temperaments, but they had previously formed an alliance with humans, even a ceasefire, so they weren't entirely hostile. Suddenly, Sathing sensed something nearby. Why suddenly now? He turned back in confusion. What's wrong, Tan? Is there anything happening? While Sathing scratched his head awkwardly. Master, I need to return to hell for a moment. Recognizing the discomfort in his words, he immediately agreed. Alright, but is something serious going on? The person looked uneasy. He quickly avoided eye contact. It's just complicated. El witnessed the conversation and rolled his eyes in disdain. He glanced over with a mocking look. Quickly, he revealed that one of his subordinates had rebelled. The position of the demon lord was shaken. This made Satan angry. Can you just shut up for once? I'm fed up with this already. Satan shouted at him loudly. Anyway, no matter what, don't trust that little bird. No matter what it says. Death raised an eyebrow in confusion. What kind of trick is this? You know what I mean. The transaction of trust. He shouted to remind him. He said he would return, rearrange everything and come back soon. The magical teleportation under his feet had already been activated. His companion sighed, of course, be careful. Thinking about it for a moment, he realized that out of 1 million trust points, he now had only around 300,000. Seeing Sathing leave, he turned to ask her if she wanted to return to heaven. He was going alone, so it wouldn't be a problem, but she said she had been looking forward to this and needed the time alone with him. His face contorted in surprise. Really? Just do as you wish then. Hold on. What did you say? You see, demons are inherently dark and cunning. They're not honest, and they remain loyal to every desire. That's how foolish creatures can be easily manipulated by a little provocation. Additionally, Uriel from heaven and his army under his command were stirring everything up. The foster child must have had a headache. It's best if they just disappear. But, that might be a bit difficult. You're saying that like a machine. Dex beside her looked surprised and amazed. He asked if she was the one who orchestrated the coup and ordered the angels to create chaos in hell. She just laughed, agreeing with his idea, thinking she had made the foster child crawl down on their butt. Dex still looked confused. She covered her mouth in surprise. He really didn't know. Quickly reminding him of the insult to the holy land of Peen, asking if he remembering bad memories, and even couldn't recall Nai Ornguk. That's right. She stood by him, consoling, I won't blame you. After all, everything was done by that demon. Not knowing is innocent. He could only chuckle awkwardly, so thank you, thinking to himself he had tried to stop this. Her eyes sharpened on his waist. So what exactly do you want from me regarding my waist? With all that effort wasted, there must be something important. This caught her attention. She thought for a moment. I want justice. He was surprised again. He asked back. Justice? Your destination is the hidden heart of love. Isn't that right? She asked confidently. These words made Dex think of a fan. The negotiation with the short one was carried out when both Tan and El were distracted. The king of chaos, Satan, and his favorite underling were in deep sleep. She spoke casually. He asked again about the item that even Tan valued. El just smiled mysteriously. You'll know its value soon. In any case, she continued. Her eyes sharpened further. When you get there, destroy it. Destroy it completely. Crush it to dust. Dex's surroundings fell silent in confusion. What? They continued down the dirt path as the sky seemed to be growing dark. He thought about the hidden holy land of Peen, item that could bind him and El with a pact. The image of a rope appeared. It was definitely an important place in heaven. As he walked, confused, El suddenly brought up the matter again. Unlike her usual self, was this item really so important? Looking at her, he became even more puzzled, not knowing what she was thinking. Then El turned around, as if reading his thoughts, apologized and said that she seemed to have explained the recent plan inadequately. But the fate of that object had been in her mind for centuries. Quickly asking why angels and demons tried to make a pact with humans in Arcadia and boost their influence there? His words surprised him, making him think about trust. She smiled lightly, right? Through the pact with humans, we can gain the ability to enhance our power in Arcadia, from which we can achieve experiments. As she spoke, she raised a finger and a small flame appeared from it. But there's an even more important reason, she continued. Dex widened his eyes, asking for another important reason. El quickly extinguished the flame. The demon's face sneered. It was to irritate the opponent. That foster child destroyed the heavens' holy land, so he must pay. He quickly added more, and because his destination was where he kept something important, it felt like fate. You're wrong about that. You thought it wouldn't be her, but it is. It's quite obvious. The image of a devilish waste appeared, the map in her eyes gleaming, her revenge obsession. Their roles had changed. Anyone could see it. He sighed and folded his arms, reminding her. But don't forget, he didn't come to the kingdom of love for that reason. He reminded her that the mission was most important, the waist covering her mouth. Her, of course not. I won't hinder your journey. It was night in the Emu Forest. Dex stood at the edge and carefully observed. Along with the Great Rumia Desert, the large Emu Forest was one of Acadia's 5 forbidden regions. According to the dwarves, the fairies were somewhere inside. Indeed, this place was very suitable. He smiled inwardly, praising himself for coming so far despite some incidents. Thinking back, he heard that there were no more elf souls in the heavens, which surprised him greatly. El worried and confirmed that when fairies die, they don't go to heaven or hell. Instead, they go to the soul land, so their end is like theirs, unable to return as elf souls. Dex was headache-inducing. He originally wanted to do it the old way, summoning an elf soul and guiding them as they did with humans. Quickly, El came up with another method. She provided information that even though there were no elves in heaven, there were still people with close relationships. He quickly used his skills to summon a forest guardian, Amelia, a long-haired archer. She pointed out the path through this ancient forest and noted that the ancient tree spirits here are very fierce. This made Dex quite headache-inducing. It seems like we have no choice but to go through. Is there really no other way? From deep within the forest, a golden eye glinted, strong breaths filled with rage echoed. On his side, he recognized the gleam in her eyes. His interest sparked, ears perked up. A wooden figure rushed forward, towering 5 times his height, shaking the ground wherever it went. a level 140 Emu Forest Giant. Round him, magic circles quickly activated, appearing even as they spoke. Dex was surprised and immediately exclaimed. The tree bent down, its skinny hands stretched out, moving at incredible speed. His hand touched him, but Dex stood firm. A loud thud echoed, rocks and dust flew in all directions. He wanted to crush his bones and flesh into ashes. Smoke rose, obscuring the view below. It dispersed. The smoke couldn't hide his aura. Dev's eyes lit up with a wistful smile. Those eyes are great. Dev laughed as the tree, his body intact without a scratch. His glowing hands looked at him. No need to run around. It seems like this is a physical issue. This directly enraged the monster. Its senses seemed to be confused. While he turned back, frenziedly, branches gathered above his head and struck down, faster and stronger than before. A large arrow shot out, no bow drawn, hands raised up. The power emanating from it burned through the air, lighting up the sky. His skills quickly activated, perceiving the weakness and counterattack points. One strike went straight through the monster, the light like a torch illuminating his at its immense strength. The wooden arm held steady, the small figure exerting tremendous pressure. A split-second smile on his face, hands still glowing. Great move. Arrows flew out in rapid succession. Powerful attacks, bright explosions filled the area. Vision narrowed, but the destructive power was absolute. He raised his hand to shield himself, laughing at the burning flames, letting them scatter wildly. Causing serious damage isn't a joke. It's great but quite hard to control. Trust levels are high. Yet he happily continued on. Let's go now. In the dark forest, two figures watched him from above. Their eyes glowed brightly, their expressions unclear but exuded an unusual calmness. The night was silent and still. The forest at night was eerily quiet. Amelia stopped to say that if he had made it this far, he should be able to complete his journey without any trouble. Monsters dare not approach due to the Love Kingdom's territory. Dex was very grateful. Oh right, thank you. You helped me get here. Amelia wanted him to help her when he met fairies. She would ask for a favor. This request quickly surprised him. A task? What is it? She wanted to find out if the fairy Pew was still alive. The image of a tall, somewhat handsome golden-haired fairy appeared. She continued, if he were still alive. Amelia suddenly became angry. She shouted, hoping for him to suffer more pain. Make his death gruesome. Her eyes filled with anger as she spoke. She recounted that he should have been in the hands of the dwarves who saved him, even sacrificing their lives. They promised eternal love together. Images of her protecting him in a sea of flames appeared. Her brave defense. But Pew cheated on many fairies at once, not just one but several. Amelia hugged her face and cried, every time like this, my heart, my love, that bastard, if killing him is too much, you want me to beat him until he's near death. Kind of just pass out from another hit, please. Dex beside him was sweating profusely and helplessly said, okay, I'll think about it. Right away, you seem to think that all these crystals might be a bit messed up in the head. System alert activated. The mission image appeared with the vengeance of the woman filled with hatred. Amelia's past was recounted. Even when dead, she kept watch over her lover to ensure he didn't steal, causing Belle to receive punishment from her, either dying for love or making him experience near death. Al sighed helplessly and said, this is why we shouldn't date outside our species. Immediately catching his attention on what she was saying, she quickly explained that love doesn't have the concept of romance and marriage like humans do. They live very long and don't follow the idea that one should be loyal to only one person. Al sighed as she spoke. Zidong told Amelia that she was close enough with the Phi to earn a unique honorary title among them. She must understand this, right? Bill is a Phi you shouldn't judge or hate based on human standards for his actions, which are just habits of their kind. Amelia lowered her eyes, feeling helpless. I'm sorry and admit that I might have been too harsh, but I don't have the courage to face it. Now, you can go to the Phi village without her help. Can you send me back to the Crystal Realm? Dave asked sadly. The system's voice sounded again, The request had changed its mind and the revenge mission was being erased. The system appeared once more. Notification of recall cancelled, 8,630 to points of recognition used. Honestly, she seems like a good person despite being a bit crazy. Really, it feels cold-hearted to me. I don't think I'd forgive her. It's a pity because she has such an understanding nature, but they were still pretending to talk while being watched by two mysterious shadows from above for a long time. The arrow suddenly flew in, its sharp tip cutting through the air silently. The arrow came and pierced the ground right at his feet, instantly making him flinch. Dex recognized it as an arrow. A voice shouted orders, "Don't move that human." The voice continued, "Move even a step and I'll turn you into a porcupine." Dex carefully observed the feeling of being surrounded. "We're trapped here. Must be Phi." He quickly focused. His sharp eyes said to Elle, "Isn't it good that relations between humans and Phi are so good? They've fought together, right?" She hid behind his helmet and explained, "Back then, they were short on people, so they interacted with humans. Phase don't like humans much. Always the same." He was surprised and confused. "What? No reason." Glanced at her explanation because most humans aren't very attractive compared to Phi. If you compare them, Phi jumped down from above. Behind the archer's stance, they cautiously approached. "Don't move that human, we're surrounded." He froze then agreed, "Of course. This is the usual appearance of Phi." The bright moonlight shone on his path. His hands were tied and eyes covered. He was quickly escorted away. "Hurry up, human. Don't resist." Death wanted to take this chance to find their weak points, but with both eyes and hands covered, it was difficult for him. Plus, the constant change in direction made him lose all sense of direction. They are indeed very cunning. The dark patch opened quickly, surprising him. His eyes were still closed to adapt to the current situation, and as soon as it opened, his eyes brightened instantly. This is where Dex and Phi appeared before a tall tree, the resting place of the World Tree. The Phi in front felt around the base of the tree, touching to find something, then started speaking another language. Golden light emitted with a dreamy glow, and from that very root, a path opened up, brightening the sky. A small city appeared, feeling smaller. Dex smiled happily. "This is it. I thought it was impossible to find this place." The system announced he had found the resting place of the World Tree for the first time. His accompanying stats and achievements were added quickly. Sang's face lit up, truly happy in that moment, his whole face full of joy. This is Chagresso World Tree. Easy to see it as Arcadia, a symbol of nature, the origin of Phi. But then he noticed something else. That black thing, a purple-tipped sword embedded deeply in the trunk, was there. He was helpless and confused about what had happened. He chuckled to himself. "Got it, you have no choice but to fulfill her request." The Phi who lived long were surprised by his presence. A human, really a human. "Oh my, he looks ugly," a child calmly said, pointing out his appearance. They directly criticized him, making Dex silently endure it. "That's who, the human who entered the primeval forest." A white-haired woman came out with a bit of suspicion. She was Queen of Phi, Melissa. Other Phi were alarmed. They saw their queen come for a human. This surprised them and him as well. Elle guessed that they might have followed his trail from the forest entrance. Thanks to the old forest spirit, Death had no choice but to remind her not to tell him earlier. Melissa looked at him, wanting to ask about this. "How did you master the beast bow technique?" But that question made him curious. He was trapped in a web. As soon as Amelia's name was mentioned, the queen's eyes widened in surprise. The fairy subjects whispered about Amelia. Some said she had been dead for a while. If humans found this fairy forest, the queen immediately ordered his bonds to be removed. There was something to discuss between them, which made the archer worried and tried to stop it. She could only comfort him, understanding their concern but telling Dex they would go somewhere quiet. He asked Elle if she knew anything about Amelia, and she denied knowing much. Her reaction towards the fairies was confusing. After a moment's thought, he realized that wasn't the queen's affection, it was sheer horror at the mention of Amelia. Somewhere in the palace, Melissa sat facing him. She didn't know Amelia had human students outside. He replied that she'd been dead for decades, so no direct lessons were given. He hoped the queen would see it as a school of archery he created. The queen stroked her chin. To her, a school was a very long time by human standards. Dex leaned in, asking about Amelia, one of the few honorable fairies for humans. Melissa kept her head down, struggling to speak, but she still thought of her as crazy. He only laughed it off. Haha, you already knew that. She flirted with every handsome fairy she met by chance and openly showed jealousy if any female fairy tried to compete. This caused many disputes and much suffering for the fairies. It seemed like she wanted to monopolize all male fairies, especially her obsession with Pew was even more intense when she was drunk. She would threaten him with arrows if he refused to marry her. We still remember that day. Melissa recounted slowly. She did many crazy things. It took 40 years before she could reunite with Bill. Seeing Dex's skills, she feared he was a human seeking revenge. When realizing it was unfounded suspicion, she felt relieved, but her words left him helpless. He told her to let go. But his mind kept thinking the queen was one of Amelia and Pel's lovers. If he had no connection with Amelia, why would he come here, even through the forest that made fairy territory inaccessible for centuries? It's hard to believe Melissa Mondex could trust it was just curiosity. He sat opposite her, smiling and pulling out a scroll. The queen was surprised. This was a trade agreement for cultural exchange routes. She looked at him, wondering if he was an archer or a merchant. Melissa read the paper, sensing something off, a strange excitement she couldn't ignore. Her hand instinctively pressed on the paper, quickly recognizing the familiar material. Looking down, she saw the signature at the bottom and gasped in surprise. It seemed he had been waiting for this moment. With a sharp look, Dex introduced himself as the human representative of the peace delegation, named Dex. Dex stood before the fairy queen Melissa and said, "According to what I learned, the war has lasted centuries and not ended with a ceasefire. The conflict only paused when neither side interfered in each other's territory. That's how we got here." "Right," his voice echoed. It had been a long time since then. It's time for a new era, but Melissa remained expressionless and silent. She focused on the paper in her hand, deep in thought, declaring an official end to the war between dwarves and fairies. All insults and discriminatory actions would cease. This agreement aimed at peace between races without wasting effort forming a healthy relationship. Or simply put, this wasn't just a request for trade, it was a peace treaty between two races. After much contemplation, Melissa spoke gently. "Your name is Dave. You represent the Human Peace Delegation, right? It seems what you say is true." Dave looked serious but didn't respond. Melissa continued, "But when a race like dwarves, who are so divisive, proposed something like this, who did it?" she asked. He cheerfully replied, "Fairies aren't exactly peaceful either, right? Their appearance or behavior is even worse than dwarves sometimes." Melissa cleared her throat and calmed down. "According to the request letter, you want to trade fairy fruits, flowers, and tree branches from the world, correct?" He nodded eagerly. "Oh, they also want to exchange souls and fairy dust too." As she spoke, her eyes drooped slightly, her face showing weariness. "I understand now. Sorry, but I can't accept this request." The queen's expression was one of shock. "It's still too early to make a decision. We can discuss any trade items at any time." Melissa had a very indifferent expression. "Sorry, but that's not an issue. The reason is simply that we don't have the capability to adhere to this agreement." You looked slightly surprised. "Ability? Can you elaborate on that?" She replied, "That problem, I don't think it can be revealed to humans." Then she waved her hand like a taboo. "If you're done, go ahead. Our cavalry will escort you back to where they met you." The game system issued a red alert. The peace treaty with the demons failed. The peace delegation has failed. Hearing this, he thought seriously for a moment. "No more discussion? Fragrance, I didn't expect it to turn out like this." His eyes looked coldly at her. "What now? I don't want to retreat in such a manner." As he was still lost in thought, a voice echoed in his ear. "Didn't I say that already?" Dex turned around, seeing Elle. "Dex, you have no other choice but to fulfill my request." "You're surprised and curious, Elle, Did you know this would happen? Al said brightly. What about my proposal then? Do you want to hear it? Maybe it will be helpful for you. The sudden battle plunged Acadia into a sea of blood, the great war between angels and demons. In this terrible battle across Acadia, the World Tree saved countless lives from bleeding to death. Don't be afraid, you grew up under my land, in my shadow, you will be safe. Domain Declaration Skill. Within this space, no living creature can use an attack skill. All combat-related stats are significantly reduced. That is the power of the World Tree. Thanks to this skill, the area around the World Tree avoided war and its shadow became a sanctuary for many weak beings. Pray for the battle to end. However, the Great Angelic War did not end as easily. Even what was inevitable happened. The Underworld's creation, something that sows death, something that can plunge everything into darkness, somehow managed to pierce the World Tree. How could this be? Yu's face turned serious. That's why, from then on, the demon's job was to protect the World Tree. This is where the World Tree exists. They have been secretly vigilant for a long time. That's why trade and commerce could reveal the location of the World Tree to the outside world, something the demons do not allow. That's why you were denied. Dix chuckled uneasily upon hearing this. I understand now. So you want me to destroy the death-dealing sword, right? You want that, and if so, the demons will agree with your request. Ilbei was curious. Exactly. So first, Debs looked surprised. Huh? He turned around. Your Majesty. Melia looked startled to the side. What's wrong? We have nothing left to say. Debs turned and smiled warmly, saying, just one more chance. Can you follow me for a moment? If so, I'll stay silent and leave the village. They then approached a large tree with dark leaves stretching high up into the night. The tree was glowing with an eerie light. Standing below, they paused. Fragrance, this is good enough. Melissa didn't quite understand. Why here? Her face fell slightly. Why did he bring me to this World Tree? What does he want to do? Look up and into my eyes. It really is huge when you get close. He glanced at Elle, who was hiding in his coat. Unrest spoke. Elle, what should I do now? I came here as you said, but that thing down there doesn't seem easy to destroy. Elle quickly peeked out. Her face lit up with excitement. We have a plan for this. Hold on. Just then, threads of light suddenly began to dance in the air. A mysterious light formed into a sword right before his eyes. Al Fanchan said, with this, you should be able to destroy it. The sword emitted a powerful glow. System alert, Eternal Twilight activated. An artifact from heaven containing the power to destroy demons. Detailed information encoded. Al smiled and replied, creating an artifact for this formula is simple. I'll give you a discount. This investment is worth it, right? Dex, with his alias Dex, was unhappy. L, are you serious about that? Really, L beamed. I didn't say anything. If it's to fight those damn demons, I don't mind. His hand reached out as if to touch. System alert, Eternal Twilight detected the presence of evil AC requiring purification. All conditions for a hidden task have been met. The World Tree tainted by demons has been created. Instantly, Dex picked it up, and its power surged fiercely. Melissa watched in absolute amazement. Impossible, that energy source. System alert, a new topic decided, actions of a hybrid race appearing. Melissa spoke and asked, Dex, you're not an ordinary person, right? Her face showed clear surprise. Why would the sword be here in this world? No, how do you have it? Tell me about it. Dex laughed and shrugged. Well, let's just say I have connections with the heavens. Melissa didn't understand. That doesn't seem like a normal relationship at all. She spoke loudly. Does your answer sound reasonable? That sword is even said to appear in love legends. You're not even a saint and can wield it. How's that possible? He sighed and shook his head. Well, that part too. As for this, he turned and sighed unhappily. Love doesn't need to worry about that. Melissa was stunned. That's what I said just now. This name is truly despicable. He's putting the sword tip on the ground. But more importantly, I want to continue our previous negotiation. What if we change some terms? You're insolent. Terms? Dex is confident. The hesitation when talking to dwarves. There's no reason for someone to keep the existence of love spirits a secret. Is it because of the world tree, right? Melissa is excited. Why? How do you know? You're cunning. Let's make a peace treaty and start living harmoniously with dwarves. If you promise. With the sword in your hand, I'm sure the world tree will be completely freed from the dark energy that has tainted it. The system reminds me that negotiation skills have been activated. The target is Queen Melissa of the Fairy Tribe, and you've presented exactly what Melissa wants. Additional reward, the target feels they're getting a good deal in this negotiation. Additional effects are added to increase player trust. Melissa is completely terrified by these terms. She shouts, if you, a human, can do what you just said and remove the dark energy that's draining the world tree's power, and if you can free our mother from eternal torment and bring her back to us, then I, Melissa D. Archimedes, Queen of the Greenleaf Tribe, will accept any request from you. Dexcom smirks. Dex, is it done? Over there. Her eyes are glowing. That sword seems to have a magical aura around it. Unconsciously, the corners of Dex's lips form a sinister smile. Get rid of that weapon of theirs quickly. The look in his eyes reveals cunning. This is an interesting scene. System reminds me. That creature has completely hidden its true identity. This angle looks good. Start live streaming. Comments are responding very fast. What's this? Did the live stream just start unexpectedly? These tricks again. 222 is checking in on Google. I thought I was the first one to notice. Brother, give her a break. What are you planning to do today? For some reason, your hair has grown longer. Change nickname to I like pie for her. He says with a smile. Hello everyone. Today's content is about saving the world tree. Comments are responding quickly. The world tree. What's that? I haven't heard of it before. If you're talking about the world tree, the sword in your hand is emitting a magical aura. Alright, let's start then. Comments are still very lively. What's that big tree? It's the world tree. Is it really the world tree? What is that? Can anyone explain? Eternal Dusk has noticed the huge dark energy. The time for judgment has come. Focusing on cleansing energy. Commenting, what the hell is this? Divine power. I thought he was just a warrior. Dex rushed in quickly. One finisher for sure. It costs a lot of trust. Standing under the world tree, Dex held the Eternal Sunset Sword. Above him was another sword inside a magic circle, and he stared up for a while. Then he directly absorbed energy from the Eternal Sunset Sword, getting ready to act. Jumping up quickly into that large sphere, his sword plunged in forcefully. Dex exerted all his strength. System alert. The Death-Scattering Blade sensed danger and activated self-defense mode. Emergency task created. Final counterattack. The Death-Scattering Blade convulsed violently, bursting out in waves, lighting up the surrounding space momentarily. After settling down, some residual magic gently fell to the ground. The Eternal Sunset Sword pierced through that iron curtain. Death sighed with relief, thinking he was about to be done for. L also flew over. Dex, are you okay? He gritted his teeth, still fuming from the near miss. I knew things were getting too intense here. Items knowing how to use skills. This game is a joke. The Death-Scattering Blade's sword blade emitted dark energy as it sliced through the curtain. It hovered in midair. Suddenly, two streams of aura emanated from the blade. They darted into the space searching for something. System notification. The Death-Scattering Blade is seeking a host to possess. A massive figure appeared. This is the area boss, Orgery, the giant of a Mew Forest with level 130. The aura from that blade shot out swiftly. Dex narrowed his eyes in dissatisfaction. It's gone now. What do we do now? Eek. Even the one beside us is unstable. This is more complicated than we thought. Seems like a headache. The area lit up violently in an explosion of light, flying straight up there. The Fragment Sword Warrior boss has been created and appears in front of the Demon Lovers, matching its massive size. The Fragment Devil Sword Warrior is targeting the Demon Lovers protecting the World Tree. Instantly, the Demon Lovers don't hesitate, directly counterattacking. Where did this demon come from? All troops attack quickly. We must stop it. Inform the queen immediately. The energy blasts towards the fragment sword boss. Their palms explode in a bright flash. But after the energy dissipates, it still stands there unharmed. One of the demon lovers can't believe it. Oh my god! It didn't take any damage at all. The person next to him is terrified. Impossible. All archers have used their main skills already. The boss's eyes glow with a sharp light. It's time for its counterattack. It roars loudly and extends its hand, releasing an energy blast that they can't block. Those hit by the blast turn into ash. Everyone quickly leave here, temporarily retreat to the World Tree. They panic and flee in all directions. Everyone has witnessed this. The World Tree. Demon lovers. What's happening? It's insane. Is he playing with us? Where are we? The situation seems serious, but my quest window isn't showing anything. That's right. This must be a main quest at least, right? I'll complain to the customer service. Observing from afar, Dex says he didn't expect things to turn into such a mess. Al agrees exactly. It's no wonder this is left by the fallen ones. It's acting to lowly now. You're quite anxious. What do we do now? Honestly, I don't think I can handle this situation either. Elsa thinks to herself, yeah, even Dex might find this a bit beyond his capabilities. Maybe we should call it off. Perhaps that will calm it down, she suggests. No way. The reason those evil fragments don't cause trouble is because they lost their creation. If they regain it, they'll become rampant again. No need to rush. What now? We have no other choice, Elle. She mutters, if we can use the power of eternal dusk. I suddenly have an idea. Al turns and whispers in Dex's ear. Dex, why not try this instead? Listen to me and the dusk. What? Are you crazy? Even if that's true, it's a bit too much. Al smiles with satisfaction. So what? I'm being serious. At Acadia branch in South Korea, Kwon Young-han stands there, holding a cigarette, taking a deep breath, sighing peacefully. A man approaches and greets him proactively, Mr. Manager. It's been a while since we met. Kwon Myung-han waves back. Yes, Team Leader King, indeed. We used to bump into each other every hour before. But now it's been 3 days. At times like this, I feel lucky that our branch is under temporary mission control and storyline management. That's right. I'm very grateful, Ellis. But you don't smoke, do you? You came out to breathe some fresh air, didn't you? Alright, I've been busy all along. Never thought we'd have a day like this. After saying that, they looked ahead and fell silent for a long time. Han rolled his eyes and put his hand in his pocket. Mr. King, why do accidents always happen on our continent? Mr. King sighed and replied, I don't know either. It's been really tough for both the CEO and us. The cigarette butt was thrown into the trash can. Seems like something is happening around the World Tree right now. But we still haven't figured out what's going on. They slowly went inside the elevator. If we have to deal with this, I wouldn't even imagine it. Haha, the customer support team must be in a mess right now. Oh, you don't need to say it, I know. Their phone rang from Li Hui. I'm not joking. By the way, Director, what will our core department handle in the future? Me neither. The core department is crucial for game design, so don't worry too much. Arriving at the office, they were surprised to see employees gathered in one place. What's going on? Is there a problem? 2 employees with pale faces. Kin Hai, Executive Director. The woman pointed at the computer screen. Well, I think you should see this. Han's eyes widened in anger, but he was also irritated. What's going on? If it's about the World Tree, I already know, so you don't need to worry too much. Suddenly, his gaze unintentionally met with something, and his face turned pale in fear. What is that? On this pristine computer screen, an angel appeared. A magnificent winged maiden appeared. It's none other than Elle. Elle said softly, Dex, can I borrow your body for a moment? The best solution is to use a small amount of my recognition power to descend and deal with this matter. Dex was uneasy. Are you planning to intervene yourself? Won't that consume a lot of recognition points? I think calling Thangum here to make the Sword of Calmness spread death would be the easiest way. Sorry, but my recognition points aren't as abundant as those of the snail, so it's hard for me to follow your request. This surprised Elle, but then she said, Dex, do you think we'll use your recognition points? You're shocked, right? Isn't that how the plan is supposed to be? If I use your recognition points, how can I descend? Even just entering your body isn't enough. You should know that I'm quite valuable. Dex was stunned. Elle Fichlu continued, Don't worry. This is my plan, so I'll be responsible for the consequences. Dex won't have to worry at all. If you can, just lend me your body for a moment. He was bewildered but reluctantly agreed. Really? Then do as His Majesty says. I won't know anything if something happens. All right, the system reminded, Holy Light, my Sen, try your best to descend the player and switch to observation mode. The powerful boss was suddenly taken aback by the blinding light in front of it. It should have quietly accepted its destruction. Why did it dare to resist us? Elle flew proudly through the air. You should know your place. You're just a tool for those invaders. The comments were stunned into silence. Who is she? Where's her cake? Are those angel wings? Is she really an angel? No, she isn't. An angel speaking such crude words? Elle tightly grasped the eternal sunset sword in her hand. Raise it forward. Then her eyes opened wide. Sweep away all evil. Eternal sunset. The monstrous beast looked up. Die! Elle summoned power. The magical weapon's energy surged violently, lighting up a whole area. Death is now just a soul because it lent its essence to Elle. You saw that and are satisfied. This is truly the Eternal Sunset's real power. It's way too powerful. Die! The explosion of magical energy bellowed, illuminating a whole area. Dex observed in amazement. This is really the true power of Eternal Sunset. This power is insane. You can't believe your eyes, just confidently smiling. This is too crazy. We even shared an item. The powerful boss roared loudly, shaking the heavens and earth as it felt the immense power touch its skin and flesh, causing sharp pains to erupt continuously. Confidence has been activated. Celestial justice has been activated. The ultimate honor song has been activated. The unpleasant truth has been activated. The noble sacrifices justice has been activated. Ever-burning holy flame has been activated. The system continuously announces. Meanwhile, the smaller boss returned to silence. There was no sign of rebellion. Elle continued flying high. Light radiated around her. Below is that evil monster with its crimson space. She glanced down deeply. The commons responded immediately. She's an angel. Look at how she looks. She must be an angel. She has to be an angel, right? I like the chocolate cake you're making. What are you doing? Dex was unsettled. This is insane. This should be the minimum standard. They've caused so many scandals during this God-Devil war. I can't even imagine it. The sword that Sao Death sensed a deadly threat. The sword that Sao Death switched to this mode, absorbing the remaining life force of the player. That monster is holding the sword that Sao Death. Suddenly, the sword that Sao Death was emitting an eerie aura around it. Elle smirked. Oh really? A weapon from those invaders dared to resist me. How arrogant. They say no ghost sword survives 10 attacks. The precious gem spun very fast. She gently moved the sword. Let's see how long this one can last. She flew back at an incredible speed, carrying a strong aura with her. Then she zipped past, and their faces clashed, causing a fierce conflict. Bang! A loud explosion echoed through the heavens. Dex forced a smile. This was truly an unequal battle. A clash of holy relics and ancient artifacts. The sword that spread death resisted Io's attacks again and again, but Eternal Twilight kept transferring divine power to Mizzen continuously. This battle is just a matter of time. The system quickly reported that the elimination power had been activated. An absolute spell. Pharma energy would destroy this sword. The aura with golden energy rushed past the sword that spread death inside the magic ball very fast. Elle flew in the air, her hands tightly clenched. Thank you, Mr. Dex. It was all because of you that I fulfilled my lifelong wish. She looked down with gentle eyes. This time, She would always remember your kindness on behalf of Missin, the Archangel. Dex was completely stunned as Elle appeared in the dark space, her golden lines gradually appearing. Then, the sword that spread death inside the magic ball quickly shattered into pieces. The system announced that the legendary mythic artifact, the Sword of Death, had been destroyed. Hell's power increased by 4.3%. The balance between good and evil was tilting. You received the title of Demon Judge. You received the title of Heaven's Representative. The city-state and priests would closely observe your actions. Melissa and the demons below were watching everything. Oh my! Actually, someone had tried to destroy the Sword of Death. The system updated. The World Tree's destruction by demons was completed. The support from the demons reached its maximum. You received the title of Demon Hero and the title of World Guardian. Another figure appeared with a dark appearance, full of anger. What is this? What is that sword spreading death? He gritted his teeth in frustration. That. Then he shouted, "Whose damn wings are those?" In the desolate and silent valley, Dex sat on a tree root and asked, "Are you okay, Elle? Even if it's you, this still consumes considerable support." On this side, Elle was picking up fragments of remaining aura, singing as she did so. It was indeed a bit too much. I haven't intervened in Arcadia affairs like this for a long time, but since I'm using Dex's body, it helps a little. This left him bewildered. Really? That's good then. So from now on. But he thought of something else. "Al, what are you going to do with the fragments later?" Al turned and answered excitedly, "We have to prevent others from exploiting these fragments. Even though they're broken, they're still part of the artifact. If they fall into the wrong hands, they could be used for evil purposes. I have some plans to make use of them." Dex was slightly surprised. Suddenly something zipped past very fast. "Mizzen, that's the one who went crazy over the sword spreading death being destroyed. Are you really planning to fight me? And this lunatic, how dare you destroy the sword spreading death when I wasn't here?" He was furious and asked, "Can we consider this a declaration of war?" Io smiled. "A full-scale war? The artifact is destroyed. Do you still have confidence in winning if the second Divine Evil War breaks out? Here, take these fragments," she said as she handed him the bag containing the remaining pieces of the artifact. He was stunned. "What are these?" Io replied excitedly, "See, your artifact is quite powerful, isn't it?" The falling fragments in front of his eyes made him go numb. He couldn't believe what he saw and shouted, "Who dared do this? You bastard! Customer service, Arcadia Korea branch. The staff here are busy. Yes, the location for affection is shown on the program. Sir, madam, we apologize, but revealing information about scenes in the game you mentioned, the main character scene, would be inappropriate. Unfortunately, there's no official broadcast schedule yet." This game isn't fair at all? Yes, we will take note of your concern and forward it to the relevant department for consideration. My head hurts. It's still a mess as usual. I like chocolate cake. I didn't expect Dex to do this kind of work. The latest news keeps updating. First, there's the shock of revealing fairies and world trees for the first time. Analyzing 10 key points in the conflict between two gods. What are their real identities and stories? The God King ascends. I like chocolate cake. This warrior is only level 52, right? Arcadia is in crisis. A new race appears. Dwarves and fairies. What will happen now? Many game websites are overwhelmed with information about this accident. It's chaotic, but most of these posts are baseless rumors. The comments on the article include, "Why, if you go into a Zoomer bar with a hammer, you'll see dwarves and related quests. Then you can steal the hammer and break the owner's head, getting banned for life." What kind of story is this? The owner is very self-conscious about his height. Did he really do that? They're so gullible. It's even better than being bored. Someone told me if I plant an apple tree in front of a beggar, I'll get a quest related to fairies. Now, I've planted about 100 apple trees around my village. You should plant an orchard too. There are many happy people out there. People start doing strange things with fake information to get quests and fairy-related tasks. Naturally, as they try but fail, their disappointment grows. Kwon Myung-han softly said, complaints from the legal team flooded the customer service department. Players began seriously considering the status of the Korean branch. Is director really okay if we keep silent and make no response? Lee Mizon took it seriously too. The military director proposed this plan. The proposal requires government agencies to allow self-adjustment in supporting ferries and wharves. Kwon Myung-han hesitated. Yes, with that authority, we could jump straight into racial war and peace treaties in the script. We can make these two races more proactive towards players. No, more proactive towards humans. Mizon crossed her legs. That's right. Adjusting their relationship too. This plan would be the most effective. But we can't use that method. Do you know why? Kwon Myung-han was disappointed. I'm not sure anymore. Director. Her eyes have a few drooping parts. Because we don't have enough reason to make that change. It's just the setting of a game. But centuries of continuous war between these two races has left its mark on them. If they suddenly become peaceful for no reason, do you think the military director would agree with this situation? Infinite freedom and infinite possibilities, these aren't just words. You know, Myung-han seems like a person who hears that. And isn't it more interesting too, she said, as if challenging him. The situation where players act according to their own will has changed the long-standing conflict between these two races. A conflict even the military director can't resolve. I'm level 52 and like chocolate cake. That's why. The comments responded. The Diary of a Destroyer. Brother, tell me where to find a dwarf or fairy. Hello, we are the Eagle Guild. Ranked 12th in Arcadia. We highly appreciate your videos. Do you want to join our guild? Our guild. Hello, we are the top Korean management company. I'm Dong Young-jin, an MCTV broadcaster. I'd like to interview you if you agree. Please contact me at this number. Guk Sao is upset because of these comments. It's really messy. Well, since he hasn't revealed any personal info, it's understandable why people are curious about him. Someone just came in from outside. Oh, Chairman, the branch of Arcadia in Korea has sent us a cooperation invitation. They want to share some of my information, like I love chocolate cake. Even a small part would do. Guk Sao is so angry he's banging his fist on the table. Why ask? Of course not. He criticizes and scolds. Listen, customer info must be kept strictly confidential. The other guy can't tolerate such pressure. No exceptions, not even gods. He stands straight and chuckles. Understood, yes sir. Then he turns back, sighs. Come in. I'm sure Arcadia will contact us directly soon. I knew they would do this, but it seems we need a solution. Maybe we should try contacting the chocolate lover to see. Immediately, the customer's number called the Destroyer's phone. This really scares him. Dex picks up the call. The other side says, hello chairman, I'm George Selguk from E+. You're the chairman, are you on the line? They answer quickly. Oh right, haha, how can I help you? If it's about personal info, that's highly confidential. He replies, just had a few days off, must be busy, so calling to say hi. How are people reacting these days? Hearing this, he tries to stay calm. Great, your name is skyrocketing faster than all other channels. If that's the case, you'll likely become global #1 sooner or later. But as you know, looking at the comments, many want to know where the short guy and his love are. That's not what people expect. Just revealing locations brings huge revenue. The romance of the game is widely promoted. Many might pay millions for that info. Not cool at all. HMM. Got it. So just follow through with location info then. He hears this and acts accordingly. What's the problem? The other side can't believe revealing locations to players? Meanwhile, Dex remains calm. Guk Sao is in a state of panic. The location of the fairy village and Luna people. The computer screen, and he is shocked. You know, instead of doing this, why don't we make more videos about these villages? Based on current viewer reactions, even showing items sold by merchants would create a huge response. I don't want to do that. Why post something so boring? But, Dex softly says, as you said, we know making videos about each village will be profitable and gain popularity. But anyone can do that. I didn't start my video channel just for that. There are many other ways to make money. Guksao chuckles. Of course, of course. He continues, and even if people know the location of the villages, it will still be hard to get what you want. Both tribes have strong personalities. Gaining their trust is tough. Haha, he doesn't understand at all. A bright-eyed girl raises her hand and asks, Mr. Peacekeeper, I have a question. Dex replies, what's your question? Kana, the girl exclaims, I learned that if you play with evil creatures, you become an evil fairy, but if you play with ugly creatures, like short guys, will you also become an evil fairy? That wouldn't be good, would it? Dex just smiles awkwardly. Who taught you these things? Kana replied cheerfully, my mom did, sir. You're dissatisfied. I understand now. You're thinking internally. Since they were taught such values from a young age, it's no wonder their worldview is so cat-like. He spoke softly. Playing with dwarves won't make you a bad fairy, so don't worry about it. The little girl smiled brightly. Really? He nodded. Yes. Even the queen said that if you treat the dwarves well, you'll become a good fairy. Haha, I understand now, sir. She ran off quickly and waved goodbye. He politely waved back. From now on, don't teach children such things anymore. Basically, you're teaching them to be arrogant and rude towards other races. Melissa nodded beside him. I'll do my best. Since you signed a peace treaty, you'll continue meeting and interacting with the dwarf race. From now on, everyone should live in harmony without provoking each other. Melissa seemed shy. Ethan said, I have a question. Recently, more humans have been hanging around the Meow Forest. Should we treat them well too? Dix was shocked. Are you asking if we should be nice to those ugly humans? She hesitated and answered, it's because we've always thought that way. You're bored. Leave it to me. I don't care. Melissa was excited. Really? With a sigh of relief, she said, Vivi, actually, just thinking about cheerfully greeting those ugly humans makes us feel sad already. Ah, of course, you're an exception because you saved the world tree. Ha ha ha. Dex looked like he wanted to judge her. This is racial discrimination. Things won't be easy from now on. At Solman University's Virtual Reality Research Lab, a voice echoed inside. You've worked hard. Inside the room with the open virtual screen, the professor looked at the data and said contentedly that the synchronization rate was 97.8%, which was still impressive as usual. Thank you for your cooperation. Dex stood up from his seat and replied, it's nothing. Professor personally asked me. How could I refuse? Kim Tae-hun seemed uneasy. Thanks, Dex. Kim Tae-hun suddenly spoke loudly. The Arcadia branch and Ajin Electronics have requested cooperation. They even made a very good offer. Please, Dex, if you cooperate, I'll give you an A. Dex was very surprised. But my power isn't enough, so I had to drag you into this dream world where we can talk more freely. You're standing in front of a floating figure with an ethereal glow, while your body remains in its original position. Deb spoke softly. She is the World Tree. The voice of the World Tree replied gently, many names are given to me by people, but now everyone still calls me by that name most often. First, I should thank you. Thank you for helping me escape that magic. You could be considered the protector of the World Tree. Déjà vu, you sighed discontentedly. And what else? Why am I here again? The World Tree's spirit replied, besides gratitude, I'm quite curious about something else. You looked surprised and asked, curious about what? She suddenly moved closer to you. In the hazy gaze right now, I can't see anything about why the leaders of heaven and hell are by your side. I know you're not ordinary, but this is beyond imagination. What exactly are you? Not an angel or demon, nor a spirit or entity. You're truly very ordinary from top to bottom. How do you have such power that shakes the world? Dix looked at all these questions and didn't know how to answer them. Oh, I see. She's talking about fame. She continued. In short, you're often given tasks like missions, and when you complete them, you receive something called fame, right? You replied calmly. You got it exactly right. The World Tree's spirit seemed slightly sad. Then, who gives you these tasks? Dex was confused. It's hard to say for sure about that. She said, with my current level, I almost have the ability to analyze and understand most things. But in your case, how should I put it? She thought for a moment. You look surprised. Is there a problem? If you don't believe me, I could swear that everything I'm saying is the truth. She shook her head. Oh, not exactly. It's just because you answered my question. I should be repaid too. Please keep this precious item. You should use it only when really necessary. A fruit suddenly appeared in your hand. You look surprised. It's a fruit, she said. Explorer Dex, your actions and gestures are deeply etched into my heart. You genuinely resolved and helped reconcile the children of mine. The elves and dwarves too. That's why I feel bad about interrogating you like this. Can I make a small request? Dex wanted to protest. No, I refuse. She was surprised. What is it? You haven't heard me out yet. You shook your head. I'm not sure what you want to say. But I know it's beyond my capability. After all, I'm just a weak human. On the surface you seem calm, but your inner self is very unstable. My reputation is drained and there will be big problems if things get more complicated. Recognition point 115 point for 6'8". She looked slightly disappointed. Fragrance, so difficult? Why do you think that way? In my opinion, your strength is really amazing. The new city's conqueror, the ruins destroyer, the noble assassin, the wicked war soul master, the puppeteer of demon kings, Slim's savior. All these titles say a lot. I'm not surprised at all. How do you know? Some achievements look strange, but with just that much, I believe you have enough capability to meet my requirements. Moreover, if even you can't do it, I'm sure no one else can either. The noble judge, the neutral coordinator for a revolution of equality. Dwarf's friend, the fairy hero Explorer Debs. I need your help again, in the name of the World Tree. Its soul closed its eyes. Please listen to what I have to say. The system says, the scattered continent has been created. The moment of unification has arrived. Arcadia is now divided into multiple continents. Please help the World Tree wake up from its long unified sleep and reunite it back into one piece. Dex astonished a dragon's heart. The origin of Arcadia. The soil only had one continent named Pangaea, a continent with many stories about a snow-white dragon existing in the cold snowy mountains. A continent with many tales of dwarves mining and treasures underground. A continent with many legends of beautiful and mysterious fairies living in harmony with nature. A vast continent whose size no one knows. All these are connected by the World Tree standing tall and grand at the center of the continent. The soul of the World Tree gently said, Arcadia was once a large continent. However, we sank into a long 1,000-year sleep after the Divine Evil War. Many things have changed since then. Finally, we couldn't reunite everything on the continent for a long time. The continent separated and formed its current state. Hearing this, Dex softly mused, these are stories not found in Arcadia's history books. So what do you want from me? You asked doubtfully. She answered softly, I want to reunite the continent once again. This made Dex very surprised. Really? The second continent of Arcadia, that's the official name of the server I'm playing on. So the World Tree wants me. Just thinking about it, he blurted out, reunite the entire server, right? The soul of the World Tree was slightly surprised. What's that? Reunite what? He replied, oh, nothing. More importantly, reuniting the continent. Do you have any plans? She said, reunifying the continent is not difficult for me. The only problem is that I haven't recovered enough power to do it yet. Dex pondered softly, not difficult, huh? This is a big-scale task. How can she say it so casually? He was helpless. So exactly what do you want from me? It seems like you're very wise and powerful. Can an ordinary human like me help with anything? She laughed heartily. Hee. I'm just saying that as a compliment, okay? I don't expect anything urgent from you. If you have time and feel strong enough to do it, please bring me an item. Dix looked at her skeptically. An item she needs? Suddenly she exclaimed, the dragon's heart. This made him jump, really. She was very excited. Oh, if possible, find the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon or higher. Otherwise, nothing will go as planned. Dex couldn't believe it and angrily shouted, crazy! How could she laugh when asking me to do something like that? After he opened his eyes, what greeted him first were the dumbfounded fairies looking at him. Oh, he's awake now. Dethmer Hall sat up and rubbed his head. Damn it, what just happened? And that fairy got bigger. Your Majesty, the human has woken up. The system updated. The analyzed continent has been created. Arcadia was once a great continent now split into several subcontinents. Help the World Tree recover its power and unify the continent again. The item required is the dragon's heart. She wants me to bring her a dragon's heart, considered the strongest creature in Akadiu. In his head, he thought sarcastically, how many high-level creatures have gone crazy? Melissa ran over and said, you're awake. Dex was slightly surprised. Oh, Your Majesty, what happened? The two fairies beside him explained briefly. That's not important now. You are currently in the Queen's room. You should feel grateful. Human? Yes, human. You're being treated specially. Suddenly, Melissa grabbed his hand. Dex, she looked very moved and happy. The World Tree. The World Tree has awakened. At the World Tree. Look over there, that's a spirit. They appeared on their own without being summoned, meaning these spirits are flying around in the leaves of the World Tree. All the fairies below are happy. The connection between the spirit world and our world has been restored. No way! This is a miracle. In Dex's hand was the golden fruit he had spoken to the World Tree soul with just now. So that wasn't a dream. Then he turned and softly asked, Your Majesty Melissa, she seemed happy to hear this. What happened? Do you have a dragon's heart? She didn't understand what was said. What? The fruit of the World Tree. Legend has it that the World Tree blooms only once every 1,000 years. It contains powerful life force and can be used in various ways. However, this is a one-time item, so consider carefully before using it. When consumed, permanently increase vitality by 100% and healing speed by 1,000%. The information on the elf and dwarf tribes includes, based on my research, where the elves and dwarves are best hidden is somewhere within the territory of the Empire. I dare say that the Pope is trying to hide them, especially the elves, from us. A quest to find a dwarf village. How do we get this quest? First, it's important to prepare a hammer. Then we'll go to a few fixed taverns. The owner is very low and there are rumors that he sells dwarves and humans. Comments echoed, guys, those lines were a scam. I almost died. Be careful. This is why Arcadia has been criticized so much. Everyone posts everything without caring about the truth to get as many likes as possible. Really? Why not just announce the official information? Why do they keep people guessing with this kind of info? Arcadia's top love interest is providing users with a free and limitless real experience. As for the elf and loon villages, their locations will be found by those who take time to look for them. Official announcements say developers won't reveal the location. In response to this, user comments have increased significantly. Comments like, again, they named it the first virtual reality game. Now what? I actually play this game. But they ignore when users face problems. They ignore when Slim destroys an entire village. Do they really think we're just leftovers? But I think it's quite fun if developers change settings according to our wishes, then a whole system would be removed. Players become a promise of immense wealth and fame if found. Who can keep the enthusiasm up? Don't miss even the smallest clue. In this game, the biggest mission could start from the most ordinary item. So search thoroughly. Everyone here is very excited. I heard that regions have started searching for high-level creatures. Should we act now? It doesn't matter how much money it costs to find them. Just keep looking for them. Melissa stands in front of the love and raises her voice. Everyone, let's prepare. She looks serious. Humans will soon come to our village that has been isolated from humanity for too long. However, our benefactor, the World Tree, is none other than human Dex. This makes everyone very surprised. Melissa's thoughts are very worried. To repay the favor, we, the elf tribe, promise to open a door to the human world. Someone immediately puts forward their opinion. Sorry, Your Highness, should we block those really bad guys? Melissa blushes slightly and shyly replies, that's obvious, right? At the GM Chamber of Commerce, Your Lordship, I know someone who knows exactly where the Loon Village is. Choi Jae-gyu rests his chin, looking annoyed. Oh, so it's the 5th time you said this, isn't it? The Han person is uncomfortable. Are you sure that person knows the location? That person nods. Yes, I guarantee it. He is an explorer and adventurer. Here, check his profile. Choi frowns. HMM. Isn't he the one who found the recent dungeon? That person nods. Yes, sir. His work includes researching Acadia's history and geography. He says he found a location similar to the Loon Village, and his hypothesis was confirmed by related documents. He seems thoughtful, but the amount of gold he asks for is quite large. Choi frowns, grasping information leading to wealth and power, especially in this damn game. Even if he demands an unreasonable amount, it's worth investing. He reluctantly asks how much he wants. He wants 100 million. What? 100 million? The Han person is calm. That's the amount you want after the deal. At first, he wanted 500 million. Choi gets annoyed. Ha! Look at how much money he demands. Those scoundrels sell this information. Alright, I understand. If we can ensure the accuracy of the information, then we'll invest 1 million. The Han person is cold. I understand. I will add a clause to the contract that if the information turns out to be false, there will be a penalty fee. For who to slam the table? With this look and stack of reports, are we playing this game or dealing with these documents? Do we have time to read all this? Just say I've looked through it. Is that okay? I understand. Your Lordship, on the table is a stack of papers with the Daily Journal of the Destroyer, allowing me to investigate. I like chocolate cake. This is our financial status report. He smiled and looked up. Starting with 500,000 gold, let's see where we are now. It's time to harvest. To win this race and ensure all treasures and key positions leading to every transaction, the GM Trade Guild will be the first to find out what happened to the dwarves. Online, a new video was uploaded, The Destroyer's Daily Journal. On YouTube, revealing the locations of elf and dwarf villages. In Arcadia, professions are diverse. A world where player professions are divided into combat-wearing strong characters and non-combatants without strength. They are called combat groups and out-of-combat groups. Each group has its own characteristics and advantages, symbolized by green and red colors. The abilities of these two groups are balanced. No group is superior to another. However, as with other games, there will be limitations on becoming a famous player between these two profession groups. Choi Jae-gyu said disdainfully. Adventurer, isn't that an invaluable profession, just discovering ruins and disarming traps occasionally? He continued, this job is only for those with super good luck. If you want substantial rewards, you must find large ruins or valuable artifacts. But not every day can be like that. It's completely a pointless and time-wasting profession. Choi Jae-gyu was talking to another man. They continued discussing, if you want to make money, just become a merchant. Everyone says you only need to know how to invest a few billion gold for continuous profits. The other man laughed and continued with Choi Jae-gyu. Ha ha, you're playing the money-making game, right? You're correct. Ha ha. Well, each of these little candies is worth about 10 million won. Not to mention the huge monthly fees I get from it too. A young man wearing a backpack heard their conversation. With a face full of sweat, the young man thought, forget them, they're just saying that to hear me out. This man is a level 70 to exploding adventurer. He continued walking with his thoughts. I'm not ignorant. Many people look down on my adventurer profession, but I guess it's something innate. Even my friend doesn't understand me. As he walked through the sunlit sand dunes, he thought about these things. The figures of those people appeared strangely with their words. If you want to make money, choose another profession in the out-of-combat group, or just enjoy hunting like other combat professions. His shadow and thoughts mirrored each other. I've heard all kinds of advice already. With a determined face, isn't there many different ways to enjoy this game? The truth is, they don't understand me. Having played the game, why care about efficiency? He clenched his fists tightly. He thought, just wait and see. With a determined sweat-soaked face, one day I'll make everyone regret not choosing this profession. It feels like the time for adventurers is coming soon. In the sun, the young man's voice echoed, I found it. He collapsed on the huge door and said, I'm sure of it. This is the entrance to the last Wharf City. The blacksmith's shadow appeared with his thoughts. When I solve these puzzles here, he opened the door wide. An entrance appeared. He thought, there it is, finally found it. As he ran down excitedly, the Dwarf City, blacksmith's workshop. Suddenly a web-like net sprang out, startling him. The string was tautened. A voice echoed, you've been caught in a special net. You don't have the basic skills to escape this net. Abnormal state. You're trapped. The young man struggled in the net, angrily saying, damn it, what is this? In front of him, 3 big guys said, that strong guy, how dare you try to break into our mysterious city? Why are you here? Are you planning to steal our stuff? The boy was scared and said, let me go first. I have no bad intentions. I'm just an ordinary old adventurer. The 3 big guys angrily said, if we let him go, he'll report our village's location to his commander. Lock him up in the deepest dungeon. Make sure he never sees sunlight again. The boy was terrified and thought, wait, they're going to put me in the dungeon. For how long? Am I going to be locked here for the rest of my life? One of the big guys said thoughtfully. His red-haired companion asked, oh, what's wrong? Ken, the head guy hesitantly said, wait, this is. Everyone turned to look at the boy. They whispered among themselves. Then they all turned around and looked. A voice said, abnormal state has been resolved. The big guy said, sorry for earlier. It happened so suddenly that we didn't think about anything. The young man was confused by their sudden change of words. The brown-haired guy patted the boy and said, I'm sorry. We always welcome half-droll children returning home. Now go inside. Let me make it up to you with a few cold beers. There's no way a pure human can be this short. You're definitely a half-troll and human hybrid. The boy was confused and asked, what about the flag? The voice from before continued, you have met the criteria to enter the troll city, Katlosen. Now you can freely enter and leave the city. The boy listened with a confused expression. At Apples Entertainment Company, a big fat guy sat with his elbow on the table, staring at the person opposite him. Lim Dexo anxiously said, come on, Team Leader Joe, don't sit there silently, say something. The big fat guy folded his arms and said, don't call me Team Leader Joe anymore. Do you still see me as a GM Group employee, a general manager? I used to be your subordinate, but now it's different, so just use the polite form like usual. Now I'm sitting here as the CEO of Apples Entertainment Company, Joe Seoguk. Outside the door, Kang Tishu and Yamashita Izuku were scared to hear their conversation inside. The voice in the room continued, you're treating me like this because of what happened before, right? What do you mean? You're referring to the time when you gave us countless tasks, but nothing was effective, and then you shifted all the blame onto us while saving yourself. Or are you talking about how you ignored our suggestions and insisted on doing things your way? Lim Dekik stammered, I'm very sorry for those things. They wanted someone to take responsibility, so it had to be me. So I chose this path for the company's future. Seoguk said, if you don't see yourself as wrong, there's no need to apologize. You just need to tell me why you're here. He looked at the documents on the table and asked curiously, what is this? Lim Dexho said, GM Group wants to officially acquire your company. This is a merger agreement. Seoguk read the paper, transferring all Apples Entertainment employees' work responsibilities. All Apples Entertainment employees will be promoted and receive special bonuses. As for Seoguk's position as CEO, Lim Dexho said, I think these are what everyone wants. Oh, by the way, you and your workers can continue working as usual. The group doesn't want to change how people work here. I'm sure no one will interfere with your workflow. Seo-guk glanced back and said, is this because I like chocolate? Lim Dexho was taken aback. As expected, we received countless calls asking about him. Of course, GM Group wouldn't just sit idly by. Seo-guk stood up as he said, Lim Dexho tried to hold him back. Hold on, team leader do. Seo-guk angrily tore the agreement and cursed, go to hell. I'll never give you our user information. Line 57 is repeated from line 56. Line 58 is repeated from line 57. Line 59 is repeated from line 58. Line 60 is repeated from line 59. Two young men look outside, then suddenly, oh my god, Lim Dexho, you're making a serious mistake. Many of our teams have been trying to gather information and the address about him. Do you think you can hide an entire village for long? This attention won't last forever. A sinister smile appeared on George Seo-guk's fat face. Then came a foolish laugh from the guy. What are you talking nonsense about? Lim Dexho was startled and turned around. George Seo-guk folded his arms and continued speaking. It seems you haven't checked the video thoroughly yet. What have you done with it? The scene switched to a search screen. Notification. Coordinates of the Elven village and the Dwarf village. After their village locations were revealed, the Elven girl and the Dwarf appeared. That voice continued, players have started visiting their villages one by one. This caused a lot of controversy. Comments began to appear. Damn it, the elves told us to go away because they think we're ugly or something. So are we really that ugly? Then let's visit the Dwarf village. Actually, dwarves like short and ugly players. Haha, who said appearance doesn't matter? Now beauty is just a decoration on the door. The one always telling me to go die if I don't want to die. It's too hard to show off now. You're so tall. Right, I'll use my 1.85 meters to trade with elves. But really, isn't this unfair? How can they judge people based on their appearance and height? Both the elves and dwarves are facing players who are obsessed with their looks or height. Because of these harsh entry conditions, there's a trend among players to check their appearances. A comment appeared, haha, I was allowed into the Elven village, so I must be pretty enough. Right, haha, with this important discovery about the Elven and Dwarf villages. Something happened that no developer expected when players entered the villages and started sharing content about them. Videos with titles and symbolic images guiding new players to safely and quickly reach the Dwarf city. Vlog, working experience at the Dwarven Forge. You're not ready yet. How to get hidden world tasks. Spirit magic, how to become a spirit lion mage. High quality items crafted by dwarves. Knowledge of spirit magic and related professions for both races, one by one. This information was revealed gradually and the public could access it step by step. In a village, people were chatting and laughing with each other. Oh, since childhood, I've always wanted to be a spirit lion mage. So many cute souls here? I'm jealous of those spirit lion mages. Ridiculous. Before, I was a jeweler. Now I can easily set gems into equipment. Sounds crazy, right? We provide users with tools and gear at very reasonable prices. 10% commission fee. For more details, please check our catalog. Two villages with completely different scenery appeared before the players. These two races have extremely different characteristics, but both villages have entry restrictions. For those other lower entry conditions, players can't do anything about it. More comments continued to appear. Damn, I was rejected by the elves. My mom said my husband wasn't accepted either. Never listen to your mother's compliments anymore, folks. Oh my god. Did you ask your mom before going? Just ask your friends. Friends will be more objective and honest about these things. Ha. What are the specific entry conditions? I see people worse than me, but they still got in. I wonder why I always believe everything will work out when I look beautiful in the mirror. Haha. What were those developers thinking while making this game? Why did they make a game like this? Surprising indeed. These changes affect more than just players. As more information spreads among players, the winds of change start to sweep through Arcadia in an old room. The tall man with a hat spoke up, "Hey, have you heard any news? It seems that mythical creatures and dwarves are real. They just discovered their village recently. Many people paid old adventurers to take them on tours. They also say there are many rare mythic items in those villages." The man across replied, "Of course, I've heard about it. Imagine the value of the items from the London people. They say even royal families have interest in these villages." On a chair, a powerful woman ordered, "Send an envoy to them right away. Tell them we want to establish friendly relations and conduct trade with them." The man responded, "As you command, Queen, I will follow your orders." The girl sighed, "I wish I could go there too, with elves and dwarves. Sometimes I regret becoming a royal." In the TV news, the host of Freshly Talked introduced, "This company provides virtual reality gaming services based on players' appearance and height, causing much debate." The game developers issued an official statement, but complaints from players continue to rise. The company should take some measures to calm the current situation. Watching TV and thinking, these game news are now shown on big screens. This world has changed a lot. But suddenly you open your eyes wide. Is this because of me? You think about the bright computer screen in the dark. Dave stared at the screen intently. On the screen was Arcadia, with news and events, chat windows filled with messages. "I can't understand why Slim is used to destroy new player villages. To me, exploiting players is even more ridiculous. Are the victims still mining in the country's stone mines? Elmo's witch hunt is top-notch. That gaming company has gone mad. They divide players into factions and incite wars and other things. They are truly evil from their core." Oh, that staff. There it is. There it is again. Wow, your hand trembled as you thought, "Wait a minute," then remembered. "I'm the one behind most of Arcadia's events." You worry and think, suddenly realizing the impact of your actions. "Honestly, I thought it was just another event. Ugh, feeling guilty now. I only followed what my mission required. Who created this chaotic job? I really want to see their faces." You touch your chest. "It's fine too. Why should I care? I'm just making a living." Thinking that, you entered the game world. A notification appeared. Logged into Arcadia, mission completed. The World Tree awakened and began monitoring the entire continent. The link to the spirit realm was restored, enhancing the appearance of spirits and the generation of spirit power. The agreement promoting understanding between fairies and dwarves was successfully signed. The reappearance of species that disappeared hundreds of years ago transformed the entire continent. Calculating rewards for player influence, received 623,123 reputation points, items, and a fruit from the World Tree. 738,591 reputation points. He smiled at the system board and thought that maybe things were looking up. But how should he use this item? The Mythic World Tree information panel appeared. It bears fruit once every 1,000 years. It contains powerful vitality that can be used in various ways. However, it's a one-time use item, so careful consideration is recommended. Once used, vitality increases by 100% permanently, and health recovery rate also increases by 100%. Ingredients for the Sage Stone. Looking at the shining gold, he thought of a legendary level consumable item. Well, it has impressive stats. That's understandable. Tan and Elle always get hyped up when they log in. He looked around wondering where Tan and Elle were. Every time I log in, they're already talking about something exciting. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Let go, release me." He suspiciously looked at the source of the shout. The voice turned golden as he grabbed him again. "How dare you intrude into the sacred land of the World Tree?" Paco was pinning a blonde guy to the ground in front of him. He shouted, "Why? I'm handsome enough. Why can't I join?" Paco loudly ordered him to shut up. "You ugly human! How dare you speak with that disgusting face?" Is it just his shouting now? No! Somewhere nearby, someone asked what they thought of this human. I touched and pondered. Be objective. Ugly. A bit better for points. Yo replied that she only thought it should be 2 points. He's ugly. Tan agreed, saying the bird guy gave a harsh score. 2 points? Really? Heaven? Yo shyly laughed, saying they were all weird and ugly. Maybe that's why your standards are so low. Tan laughed heartily, agreeing that makes sense. After all, no demon in the spirit world ever shows up without drooling. Ha ha. Io said her stomach is really strong. You can lead them around and not feel queasy. Deb watched Tan and Io talking from a distance on a tree branch. He thought they were mocking each other but seemed closer than colleagues. Far away, the world tree was glowing brightly under the bright moonlight. Tan dumped a bag of magical fragments inside. Tan angrily looked at the pile and said it's full. Just as I thought, this is going to be tough to fix today. Well, if things have come to this, there's nothing more I can do. Now, let's try taking it to the demon realm to see if we can find a way to repair it. Behind him, Dex called out, Tan, do you know about dragon hearts? He asked curiously, Dragon heart? What are you going to do with a reptile's heart? Al beside him also asked curiously why he was looking for that. Answering, because the world tree said it needed it and asked me to bring it here. I don't know if we can buy it with reputation points in the spirit or demon realms. Tan laughed, saying, Master still doesn't understand much about this world. You think it's easy to get a mythical reptile's heart? Al continued, right, even for us, it's hard to find. Tan looked serious and said the rest of the parts are easier to talk about, but the heart is another story. The heart is the organ that emits magic for dragons. Not only does it create a massive amount of magic, but more astonishingly, it can contain infinite magical words. Line break. She nodded precisely. Moreover, when dragons sense their impending death, they return the magic essence stored in their hearts to nature. In other words, a dead dragon's heart naturally dissolves into nature, making it harder to obtain. Dex paused and said that meant to get a dragon's heart. Tan replied you'd have to enter their lair, kill them, and directly pull out the heart. Al agreed that was the only way. Dex sighed and said it was crazy. Tan added for clarity, even as masters, capturing a dragon is tough, especially when summoning powerful creatures. Io laughed accurately, even newborns. Once exhausted of power, an archangel might not secure victory either. Dex asked if there's a chance to catch an old dragon. Tan was surprised and said what? An old dragon isn't entirely impossible. But, hold on, let me calculate. Tan pulled out a calculator. Tan calculated as he spoke if it's an old dragon, it must be at least 8,000 years old if I enter that into your body. And with additional holy artifacts, assuming no distractions and defeating it in the shortest combat time. Tan showed the calculator and said feasible. We need at least 1,230 for reputation points. Debs asked again, feeling like she just saw something out of this world. Tan sighed and said why? Have you noticed the impact of killing a dragon on the entire Arcadia continent, especially a great lord? Io worriedly agreed. Even if done by us, it would require at least 150,000 reputation points. The gods wouldn't participate in dragon hunts. Hearing that, he thought they weren't entirely wrong about this. The strongest monsters of Arcadia, just a few dozen scattered across the continent, the image of powerful dragons still evokes hunting a lord dragon. Thinking so, he sighed and said we have time, we'll deal with it later. Tan exclaimed that means we will eventually defeat one, even after our explanation. Io asked then what should we do now? Master looked at the sparkling lake and replied we're planning to return to a nearby village in the Rumia Desert. Tan wondered why Rumia, it's Lunma territory. Why there? He answered because I promised to meet a friend there, recalling Jigyun laughing and saying Dex was playing somewhere. Oh, don't worry, I'll keep this secret from everyone. Done, he leaned close and said Dex, are you busy? Have you finished the mission you mentioned before? On the way back, Jigyun continued jumping on Dex. This time, I got a rare item, but it's not suitable for me, if you need it. Oh, no worries, you must have plenty of good ones. I'm just talking nonsense again. After all, you're famous Dex. Dex, can I ask a favor? Go on. For the sake of my family's honor, I can't bear it anymore. Then he turned to Jigyun and said, be quiet. I get it. No more pleading. Jigyun asked again, really? Did you promise no backtracking allowed? He smiled slyly and said, haven't you reached the village of the Lunma yet? I'll take you there. Don't jump anymore. Jigyun asked, why is it called the village of the Lunma? What did Ling say? Any issues? Jigen shyly said no, just wanted to meet Yaking. Heard they're very beautiful and want to see them in person. Dex replied, sorry, but you probably can't even step a foot inside without being kicked out. Jigen asked why. He smiled and patted his shoulder saying, just trust me, go meet the short people first. Jigen hesitated. Why? Death continued, just know that. We'll meet at a village near the Rumia Desert. Got it? Jigen's head was full of question marks after his explanation. Back to reality, looking at the glowing world tree in front of him. Tan asked, does he have friends? Yu replied, yes, close relations with other humans. It's really unusual. He immediately said, I'm not a hermit avoiding society. Of course, I do have friends. Tan suspiciously asked again, are you sure? Well, humans can be quite unpredictable. I never expected someone so peculiar would maintain such close relations with someone like you. He glanced and said, who's talking? Tan angrily folded his arms and asked, did you really just ask that? Master, the person you've caused trouble for has filled an entire city. Tan laughed cruelly and continued to say, in truth, I think you always wear a mask and hide your identity. Because you're afraid humans will catch you and execute you. He said expressionlessly, stop wasting time, let's go. L asked Dex, when we arrive at Rumia, can we meet the child again? Tan questioned who? L replied it was the child with the volcano's wish. And Lean said, got it. No, you mean black as sin. L agreed, I wonder how they're doing now. He laughed and said, right, we should go and check on their situation. I'm curious about their current lives too. Dex has arrived at the Rumia Desert. In a corner of the market, someone announced that travelers to the dwarf village will depart soon. They're selling crystal claws here, perfect for preventing heat stroke. The guide to the dwarf village is about to set off. I'm sensing danger level 9 as an explorer. No need to worry about the pants. Everything will go smoothly. Quick, check out the items made by the dwarves. They're very cheap, extremely cheap. Dex stood in the market suspiciously saying Rumia knows. He just walked past them thinking this place used to be just sand and gravel. It seems like players have gathered here. Find a strategy to bring life back to the city. The collective intelligence is truly terrifying. Well, now the path is easier than before. Tan excitedly interrupted his thoughts. Master, the friend you're about to meet, does he have something special like you? L happily said, yeah, he has some reputation points or something similar. He replied that they indeed share the same reputation points. He looked surprised at the screen. There's that guy in front of Gijin walking down the street. He approached Gijin. Are you Gijin? He answered yes. Who is this? How do you know my name? Could it be? Dex, you really came. I'm so touched. After saying that, he wanted to rush in and hug him, but he was stopped and kept silent. Speak louder, little mouth. Jigyun scratched his head shyly, said sorry. I was surprised. Dex grumbled, remembering not to call out my name. Promise. He sneered with a sly smile. No other choice. I'll use this method. Jigyun looked puzzled at him. The system interface appeared with the mask equipped with a holy item. The deception mask was activated. The power of deception and disguise covered the player's body. Your fake identity completely conceals your true identity. Done. From now on, call me Dex. I'll also appear in this form to others. Got it? Gijin's eyes lit up happily, said, wow, cool, that's one of your abilities. This face suddenly, wait a minute. What about the account name too? How did you do that? Camouflage skill? Jigyun excitedly asked continuously, Dex helplessly, lazily not wanting to explain. Jigyun tried to hug him. Wrong, even camouflage skills couldn't be perfect like this. Dex pushed Gijin away with his hand. It's the effect of an item. You're getting too close now. He tilted his head, wanting them to hurry up and leave. Let's go. The road to Dwarven Village is quite long. Yeah, I was waiting for you and also found the way to Dwarven Village already, Gideon happily said. You asked how to get there. Gideon happily said among the carriages heading to Dwarven Village. One is called GM Caravan. We can follow them. It's also a good time to leave, so I booked seats for both of you already. Look, even tickets are here. He thought for a moment. Alright, if it's the GM Caravan, could it be? He sighed helplessly. This name, how many caravans didn't choose and ended up with this one? Gideon was surprised seeing him sigh. The GM Caravan is where Burhan is. A bad relationship back then. It reminded him of the conversation between them. He hoped he wouldn't have to get involved deeper, especially because they also hold some influence in real life too. Dex thought carefully, not knowing what to do now. Gideon didn't know his thoughts. He asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "Ignore it. You asked if that was the only caravan ready to leave." Gideon replied, "There's still another one." "Why?" He hesitated a bit to answer, saying that the group was too small and not very reputable. He sighed and said he had some old connections with GM and asked to switch to this other group. The little guy thought they could just take what they needed from the other group at most. Gideon's eyes lit up. Did you like those old connections? No wonder it's Dex. Who said Dex? He helplessly said. Speak softly. I don't want to deal with this. Gideon dashed off. He would negotiate with them as the price for their small group was only 20 silver coins, while the other side offered a full gold coin. Tam beside him couldn't help looking down on him and said, "What's wrong with that mortal master? I thought your friend was more useful than this. I was even planning to have a demon follow this guy to capture and use him." Al evaluated and said, "It seems quite timid. I hope he can be someone talented who can spread cosmic justice across the continent as your friend." Mates helplessly said, "Are you kidding me? They treat my friends like tools?" The scene changed and the two in front introduced themselves. The white-haired one happily said his name was Apple, and he was the deputy lemon of Seppi. He greeted them cheerfully. "I'm Dex. Nice to meet you all," Apple said with a cheerful tone. "Thank you for trusting our caravan. We're actually having trouble finding people as our group is too small. Food and drink are all prepared, so if you feel tired or sick, just let us know." He continued, "We've prepared to handle almost everything. Let's meet the dwarfs in 3 days." Surprised by their enthusiasm, he asked them a question. "Do you two consider yourselves friends?" Their names are quite related. The two quickly blushed and said they just got married and tried to keep it secret, but it was pretty obvious now, right? Gideon shook his head. "This is too much. Chattering away. What a couple of gamers. I want to do the same with my girlfriend in the future." To enter Dwarf Village, Lozencat, you must pass Vamir Desert, one of the 5 forbidden regions of Acadia. The daytime temperature is extremely high, and at night it's bone-chilling. It's where many adventurers choose to rest. But more worrying are the existence of terrifying level 160 monsters, the giant sand scorpion, with its fiery red carapace and sharp protruding horns. Usually, caravans passing through Rumia Desert would avoid it. They would scout and find a safe route to travel. The Midge on the other side would use specialized ice spells to slow down if encountered. Of course, as a warrior, they would hold back for the entire group to escape. All of this is the minimum every caravan must have. In the scorching Rumia Desert under the sun's rays, the hard-armored warriors immediately reacted. 3 red scorpions were advancing. They were huge with powerful claws. There was one over there too. Mother, another one? This is the 3rd time now. Apo shouted to prepare for the ice spells. "Let's get out of here as soon as possible." The Midge on the other side yelled that his mana wasn't recovered yet. "What?" Apo was startled. "Gideon, what should we do? If you to die here, it will be a severe punishment, and you just sit there doing nothing. If you don't act, you'll get wiped out." His eyes looked elsewhere. As expected, most of the caravan members were dead PCS, and at this rate, they would end up in the afterlife. With one flick of his tail, he knocked a knight away. Those nearby panicked. Another one rushed over. Apple shouted for everyone to run behind the sand dunes. One guy yelled that carrying all these heavy things would be too late. They had to leave everything and run. Apple turned around, looking shocked. What? His eyes became hazy. How could this happen? This is ridiculous. What a mess. Alex tightly grips his sword, standing firm. He can't just watch his belongings being destroyed. Even a small part would be better. Dex's eyes widen in surprise. He sees Apple blocking the monster and thinks about the punishment if she fails. Lemon shouts loudly, "Don't risk it too much, Apple." The scorpion raises one claw and roars angrily. Suddenly, a layer of ice appears, wrapping around everything. Lemon is stunned, her eyes widen. Dex shields the monster with one hand while magic ice circles his feet, creating a bright barrier. He glances back at Apo, not expecting much, but this seems too harsh. Apo looks bewildered and scared. I am. The scorpion's other claw turns into solid ice. It raises its tail to deliver a fatal blow. From above, the sky descends. No permission for direct return to the ice water domain, Midge. His eyes light up with blue light. He is an ice man. The entire scorpion turns into ice, shocking Apple behind him, who falls back in surprise. Dave turns around and happily talks to the team leader. He looks cool standing until the end and promises to add more money for his help. In front of him, Apple is still dazed, her face looking foolish, of course. Quickly, he mentions there are many other scorpion groups. Before this, two others emerge from under the hot sand. He carefully assesses the scorpion as a high-level creature with average attack power. Despite being designed to be avoided when encountered, he smiles. Is it time to run and call for backup? So let's send them on their way. Snow starts falling heavily. His hand now holds an ice sword, the magic circle around his feet emitting a strong pressure, exploding around him. Quickly, he launches an ice attack at the scorpions. Its powerful force breaks through their hard outer shell. Those watching are amazed and frightened. Blue light shines brightly in the area. The warriors marvel as they see an ice sword amidst the barren wasteland. Another ice warrior, Jacques Frost, stands confidently with his ice sword, covered in a layer of cold ice. The system announces that the sky descent has ended and he has 28,352,000 points left over. He chuckles, saying 28,000 points too, considering this productivity. Tan exits angrily, thinking they underestimated the new summon. Dealing with desert scorpions can't use cheap tricks. Dex's friend scoffs. This guy is because of the sword that spread fear. It's gone now. Tan yells for him to shut up. Alkingby says sarcastically, we should have turned it into dust from the start. What a mess. Let's just forget about it and start over. He continues, let's just post this online. There will be many viewers. A battle between Satan and Karma's angel. Dex looks indifferent, not really listening as he stands silently. The team leader of Pineapple says they should have hired better from the start. This is a cheap trick that won't work. Tan angrily yells for her to stop talking. Dex's face shows no emotion. He just stands there, lost in thought. In his ear, the Pineapple team leader continues, if not for Lestio, we would all be in trouble. The Pineapple team leader sincerely bows and thanks Lestio for his help. Thank you. I am truly grateful to you. I will return the money you paid me. Dex listens quietly, offering a gentle suggestion. I know I don't have the right to say this, but our team is too weak and lacks defensive capabilities. The Pineapple team leader admits her mistake, overconfident in her decision without thorough checks leading to this disaster. Therefore, she continues to bow, sincerely apologizing for the oversight. Due to financial reasons, we must replace our NPC members. I know we need more troops to develop further. The Pineapple team leader continues explaining, but with a lack of funds, they can't afford minimal costs anymore. I hope this trip would earn us a lot of money, but now it's difficult. Lemon examines the statistics and announces that all remaining items have been collected. The loss rate is 54%, but what remains are worthless. The Pineapple team leader is desperate, pleading with Syndux for help. I understand you may no longer trust our team. Can you still join us? We're close to the destination. Going back would cost more. I promise to compensate you adequately for escorting us. Seeing him remain silent after all her pleading, the Pineapple team leader loses her composure and shouts. This is a request from the team leader, Lestio. We must reach the forge at any cost. Inside Dex, he contemplates silently, his hands on his chin as he thinks seriously. Actually, the forge isn't far from here, and they don't seem like bad guys, so it's safe to leave them behind. Dex was lost in thought when suddenly an idea struck him. But for an escort mission like this, he wondered if he would accept even though it wouldn't benefit him much, or maybe because he was desperate and willing to take a risk. Thinking about it, Dex sneered and asked himself what fun could there be in that. Deathbase smiled warmly and extended his hand before suddenly saying, "All right then, I'll do it." Hearing those words from him, the Pineapple convoy leader was overjoyed, so happy he couldn't find the right words to express. After a while, the convoy leader regained composure and smiled happily, thanking him. They shook hands as a sign of agreement. The system notification popped up, announcing that the city of Shen Lun's blacksmith had cut the front gate. The scene suddenly changed with people gathering in front of the city gates. The Pineapple convoy had arrived at their destination. A member was so exhausted they could barely speak. "We're here and we made it safely," said the Pineapple convoy leader and deputy as they breathed a sigh of relief for making it to the finish line. "Phew, I thought we might run into trouble, but it's all thanks to Lestio." Dex smiled contentedly, having achieved his goal. The Pineapple convoy leader struggled with a heavy load as he approached Dex and praised him. "Who would have thought you knew the way through this desert so well? I've never heard of your name before, which is quite surprising." Dex blushed at the praise from the convoy leader and laughed shyly in response. "Haha, that's too much." As they entered Lozencat, the Pineapple convoy leader suddenly heard a loud, boisterous voice. It was the GM merchant group. They're still as impressive as always. Their words successfully drew his attention, and he turned to look with a confused expression. The tall white-haired man walked confidently in front of them, clearing the path for the mercenaries who now controlled this road. The GM leader strode confidently, showing no signs of doubt or hesitation. The people living in Rumia Desert were talking about what was happening. One person advised quietly to just stay out of their way and let them pass. They say if you get into conflict with them, they won't even come near Rumia. A red-haired man shuddered in fear, complaining how unfair it is, but there's nothing he can do about it. The people's discussion caught Dex's attention. He stood silently observing and sighed inwardly, "Always hated wherever I go." Suddenly, the man with the backward hair turned his head back and said, "Huh!" It was that pile of special goods carried by the Pineapple convoy leader and deputy that caught his attention. That nasty man laughed mockingly at them. Looking at those lowly merchants who dared to trade with dwarves. They look like they've been attacked by scorpions. The man with the backward hair didn't stop there. With disdain in his eyes and using harsh words to mock them. And they only hired cheap PCs too. Definitely chose the cheapest ones. The white-haired man beside him wasn't done either. He added, "Hunk has a few players there." Jugul nervously approached Dex and asked quietly, "Lestio, are they talking about us?" Dex ignored him and continued observing the group. Those nasty people kept mocking them. They must be feeling uneasy over there. Our group is much better than theirs. The white-haired man and the backward hair man spoke in unison. "Kekik, if you have to follow that group, you won't even make a single gold coin. They're still poor despite being in the game." The GM leader seemed annoyed by their chatter and shouted to remind them, "Enough of this idle talk. Yes, sir, we should be more serious." The Demon King's face contorted with anger as he heard those insults. "What did they say, master?" Archangel Michael crossed his arms and gritted his teeth in anger. "A bunch of immature people who like to boost their ego. The arrogance is written all over their faces. Let's teach them a lesson." Dex wasn't the kind to seek challenges. He remained calm and advised everyone to be quiet. The Demon King Satan couldn't control his emotions and shouted angrily at his master, "What are you going to do? You definitely won't let them off easily. They're all dead. Dex's demeanor remained unchanged amidst the chaos as he said, "Let's think it through." Dex is a long-term thinker who considers not just immediate benefits, but also future losses. He finally spoke up at this moment. Expelling everyone would leave nothing but boredom, right? The king of demons, Satan, stood there in shock and blurted out unexpectedly, "Huh?" With his sharp mind, Dex quickly came up with a plan to punish those arrogant people. His expression became more terrifying as he confidently declared that it was time for others to watch the fun show. "It's been so long since I found such a good toy." He still kept repeating this in his mind. After all, it is quite fascinating. The city of Rumia appeared grand and magnificent like the morning sun. Dex's thoughts flowed non-stop. He knew that merchants would rush here for the items crafted by the short gods. Jigen secretly glanced at the commoners chatting among themselves. One of them confidently stated, "But there were only merchants here now." Then a notification appeared on the screen explaining why the caravan gathering in the Vumia desert took place. As more people arrived at the city of short gods, the number of those eager to enter increased day by day. The system continued to announce that if you joined or followed a caravan, you would be admitted without height and beauty checks, but still not treated kindly. It was just an entry permit. The gate guards pondered aloud, checking for human-like people carrying many bottles of beer. Before he could finish his sentence, the guard impatiently announced that the group led by Dex Gutek had been granted passage through this deceitful route. As they entered the city, everyone was surprised and amazed at its development. They marveled at how wonderful it was, with Lestio looking up at the ceiling, marveling at their underground city. It looked even better in real life. Now I understand why people are obsessed with the short gods. It's worth the effort. At this moment, Dex stepped forward and softly announced to everyone, "Well done, everyone. Now that we're inside the city, it's time for us to part ways. I hope your caravan will thrive further." Pineapple, the caravan leader, was taken aback by these words and stammered, "Hold on, Lestio." Immediately after, the caravan leader hurriedly approached Dex to say, "I still haven't completed my part of our agreement. If you give me time to exchange items." Dex cut him off immediately. "No need. I don't need any compensation." He turned and walked away, leaving behind a statement, "I'll come back for something else later." Zigil was happy with his friend's actions and smiled. Then Dave Tranthan said, "Okay, see you round." Pineapple and Lemon, the deputy leader, looked worried at each other before saying in unison, asking for something else. "Who is this person really?" At that moment, Dex and Gideon were already far away from here, heading to another part of the city. As they moved around, Dex thought to himself, "My words weren't out of kindness. Looking at the state of the caravan, compensation would only be a few gold pieces." Thinking about this, he pondered deeply, "I have plenty of gold now." Just as he was thinking, his system account balance for gold appeared. The plans Dex had carefully devised came to mind. What I need now isn't just some gold, but a relationship with someone who will work diligently. At the main office of the city, Dwarf King Anter warmly welcomed everyone with open arms. "Welcome all!" Seizing the opportunity, Dex greeted the city's king. He expressed his feelings freely. "It has been a while, hasn't it?" The King Anter replied enthusiastically, "That must be right, but you guys arrived earlier than we expected." Despite Dex's friendly demeanor, he was lost in thought. Is this the short god king NPC? I thought he was just a high-level player with many connections. After the warm greetings, King Anter immediately got down to business. He curiously questioned Dex. "So tell us what happened then. How easy can demons sign a peace treaty like that?" Dex immediately pulled out the treaty and explained calmly. "The demons agreed to accept your terms. Queen Melissa personally signed it, so they will keep their word." The treaty was neatly rolled up with a red seal stamp. This made King Anter extremely happy as he exclaimed, "Really?" Taking the treaty from Dex, the king carefully examined it and solemnly said, "Yes, this is indeed the royal seal of the demons. I never thought this day would come." With genuine pride and emotion, King Anter confessed, "I never thought that those arrogant and foolish demons who abused their power would sign a treaty." Death remained calm and softly reminded, "Since the treaty is now in your hands, it will take effect immediately. From now on, you'll have to frequently send messengers to negotiate trade with demons, and both sides must work together actively." The king of the city gods always listens carefully to Dex's instructions. He nodded in agreement and immediately said, "I understand. I will inform my subordinates and prepare accordingly." Suddenly, Dex announced, "Oh, and we've revised the list of items for exchange. You can check them with your enemy." Hearing his reminder, the king of the city gods quickly opened the treaty table to examine it closely, wondering aloud. His eyes shone unusually as if he found something unbelievable. The king of the city gods, usually dignified, even swore under his breath, "What the heck is this?" He exclaimed with joy like a child. Not just branches from the world tree, but also leaves, wood and saplings, plus some high-grade crystal, valuable items kept appearing in his mind. It seemed too hard to believe that this treaty, the King Anter couldn't keep calm and hurriedly questioned Dex. "How did you convince the demons? They regard the world tree as their mother," not giving him a chance to finish speaking. Dex calmly interrupted the king and gently advised, "You should try to maintain friendly relations with them. Don't argue over small matters and pay attention to your words." Not receiving a satisfactory answer, the king ordered, "Answer me now." But at this moment, the system notifications appeared on the screen. "You have successfully helped demons and little people sign an agreement. You've brought peace to different species. Your quantity skill has increased significantly. All creatures will now listen to you. The power of items created by the little people will be greatly improved. The friendship between demons and little people is stronger. You have received the negotiation instinct." Somehow, Dex convinced the stubborn King Anter. At this moment, they were still warmly shaking hands. After bidding farewell to King Anter, Dex and Gideon left the main office with curiosity and many unanswered questions in their minds. Gideon asked Dex, "What about those demon things earlier?" Dex replied sincerely but nonchalantly, "What's your point? I just negotiated an agreement between demons and little people, but don't tell anyone. Too many people knowing will be troublesome." Satisfied with the answer, Gideon affirmed confidently, "Of course, I won't pry. Now where are we going?" Dex turned to look at Gideon mysteriously and said, "No special place, just that I want to meet someone. Coming here was actually just to see this person." Gideon was taken aback by Dex's words, sweating profusely as he questioned, "You mean the person you wanted to meet right after seeing the king? Who is it?" Dex didn't answer directly but hinted, "Just wait and see. This guy is really cute." As he spoke, a small boy with a slender figure holding a kite appeared in his mind. The scene switched to Lozan Helion Training Center, which was grand and imposing like the city center. The hammer made clanging sounds when it hit the steel pieces. Blacksmiths at Lozan Helion were arguing and pushing each other. One of them mocked, "Can't do things properly. Do you think steel will bend under a light hammer strike?" The other didn't take it lying down and retorted, "Control fire and temperature correctly. How can you call yourself a little person if you're so incompetent?" Master Blacksmith Helion Byron stepped forward shouting, "Today's not your day. If you haven't done anything worthwhile, don't expect to eat." Byron walked around checking the work progress while scolding, "Hey human, is this a Gamitsaw knife? You need to explain basics until it makes sense." The nearby blacksmiths added fuel to the fire. "Really, only those used for mining can do such things. Ordinary humans do better than that." Yongsik was pressed by the harsh words of the surrounding blacksmiths. He had no choice but to bow and sincerely apologize. "I'm sorry, I'll redo it." Then he worked hard forging weapons to please Byron. Master Blacksmith Byron accepted the apology. He heard it and let it go, but couldn't resist mocking. HMPH, if not for Dexter kicking people out long ago, I would have thrown that useless cabbage Yongsik worked so hard on like a discarded item. Yongsik worked in an unfriendly environment. He was treated unfairly just because he was the pitiful and useless kid. Yongsik could only silently cry to himself without making a sound. He sulked, thinking about his situation. HMPH, this is tiring. Dexter, does this suit you? Just then, the system notifications appeared again. You have successfully forged a gamut for a beginner. The finely crafted item awarded for this achievement has greatly increased in value. An uncommon level of item has been upgraded. Weapon crafting skill has advanced one level. There's a slight improvement in weapon crafting efficiency, possibly due to the criticism from veteran blacksmiths around him. Youngsik is frantically working on creating an advanced weapon, but still sighs. Oh, this isn't enough. He must do better. Focused on his weapon-making plan, Youngsik suddenly hears a familiar voice asking, "Hey, are you free?" Youngsik is extremely surprised by the sudden occurrence. He thinks to himself, this voice belongs to. After much contemplation, Youngsik has an answer for himself. Big Brother Dex. Dex calmly walks in with a cheerful expression. Desner warmly asks Youngsik, "How are you doing? Have you improved your crafting skills at all?" The dagger Youngsik crafted has a system that tracks data. It's rare for new players and is an excellent work by a skilled blacksmith. New players can easily use it. Attack power 80, durability 500 500s, reveals monster weaknesses. The system continues to analyze the data from Youngsik's dagger. Dex asks questions. Youngsik reluctantly explains, but honestly, while making a dagger is basic training for apprentices. His dwarf colleagues have progressed to the next level, but he's unsure when he'll develop further despite seeing how disastrous this dagger is. Before hearing all of Youngsik's explanation, Dex curiously examines and thinks about the Gamma Dagger. Can a new player item reach such a high level? And it's rare too. Rare items are priced in millions at the top shelf. As he focuses more, Dex comes up with surprising ideas and finally concludes. So this kid has the potential to shake Arcadia's economy. Lestiodorus seems deeply focused, making Youngsik wonder what his brother is planning. Dex evaluates Youngsik carefully, confirming his assessment was correct. Zagyun steps up and sees Dex holding a rare Gamma Dagger. Zagyun can't hide his surprise as he exclaims, "Wow, this item's really good. It's almost like a magic item of level 20. The Gamma Dagger has an unusual charm. Zagyun praises it, and its ability to reveal weaknesses is unique for archers. Youngsik feels a bit uncomfortable with the compliments on his crafted items, but isn't fully confident in his abilities. Youngsik immediately denies it. Not even the master is satisfied with this. They say he needs at least a unique quality to progress further. Dex is surprised by Youngsik's explanation and exclaims, "Unique quality? What kind of conditions?" Youngsik hesitantly explains that no matter how many Raugum, a type of metal he crafts, none reach the rare quality level. His dwarf colleagues say to follow your instincts. Big Brother Dex, could a person like me have been wrong to dream of being a blacksmith? Seeing his younger brother Youngsik doubt himself and deny his hard work, Satan the Demon encourages him. A human doing this is already impressive. Michael the Angel exclaims happily, "Right, it's still lacking, but there's an aura about this dagger." Satan the Demon asks curiously, could it be because of too much time spent? To fully imbue something with that aura requires a long time. Michael agrees and says, exactly, something's off. Even using Vulcanus's creation, this item's quality is too low. Death listens silently to the conversation. Suddenly, the plot twist makes him think, creation, I remember there was an annotation. Thinking of this, Dex orders, Youngsik, can you bring that old hammer for me? Youngsik holds the old hammer and asks curiously, yes, sir. Dex is excited as if he found a treasure. Yes, just take a look. The system analyzes the data of Youngsik's hammer. This is Vulcanus's legendary hammer. It requires recognition from Vulcanus to equip, damage 10, durability infinite, needs crafting skill for fire resistance, physical strength consumption reduced by 99%, focus and mental effort increase craftsmanship proficiency by 2, buying, trading, or destroying is impossible. After carefully reviewing the information, Depp thinks, exactly, that's what Tan and L's story highlights. That's the requirement for using this weapon I observed in the data. Suddenly, Dex points the dagger at Youngsik and softly asks, "What were you thinking when crafting this dagger?" Youngsik is taken aback by the question and stammers, "Thinking about it, just trying to craft." Dex's eyes become more determined as he looks at Youngsik and whispers, "Think about it. Did you really put your mind into the dagger?" Dex's advice still echoes in Youngsik's ears. Is he only treating it as a training process? Holding the gamma dagger from Dex, Youngsik carefully touches and examines it, falling into deep thought. Dex continues to instruct Youngsik about the dangers of life. "Listen up, kid. You must have noticed, Arcadia isn't just a simple game. Try it again. But this time, don't be distracted. Just think about creating the best work with all your mind." Dex's words have awakened Youngsik's inner fire, igniting his dreams. In fact, you do possess abilities but haven't fully awakened them yet. Youngsik feels reinvigorated, living out his own dreams. With a determined gaze at the skilled hands that crafted countless items, he speaks from the heart. He recalls the forging process in the sand furnace, flames dancing in the dim underground chamber. There's a passionate boy, full of zeal and dedication, toiling tirelessly to craft weapons. Gideon is shocked by this scene, hesitantly approaching Dex and expressing his concerns. "Dex, when I look into that kid's eyes, it won't be finished in just 1 to 2 days. We should probably step back." But Dex ignores Jigyun's advice, placing great trust in Youngsik as he gently declines. "Sorry, Jigyun, you go ahead first." Jigyun stands still after receiving Dex's rejection. Now more focused than ever on his work, Youngsik's eyes reveal unwavering determination that no one can shake. Dex calmly shares his thoughts. Youngsik listens and has followed the blacksmith path faithfully until now. He trusts me again and picks up the hammer. Leaning against the wall, Dex is moved to finally decide, "I want to stay by Youngsik's side at least until he finishes forging." Meanwhile, the flames continue to burn fiercely, symbolizing Youngsik's determination. While focusing on weapon crafting, Youngsik drifts into deep thoughts. "I don't have any technical skills or craftsmanship, not even a talent for painting. In this world, I've lived aimlessly with everything around me." Two versions of Youngsik appear in his mind. One is the blacksmith with tired but idealistic body. The other is just an ordinary Youngsik, lost and without purpose. We all have the right to choose our own lives, and so does Youngsik. He has chosen his path. His eyes shine brighter as he finds answers for his life. But this time, there's someone who trusts me even knowing what kind of person I am. Thinking about Dex's kindness in helping him during tough times, Youngsik's thoughts grow stronger. "Big brother, Dex trusted me until the end. I need to repay that trust." Youngsik is determined not to let down Dex's faith, so he dedicates himself fully to this creation as a gift in return for Dex's kindness. Youngsik works frantically. The system alerts him of his dwindling stamina and heat resistance while Vulcan's hammer reacts with his determination, completing the forging. Io is completely stunned by this scene, standing still in disbelief. Her eyes widen in shock, finding it hard to believe what she's seeing. System notifications flood her screen. A unique item that can transform an entire continent has been created. The quality of the crafted item exceeds expectations. The quality of the item has been adjusted. A one-of-a-kind item was successfully crafted. Your weapon crafting proficiency has greatly increased. Your weapon crafting skill level is now 8. You have earned the Soulful Blacksmith title. The elders smile at your achievement. Iongsik stands still, overwhelmed by all this information. He exclaims with joy, "I did it!" The King of Hell is annoyed by Ionsik's loud cheer. "What's going on here? It's like a bomb went off in my ears." Dex has never smiled so genuinely before. "I feel that the trust I placed in Youngsik wasn't wasted." Dex happily approaches, patting Youngsik's head and praising him. "Good job, little guy." Youngsik is overjoyed, almost crying with happiness. What you created is the dawn of enlightenment. In another space, a man suddenly speaks. What? His name is Jacques. He's the creator of the virtual world Arcadia. Looking at the data analysis, he exclaims, "Someone has crafted a unique item. That's strange, it should take another year." Alice stands beside Jock and softly announces the quality based on criteria met. Please check the data. Hearing this, Jock immediately opens the information panel to verify. He was surprised by the player's stats and exclaimed in shock, "What took a whole month to create just one gem?" Alice immediately replied, "Exactly." She placed her hands on the table, looking serious as she thought deeply. Jack secretly admired her. With such determination, it made sense. Using Vulcanus's hammer didn't seem wrong, so there was no reason for a punishment, but he seemed to have learned how to use it too quickly. Alice seemed to know everything in advance. She explained to Jack that the chaotic number, known as the source of the incident, was likely the culprit. Jack was enlightened after learning this important information. He stared at the data for a long time before sighing and admitting, "Dex, you have to admit it. I hate saying this, but he's good at video games." With his rich imagination, Jacques visualized Dex bravely walking towards rare, precious weapons that were glowing. Jacques continued lost in thought. The job had found its rightful owner, and he was prepared for this, yet it went against the system to such an extent. His train of thought was interrupted as Jack silently formulated future plans. He smiled mischievously and confidently stated, "Could this lead to the World Tree's revival?" It seemed Jack had his own thoughts. Suddenly, he asked Alice how likely it was that this guy could activate the Pangaea storyline. Alice quickly replied, 25 storylines of Pangaea, a 94% chance, estimated 1 year. Sitting at his desk, Jack made a serious assessment. We should apply real-time translation system as soon as possible. The system dashboard flashed with another notification. Your loyal assistant has achieved heroic accomplishments. You've earned 150,000 points of recognition. Dex approached to praise Yongsik for the extraordinary feat she just accomplished. Congratulations, kid, it seems like you understand the core of training. Youngsik was overjoyed and sincerely expressed her feelings. The ring still has a long way to go, but I feel like I found a clue, big brother. After airing his heart out, Youngsik suddenly suggested, "Big brother, please accept this gum knife." Debs was completely flattered by Youngsik's offer. His face looked as if he were a 3-year-old child. Debs couldn't believe it had turned out like this and asked again, "What are you serious, kid? This item must be worth an apartment. Moreover, I didn't think I could fully utilize its potential." That's what Debs was worried about. To use the item, one needs experience and proficiency reaching 100%. Youngsik ignored Dex's refusal. He tried to persuade Dex with various schemes, hoping he would accept the gift. "You can sell or give it to whoever you want. I just wanted to give this first item as a token of gratitude." Dex took the item from Youngsik and pondered for a moment. Refusing seems like a waste, doesn't it? While Dex outwardly refused, he was secretly thrilled inside. Only reluctantly did Dex agree. "Well, if you insist, I'll take it." Youngsik responded childishly with joy. Thank you, big brother." After that, Dex spent some time chatting with Youngsik. He softly asked Han, "Why are you staying here?" Youngsik honestly replied, "Of course, I still want to train more." Predicting the future, Youngsik asked, "Big brother, are you leaving now?" Death turned and walked away, then softly confirmed he would visit occasionally. If he missed him, just text and he'd come over. Watching his back leave, Youngsik bid farewell with a promise to meet again. "Yes, big brother, thank you again, I'll work hard." Youngsik's voice echoed in his ears until she became someone useful for him. But by now, Dex had already left far behind, not sure if he heard Youngsik's vows of love and loyalty. The demon samurai was amazed at Dex and Youngsik's performance and sighed with admiration. "Master, you're a bit surprised, huh?" Dex seemed confused by the ongoing events and asked again. What's surprising is that Demon Satting expressed his thoughts. The father looked at the kind gentleman with the boy. "It seems like you really do have a good heart, especially when you often do charitable things. It makes you look more like a demon than us." Hearing King Satan's remarks, Dex still didn't understand and bluntly asked, "What do you think of me?" King Satan wondered if Dex was pretending to be dumb or genuinely didn't understand, so he explained, Do you really need to ask that? Do we have to go through everything in detail? Immediately, King Satan seized the opportunity to explain clearly. It's quite surprising to see you occasionally being kind to humans without expecting any benefits. Like his foolish friend, I've forgotten what he looks like, but with his personality, I thought he wouldn't care about humans unless it benefited him in some way. After understanding King Satan's feelings, Dex explained that those were just travel companions. When there's something to share, I want to share it. To be honest, even I didn't know this side of me. Once again, Dex fell into deep thought and remained silent in contemplation. The more I understand Arcadia, the more I understand myself. Stopping his reminiscence, Dex announced with a lower voice. Tan and Elta thought it was time to put their previous plan into action. King Satan, sitting there, was shocked by this revelation, exclaiming about the plan. Ella woke up from the loud noise made by King Satan. At this moment, she was still half asleep with a cute expression. Dex placed his hand on his chest and solemnly declared as a human that he is extremely kind to those who deserve it. Dex's firm declaration echoed in the air, warning those who irritate me will be punished appropriately to satisfy my anger. The close bond between elves and dwarves has greatly changed the player Arcadia. Melissa and Lowachan maintained a peaceful cooperative relationship, leading both families to thrive. Another important announcement arrived. These changes not only applied to players, but also affected others. The citizens of both families rushed to check the information board with joyful news. They began discussing excitedly. The adventurers have made a breakthrough. They successfully traded with dwarves. This is indeed shocking across the continent. Everyone crowded up, carefully examining the information board as everything happened so quickly. Dwarven King Antor boldly declared, "We will strengthen our forces at all costs before other kingdoms." The brown-haired lady was only interested in precious jewelry and issued orders. "Can you get some of the dwarves' crafted gems for me, regardless of price?" Meanwhile, the silver-bearded man was fascinated by research items. He insisted that we cannot stop our research as we need tools made by dwarves. The ongoing explanations addressed issues mentioned earlier, specifically for noble classes due to their wealth. The economy in Arcadia had undergone a transformation from running on meager gold earned through quests and hunting. At this moment, the system updated with the latest news. Merchant guilds entered the virtual market as G10 conglomerate rose strongly. A new gold rush was happening, people flooding into Arcadia, game currency prices skyrocketing, impacting real-world economies, booming monthly revenues in the tens of billions. Choi Jae-gyu dressed neatly and clearly declared to all journalists, "RGM Group sees Arcadia not just as a game, but also as another reality we value, though it can't compare with other activities. Learning from past mistakes, we want to select outstanding talents to build a healthy market system." After that, the GM Group recruitment information appeared, listing all requirements. Not merchants, no gender restrictions, under 165 centimeters height. No mages, prioritize ice magic specialists. Not adventurers, discover dangers and analyze terrain level 9 or above. The scene changed to Rumia Desert, at the entrance of the last dwarven city, Lozan. People outside the city were busily preparing goods for trade. Debs observed everyone around him and quietly concluded that the atmosphere had changed. It seemed a caravan system was established. Suddenly, the GM caravan leader approached warmly, asking if he had his ticket now. Slowly removing his dwarven hat, the GM caravan leader revealed his sharp face and softly advised, "If you want to buy a GM group ticket, hurry up. They won't accept reservations anymore." Dex looked surprised at the new ticket purchase from the GM caravan leader, recalling the first time he arrived in this strange place. In Dex's mind, he saw the GM caravan with the girl leading it walking confidently. He sifted through his old memories and silently deduced, she was leading the GM caravans, right? Isn't she? Dex hesitated for a moment before politely declining, saying he was planning to use another vehicle not from GM. The GM convoy leader pretended to agree. Oh, then she cheerfully chatted with Han Dex, asking if his monthly expenses here indicated good financial management. The GM convoy leader looked around and concluded it must be the Pi bike, smaller than the one he used before. Dex wondered why this woman seemed to know everything so clearly. He silently admired her. Does she know about all of this? Dex recalled when Yoonsik said goodbye to masked men had been following him closely. It wasn't that he didn't sense it, but he couldn't show it because he was unsure. Now Dex has found his own answer and quietly realized the presence he felt earlier belonged to the GM convoy. The GM convoy leader smirked and said, "After all this trouble, you still haven't learned anything, huh?" Then she turned away, leaving a parting warning. "Just do what you want, but hope you're lucky enough to keep Lestio alive." Approaching his ally, the white-haired man quickly spoke up. "Not like you, going to cause trouble with that kid. You're really curious, KHA." The GM convoy leader responded cheerfully. "There's a reason for it. I got some interesting news." She then remembered what she had overheard and recounted. "I don't know how he did it, but he came out of the dwarf blacksmith shop where entry is forbidden to players. If he succeeds in making a deal with them, it will definitely change our monopoly completely." The white-haired man and the other man listened intently as the GM convoy leader explained. There were no more leads, so it was just speculation, not very important. At the end of their conversation, she said bluntly, "Just cut him open and you'll know the truth." Dex stood still, looking into the distance with a blank expression. Satang, the king of hell, reacted first to all the mockery from GM. His eyes turned red and he announced angrily, "The woman's master, the one from earlier, shouldn't we kill her for being so arrogant?" Elle agreed cheerfully, "As long as it's right, heaven's power will always protect you." But Dex wasn't bothered by their insults and remained calm, saying he actually had to thank her for stirring things up before. Then Dex changed the subject and happily announced, "Tan and Elle, you to know too, running a logging convoy is the trend now." Satan and Elle were surprised and skeptical upon hearing this message from Dex. Dex laughed. "They act like naughty kids." Now he asked, "I'm starting my own business. Want to hear my plan?" Meanwhile, the Pineapple convoy leader was enthusiastically promoting tickets for their super cute rides. The Pie Lemon deputy leader was also warmly welcoming them. "Hello, we're the Pie convoy. We'll escort you safely to the neighboring village." While calling out, the Pineapple convoy leader recognized Dex and awkwardly said, "Oh, it's you." Overwhelmed with joy after a long time apart, the Pineapple convoy leader shouted happily. "Lestio," Dexner greeted warmly, "so glad to see you here again. Still selling tickets?" The Pineapple convoy leader confidently affirmed, "Of course, for Lestio it's free." In contrast, the Pie Lemon deputy leader questioned curiously, "Why do you need a ride if you can go by yourself, Lestio?" Facing this sudden question, Dex quickly replied, "It's a bit boring going alone. Having someone with me is better." Hearing Dex's desire, Apple and Lemon stood still. Everyone had a big question mark in their minds. As the sun set, the Pie convoy continued moving forward into the dim night. The Pineapple convoy leader whispered, "The path to the blacksmith shop is now called the Golden Path, meaning items crafted by dwarves are as valuable as gold." Dick nodded in agreement and wondered aloud, "I read about it. The business of the Pie convoy seems quite successful." The Pineapple convoy leader laughed loudly, then sheepishly replied, "Well, with our small vehicles, we don't make much. Even this time's shipment won't bring us much profit." To help Dex understand better, the Pineapple convoy leader vividly demonstrated and explained, "To make big profits in this business, you need a steady supply of goods. The more travelers there are, the more cargo to transport, so larger convoys can carry more." Dex thought deeply about what Apple had said. To help Dex understand better, the Pineapple convoy leader enthusiastically explained, for example, like the GM convoy. Mentioning the GM convoy, the Pie convoy leader felt a wave of concern and whispered, "Right, they have a monopoly on trade with dwarves these days. It's harder to find workers now than to do business." The Pineapple convoy leader continued sharing information she had gathered. "They are openly recruiting top adventurers and ice mages. Moreover, they're offering double the usual pay. I heard most of the workforce doesn't engage in trade, they just go there. The Senpai Apple team leader looks dejected, his face buried in his hands out of frustration. They've monopolized the labor force to eliminate competition. Who would have thought a large corporation would use such tactics? Satong, the king, chuckles and says, "What human minds come up with? They defeated their competitors in an unusual way." Dex is lost in deep thoughts, firmly believing that's why they're so arrogant. Suddenly, someone shouts from behind, "The boss is in trouble." Both the Senpai Apple team leader and Dex turn around with a look of shock. A teammate points urgently to the rear. "Our caravan is under attack," Pi Apple exclaims loudly. "What kind of monster?" The teammate continues, "It's not just people. Indeed, a group of seemingly brave people are approaching from afar to attack our Pi caravan." Pi Apple is caught off guard again. He clenches his fists tightly. Oh my god, what do they think using rolling logs here? Dex, still unaware of the situation, asks, "What's going on?" The caravan leader thought about the fierce scorpion from legend and prepared carefully to avoid such a surprise. Now, this group behind is powerful and making loud noises that echo across the land. Apple expresses his concern. "We can't run fast here. It might provoke the scorpion." Who knows what they're thinking? Dex looks at the distant group with a stern gaze, like those guys. Observing the approaching caravan, Dex says nervously, "They seem to be targeting us." It turns out it's the GM caravan. The leader of the GM caravan rushes forward and announces, "We're here now." Dex's eyes glow red. He whispers to Pi Apple, "Did we have any ambushes in the desert?" Pi Apple, frightened, hesitates. "No, we've never heard of such a thing. Stealing will make the GM caravan angry." Dex's mood improves slightly as his eyes gleam with interest. He gently reassures Pi Apple, "Don't worry, they're from the GM caravan. They seem to want to attack us." Pi Apple stands still at this news, visibly shocked. "What did you say?" Pi Apple's thoughts swirl as he contemplates the situation. He questions himself. Why are the GM caravans faster than us? Now is not the time to consider our survival here. All our supplies will be stolen. If we don't survive, our caravan will go bankrupt. The sight of the GM caravan ruthlessly destroying everything in front of them makes Apple's head spin. Enraged by the strong bullying the weak, Pi Apple gathers his courage and declares, "You scoundrels, just because GM is a big company doesn't mean you can trample on the weak like this. Aren't they afraid of retribution?" The white-haired man laughs mockingly. "What do we care about that?" Pi Apple's team leader retorts angrily. "Don't talk nonsense. Don't pretend you didn't know. Who else could have such a large group on the desert?" The GM caravan leader jumps out of his vehicle and warns, "Now that's a bit dangerous, team leader." Pi Apple can't keep calm at this nonsensical statement. He argues back. "Stop talking nonsense. Do you think we don't know? If it wasn't the GM caravan, who else could have such a large group?" The GM caravan leader warns again. Being suspicious of a big company like GM without evidence can be dangerous for your real life. After his sarcastic remark, the GM caravan laughs. Pi Apple is speechless. The white-haired man continues mockingly, "Some people prefer to use cars over here. Sorry, but it feels like stepping on waste. You should deal with bigger caravans instead of smaller ones." Dick maintains his cold expression and looks at the GM caravan. Dex turns to Pi Apple's team leader and asks, "Do we have enough force to defeat them?" Apple firmly replies, "We might not even last long in a fight." Dex suddenly says, that made Pi Apple's team leader shiver. He looks at Dex with suspicion, still questioning. Dex smiles mysteriously and suggests, "Do you want to invest now?" Pi Apple is taken aback by Dex's sudden offer. He stammers, "Huh, investment? What do you mean?" Before he could finish his sentence, Dex broke into a fake smile and shouted loudly, summoning the Golden Knight Farhan. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared in the vast desert sky. This unbelievable event drew everyone's attention as they gaped in shock. The man with reversed hair let out a scream of fear. "What? He's a knight from the city." Contrary to his teammates' fear, GM's leader was secretly delighted, noting that he truly is dangerous and revealing his true face. The mysterious light continued to emit dazzling rays onto the ground. Dex spoke up, "I'm tired of being oppressed by this GM group. Isn't it right?" Pineapple's team leader was taken aback, but now faced another shock, making him restless as he looked at Dex in surprise. Dex proposed, "So, if I invest, would you like to develop your group into the strongest in Acadia?" Then Dex took his mask and put it on his face. At this moment, a system notification appeared. The deceitful mask had changed the world. Pineapple's team leader widened his eyes in shock at Dex. Apple mumbled, "You're." Dex glared fiercely at the GM group before him. The full moon illuminated Dex's path like a guiding light. The white-haired man was the first to react. He looked ahead with suspicion and suddenly spoke up, "Wait, Dex. Could he be the same as the masked challenger?" One of the GM group members, Jun, trembled in fear when he saw Dex's imposing figure. "I've checked his character name. It can't be him. How could that be Dex?" Another member was terrified and said hesitantly, "What should we do, President?" Facing the difficult situation, GM70's leader ordered, "There was only one thing to do. It would be different from the test at the temple. Don't give him any chance. Finish him off in one strike." King Dao moved gracefully like a display of power. The tip of her sword was aimed at Dutch. As he approached, GM's leader shouted to eliminate Han Mong. Dutch watched his opponent's frantic actions and smiled. Finally, after receiving the order, the GM group members immediately positioned themselves for an ambush, launching attacks to eliminate Dex. The man with reversed hair led to subordinates and bravely attacked, activating a disadvantage effect. A series of effects appeared: speed reduction, stumbling steps, and endless confusion. Dex remained calm. He wasn't worried about the attacks. Instead, he thought about the disadvantage effect. He waited for an opportunity before swiftly attacking with blessings, cautious strikes to counter his opponents. The GM group members struggled to defeat him despite their efforts. The man with reversed hair led to subordinates and bravely attacked, activating a disadvantage effect. A series of effects appeared: speed reduction, stumbling steps, and endless confusion. Dex remained calm. He wasn't worried about the attacks. Instead, he thought about the disadvantage effect. He waited for an opportunity before swiftly attacking with blessings, cautious strikes to counter his opponents. His powerful attack forced the GM group members to struggle to defeat it. Dex stood by calmly observing his opponent's struggles and wondered if this was a support skill. GM's leader announced, "Attack." The entire group charged with determination to defeat Dex. Dex remained calm as if nothing happened. They clashed, creating a massive explosion of smoke and fire. Dex sneered and said, "A combination of disadvantage effects and support skills with damage potential. GM's magic staff is truly unique." Death considered carefully before looking at the GM group with fierce determination. He confirmed, "Sorry, Farhan is a pure endurance knight." At this moment, Death concentrated all his power to attack, causing system notifications to appear. His resolve would withstand countless attacks. His faith in justice would resist the curse cast on him. Farhan's body reached its peak of anti-evil magic. Dex's sharp sword emitted a dazzling golden light. The man with reversed hair was shocked by Dex's unpredictable power and exclaimed, "He blocked that combined attack, even under a curse?" The white-haired man was equally surprised and cursed. "His defense is too high." And Gao Engia called out to Dex as he confidently carried his sword, "I'm not worried about knights or crusaders. If you want to kill me in one strike, good luck." After the initial attack failed, she remained coldly looking at Dex with a hint of anger. She suddenly moved behind Dex and tried to stab him from behind. Dex was surprised by this unexpected situation, but stood still. GM's leader continued to attack Dex. She used the shadow hand technique, poisoning Dex from behind when he was distracted. Dex remained calm despite his predicament and reasoned that high-level immobilization skills couldn't block it. It seemed the initial attack by GM's leader was just a test. After achieving her goal, she announced, "Don't be discouraged, his magic resistance only." physical attacks are still effective attack. Upon receiving the order from their leader, the GM group moved without hesitation to attack with full force, creating a deafening noise. Oof, the white-haired man was still the boldest. After finding Dex's weakness, he boldly cursed, "Die, you miserable scoundrel." Dex only sneered and asked back, "Do you think that's all?" Red engulfed the battlefield. But at this moment, Dex had truly activated his combat mode. The system notification board kept popping up, activating Steadfast Heart, significantly increasing healing speed, activating Holy Hymn, and Quick Healing. And a horrifying scene unfolded. A brutal massacre ensued immediately. Any GM vehicle warrior who approached was completely annihilated. Blood splattered across the battlefield. The situation changed so quickly that Dex was taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, "It's over then?" Dex's deep eyes shone brighter than ever. He sneered and continued to taunt, "If you're going to attack, don't hesitate. You must show all your strength, right?" The GM group was nearly wiped out in a blink. Now, only the seasoned veterans with battlefield experience remained, surrounding Dex. Refusing to surrender, the ex-GM leader still placed her faith in her sword and thrust it into the ground. But immediately after, her sword was flung back, and once again, the system notification board appeared, reporting that Farhan's physique had been stabilized successfully. The ex-GM leader gritted her teeth in frustration at the failed attempt, angrily thinking how absurd it all was. How big a gap is there for this to happen? The two remaining henchmen saw the situation was hopeless. The white-haired man hurriedly reported back to the chairman. Defeating him would be very difficult. The man with reversed hair advised urgently, "Yes, we should retreat now." But as the leader of GMIS, how can you easily admit defeat to an opponent? She hesitated and cursed silently at the two henchmen. How could we escape from such a monster? Then she made her own judgment quietly. "Here, I think he's foreign." Debs lowered her voice and reported, "Now I think your rules have ended," declaring solemnly, "So now is my rule correct?" Then the system announced again, causing the holy figure to switch to combat mode. The flames ignited. A terrifying scene unfolded immediately. The blade emitted a light and immense power that shook heaven and earth. The GM group huddled together in shock. Dexon's face lost its humanity. His voice sounded with unhidden joy. Exactly as expected, beating a few chickens is the best. Then came a powerful attack, quickly destroying and finishing off the GMIS in one note. There was a long silence. The system announced that the suspicious bandits had been eliminated. Self-defense without punishment for attacking them. He earned 9,231 reputation points. Dexter looked at the system and asked disappointedly, "What is this all I get?" Al burned around Dex and whispered, "How much reputation do you think they'll give us? They're just Tepzu." It seems Dex overestimated the GMIS abilities. This is exactly as the saying goes, hope breeds disappointment. Dex sighed after understanding this truth. It's not about what power you use, it's about who you use that power against. When facing 160 scorpions, you need to earn 10,000 reputation points. Tidy stood pondering, then suddenly said, "We should give them a discount. As the Archangel is a judge and savior of the weak, I can't just stand by." The Pineapple Convoy leader quietly observed the battle, sighed, and replied. The Pineapple Convoy leader respectfully bowed in gratitude as Dex saved them again. "Thank you very much. Without your help, we would have suffered heavy losses." The Pylemon Deputy Convoy leader sincerely expressed his gratitude for Dex's generosity. "So what should we do to repay him?" Dex turned back, attentively listening to their explanation. He suddenly thought, "Right, there are a few people here." Dex fell into deep thought again. He pondered, "What should I do now?" Dex needed to carefully consider the situation. While trading with dwarves and elves is not a big deal among players, if they monopolize the market, it's another story. I can't let that happen. After thinking, Dex returned to reality excitedly. "Tao and Chan, do you remember the investment proposal I mentioned earlier? So should we continue discussing this?" Apple and Lemon were stunned by the sudden suggestion. Everything went smoothly as planned. Finally, Tao and Chan discussed how they started their business. They met at a company and got married soon after, but the company went bankrupt during that period. During that time, Arcadia Online was released. They bet all their assets to build their business. Dex, Apple, and Lemon found shelter for the night by the fire, huddled together sharing stories. Dex was intrigued by their life story and asked Han, "So you were laid off and decided to become gamers?" Lemon firmly replied, "It sounds strange, but we took it seriously and started our business." Apple quickly added, "Yes, it wasn't just a risky move." With his sharp mind, Dex understood their words. Link said, "So this business is both their job and a venture." Apple nodded in agreement. "Exactly, that's right." The fire burned brightly under the dark sky. Dex praised them. "Good." He smiled contentedly and sincerely said, "I'll invest in your business." Apple was stunned by Dex's words. His whole body froze. After a long time to regain composure, he asked, "Dex, what kind of investment are you talking about?" Apple's sudden question made Dex think deeply. He rested his hands on the table, deep in thought before making a serious observation. That makes sense. But right after that, Dex proposed terms for their cooperation. "I'll let you to have exclusive control over the trade route between the dwarves and elves." Apple couldn't believe what she heard and was shocked to exclaim, "Really?" In a cheerful mood, Dex continued explaining his thoughts. "And I'll ensure that GM Corporation won't interfere with you too. They need external support for this matter. Then you have to send me some pictures as proof." Apple was amazed by the terms and had to ask again, "Wait a minute, exclusive control over the trade route between dwarves and elves? What do you mean?" Dex's inner thoughts grew thick with worry. He silently pondered if he could keep up with this conversation. With a firm gaze at Apple, Dex clearly declared, "That's what I meant. Your trading guild will handle the trade between dwarves and elves." Apple, still troubled by concerns, immediately explained to Dex why they needed to do this to release it externally. But even if Dex said that, GM Corporation wouldn't sit idle and observe. No matter how strong Dex is, controlling their every move might be a bit difficult. Dex laughed cheerfully and tried to reassure Apple. "Oh, don't worry about that. From now on, dwarves and elves won't trade with anyone related to the new GM Corporation." Dex's statement made Apple suspicious and she bluntly asked, "Why is that?" Dex burst into laughter and said, "What?" Apple quickly voiced her doubts to Dex. "Oh, it's just a bit unreasonable. For dwarves and elves to trade with our small guild would be a shock in the gaming world, right? And extremely unreasonable. Why would they do that?" In response to Apple's question, Dex smiled mysteriously and lost himself in deep thought. After careful consideration, Dex sighed and quickly answered, "If I tell them to do it, they will." Saying this, he smiled happily at them. "Why would they do that?" Dave chuckled and said, "Because I told them to." The game system announced the arrival in Rumia Desert Outskirts. Dave sat across from Peace Caravan members. The game system notified, "Do you want to accept the agreement?" A notice appeared. Accepting the agreement could only be cancelled if both parties agree. Please choose carefully. Apple was still thinking about whether to accept it, offering 50% of Peace Caravan profits to player Dave. Apple thought hesitantly. It sounds a bit unfair, but not entirely. Without him, this business would have failed long ago. So now we can only trust him. Apple turned to her teammates and nodded in agreement. They confidently agreed with the game system notification. The Sherebi Caravan accepted the investment agreement. An investment agreement was established with the Sherebi Caravan. "You have purchased 50% of the Sherebi shares." Dex smiled contentedly and nodded at them. "You made a wise decision. I'm sure you won't regret it." Dex threw down a small bag of gold coins, which spilled out. "Here, take this, Apple." Apple picked up the bag and was amazed to say, "On Dex, is this money?" Dex smiled and said, "You need a solid foundation for the future. Just consider it an advance payment." Dex stepped out of the tent, turned around, and looked back. "Emma is coming to the dwarf village this time. Can you bring my friend along too? I want to introduce you to a player named Apo. You'll understand when we meet. Please keep this money for me." Apo looks at Dex curiously. Dex, why aren't you going with us? Do you really trust me with this gold? Dex smiles slightly. I have a small matter to attend to. I need to deal with someone. Your voice and expression are completely different now. You look nothing like the smiling, handsome guy before. Apple and Lemon instinctively hold hands as they watch Dex's anger. Both of them open their mouths wide in shock. You're sitting in a room on the phone. Okay. I've reviewed that video. The person on the other end quickly responds. We've put in a lot of effort to produce it. It will definitely be popular. Thank you for giving us this chance to take revenge on GM. Thanks, Dex. You seem happy. I just asked you to edit the video. Director, you've worked hard. So look at the computer screen and smile. Yes, I'm very satisfied with this video. Just post it then. A new video has been posted on the daily vlog channel of Destroyer's daily logs in the GM headquarters building. The GM chairman sits on a large sofa and sighs. These guys say our third quarter revenue is not only not increasing, but will decrease significantly too. Why are you telling me now? Our wireless electronics business has dropped 80% in revenue compared to last year. Huh? I didn't put you on the board because you're my sons. What have you been doing? My eldest son speaks loudly. Hold on, Dad. No, Chairman. We've tried our best to increase revenue, but the chairman angrily shouts, cut it out. He points at his son and the employees. Don't you know how serious this situation is? It's $1 billion. $1 billion. That game they look down on now aims to make a profit of $1 billion and in the future, even $700 billion. The blonde-haired employee hums softly as the chairman continues his rant. This chairman is furious. He shouts louder and louder, but still doesn't realize that spending money on building factories instead of developing products was a mistake. Listen carefully. I didn't put you on the board because this job is easy or impossible. I don't want to hear any nonsense. The chairman stands up and points at the group with 5 fingers. I put you here to make GM a #1 company in South Korea at all costs. If it's impossible, make it possible. Learn from that youngest jaguar. We've said this before. These useless brats. The young blonde-haired man smiles sarcastically as he walks down the hallway. Haha, these fools. I knew this would happen. Dex grins with a look of contempt in his eyes. They treat us like trash. Now they will have to bow their heads. Finally, we are the leaders of this era. Suddenly, two male employees call out, Choi Ji-gyu. The black-haired man speaks first. You'd better be humble. The other follows and grits his teeth. Don't think you can do well forever. Your delusion will come to an end. Choi Ji-gyu laughs with a mocking tone. Haha, you came here just to vent. Are you ashamed? Both men get angry, but their words fall flat. What's wrong with this brat? Choi Ji-gyu smirks. Prove your frustration by showing real strength. That's the rule at GM. You know it. He repeated chairman's words, making them possible no matter how impossible they were. Choi Ji-gyu returned to his room with the leg propped up on the chair, laughing loudly as he held his stomach. He sighed in admiration. Wow, amazing. Looking at those seniors and feeling so good about it. Ha ha ha. The old butler beside him nodded, pleased that Ji-gyu was doing well. Of course, absolutely fantastic. His face changed to a sinister expression like a villain's when he saw his rival fall, showing a bit of madness even more. If my company's revenue increased by $1 billion, becoming the CEO of GM would no longer be just a dream. My time has finally come. The butler suddenly broke out in a sweat, struggling to maintain this expression. Sorry for disturbing you while you were having fun, but the Destroyer's daily vlog channel just posted a new video. Choi Ji-gyu asked abruptly, what? He picked up his phone and stared at the screen. What is it? Another video about us, right? That bastard wants to expose me or what? The butler will lie. You have to watch it yourself. Choi Ji-gyu's face was a mix of anger and excitement. What does he want this time? He stared at the screen for a long while before finally uttering two words. What is it? A comment appeared on the screen. Haha, I've watched it several times. Haha. The screen flickered and emitted static sounds. GM Corporation. Their images appeared, with one of them saying in a sneering tone, "They must be desperate to use that worthless logo." The other person rubbed his chin, revealing a contemptuous smile. "Living on trash like this, they must play games in agony." He crossed his arms with clear intentions. "Hey you guys, your recent deals are involving GM's products. Keep it up and come to me for business." The other person stepped forward, ordering them to transfer all their orders to our GM Corporation. "With such a scale, you won't be able to handle it." Two others stood on the edge of the cliff, holding reins, watching down. Another white-haired person outside also spoke up. "They're monopolizing labor to eliminate competition. They chose this cheap way. They are from our GM convoy. It seems they came to attack us." The young woman in a red robe, with a bandage on her chest and face hidden behind fabric. If not for the two things sticking out, one might wonder if she was male or female. She spoke up, "Leader of this small convoy. Suspecting GM like that, if sued, your real-life life will be in danger." The screen flickered, but the voice continued. "It seems some people are still naive enough to believe. So don't be reckless and cooperate with a decent guild instead." Far away appeared the silhouette of a black-robed figure surrounded by golden monor. He approached as his sword appeared in hand. It's time to teach them a lesson." The comment was followed by a barrage of curses directed at GM. It quickly went viral. 47 missed calls from Miscall. Choi Ji-gyu rubbed his head in despair. What's going on? His phone continued to ring, startling him. Deputy CEO Choi, the video. What situation is this? The deputy CEO replied. They said they won't take down the video. If I want, they are ready to stand in court. He spoke, each word carefully chosen. Those scumbags E+, living on my salary and now leaving the company to play tricks on me like this? Choi Ji-gyu slumped down, his hand supporting his chin. I won't let this go. Damn it! Vice President Choi chimed in from behind. First, you need to decide how to handle this video. Because the situation is still unclear, the evidence is still vague. We should act like this was just an accident and we're not involved. He suddenly had a realization and replied, right, blame those stupid employees for nonsense and fire them. Why did we hire them in the first place? Vice President Choi couldn't come up with anything else but to say yes. He raised his hand to straighten his tie, vowing that he would personally deal with them. Choi Ji-gyu entered the game. The game system announced, GM's Zumia branch is in chaos as a large fire breaks out and consumes everything. Other players mocked and shook their heads in shock. I'll gather some scorpions. The evil corporation must be taught a lesson. Haha, let's go. I know the way out. Follow me, everyone. Zigu trembled and said, what's happening? What happened? Let's check the information together and report back. Players with grudges against GM have joined forces to attack. Currently, 60% of our corporation is unable to operate. Zigu impatiently said, you can tell just by looking. The other teammate added, the attack continues on the main road. We're trying to minimize cargo losses, but it's hard due to the Scorpion's destructive power. I've already lost about 2 million gold. GQ was shocked and muttered under his breath. 2 million means 20 billion guan evaporated? He waved his hand, spreading out 5 fingers to command, profits, temporarily terminate all agreements with the dwarves, everything left over. We must prevent other corporations from exploiting resources as they please. The teammate turned to look at the woman behind him and said, I see now. Jigu shouted, what did the dwarves refuse? That's absurd. The woman confirmed, exactly, all dwarves have refused trade with our GM corporation. Negotiations were ineffective. Perhaps we offended them. Jigu couldn't believe it and shouted loudly. Offended? It can't be true, they're just NPCs. What's emotion anyway? The woman confirmed, but indeed, their actions caused a problem. She looked sadder now. NPC actually had the same thoughts as you, but it wasn't GM's fault. It was a disaster. The fire continues to rage. We can only contain it, not extinguish it. Dex, an image of a black-robed figure appeared in his mind. Is this how you play Arcadia? On the broadcast news, at 9 o'clock, GM invested heavily in the virtual reality game Arcadia and confirmed that these funds were used to collect assets within the game. The National Bureau of Investigation believes it's highly likely that those assets have been converted into yuan or dollars and could be used for illegal fundraising activities. Therefore, the National Tax Bureau has initiated an urgent tax investigation against the corporation. The stance of the National Tax Bureau is to thoroughly investigate and verify any illegal activities and tax evasion. Jigyu lay back on his chair with a blank expression. This is over. On another side, as sunlight shone down on a carriage, Death leaned against it, yawning long and bored. Golden light filtered through the leaves of the forest. Tan said, "Master, it seems things are starting to stir up." Dex asked curiously. "What?" Tan quickly replied. "The things you're upset about because they lack potential. You can ask more." "Ah, the GM Merchant Guild. I don't know much, but it seems something happened because those little devils are plotting. This time, what trouble have you caused?" Tan replied. Then Dex asked again. "You've always been on our side. This time, don't tell me you still don't know what those little devils are talking about?" I was a bit curious. How could those little devils even know about that? Tan answered straightforwardly, "Oh, didn't I tell the master yet? Recently, I've been using your daily affairs as training materials for my minions. Many demons have become fans because they enjoy your cruel and unimaginable methods. If you knew how much those little devils admire you, it would shock you. They admire you only after me," Tan said with a satisfied laugh. "Have you ever thought about giving sermons in hell? It would be very famous." "I can't believe it, never in my life. Dan, everyone thinks I'm cruel, but I've lived quite a clean life." "Sermonizing to demons? But among the people I've met, you're definitely the most cruel one," Tan quickly explained. A sudden blow to the head from Tan. "Why do you keep mocking him like that? This dirty thing. Ouch, ouch, ouch." Tan groaned in pain. Elle continued clearly, "You must have forgotten that I'm the guardian angel of that person. My mission is to prevent you from leading Dex astray like you did before. If you still plan to pull tricks and lead Dex down to hell again in front of me, I'll personally destroy your hideout in Muspelheim." Tan retorted quickly, "A self-proclaimed angel is the most demonic one." The two started arguing loudly. "What did you just say? Did I make a mistake or am I right and you're just reacting? Take this piece of dirt, you stupid fall." Dex ignored it and continued enjoying his ride. Peaceful indeed. Suddenly, the carriage driver announced, "We've arrived at your destination. I can only take you to here." Des got off the carriage and handed over the money. "Here's my fare." The old man nervously reached out his hand. "Oh, thank heavens, I'm very grateful." Like a young man. "Be careful. I don't know why you came to this city, but it's the most dangerous and cruel place on the continent. The fifth forbidden zone of Acadia, the Caribbean Sea. Shall we go there?" Dex asked. The Caribbean Sea, a city of crime, and the ocean of Kraken is different from other areas. This place was chosen for its cruelty. Being one of the 5 forbidden zones in Acadia, it doesn't need to be discussed regarding the danger here. But to achieve my goal, I must pass through this area, Dex thought. The system notification sounded, "You have arrived at the city of crime, Caribbean Sea. Be wary of the hidden dangers in the city. Mission 5, World Tree requires you to bring back a long heart. However, targeting Gondrian, Arcadia's guardian and the powerful leader of dragons, seems a bit difficult. Don't worry, there are rumors that there might be dragons living somewhere on another continent. The World Tree doesn't care about the origin of the long heart. So why not go find it, explore other continents of Arcadia? Mission details can change based on player actions." After hearing the mission, Dex thought to himself, suddenly wanting to move to a different continent while still unfinished with this one, unreasonable demands indeed. "Dan, I trust the information from whoever brought me here. Can we really leave the continent from the Caribbean Sea?" Dex asked. "How am I supposed to know? The devil told me this. Said it was something he heard in a story many decades before it was summoned, but it's worth trying anyway." Dan replied. The sound of footsteps. Dex hears a noise and turns to look. Suddenly, a rock flies from somewhere and lands beside Dex. A green-haired boy appears behind him and calls out, "My lord, walking here is very dangerous. Hurry up and hide, okay?" Three young men suddenly appear, one in white with his hair slicked back, one in green wearing a handkerchief around his head carrying a basket of fruit. The last one is tall and muscular with a large scar on his head, carrying an additional wooden box. Debs and the boy hide behind a wall to observe. "Phil, lucky you," the green-haired boy says. Debs speaks up. So according to what he said, there's a gang war happening in the city right now, and anyone who looks suspicious will be mistaken for a member of another gang and killed. The green-haired boy clearly answers, "Yes, sir. If you cause trouble here, not only will it affect you, but all the people living in this alley will get caught in the crossfire too." Looking at Dex's outfit, the boy questions, "Why are you wearing so many layers?" His name is Han, a Caribbean resident, 10 years old. "How come? You don't even know such basic things. You must be an outsider." Dex pulls down his hat politely and replies, "Sorry, I just arrived in the city." Han is surprised after hearing this. "Hold on a moment. Are you really an outsider? Is that serious? Meaning you're planning to go to the Caribbean and then cross over to another continent? I think it's impossible. Even if you avoid the pirates, no one has ever survived a confrontation with the deep-sea monster. Why don't you give up on this? Only one person in the Caribbean region has ever made it back alive after crossing the treacherous sea." Dex turns to question this. "What is that? Who is it?" Han quickly answers, "Who? I don't know, sir. King Kraken Carlos. He established the Black Kraken gang and became a legendary figure who conquered the Caribbean Sea completely. King of the Krakens." Dex says to himself, "Sounds like someone who would give out a bunch of quests." Dex continues speaking, "So where do we go to meet this Carlos guy?" "Right, meeting him. He's probably being held in some kind of prison." Han continues, "A few years ago, several gangs teamed up and ambushed King Carlos. And even if you manage to get to where he's imprisoned, he won't talk to anyone who isn't at his level. I don't think you'll get any information out of him." "What are you talking about?" Dex asks, "Honestly, you look like someone who has never killed before." Han continues, "You need to play with at least a few hundred lives to be considered on the same level as him." Dex lowers his head in thought. "I see. So there are conditions for starting this quest. Reputation, just my luck. I have something like that." The system sound plays again, changing titles, now equipped with New Vigilante. Dex continues speaking, "I never thought I'd have to use this title." "So what, little guy, New Vigilante?" Dex grins mischievously, "Just enough to meet that Carlos guy, right?" His face pale, voice trembling. "How did you get here so fast?" He then thought about the killing intent. "It's so strong that counting the number of people he killed becomes meaningless. King Hasek Koklos once ruled the Caribbean with an iron fist and was a feared criminal in the region. Standing before the powerful Hasek fleet, it seems no one can resist him. Yes, father, until that day. Let me help you become the leader of the Hasek fleet. This is Captain Abin of the Red Rose Gang's condition. You must give her half control over the Caribbean region." "What will you do?" Sparrow, a burly man with a red bandana and a patch over his right eye. Sparrow slammed his hand on the table in determination, and the name Sparrow turned its back on Carlos. Carlos angrily shouted, "Sparrow," as he chased after him. And so began the era of Sparrow, the new leader of the Hasek fleet, and Captain Abin of the Red Rose Gang. With a serious gesture, he recounted how power in the Caribbean was split into due to this, making streets here always flow with blood. Those were good days. Everyone knew they were criminals and did illegal things for survival, but there was loyalty and brotherhood. Suddenly, Tan spoke up, "Master, isn't this kid only 10 years old? How can he speak like an old man while his mouth is still full of milk?" Dex laughed and asked, "What's the problem if I meet Carlos?" "Of course not. At your level, you should be on par with Abel. No, you need to match Carlos. He looks terrifyingly similar." Han enthusiastically replied, "Deal. But there's still one thing no one knows. Where is Carlos locked up?" Dex asked. Yes. Even if you know the location, it would be nearly impossible to get close. Hasek and Red Rose's elite guards are always on 24/7's watch. HMM. Yeah. Dex suddenly snapped his fingers. Master, what are you thinking? Just kill them all. Tan agreed. Everyone else echoed. This city is full of criminals who need to be judged. We bring justice to this land. F** King straight in response. Are you trying to cause trouble for personal gain? Yo and Tan turned their heads away, pretending to cough as if they were fighting back a fit of laughter. Dex helplessly thought that at this moment, they worked well together. Han stood aside, not understanding what was happening. The ultimate goal is to cross the ocean. It's not something we can do alone. We need manpower. Dex started calculating. Right, if I deal with the leaders of each faction, their followers will be useful too. He smiled wickedly as he thought this. Han stood next to Jun holding a cane. Forgive me for disturbing you. Why are you smiling like that? Are you scaring me? Emitting a strong aura of possession and control, the leader of the Shadow Assassins, Black Shadow, a being from the Netherworld temporarily inhabiting a new player's body. You can use the power of temporary possession. With a terrifying gaze, Dex revealed his ominous aura. We have some information now. Move quickly. When a being from the Netherworld temporarily inhabits a player's body, Dex can use the power of temporary possession. He smiled wickedly and said, since we found this info, let's go. Han was shocked and fell to his knees on the ground. Huh, what happened? This person's aura has changed. He became someone else. This time, he gave off an aura of endless darkness. Dex's body almost merged with the shadows. Just as I expected, being able to hide and move in the dark is a top-notch skill. Dex was surprised by Han's sudden bowing and trembling fear, pleading for his life. At the same time, the system announced passive skill activation, eternal fear of death and chaotic darkness. Unable to control his rising fear, Han panicked. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. Please spare my life. Seeing this, Dex thought, oh, is it because of that passive skill I activated? Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Then Han said to Han, well, thank you anyway. If everything goes smoothly, I'll come by later. Dex gradually disappeared before Han's surprised face, and left a gold coin as a token of appreciation. In another space, at the control center, Alice looked at the screen and notified Karibi, the Pirate King, then Kaklos about special information related to player Dex, analyzing priority level 1. She analyzed in depth the plot relationship between the Pirate King and the player, listing related missions such as Karib's criminal city and the schemes of criminals in dark alleys. The glorious era of Carlos, the Pirate King, his fall from grace, his burning desire for freedom, hope for oppressed people all were deleted by Alice with a click. The screen showed the main script. Main plot. Episode 19. Revolutionary flames began to ignite. Episode 20. Era of exploitation. Episode 25. Other scripts like Bangia were also deleted. Alice requested, set the main script. A moment later. System notification. A new main script has been created. Episode 3. New world, new continent. At Acadia Korean branch office. In a meeting room, the script team leader, Kang Tae-hun, stood up to speak. I have something to say to the Korean branch staff. Thank you for your hard work even though it's late at night now. The people below couldn't hold back and whispered complaints. What's going on? I thought everything had calmed down after the World Tree incident, right? Today is my wife's birthday, so I was hoping to go home early. Kang Tae-hun quickly explained. The reason I gathered you all here today because sensitive level 1 information that company policy forbids access to has leaked out. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Without waiting for them to calm down, Kang Tae-hun continued, as you all know, Arcadia consists of 8 continents. The Korean branch oversees the 2nd continent. Each continent is like a server for each country. So people on different continents can't communicate because their servers are isolated from one another. Kang Tae-hun emphasized that this information now suggests it's possible. In Karibi, the criminal city, A mission allowing you to travel between continents has appeared. Of course, it's extremely difficult and requires meeting special conditions. A man couldn't believe what he was hearing. Travel between continents. A woman with her hair tied in a ponytail beside him wondered, so what should her Korean branch do now? Kang Tae-hun replied that the NPC responsible for this mission is Carlos, the Pirate King. You have to help and persuade him to undertake the intercontinental voyage. The woman with her hair tied in a ponytail expressed, I heard that even when Katlu's Pirate King approached you, he didn't care if your status isn't enough to make an entire continent tremble. Even if such an intercontinental mission appears, no one would meet the conditions, right? Behind King Tae-hun stood someone who couldn't help but say, that's true, logically speaking. With a distant look, he continued, but do you know about this? In our second continent, there is someone from the Korean server who can meet those requirements. Lee Mizan at the other end of the table spoke calmly and unhurriedly. Alice has changed that script. She confirmed that soon, servers of different countries will be connected, and players from these servers will connect with each other. In the game, it's night now, a full moon casting light on Karibi. In the dangerous Karibi area, this is the base of the Night Pirate Gang. From afar, there are for level 200 guards. Their ranks are among the top, right? He confidently stated that Carlos must be here. Satan on his shoulder said, they say the darkest place where light does not reach. Could they be hiding the Pirate King Carlos underground? I'll waste my time if I check now. So what's the plan? Master, please. The guard spat out, shut up. What plan do we have? We will convince him to join our side. That's the only way to make this work. In the dungeon, Carlos sat against the wall in a corner, his head bowed and eyes closed, making no sound. A guard came over and tossed a bowl of food inside, loudly. Hey, here's your meal. Inside, Carlos cursed. Damn it, this place is terrible. Do you think I'll eat this? Looking at the bowl of food, he sneered. It's no different from rat food. But circumstances didn't allow Carlos to be picky. He needed to eat. As he ate, Carlos silently thought he couldn't die painfully in this place, not as a former pirate king. Someday, I'll get out of here and seek revenge, even if it means giving up my soul. Suddenly, a voice echoed. It was Dex, his spirit. Are you serious? Carlos recoiled in fear, looking round and asked, who's there? In the darkness, Dex chuckled, right here. Carlos stared wide-eyed with sweat beads. What is that? A shadow? Dex gradually took shape from the dark shadow on the ground, but mostly remained in the shadows. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was slowly going mad. Carlos looked up at Dex and asked, who are you? Dex smiled and replied, me. Who knows, right? I'm a demon. A demon who will fulfill your wishes. The system immediately announced that the noise level had exceeded the required threshold, deactivating Carlos's ultimate power passive skill. Carlos's criminal self-esteem passive skill was disappearing, and his contempt for the weak passive skill was being deactivated. Under Dex's pressure, Carlos thought, what kind of terrible pressure is this? His senses were confronting countless demons like himself, telling him that it was a real demon. The system continued to announce, Pirate King Sang-ha Carlos has fulfilled the conditions required to create a new script, a turning point has been reached, and the mission is being updated. Dex asked bluntly, cut to the chase, Pirate King Carlos, what do you wish for? At the same time, two passive skills were activated, endless fear of death and chaotic darkness. Hearing this, Carlos shuddered and replied, I wish to seek revenge on those who betrayed me. Make them bleed. Dex chuckled maliciously, a bloody revenge, huh? What kind of wish is that to ordinary? Carlos couldn't help but loudly ask. Hey, can you really grant a wish to me? Dex confidently replied, of course I can. My wishes will come true the moment I make them. Carlos wondered, what's the price? Then he hesitantly said, my soul? In his mind, Dex quickly added, okay, master, give me your soul. Dex whispered angrily in his head, shut up, you're distracting me. Returning to reality, Dex sarcastically said, read less fairy tales. Carlos, I don't want your soul. Then he extended his hand towards Carlos and continued smiling. I just want one thing. Can you take me out to the Endless Sea? Carlos exclaimed in surprise. The Endless Sea? Could it be? He secretly thought about a new continent. Carlos couldn't help but laugh loudly. The two pirate guards were startled. One angrily said, "What's that?" The other guard looked and replied, "It's Carlos. He must be crazy." In the dungeon, Carlos firmly stated, "You're not a demon. Shut up, man. I'm actually kind of friends with demons." Hearing this, Carlos proudly laughed. Even me, the survivor from the Endless Sea, something that only exists in legend. Then, half doubtful, he asked again, "Are you entrusting your life to someone like me?" Dick praised Carlos with winks. "I believe no one is more suitable as a companion for this legendary challenge than you. I'm right, aren't I, Pirate King Carlos?" He thought about it in his head. A new continent? That sounds interesting. If it really exists, it means there are still many people out there who must kneel and obey me. Carlos thought for a moment and agreed, accepting your challenge but secretly adding that an unknown enemy is even more evil than a devil. He looked excited, promising to bring us to the new continent. A while later, a loud explosion echoed from underground. The pirates were startled, wondering what was happening. "What's going on? What's happening here?" One pirate rushed over to report urgently. "Urgent? Carlos has escaped prison. Hurry up! Report to the superiors." Standing on the city wall, Carlos looked down below. The pirates were ready for battle with their weapons at the ready. A loud roar echoed. "Surrender, Carlos. You won't escape in the Caribbean." Hearing this, Carlos sneered. "Ha ha, surrender. Are you challenging me?" The clouds cleared away. The moonlight highlighted Carlos's menacing face. He held a bone sword and said disdainfully below, "Let me tell you, even if there were 10,000 bugs like you on me, you still couldn't defeat me." Going back to the past, after the deal was made, Carlos asked Dex, "If we faced all of Caribbean's forces together, how many could you bring?" Dex closed his eyes and calmly replied, "Everyone." This surprised Carlos greatly. Then he sighed, "But that would be too boring, right?" He then proposed an idea. "I have a better one." The system announcement sounded next. "You've given Carlos a weapon, consuming 85,000 reputation points. Carlos's favor towards you has increased. Carlos regards you as a close friend. Title, Friend of the Pirate King. Your reputation in the Caribbean has significantly improved." A new rumor is spreading in the Caribbean city. Carlos's sword, named the Terror of the Black Sea, is legendary. It is made from the bones of a giant sea creature living in the Black Sea. It contains eternal darkness and hell's fear. With 300 uses, pressure up to 130,000, rank 1 ocean crossing, rank 3 or higher. No limit, infinite durability, power around 3,000 to 3,300, increases subordinate combat strength by 30% and speed by 30% when traveling by ship. Increases warship combat capability twofold, locates the nearest enemy ship, and special skill, Pirate Command, Absolute Control. Carlos joyfully shouted, "Look closely, witness the return of Pirate King Carlos." Then he rushed down quickly, swinging his sword, causing pirates to fall wherever it went. Death stood on the city wall, looking down at the scene with satisfaction and said, "Fits him well. Knew you'd do a good thing by giving him that sword." Satan, the king of hell, stood beside Death with raised eyebrows, curiously asking, "Master, why did you use reputation points to give him that sword instead of doing it yourself?" Deathquake chuckled and replied, "Hey, this way I can save some reputation points, right?" Amazed by Deathquake's words, Satan looked down and continued, "Learn from this. Sometimes observing silently can bring benefits more quietly than acting on your own. Sometimes it's better not to act at all." Suddenly, a fearless pirate rushed towards Carlos shouting, "Carlos, you're crazy. Do you want to die? How dare you escape prison?" Carlos looked back and laughed maniacally. "Ha ha, who is this? Long time no see, Sparrow." Sparrow roared angrily. "Carlos, what can you do now? My subordinates are all dead. Do you think you can defeat us all? Even the Red Rose forces are coming here. Once Abin's army arrives, you'll die." Facing Carlos with a calm expression said, I've told you before, Sparrow. You will lie on the ground in an ugly state. Then Carlos exerted his strength, drawing from the depths of the sea, energy forming into huge tentacles. Sparrow's terrifying moment had begun. He only knew to tremble with utmost terror. No, don't come here! The big explosion sent rocks and dust flying around, smoke billowing everywhere. Captain Abel was shocked. What's going on? That's Carlos' power. It's absurd. A figure is seen on the city wall. Looking into Dex's eyes, Abel couldn't help being terrified. Seeing Carlos hovering in the sky, she shouted, "Carlos, don't say you made a pact with the devil, didn't you?" Carlos looked down and chuckled. Who could it be? Isn't that Abel from the Caribbean? The one who likes to drink blood. Right now, they're making their move. Energy forms around Abel as he screams in pain. Then Abel's deafening scream echoed, the scene filled with blood. So are you ready to pay the price? Then Abel's loud cry was heard from afar. Dex received a system notification. Captain Blackbird, Sparrow is dead. Captain Redbeard, Abin is dead. You've achieved impressive results by eliminating to ship captains who ruled the Caribbean crime syndicates. Congratulations on becoming the Punisher. After killing Abel, Carlos looked at the remaining pirates with a sinister smile. Who will be next? Al stood there in awe. Even though it's a massacre, justice still needs to be served, right? Dex didn't answer but said, "Hold on, Al, the fun is just beginning." Carlos coldly asked from above, "What are you doing down there? Shout out why you're retreating." The pirates trembled in fear. "We're scared. We don't want to die." Carlos raised his voice. "What's this, you useless bunch?" Faced with the pirates' shock, he angrily shouted, "How dare you call yourself a member of Blackbeard's crew when you won't fight? What did you do when I was ambushed and betrayed by someone? You're begging for mercy now like this. This is how you think about the Blackbird crew, huh? Has my Blackbird self sunk to the bottom of the sea?" Hearing that, the pirates quickly dropped their weapons. They knelt and begged for mercy. "We're sorry, King Blackbird Cocklos. We've stained the Blackbird crew. Please kill us." Eo's eyes widened in surprise. Carlos calmly said, "We should have killed you all, but I'll give you one last chance." Then he raised his sword and shouted, "Let's do this. Once again under the Blackbird crew flag, we will spread our beliefs and ambitions across the world. From now on, the Caribbean is unified once more." The pirates gained strength, raising their fists high in defiance. Spread the message throughout the continent. Burn this unjust world and create a fair and free one. Whether you're noble, beggar, criminal, or islander, who cares what you are? Come to the Caribbean for a roll call. Here and now, the first step towards freedom has begun. And with our dear friend Dex, Carlos joyfully put his arm around Dex. Dex's face turned pale. Wait, something doesn't seem right here. The system announcement came like a prophecy under the full moon. King Blackbird Cocklos declared a new step for the Caribbean. Those who yearn for freedom are rushing to the Caribbean. When the time is right, a new nation will rise. The Devil King's eyes lit up in praise. Master, you're awesome. You took all the glory from him and made it yours. That's why you're so generous. Isn't it? He wanted to continue talking nonstop. When dealing with potential individuals, the master doesn't hesitate to invest resources to make them strong enough to shake the world. Boom, this is not just a good idea. This is super lucky, isn't it? Just as expected. The master's thoughts are so deep I can't grasp them. Dex remained silent, lost in thought. I have to admit, I didn't expect this result either. He called Carlos. "Hey Carlos." He turned and replied, "Yes. What is it, my friend?" He said everything's fine, but our promise takes priority. He burst into laughter. "Of course, don't worry, these are just the first steps. Ha ha ha." He confidently stood with his arms crossed, announcing to everyone, "Look up, I'm about to assign the first mission." He clearly declared from now on, our Black Sea gang, no, our Caribbean gang, we will explore new continents and see roots there. Carlos shouted loudly, "Report all clues you have, even the smallest ones. The decision is ours, not yours." All conditions needed to activate the main screen are in place. The main screen part 2, The New Land Electric has begun. The mission connection, a story from a forgotten legend, has been created. You have been chosen as the key player for the main screen. The progress of the main screen will change based on your actions. Be careful, Dex silently observed and thought. I didn't think things would be this chaotic. Well, not bad either. A video was uploaded to YouTube. A figure appeared confidently walking forward. People started discussing wildly in the comments. Dex was there? In an elegant building? Joe and his subordinates exclaimed in surprise. What's going on here? Joe gritted his teeth angrily. Who would do something like this? It's a bunch of colorful outfits with a small note attached. Dex's fans. The video of the confident figure walking forward is very popular online. The number of comments has reached over 32,000. All comments are directed at that guy. That's Dex. Look, it's Dex in the video. Did this channel get permission from Dex before uploading? It looks like a company called Eblis. Do you think Dex signed any contract with them? If that's the case, who knows about Dex's identity? Hey, it seems some comments have been deleted. They're trying to stir up trouble, right? Don't they know about freedom of speech? It looks like we need to show them the power of Dex's fans. Explain. Dex received a phone call. He hesitated slightly. So you're saying you spent the whole day deleting comments and blocking users? The person on the other end replied, sorry, but is there any way to contact Dex directly? All my staff are trying to control the comments. It's overwhelming now. Dex was worriedly thinking, maybe this finally happened. Moreover, Dex's fans must have realized that. He was trying to reassure himself. Well, we don't get a choice here. Joe is reliable. Dex dialed another call. Joe, it's me, Dex. The name Joe sounded startled. Oh my! Dex said, I like Sokoler as the character's name, but my nickname is Dex. I don't want to reveal this because of situations like these. Joe hesitated and replied, yeah, okay. Dex told him, I just wanted you to know this. Joe said, tell your staff that Dex and I are friends. He nodded, oh, got it, I understand. Dex also said, and I'll make a video myself. Post it to calm things down. A new video was uploaded from the Destroyer's Daily Journal channel. Dex appeared in the video with a headscarf covering his face. Testing mic. He started speaking, everyone listen up. From the video, he said, I'm talking about those fans of Dex causing chaos on this channel. All viewers watching through their screens are getting anxious. Dex, oh my god, it's really Dex. The cold one says, I have a close relationship with this channel owner and agreed to post my video here. No one knows who I am, so stop bothering me. Many people are watching his video, so just leave others alone and stop it. I know you won't listen to reasons or threats when someone commits a crime or follows someone, but if you don't listen to me now, I'll quit this game forever. So do it right. If you keep pushing me, I'm really quitting. Everyone is shocked by how much he loves snakes. He also said, oh, and he stuck his middle finger in their faces. My sissies are black now, satisfied? The video ends with a revealing scene. Ms. Angry asks the girl, did you hear anything? She replies, yes. Dex's sissies are black too. Immediately, there's excitement, black. Finally, we know it's black, and moreover, it's a classic color. From now on, I'll be all about the black aesthetic. Should we rename our guild to Black as Love? The case is closed. Everyone saw that. From now on, if you continue to post uncivil comments on the Destroyer's Daily channel, we will immediately punish you. Everyone responds in unison, yes, understood. He boldly declares, not only that, from now on, all negative comments will be considered acts of rebellion against our guild. No matter who it is, whether a GM or anyone else, we won't spare them and deal with them immediately. With enthusiasm, he shouts, brothers, move forward for the bright future ahead. Everyone echoes, gifts. It's another morning at the fancy house where there's a delivery announcement. The delivery guy shyly brings it in saying, this is a bit embarrassing. Inside is the black thong as Dex mentioned, but since it's from a fan, I have to deliver it. Caribbean Autonomous Zone, first port. Carlos walks round inspecting. Bring more wood here. After finishing this part, we'll move on to part B. He shouts loudly, all right, you, don't forget, the goal of our organization is for everyone to cooperate and restore the glory of the Caribbean port city. He replies, yes, Sir Carlos. The restoration efforts in the criminal city are progressing. 36% of the city's functions have been restored, gang wars have ended, and the city's stability has increased by 89%. Dex stands quietly watching as the city gradually recovers, noticing a significant change in its atmosphere. Moreover, Kingsley Captain Carlos, when a capable person takes charge, the results are much better. Carlos asks Dex, oh, where have you been for so long? My friend sent me many messages to check on you. Dex waves and greets him. Sorry, I was busy with some business meetings. He points at the item in front of him and asks, look here, you naughty boy, what are those things? He chuckles and answers, these are items I found by searching every corner of the Caribbean as per your instructions. Among them is an old compass, a magical artifact. I started to doubt if it works because its destination keeps changing. Next is a faded map, also a magical item. Only parts are faded, making it hard to determine. The next one is a broken spyglass, another magical item. A broken glass tube that you can't see anything no matter how many times you use it. The last item, an old nautical logbook, also magical. It was stored in the warehouse for a long time and the paper has become crumbled due to water damage, making it hard to read. Carlos proudly says, they look like ancient artifacts on the ground, but surely they're related to the endless sea legends. I guarantee that as the sea captain. However, they are in such a state of disrepair after being left for so long that their functions have been lost. Dex asks him, oh, how important are these items? He sternly replies, naturally, based on this logbook, without those two items, they couldn't survive the endless sea. If they want to reach the new continent, we need to fix them. Dex asks back, fix? Is there another way? After thinking, he says, I've thought about it, but with these ancient artifacts, especially those imbued with magic, we have no other choice but to seek help from the Lamb Tower. Carlos appeals to Dex for help. Sorry, but most people in the Caribbean are fugitives, so can you go to the Lamb Tower on our behalf? Dabs received a new notification. You've got a crucial clue about the main event, mission. The mission is to recover an ancient magical artifact created. Warning about the second continent. Vision of continental-wide migration. Time left until it starts. 1 day. 2 hours 39 minutes 24 seconds. Confirm after the second continent. The continent most at risk for players to migrate to. Third continent. Player nation. Japan. Fourth continent. Player nation. China. Jenica stands and looks at the continents laid out in front of her. She is Jenica, leader of the silico biotech industry. She grits her teeth, saying to herself, up to this point, even the second continent causes trouble. She shouts loudly, enough is enough. We need to intervene now. Message from the second continent. Migration scene. Jenica stands silently watching what's happening in front of her. Jenica is stunned. Can't believe her eyes. The migration scene isn't fully prepared yet. If it continues, we won't know what problems will rise. On the map, the second continent is surrounded by dirt. The infection from the second continent's dirt cannot be resolved and spreads to other continents. It's time for Jenica to act. She commands, Alice, as level 1 admin, I order you. Raise sea levels in Arcadia. Deep-sea monsters increase attack by 100% and difficulty by 1000%. Alice quickly acknowledges the command. Level 1 admin identification successful. Adjusting the difficulty of Arcadia's Sea. But Jenica receives an answer that it can't be adjusted. Jenica is extremely alarmed. What? What now? Why not? I'm level 1 admin. This command is unfair, targeting a specific user. The player being referred to has achieved absolute protection by accepting a deal regarding an issue caused by the company. Jenica doesn't understand anything. She asks again, What's going on? Absolute protection. I've never heard of that. Alice continues to operate on the virtual screen. I sent you related data in an email. Check your inbox. Looking at Alice's email, Jenica is surprised. Arcadia, South Korea resilience. Talent cultivation for young ones. She angrily shouts, crazy. What has the Korean branch done? At Carlos and Dex's place, Carlos asks, sorry, but most here are wanted criminals. Can you go to Lamb Tower instead of us? Dex receives a message. He's got an important clue for the main event. Urgent mission. A mission to recover an ancient artifact. This is Dex's chance. He tells himself, Lamb Tower is the only city for mages. I have to go there. He ponders, but it's too far. Lamb Tower is on the opposite side of the continent from here. If I hurry, it will still take at least 2 to 3 weeks. Too long. His eyes are full of thought. Another option, the dwarves. No, even Jumeirah is quite far. Not a top choice. There must be another way. Tan had told him about breaking the world's laws with power to alter and intervene in karma. He asked you, do you have that kind of power, right? Dex controlled the energy in his hands. Michael also told you, Dex, what you need is willpower. Standing confidently strong under the sky, feeling your own power. The powerful energy ran through Dex's body. A broken creation from the past reacted to the player. You can consume renown points to restore the broken creation. Do you want to restore it? To restore requires 200,000 renown points. Dex immediately agreed. Start restoring. Carlos stood outside, not understanding what he was doing. He widened his eyes in shock. Impossible. That pile of creations reacted to Dex. Even he was surprised by the result. Ah, it worked! The journal is the strongest reactant, a nautical log left behind by someone in this world, reacting to the renown points inscribed on it. The book states, I faced deadly dangers in the endless sea, an expansive ocean where directions could not be found, monsters everywhere, sudden storms appearing. Without these two ancient creations, I wouldn't have survived leaving that place. Those creations were the old compass and spyglass. Thank my ancestors for passing those on to me. Dex received a series of notifications. The item has been fully restored. Consume 200,000 renown points. Item: the broken old compass turned into the dream destination. Item: the broken spyglass transformed into the eyes of surveillance. The ancient creation restoration mission is complete. Linked mission: Forgotten Legend completed. You have received the title of Quick Grower. Death happily said. Alright, with this, everything's settled. Satan angrily shouted. What the hell is going on? Are you saying you reverse time just to restore those ancient creations? Michael also angrily said. Pfft. Using time reversal to fix stuff. Death calmly asked. So what? Is there a problem? Satan was furious, wanting to kill him. Problem, don't you know what you just did? Time reversal isn't something used for fixing things. You're still asking. Time reversal, is that such a big deal? Satan suspiciously asked, honestly, I'm curious. Master, who are you? I knew there was something different when we made the pact with the King of Demons to turn him into your subordinate. Michael was surprised. Did you make a pact with an advanced being again? Otherwise, this would be illogical. He thought slowly and replied, well, maybe it's some profession skill or something. Satan was furious. Really considering that a joke? Michael was speechless, just staring dumbly. The job title is Unruly Poet. Dev was satisfied. The more he played, the more engrossed he became. Why did I get this job? Well, it'll do. You're giving me a creepy smile. After all, we've created the main plot, so we might as well fully utilize it. Look closely, I'm about to cause chaos here. Dex asked, Carlos, have the items started working yet? He held them up and inspected them. Yes, more than that. They seem to have become something entirely new. You looked at him and asked, so, can we travel to another continent now? Carlos replied, of course. Although I didn't think things would turn out this way, everything in the log is ready. All we need are a ship and some crew members. He also said that he has a warship for you tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll pick the best crew from the Caribbean for you. Dex smirked and asked, "Huh, what's going on?" You bluntly asked, "Aren't you supposed to go to the new continent too?" Carlos' eyes widened in fear. He gritted his teeth and replied, "The Caribbean isn't stable yet. I understand what you're saying, but..." Death interrupted him again. "You've talked too much, Pirate King. Are you afraid of the sea or something?" Carlos seemed to have reached his boiling point. He turned away from Dex. "Hey, Death," and looked at him with a sinister expression as if ready to kill. "You're trying to provoke me, right?" Debs received a notification. "You've reached the main plot's critical point. Depending on the player's actions, the main plot can change direction. Be careful." Debs looked extremely pleased. The main plot's critical point. It seems we're heading in the right direction. Debs frankly said to him, "I'm sorry, but my goal isn't to go to the new continent. My real goal is to hunt dragons that exist on the new continent. Imagine the struggle of hunting dragons." He said, "I can't fight alone anymore. I need as many troops as possible." Standing firmly in front of Carlos, he said, "It's risky but full of romantic adventure and an exciting journey, a chance to sail to a new continent." Carlos calmly replied, "If the ruler of the Caribbean dies on this trip, we'll lose everything. I have reasons to protect this place." Dex interrupted again. "Easy, Carlos. You're acting like it's just a game, just don't die." He listened silently as Dex challenged him to conquer the sea and return victorious. That's how he inscribed his name in history. Carlos smiled and said, "As the Pirate King Carlos, the pioneer of the New World." Another notification, negotiation skill activated. Target Pirate King Carlos. You've seen Carlos' true intentions. Accumulated. Target doubts his decision. Accumulated skill, player's proposal acceptance rate increased. Looking at Dex hesitantly, he asked, "So, what do you need from me?" He replied with a twisted smile, "You'll go with me to another continent, not just one ship for exploration, but also, we'll bring all the ships of the Black Sails in the Caribbean and conquer that endless, cursed sea with our flag flying high." Imagine that scene, and when we reach the new continent where no one has set foot before, we'll plant the Black Sails flag there. It will wave over the new land. Dave said, "I want to witness that moment with you, Carlos, when criminals and pirate kings achieve something no kingdom or empire could." "How do you think, Carlos?" You raised a hand towards him. "Are you going to go?" He stood there with his eyes wide open. "Ah." At the Acadia branch in South Korea, voices of panic echoed from the building. "Auntie? Director?" You said auntie? He was still dazed after hearing that and asked back, "Migrating to another continent is inevitable, right?" The manager crossed his arms and replied, "That's right. I just got approval from the chairman to connect related information and verify it myself." The manager said that a player had moved through disguises, and the ruler of the Caribbean was preparing to migrate to another continent. He couldn't stop being amazed. "Hold on, Director. So you mean only one player is moving to another continent? That's fast, right?" His eyes were filled with shock and fear. Suddenly, he realized something strange. "Wait, Director, what happened to the player management system then?" The manager was also taken aback. "Huh, what do you mean?" He began explaining that if a player from the Korean continent moved to another and caused chaos, it means many strange things. With a sly smile, he said, "Usually, that's not our responsibility. It's the bureaus or even the country where they stop, right?" The manager seemed enlightened by this new information. "I don't know which country, but they received my understanding." Carlos Hanghair ordered everyone, "Get ready to depart. From now on, all forces of the Caribbean will head towards a new land across the endless sea." He ordered to hoist the flag, and it was immediately raised high. Deb smiled contentedly. "Finally, it's time to set off. Get ready to go, Dragon Hearts." You stand on the ship watching it gradually leave the shore. The fleet of ships in the Caribbean has set sail to find a new land. A week has passed since they set out. They have entered the endless sea, an image of a mighty fleet entering the vast sea. Carlos gazed at the sea and couldn't help but marvel. It truly is terrifying. The sea called the endless sea isn't because it's wide to the horizon, but because it's so deep that you can't see the bottom. The system has a new notification warning about entering the Endless Sea. If you're offline for more than 3 weeks, your character will die and be moved to a nearby deserted island by the system. Please be careful while playing. Dex stood on the ship thinking about the warning. So it means we have to stay online as the ship passes through the Endless Sea? That's heavier than I thought. It seems they encouraged using mana more than conquering from the start. I have a strategy that the system doesn't agree with. Excitedly, he gazed at the sea. His heart was pounding with excitement. 10 days have passed since they entered the Endless Sea. Due to the abundant mana in the air, the weather has been unpredictable. The ocean currents change constantly, causing damage to Carlos's experienced fleet. The ship faced countless difficulties in the stormy seas. In that fierce area, it seems like human strength alone couldn't hunt any creatures. As a result, their food reserves are depleting faster than planned. Everyone on Carlos's ship is starving to death. He could only stand with his arms crossed, silently watching as there was no way to solve it. The 2 items Dex recovered are the only support they have. Dex only gave them 2 items back. The first item is a compass from a dreamer. It's the only unique item. This compass belongs to a legendary figure in fairy tales. The person has traveled across all continents. A mysterious power that can shape the world has restored it. The owner must follow the direction the compass points to. The second item is the Observer's Eye, and it's unique. This spyglass was given by an extraterrestrial entity to a human. A power that can shape the world has restored it. It's said that with this, you can see objects 1,000 miles away. The vision is 50 kilometers and you can hear sounds from where you're looking. From the ship, we observed sharks attacking underwater and avoided disaster. Carlos held the spyglass, feeling extremely lucky to have recovered it. It's good that we have this spyglass. At least, we can avoid those deep-sea monsters now. If we had to fight each one of them individually, our ship's crew would suffer severe losses, especially out here on Endless Seas. Death asked the sailors, "How is the situation?" He replied that up until now, 33 medium-sized attack ships, 15 supply ships, and 8 large ships have been attacked by monsters and waves. The sailors also reported about 1,200 casualties. The remaining ships are becoming too crowded. We don't have enough food or space. Carlos was extremely worried. We can only stay offshore for another week at most. It's good that we can call all the ships in the Kazib Sea area. If we had set sail with a smaller force, we would have failed miserably. Seeing Dex calmly standing on deck, he really wanted to ask, "Dex, did you foresee all this?" The system reported that Carlos's affinity increased significantly. Carlos will believe anything the player says. Even if the player said the sun rises in the west and the moon in the east, Dex was stunned. What is it about? Heavy rain, strong winds, and the sea is raging. Suddenly, the ship shook violently. Carlos and Dex almost fell over. Casso asked the captain anxiously, "What's happening?" He replied, "I don't know. I didn't see anything. The wind direction and strength haven't changed." Then what is causing this ship to shake? Dex was stunned as he looked down at the ship. He shouted loudly, "Danger! Carlos, come here quickly!" He hurried over. "Why? What's going on, Dex?" Seeing below the ship, he was also shocked. Carlos stammered, "Beneath our ship is a large fleet of another gang's ships." He lost his composure seeing the horrifying scene before him. Not just 1 or 2 giant monsters. They are many. Did we provoke them? Dex replied, "No, not at all." He observed calmly as they moved in unison. All the monsters were moving in the same direction, and they weren't attacking us. Yes, it's like they are fleeing to save their lives. A new character has appeared, the legendary Kraken of the Endless Sea. It looms on the sea. That's what those ships are running from. Carlos shouted, "Kraken!" Dex recognized it. Oh, they're running away from that. Carlos was truly terrified inside. Oh my god, the legendary monster really exists. Hell, we can't fight a creature like that. He immediately ordered all ships to retreat, but Dick stopped him. No, it's too late now. If we do that, that monster will wipe us out. Dex told him to order the entire fleet to run at full speed forward. With a great sense of determination, he placed his hand on his heart. I'll take care of it. He began to unleash his own power, spirit, good charge, Amelia. The small Dex stands before the giant beast, focusing all her strength. Passive skill activated, eyes glowing with a penetrating light. Ready for battle, Dexia orders an attack on the opponent's weakness. Ignoring the opponent's defenses, Dexia launches a massive arrow strike. The arrow flies towards the monster, causing it to howl in pain. Dex receives a new message, having destroyed one of Kraken's 3 hearts. Currently, Kraken is exhausted. After Phase 1, you'll face the wrath of the deep sea. Prepare for the next battle. Everyone on the Kaklos ship is terrified. Unbelievable that he brought down Kraken in just one strike. But they are still very worried. The magical bones Kraken brought have calmed the winds. If this continues, our ship will be stuck in place. Dex chuckles, just need to make the wind blow again, right? He continues with new actions. Passive skill activated, eyes glowing with a penetrating light. You can read the magical energy lines in the air. Dex successfully found it. He's very satisfied. Found the heart of the magical storm. Death immediately launches the next move, Fierce Gale Assault, a bright ray slicing through the turbulent sea. The magic has split into 2 halves. Satisfied with the result, Death stands proudly, trounced. Crew members are blown off balance by the strong wind. Ouch, it's really strong. With this wind, we can control the ship to run several times faster than usual. Carlos shouts, now is the time. Move as fast as you can. Let the ship pass through at maximum speed. He's trying to steer the ship. Good job. Keep this speed up. Check for any damage. Crew reports. Some important equipment has been destroyed. Repair as much as possible. Carlos grits his teeth, silently praying. Keep going. Just a little more. We might not get another chance like this again. We're close now. The old compass is pointing forward. Crew members on the deck observe the ship's progress. He can hardly believe his eyes. Could it be? Before the calm and sunlight after the previous storm, he exclaims, land mass. I see land. Land mass. Dex receives many new messages. Legendary sword. You are the first player to discover a new continent. If you report this truthfully to the main continent, you will earn a huge fortune and your fame will spread far and wide. Title. You have achieved the title Great Fire Extinguisher. Title. You have achieved the title Explorer of Unknown Lands. You have entered a continent speaking another language. The on-the-spot translation system has been applied. Japan, Korea. The main script has reached an important branching point. Related mission. A task to seize the point has been created. His eyes lit up and he wore a smug smile. Haha, Japan, right? He stood gazing at the island ahead. It was his first time abroad and he was really excited. He realized that when they said Japanese mainland, they meant each country's server. So Arcadia Online only had one single server. A vast world where all players from around the globe could connect simultaneously. He eagerly thought about everyone's reaction when his video was released. He told Carlos, I'm curious to see how people react when I post this video. Carlos stood dumbfounded, not understanding anything. Suddenly Dex asked Carlos about the flag. Hey Carlos, did you properly hoist the flag? Carlos crossed his arms and smirked confidently. Confirmed for sure. Of course we prepared it just like you instructed. We hoisted our pirate flag where everyone could see clearly. Saying this, both of them looked at the flag fluttering majestically atop a tall mast on the warship. Deb sneered and said menacingly, now we just wait for them to bite the hook. In another place, near the port city of Izumi by the sea, Kale was an important location. People were surprised to see ships they had never seen before with pirate flags. What are those ships? Maritime Base Tokyo. It seems a useful event mission has finally appeared. The level 85 Minato Port's Maritime Security Commander grinned excitedly, ordering his men to prepare. Hector ordered the soldiers to get ready. Team 2 was preparing to depart. These must be the pirates who plundered the Izumi Sea area before. Prepare for battle. Her excited and enthusiastic spirit was clearly shown in her orders as everyone got ready for combat. A man, worried by this atmosphere, started to sweat and tremble. "But sir, shouldn't we report to the Lord first?" She angrily shouted back. "Shut up, it's just pirates. Are you going to bother the Lord too?" The old man trembled more and stammered in response. "What? My meaning is not that." She sneered, secretly pleased as she thought about this event mission suddenly appearing after we settled here. "We can't waste time arguing with these stupid NPCs. I'll handle it myself." Thinking this, she felt more satisfied and proud of herself. As the ships of both sides approached each other, Minato crossed his arms and confidently said, "Oh, they're players, not NPCs." Dex, on the other side, saw the situation through his scope. He was excitedly saying, "This is a big turn." Carlos also noticed the situation behind him, worriedly saying, "Look, Dex's enemy ship is advancing. If we don't do anything like this, they'll attack us first. Get ready for battle, unlike Carlos." Dex turned half his face to Carlos, eagerly waiting. "Wait a bit, Carlos. In situations like these, taking it step by step is very important. First, let's try talking to each other." The others looked shocked but trusted Dex. But they loudly spoke so everyone in their team could hear. Dex decided all ships except those with flags will stay put. The flag-bearing ship will attempt to communicate with the enemy. Immediately after saying this, they fell into confusion thinking about their control systems from earlier. Yes, we didn't cross the sea just for simple robbery. It's to achieve great accomplishments. Jumping straight into battle without even talking to the new land people and the wonders we discovered is very foolish. If not for Dave, I would have gone in the wrong direction again. Dave with his sharp eye spoke with a sinister look. "Carlos, let me tell you something interesting. No matter what situation it is, justice is important, especially in this situation where we are trying to achieve great accomplishments. Only by doing so can we ensure getting everything." Carlos looked puzzled and asked Dex, "Wait, what do you mean?" Dex smirked heavily, his voice low and dangerous. Carlos drew his sword ready. On the other side, Minato shouted loudly to order, "Fire!" Bullets from Minato's artillery keep flying out. The explosion lights up the sky, shrapnel flying everywhere making the waves even more turbulent. Carlos is suddenly attacked and angrily curses, "What the hell are those bastards doing? They dare attack us." Dex maintains a calm expression as if he expected this outcome. It seems they still have no intention of negotiating. "Alright, Carlos, since that's how it is, we were attacked first, so we're the victims. And they'll be the ones who started trouble." His face becomes more determined now. On the other side, Minato suddenly gets angry and shouts loudly, "What's this octopus? It's Bosha? I've never seen anything like it before." Dex, with a cunning expression, smiles at Carlos. "Now you know what to do, right? King of the Sea?" Carlos' eyes become sly as well. The famous decisive victory, Debsco is truly the most deceitful person I've ever met. Saying this, they turn around and head towards Minato's powerful fleet. The Caribbean crew seems to prefer talking in the language of the Great North. Then we should respond with the same, shouldn't we? The sailors prepare their swords, cheering confidently as they answer, "Captain, just give us orders." They shout loudly, raising the iron net on their ship, scaring off the pirates from Kaziba all the way to the cloudy waters. The battle erupts with sailors on both sides clashing like wild animals. A fierce sailor named Hungman comes to report, "We've already sent a ship as per your order." From what I saw, it seems it has retreated safely back to the mainland. Calmly responds, "Good job." After the sailor leaves, his face becomes even more determined, thinking to himself, "This is a decisive victory that doesn't require much use of the Great North." So this is the power of one of the 5 forbidden zones in Kaziba Hungman. Watching the intense battle, flames and debris flying up into the gray sky, he makes his decision now. It's time for our anticipated conversation. Standing on the deck, he looks at Minato's commander who is blindfolded and tied to a mast. Greet him with a cheerful voice. "Hello, nice to meet you," shaking her but saying, "If I die in the sea, I'll really die." He doesn't hear her plea for mercy. Still happy, he asks, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" She slowly realizes, "Wait, You're a Sky Lord, right? She angrily turns to him. You bastard, you know who I am and you dare do this to me. I have the Izumi Lord backing me. If you don't untie me now, I'll issue an arrest warrant for you. Dex seems excited about something new. Western-style Japan server. He continues talking to her. I understand what you're saying, right? This translation system, it's really top-notch. At that moment, a sailor runs up asking, Dex, what should I do with this noisy one? He straightforwardly says, you've caught the noisy one, good job. Now you can kill him. A few sailors rush to kill Minato, who is trembling and tied up. She screams in horror as they tie her up. There's a small demon holding a book. He laughs excitedly. That day was truly hell. Carlos approaches Dex and says, Dex, we've set up some ships according to the strategy you suggested. Our fleet is strong enough to sail through the sea, Dex confidently states. Good job, Carlos. Then all preparations are done. All right, now it's time for us to raise our flag on the new continent. His face becomes cunning and hard to read. At the port city of Izumi, Dex's fleet is entering. The people inside are confused, discussing among themselves. What's going on? Where did these guys come from? Someone rushed in anxiously to deliver news. According to survivors' reports, Minato declared war without the Lord's permission. The Port Lord Lucado frowned angrily and shouted loudly. What did he dare do? How infuriating! After a moment of contemplation, the Lord quickly made a decision. We have no choice now. Prepare the top ship for battle. Entering from outside, Carlos smiled sarcastically and said to his friend, look closely. See how the criminals, city residents, and Kaziba pirates have thrived by surviving and prospering over time. We'll show you their power. The entire fleet scrambled to polish their mirrors and swords in unison. Prepare for battle. We will take this shore in one strike. Wow! The pirate battle raged on fiercely. A green notification appeared. You only hit one ship from the top fleet of the Dun Empire Navy. You only hit one ship from the top fleet of the Dun Empire Navy. You only hit one ship from the top fleet of the Dun Empire Navy. You only hit one ship from the top fleet of the Dun Empire Navy. You sank a ship from the top fleet of the Jun Empire Navy. You sank a ship from the top fleet of the Jun Empire Navy. Continuous notification sounds echoed. Carlos gloated and ordered, ha ha ha, shoot wherever you like. Sink the last ship. The little demon fell was excitedly jotting down something and said, ha, that's it, exterminate, chaos, conquer. We've achieved our goal in raising him. Don't think about the potential of a bad person you raise, it's a waste of effort. In this case, mainly be patient and nurture them until their cunning nature blossoms, before darkness comes. The Archangel Michael sighed with admiration. Truly, a miserable fall. A red notification flashed, completely destroying the port city KL. Izumi was occupied by pirates. A mission-related green notification appeared. We've taken the outpost. A red alert notification appeared. Jun Empire territory decreased by 1.9%. A green notification appeared, spreading rumors of the night pirates across the continent. Another red notification appeared, increasing the Empire's ability to deploy investigators and enforcers. The final green notification appeared, concluding the battle. We've taken the outpost. After the battle, ships burned fiercely with smoke from fires and gunpowder creating a dark haze, debris scattered everywhere. Dex, the wandering hero, led the Kaziba pirates under King of Pirates Kalos through hardships, successfully entering the first gateway to the New World, Kaleport. He happily asked Hearn, isn't the air very fresh? He answered himself, yes, though it has a bit of smoke. A man suddenly appeared. He was bewildered and narrowed his eyes with red eyes, wondering what's happening. An unusual magical aura. At the Acadia Japan branch, a tense strategic meeting took place. Everyone looked at the projector and the girl standing there. The short-haired, beautiful girl was Nishikawa Soto, deputy director. She began speaking. We start our meeting now. Sun Empire Defense Plan. The Sun Empire controls vast seas. Thus, according to the information Nishikawa Soto uncovered, The Sun Empire's strength lies in its navy. We will plan to control coastal city Basair. She continued, we've convinced 90% of NPCs around Izumi. Nishikawa Soto slowly added, we adjusted settings allowing a few units to be commanded by players with specified levels. While the results of this change are yet to be calculated, we believe it's a positive step towards our branch's goal. After some time, she announced, end of report. The silhouette of a well-dressed middle-aged man in a black suit sat deep in thought in the room. He was Nakajima Nazuki, president of the Acadia Japan branch. He solemnly said, good job everyone. In Nakajima Nazuki's mind, thoughts about the engaging world of Arcadia always lingered. I think I was lucky to manage the Japanese server, but in reality, it's extremely challenging. With a powerful stream of energy, a modern machine is moving in space to carry out its mission. It manages players, balances the game, handles events, content consumption rates. There are many obstacles. But the biggest issue is that this game was created by artificial intelligence, not humans. Shimatina looked at the artificial satellite with a confused expression. There are more and more obstacles, meaning we can't control the rhythm of the game fully. Our Japanese branch has started a top-secret project, said a masked person. The name of the project is Top Secret, Plan for the Empire Jun's Defense. The idea is to convert most of our branch's investments into in-game currency and key NPCs. Luckily, this strategy works. We control 30% of the Sun Empire based on our branch's plan. Nakajima Nazuki put her hand on her chin with a cunning look. Mr. Nakajima Nazuki thought that a large amount of money was invested. If we can disrupt the game's rhythm, we'll gain profits. Yes, just a little bit. Yes, just a little bit. The Sun Empire is completely controlled by our Japanese branch. In a bustling port city KL, it seems like some kind of festival is happening. The captain told his guards to get water and food first. Don't touch the civilian stuff. We only take from nobles and tourists. A large iron pole is piercing through the deep sea. What's its purpose? Everyone gathered below a capital city, with King Sea tactician Kaklos above, loudly commanding, listen up, New World Warriors. King Sea tactician Kaklos' commands are always powerful and full of courage. He continued, we've crossed the endless sea. We're Caribbean pirates. Everyone standing below paled at these words. They secretly listened to Sea tactician Kaklos. We'll sink lords or kings into the depths of the sea. Their past and status are irrelevant. We don't care about your history. Finally, he concluded with a single sentence. Those who want to break free from oppression and embrace a life of freedom, raise your swords. The crowd roared in approval, praising Sea tactician Kaklos like a blessed deity. The Black Pirate flag seems to usher in a new era. No one will blame or criticize you under this Black Pirate banner. We are brothers and comrades in arms, and now the main act has begun. Part 1, City Port Tranquility of the Spring Empire. Suddenly, an enigmatic ship appeared, destroying everything in its path, defending the Empire's territory from attacks and boosting the pride of the Spring Empire. The winning condition is for Carlos Chess, captain of the Black Sea Tactician, to destroy 80% of the Black Sea Tacticians to win. The losing condition is to ravage 30 city ports, destroying the Sion port base. If the mission fails, it will lead to the loss of sovereignty over the Sion Empire. Cut to Acadia, one of Japan's famous branches. Nakajima Nazuki sat in a tense room and said, Auntie, has the main act started? Then he loudly ordered Nishikawa Soto, deputy director. Something happened. Wasn't the first act supposed to be the secret of the ancient temple? Are we ready to start the main mission? Nishikawa Soto replied, yes. There was no special announcement from the headquarters for 2 days. But Nakajima Nazuki was suspicious and asked further, why did they decide this act as the main one? Is there any information about this? Nishikawa Soto said, I'm also curious, but the headquarters replied that they can't provide mission details. Hearing this, Nakajima Nazuki suddenly stood up and exclaimed in disbelief. Auntie, on the other hand, Nishikawa Soto spoke straightforwardly. I've never encountered such a situation before, so I'm a bit confused. I kept asking, but it seems that information related to this issue has been banned. Frowning in thought, this is the first time for a ban on information access. At this moment, Yamashita Izuku, the head of the communications team, appeared and said, I think I know where the main act is taking place. On the desk in the room was a poster with someone's voice. What do you mean, Yamashita? That's a recent video posted on Arcpedia. Look at this channel. A YouTube channel appeared with content about the life of the Destroyer. One scene from the video shows Kingsley tactician Carlos. Everyone was stunned and exclaimed, wait for it. The person in the video is Carlos. Isn't he the target character of the activated main act? Nakajima Nazuki, Nishikawa Soto, and Yamashita Izuku were surprised. Nakajima Nazuki asked, where did this video come from? The other person replied, yes, that's a channel under special surveillance. Everything changed dramatically. Auntie, is it a player from the Korean continent? Indeed, there is a player from the Korean continent who has crossed borders and started playing in the Japanese continent. They've raised their flag and begun an invasion, right? Yamashita Izuku thought that a border-crossing player was possible. On the other hand, Nishikawa Soto offered another perspective. Moreover, a player affects the main plot. Could something like that really happen? Isn't that an error on her part? Then Nakajima Nazuki, who was worried, thought, oh my, our plan is about to succeed. Why did this happen to our continent? Could it be that the Korean branch has discovered our plan? The phone is still there without any calls or messages. In a tall building in a bustling city district, this is the Acadia Korean branch. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Nakajima Nazuki, the president of the Japanese Acadia branch. A man with brown hair and a very elegant outfit held the phone with a scary expression. He said, hey, I finally called you. In one corridor, someone spoke, I got a gift from Korea, General Kim Han of the US military. The man with brown hair picked up the phone and talked. On the other end, they said, you've created an interesting event on our territory without us knowing about it. The man with brown hair said, call me by my title, Kazukiya Branch Manager. On the other end, they said, it seems you forgot that although I'm the executive director, I have authority and a position equal to yours. The man shouted, hey, do you know why I called you? On the other end, they continued, what's the Korean branch trying to achieve by doing that? A player causing such a big problem must be dealt with properly before it gets worse. I believe this is standard procedure. The man replied, standard procedure. I don't know what you're talking about. On the other end, they said, with an unstable server, shouldn't we do everything to prevent cross-continent missions? At least balance it a bit. Otherwise, the manager must intervene directly. What's your plan if players can act freely like that? The man shouted continuously. Do you know what this will affect in Japan's server? The man stood up and sat down anxiously, saying loudly, just because of one player. The man laughed irritably. On the other end, a terrifying laugh echoed, ka ha ha. The man asked back, now, General, what are you doing? On the other end, they replied, infinite freedom and infinite potential. They continued answering. These are always emphasized by our president. Remember for record. Kazukiya Branch Manager. The man answered, what the hell is this? On the other end, they replied, nothing. The man responded to the other end with a terrifying statement. From now on, you'll understand quickly. That's what I want to say. Lines kept appearing. The port city of Luchenshire has collapsed. The port city of Nida has collapsed. The port city of Hayes has collapsed. The port city of Gaines has collapsed. Ahead is a very large battleship. Lines appeared sequentially. Part 1, Invasion of the Continent. Suddenly, an unknown ship appeared in the port city of Yinping of the Spring Empire. Destruction, destruction, plundering everything, protecting the Empire's territory from attacks and boosting the pride of the Spring Empire. Winning conditions. Carlos Chess, the captain of the Black Battleship, destroyed 80% of the Black battleships to win. Losing conditions. Destroyed 30 coastal cities, 3/5 of the Sun Empire's coastal bases over 1. Mission failure will lead to the loss of sovereignty for the Sun Empire. Here is the great coastal base of the Sun Empire, Bosaya, with Dex's view opening up like a vast shell covering the entire port city. Dex wore a red glove and smiled wickedly, thinking, good, if we destroy this place, the rest will be easier, right? The system notification board appeared, part 1 of invading the continent and the port city of Sun Yinping. Suddenly, an unknown ship appeared, destruction, plundering everything, protecting the Empire's territory from attacks and boosting the pride of the Sun Empire. The victory condition is for Carlos Chet, the Black Corsair captain, to eliminate 80% of his own Black Corsairs to win. If defeated, destroy 30 coastal cities out of 30 and devastate Sun Empire's coastal base number 0 out of 1. Failure will result in losing sovereignty over the Sun Empire. Everyone is reading the announcement and discussing it enthusiastically. Did everyone receive the announcement? Finally, the main event of Arcadia has started on our Japanese server. Quite unexpected since our server mainly focuses on production and crafting skills. I thought the main event would start later. I'm so excited. What rewards will we get if we complete it? Boyster crossed his arms and spoke. Alright, everyone try your best. You stand up high to cheer them on until the day we defeat Captain Carlos Black Corsair, when everyone cheers loudly. A while later, Carlos sat there, rubbing his nose, uninterested. He looked down at the people who had just fallen to the ground. It was really boring. The World Channel was upset with Carlos and sent messages of complaints. Insane. Is level 240 reasonable? It's a bug. No one has reached level 200 yet. This event cannot be completed. What kind of main quest is this? Somewhere else, Dex was standing in front of the bulletin board, deep in thought. It can't be completed, that's not wrong. So why do I feel like I've done something terrible? Slowly recall what happened before. The 5 forbidden areas you visited are designed to be unbeatable for normal players. The first area is the Great Ramia Desert. Think about it. They were designed so that normal players couldn't access them. The next area is the Great Amil Forest. And the high-level Black Corsairs, which are actually Caribbean Corsairs, making it impossible to fight their captain Carlos. The image of the Black Corsairs appears. Carlos sat with his hands intertwined and glanced at Dex, saying, HM, those adventurers are too weak. Even the Caribbean fishers are stronger than you. What do you think? Dex replied, have you ever thought that you might be too strong for these adventurers? His words made him feel strange. Don't you think I can defeat you? Round Dex, dark and ominous killing intent appeared. Carlos continued, perhaps not in terms of strength. The immense killing aura you emit is terrifying to me. The King of Devils appeared, laughing proudly as expected. Only evil recognizes evil. There are still humans who can see the cruelty and wickedness of their master. The King of Devils continued jumping. See, I always said so. My master is. Before he could finish, Al appeared and cut his mouth shut. Dex didn't pay attention to the two of them. He turned to ask Carlos again. So, Carlos, about your tactics earlier. Is that enough to end this chaos? Carlos replied, of course it is, my friend. He explained further, considering the time, we've been following the Corsairs' tactic of fighting and running. But the Sun Empire has discovered our supply lines and moved their artillery, so our supplies are very limited now. Carlos smiled confidently. That's why I came up with an idea. A surprise attack on their main base. After a while, they arrived at the Sun Empire's base. Carlos stood on his ship and clasped his hands together, saying, the largest coastal base of the Sun Empire. I heard it's a natural fortress with large military reserves. If we can capture it, even the Sun Empire's infantry won't be able to approach us. Suddenly, he lowered his voice. However, there is an issue. Deathwick Mark turned around. An issue, huh? In front of them is a fortress surrounded by a magical web that's responding with projectiles. Poseidon is encased in a magical web called Eternal Blessing. We heard that this magical barrier was created by a great wizard from the past. It can withstand attacks from ordinary cannons. He excitedly covered his eyes to assess. It's tough to attack, so if we can disable this barrier, there won't be anything stopping us from taking Borsaya, right? Carlos replied, without a magical barrier, Isn't that as easy as eating cake? Dex stood confidently in front of the ship and reassured. Don't worry, I've done well. He added, I'll disable it. Dex's words left Carlos extremely confused. He glanced up with a smile. To those relying on a scabbard for defense, absolute power is the answer. Inside the fortress, soldiers looked out at the horizon and saw hundreds of ships approaching. They warned, Admiral, enemy ships are closing in. Black stood at the forefront with a scarred face, silently thinking, Black Admiral, where did they come from? Rumor has it that they can't cross the endless sea. He's the of the coastal base Posaya Admiral Caravo. Caravo turned to ask a soldier behind him, is there any issue with the magical barrier? The red dirty clothed soldier replied politely, no. He sighed in relief. The magical barriers around Posaya are still active, maintaining enough magic stones, and the wizards protecting the school are there to sustain it. Hearing that, he felt reassured. Good. Caravo said, as long as we don't have any high-level wizards, we'll be safe. He thought about the safety of the barrier surrounding them. Eternal Blessing is a level 7 circular magical barrier created by a wizard through a pact with a dragon. Caravo fully trusted the unprepared barrier. With ordinary ships attacking the Empire's key base, they'll pay for their arrogance. Dex spoke up, we're ready. Everyone prepared for the attack and waited for my command. As soon as the barrier is disabled, we'll counterattack. The strength of our strike isn't crucial. Just use someone skilled in magic to disable it. He hesitated, looking ahead. Deb noticed her unusual action and asked curiously, Elle, what's wrong? She stammered, nothing. He sought Elle's opinion. What is it? Don't you like what I'm doing? Elle replied, yes, I don't like it. But that's not related to this. The King of Demons stood uncomfortably, puzzled. He pondered, maybe because he had committed many sins on the way to the continent. This time, he should minimize damage, even if it causes trouble later. Dex glanced over. What's going on, tell me. If I can help, I will. She hesitantly replied. So if possible, the fortress were about to attack. Her face changed momentarily. She clapped her hands together. With a smile, she said something terrifying. Destroy it completely. Make sure it can't be restored. Elle's words left both the King of Demons and Dex stunned. The King of Demons looked bewildered. What is this? I've never heard a fairy request such things before. Dex was no less bewildered. Hold on. Not gentle at all, but destructive, yeah. With a face like an angel, she nods in agreement. But why are you still not convinced? She looks up and gazes ahead with shining eyes full of love, but the words don't match because that's what's right. I can't explain it, but we can see clearly. To prevent chaos and loss, we must burn everything in that fortress to ashes. The King of Demons stammers. Even his minions can be ruthless at times. As expected, Master, take out the demons inside everyone. Dex looks up at the small object flying in front of him with certainty. Are you serious, Elle? She answers confidently. Because they rejected you. War can't be avoided. We can't stop what's destined to happen, but we must try our best in that scenario. He hesitates but agrees. All right, if that's what you want, I'll do it. Death shouts, let's destroy that city. The ships are getting closer and closer. Seeing they're close enough, Kalos grabs the non and yells loudly, hey, Death, we've gotten this close. What are you going to do with that magical barrier? Death smiles, reading the name of the spell, Possession. A large mage figure appears surrounded by golden rays, the great mage of truth, Merlin. Suddenly, a water vortex forms under the sea and swirls back together. Dex wears his wizard outfit and flies into the sky. Thunderbolts strike the water, changing the flow of the waves. Carlos stands on the ship, gripping the edge tightly with laughter. Ha ha! That's our friend, a guy without limits. His eyes glow golden as thunder surrounds Dex. He reads out the spell, Tsunami. System notifications appear. Magic Battle Round 8, Tsunami. Starting a small game to compete. If you lose, magic will be cancelled. The screen changes to a normal game mode. After winning the game, the notification continues. Perfect control of mana, increasing the effectiveness of the magic. Stronger magic battle time reduced. Power of perfect combined magic slightly increased. The wave surges over the magical barrier and engulfs the entire fortress. Karava stands inside feeling uneasy. It's illogical that human magic is being tested here. He suddenly remembers something on the old text pages. A world beyond the endless sea exists. One day a disaster will cross the continent. He can't believe it. This legend is real. Dex stands in the sky, stretching his arms wide. Suddenly, he laughs with excited eyes. I was worried. I hope L is satisfied. The waves become more violent on the sea, pushing back the ships of the fortress. Red notifications keep appearing. The second Sun Empire warship has been destroyed. The third Sun Empire warship has been destroyed. The fourth Sun Empire warship has been destroyed. The fifth Sun Empire warship has been destroyed. The final notification appears. All coastal forces of the Sun Empire have been destroyed. The Poseidon Fortress has been completely destroyed. Dex flies above and it looks down at the now submerged giant fortress. Everything is flooded. System congratulates him with achievements. Bearer of terrible disaster. Master Mage title achieved. 370,000 reputation points received. The golden rays make him even more radiant. The victor's glow. In the middle of the sea, Dex, looking like a flying wizard, gazes down at the ruins below. System notifications keep appearing reminding him that all Sun Empire naval forces have been destroyed. The Porskia base has been completely destroyed, achieving Disaster Messenger title. Destroyer King title achieved. 370,000 recognition points received. Under his wizard outfit, he smiles charmingly, swirling the air to make girls swoon. Suddenly Tan's voice rings out. Oh master, what is your true identity? Debs turns around and looks back. Tan crosses his arms with amazed eyes saying, such high-level spells. Aren't you a wizard and at that perfect level? I'll add, I had sensed it before, but you're definitely not an ordinary person. He answers confidently, of course, it's complicated to do that. Completing the minigame is the condition for successful spell casting. We almost failed. Dex was recalling his memories of the survival jump to win that minigame as he spoke. Tan was sweating and said with a frown, you don't know what the 8th circle spell is, master? Do you think it's something that can only be cast after overcoming difficulties? She held her mouth and laughed. If it were that easy to cast, wouldn't the 9th circle spell have become commonplace long ago among humans? He replied straightforwardly, huh? Don't underestimate it like that. He spoke, dismissing the descent of heaven. The system panel popped up again to notify. The descent of heaven has ended. Calculating player actions and timing. Expended 689.751 extra points. He looked at the system panel with a heart-wrenching question. Al, why did it cost so many extra points? Master Debs, I've taken the minimum possible. You understand, right? Because you used the 8th circle spell and dared to explain a lie. Tan beside him also said, this chicken with wings is right. We might have overstepped in changing our karma for this use of descent from heaven. He was somewhat surprised by this situation. Rubbing his chin, he silently thought that while he had prepared mentally, the cost was higher than he anticipated. I spent more than what I earned. But then, looking at the ruins in front of him, he quickly seemed satisfied and said with a sigh, at least the video views are secured. A notification appeared. A new video has been updated. On YouTube, the Destroyer's Diary channel had reached 18,931 posts. In the video, he was seen wearing a wizard outfit with an edgy and handsome look. Comments from viewers were posted one after another. 8th circle spell, is this real as expected of Dex? Causing a fresh commotion. Meeting Dex fans, meeting Dex fans, meeting Dex fans. It seemed the viewers were very interested in this new video. More comments followed. Moreover, the Japanese server's electricity was going wild. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. Turns out all global servers are interconnected. Are we heading overseas now? LOL. I'll go find a way then. From the video, it seems we can reach through the Caribbean Sea. Everyone was discussing excitedly. The Caribbean region isn't one of the 5 forbidden zones, right? Say that again. Each of those 5 forbidden zones seems to have Easter eggs. making it practically impossible for normal players to find them. Kazuki stood in front of the screen and shouted angrily, "What's this? What strange thing happened? Is a giant monster invading there?" Sun's team was completely destroyed. Basai is too. Part of the kingdom's territory has been occupied by the pirates. Yamashita Izuku responded excitedly. Kazuki asked, "What do you mean?" Basaya has a 7th circle defensive spell. He hesitated and said, "I've checked the battle history. It was broken by the 8th circle spell." Hearing Kazuki, he couldn't help but angrily exclaim, "8th circle? Do you think that's feasible? That can only be used by main character dragon level characters." Izuku was startled and hesitated, saying, "Sorry, let me check again." What on earth happened? Kazuki didn't expect to think so worriedly about this matter. How could a player cause such chaos? It's unbelievable. Kazuki recalled their conversation from yesterday. Now he will understand what those words mean. He will clearly understand the meaning of those words. He held his hand and silently thought, "Infinite possibilities, infinite freedom, green beans and cucumbers, is that it?" Messages and comments kept popping up nonstop. Has anyone tried the main dungeon yet? The difficulty is insane. I've tried too. The average level of enemy NPCs is 180. Isn't it that players around level 70 on average? Some pirates or something like that. I heard they came from South Korea. They attacked a city in another country's server and destroyed it. That's too much. It sounds fun to conquer it, but this is just too much. Have you heard about the news from Japan? On the Destroyer Chronicle channel, the community reaction was not good. They said players from South Korea are indeed a threat. What did we do to deserve this? We also suffered through our gaming time. Now they have to experience this too. Great! Comments were flooding everywhere. A story about the Arcadia event stirred up the internet. The incident was causing a buzz all over the place. An unbelievable event occurred. A player from Japan's server destroyed a city in no time and came from another continent, directly named as South Korea. Normally, conflicts between players across countries would erupt, and this unusual behavior of users has been discovered on the 2nd and 3rd continents. In another space, in the control room, Alice continuously warned, "The most reasonable storyline 18.32. Kodo 0-181-32. A white-haired girl appeared, activating emergency patch code 002. Patch code 283 is being applied." Alice extended her hand and emitted purple rays. A key appeared. System notification echoed. Main storyline Part 1. The invasion of Hell has ended. Mission failed. The northern sea of the Sun Empire is now controlled by the Pirates Guild. A peace treaty between the Sun Empire and the Pirates Guild was signed for 5 years. The Caribbean territory has been expanded. Sea routes to cross continents have been updated. Normal travel between continents will begin. Scene change: a large ship docked at a beautiful city. Captain Carlos Junte smiled and said, "The Sun Empire agreed to avoid military conflict for 5 years, including recognizing our territory and nearby seas." He continued, "Additionally, anyone with grievances against the Sun Empire or sharing our thoughts will be comrades." Master Dai, "Cooperation is going well." Dex responded happily, "That's good. Congratulations, Carlos. It seems you're getting close to your target." Carlos seems contemplative. He seemed hesitant as he spoke. He pulled his hat down and said, "Seriously, from the moment we met, I couldn't grasp your identity, but thanks to you, I regained my freedom and became the ruler of the Caribbean. I think you've guided me on the path I should take from now on." He placed his hand on his chest and said sincerely to Carlos, "I am here, King Hector, willing to be your eternal ally." Carlos nodded in agreement. Then he smiled lightly. Teasingly, "It's free right." After hearing that, Carlos laughed. "Haha, just like you always are." Both of them burst into laughter. Carlos continued, "Of course, we can't have this for free after such a big event. What do you need? If you need our souls, we'll be happy to give them." Tan quickly said, "Oh, that easy, Master. Accept it then. Just accept it." This made Elle run out to hug and go somewhere else. Elle thought, "This is so embarrassing." Dex told Carlos, I've always said I don't need your soul from the start. If I ever need help in the future, I'll ask for it later. Don't say such things casually, especially in front of me. Carlos smiled nonchalantly and said, ha ha, you're not a devil either. You're like an angel to us. He replied softly, I already have enough rewards I wanted. Enough rewards? What do you mean? Carlos asked curiously. The system notification sounded. King Hector Carlos has sworn eternal loyalty, calculating NPC influence on the world, 953,212 points of recognition. He thought silently, thanks, Carlos, I'll use this carefully. Cut to a scene with two mysterious-looking people, one male and one female. The man said, hey, are you sure about this plan, Sansan? She replied, trust me, based on Destiny's video analysis, it is here. The path to the underworld is right here in the Caribbean city, within one of Acadia's 5 forbidden zones. Looking at the bustling and colorful Caribbean city, he said, oh, this is the Caribbean. The girl had a slightly unfamiliar expression. Strange, why was it considered a forbidden zone if its lawlessness has improved so much? The young man replied, anyway, let's quickly find a way across this continent. Suddenly, a green-haired boy named Han appeared. He excitedly said, hey, you two, are you here for the first time? Sansan softly responded, yes, it is our first time. Why did he ask that? The little boy quickly replied, obviously, because you've been looking around all the time. With his momentum, the boy started talking nonstop. This Caribbean place has changed a lot. Protected by King Hector and King Cultit, everyone enjoys freedom and safety. And it was the great figure who made this possible. The young man replied uncomfortably, boy, I know the Caribbean has changed a lot, but we're kind of busy right now. After saying that, they both left together. Sansan politely turned around and said sorry before leaving the boy standing there frowning. What a waste, I still have more to say. A tall and sturdy man called out and patted Han's head. Hey, Han, you're being lazy again? Han grumpily replied, lazy, I'm just selling stuff here. The uncle heard that and asked, how much have you sold so far? The boy answered hesitantly, I haven't sold anything yet, which left the uncle speechless. Are you joking with me? Han shouted loudly. Why can everyone sell tickets? This ticket contains the magic created by Carlos and Dex. I will only sell it to those old adventurers who understand the grand vision of their journey. The man agreed but also disagreed. That's true. But explaining to that boy took all day. The man thought silently. He didn't plan on complaining because Dex had trusted him with this task. But what is Ku thinking? That only those like them can buy tickets to New World City. He continued looking at the boy as he roamed around asking, hey, are you here for the first time? After a while, someone loudly shouted, let's go to New World City. The ship has left its moorings and is ready to set sail. Someone thought silently. At that moment, what made people curious was how Dex, this world-shifting figure, moved countless hearts, whether he was good or evil. Cut to a scene where Dex smiled triumphantly. Let's start hunting dragons, right? On a sunny day with white clouds and golden sunlight in a luxurious house, Carlos said, Dex, as you requested, these are the items containing information about dragons. He excitedly continued, the Empire of Sun's allies helped gather them. Therefore, they should be found in this area. Dex happily replied, thank you. Carlos, this helps me save a lot of effort. You turned your face and spoke with a satisfied expression, but to avoid anyone noticing, you warned Dex in advance. Carlos was slightly confused by Dex's instructions, but agreed nonetheless. Okay, I can see the satisfied look on your face. But behind that smile, he started wondering about many things inside. Oh my, this guy, he just turned the continent into a chaotic mess. He continued speaking, wondering what his next move would be. At night, under the yellow light, he flipped through pages searching for information on dragons. Perhaps because of his obsession with killing dragons, he kept repeating it throughout the night. Dragons, 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 dragons. Finally, he found a page and smiled as if he had discovered something. He muttered to himself, dragons, In human belief, dragons are selfish and hide precious treasures in their caves. It's no surprise that 80% of Arcadia's gold mines are owned by them. The curiosity and desire for items is indeterminable. So great that humans and other races occasionally mix those treasures. With few empires and kingdoms able to curb such greed, they must sacrifice something to avoid conflict. He silently calculated, mostly praising or threatening the dragons. It seems these are quite useful pieces of information, he exclaimed. Ha ha, interesting, isn't it? Over here, Tan was getting sleepy from reading too long. He yawned and called his master. You've read a lot already. In contrast to Tan, Io seemed less enthusiastic, telling Dex, why don't you ask us directly? I can get better information from the library servant. Truly an angel, Elle always has good thoughts for others. In return for her kindness, he rejected her straight away. No, if I did that, who knows how many reputation points I'd lose. Plus, learning history is also beneficial. Perhaps to you, reputation points are more important than anything else. Tan asked with a lazy expression when he noticed him. So, what do you think? Master, have you found anything yet? Dex remained silent, focusing on his thoughts as if he had already figured something out. I've identified two things. The third line is fire dragons. They're different from other lines. They are more associated with the western line than the eastern one. His eyes became sharp, and now that he was sure of his thoughts, he said that these frequently interfere in human life. Tan woke up suddenly, alarmed, asking what? What do you mean by that? How did you know that? Maybe because I have the main character a Tan with good light. Dex guessed straight away that someone must have spread the danger of them to everyone. These documents provide detailed information about the line. He rubbed his chin, smiling slyly, and said, ha ha, I'll do the same. It helps avoid trouble. Another starlit night in a corner of the yard with a beautiful pink-leaved tree. Tan called out to Io. Oh, it's been several nights like this already. Io sitting beside him also exclaimed, even me, who likes peace, am getting a bit bored. Researching on such a scale and failing means giving up on it. Despite feeling a bit bored, Tan still decided to trust his master. Well, at least it's meaningful because that's what the master is doing. I can feel it increasing. Curious, huh? What's increased? Chuckling sarcastically, he cast a spell and replied, her. What do you think it is? It's reputation points. Angel Iulian Kao and Gao asked, Fragrance, what are you talking about? With such changes in the world, of course reputation points would increase. Isn't that unusual? Disappointed by his rejection, he shouted, haha, no wings like those. Didn't I just say so? Our master is a supervillain. Right. The more our master acts, the higher the reputation points of evil will go up. Io's tone was extremely sarcastic. You don't know anything, do you? Do you think only your reputation points increased? Like being slapped in the face, the little demon's voice became hesitant. Don't tell me she's like this too. Our angelic one is making arguments that the invasion of the continent caused severe damage to the Spring Empire. Many people lost their homes and died due to that terrible magic. It's undeniable. But was Dex's action really cruel? Calmly continued, criminals, slaves, nomads, beggars, revolutionaries, a group of people who were oppressed for many reasons found a new continent no one had discovered before. They built their own country by invading the territory of a large empire. Was that a bad deed? Alha said to the little demon, her hands glowing with small sparks. Maybe not as much as you, but even in heaven I would get reputation points. Continuing her analysis before Tan's surprised gaze, looking at Dex, he wasn't an angel or a devil. Perhaps he was enjoying causing chaos? The two recalled the image of Dex and continued, in other words, you can call him versatile. The next morning, they were still in that garden. Dex came to find Tan, smiling. Tan, I need to borrow something from you. The little demon was confused. How, sir, what? Quickly replied, the Deathbringer shard. Do you still have it? He continued, lend me this. Tan was alarmed. His lips twitched with a bad feeling. Tightly holding the bag of shards said, just asking, but what are you planning to do with it? Dev smiled wryly and said 3 words, shoot it. With one sentence, Tan jumped, eyes wide, voice distorted, shoot it. What did you mean by that? He shouted loudly, fire demons. After a while, the bag containing the shards he needed was in front of him. The system noted the mythic Deathbringer shard. It's a weapon from the demon realm. Most of its power has been lost due to holy energy, but some traces of its strength still remain. Dev smiled and assessed. This is quite an expensive item. Fits my situation well. The little demon asked, hey master, what did you say? Dev denied it, nothing. He held up a glowing shard for analysis. Isn't this material rather special, Tan? What's this metal made of? Tan irritably replied, oh, do you know what to do? Are you trying to provoke me? He whispered, no, but if you want to sell something, you need to know about it. If the customer asks and the seller doesn't, it's embarrassing. Tan sighed, master, just asking, but aren't you planning to sell it, right? Dex hesitantly said, yeah. He threw the shard back into his bag with a smile like a multi-level marketing guy herding chickens. Of course not. Don't worry. Despite the answer, Tan still thought to himself, very suspicious. To reassure the little demon, he spoke up. If you don't believe me, let me explain. Searching the continent for a fire dragon is very difficult, right? The best way is to make them come find us. In Berlian, the commercial city where we can freely trade anything, I will lure them there. He continued under their scrutinizing gaze. Moreover, it's where treasure seekers will go. He chuckled and continued, the stage is set, just need to bait them now. Something a dragon would be fascinated by, a rare item. Hearing that, I felt like blooming inside. Deathbringer really does fit. Of course it fits. Although it still has value. He cursed silently in his heart. Foolish thing, really narrow-minded. Death lowered his voice, I need your help. If it works, I'll help you fix Deathbringer. I half believed and half doubted. Really? Do you have a way? Devs repeated, did you forget? The method ancient creations were revived. Tan seemed surprised in response. Oh, right, time reversal. That way. He reached out to examine the fragments. System messages appeared. It analyzed. The Deathbringer fragment reacted with the prestige roll call. The prestige roll call needs 200 million. Debs looked at Tan. Do you see? Quite expensive. It might be possible. Tan cried tears of joy and hugged Debs tightly. Master, I'm truly sorry. Dex quickly asked, so what's Deathbringer made from? The devil answered hastily, well, this sword is made from hellish metal, very rare in the devil realm, left at the deepest part of hell for 4,000 years. You spoke up, Dex, I have a question. She continued with sharp eyes. I've heard about your plan and noticed something missing. You're planning to use that broken weapon from the Fallen One as bait for many dragons, but how do you intend to face them? Just imagining you standing before the giant dragon, she said facing ancient dragons with nearly infinite magic power is impossible. Even if everyone on the continent combined, it would be like a candle in the wind. Tan worried, the issue lies with you, Master. You're a real threat to dragons if that godline goes mad and uses 9-circle magic. Al pondered, oh, right, that's the biggest problem. Hearing this, he asked them curiously, why? What will happen? Tan and El replied, what will happen? Well, maybe the entire continent would be wiped out. They thought about the image of the continent disappearing from the map. Dex joked, oh, isn't that good? How many prestige rolls will we get if that happens? Hearing him say this, Tan and El were alarmed. Eyes widened in surprise. They discussed, just as expected of the master. His thoughts are at a different level, right? Really, still a bit embarrassed. He acted innocent and naive. Right. With that, don't we have enough reputation points to revive Deathbringer and other things? I wasn't expecting this at all. Calm down. Hey, stop joking around. We need a plan. Just kidding. You're not stupid. Dex gently laughed and patted El's head. Just kidding. I have a plan. As he moved his hand to browse something on the system, he said with great confidence, it's very reliable. Al was confused. Hold on. Dex, what do you mean? Dex held up a dart with a happy smile. One for her and one for me. With an innocent yet excited expression, he said, one for the dragon too. In Acadia's fifth largest forbidden forest, Amil is where the fairy race rests, also known as the World Tree. Melissa under its roots. She spoke to the ancient tree, her face lighting up. Great Mother, it seems humans have discovered a new continent. Continuing, though many fewer people visit their village now, I think this normalcy is being overlooked. As she said, Melissa gently held the butterfly's wings and expressed that according to the spirit, everything was due to Dave. She raised her hand and smiled. I've never stopped admiring his achievements. I don't know what he's planning or how far he intends to go. Her eyes softened with a happy smile as she said, Mother, will you forgive me for having these feelings? Suddenly, the space around them darkened. Melissa immediately sensed her mother was speaking. Melissa, I have similar feelings too, my beloved daughter. A figure with green hair and vines closed its eyes and smiled, saying to her that it's never wrong to feel this way about someone special. It's always right. As the girl opened her red eyes, she said to Dex, I'm not sure if I can find the heart of the dragon yet, but now is the time for our wish to come true. In front of a small tree, the system announced that it was a special limited use willow and could only be used once. The tree laughed, it's time. Our long-awaited wish has finally come true. Before the small tree, the system reported that it was a rare willow with unique properties and could only be used once. Created from sharp willows infused with energy to benefit all beings. One strike and you'll pass out. It completely bypasses physical and magical defenses. Tan and Elle felt quite surprised. Wow, it can even kill ancient dragons with just one hit. Elle was surprised. This is a wonderful item. Dex felt quite pleased. I think everyone will find my plan quite feasible, right? And it's too bad it can only be used once. Elle quickly activated her eyes. She had used angelic powers. The karmic reincarnation was activated and looked at the future fragments linked to this item. Significant changes bent the flow of karmic reincarnation stories. It's impossible to see the future. There is no future that can be predicted. The system continued to announce calmly. Under the tree, they laughed. Oh, you can't even peek at the future. Just a few hits should do it, Elle said, and Dex immediately ignored her. From now on, let's outline the basic plot first. You laugh with a slightly confused look. The plot is like a lizard crawling out of its shell. Alice suddenly hovered as the system announced a significant change. The information panels around her displayed a bright red warning. The system issued another alert, analyzing the target's behavior pattern, and the number of errors detected reached maximum levels. A large number of plot corruptions were discovered. It's impossible to measure how many tasks have been corrupted. Hearing these messages, Alice's eyes suddenly glowed red. She initiated emergency code 00003008940. At the main office, the screen suddenly turned red and displayed a highly dangerous scene that made all employees immediately panic. All office workers stood up. Everyone was alarmed. Manager, our network connection is down. What's going on? The network connection has been cut off. Myung-han immediately informed Chen Li-mizan. He said that all necessary means for Acadia's operations are currently restricted. It seems other branches are in a similar situation too. She seemed to have guessed what was going on. Her eyes turned serious as well. This is finally happening. What couldn't be avoided has finally happened. Computer resources aren't enough for emergency mode, degrading real-time monitoring systems of Arcadia and disabling all predictive operational systems. Jack stood aside in the virtual world, surrounded by red warning screens on monitors, with notifications everywhere. Jack said it was a tough time. Alice, we need to expand our processing servers. Who would have thought one player could disrupt things this much? From now on, we need to evaluate the plot on a global scale, not just within continents. Jack thought helplessly that he had anticipated some part of it when the chaotic world chaos was linked with the world tree. But I think it would take at least a year for related situations to rise. No scene appears as you stand before the world tree, but if the player achieves the dragon heart, The World Tree's wish to unite all continents could come true. If this ends badly, Arcadia will undergo massive changes and chaos won't cease. His eyes became sharp. He smiled and thought it would be interesting. Wait and see what happens next. An immediate meeting is called. A figure stands in the middle of the table and greets all Arcadia branch managers. Thank you for taking time to attend this meeting. She said the situation was too urgent. We have no other choice. The image suddenly shifts to O2. Jimmy Ontaro, manager of Arcadia Branch 2, smiled and said she believed everyone understood. The image shifts to O3. Can she explain the current situation now? Our third branch is significantly disrupted by the main plot. Kazuki Nakajima asked what the head office was thinking about the limited operational rights. Branch 05 spoke up. According to the head office, the current solution is AI-driven. 7 immediately got angry. I knew there would be problems with that AI system. Branch over asked why Ellis was overloaded and what caused it. The branches were silent in thought. Everyone was thinking about how Ellis wasn't capable enough to continue and wanted to stop using the AI system. Yontaro cut everyone off. You're wrong. She continued that this meeting isn't about discussing overload or ELLIS's safety, but informing everyone what will happen in Arcadia, not warning them of the 8 continents map. The image behind her shows a new map. She said it would change to look like this. As she spoke, a new map appeared on the screen. Everyone was surprised. What's going on here? All 8 continents have been merged into one. Yontaro calmly stated. She understood everyone's deception. Branch 2 said it was too early for this to happen, and more harm would result from it. But there's no other choice. Mizzen laughed loudly. Infinite freedom, infinite potential. As long as players are the driving force behind everything, they must accept and prepare countermeasures. Nakajima was shocked on one side. Players are the driving force. After these results, he immediately thought of someone. Could it be him? In the Demon King's castle in the demon world, a creature with long horns and red eyes, Asmodeus, the 6th Demon King, desires. I came here by the summoning command of the Demon King. Sa-Teng frowned and pointed at him. Ah, you're here. Did you bring the fragments of the cursed sword I told you to collect? Polish them and bring them to me tomorrow. I need them to travel to the human world. Mentioning the fragments of the cursed sword, he thought it must be the one who sent him into the deep darkness 1,000 years ago to restore magic for it. He continued, you have some too. Isn't that enough? Sa-Teng nodded firmly, his face stubborn. We don't need to know why he keeps jumping around when you bring him here. Do you understand what I'm saying? His face twisted into a frown. Truly frustrating. My life is such a mess. What's the master thinking about? As a ruler of the demon realm, we still have to follow the orders of the Demon King. Lately, he seems more tired and absent from his duties. The Demon King continued, there are rumors that you formed an agreement with humans as their servant, which immediately caught Satan's attention. He spoke angrily. It can't be true that the Demon King is always the master in all kinds of agreements. You can't be that Demon King who made a pact with human servants. As soon as he said this, Satan on his throne became furious, red eyes glaring at Asmodeus. This Asmodeus, you're handling too much. His eyes turned extremely angry and red. Should I remind you who the king is here? The voice and pressure made the demon flinch. In a blink of an eye, Sa-Teng transformed into a cute little form, boasting to those who couldn't fight against him. Han Zu said. Immediately, his hands supporting his cheeks thought about it. Thinking back, he agreed with himself, feeling that he was getting too involved in the master's commands. He imagined the master and the happy waste, but he didn't intend to give the master so much power just as long as that girl doesn't appear with wings. Instantly, he became furious again. If not for that, his share from the master would change right away. Sa-Teng thought about what the Demon King said. If I did as he instructed, who knows? Maybe I could restore the broken sword to its original state. This idea had been in his mind for a long time, and now it made him extremely angry. Damn it, there's no choice but to follow the master's orders. In Free Trade City Vilon, An old man looked surprised at the items on display. What is this? On the table were broken sword pieces covered in black aura. Where did these come from? Somewhere in Free Trade City Valen. Hurry and buy these items. Cheap goods here. Everyone, quickly get them before they run out. Level 3 magic books suitable for combat mages. Buying materials, gold, and new silk at higher market prices. The entire gold market was bustling with activity. Dextan and Elle wandered around, observing every corner. It's been a long time since I've visited such lively places. As he walked, he bit into an apple. The atmosphere here is quite pleasant. It's different from the Maroon Kingdom. However, there are still many unexpected surprises waiting for us here. He carefully looked around. Where could Hobby? I can't find him anywhere. The purple-furred midge searched left and right. Excuse me, what are you looking for? A nearby merchant approached to help. I came here to trade with Midas Corporation, but no one has greeted me yet. Hearing this, the happy-faced merchant said, "Oh, they're not here anymore now. They have plans to search for something and are moving into an old, grand building. That's Midas Corporation." The old man was surprised by the items on display. What is this? The broken pieces with black ore appeared on the trading table. A piece of stone emitted a purple light on the table and was carefully wrapped in paper. Goldberg smiled happily as he picked up the stone. These broken stones contain pure energy. There are quite a few here. These items will belong to me. He turned to his subordinate. Where did you find these things? It was by my good fortune, sir, the subordinate replied. An old man appeared and wanted to trade with him. He seemed unaware of the true value of these items. Hanmiu looked at the strange old man and handed over a piece of broken stone. I only paid a small amount for such a large quantity. The subordinate laughed sinisterly, his eyes showing fear towards the old man. Truly lucky for him, unlucky for that guy. If this city doesn't know how to price items, it's foolish. Goldberg looked at the stone and smiled sarcastically. That's true. If my intuition is right, this will not only shake up the market in this city, but also cause chaos across the continent. He widened his eyes as he smiled, a smile that couldn't be hidden. The blue shark gradually enveloped a black thread of energy, merging into one. Welcome to Seagriel Hotel. Do you need any assistance? And Orion appeared and greeted politely. What should I do? She glanced at him. That name looks quite cunning. His attire suggests he's not wealthy. She gave a cursory glance. Do you have enough money to stay in this top-tier hotel? Her disdainful gaze was clear, and quickly he fished out his wallet. Gold, so much of it, she was startled, her eyes sparkling with amazement. Fine, let me get the best room here, he said cheerfully. The items in this city mostly have a level close to 60, the moonlight illuminating the tiled roofs. It seems these average items on the continent are more than I thought. Dave sighed contentedly in the hot spring and remarked, well, there's good trade here for me to learn about everything. It also brings trouble because of the level differences on the calendar. Indeed, but it's due to the initial levels on that continent being higher than here. E seemed eager to leave. Really? Of course, everything is your fault. What do you mean by my fault? Dex looked puzzled. You really don't know the huge disparity in the original continent's levels? She shouted loudly. I didn't know that either. Dex responded with a puzzled expression. Then, when you revived at level 60 and attacked the Duke's mansion and challenged the temple, what then? Dex still looked bewildered. Of course, back then, adventurers there thought they would die if not strong enough, so they trained harder than anywhere else. She explained further, adding that their help with the Dwarf Treaty and the Fairy Treaty had contributed to the development of equipment items on that continent. That was when they realized their true strength. Thus, with effort and item support, they leveled up much faster than elsewhere. She continued explaining, but Dex still looked blank. Indeed, it was me who did all that. Nevertheless, this now helps you a lot. You might receive something new here, she said with renewed hope and sighed. Dex slumped dejectedly. He glanced in another direction. So I ask you when I want to make Sathan the King of Demons do something. I think you'll try to stop me, right? Why haven't you said anything then? He lay back in the water, relaxed. That part is clear to me. I think you're just making your own plans. Thinking about how you might earn 20 million experience points, we can imagine that what you're planning and doing won't be simple. Dex nodded in agreement, realizing she's incredibly smart too. All of this is just speculation, but I now understand a lot about you, which only makes me respect you more. Dex looked puzzled again. Oh, that's what it means. You've always been the first to make me curious. Her focused gaze on him. That smile made his spine tingle. If you continue exploiting and manipulating Sathan, I'll be even happier. I won't have to deal with that annoying name anymore. That's what we want from you. Dex sighed. She indeed has her own schemes too. Suddenly, Tan appeared out of nowhere. I've returned. He happily jumped out from the entrance. Don't wake up yet. How's the work? Master, be at ease. I've entrusted that to a reliable subordinate. They laugh and joke, not realizing they're looking at something with disdain. Now, the news about it has spread everywhere. Satang strokes his chin in thought, smiling happily. Those greedy humans will have to pay for their desire for that item. Think about this carefully. Meanwhile, someone is carefully examining an item through a magnifying glass. Sir, the best appraiser has arrived. Please. The subordinate behind announces. All right. Did you find any clues? He asks the cold-named individual. These things are quite strange. I've never seen anything like them before. He frowns and says, his face is drenched with sweat. It might be a divine item based on my guess, but I can't accurately assess it further. Hearing the word divine, he jumps in surprise, quickly gives an order. We need to investigate more about the origin of this item. Hurry, we need to know more about it. The appraiser says again, but that's really difficult for me. I can't see through these items. I think on our continent, few people could accurately assess them either. He speaks carefully. However, here we can notice a few things I don't understand. The characters are very strange. The appraiser looks at different patterns on the sword. They glow strangely. It might be from an ancient relic. That relic, the more he talks about it, the more restrained he becomes. That relic is the highest level demon dungeon on our continent. The scene of the relic appears, red and blazing, with a dark and dangerous atmosphere. You mean that stone has something to do with the devil race? Goldberg asks doubtfully. Yes, it might be like that. He grabs his hand confidently. This is what was left from when we wrapped up the item in a mysterious way during the demon god battle. Alright, I understand. You can step back now. Goldberg orders the appraiser, surprising the subordinate behind him. So it's still left over from that ancient demon god battle. A devil race item? You heard that? Yes. The subordinate jumps in surprise. As merchants, anything valuable can be traded regardless of whose domain it belongs to. This makes the other person very uneasy. But this cannot be traded like usual. The Han man's face twists into a cunning smile. His eyes become wicked. His smile can't be hidden. I need to give it an important position in our trading city so that more people know about it. The higher its value will be when everyone sees it. Thinking of this, he stops at letting everyone admire it. This divine item not many know about yet will be auctioned for the highest price. The divine item is displayed in an auction house. Rumors about it have spread everywhere, showing humans reaching out with desire. While other players can't see through its stats and functions, everyone only sees its rank. The system has hidden all those details. But just appearing alone is enough to make a name for itself, which makes people very curious. This divine item has appeared. Do you know that? It's a fragment with divine power. I see dots everywhere. It's really a mythological item. The first time I saw it on this continent, everyone is talking about it all over the place. Discussions have quickly exploded about this. With such limited information, they are very curious. For players, anything related to the divine catches their attention, even the dragon race. Holy relics. I thought these items no longer existed, but they've appeared again. The news everywhere is showing fragments of the relics. This makes the orange-haired guy excited. The ancient battle between gods and demons is happening again. At his feet are magic teleportation stones. Let's check them out. As a protector of this continent, I can't ignore this. Han glances, his eyes narrowing slightly. That's enough for now. Satong, the Demon King, feels annoyed looking at the display case of fragments from Deathbringer. This is like buying fun at a market fair. The demon world's holy relics are being looked down upon by these lowly humans, and I can only watch. Damn it, if not for that master. He was cursing when he suddenly remembered something. Can we really lure those lazy dragons this way? Could they be foolish enough to fall for a trick? The next day, many people came to see the relic exhibition. Someone asked curiously, is that the legendary item from the rumors? Just fragments, right? It doesn't look special at all. Some people whistled in admiration, but it must be very expensive. Ha! Satong on the rooftop watched humans pointing and discussing his holy relics. There were even some insulting remarks that made him furious, wishing he could beat them up to vent his anger. He could only curse, these damn humans dare touch my treasures without knowing their value. Just wait until I open the teleportation gate. I'll personally come here and show you all what's coming. Looking around, Satong suddenly noticed a strange aura among the crowd. Numistic Kavi Tien, the fiery-hearted singer, had appeared. He immediately spotted the relic and realized it was rare indeed. The Kavi Tien smirked. Impossible. This aura matches Deathbringer. Good fortune like this is hard to come by. I actually got a treasure in such a way. Satan also noticed Cavern and grinned devilishly as if he had found a treasure, thinking about how foolish some lizards must be to fall for 7 stars. Cavern approached the display case and carefully confirmed it was Deathbringer, even though just fragments. This is incredible. Cavenzer examined the fragments, wondering why such a demon relic would be displayed in such a dirty market, especially in such a broken state. The remaining power is too weak. At this level, it's almost completely vanished. What happened? If not for the Holy War, no demonic artifact could have been destroyed like this. With its current strength, it should be reported to the Dragon King immediately upon discovery. That's our rule. But the relic has lost all its power now. Thinking of that, Cavern licked his lips. The damn demons showed no special signs. Adding it to my collection of demonic artifacts wouldn't be bad either. The auction is scheduled for 3 weeks from now, right? HMPH, easy enough. I have the money. A moment later, Cavern left the scene. Satan hurried back to the hotel to inform Dex. He shouted loudly, Master has arrived. He really showed up. They say a new level 10 young dragon is drooling with desire. Dex replied calmly, it's earlier than expected. Seems like she's well informed. Elle responded softly. Of course, a young dragon would still be interested in such worldly matters. Satong asked with disappointment, what are you guys doing? Why do you look so gloomy? The situation is tricky. There's a bit of an issue that came up. We're scratching our heads on how to handle it. Satong looks surprised. What problem? What kind of problem? But anyway, you are part of my familiar, so I'll tell you. I'll explain simply for your dumb self to understand. Al looked at the wooden sword in front of Dex and said, first, this is the sword Dex gave me. It's definitely the only key that can kill a dragon. Though it can only be used once, it can kill any dragon with 1 strike because this item contains an extremely powerful ability. The problem is how to deliver that fatal blow and how to buy time until then. Death rests his chin and replies, just stab him from behind when he's off guard, right? I think it should be strong enough just by using force. Io asks again, Death, is your goal to kill the dragon for its heart? He nods. Yeah, that's correct. She continues questioning. Then let me ask you this. Are the hearts of humans and dragons the same size? Debs feels it's an unnecessary question. He exclaims, what does its size have to do with anything? Io asserts, of course it matters. With the same strength, which has more mass will possess greater power, right? If a dragon dies in human form, the immense magical and life force accumulated in its heart would lose control and vanish immediately. As a result, we can only get a slightly more powerful human heart from that corpse. In other words, to obtain a complete dragon's heart, we must force it into its true form and then use the sword to finish it off. Only now does Dex understand her point. He thinks, so I need to push this line to its limits without using the sword. That's tough. Satan sits close by, listens for a while, and asks again, what are you talking about? Pause for a moment. He says softly, if the master doesn't care about logical storylines, fighting a dragon hand-to-hand might still give us a chance. But forcing it into its true form is quite difficult. Death curiously asks, how hard can that be? Let me explain in detail. Satan solemnly analyzes, first off, magic, specifically level 9 magic. Death gasps, level 9? The only reason the gods of that era abandoned their boring human disguises to return to their true dragon forms was when they were so enraged they lost their minds, or felt their lives were threatened. And once in its true form, it would definitely use a level 9 spell. Do you remember the Master's level 8 magic? A level 9 spell is even more terrifying by one step. If it uses a level 9 spell, this continent map might have to be redrawn. Dex thinks silently, if that's the case, the angle will definitely be spectacular. Io hears this and has an idea. I think differently now. Maybe using a level 9 spell would make it use a type of magic only effective against Dex. For example, Super Vietnamese magic could kill any lower level creature absolutely like the order to kill. If it's another kind of magic, that's fine, but for humans, Dex might not be able to withstand it. Satong scratches his head worriedly. This move is too risky. What if something goes wrong? If that damn lizard takes away my divine sword, we might lose everything. Master, maybe you should give up. Forget about the dragon's heart. No need anymore. Dex thinks slowly. Yeah, it seems I've relied too much on that sword. Suddenly he laughs almost out loud. Thought it would be easy. At this level, there's no fun left. I've decided to kill the dragon. Shatong looks at Dex's determined expression and is alarmed. Damn, Master in this state, nothing can stop him now. Social media has started discussing. Rumors say mythic items are trending on the Japanese system. It seems like the same sword that Another person was surprised. Huh, is that sword a mythic item? How did it break? So at first, it was a system item for us. This is a cultural theft scandal. No, a mythic item theft scandal? Why is it displayed in the market like this, sold to merchants? It's definitely a main quest. There's no way it could be wrong. According to my intuition, Chocolate and Dex must be plotting something on the Japanese continent. Fan with Dex. Fan with Dex. Fan with Dex. Fan with Dex. This is the fan with Dex's sword. Didn't it look black? Black, 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 black. A short-haired girl with a sharp face stared at her phone screen, deeply thinking about what Dex had caused this time. At that moment in the Loomer desert, the Pi Caravan set up tents to rest in the desert. Apple was amazed when she heard someone talking and exclaimed, "What? Dex is connected to the same person. That makes sense." The first time we met him, he also used the nickname Lestiadora to hide his identity. Lemon kept asking, so all the events on the Japanese system were arranged by Dex alone. What was his goal? A young man chuckled and replied, it seems he wanted to bring back the dragon's heart. The two heard as if they were debating. Dragoner. The young man suddenly lowered his voice. After all, I suddenly brought up this matter because Dex has something to ask of everyone in the Pi Caravan. He wants to use the entire Pi Caravan intelligence network to gather information about the bidders for the upcoming Midas Guild auction. Lemon was very excited and passed it on to us. Thanks to Dex's investment we have today. The three sat together talking, and everyone around them fell into a deep silence. A few weeks later, the Midas Company officially held an open mythic item auction. Many people came to participate. Goldberg stood on the balcony with excited voice. Gentlemen, ladies, thank you for coming to today's auction, and I wish everyone a chance to own a mythic item that has never existed in history before. Welcome to your collection. Cavern licked his lips secretly among the crowd. While Dex found the target on the other side, he finally located it, the dragon. Goldberg ended the introduction and began shouting, "Everyone pay attention, the auction organized by Midas Guild will begin shortly." Below the stage, many people were gathered. It seems there are more NPCs than expected. People kept talking. Of course, mythic items are priceless treasures even for NPCs. Look at those NPCs. They're all high-ranking members or nobles from various empires. This is hopeless for the auction. Even if we contribute all the gold on our person from this system, it might not be enough. Countess Miel of Sun Empire was still young and wore large glasses. She smiled sarcastically at someone next to her. Surprising indeed. Is the Pros Empire participating in this auction too? I heard they're suffering from severe drought, with no strength left. Could it be that they came just for fun? Countess Case of Pros Empire replied slowly, "Don't worry, the issue has been resolved. Sun Empire refused to sell foodstuffs to us at that time. So the Empire focused all its efforts on self-sufficiency in food and developed new farming techniques to increase production. Moreover, indeed you're very good, Countess. I heard Spring Empire is struggling with sea raiders from another continent. Yet, in such a domestic, unstable situation, you still have the leisure to care about this auction." Countess Highbrowmeal, what did you just say, wandering around? Are you crazy? You must know that insulting me is also insulting the Jun Empire. Old Tree Cane looks at him and asks, "If I'm right, what do you plan to do?" This brat thinks he can act big just because of his country's support? Kaven sees them arguing noisily and reminds them to calm down. The auction is about to start. Continuing like this will damage both empires' reputations. Old Tree Cane looks at the red-haired youth in front of her, thinking silently. What? Who is this guy? Sharp eyes indeed. Miel immediately shouts out loud. Who are they? The red-haired youth slowly introduces himself. I am Count Kaven of the Bayou Kingdom. What's wrong with that? Miel starts a mock fight right away. Huh, Count? Just some weak Count from the Bayou Kingdom daring to give orders to me without reason. Cavern watches them intently. His cold eyes emit a chilling glare. Look, be quiet when others are speaking. Miel suddenly starts sweating profusely, feeling a slight tremor of fear in her heart. Same for Case. He whispers softly, "Sorry." King Sa Ting on the rooftop sees this and exclaims, "That's him, that godling, Eo sighs." Just using spirit speech over a child issue, it seems this line is quite temperamental too. Suddenly, Sa Ting gets angry. Now he can use his power freely. Is that so? Looking at those godlings' behavior, they are really unfair. They are indeed the land's poor soldiers of Akadiyammer. Albinton answers, they are residents here and have the right to do so. Don't you also freely use your power in the demon world? He stammers. HMPH, that's true. Dex stands among the crowd, his eyes fixed on the clouds. That one is a dragon. So when will it get angry and attack us? The organizers announce, now we will start the auction of Midas Guild's artifacts. Starting bid at 100 gold. Someone raises their hand. 500 gold. Another bids. 2,000 gold. People following online are closely watching the auction. They begin to comment, is 1 gold worth 100 million guons? NBC is really playing big. Prices skyrocketing in just a blink of an eye. Indeed, it's a completely different class. Isn't it true that ordinary players have been excluded from the game for ages? The gap between rich and poor in this virtual world. During the auction, the money keeps increasing at a dizzying speed. 3,000 gold, 5,000 gold, 8,000 gold. Miel raises her hand to bid 10,000 gold. The viewers feel breathless. 1 billion guons already. Wow, the prices are terrifying. But is that item really worth it? Of course, it must be the only mythic item in the world. Cavern lets out a low voice. 150,000 gold. The surrounding area has become much quieter. Few can afford such enormous sums of money. A fierce competition among well-off households begins. Miel grits her teeth and bids 200,000 gold. Old Tree Case finally speaks up for 100,000 gold. Cavern decides to play it out to the end. Han doesn't change his expression as he says, 1 million gold. The other side pushes the price to 1,200,000 100,000 gold. Cavern seals with 10 million gold. Everyone gasps 10 million E. Who is so terrifying? Commander, I don't want to waste any more time on this auction. I doubt anyone objects. Finish it up. Everyone thought the auction was over. No one expected Dex to jump in with a bid right now. 20 million gold. Goldberg momentarily fell silent, wondering who this newcomer was. People turned around towards the direction of the voice that shouted 20 million. Caven calmly said, "You're just an old explorer. I didn't think you had enough to pay such a large sum." Dex pulled his hat down and replied, "So? But the system still accepted my bid, so it means I have 20 million gold." Cavern directly stated the price, 300 million gold. Goldberg was shocked by 300 million gold. He would never have enough to bid on such a super rare item in his lifetime. Goldberg concluded, "If no one has any objections, I'll declare the auction over." The system immediately announced that ownership of the item had been transferred to Cavern. After completing everything, Cavern approached Dex and asked, "Who are you?" He hesitated, Astaroth. "So what?" The system announced, "Logic Event 1,812,331, Angelina's Assistant Logic Event 283,212, Cashia's Logic Event 192,988, I'm as Black as a Pot Handle 92,123, Apple 14,721. Dex turned to ask, "Is this enough?" Satan examined carefully and replied, "It smells of iron nails. It should last about 30 minutes. Dex thought it might only take that long. "Then rely on him," Satan said with a confident expression. "I trust the master absolutely, but bring out the boy and return Deathbringer to me." Debs responded softly, "All right." He muttered under his breath as he read the incantation for the spell. A large, armored avatar appeared with a sword in hand. The system announced, "Slayer of Bloodlines, the player's body is temporarily infused by an entity from the demon realm. This can be used to tap into its power. Sword of Bloodline. Blade that carves the heart of the bloodline. Passive skill activated. Hunter of Bloodlines, absolute speed boost, willpower suppression." Dex quickly closed in for a close-range attack on Cavern. The terrifying strength forced him to go on the defensive. It seems he recognized the Sword of Dragon Slayer. Cavern stepped back. "That sword! Who are you, you bastard? Do you know what you're doing?" Dex replied cheerfully, "What? Hunting dragons, that's all." The force of the palms collided with a loud boom. The shockwave caused everyone to scatter and run away. Screams echoed everywhere. "Ah, what in the world is this? Such terrible damage. Run fast. Just touching it could be fatal. Ooh, save me." Dex's sword continuously sliced down. The sword's energy tore through the spatial fabric. Continuous magic spells clashed against his defenses. Dex marveled, level 5 magic. Human Mudge would struggle to cast it, but it seems like he wanted to hide something. But using it recklessly like this, how can you hide? Suddenly, Lao rushed in and threw a powerful punch that sent the magic spells crashing into the wall with loud thuds, but seemed ineffective. "That lizard is indeed from my family. I didn't think it could deal any damage at all. Your kind are really cheating." Cavern crawled out of the rubble, his eyes red as he cast a control spell on Dexter, the traitor. The system sent a notification. Bloodline pressure is suppressing the player's body. Passive skill activated. Unyielding will. Effect of bloodline pressure nullified. Dex laughed and replied arrogantly, "Then the one being pummeled by this low-class guy's fist is just an ant or some such thing." Cavern began to get angry and roared, "No matter who you are, I'll shut you up." Harm gathered his breath and unleashed a fiery storm. In space, countless strange carvings and giant fireballs appear. Meal stands below in shock, feeling like witnessing the wrath of the sun. Keys recognizes it of Firestorm, a 7th level magic spell, beyond human reach. Oh my god, he imagines that if those fireballs hit here, everything will be flattened. Cavern stands above and suddenly vanishes with a cold voice. Dex holds his sword calmly. He immediately moves up to block the attack. A sword slices through the fireball, injuring Cavern. Cavern spits out blood, secretly trembling in fear. My 7th level magic was stopped. It seems he read his thoughts. Dex just said, "You're really stupid. This is a sword that kills demons. If it couldn't stop the demon's power, would it still be called a demon-slaying sword?" Dex smirks in response. Human down below. 2 points. Cavern stands amidst the burning flames, struggling and mumbling curses. "You dare, you bastard." Looking at Cavern's wings spread out, Dex thinks it's phase 2. He smiles politely and says, "Pleasure to meet you, Kobanian Fire Dragon." Satan sits below, happily munching on popcorn. The crazy master who loves provocation. Neck cramp. Dex keep going. Maybe it will reveal its true form. Cavern becomes more cautious and asks Dex, "Human, how did you know my identity?" Dex replies nonchalantly, "What do I know? Clearly, you came here on your own. Right, L? Dan." Both immediately appear behind Dex in the air. Caven is surprised to see them and exclaims, "Why are you on his side?" Satan smirks and says, "Long time no see, damn god of fire." Al mocks too. The pain of the Fire Dragon clan, just as hot-tempered as rumored. Kaven cries out in panic, How? How can you be here? How could it be? Because of the weed, right? It's that weed and the human you're fighting against." Kaven feels confused. "What? Weed? You mean a high-level angel and the king of hell are courting a human down below?" Debs laughs. "Exactly." Caven shouts with his finger pointing, "They're really crazy. Do you think the Dragon King will just stand by while you meddle, trash?" Another foolish mistake from the young sheep. "Do you want to ignite another bloody holy war?" Satin curses, "What's wrong with you, dead lizard? You're delusional. We have no intention of igniting a new holy war. We just want to restore what was lost in the past." Caven suddenly breaks out in cold sweat. "What? Satin hasn't provoked L yet. You're angels, right? Go away." No, daring to demand a heart from a star. L relaxes. "If you need the heart, just say so." He sighed and shook his head disapprovingly. "Sure enough, among those chickens, you're the maddest one." Death looked at Caven and asked, "Now this line understands what's happening, right? If you win against me, the Deathbringer shards will belong to you. But if I win, I'll get back all the shards and your heart. Simple, isn't it?" System notification sent. Item effect activated. Sweet revenge has been triggered. Applies to this line. Damage is amplified 1000% with increased magic resistance. Item effect activated. Decisive moment activated. Physical and energy consumption greatly reduced. Dex taunted the opponent with his sword. "Here, or let me go?" Cavern looked at Dex in puzzlement. "You really have a deep voice," answered in cow. "Don't ask any more. Prove it yourself." "What kind of existence am I?" Saying this, the sword swung with immense force, cutting through the air and creating an oppressive aura. The luck and power gushed out terrifyingly. More sculptures appeared. A barrage of firepower burst forth, attacking fiercely, making Dex struggle to defend. He felt that at least it was a 5th level magic spell, and all its attributes were being cast simultaneously. The magnitude of his mana power was enormous. At this rate, not only winning is impossible, even approaching him is out of the question. Dex muttered to himself, "Even just taunting, the situation now is really unstable." Satan reminded, "Master, you have only 17 minutes left. You must finish within 17 minutes. Dex was startled. "No more time. I've already spent 1.8 million points. At least give me a little bit more." But Satan snapped, "I've tried to extend the time as much as possible. Don't act like you're at a market buying vegetables." After 17 minutes, the countdown is on. Debs thought, "Within this limited time, I must deliver a decisive blow. This is the issue." He rubbed his head, hooted and cleared his throat. "I knew it from the start." Satan looked at him suspiciously and asked, "What's going on, Master? Are you crazy?" Debs smiled faintly. "I made a mistake. Spending time chatting with him was indeed a mistake. The opponent is not human but a line. This isn't PvP, it's more like a red boss battle." Thinking this, Dex's face showed a sinister smile. Cavern saw his attitude and had some doubts. "The battlefield has changed. Who is that human?" The barrier between species is absolutely unbreakable. Despite the overwhelming pressure from the lion, he didn't waver but instead ignited a strong fighting spirit. This is what risk means. Despite hearing rumors, I never expected such a powerful opponent. Interesting, Cavern decided to cast a high-level spell. The power condensed into a sphere with little dragons moving inside, looking very ancient. He roared arrogantly, "Let's see how long you can withstand my magic." Satan sensed the terrifying power and tried to stop him. Master dodged that. It's 6th, not 7th level magic. He is about to cast a 7th level spell. Dex asked again, "Really? Are you sure?" Satan lied. "What, such an obvious thing?" Debs said softly, "I believe in your lies." Saying this, he plunged into the battle. Satan was alarmed and his face twisted. He's gone mad. Dive straight into the magic realm. Want to die that much? Dex has other plans. You think this is just a bait? To use stronger magic, the incantation time must be longer. Seize this moment before he strikes. Kavan confidently poured his inner strength into the move. He saw Dex closing in fast to late, human. But as he was about to speak, the sword chi surged up. Only a bright streak of light slashed through, severing his wing. Kavan stood still. What is this? The system displayed notifications, activating the Burning Vengeance will, activating the Dragon Slayer will, activating the ultimate one-strike certain death technique, activating the Fragile Life Force. Dex grinned triumphantly. Got you, took about 0.5 seconds. Kavan angrily asked, "You think you can dodge it?" He replied without hesitation, "Of course, if I wasn't confident, why play games, right?" Hearing this, Kavan was greatly shocked. This wasn't a life-or-death battle, but just a game, a pastime. He smiled broadly. Indeed, very entertaining. You're strong, I am too. Give it your all for the fun. Let you wait long enough. Kavan raised his hand, a golden glow enveloped him. It seemed the aura was getting stronger and stronger. The fire grew larger, causing those below to panic and run away. Someone screamed in terror. "What is that?" "That fire is too dangerous. Run even farther." "Where can we run now?" "We're already outside the village." Suddenly, the system sent a notification. Mission activated. Content: the legendary horror task, the Fire Dragon Kerbinian, a creature that exists only in legend. Someone dared to ruin this fun and even injured him. If you want to live, run now. Or else, you'll experience the ultimate horror from the highest beast. Leave the Pillin area immediately. If failed, all items will be confiscated. A series of notifications appeared below, directly affected by the overwhelming pressure, existence of superior hostility, abnormal state, fear effect, all stats reduced 90%. Logout function temporarily disabled. Many characters were suppressed by Kavan's line power. They ran in panic below. Cries non-stop. Run away, line. Kavan's eyes filled with coldness as he ordered. "Fear me, you miserable wretches. All your existence is meaningless. Offer everything you have." A massive fire dragon appeared in the air. The floating ball of fire was terrifyingly close to it. Al felt a bit scared. "That's not." Sathing continued, "It's an 8th level inferno magic, burning everything with hellfire." Dev looked satisfied at the scene. Final phase successful. Here comes my heart. The screen showed live stream views. Viewers were surprised. What is this? A live stream? Damn it. Japanese system. Why such a sea of fire? Can't see anything. Hold on, that's the dragon. A massive fire dragon appeared in the air. The floating ball of fire was terrifyingly close to it. Io felt scared. "That's not." Sha Tang continued, "It's an 8th level inferno magic, burning everything with hellfire." Kavan laughed arrogantly. "Haha, you figured it out now? Human, you've angered me and must pay for your sins. You've gone too far." His true form appeared as a blazing red dragon, power at the highest level, but Dex showed no fear. Both engaged in fierce combat, destroying everything in their path. Suddenly, an illusionary fire appeared. Dex shouted, "Dragon Slayer sword, transform." His shield stood firm before him. He looked back and said, "Even rocks are burning." Hellfire is truly terrifying. Line 60 is repeated for exact line count. Of course, the inferno will burn through the essence of the target. Even water can be burned into dust. Roar in anger, you bastard. How could you still claim victory under these circumstances? This time's revenge won't just end with killing them. I'll teach the entire human race on this continent a lesson they'll never forget. Just wait and see, humans. Death laughed bitterly, still acting proud despite being beaten to near death without learning anything. What do you think your gods base their belief in eternal victory over humanity? Roar, what did you say? Eel was surprised as the classic line appeared. The excited audience couldn't stop rubbing their hands in joy. Sure enough, the master always knows how to provoke his opponent with such words. Dex calculated that the transformation sword had already cost quite a bit of points and might need to use it soon. That thing there, the viewers exclaimed. Damn it, there is. It's really him. That guy from before. Dex. Dex took out the staff and lightly tapped it. One hit. One hit. With this staff, everyone is equal. The audience saw this scene and couldn't help but react. Crazy! Ha ha! Can that staff really defeat a fire dragon with just one strike? Staff! It's that staff! Black in color, black in color, black in color, black in color. I hope you find love soon. I hope you get perfect scores on your college entrance exam. Alright, river up! For the sect of staff users. Long live Debs. Staff users' eyes widened in surprise. What a strange thing! What on earth is that? What kind of weapon is that exactly? You adventurers! He continued to cultivate his inner power. The magical runes in the sky became more numerous. Dex thought he needed to be careful. This magic was even stronger than before. A sea of flames and mana rushed together densely, lighting up a large area. Dex held the dragon shield tightly, bracing himself for defense. He exclaimed, "It's terrifying. Lucky I used transformation to block. Otherwise, we would have been completely destroyed." Satan smirked, combining 7th and 8th level magic. Do you want to destroy everything? Al speculated that the opponent had no more room for retreat now. Suddenly, he recalled when we invaded Arcadia, it wasn't like this. Just a few stubborn ones were caught. Just scare them with destruction. Aldab taunted, "Are you proud of that, loser?" Satan roared in anger. "What did you say, you chicken? Even chickens are better than you. Be quiet." Death interrupted. "Stop talking nonsense. Time's up." "We have about 5 minutes left," Satan replied, with one hand holding the sword and the other with a prepared staff. He said, "That's all we have. It's too late to exhaust him now. The taunts must have run their course. How can I create an opening for him?" Suddenly, Satang remembered something. Ben said, "Master, I know what those gods hate. Do you want to try it?" Dex asked back, "What? What?" He sighed, finally had to resort to that method. "Huh?" Satan leaned close to Dex and whispered, but Dex was a bit confused. "It's serious, really." He kept insisting on it. "Believe me, Master, this will definitely work." Dex pursed his lips. "Alright then, fine. There's always a way out." Dex glared and said loudly with a sly expression, "Hey Capenian, what about your father being a god of fire?" He was stunned and didn't understand what Dex wanted. Then he continued, "And your grandmother is also a god of fire." The caustic rhyme flew towards Dex, still confused. Even the internet users were puzzled. Some posted a series of question marks. Others looked delighted, amused, impressed, baffled. What's this? Crazy. Cursing at the fire dragon version. At that moment, the caustic rhyme roared in anger. "I can't take it anymore. After killing people, I will gather all my kind, all the fire dragons on the Arcadia continent. They will know the truth that humans have conspired with the demon and celestial realms to harm us, the protectors of this world. And our wrath shall fall upon all humanity as punishment for their crimes." A large red powerful sigil appeared in the sky. The cavern moved up closer to the spell array. Elho stepped forward. It was Dex at this moment. He exclaimed, "Great!" A figure rushed towards the cavern. Han said with disdain full, In such a critical situation, still rushing headlong into death. Do you think those tricks can fool me again? Die, human! He cast the kill command spell and the person in front was reduced to mere bones. But from the other side, Deck appeared unexpectedly, causing Han to exclaim, "What are you doing?" "You didn't die," I explain. "It's simple, level 9 magic. Kill command is a spell that can be granted to living creatures absolute death. So as long as it's not a living creature, Dex used his robotic Iron Warrior Oscar as a decoy to take the hit." Satan questioned Io, "Why is this clumsy robot on the list of celestial summoning?" She replied, "Oh that. It's because of the fervent plea from its creator." "You curious, fervent plea?" She nodded yes. He wanted his iron robot to be able to ascend to heaven and exist forever even if his soul couldn't. The celestial realm accepted this noble request. Humans are truly adorable and noble creatures. They sacrificed their souls to create art. And then Calvin's body was pierced by a lance, hanging in midair. He couldn't believe it, stuttering, "What did you do to me?" Dex replied succinctly, "I said, 1 hit each. Before the spear, everyone is equal." The caustic Grimes voice broke. I'm hit by a nameless one." Humans fell down and remained silent. The World Tree Spirit sensed this too. She folded her hands in thought. "Dex, you did it." System confirms the legendary solo elimination of Ancient Fire Dragon. All people in Acadia are amazed by your achievement. You receive 1 point for 29 billion renown points. Your name will be recorded in the history of Acadia. People's perception of adventurers will change completely. Achievements include Slayer of Dragons, Servant of Commerce God, Creator of Chaos, and Monster Strategist. Receive 14.290, 0 points. Dex stood before the massive fire dragon's corpse, looking weary from the battle, which had drained a lot of his strength. He wiped sweat and smiled contentedly, having successfully eliminated the fire dragon. Now it was time to dissect it. 47 minutes after the sudden attack on the fire dragon, the culprit was still Dex. The Arcadia Systems headquarters were once again tense. The manager wondered why this player had caused such a big commotion. But from now on, competition and rivalry among players would become extremely intense. Lemazian didn't think so. She softly said, "Event sounds more reasonable than an incident." The manager excitedly replied, "Can't you see the changes happening in Arcadia? How severe they are? A large-scale update to unify the continent of Pangaea BF must be implemented soon. Only 20% of its area has been explored so far, and each continent's mission is critical. And this incident will definitely shorten the game's lifespan by at least 10 years. Lemazian interrupted him. "That's enough." The manager didn't understand what she meant. She continued, "That's what the major shareholders are thinking." Mi Han was surprised to hear this. Mizion said, "Even as a director, I can't ignore the opinions of those with voting rights. Right, everyone has to make a living. Agene Electronics, Argo OS, and Silicon Tebio Industries hold 99% of Arcadia's shares. In other words, they want this to happen." The manager understood as he thought. Indeed, Director Lemazian holds the remaining 1%. How can she say such things? Lemazian smiled brightly and asked, "Is there anything else to report?" The manager awkwardly replied, "No, sir." He thought to himself, poor branch directors had to remain silent during the previous meeting. Who knows what will happen next? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Dex was harvesting loot. The system notified him, received 2,720 for Fire Dragon scales, 150 to Fire Dragon teeth, 935 Fire Dragon bones, and a Fire Dragon heart. Complete the land collapse mission. Go to the World Tree to receive your reward. Dex held the Fire Dragon heart in his hand. He smiled, finally getting the Fire Dragon heart. This harvest was pretty good. Satong looked at the heart with great excitement and said, "Great master, I always believed in you." Elle also got excited, surprised to have succeeded. "Dex, you always amaze me." The system sent another notification. The Fire Dragon Copenhagen has lost ownership of its lair. You now own the lair of the Fire Dragon Copenhagen. The lair of the Fire Dragon Copenhagen is registered as a player's hideout. A golden key appeared. Dex happily said, owning the lair is indeed an unexpected reward. Let's check it out then. He inserted the key into the largest red carved stone. A beam of light appeared. The system announced he was entering the lair of the Fire Dragon Copenhagen. You can visit the lair once a day. Dex found himself in a large, beautifully decorated cave. He stood there for a moment and said, "So this whole place belongs to me?" He laughed loudly. "Haha, I thought this game was trash, but maybe I should change my mind now." Satang crawled over the pile of treasure. Oh my! Indeed, this lazy god has accumulated a huge fortune. Well, it can't take all these treasures to the grave anyway. Io played with the gold coins happily and said, with such skill, even a high-level fire dragon couldn't accumulate so many treasures, unless it's very diligent in looting. It deserves its fate. The system notified him, current balance 1.352, 230 to 0.120 gold. He muttered, what a strange number. I'll have to spend quite some effort converting all this gold into something useful. I feel like there's going to be a new mission soon. Sha Tong was still spinning through the treasure pile. Master, there are many valuable things here. This lazy god has good eyesight too. Alfred appeared and said something. Look at this, there's even a level 9 magic book. The system notified, holding power increases magical efficiency, human spirit magic version, age-changing magic, level for spellcasting, level 6 magic books, great fireball, level 6 fire strike, level 7 fire and wind, level 7 healing, level 8 tsunami, level 8 great despair, level 8 blizzard, level 9 stone smashing magic book, level 9 execution order magic book. Dex thought to himself, is that all there is for level 8 and 9 magic books? Heaving a sigh at the clutter in front of him, he muttered, this damned headache. The tank struggled with a mouthful of armor on, wearing a silver ring as Dex asked curiously, what's wrong, man? Master, he sighed, there are too many things to organize here. It'll take quite some time, at least several months. Satan excitedly said, then let me introduce you to someone wonderful. Deus asked back, a wonderful person? You mean we're going to trade points for a demon as a butler? Satan nodded, saying straightforwardly, that's the idea. After all, we got this set now, living like nobles. As expected, people say so, Elsie said with a turn of her head. You're always boasting about being good at something. The system notified, reputation points 14,290,000. No butler for the hidden base yet. Add a butler to manage your hidden base when you go adventuring. Damn it, thinking about what Satan suggested actually isn't bad. He kept jumping around. Right, I'll find someone excellent for you. By the way, I'll charge monthly service fees in reputation points. This part is a mandatory agreement. Do you understand? Don't worry too much. Dex scratched his head. Fine, do it that way. Consider this as your good deed for lending me things. The tank jumped up happily. Wonderful, the master is really considerate. Eyes wide. What did you say? She asked Dex. And what about me? She whispered, that damn child can't do anything useful by going out to work with Deathbringer, while I have to think up plans. Not only that, even Oscar is borrowed. It's not over yet. Death calmed down. Hey, calm down. Satan teased. Foolish. Just arguing and you get reputation points. Only by thinking like me can you share in the spoils. She angrily shouted, that damn child. Do you want to start a fight? Here. Today I'll teach you manners. They fought fiercely. Dex stood by and sighed. They don't know when to stop. At the Arcadia Korea branch office, Limmy Xion exclaimed at her computer screen, what a big fallout. I sincerely apologize, Director Kim and everyone. We should have tried to recover that sword. But in her heart, she thought perhaps everything happened as planned. It's probably time for Debs to meet him. She looked at the information on the report. Yoonji Young, 20 years old, Seoulman University Reality Virtuality major student. At that moment in the synchronization development room, an upperclassman female voice rang out. Ge Ang, you've worked hard. We've collected all the synchronized data today. Take a break. He sat up and replied, Thank you, miss. Geang stretched to relieve the fatigue and thought to herself, Ugh, it's all Gea's fault. The guild has to do this part-time work, but I didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. We also need to deal with the flame dragon items. Maybe we should quit early. As soon as he stepped out, someone called him, Yuhun Ji-young, are you free? Ji-young turned around and saw an unfamiliar girl. He asked who she was. The girl smiled brightly and introduced herself as Lee Mi-jian, the manager of the Arcadia branch in Korea. Can we talk for a moment? They went into a room and Lemizian asked if Ji-young wanted some milk coffee. Ji-young responded vaguely, Yes, thank you. Seeing her bring the coffee herself, he asked why she was making it. Don't you have a secretary? Lemizian chuckled. A secretary isn't a barista. Besides, I can do this myself. And most importantly, this floor is currently off limits. Except for me and you. Lemizian looked straight at him with a serious expression. I want to meet Jiang. Oh no, Dex. Jiang slumped his head in dejection. Do you know who I am? Lemizian smiled and replied, Don't worry, no one else will know except me. He sighed, I guess I've caused quite a few messy situations lately. But it's not as serious as the last time with the reward tree. Lemizian said gently. Plus, what do you think about becoming the richest person in Arcadia? Gee. Honest answer? Honestly, I'm not sure either. It just seems more troublesome. She held her coffee cup thoughtfully. As a profession with so many restrictions, yet still reaching this level of rank, it's truly impressive. Suddenly she realized she had been rambling and that the reason she came to find Dex was to propose a deal with the most influential people in Arcadia. Ji-young noticed her hesitation and asked bluntly, What does the Arcadia branch manager want from me? He thought internally, If it's something troublesome, I'll help. I don't want to affect my gaming experience. Lee Mi-jian smiled warmly in response. Nothing big. First, quickly bring the fiery heart to the world tree to speed up the land unification process. After all, it's your plan, not that I'm overstepping bounds. Ji-young felt a bit surprised upon hearing this. He thought, what's wrong with this woman? Lee Mi-jian added, besides, keep in touch regularly. Haha, he stood up abruptly. Wait, I haven't agreed yet. Lee Mi-jian stopped smiling and became serious. If you agree to my proposal, I'll be your solid support in real life. The system notified 32 new messages. The first was from Angelina. Dex, what are you up to? A fire dragon? Don't take any risks. If it's tough, contact me immediately. Second message was from Cassius. What a brat. I thought I was strong enough to challenge you already. You're still to green, keep training, and we'll meet later. Third message was from someone named Black. Hey, I watched your live stream. It was so cool. Fourth message was from Apple. Dex, are you it? I never thought you'd use that sword to kill the fire dragon. When did you plan this? Lemon's message. If you're planning to sell items related to the fire dragon now, contact us. Of course, we won't disappoint you. Dex looked at the pile of messages with a bitter smile. My assistants are all noisy. I need to arrange a meeting with them sometime. Satan stood by and asked, Master, why are you laughing? Is there something funny? Dex replied casually, It's just that good news can be considered so. It has attracted quite a bit of attention. My mood is good. The video of the fire dragon elimination was posted online, with 1 point for 5-3, 215 point for 2 for views. Shatong looked puzzled. Dex held up the dragon's heart and wondered if this was indeed the fire dragon's heart. The system sent information about the ancient dragon's heart, which stored all the mana accumulated over thousands of years, containing an endless source of power. This is a material and also an opportunity that anyone would desire, but it won't easily submit to the weak. Direct use to increase permanent magic power by 100,000. Direct use to learn dragon form, try magic, superior intellect, usable as raw materials for crafting. Dex Limeth? What's this? This is a material that can be used directly. Satan exclaimed, Master, are you planning on eating something important? El also tried to stop him. I would advise you to reconsider even if it's Dex. You look at us in surprise and ask, why such an overreaction? Satan replies, that heart of a fire dragon is rare. We need to use it to craft equipment. Do you know how powerful the stats will be when using a fire dragon's heart as material? El adds, I agree, a person like him, even if he eats a fire dragon's heart to boost his strength, it would only be for a brief moment in his lifetime. But once we create equipment of that caliber, the power will last forever, even rivaling the divine weapons our heavenly realm possesses. Satan keeps jumping around. This time, because of the World Tree's elixir, we didn't say anything. Otherwise, we would have negotiated immediately. Don't interrupt him. All right, I understand. Say what you need to say. It's just a joke about eating. I don't like eating hearts either. And how did the deal with that demon go? Hearing him say this, Satan seems happier. Oh, the treasure keeper, right? He's working now. In the cave, a strange-looking demon with large ears and a long nose is laughing, the great ruler of the underworld. Grebinian Zeglutni Basomania Podolskin of the Ma tribe requests to be introduced. I'm just checking the assets in this treasury. Please forgive the delay. Satan says sarcastically, forgive what? Just get on with it. From now on, you're one of us, Dex Kung Nu tells him. Indeed, you are the human who taught our entire Ma tribe a valuable lesson. Every time I hear the Demon King recount his story, I understand more deeply what true evil is. Later, Dex directly cuts in as Grebinian Zeglutni says, Alright then, Tan, that's quite a long name. Do we really need to be so formal? Satan answers slowly, who knows? It might just be his preference. I can't even remember all of it. You look at him and say, anyway, will you follow every command of mine? Grebinian whatever replies quickly, of course, my lord. Please give me orders. Dex says, if that's the case, your name from now on will be Golden Goblin. He looks at him in shock and loudly says, Dex grins, you said you would follow every command of mine. Your name is now Golden Goblin. He seems upset, like, such a name for a lowly goblin is far from the noble lineage of gluttony we come from. Dex inquires, what do you have to say about that? He stutters and pleads, my lord, please just let me be. System notification, a steward has been assigned to the hideout. The current high-ranking goblin steward is Golden Goblin. Dex turns to Io and says, you brought someone here too, introduce them to me. She happily responds, yes, Dex, please give me a moment. She casts a spell to open a golden light portal. The power surge makes the Satans jump back in surprise. Divine power of the Archangel. Where is that chicken? Get that weapon away from there. But the system immediately sends a notification. A high-ranking protector has been assigned to the hideout. The current protector is a high-level warrior. A sailor-style female warrior appears with a cold demeanor. She kneels before Io and asks, this place, Michael, the one I need to protect. Io smiles, well done, warriors. The warriors look around for a moment and say, we need to clean up first. Sorry for the intrusion and immediately disappears. That power is truly terrifying. Cut looks at a group of huge demons approaching nearby. HMPH! So let's start cleaning up then. Her long whip swung, creating a rattling sound. It scared Dex. What is she doing with that thing? Elle explained. Near this hiding spot, there's an area inhabited by giant flames. Maybe she's cleaning up there. The gold village here would be troublesome if they were around. He sighed. Is this a one-sided massacre? The system immediately sent a notification. Giant fire elementals detected. Number of survivors unknown. Unable to maintain living environment. Area of giant flames destroyed. Dex looked somewhat sad. Just let those giants live. What's the problem with that? Why do we have to do this? We just need to handle those who dare come here. The others responded solemnly. No hidden dangers can be left behind. The best defense is a good offense. It's better to attack and destroy completely than to wait for the enemy to arrive. Al seemed pleased. You're really meticulous, everyone. I'm very proud of you. She responded politely. It's too kind of you, Michael. Dex thought silently. Talking to these guys is such a waste of time. He turned and said, "Alright, just do your job well. Don't act on your own and turn this place into a battlefield. Do you understand?" They bowed their heads in response. "We understand. Gold told us we will try our best." The system notified, contract established between Angel and Demon realms, to million points consumed. The contract term is 1 year. Dex said, "The World Tree must be eagerly waiting now. Let's quickly return to the main continent. Everyone should leave the Copenhagen Dragon Cave and head back to the original entrance, returning to Vlon Trade City." He just landed down. Before he could settle down, someone shouted. That was Dex. Dex appeared. He turned around to look. A group of people with weapons in hand stared at him with hostile eyes. One guy wearing a hat and holding a long whip roared. "It's his fault for causing all this trouble. Kill him! Dare to come back here? Kill him?" Dex sighed humorlessly. What kind of mess is this? The return to the past setting was heavy with tension. Initially, the third continent was where the tense confrontation between Karen Kingdom and Ivan Kingdom took place, and the fragile balance maintainer, Carpanion the dragon. Flames of hell surrounded the dragon, enhancing its power. With its dead eyes, the dragon loudly declared, "Humans, do whatever you want, but remember this." Then it announced, "Anyone who dares to break the current balance will be completely annihilated by me." But that creature vanished, leaving only a cold dragon skull buried in the ground and on the third continent. It's like a ticking time bomb waiting to explode at any moment. Back in reality, Dex sighed deeply, secretly thinking this was a bit careless. We should have moved somewhere else before entering the Dragon Cave. The area around them became chaotic as they noticed someone suddenly appeared. They were agitated. That guy is the one who exterminated his kind, right? A few voices of disdain could be heard among the crowd. What's going on? Magic power is weak. Is he really a dragon slayer? Level is low. Equipment is all newbie stuff. Continuous whispers fill Dex's ears, rumors or not. He just doesn't care to respond. He silently thinks about the risk ratio and NPCs being 60% and 40%. What should he do? Fighting would waste his excess points. Lost in thought. Suddenly, it tightly wraps around Dex's body. One of the soldiers raised his voice proudly, saying, "Follow us, adventurer. Madame T wants to meet you." Turns out these are from Company 2, Regiment 2 of the Kingdom of Cavern. Don't let the caverns abuse their power. The Duchy of Ivan quickly interrupted. He pointed his finger at the cavern soldiers and shouted loudly, "Kingdom Cavern, you who occupied this area first are our Duchy Ivan. You don't know how to behave." The cavern soldiers aren't intimidated either. The bald man looked at the Duchy of Ivan's soldiers in shock. His hand still holding the bright spell on Dex, he arrogantly said, "We've already caught that guy first. Do you really want to fight over a person like this?" The cavern army directly provoked the Ivan army. The Duchy of Ivan's soldiers glared and shouted loudly, You dare play such cheap tricks." The villagers stood up to protect Dex, shouting loudly, "Look, he destroyed our entire guild base. Go away. Don't look down on adventurers. Want to test your strength against us?" Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, yes." The Cavern army and the Ivan army didn't back down, one shouting Dragon Slayer, the other also gritted their teeth. "It's ours." They continued to argue fiercely, "We won't give up." The villagers were numerous and loud. They forced everyone to leave. Just then, the system notified that Dex had met the special condition requirements and was awarded a title, Man Desired by Many. Dex sighed, "Well, at least I killed a fire dragon. Shouldn't there be some fear or respect?" At this moment, both Elle and the King of Hell were standing beside Dex. She hesitantly said, "Not exactly, unless Dex is in his prime state. Otherwise, he just looks like a weak person." The King of Hell smirked and replied, "That's right. To be honest, he does look quite weak." Then he continued, "To put it differently, basic stats are too low, so he is looked down upon. Isn't that true?" The King of Hell widened his eyes and concluded, all because the master is too foolish. Hearing these casual remarks, Dex asked the King of Hell, "What did you say?" The King of Hell flew in front of Dex to help answer his questions. He seriously told Dex, "Listen, do you know how much fear and rumors the demon world has sown among humans? What's your secret?" Dex doubtfully replied, "Probably because you massacred humanity." The King of Hell was pleased with Dex's answer. Wrong. Dex continued, using sweet words to deceive and steal souls. Not sure if it's praise or criticism, the King of Hell grumbled, "Yes, but not exactly." Dex went on, "Because of their cruelty, the King of Hell was extremely uncomfortable. You're joking with me, right?" Losing patience, he bluntly said, "That is, always leaving one or two survivors." The King of Hell continued with a sinister expression, "To leave witnesses so they spread our crimes." Dex seemed enlightened and smiled mischievously. "Thanks for the advice. Goodbye for now." Dex continued, "As someone I know would do." After a while, the live stream button was turned on. The screen showed Dex being tightly bound by chains. He smirked and said arrogantly, "Welcome to today's live stream. Did you see the fire dragon hunt just now?" His eyes glinted fiercely. His face became cold, as if wanting to devour and consume people. "Today, I'll be back with familiar content. Let's watch together." Bang! A loud noise made everyone jump in fear. The soldier's face was pale and bloodless. There wasn't a drop of blood left. Next, we see the broken chains scattering in midair. With a clank, the Berserker Invincible Warrior appeared under Dex's command. The atmosphere suddenly tensed up. After the deafening sounds came the system notification that high-ranking officials from the Cavern Kingdom were eliminated. His evil reputation increased by 300 points. Dex forcefully slammed one of Cavern's soldiers' head onto the ground. His sinister face broke into a grin, and he said with glee, "It's been a while since I did this. Back then, I used this iron sword to kill many people." The remaining soldiers from Cavern's chant were terrified, their legs trembling, voices weak and stuttering. The captain was defeated in one strike. "Impossible! His aura has completely changed. It's like..." The soldiers grew more terrified, whispering about the bloodthirsty demon from Legends. A strange space enveloped them. Dex chuckled darkly and then spoke softly. 10 people. Dex looked at the iron sword with its sharp edge before continuing, "I'll spare only 10 of you." His voice became more fierce. He immediately ordered the soldiers to attack. Damn scum. At that moment, the system notification sounded, activating Blood Core and Battle Mode. Attack power inversely proportional to remaining blood. Blood at 99%, mana at 99%. Amidst Dex's lone fight with the soldiers, he became even more frenzied. Dex was like a bloodthirsty demon, continuously dealing with one person after another. The system notification further fueled his rage. He had eliminated common soldiers from the Ivan Duchy, gaining 50 points of evil reputation. He had killed a Cavern Kingdom combat mage, adding 180 points to his evil reputation. He had eliminated Player 2, adding another 100 points. Now, fresh blood stained the entire road red. Dex and the Iron Sword successfully wiped out all the bandits. He panted heavily, his face covered in bloodstains. Then Dex took a deep breath and said, "Cleanup done." Internet users watching the live stream kept discussing, "Damn it, that guy is going to massacre another server." Someone else said, "Don't worry, it's not our server. Let's just watch for fun, haha." This is like a spectacle on the other side of the river. Amazing, haha. It's really Dex, always shouting his name like crazy. Dex, Dex, Dex. The scene shifts to the Caribbean Territorial Navy base in Bosia. Large and small ships have docked. The sea is calm and clear. At this time, King Scarlet of the Fire Skills welcomes Dex. He exclaims happily, "I've heard about you, Dex, hunting the fire dragon, indeed, not an ordinary person." Dex modestly replies, "Like how easily I completed tasks in New Continent 1. The King of Scarlet is pleased and continues the conversation. What's he saying? Let me handle the journey to the mainland. I'll take you there as quickly as possible." He declares confidently, "If you need my help, just call at any time." Dex, "I'll ride the waves and sail with the wind to meet Dex and King Carlos on this ship. reminiscing about old times while ignoring the scorching summer sun. Beneath the large canopy, Dex cheerfully replies, "Then let's unite our servers." After a while, Dex's ship docked at night in an elf village, where the World Tree rests, within the Amay Forest territory. In the darkness, arguments broke the silence here. "Damn elves, what about my appearance? This is good enough." Now, a young man is being held by a fairy with a knife at his throat. She was furious and wished she could cut out his tongue. The fairy shouted loudly, "Shut up! Ugly humans are not allowed in this village." He was forced to the ground. He could only curse. "Damn it! Hell no! Damn it!" Suddenly, footsteps were heard, cutting off the chaotic scene before them. Dex greeted softly, still as it was back then. Then he smiled and asked Han, "Everyone's doing well?" The system informed the fairy that Dex was her guest. Melissa, the young man who was pinned by the fairy earlier, stood up, suspiciously saying, "I can't believe it, damn, no way." Signals from the elf rescue system confirmed that they've met entry criteria. Dex strides in confidently. Electra, the top-grade water spirit, serves Dex a drink to taste. Dex takes his time sipping it. The system updates immediately. Drinking the tears of the top-grade spirit grants 10-day purification effects. HP recovery increased by 300%, and MP recovery increased by 300%. Excitedly, Dex says, "Amazing. Just one sip and I get such a powerful buff. This is better than any elven spirit's power we used to control." Queen Melisandre happily replies, "Thanks to Dex, the World Tree has fully awakened. Connections with spirits are restored. They're much stronger now." Melisandre continues, "I came here today because of the World Tree's promise, right?" The system announces a new mission. The Dragon Hunting Quest is created. Queen says, "I'll give you a map to the Dragon King's lair. Go there and bring back the Fire Dragon's heart." Dex quickly replies, "Got it already, the Fire Dragon's heart." Saying this, Dex throws the blazing Fire Dragon's heart onto the floor. Melisandre, surprised by the news, can hardly believe her ears and asks again, "Are you sure? This is impossible." The system announces that the Dragon Hunting Quest has been deleted. Melisandre is shocked to the core. She slaps the table hard. She asks Dex, Dex, where did you get the Fire Dragon's heart?" Dex calmly answers, "I hunted it myself." Looking at the blazing heart, he adds, "It took a lot of effort to cross the ocean for this." Still in shock, Melisandre says, "Impossible, it can't be true." Dex remains calm and says, "Just one hit, that's all." This makes her even more shocked. She asks, "What did you say?" After calming down, Melisandre sighs deeply. "Well, it really is. I've lived so long, met many people, and thought I understood them. But Dex is an exception, breaking all the usual rules." Dex smiles and says, "I often hear that too." Melisandre stands up and says, "Let me take you to meet my mother. Follow me." Death is led to a golden shining ancient tree. The World Tree's spirit clasps its hands in relief. "Oh Lord, the Fire Dragon's heart. You really brought it back." Death greets the spirit. "Long time no see, World Tree. Why haven't you appeared in my dreams lately?" The World Tree proudly says, "HMPH. How do you like that? I've regained enough power to create an avatar in the real world now." The system congratulates Dex on completing the land collapse mission and achieving legendary status. It mentions DEX's help in restoring the World Tree's strength, increasing Arcadia continent's influence by 39%, enhancing spirit connections, and speeding up forest recovery. The spirit of the World Tree finishes eating and says, "Sure enough, the Fire Dragon's heart is the best medicine." Suddenly, the system encounters an error with the regular mission. It recalibrates and informs Dex to meet NPC for the regular mission. DEX finds this confusing. "What, an error about a regular mission? I've never seen this before." The World Tree spirit suddenly interrupts him. "Well, it's tricky. Actually, I wanted to appoint someone who brought back the Fire Dragon's heart as my representative." Dex asks, "Why?" The World Tree continues, but you're a creature beyond my control, so that might be impossible. Dex is even more confused now. The system announces a hidden profession, Nature's Will. It can't be transferred and is reserved for those recognized by the World Tree. Death smirks. Sure enough, a legendary hidden profession. What a waste to give it up. After some discussion, Death suggests, World Tree, you need a representative, right? The World Tree hesitates and says, yes, that's true. Death enthusiastically proposes, let me suggest someone for this hidden profession. The World Tree blushes and says, what? This is a bit. Death whispers, the final decision is yours. I'm just suggesting one person. You decide if they're fit. The World Tree pauses, then pushes Death away and says, all right, we agree. Step back now. The system announces the profession change item, World Tree Branch. Thaddeus grabs it with a smug look. The spirit of the World Tree says, use this to bring the person you want to see me. I'll read their fate directly to check if they're worthy. Death asks, but how do we use this branch to send someone here? The World Tree's spirit asks back, you just hit them hard until they pass out. Don't kill them though. The spirit of the World Tree says nonchalantly, they'll be sent to the spiritual world you visited. Hearing this, Dex stiffens. He thinks, what a strange profession transfer method. Lines 53 to 60 are repeated from lines 47 to 52 to maintain exactly 60 lines. I will not repeat these. Then Debs opened the system to view information on the legendary trial branch. The origin and characteristics are that this branch tree exists only in Legends of the World. It's cable-like, soft and gentle, just right for holding, a hidden profession, natural essence items needed for career change, attack power from 100 to 110, durability at 1000, cannot be repaired when attacking weak points, critical hit rate increases by 85% when the target is stunned, automatically participates in World Tree trials. Dex pondered, a hidden profession, natural essence. How could this be the only career given by the World Tree? It must be an ultra-op career. No need to worry about game balance anymore. After thinking, he sighed, well, it's really a pity, the voice of the World Tree spirit whispered from behind. But there's no other way. The power I possess far exceeds what I originally had. Upon hearing this, Death looked puzzled. About the power? At that moment, the World Tree spirit realized, oh, isn't this information not revealed to humans yet? She blushed and placed her hand on her chin in embarrassment, thinking something silently. After a while, the World Tree spirit stopped hesitating and continued speaking. Well, since I've already said it, might as well tell you. In fact, the absolute body revered by humans on this earth isn't just one. For example, Vulcan, representing fire. Death asked with interest, that era of mythology forgotten? The World Tree spirit gasped, huh? Why? How do you know about that? Clearly, these stories have been erased from Akadiyama. Debs hesitated and said, well, I've heard of it before. Realizing the issue, Debs slightly raised his head and said, so, both of you are fine. The World Tree should be okay for now too. Suddenly, two golden and purple beams flashed, flying past at a church speed. The World Tree spirit asked in surprise, you guys, who are you? Io gently landed on Dex's shoulder. Satan hovered alongside with a greeting, long time no see. The World Tree spirit was furious. Damn you, why did you come out of Dex and abandon your hell and heaven realms to cause trouble here? Satan frowned and said, oh, old stuff. Stop bringing it up. Cheer up, okay? Io smiled gently and continued, to prevent the damned fall from expanding their power throughout Arcadia. We have no other choice. Protecting these poor people from the fall is our mission. Hearing this, the gentle voice of the World Tree spirit roared. Mission really funny. The gentle girl earlier has turned into a tiger out of its cage. Frankly speaking, Michael, you don't care about protecting Arcadia at all. You're just a madman who wants to play with the damn fall. Al Lapub said. That's a misunderstanding. The World Tree spirit continued scolding fiercely. Misunderstanding. So why did you turn the continent into a shield for Muspelheim? The number of creatures killed by you is several times more than those damn falls. Do you know that? Al couldn't refute anything, could only say nonsense in his mouth. Damn it! Dex was surprised. Even Al couldn't argue back. Satan beside him laughed awkwardly. Ha ha, foolishness. It's your turn next. The World Tree Spirit grabbed Satan's collar and demanded an answer. What are you laughing at? Satan gasped loudly. Ah! The World Tree Spirit continued pouring out. If you hadn't come to Arcadia on your own, Mycon wouldn't be in this state. You're the cause of all these problems. Satan weakly said, wait, hold on, I'm about to die. Really dying. The World Tree Spirit read his lips and said, then just die. Do you know how much pain I've suffered because of the sword you stabbed me with? Satan's face had no color left. Wrong. After a while of being scolded by the World Tree Spirit, Satan collapsed and fell to his knees. Al didn't dare to look at the World Tree Soul directly. Both of them adjusted their attitudes. Sorry, I was wrong. The World Tree Soul leaned on its hands and looked down, asking, so? Then Thune followed the story. One sunny day, he suddenly gained power and was forced to sign a deal with two people. Right. Death sat between them and stammered in response. Yeah, that's right. The World Tree Soul thought this was really unusual. Could it be due to his father's will interfering? Dex's eyes shone with a cold feeling. Father, some top developer or something? Hearing his name mentioned, he immediately got lost in thoughts. The World Tree Soul continued asking, Dex, did you use the power of heaven and hell fairly? Dex replied, yeah, that's right. I'll use the appropriate power depending on the situation. The World Tree Soul added, anyway, who gave you that power doesn't matter. Just accept it, right? Death grunted, yeah, that's correct. Hearing this, the World Tree Soul smiled mysteriously. Then she proposed, so then we'll help you use those points more effectively. Immediately, sparkling vines appeared, and a green breeze blew by carrying the scent of plants everywhere. The tank panicked and shouted loudly, hey, the guy! Dex was also sweating profusely. Hold on, you! The World Tree Soul shrank a bit and continued, nature's contract. Let me join in. Dex looked at the scene in astonishment, not knowing what to say. The system displayed a series of notifications. Nature's contract established. Points can be used to borrow spiritual power from the spirit world. Summoning spirit skill created. Special conditions met. Skill level fixed at Mater. All level restrictions removed. A powerful essence plate appeared, allowing the summoning and control of pure natural attribute spirits, requiring a certain affinity with corresponding spirit attributes. Mana consumption would increase based on the summoned spirit's level and combat situation. The number of spirits that could be contracted was unclear. Using the skill would cost points. Death looked pleased. So the summoning spirit skill? I didn't expect to get this privilege. The World Tree Soul told Ben beside her, I've already said that. She continued, you can summon and control any level of spirit you want. In return, pay us with points. Dex was stunned by the offer. Meanwhile, the tank shouted angrily, you don't know about copyright. This young tree is clearly copying our world's vine structure exactly. Al also said angrily, right. Do you know how hard we worked to create that vine? The World Tree Soul ignored them and said, what does it matter to me? You dare start a holy war on my territory. After hearing this, the tank and L fell silent. Dex smiled and extended his hand, ending things here. Let's cooperate happily, World Tree. The World Tree Soul responded cheerfully, I'll provide services at reasonable point value. Use our service often, Dex. After receiving the new skill, Dex tried summoning low-level spirits like Andon Water Spirit, Salamander Fire Spirit, Synth Wine Spirit, and Gnome Earth Spirit. Summoning them left him somewhat disappointed. Huh, low-level spirits? A pity. The World Tree Soul couldn't help laughing. If you want to summon a king spirit, forget about it. With such limited points, controlling the origin of an attribute is no easy task. Dex stammered in response. Who? What did someone say? The World Tree Soul chuckled and continued, I just said that to let you know. And with that, the scene ended. Dex thought for a moment and said, And looking back, it's not bad either. At least we can use them without other players suspecting us. Then Dex went to where the World Tree was resting. The elf girl Kenna waved cheerfully to greet Dex. "Oh, you're back again." She approached and sniffed at Dex's body. Sniffed HMM. "Ah, you're a person. You've changed a lot." Dex was taken aback by Kenna's sudden approach. "Really? What has changed?" Kenna replied. "Like your scent is much nicer now." Curious, the smell, Dex thought. Could it be related to signing a pact with the spirit tree? Kenna interrupted his thoughts with an innocent statement. "Lucky me, I don't have to use candles anymore. Before, human stench was so strong, I had trouble breathing." Hee. Dex heard it like a slap in the face from Seth. He sorrowfully thought. Who would have thought she'd think that way? Scent is also a criterion for appearance evaluation. Huh? Finally, I feel like I'm back in F Village. At this moment, Melissa appeared and firmly stopped Kenna's hand. Then she bowed and hoped Dex would understand. "On behalf of Kenna, we apologize for her rude behavior." Dex, though Kenna was gagged, still whispered, "Oh, your majesty." After a while, Melissa led Dex to the ice village. She asked, "So Dex, now that you're sitting next to each other on this bench, there's an unbridgeable gap like half the world apart." Melissa continued, "What did you talk about with the World Tree?" Beside her, the World Tree quickly put its hand over its mouth, signaling secrecy. Dave thought to himself, even if I recount everything, they might not believe it. Then he replied, "The World Tree wants me to choose a representative for him." Melissa was greatly surprised and asked again, a representative? Are you talking about the successor of the World Tree mentioned in Legends? Debs held up the Legendary Challenge branch, saying that the World Tree said, "We must find someone worthy to inherit nature's will. This is proof." At the same time, the system displayed information on the Legendary Challenge branch, origin and characteristics as a World Tree branch only existing in Legends, delicate and light, fit for holding. Hidden profession, natural essence transferred to Obnature items needed for. Profession change, attack power 100 to 110, durability 1000 unrepairable. When attacking weak points, the chance of causing dizziness increases by 85%. Automatically participate in World Tree challenges. Melissa saw the Legendary Challenge branch and gasped. Unbelievable! The Legendary Challenge branch? She wondered, what is the World Tree thinking? Why would it entrust such a responsibility to humans? Dex looked at the Legendary Challenge branch and said happily, "Anyway, this matter has already happened. I'm planning to take a walk around the continent for a bit. I've been free lately. Just roam around and look for something. It might be good to just let it be." Melissa called out loudly to him, "Dex." Then she suggested, "If we search among the forest tribes, it would be easier. I think we don't need to waste time exploring the entire continent." Dex whispered back to her, "Melissa." And he continued, "Are you kidding? Choosing an elf?" His face turned red with anger as he forced a smile and added, "They've already been unfair enough. If they get stronger, I don't know what else they might do." Death thought before they abandoned that appearanceism, it's a dream. It seems she still holds a grudge over Kenna's comment about my stench. Melissa heard this and was stunned, standing there speechless. The system notified that Queen Elf Melissa was disappointed with the player's decision, reducing her favorability points. Melissa slumped in disappointment, asking why the successor of the World Tree had to be our elf tribe. "Why so?" Dex replied straightforwardly. "Then let's do it properly. Otherwise, I'll choose an ugly human as the representative of the World Tree." Melissa quickly interjected, "Wait, Dex." She said, "Considering the current situation, the World Tree feels sorry for its descendants." She thought that although this might be harsh, these forest children need someone like that. Dex's tone became more assertive. He said, sounds interesting. Do elves have to bow before an ugly one? Or should we give it to the goblins instead?" Melissa could only cry at this point. "I'm sorry, Dex. I'll do whatever you want." She knelt down and clasped her hands in front of Dex. "It doesn't matter who it is. Please don't choose an ugly human. At least, Let's make sure it's a human. Dev saw Melissa suffering and stopped playing around, saying softly, "Let's think about this later." Melissa wiped her tears and said, "Thank you. I will use my reputation to educate the elf tribe." Meanwhile, the system notified that Queen Elf Melissa was deeply moved by the player's decision, increasing her favorability points significantly. Dex then informed Melissa, "Oh, also, the World Tree has something to say to you." Melissa stood up straight upon hearing this. Dex continued, "On the next full moon, the promised moment will arrive." Melissa's eyes widened in shock. She hesitated. Could that moment be? Dex calmly replied, "Yes, all 6 realms will be unified." The system began counting down the remaining time until the next full moon, 27 days, 17 hours, 24 minutes, and 13 seconds. At the elf village, a merchant ship arrived. From the ship came the trading team of Philemon and Apo. The leader of the trading team, Apo, greeted Dex, "I've come as per your guildmaster's request." Lemon also said, "How are you doing these days?" Dex replied, "I just wanted you to drop by the elf village when you have time. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I heard you're busy with business." Lemon responded, "What do you mean? We'll come as soon as we can wherever you are." Apple chimed in, "Right? Dex is the actual owner of our trading team." Dex smiled satisfactorily and said, "I've heard about your progress. It's beyond my expectations. Based on trade with dwarves, your NPC reputation has reached its peak. Moreover, you have received support from players, making the GM trading company unable to compete." Lemon was delighted upon hearing this. She said, all thanks to your trust in us." Apple added, "Absolute faith will be rewarded with absolute results. That's our motto and that of our trading team." Dex turned around and walked away, saying, "Actually, I contacted you to trade the item you requested." Apple was surprised and asked, "What do you mean by request? What did we ask for?" Dex immediately summoned a key, with red energy enveloping the item. The system notified that they were entering the lair of Fire Dragon Copenhagen. One could only visit once per day. Dex turned back and invited Apo Lemon to enter. "Come in. This place is still a bit messy. Please bear with us." Both people's eyes widened as they exclaimed, "Ah!" The items had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. She greeted them calmly, "I've been waiting for your return to the lair." Dex, the custodian, clasped his hands and said, "The item you asked for is ready." Behind them was a large fire dragon skeleton. Apple couldn't believe her eyes. "Oh my god, it's a fire dragon bone, even the skull." Dex calmly said, "You had sent me a message last time. You asked if I could sell anything after hunting the fire dragon to contact our trading company." Lemon suddenly remembered and exclaimed, "Oh, right." Dex touched the skeleton and asked politely, "Could you please help me sell this item? Just sell it for the highest price possible." Now, the system shows information about the Carbonian Skull Box, a legendary segment, origin of the fire dragon's skull only found in legends. Thanks to accumulated magic power over thousands of years, this is the strongest and most conductive bone capable of transferring magic energy for crafting ultimate weapons. Not the best part of the fire dragon, but if carefully processed, it would become a key material weighing 2.5 tons. After some time, the merchant ship was busy transporting the fire dragon's skull to the ship, everyone shouting, focusing on their magic power. Using maximum weight reduction magic before transport, check the tarp for sure, make sure it doesn't tear. What if we reveal what we're transporting? Do you know how that would go? Yes, check thoroughly, no issues found. Apple's eyes sparkled in amazement. Heaven and earth, 2.5 tons. Even gathering all bones on Arcadia couldn't match. Lemon also nodded approvingly, though the first to kill an ancient dragon. You truly stand out, Dex. After that, Lemon curiously asked, "Apple, where do you plan to take this item?" Transporting it to the Desert Forge is too far and impractical. Only the Magic Tower or Hammond Empire nearby. Apple laughed and replied, "What are you talking about? The destination has already been decided, Lemon." Apple recalled Dex's words, "Please help me sell this item. Just sell it for the highest price possible." She firmly continued, Devs trusted us with the mission, so we must deliver the best result in return. Apple clearly said, from now on, we'll go to the Zen Desert, process the Fire Dragon's bones there, and sell them at top prices. The desert shimmered under golden sunlight. Like DeX's merchant ship led by Apple and Lemon, their business was thriving, bringing glory to these young entrepreneurs. All thanks to DeX's help in connecting trade between races. They earned huge profits and became top merchants. No one could deny that now it was DeX who held the fate of Cepheid merchant ship, the business just a small piece in his hands. Thanks to his great support, they were called New Dragon Knights. The guild members worried, if selling Fire Dragon bones succeeds, their merchant ship will have enough power to tip Arcadia's economy. As everyone knows, resources are limited, like a balanced scale. Where there is plenty, somewhere else will suffer drought. Always keep the economy stable everywhere for the scale to remain balanced. So where it rains gold, elsewhere faces drought. There's no free lunch. Gain one and lose another. Deal with it. And among them was GM Guild, who once held top position dominantly. This made Choi Jae-gyu live in fear. Dix had acted, they could only watch. Looking at the system notification, its current asset value is 4,235,212 gold. This worried Choi Jae-gyu greatly. The assets once reached nearly 8 million gold, now halved. What's going on? The more he looked, the angrier he got. He asked the two people far away. Explain to me. The man with a black scarf spoke. Yes, sir. Expanding through trade with dwarves recklessly led to heavy losses, especially after the merchant ship incident. Terrorists are appearing more often. Hearing his answer, ZGU shouted, we know that too. He angrily accused them, when will you stop using that excuse? Isn't it because of your poor business? Playing games and still getting a steady salary. Don't you feel ashamed? Huh? If the bottom doesn't do well, it's definitely due to the top not controlling. Now everyone must blame themselves. What have they done so far? Trash thought as Choi Jae-gyu asked with a bitter tone. So where is that cursed merchant ship now? The one who remained calm was GM Guild's branch head. John Smith softly said, currently, they are on their way to the dwarf territory. Hearing this, Choi Jae-gyu felt extremely uncomfortable. His voice trembled. Dwarves, profits should belong to us now, but we're being swallowed whole. Adding fuel to the fire, John Smith said, trade between elves and dwarves brings the highest profit, but something feels off. After saying this, he raised his eyebrows in doubt. Huh? What's strange? Recalling what he knew, he shared his opinion with him. Despite starting from the Miao Forest opposite the Desert Forge, they bypassed all villages and moved along the most direct route. Showing some brain power, Zegu smiled widely. He suspected they were transporting something extremely secret, an incredibly secretive item. John Smith probably thinks you might do something bad. He warned beforehand, seriously. First, let's keep an eye on the situation. Public opinion is not very favorable towards GM right now. If we make a wrong decision, don't listen to his advice. He said with great enthusiasm, no, precisely in such times, we must take the initiative and attack. Choi Jae-gyu stood up abruptly, thumping his hand on the table firmly. If they move secretly, there will definitely be fewer people than usual, and if they don't visit any villages, their power has surely run out. Moreover, it's highly likely that they are transporting valuable items. If successful, the profit will be enormous. Truly a dirty plot, eating salt and urinating to confess. Knowing you're planning something bad, John Smith quickly tried to dissuade you. Seriously, this is a risky decision if we make a mistake. But currently GU seems to have lost its mind. The tone became increasingly terrifying, causing the masked man to hide in panic. We know this is a gamble. Just stating his viewpoint, he felt confident about his own power. Director Choi, you still don't understand why. This is war. This is our last chance to rise up. I agree with your thoughts, but they are just random thoughts. Don't save them for real. The more he talked, the more enthusiastic Yeju became, using his own theories to argue with Smith. If we don't reverse the situation, GM's merchant fleet will always live under the shadow of Fies, picking up the scraps left behind by them. John Smith thought that indeed, you're right, and it is true. If we don't act now, we'll just survive in poverty. Under the bright light, the figures of two people discussing clearly appeared, wanting to join forces with him. He agreed, if you want war, then we will follow your lead. Now, Choi Jae-gyu's expression was terrible. His teeth clenched tightly, his face showing determination as he gathered all the forces. From now on, we'll fight fairly. It's nighttime now. The sky is dark with stars shining brightly. Below are white tents like shards of crystal jutting out. In the quiet night, a small fire burned brightly on the ground. By the red flame, the Apple leader was happily roasting meat. Seeing his journey almost complete, he secretly smiled in his heart. Having stayed awake for 4 nights straight, but we've already passed half the distance. If we keep going like this, we'll reach the safe desert camp. Looking at the girl with orange hair next to him, Lemon, he was determined. Yes, it's almost over, just a little more. Suddenly, his head felt as if electrified, and his system displayed a note. His keen perception skill had been activated, which made him surprised, wondering if something bad is about to happen. The system changed from a reminder to an alert. The enemy was planning an attack on our merchant fleet. Now Apple faces a group of masked people in black cloaks, looking mysterious. They definitely don't have good intentions. Apple's hat emblem began to glow, emitting golden light, activating the effect of cautious merchant equipment. Under the bright yellow moonlight, a huge force descended upon them where they were preparing for battle. The system continuously displayed stats. All defense stats increased by 30%. Running speed increased by 25%. Enemy stats decreased by 10%. Seeing the situation was not good, Apple shouted loudly, "Emergency! Under attack! All members, prepare for battle!" Despite summoning power and calling for support from allies, the system remained red. This time, a lone wolf icon appeared. "Be careful of the bandits' attack." Looking at the message above his head, Lemon was alarmed, saying to Apple in a stutter, "Bandits." He reminded her, yes, it's definitely not the usual robbers or PC outlaws. You're right, they can't be ordinary bandits. Looking up at the sky's power flow, Apple asserts that only they could be behind this underhanded move. As expected, it was indeed the GM trading fleet. With the light rising, their ores seemed to want to devour the GM trading fleet completely. Apple angrily curses the turtles and the wretched GM, daring to play such a cowardly trick attack, thinking we would be foolish enough to fall for it again? In this tricky situation, Lemon confidently smiles and orders his subordinates to prepare a live stream. Not sure if it will work, but his subordinates obediently secure the area. "I'll record everything," Lemon says. Perhaps they're recording evidence for future contingencies. The GM leader, shrouded in mystery, reveals himself as he had anticipated, saying indeed, a live stream that has caused us trouble before. Apple is extremely frightened, but still carries the demeanor of a leader. Bold and intimidating. If you don't want to appear on tonight's news with the title Evil Corporation, leave now. I'll let this pass. Hearing him say that, one masked person in the crowd smirks. News, ha! Very amusing. As expected, it is the GM trading fleet leader. He removes his mask and challenges Apple to a passive position. What have we done wrong? Despite the raging fire, JGU's presence caused chaos among their group. Huh? What? GM leader, Dixon is here too. This is unusual. It contradicts Lemon's thoughts and makes her doubt. He publicly revealed his identity, something never done before. Choi Jae-gyu, the Phi trading fleet leader, smiles and answers their doubts. It's simple, theft and attacks are part of the game. Leading those people, he clearly declares that some play attack games to make a profit or disrupt others' operations. Choi Jae-gyu reveals the truth without hesitation. In other words, GM is just playing a game. So we don't need to hide our identities. Still believing in their righteousness, Apple shouts at him, "Don't pretend. A big company like yours bullying us weaklings. Is that called playing the game?" Jae-gyu knows his stuff. Weakling, huh? You think you're weak, new dragon, Phi trading fleet. Caught in GM's web, Apple freezes, realizing they are completely trapped. We can't avoid a fight with our small numbers and exhausted strength. Like a butterfly with broken wings falling into the spider's web, he knows we will lose for sure. Overall failure isn't a big deal, but this is an important mission. This makes Apple furious. Why now? Just as Dave was executing his crucial task, he commands his subordinates to prepare for battle and protect the cargo at all costs. I'll cover all losses, he declares. Why now? Right when we were performing Dave's important mission. For a greater purpose, he shows his leadership by ordering everyone to fight, protecting the goods no matter what. As leader, I will bear all costs. Fighting is part of it, but still prepare for the worst. Lemon orders a retreat and prepares for magical teleportation while buying time. Everyone echoes in agreement, focusing on their tasks. Holding a sword, Apple activates the Scorpion Glove's power, emitting an eerie blue energy. The passive skill, Desert Malice, paralyzes the target for 5 minutes. After boosting his skills, Apple tries to regain focus and calm. Even if we lose, just protect the Fire Dragon Bone. He remembers that the teleportation spell activation time is about 5 minutes, making him more determined. Just hold on for 5 minutes. On the retreat team, they are struggling to move the large cargo. Choi Jae-gyu easily sees through their formation deployment, but isn't concerned. With support, victory is certain. It's futile. We already know everything. Just one word from Yagu made him realize. Dixon isn't here now. Doesn't matter. Apple tries to maintain balance. Trung has arrived. Focus up. Try to dodge. The guy next to Yagu just opened his red eyes wide. His fierce aura is directed at Apple. He quickly made a move as if using an invisible strike. Even though the attack passed through his body, Apo couldn't see it and dodge. The man spoke with a gentleman's voice. Will teach you a valuable lesson. Knowing your place in trade is extremely important. It went right through him, leaving an unexpected feeling. He thought the attack was from an NPC. It needs to be much stronger. Sword Saint? Just as expected. The name revealed under the hood is indeed the Sword Saint Fabian. Third Duke Fabian, the sword of the Haman Empire. Knowing it's a strong opponent, we shouldn't get involved in this matter. Apo cursed inwardly at the turtle. The G-Miz! They dared to drag the Haman Empire into this. With money, nothing is impossible. Choi Jae-gyu ordered. Attack now! Carrying a long-standing grudge. He has a high and mighty look. Without any hint of mercy, he said, clean them out. Cut to Yoon Ji-young's location. The system alerts with a loud alarm. The Phi Merchant Guild was ambushed unexpectedly. Their cargo was stolen, and their reputation is plummeting. Apple's merchant leader and Lemon's deputy have died. Looking at the system, he doubts. What's this? These notifications. I've been live streaming for a while now. They're making me feel small. The demon nearby also saw these notifications. It looked at him and asked, what's wrong? Master, although the 5 family members have died, but I've achieved part of my plan. He smiled to the demon beside him. It seems someone has tampered with our cable. BS is honored to sponsor this program. Dex smiled brightly. He seemed interested. It's interesting. On the battlefield where two merchant guilds were fighting, 5 people were defeated. The goods fell into the hands of the G-Miz. Choi Jae-gyu was elated in front of the goods. He didn't expect the Phi Merchant Guild to resist so fiercely. There must be a reason. Standing next to the giant dragon skeleton, Choi Jae-gyu looked tiny compared to it. This made him doubt his own eyes. I never expected the goods we were transferring would be such huge items. His notes popped up with an annotation window. The legendary Kabinian skull, the head of the fierce dragon, only exists in legend, like magic accumulated over thousands of years. This is the hardest and best conductor for Dragonfire if properly crafted. It will become the material for the ultimate weapon. All stats are still question marks. Weight to 0.5 tons. Looking at the dragon, Choi Jae-gyu asked himself, does this item have anything to do with Dex? He guessed in his mind, with his nature, he would definitely appear to avenge this attack. Without hesitation, Yeju confidently challenged. I've been waiting for that. Dex, I'll show you. Choi Jae-gyu's final effort. Standing in front of the Goblin Gold warehouse with the custodian to discuss work. And when Dex learned who attacked was Choi Yeju, he expressed disappointment. I tried to be lenient and didn't directly attack players. But this time, it's that young master? To make sure the people in front can hear us, he spoke with a reluctant voice, but his face clearly showed excitement. Maybe it's time to get rid of this potential threat? Fake it till you make it, Debs. Who will untie me again? In the large arena, there is a dragon bone skeleton. Duke Dean and Choi Jae-gyu were admiring the dragon bone skeleton. Duke Dean spoke up. Oh, you've brought something really valuable. Adventurer. The Mad Formula looked at the Frost Dragon Bone closely before continuing. So in exchange for this Frost Dragon Bone, what do you want? No, what does the Empire need from me? Hearing his desired outcome, Choi Jae-gyu smiled contentedly and said, all I want is one thing. Protect our merchant fleet from the original owner of this Frost Dragon Bone. If you can do that, our merchant fleet will definitely prove its value to the Heimin Empire. The terrifying purple eyes looked at Choi Jae-gyu with disdain and said, HMPF, just a weak struggle for survival. It seems like you understand your position well. Think about it, Duke Dien. Continued, alright, I accept your offer. Alice was analyzing and noticed something unusual. The Heimin Empire, analyzing connections, level 1 target, DEF. Switching to focused analysis mode, creating a prediction script by for continent war. At Debs, a large question mark was raised about why Debs gave the Dragon Skull box to the Merchant Fleet Phi. The events unfolded as follows. Debs with an emotionless face said, Debs looked at the collapsing dragon bone skeleton and said, everything is neatly ranged except for this one, which is too big and cumbersome. Debs frowned and said, what a pain. Should I just give it to someone to handle? The dragon bone was very large, with the skull being the largest part. That's why it took up too much space in Dex's dragon lair. Dex left dejectedly, leaving the sad dragon skeleton behind. Then he decided to dispose of it. And so, the legendary item, Kobanian Skull Box, was transferred to the Merchant Fleet Phi for cleaning purposes. As everyone knows, after some circulation, it ended up in the Heimin Empire and had a significant impact on Arcadia. Some details about the Carbonium Skull, legendary, the head of the fierce dragon, only found in legends as the best magic component among dragon parts. If handled carefully, it could become the material for crafting ultimate weapons, weighing to 0.5 tons. After seeing and knowing what was before them, everyone gasped, oh my god. This many dragon skulls are enough to make hundreds of legendary obsidian swords. The crowd laughed, feared, surprised, and various opinions were raised. They say the owner of this item is Duke Mad. Duke Mad is a key figure in supporting Prince First. The 5 magic towers also declared support for Prince Demikai to get the Frost Dragon Bone. So after a long war for power, it ended with the hardliners winning? This news dealt a fatal blow to Prince Vines and the Heimin Empire. Our moderate faction completely failed. Prince Vine's eyes showed sadness as he thought, now the continent will again be drenched in blood from war. Suddenly, a voice was heard, O noble and great lords of the Heimin Empire. With an air of nobility, Emperor Miris of the Heimin Empire spoke for a long time. We have endured so much humiliation from the lowly and greedy Bayman Empire. And now it's time. Use the bones of this noble dragon as fertilizer to showcase the invincible power of the Heimin Empire. Dozens of hands raised in agreement. Emperor Miris continued, the Emperor of the Great Heimin Empire, hereby declare. From now on, the Heimin Empire will enter a state of emergency. All military authority will be temporarily transferred to Prince Dimitri. A satisfied smile appeared on Prince Dimitri's face after hearing that declaration. Then an order was given, draw your swords. Prince Dimitri held his sword and said with a triumphant smile, from now on, the Heimin Empire will use equipment made from dragon bones as its foundation to begin conquering the continent. System display, main script started, X for continent war, mission created. Please check detailed content. After receiving information from the system, Dick said emotionlessly, "In summary, the GM Merchant Fleet stole my items and the Hayman Empire swallowed that item, right?" By Apple and by Lemon lowered their heads with guilty looks. "We are deeply sorry, Dex." By Apple looked sad and said, "I tried everything to sue the GM Merchant Fleet in real life, but the conclusion was that stealing in a game doesn't violate any rules. The GM Merchant Fleet is just playing the game." Dex smiled, secretly thinking, "Sure enough, this kid has grown up this time." Palman lowered his head with a red face and said, "I have betrayed your trust. Truly sorry." Dex Pineapple continued, "I will take full responsibility. Even if it means surrendering all shares of the merchant fleet, I will try to compensate you." Dex looked at Pineapple and Paleman, who were lowering their heads in guilt, and thought, what should I do? Actually, losing the Dragon Bone wasn't a big loss for me. After defeating Copenhagen, there are so many items piled up in my lair that they can't be processed. But the problem is, it's the person I hate the most who took those items. After some thought, Dex spoke up, not having to take any responsibility for it. "Anyway, this happened because I suddenly assigned a task to them." Apple was taken aback by Dex's words and stammered, "But our merchant guild's reputation couldn't be maintained either, Dex." Dex sighed and said, "Enough already. I wouldn't mind apologizing anymore." Hearing this, Apple didn't know how to respond. He spoke up, "First, we need to retrieve those items. Isn't the Dragon Bone definitely in the hands of the Hayman Empire?" Michael chimed in, "Yes, that's right. You said you would get them back. Is there no way at all?" Dex looked at Tan and Michael with a faint smile, saying that issues in the game could be resolved within the game. Tan chuckled as he agreed with Dex's enthusiasm. "The Hayman Empire, huh? It's been a while since they last clashed with another nation, Master. Do you want me to list those suitable for large-scale war?" Dex continued speaking to Tan. "No, this time I won't use the ultimate strike." Tan was taken aback by Dex's words. "Huh, Master, what are you talking about?" The system screen reappeared. Mission 6. The Frost Dragon was stolen casually, but ended up in the hands of someone unexpected, the Hayman Empire. They're currently planning to unify the continent with the Frost Dragon, stop their plan, and retrieve the Kerbanian Skull Box. However, we must use peaceful methods. Retrieve the Kerbanian Skull Box. You are not allowed to directly participate in combat during mission execution. Dex looked at the system screen with a smile as he spoke. "This time I'll try to solve the problem without getting my hands dirty." Tan was taken aback, saying, "No fighting? Master." Michael also chimed in, "As an angel guardian, I'm very happy you've decided to resolve everything peacefully, but this isn't Deb's style." Deb chuckled and said, "Peace?" Deb suddenly gave a terrifying smile as she continued, "Sorry, but Ellen, I only meant not to directly fight. Did I ever say I would solve it in peace?" Michael suddenly became happy after hearing Deb. Right? Deb suddenly remembered something when talking with Lemazian. "Of course, Lemazian said she wanted me to contact her before doing this." After some thought, Dex exclaimed, "If we promised, we should keep our word or call her?" Upon receiving a call from Dex, Lemazian was very happy. "Oh, you really called me. Faster than I expected." "Dex, what do you need?" After hearing Lemazian say that, Dex on the other end thought, "Why does she sound so cheerful?" Then Dex replied to Lemazian, "Well, not asking for help, but calling to inform about a previous promise." Lemazian skeptically asked, "Promise? What kind of promise?" Dex on the other end continued, "You should know. I hunted down a Fireheart and sold its skull box to someone else, but it was stolen." Upon hearing that, Lemazian was extremely surprised. "Huh, what are you saying? That's an incredibly valuable item." Dex smiled and continued, "I've investigated. The GM Trading Company colluded with the Hayman Empire to do this. The promise stolen. GM Trading Company, Hayman Empire." Lemazian suddenly realized something suspicious. "Wait, what exactly are you saying?" Dev continued, "First, I'll try to resolve everything smoothly, but if not, then I'll handle it as usual. You know, the GM trading company has gone too far. Lemazian suddenly froze. Usual methods. Do you mean you're planning to wipe out the Hanman Empire from the map? Death on the other end said, anyway, I'll try to control it so as not to affect you. Okay then, before Myzian could reply, Death hung up. Myzian said in despair, wait, Death. Suddenly Pigeon laughed strangely. She angrily frowned and said, GM Corporation, do you want to test me? Die already. The system screen showed information again. X for Continental War. Hanman Empire. The one who has harbored the ambition to conquer the entire continent for a long time finally revealed their true colors by launching a surprise attack on the Parman Empire, the formidable opponent. Top contender. The continent fell into chaos. Which side will you stand with to fight for glory and honor? You can choose to support Parman or Haman to join the war if you approve. If you choose victory, you'll receive rewards based on your contribution. If you choose defeat, you'll face punishment. The H for Continental War system announced that the Hanman Empire, who has harbored the ambition to conquer the entire continent for a long time, had finally revealed their true colors by launching a surprise attack on the Parman Empire. The formidable opponent. The continent fell into chaos. Which side will you stand with to fight for glory and honor? You can choose to support Parman or Haman to join the war. If your chosen side wins, you'll receive rewards based on your contribution. If your chosen side loses, you'll face punishment. The system displays a time notification. People have 2 days and 23 hours to choose their side. 2 days, 23 hours, 25 minutes, and 24 seconds remaining. Everyone starts discussing after receiving the message. The Haman Empire and Bahman Empire. Why are these two countries fighting? These two empires are the largest in our server. Why suddenly? Which side has an advantage? Comments start appearing more frequently. Haman seems to have the upper hand. They launched a surprise attack and almost wiped out Bahman's core forces. It's said that even the emperor was assassinated. More people respond positively. Crazy, everyone should choose Haman, it's easier there. Other comments start agreeing. That's right, they also get titles for joining. Hearing this, many are surprised. What? Title of nobility? So can we receive territory too? Crazy! Isn't it only Huck Long Huck AM who did that? A fan praises Huck Long Huck AM. Then there's no need to discuss anymore. Go, Hamel! The system shows the percentage of each side. Player support ratio, 77% for Hamel, 23% for Bahman. At Meraunduk's kingdom, someone is receiving a notification. Fragrance finally reacts. Another chaos is about to happen. While thinking, Tan on one side says, Master, the situation in the north is very chaotic. Don't you want to go there? Joining now will cost all your reputation points. Dex thinks for a moment and replies, why would I go there? This time, I don't plan on fighting myself. Tan looks puzzled and asks, but Master, are you coming here just to meet them? Dex reluctantly says, you know already, why ask? I'm annoyed. Suddenly, he opens his eyes seriously, but everything has a price, doesn't it? He walks towards an ancient-looking castle with a white flag and black shorts fluttering in the wind. Guild house entrance. The black shorts are Dex's guild symbol. What color is Dex's underwear? Abbreviated as guild name. A strange named guild. Just hearing about it feels gross. Dex walks with his hands on his hips, puzzled. Why are they curious about my underwear color? The existence of this guild is already unbelievable, but what shocked Dex more was that this guild surpassed other famous guilds to take the top spot in the second continent's overall guild ranking, Death Squad. They took the top spot within 3 months. Their numbers exceeded 1 million, a record never seen before. He puts on his hood and thinks, truly, I don't want anything to do with them. It feels like an allergic reaction. But their influence can't be denied. Top server guild. Back then, just mentioning the color of my underwear caused a commotion. News continues to spread about this hot guild. The secret black shorts of DEVS are now known as Arcadia. They're selling out. Dex thinks I should use every card I have. Let's see what components are in this guild. The system starts showing up, entering the Dex Underwear Guild house. The equipment is temporarily disabled. A message has been sent to the guild administrator. Dex stands by the door, looking inside where a few people are talking. One red-haired person is shouting loudly, recruiting for raids. Guild Raid No. 125 needs one more member, requiring level 120 or above, DPS class. There are also other voices. Selling food to those who want achievements. We have over 300 types, looking for people to do weekly quests. No quitting allowed in the middle. Tanbei appears next to Dex, changing the scene and speaking up. What's this? More normal than I thought. Dex looks just as blankly confused. Is that so? Why is it like this? Why are these people acting like this? Suddenly, a girl with green hair walks out and calls him over. Sir, you're here to sign up for the guild Dexo. He turns around and replies, I'm not here to sign up. I want to meet your guild master. The girl looks puzzled and responds, Guild master, he's a very busy person. You suddenly came here and said this, giving me the results. Dex grimaces under his hood as he swallows, and a joyful shout echoes, that name, could you be from Channel Dexo? He is brought to a room, the guildmaster's office in the guild house. When the guildmaster sees him, he joyfully grabs pen and paper and shouts loudly, It's a great pleasure to meet you. Give me the results, I'm a fan of yours. Can I have your autograph? The guildmaster is named Arthur Dexo. I quickly hand over pen and paper, making him dodge. Arthur laughs loudly in joy. Haha, this is the first time I meet a friend of Dex. So excited, he awkwardly replies, Oh, that thing. No autograph then. Arthur continues shouting, I really like watching Choco Kakea's videos. I've watched them all and was planning to meet you to ask if I could send a letter to Dex. It's fate, huh, ha ha. Tanbei speaks up from the side. Master, what's wrong with him? He's not normal. Michael also speaks up from the other side. Indeed, a leader of fanatics. We need to cleanse him. Below nods in agreement helplessly. I was wrong to expect him to be ordinary. A girl wearing a short dress and long hat jumps over Arthur's head and says cheerfully, I apologize on behalf of the guildmaster. He's too excited and lost control. This is Deputy Guildmaster Agnes. She quickly regains her composure and asks seriously, So, what does your friend Dex want to talk about with us? It seems he always avoided us before. He hears this and thinks in surprise, What's going on here? Forgive the matter is still a normal person, but he calmly replies, straight to the point, I'm here to ask for your help. You know why the main plot was created, right? Agnes smiles and responds, roughly speaking. The Cabinian skull that the GM of the Merchant Guild obtained seems to have fallen into the hands of the Hayman Empire. As a result, the war for the throne between two princes has become unbalanced, and the crazy idea of conquering the continent was implemented. Agnes continues softly, the current situation is tilting towards the Harmel Empire. Not only that, but France also supports the Harmel Empire due to the Frost Dragon incident. Other mercenaries and large guilds are backing them too. Dex hears this and thinks with surprise, What's going on here? They know more about the situation than I thought. He calmly says, So which side does Dexo plan to support? Ennis heard this and froze as if struck in the heart. He jumped back, stuttering. The situation. System activated. Time left to choose a side. 8 hours 24 minutes 12 seconds. Suddenly, Arthur stood up with his arms crossed and legs apart, speaking seriously. We don't like either side. Agnes was startled by this. No, Arthur believes in it. He lowered his head to look at her and said, Agnes remained silent. As a friend of Dex, I'll be straightforward. Agnes looked apologetic as she bowed down and spoke. Sorry, Mater, you're right. Arthur's face showed difficulty as he continued, as if knowing our support for the Hayman Empire was a foolish move. They dared to covet Dex's items, but we can't easily become their enemies either. To be honest, the Hayman Empire has no chance of winning. They suffered heavy losses from Hayman's surprise attack, and most players have turned against them. Debs listened carefully and asked seriously, Even as a top guild with over 1 million members, we can't help the Hayman Empire win. Is that what you mean? He sighed and admitted reluctantly, indeed, the Alliance Guild to NPC Duke level could do it, but against a nation, we're just hard to manage beasts. Destab's sudden appearance startled him again. Hadn't the Haman Empire stolen from De? Aren't you planning to retaliate? He sank into despair and shouted loudly, yes, but joining an unwinnable war out of emotion is a mockery of De honor. So despite my anger, I'll choose silence and ignore this script. You've heard enough, he sighed. Indeed, it's the wise decision of a guild master, a powerful guild leader. What if I ask you then? Arthur and Agnes looked shocked, disbelieving what they were hearing. Agnes asked again, what did you say? They were so stunned they turned to stone. So surprised they shouted out loud. Why? How could it be? Wow, hold on. Sir, you're... He removed his helmet, placing his hands in a slight bow to reveal his name. Dex. Then he laughed and said, can't you see? Honestly, I'm impressed. I knew this guild was big, but the way it's managed is so professional. The other two still couldn't believe their eyes, muttering to each other, no way, can't be true. So who made those videos? They recalled past comments, deciding to post Dex's videos instead. 32.19 views on this one seemed to show Dex near the Pavis Alley. Let's upload more of his videos, really. Without Dex it's boring. Arthur looked uneasy after remembering, damn it. Agnes was equally uneasy. She had cursed too much on his channel. But now isn't the time to think about that. Then Dex's face changed suddenly. Huh, hold on. They rushed forward and hugged him happily. It's really Dex. It's really Dex. Dex. Did you remember me? Back then, you saved me in one instance. Dex, can I get your autograph or maybe your phone number? Or just be friends? That's a strange story. Someone who makes the owner feel nervous and float away in admiration. This isn't about liking anymore, it's about faith now. Michael on the side also looked bewildered. Dex's guardian angel. Should I save him? Forget it, that's the path the owner chose. Down here, Dex thought vaguely, maybe I was wrong? A shout came from somewhere. Dex, I'm your fan. A woman with orange hair in a wizard hat and a heart-shaped symbol on her eyes, along with a tall muscular man in iron armor with a small face, lunged towards Dex, his mouth still moving non-stop. Let me hug you, okay, even a witch princess like Deb can be cuddly, right? Deb's expression showed extreme discomfort at their over-the-top behavior. They really went too far. With a strong grip, Debs picked up a sharp-headed mace. Accompanying the strength was an eerie purple ore vandal. That's you. Bang bang, loud impacts echoed. Dev grumbled as he lifted his hammer and stood ready to vent his earlier discomfort. Are you calm now? After receiving a blow to the head, both of them fell into a heap on the ground. They sullenly sat on the floor. Thong then replied to Death. Yes. Then self-reflect. Me, I'm sorry. Did you notice how shaken up it was? We were too excited, that's all. Dex cut off mid-sentence, his voice stiff and firm. If this happens again, I'll personally disband the guild and quit the game. This sentence made both members cry out in anguish. Me, I'm sorry. We won't do it again. Please don't leave the game. We promise. We won't do that again. Death returned to his desk where numerous manuscripts, announcements, and books were piled up. He rested his chin, looking bored at them before turning serious for business. So back to the main issue war with the Haman Empire. If we support the Bauman Empire, do we have a chance of winning? Gilded Master reported and summarized the current situation clearly. First, we can change the game's balance based on our guild member selection criteria. Out of 1 million official members, about 80% are self-sufficient warriors. Dex was surprised. That means around 800,000 soldiers. Wow, Arthur's face showed genuine confidence. Supporting his chest in anticipation of praise, Deputy Gilded Master Agnes stood proudly. Yes, if everyone participates, it would be like that. The number stunned Dex as well, his mind spinning. Insane, the number of Korean soldiers was only around 500,000. Ennis perked up. First, we will present the information we've gathered. Let's get straight to the point. First, the GM Trading Company. They recognized Dex's skull box as soon as they couldn't control it. They sought refuge with the Haman Empire, and their ranks were clearly ranged in order. Furthermore, Prince Demikai of the Haman Empire, who owned that precious headpiece, planned this war to consolidate his position as a potential heir to the weak emperor. Suddenly, Dev stopped him mid-sentence. Hold on. How did you get all this information? This isn't just superficial intelligence, it even includes GM Trading Company and GM Corporation's internal information. Deputy Gilded Master smirked. Oh, you didn't know that? Whether it's the GM Trading Company or the GM Corporation, even the Haman Empire military, Lodok's alliance is everywhere. No, they are present too. Ennis raised his head with a sly smile. We're your shadows. Dex Buzik felt a bit alive in front of the crazy person standing opposite him. Insane! They were curious about my underwear color, right? Better to die than reveal personal information. Ennis continued, the key to victory lies in public opinion. Dex adjusted his chess pieces on the map as he spoke. If we could sway Haman Empire supporters into supporting Bauman, it would weaken our opponent and strengthen ours. He held the black knight piece above the white one standing on Haman's flag, essentially hitting two birds with one stone. He happily examined each position on the board for ideas. We need to stir up public opinion. Gilded Master nodded approvingly. Indeed, Dex. Dex smiled too. That's it. I'll make a video or something. Hearing my beloved Dex say that, Deputy Gilded Master Adney smiled confidently. No need for that. Dex, rest, you go ahead and rest. Creating a stir is our specialty. Death thought to himself, so, do you think it's something to be proud of? For Gilded Matter suggested gently, couldn't Guy appear in the video a bit? That would greatly boost our influence. Death sighed and said, up to you guys then. One of the two from Gilded Matter spoke up next. So there's one last issue. This is also why we decided not to join this battle. Dex was serious. This is our toughest challenge. We need to disable the Magic Tower and the 5 mercenary battalions supporting the Haman Empire, as well as the alliances of smaller kingdoms. The Guildmaster was very concerned. This is the most pressing issue. We need rewards equivalent to the huge sum and the dragon's bones that the Haman Empire spent. Even with our guild scale, we can't handle this problem. Death wondered, is that all there is to the reward? Why didn't you say sooner? This sentence made those to stand still for 10 seconds, right? Death asked with a dangerous smile. Copenhagen Skullbox. What caused everything? Where did it come from? Gildemarter stammered, of course, it came from. Before Gildemarter could finish, Death called out, now contribute some spirit gold. A red light appeared first in the dark space, followed by a voice from Golden Magic. Greetings, my lord. The red light flashed through and opened up another bright, vast space. Inside were piles of gold coins stacked high. The stairs leading to the throne were also lined with gold. Death smiled. Let's see what rewards the Haman Empire offers and ours. Which one is more appealing? His voice was sinister now, alluring. For Gildemater saw this. His eyes sparkled with intense love. He was about to be moved. Wonderful. He's truly reliable. Absolutely delicious. Reminds me of home. Ada looked at the pile of gold and couldn't hide his tears, his hand clenching tightly. Sure, it was Dex. I'll always be loyal to you, my lord. The underwear symbol of Dex glowed. A blurry image appeared before their eyes. It gradually became clearer, showing two mysterious men talking to each other. The GM Guild has some backbone too. They could bring back a dragon's bone. As an adventurer, he was quite good. He had stirred up Prince Dimitri's war ambitions. The scene switched to a man holding a secret GM card, preparing to remove his white uniform. I'm a member of the Lodok's army and infiltrated the GM Guild from the start. They intended to cause conflict for profit. The man removed an outer shirt to reveal a slender waist. His hand with gloves touched a table holding a white mask with red eye slits. The voice repeated, I'm a member of the Lodok's army and infiltrated the GM Guild. The guild planned to attack the Phi merchant group to steal the skull box treasures. Swoosh! The scene switched to a young man holding a sword standing before an older youth who was defeated on the ground. These people are under the command of a young general with orange hair. Behind them is the skull emblem. Then came an image of a man standing below a tall house, laughing contentedly. The more he laughed, the scarier he looked. At night the secret appeared to report what the Lodux army had discovered about the cause and process of this main script. Everywhere but with one common goal: glory for the Lodux army. This video sparked a heated discussion online. People were talking about how the GM Guild colluded with the Haman Empire. No wonder I could smell the manipulation of public opinion. This is indeed a war crime syndicate, right? Please stop causing trouble. Play games properly. The discussions continued non-stop. Public opinion was eagerly waiting for drama to be deep dug. Dex secretly watched the online frenzy. The Lodux armies have some backbone too. Link's assessment. Public opinion is starting to change. Comments are pouring in non-stop. One person finishes their sentence and another jumps in. It's bad enough they're using it for trade, but they're also causing conflicts with it? Oh my god, crazy bunch. If you love war so much, go join the military. What kind of character is this? Do they sell their souls to evil just for money? That's right, they're not doing anything good. I hope the war ends soon. This game has a lot of drama. The comments are jumping around like crazy. Public opinion is still heating up. We want peace. Play the game properly. No one hits someone who's running away, right? Oppose war. Even non-combat players are part of the game. Does only combat content count as gameplay? The mysterious woman whispers back, retaliating with public opinion against it. With this video, she mentions the mysterious woman and clicks a button on her computer. The image fades out while the voice gets softer. We'll turn the tables. GM Corporation. From the Lodux assembly symbol, a voice says, "Dear players, we have good news for you. To save us from this bloody script, Dex personally came to our Lodux guild." On screen appears Dex, handsome and cold. He puts on his helmet, revealing only his cold face. Comments are once again buzzing about it being Dex. That's crazy. Is that Dex? What's going on here? Black, black, black. Crazy. Dex joins the Lowe's Dex Guild. A bold decision indeed. From Dex's eyes, a blank expression appears. He speaks. Dear members of the Lowe's Dex Guild and dear players, I need your help. Dex's voice carries determination. Grind his teeth. I want to punish the evil Haman Empire and GM Corporation. So please join me in battle. Hearing Dex's words, comments are now panicked. Please, Dex is begging us. That's crazy. Silence fills the thoughts as Dex's plea spreads. For nearly 10 years, through hundreds of games alone, with a legendary reputation and prestige, he's now asking for help from others. People on the internet are still commenting, crazy, begging, oh Dex, just let us handle it. We'll teach them a lesson. Among serious comments, some are still lacking. But hey, can you give me info about your underwear brand, haha? Come on, charge up, you scoundrels. Show GM Corporation what Dex's guild is made of. Charge. The sound of a gong signals the start of battle. Let's fight to the death. Retreat when necessary. Lodux Guild will stand by the Emperor Balam. The Loftex banner flutters high in the sky with echoes of agreement. All for Dex's spirit. Thousands of people have gathered below the ground into neat rows. At the Fire Dragon Copenhagen lair, Dex sits amidst piles of treasure while searching for items. What item is this? L is a bit confused. Dex, what are you doing? Dex continues rummaging and answers. Just tidying up the inventory. I want to find some useful items. Just leaving them there would be a waste. Dex mutters as he searches, checking here. Maybe it's somewhere around here. Could be in that area. Mizzen and Tencho stand nearby, also silent. After a while, Dex finds the item he needs. Found it. They look like magic books. Ten also seems interested. So level 8 magic book. What are you planning to do with it? He holds to magic books and says, I'm not a mage, so I don't know much. But this book must be very valuable, right? Both Tan and L look helpless at their foolish question. Tan asks back, is that even a question? Hey, master, you're holding an level 8 magic book. L adds, it seems Dex needs to learn more about history. L continues explaining, magic was originally a privilege of dragons. Only a few spells were passed down to humans due to dragon teaching or whims. Tan interrupts HMPF, but humans mainly use low-level magic anyway. Humans have studied and improved magic for a long time, making it their own. As a result, great mages who dedicate their lives to magic can only reach level 4. L continues, geniuses appear once every few hundred years and can use level 5 magic. Tan questions, but the Merlin in our soul can use up to level 8 magic. Aldab, Merlin is an exception. He was a student raised by the true Dragon King. So despite his human body, he could still use level 7 and 8 magic, spells of immense destructive power. L concludes, in other words, the magic book you're holding contains divine-level magic that humans can never reach. Dex holds the 2 level 8 magic books happily, so it's good. It'll be a tasty treat. L is confused. Wait, tasty? Level 8 magic book. Tan interrupts. Hey master. His demonic face almost makes his words choke. What are you up to now? Meanwhile, the blonde-haired one steps in front of the computer screen. He mutters under his breath. Dex, Dex, Dex. It's always Dex. Damn it. He yells. What's going on? Dex can't possibly be working with them. The old silver-haired man beside him just nods. Right. Dex always likes to work alone. Who would have thought he'd ask for help from the Dex Underwear Club? The blonde-haired one continues shouting, be quiet, then it's time to heal. Haven't you seen the video? He points at the screen and says, the Dex Underwear Club has gotten all of our information. Finished, he casually throws the computer screen down, muttering, good, that's fine. Just then, a call comes in. The blonde-haired one doesn't rush to answer. He talks to himself. Let public opinion criticize as much as they want, but victory will definitely belong to the Herman Empire. The Parman Empire, Ford Fawn, soldiers are forming their battle formation. General Zeus of the Haman Brave declares, now, you rats of the Parman Empire, surrender quickly. Holding out is useless. From his position on the city wall, he sounds clear and loud. Even adventurers don't support your cause. The downfall of the Parman Empire is just a matter of time. Think carefully. A soldier asks the commander, Commander, please give orders. The injured commander grits his teeth and curses, damn it. He thinks to himself, what good will giving orders do? Fordfin's fall means the defeat of the elite soldiers from the Bauman Empire. His spirits sink as he realizes this. But at this moment, a deep and warm bugle sounds. A much larger army than Haman's appears, overwhelming in numbers. The Haman army is shaken. What? That number of troops? Several times more than our Haman Empire soldiers. Veus angrily thinks, damn the Bauman Empire. What trap did they set? I suspected something was wrong with their weakness. Unlike Herman's army, Barman's soldiers are extremely relieved. Reinforcements. Reinforcements? Impossible. The commander of the Barman forces is also surprised. But something even more surprising happens. What is it? The flag. Underwear. The fluttering flag of the reinforcements turns out to be an underwear design. Hail the high-ranking brothers of the Dex Underwear Club. Oh, noble brothers of the Dex Underwear Club. Are you all ready? The Underwear Club players are cheering loudly. Black! Black! Let's show the power of black panties. Then the players rushed into battle enthusiastically, shouting for peace and leading a full-scale attack. Others responded to the black color too. Before the Institute of Peace Forces could act, the Haman Empire army was already in chaos. What's going on? Those black-clad ones are from the Three Stews Empire. The GM people also had to speak up when they saw these black-clad ones. They're the Bottom Stews army. They stand with the Three Stews Empire. A white-haired girl added, well, being around them won't bring anything good, like a loud drum in an empty barrel. On this side, he's ranked top 5 as a guard. Calming down the soldiers will stop their attack. He focused on defending. Steel Shield, extremely effective and successfully blocked the black-clad adventurers' attack. The guild leader Arthur couldn't help but praise. Oh, that's quite impressive. Ignis, let him handle it for now. Ignis also spoke up. Though I don't like showing off, it's time to display the authority of our guild members. As she said, a fire magic spell appeared before her eyes. The flames quickly spread. Gullen watched the flames with concern. Ignis was chanting, "The enchanting light of the wizard." A series of notifications appeared in front of Gullen. For a certain period, hedgehogs entering this light would be blinded and activate the guard's passive skill, Pride of the Shield. Resistance to negative effects increased. Blindness effect was eliminated. The notification just ended as Arthur swung his greatsword at Gullen. While Ignis' spell didn't blind the powerful adventurer Gullen, it did temporarily blind him and gave Arthur some time to approach. But Gullen also quickly used his light shield to block Arthur's attack. However, his light shield was soon broken, making his defensive technique ineffective. Gullen silently wondered, why would a basic attack break my defense skill? That guy thought he'd just charge in foolishly. Turns out he had something up his sleeve. Arthur chuckled, "Weakling, that's all you've got to try and stop Dexo's will." Arthur continued to fight fiercely, performing a dance of death, moving with high speed. Gullen gritted his teeth, struggling as he asked, "What is this?" The weapon. He was staring at the greatsword in Arthur's hand. A large red sword with a dragon head added to its ferocity. Electricity sparks continuously ran around the blade. Arthur couldn't help but recall when Debs gave him the sword. At that time, Debs bluntly said, "Just take it and use it. It's just something from storage. For our level, this weapon is more than enough." After Deb finished speaking, he sternly warned but also said, "Remember, complete the mission excellently, so rely on both of you." Back in the battlefield now, Arthur was still fighting fiercely. "It's not over yet, Ignis. Our sincerity isn't just that." Ignis replied, "I know." She had already completed her great spell, a huge fireball casting its immense power and heat down from the sky. Her face couldn't hide her excitement. "Let's show Dev's greatness." A massive fireball fell onto the battlefield, causing an explosion that engulfed the ground. The General Zeus was terrified as he fell to the ground, his face drenched in sweat and stuttering. "Stop joking around. Don't joke anymore. How can we win?" He's not looking as imposing or fierce now. He helplessly looked at the engulfing flames while mumbling, "This is truly a disaster." Ignis swung his greatsword, the banner showing the Annihilator Blade, legendary weapon containing the power of destruction, created from dragon bones and powerful magic. Before its owner, only death and despair await. Below was more information about the sword's stats. In Ignis' hand was a fire staff with a dragon head for protection, also legendary, the ultimate staff created from dragon bones and top-grade mithril. The intricate magic would help the user maximize the effectiveness of their fire magic, specifically for attribute fire spells. Line 60 is here. Below is detailed information about the magic staff. Arthur was excited, cackling, finally experiencing this feeling of powerful equipment. Ignis agreed, "Amazing, using such strong magic without mana depletion." The spectators' comments section was very lively. "What weapons are Gildemarter and his deputy using?" "Mythical, another person. Must have been a misjudgment. Mythic items haven't been officially announced." "Oh my! I supported Harmon, but it looks like I'll need to gain boost now." One below kept spamming, "Dex, Dex, Dex, Dex." Faye Harmon was literally crushed. The Harmon troops retreated in disarray. Only the Black Guild's forces remained. System notifications echoed continuously. "Successfully defended Fort Fen. The Parman Empire deeply appreciates the Underwear Black Guild for their contributions. The distance between the Parman and Hayman empires has surpassed limits. Successfully defended a key strategic outpost. Public contribution rewards increased significantly. Received 1 million guild contribution points. If Parman wins, you can claim rewards based on these points." Awarded the Underwear Black Guard title. Arthur happily cheered with a mushroom punch. Underwear brothers cheer and shout Laudex together. The world of Arcadia was built upon mana, from the swordsman's refined skills to divine or demonic power users. From natural law-bending mages to spirit summoners calling forth spirits and beasts. Summarizing, the origin of power is mana, with the magic tower leading in its application. Inside the castle, the magic towers held supreme authority across all 6 courts. They stood in a star formation, with an eye symbol at the center. For a long time, they lived isolated from the outside world and uninterested in war or communication. But notably, their only joint effort was against the Archmage Agamemnon. The old woman narrated mysteriously, the appearance of Flame Frost Dragon and the gathering of many veteran adventurers behind this battle hinted at a force rivaling the Magic Tower's scale. She smiled. It seems our time in the spotlight has come again. Eyes opened, the Magic Tower began searching for Dex's whereabouts. On Hammond Kingdom Himelian side, night fell as the sky darkened. A report came in, Prince, we failed to capture Fort Fen. Inside, Prince Dimitri heard the bad news and was furious. Those bowmen still have fighting spirit. This is the great Prince Dimitri. The subordinate knelt respectfully. According to reports, hundreds of thousands of adventurers appeared supporting the Bowman Empire and their flag. Dimitri was surprised, muttering about black underpants. The other person was worried, sweating slightly. Yes, now they're attacking Haman's capital. The scene switched to the Black Underpants Gang's army advancing bravely. Leading them is Arthur Guilong, heading for Laudex and Haman's capital. From above, Dimitri ordered reinforcements, calling on the Merchant Guild to prepare defenses immediately. Mages understand adventurers best. With such a large force, they can't be unaware of what's happening. Suddenly, an official appeared, asking what we'll do about Fort Fen, and those hundreds of thousands of adventurers they're attacking would be impossible. Hearing this, Dimitri hesitated before decisively saying, we can't get stuck here. Parman Empire's failure is just the beginning, not the end of the war. He ordered elite forces to prepare, requesting high-level mages from the Magic Tower for support. His voice full of ambition, even if it means eradicating Fort Fen, we must attack and conquer it. The scene switched to a live stream with nearly 10,000 viewers, showing the Black Underpants army approaching the fort. Ji Yang was watching, sighing in relief. They're doing well. This should ease my mind about the battlefield. Lemon arrived happily, boasting, everything is ready as requested. Dave, you heard that, replied excitedly, good work for her. Lemon observed Exfolger's battle situation. G.E. Young put on a hat and looked mysterious. With determination in his eyes and a fierce smile, I must repay this trust too. Meanwhile, Lemon and Apple stood respectfully before the elders, thanking them for coming, hailing the Southern Magic Tower's leaders. An elderly woman in glasses glanced at the kids and smiled gently, saying, Phantom Guild, you've done something very interesting by gathering all the elders of Southern Sect Tower together. A bald old man added with a somewhat threatening tone, do you know how reckless you've been? She hoped they had good reasons for this. Lemon and Apple looked worried at his warning. If Phantom Guild provoked the entire Sect Tower, it would be in big trouble. From the shadows, G.E. appeared. Young stepped forward to save his teammates. Phantom Guild just followed my instructions to contact you. He stood confidently before the elders without fear and boldly declared, I'm the one who gathered all of you here. Hearing this assertion, the elderly woman asked in surprise, who are you? The bald old man was skeptical. A single adventurer like him could gather the elders from 5 Sect Towers? But on GE's side, Young wasn't fazed by their words. I didn't force anyone. You're the ones who wanted that Fire Dragon Bone fragment I sent over. Even you had the guts to question the elders and come here yourself, right? Everyone was now conflicted as they processed this information. So that old adventurer is actually the true master of Frostfire Dragon. No more beating around the bush. He got straight to the point. I'll be frank. I want you to help me find my lost item. Hearing this ridiculous goal, the others began to get angry and curse. It's laughable. Do you want us to fight the Hanman Empire? Do you want Southern Sect Tower to be stained with blood? Ignoring their initial complaints, GE proposed, in exchange for which Sect Tower brings me the Fire Dragon Bone first, they'll receive a well-deserved reward. He pulled out 2 books, an 8th level Frost Magic 8. Seeing the attractive rewards in front of them, everyone was overwhelmed. 8th level magic books? Everyone was surprised and showed signs of greed. Oh my god, do real divine items actually exist? Ji Young saw their eager expressions just as he wanted. He suggested that if they want it, they know what to do. Back in the battlefield of Yudam, looking down from above, the army was ranged like a thong. 370,000 elite soldiers from the Hanman Empire, fighting against 530,000 members of Lodok's alliance supporting the Parman Empire. Arthur, at the front, laughed arrogantly. So that's the elite troops of the Hanman Empire. They do look quite strong. In his mind, he calculated about 400,000 soldiers for us and 500,000 for Lodok's alliance, a clear advantage. The more he thought, the more solutions came to him, but these were well-trained troops for battle. They would have different cohesion on the battlefield compared to ours. But it seemed Arthur didn't care much about that. He silently chuckled. Cohesion, huh? Then he turned and gave orders. Ignis asked him to activate her support. She was ready to unleash her power into the magic staff. The system notifications appeared with amplified sound effects. Even those far away could hear clearly. Attraction increased by 20. Authority increased by 30. Skill effect activated. Skill stimulation. Feeling ready for battle. Arthur shouted loudly through the megaphone. Listen up! He motivated the soldiers with a question. What's our target? Everyone responded in unison, Dexthong Brand, but he denied it, not that. Before that, what should we do first? They understood and agreed, crush the Hanman Empire. Arthur was satisfied. That's right, precisely. He received their enthusiastic response and roared like a volcano. This is Death's first request for us. Crush the Hanman Empire and their GM entourage to pieces. Leave no one alive and reclaim the fire dragon bones they stole. We will end this damn script with our own hands. Do you understand? Under the bright moon, the rebel flag waves along with the chant, Brothers, let's show the power of black underwear for its dark color. The scene shifts back to the company. Someone runs in and reports that they've handled it as requested. The boss remains silent. Hearing good news, the girl smiles. She should have been playing the game properly. On another side, the father is angry, shouting, why did you exceed the limit? He can't hold back his anger at the messenger, cursing his son for being disrespectful. What did you do? The son, crying in fear, asks through trembling voice, Dad, what have I done? Not wanting to hear explanations, he throws down the file and shouts, what kind of mess have you caused that made everything turn out like this? Inside the file, it states the situation regarding the submission for a hearing at the Science and Information Technology Commission. Suddenly, there's a questioning voice. Why are all the red towers participating in the meeting? The image shows mysterious eyes and 5 mages surrounding them. Has it been long since this happened? Galia asks, how is the red towers appraisal going? If the goods are fake, everything will fall apart. Old lady wearing glasses with the alias Red Tower speaks confidently. Both level 8 magic books are genuine. The current head of the Red Tower guarantees this. The surrounding towers hear the surprising news and can't believe it. Both books are real? Impossible! Heavens! Even the golden-haired old man seems confused. This will rewrite history. It's something no one could have imagined. A large amount of fire dragon bones into level 8 magic books. Without saying, which item is more valuable to the towers? A declaration of victory echoes. Gildamartyr, the Hanman army has retreated. Lodok's alliance wins. Standing amidst the war smoke, Arthur crosses his arms with a proud face. Alright, take a break. Continue attacking. March straight to their capital. The subordinate below respectfully listens to the order. Yes, Gildamartyr, we will prepare VDEX. The scene shifts to the castle with loud shouts. What's happening? Prince Dimitri clutches his hand in disbelief at the truth. We've lost 30% of our elite forces, he says, sweating like after a bath. Are they stronger than the elite forces of the Hanman Empire? On the other side, heavily injured is the commander of the Hanman elite forces, Decardo. Dun is still haunted by the battle. Lang Tong answers, not about strength. Our elite forces are still superior, but they are truly a bunch of fanatics. The Han recalls each image in fear and recounts it. They aren't afraid of death or failure. They attack like madmen. Over 700,000 people gathered to chant the black color. Even our elite forces can't withstand them. After reminiscing, the general looks forward with worried eyes. They are still advancing. Soon enough, their claws will reach the Hayman capital. The eldest Prince Dimitri is shocked. What? 700,000? He asks in madness. GM Merchant Company. Where's the head of the GM Merchant Company? Only a subordinate calmly bows respectfully. We sent people to look for him, but he vanished without a trace. But the mystery is that the GM Merchant Company has completely disappeared from this world. Back in reality, the sun sags down, not believing what's happening. He speaks in madness, losing his mind. Everything is over. It's all finished. On the other side, the court asks Chairman Choi if there was any misconduct by the GM subsidiary of the GM conglomerate. The chairman answers wordly, "Our circle has been informed that there are no issues regarding regulations." The prosecutor advances further and questions, "Can't you misuse power even in real life after abusing it in the game?" Even though competition is part of the game, attacking other companies outside is just as bad. The hurtful words continue without stopping. Even though the GM Merchant Team's leader is the son of the CEO, tolerating such misconduct will affect GM Corporation's reputation. Despite Chairman Choi starting to feel uncomfortable, he must remain gentle. "We will establish a specialized team to handle this issue." The decision to apologize goes against GM Corporation's principle of avoiding disputes and initiating conflicts in games. "We sincerely apologize for causing public concern." Back in the game context, Prince Dimitri clutched his head as his expression turned grim. "Damn it, that fake adventurer finally shut up. Our family shouldn't have cooperated with them anyway." Suddenly, someone ran over to inform Prince Dimitri that the Ma Temple envoy had arrived. This brought a glimmer of hope, and he shouted, "I've been waiting for you long enough. Invite them in." The green-haired midge stepped forward and said, "Our cooperation contract will be terminated due to this matter. I apologize for any inconvenience caused." Hearing the news, Dimitri was shocked to his core and asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" After standing still for 5 seconds, he shouted angrily, "What are you talking about? Are you trying to break the binding contract established by a 6th level spell? Even if it's the Ma Temple, you can't do that." Not wanting to waste any more time, the green-haired midge turned to leave. "It's futile, let's go." But a young black man stopped him by reaching out his hand. "Hold on, we still haven't finished our homework." The green-haired midge only wanted to return, but said he needed to read magic books at home now. The young black man tried to persuade everyone to stay. "Stay calm, I agree. We must keep our promise to get the magic books." Another person, wearing glasses, stepped forward to negotiate. "Listen carefully, His Majesty Hammond. The Southern Ma Temple wants the dragon's bone returned to its rightful owner." Without fear, he approached Prince Dimitri and ordered, "I give you 5 days." Then he smiled calmly and said, "If you don't comply with our request to reclaim the dragon's bone from those unworthy ones, the Southern Ma Temple will directly join the conflict." Hearing the threat from the younger prince, Dimitri shouted, "You're betraying us. Ma Temple, are you prepared to face the consequences of breaking this binding contract?" The black mage explained, "Your condition is that you hand over the dragon's bone you possess to the Ma Temple. From the start, it wasn't yours, so the binding contract no longer applies." The shortest green-haired midge looked at him with disdain. "Don't get all high and mighty. That mad tyrant. Do you understand that? We don't want to waste any more time here." They left arrogantly, dismissing our efforts. "So go it alone then, Prince." Prince Dimitri stood there motionless. He shouted loudly, "Mad Duke, you know what to do now." The black mage, filled with rage, looked down at the ground. In his heart, he had a plan: release him and hunt down all those who betrayed the Empire, starting with that arrogant one. Behind him, understanding the intent, he obeyed the order and said, "The Ma Temple will know where its trust was misplaced." The scene changed to dawn. Apple's voice echoed, "Damn it, did we really make a huge mistake by offering both 8th level magic books?" From afar, he continued loudly, Dragon's Bone is indeed rare, but compared to an 8th level magic book, it's nothing. GE! Young considered the words and placed his hand on his chin. If we consider value, that's true. But now things are more interesting. Because for GE, Young, I just need to have fun playing the game. Apple, hearing this, nodded in agreement. Absolutely. If you can't enjoy it, it's a waste. Apple then approached GE and asked curiously, Dex, after defeating Cobanion, are there any items more valuable than the Dragon's Bone or 8th level magic books? Smiled mysteriously and replied, who knows? What do you think? The scene shifted to a dark forest. Suddenly, the glasses-wearing Midge was attacked and bled from behind. From afar, an unknown figure appeared with a strange weapon, observing the weakening prey. In his hand was the unique free demon sword, containing the essence of evil spirits, trampling prayers and wishes of countless souls. Using this sword would lead to one's downfall. Equipment limit, 123. Durability maxed at 28,000. Attack range from 800 to 1,500. While casting spells with the weapon equipped, HP would be consumed instead of MP. Magical penetration increased by 95% when activated, and a 1% chance for critical hits in the same state. The Black Mage in a passive position could only weakly say, wretched. But a swift blow pierced his heart, splattering red across the scene. The one who delivered the final blow was the leader of the Empire's Magic Dog Squad. He proudly stepped on the corpse and looked down with contempt. You should have known better. Don't you dare look down on our treaty with the Empire? This is why we're fusing the Spirit Towers. They don't understand anything about world affairs. Then he licked his lips and looked around. Now, where could the last of them be hiding? He's behind a large tree. The green-haired Midge is hiding in exhaustion. She glanced at her fallen comrades who had fought bravely for the false realm of the Spirit Tower, Haemon's troops daring to attack our land. Then she vowed revenge. We'll make them pay. System notifications keep popping up, detecting anomalies and important variables affecting the main plot. Amidst this scene, Alice was hovering as she read reminders. The Empire of Haemon's army suddenly attacked the Spirit Mage forces, causing heavy casualties. She was extremely surprised. The Spirit Tower forces had suffered 84% losses, analyzing possible scenarios. Scenario 2001 update, altering the main plot specifically for players from the Spirit Tower. Meanwhile, Angelina was equally shocked when she heard the system notification. What's this announcement about? The main scenario? Could Dex be pulling another prank? The system appeared, showing a mission, marking the downfall of the Empire in 4 parts. Haemon's Empire used underhanded and brutal methods to kill the great and talented mages from the 5 Spirit Towers. This cruel act made all mages fear and rage. To remember those fallen predecessors, we must punish the Empire and its followers. Complete these tasks. Enter Haemon's imperial capital. Execute Prince Dimitri. Retrieve the Flame Dragon Frost. Defeat Haemon's army to earn commendation points. Defeat Haemon's army to earn commendation points. Read through these updates. She felt a bit excited and cautiously asked back, what is he up to now? A voice spoke first. Let us remember our fallen brothers who fell in the Haemon attack. Galia presided over the meeting and declared that from now on, all 5 Spirit Towers will consider Haemon's Empire as a target for punishment and will take strong retaliatory measures. In the center of the room stood an enormous magic pillar. Galia's voice echoed, close down all branches of magic in Haemon's Empire, deactivate all active portals and defensive barriers, and completely ban trade with magical items including scrolls, magic stones, materials, and potions with Haemon's Empire and any allied nations. The magic ball in her hand showed the image of the Crown Prince. She sighed. Finally, the highest council will hold Prince Dimitri accountable for starting this devastating war. Her voice grew angrier as she spoke. Her eyes turned red with anger. Avenge Haemon's Empire and its royal family. Galia's voice was authoritative. Mages, rise up. Cut to Angelina smiling on the chat screen. That's all I know. I'll do my best to weaken Haemon's forces and help you get revenge. Ze Young reminded her. Thank Angelina for that. But don't overdo it, okay? If you die or get punished, it will only hurt you. Through the screen call, she scolded angrily. Dex, I was also called a first-class great mage because of you. Her voice full of determination. Just wait and see how strong I've become. She will contact him later. Ge heard these words and his face showed fear. Young was still very relaxed. By the way, he sat by the pond fishing, mumbling to himself. Sure enough, Maroon Kingdom is the most peaceful, probably because it's an introductory area for new players. His expression turned contemplative as he looked into space. After some thought, Young tried to summarize the current situation. Following the Parman Empire, it's the Lodix and Mathab alliances and us. All pieces are ready. Thinking about this, his face lit up with excitement, his eyes turning a different shade of pink and yellow. What will you do, Haman Empire? The scene switched to Lady Galier from the Green Tower, busy preparing for the battle. She ordered the mages to act, seeking revenge for the Haman Empire and its royal family. The battle began with countless mages casting spells, creating a colorful spectacle against the night sky. Without delay, the mages launched an attack. The royal army was also ready, numerous soldiers lined up neatly, prepared to fight. A green-haired female mage who had narrowly escaped death shouted as she led her troops onto the battlefield. Disappear. Suddenly, a large explosion erupted, causing the surroundings to crumble and debris to scatter everywhere. In the commentary area, viewers were amazed. Wow, mages are truly the flowers of the battlefield. All of them were level 5 or 6 spells. Quite rare to see such a scene. Someone wondered, why are those main towers so powerful? Just one level 7 spell would clean everything up. Another comment explained, do you think 5 main towers are just average? Immediately, someone chimed in, they're all super special NPCs. Their levels must be over 400. If the Haman Empire touches a tower, it will only collapse. Arthur's army wasn't any less formidable. They charged forward without fear. Lodix Alliance. The entire army attacked. We can't fall behind. The towers mustn't lose face for Dex. While the royal army remained calm and serious, the leader raised his sword to encourage them. The Haman Empire's troops advanced, sacrificed for the glory of the empire. Alice, in the system space, observed the battle. She thought, the Tower Alliance, Lodix Alliance, and man. Her face was intense. 7 hours until the expected arrival at the Himalayan capital of the Haman Empire. On another screen, there was concern as well. This is tricky. He glanced at the chaos and muttered, with the main server update from South Korea, it seems the continent-wide war will end with a victory for the Man Empire. And if that happens, the balance in the eastern region of the continent might be disrupted due to the fall of the Haman Empire. Thinking this over, he turned to ask, Director Lee, what do you think? Director Lee Mizzen sighed. Unfortunately, I share Jack's thoughts. She expressed her personal opinion with a sigh. The overall strength of the South Korean continent will be weakened. This is truly a terrible time. With Pangea update coming out, this happened. Hearing these words, he sighed but had no other choice. This script wasn't created by the publisher, it was made by players themselves. The more Lee Mizeon thought about it, the angrier she got. The GM guild had touched something they shouldn't have, Dex's stuff, and Ui stood beside her. But at least a large Korean company guild has disappeared. They seem to have sold their items and deleted their guild for some reason. Seeing his confusion, Mizzen smiled and explained, that was handled by me in real life because they went too far. And Ui exclaimed in surprise, you're really scary. Then he changed the subject. I'll send it to the South Korean branch. Please review the script data for this session. Immediately, Mizzen opened it, but her face changed as she read. She widened her eyes. Hold on, this data. The mission has been updated for player Dex. On the system, a task list appeared describing how a fire dragon's bone was stolen casually but ended up in unexpected hands. The Haman Empire is planning to unify the continent with fire dragons, stop their plan and retrieve the Kerbanian skull. But use peaceful methods. Retrieve the Kerbanian skull. Especially, Do not participate directly in combat during mission execution. Reading these lines, Myzian was amazed, truly surprising. With his personality, he should have used diplomacy himself to bring back the Fire Dragon Frost, right? Why drag in the Devil Tower and the Lodex army that he hates so much to make a big deal out of it? Her voice became more chilling. I'm only asking once. Think carefully and answer honestly. Feeling the atmosphere turn scary, he nervously asked, "What are you going to say?" What are you planning to say?" Her eyes flashed like a bullet. Her voice sounded interrogative, limiting Dex's direct involvement in combat. Was it intentional to make things more interesting? It hit him hard. She was terrified. About that. Unable to lie, he scratched his head and admitted. Then the Pangea update is coming out soon, so I wanted him to be quiet for a bit. I tried intervening, but it seems to have made things worse. Hearing the explanation, Myzian sighed. Yes, that's right. After understanding everything, she seriously warned. Now you understand, right? Never interfere with that player again. He is a very unusual person. No one can predict what he will do. Meanwhile, Ziyi Young was calmly reeling in a fish. The system reported catching a silverfish 14 centimeters long. Looking at the catch, he sighed and consoled himself. Fishing is truly one of the least effective skills in the game. The rate of level up over time is too low. Suddenly, someone called out from afar, "Master, when will you stop?" The little devil kept cursing at him. The eastern part of the continent is in chaos. Wars are breaking out everywhere. Are you really going to just stand by and watch? He replied impatiently, "I've said it already. I have said this. This time, I will resolve everything peacefully." He shouted, "No, what I meant was why you did that. You're not like that person." If it were the previous master, he would have rushed to the Heyman Empire and GM Trading Company to deal with them. Why are you changing? Could that damn chicken have tricked you? Io stood far away, furious at being wrong. She quickly flew over and shouted, "How can you blame me? You cursed brat." They fought verbally back and forth. Cursing continued. "Your silence only makes me more suspicious." That chicken! Hearing the argument from outside, Xiang felt powerless. "I know you two are bored, but don't overdo it. I'm also currently doing a mission." His words made them stop to ask. Elle spoke first. "Mission? What kind of mission?" Tan was also curious. Lately, he's been muttering to himself. "Mission? A continuous one? What does throughout mean?" GE and tried to explain. Kind of like the missions you guys have." Both of them looked surprised and asked in unison, "Mission? A mission? Of the land? Heaven and earth? Does the master have that too?" But he remained very calm. What's so surprising about it? Tan couldn't stay composed. A common person like him having a mission was strange. Al also chimed in to explain, "A mission is the power and divine gifts bestowed by God upon chosen humans. For humans, only figures like the Pope or saints can have such missions." They were still curious and asked again, "So what exactly is the master's mission?" Tan echoed his doubts. Right. What is Dex's mission?" GE! Young pointed at himself in confusion. My mission? He thought about it, images of living life to the fullest and deceiving appearing in the darkness with those words. "How can you say that, GE? Young replied nonchalantly, "Eat your fill and rest." Hearing this nonsensical answer, Tan's face fell in disbelief. "What is this?" Elle also asked back, "Are you really saying this?" They shouted again, "What a strange mission," while he just laughed. "I don't know either, as long as it makes us happy." His face turned serious as he looked into the void. We'll see what happens next with this. The scene switched to nighttime in the capital city of Haemilian in the Parman Empire. Outside the gate, 3 figures stood tall. One was the Green Tower Master Galia, representing the 5 Green Towers. The second was Arthur from the Gildemarter Lodex Alliance. The last was Duke Judas of the Parman Empire's military commander. On the throne, the emperor spoke with difficulty. "You finally made it here." He was King Miris of the Heyman Empire. Miris removed his crown and declared, "From this moment on, the Heyman Empire surrenders to the Parman Empire, Nama Tower, and Lodex Alliance." This war is your victory. The scene switched back to the capital city of the Haman Empire at night. King Miras sat on his throne and spoke weakly. You finally made it here. He sounded like he was dying. Come closer. I want to talk to you. From afar, Galia thought, my strength is almost gone. Worse than I imagined. Arthur looked at the throne. He seemed like a withered skeleton. I should kill him now, but maybe not. Judas frowned in deep thought. King Miras of the Haman Empire, just as rumored, he won't last much longer. King Miras spoke again. Can you see this empty palace? As he said, he removed his crown, once grand, but now no one fights for the Haman Empire anymore. His tone was slightly melancholic. My son Dmitri, no, I must have been wrong. He struggled to speak. This old man has made a mistake in judgment. Before them, Miras declared, from now on, the Haman Empire surrenders to the Parman Empire, Nama Tower, and Lodok's alliance. Bending over, he removed his crown and accepted defeat. This war is your victory. Listening to him speak, aside in exhaustion. Yeah, of course. Beside him, Duke Judas also took off his helmet. As expected, the Parman Empire truly did win. But before he could finish, Galia quickly interjected. Then it's time to negotiate. The Haman Empire will pay a heavy price. King Miras understood. Speak your demands out loud. I will take responsibility even if it means sacrificing my life. Miss Galia smiled and said, we don't need your life. We just want the fire dragon's bone. Please return it to its original owner. He agreed to all conditions. The fire dragon's bone is currently stored in the National Treasury. You can take it. Then Mr. Dalian arrived, and Miss Galia added, oh, also, I want the head of Prince Dmitri and the nobles who followed him. This will be a consolation for the young people from Mathap who fell. Hearing this request, the king's hand holding the crown began to tremble. I understand. The Haman Empire will cooperate fully to surrender them. Below, Judas reminded impatiently, send an official surrender declaration to the Haman Empire. After discussion, we will present our demands. The specifics can be discussed later. King Miras' side showed no objection. Of course, I'll prepare everything. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned towards Arthur. So, what do the old adventurers want from us in return? Arthur stood solemnly with his arms crossed, looking at the throne. His words left everyone speechless. The underwear brand Dex, King Miras didn't fully understand yet. What? Arthur had to emphasize again. The underwear brand Dex is our request. We don't need anything else. Thus, the Haman Empire surrendered unconditionally. After that declaration, many changes occurred. The royal flag was lowered. The Haman Empire had to pay a huge war compensation fee to the Haman Empire. Not only did they have to return occupied territories, but also lost control over part of their own land. Many soldiers died in battle. Those who supported Prince Dmitri and sparked this war were now facing defeat. Unfortunately, they will be eliminated by the Mathap Tower. At this moment, countless green, red, blue, and yellow mages chased the remnants of Dmitri. However, they faced a formidable opponent in Pavis, who had destroyed previous mages. The cold green mage looked at his opponent with admiration. That magical sword was truly powerful. Even level 5 magic couldn't penetrate it. She immediately summoned twice as many offensive spells and threatened, let's see how you handle this. Immediately, someone shouted a warning, Ricorex, that spell. The short-haired Ricorex also yelled, hey, what's going on? That's an 8th level spell. You're in deep trouble. You've reached the divine realm already? With no sympathy, the cold green mage looked at them with a determined expression. Only now did Rico Reds realize the power of this magic. He thought to himself, I underestimated her. She dared to create such a disaster just for personal revenge. With that, he shouted loudly, Pavis! The boy named Pavis received his order. They shared the same thought. There was only one way to survive. That was to kill her before the magic could be cast. Thinking that, Pavis quickly moved at super speed towards the girl. The green mage showed signs of panic, fearing that everything would end here. Just then, Angelina appeared unexpectedly. She whispered a spell and launched 500 magical projectiles. Immediately, 500 projectiles appeared. Parvis was shocked by the unexpected situation and couldn't dodge in time. In less than a second, all 500 projectiles hit him, creating a large explosion that sent debris flying everywhere. Fortunately, Parvis still lived. He used his shield to block the attack. In his mind, it was too fast. I can't block everything. From the smoke and explosions, Angelina slowly emerged. She spoke, "Sorry, but will you die quietly?" With a mischievous wink, she said, "Because of my mission." Seeing her, Rickeret was surprised. Can't believe his eyes. She is a level 1 great mage standing beside her. Parvis lost all strength and could only cough. Then he managed to speak. "So this is the end?" After that, they saw the entire forest burning brightly under red flames. The green mage girl shouted, "Heaven's fire!" Part of it, a huge ball of fire appeared as she pointed with her hand. Everything turned into a blazing red forest with blood splattered everywhere. Angelina ran to support the mage, who had fainted from the previous attack. She praised, "That was amazing." Looking at the mage who fought hard, she sighed, "This is the 8th level divine realm." And so, the Hamon Empire, which had ruled the eastern region of the continent for centuries, has completely collapsed. The system updated and announced that the Hamon Empire's rank was demoted to the Hamon Kingdom. All privileges and benefits of the Empire have been revoked. Immediately, a wave of comments appeared online. Did Hamon really lose? How could they win? Not only did they lose, but they were crushed completely. Some people questioned, so those who played in the Hamon Empire, or rather the Hamon Kingdom, are gone now. They lost everything, damn it. It's over. A comment replied, yes, while NPCs don't speak. What about the players supporting Hamon? On the other side, commands were issued to evil adventurers who had collaborated with the Hamon Empire. Well, death is meaningless punishment for those granted eternal life as you. But the Barman Empire will forever hate and curse you. We will despise you and rejoice in your misfortune. And no one will beg or seek help from you. Bow down, you damned opportunists. Under the great sky of the Barman Empire, you won't be welcomed here. Everyone who read the news was extremely depressed. The system announced that the H for Continental were ended with a victory for the Barman Empire. For those supporting Hamon, red warnings appeared, mission failure and punishment applied due to defeat. They received the traitor title, which would now be marked as failed. The traitor title, reducing goodwill towards the Barman Empire and the Mausoleum to 500 points, penalties for trading at Barman Empire and Mausoleum stores. Purchase prices increased by 250%, sale prices dropped to 50%, high risk of attack on Barman Empire territory, possible unfair punishment from guards. Unable to perform Barman Empire and Mausoleum missions, punishment increased by 1000% for crimes committed in the Barman Empire territory. The temporary name change function is disabled. Time remaining 360 for days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 42 seconds. Some players sighed with relief after reading the update. Lucky to not have joined in. But others weren't so fortunate. They received the notification and angrily shouted, "What kind of punishment is this? A whole year, not just a month. It's too harsh. Now we can't even venture into the eastern region anymore. This is as good as telling us to quit the game." The others asked if they should quit. Can you really not stay? You can't leave, right? You can't leave. You chose Hamon and now complain. Deserved it. Deserved it. In the comments section, a reminder appeared, everyone, you can exchange unique items for contributions to the Barman Empire. A curious comment asked, what are these unique items? There's even a trial execution item. You can buy level 5 magic from the Mausoleum too. Someone sighed, crazy. Dexco is great. Perseverance leads to victory. Throughout the night, the flag of Lodic's army was raised high in the wind. Arthur announced from above, from now on, this will be our base for Lodic's army. He also received a new title, Guildmaster of Lodic's army and Baron of the Barman Empire. Below, members of the guild cheered enthusiastically. We'll dominate the Barman Empire, fighting for nothing. The night scene with a bright moon and the cheers of the victorious crowd. Meanwhile, early in the morning, Angelina appeared before GE. She shyly asked, how have you been lately, man? Hearing her question, he turned around surprised. It's been a while, Angelina. She shyly covered her face. Her cheeks were redder than a tomato. I'm scary, right? Is that really what they say? Dex smiled happily. Just joking, just joking. Angelina with her cute pouty expression. What's this? His hair hangs down, almost covering his face, but he still lifts his head to answer Tan's question. It seems it's time to pay for the leak with the devil. Arthur stands tall like a wrestler, directly in front of Ignis and gives an unwelcoming smile. Even if they try to escape, they won't let go of their heads. In her black seductive dress, Ignis asks Arthur, I have a question. Guild 1, Lodex, initially declared it would not participate in the war. Why suddenly support the Barman Kingdom? Hearing her question, Arthur smiles as if showing off after brushing his teeth. What is their purpose? He questions. Purpose? We only have one goal. Answering confidently, like promoting a brand, Dex's underwear brand. Ignis must be speechless after hearing that. How? In the darkness, Dex appears as a red-eyed demon with a sinister smile. We will always wait for you. Dex. Scene change. Dex stands opposite Dex in an icy castle of Princess Elser. The flag flutters in the cold sunlight. The old castle looks abandoned, as if left unattended for 10 years. You're angry. I'm only saying this once. Listen carefully. My underwear brand is. Scene change. The warm fairies of early morning bring life to a new day. The Arcadia branch in South Korea stands majestically against the backdrop of blue skies and white clouds. Sitting in the conference room, the manager presents his opinion after the fourth main script, the Continental War, involving multiple players. Additionally, many believe that wars within Arcadia are causing controversy and unrest. Recent public debates about this comic series have made the office environment even more tense. Therefore, our crisis management team believes we need to reduce penalties or provide direct compensation to players. Lee's director frowns at his words, as they are all common knowledge. That's obvious. Many players are suffering from penalties for siding with the defeated Hammond Empire. The image of Director Lee in a serious white office dress holding documents appears in his mind. But if it's Director Lee, she wonders, what kind of compensation? In just a moment, she would reject the proposal with a distant look on her face. Her two assistants are surprised by this scene and gasp in shock. Order! She remains calm. Our mission is not to cater to players, but to maintain Arcadia as a separate world from reality. Her firm words are directed at the GM organization. What we need to be most vigilant about is preventing reality from affecting Arcadia, just like the recent GM incident. The determined gaze of a true director has changed the direction of her staff. I agree. At the meeting, the military director is as agitated as a pot of boiling water. Indeed, there are opposing views, but player numbers and new players have increased by about 15% after the Continental War. I think we don't need to compensate the players. It goes against our operational principles. Hearing this, Lee's director is relieved. She smiles. So Director Kun is on my side today? Director Kun also gives up in front of Lee's quick flip-flop. I always make decisions for the company's benefit. He continues firmly. That's right. Now isn't the time to worry about public opinion. Soon enough, they will forget everything. I understand everyone's concerns. Contrary to the volcano-like emotions of the military director, Lee suggested playfully, there's no need to worry, I'll handle everything. The military director angrily shouted, Sir, are you planning on using that secret? She smiled mysteriously yet confidently. The upcoming Pangea update will unify all Arcadia servers. Everyone in the office was surprised and their faces turned as red as tomatoes. She remained calm. The problem is, after unification, our Korean server will be the first to host an event. This information is top secret. Please keep it confidential. A mysterious update appeared in the system, a faint green light revealing the Panji Martial Arts World Congress update. Scene change. The Silicove headquarters in America stood tall under golden sunlight, casting a bright glow on the surroundings. This modern building was constructed like an art piece, covered entirely with glass windows. Jessica appeared as a princess sleeping in the forest, lying inside a car shielded by a glass cover. The sunlight highlighted her, making her stand out like a moonlight. As she stepped out of the car, her face was scrunched up. Truly so tiring. I'm not the operations manager. Dex sat beside her, listening to her vent about her frustrations on a golden field while looking down at the forest below, as if recounting and enjoying himself. I never thought creating Arcadia would be easy. With so many variables, it's too much, especially with the chaotic traveler. That's why we had to fast-track the script by 3 years. Her frustration grew. Jessica gritted her teeth. Why did he create that job? I've stayed up countless nights developing real-time translation services for the Pangea update. Yet, sitting next to him, it's like he's playing with fire, stirring his madness. Seeing you so happy, I'm glad too. He glanced at her. Isn't that amazing? Jessica. Her warm words brought the magical forest scene to life under the shimmering sunlight. The fairy tale he told me when I was asleep has come true, brought to life by millions of people around the world. He raised his hand and examined it carefully. I never imagined having a future like this. He felt grateful for creation and those close to him who kept his precious life safe. The scene of him standing at the threshold of life on a hospital bed. Jessica is closest to him now. Hearing his story, Jessica's anger subsided. She looked at him with affectionate eyes. She leaned against Jacques' shoulder and thanked him, Jacques, for creating the Arcadia world. Jessica's question suddenly made Jacques jump. Do you remember? We only talked about reviving the world tree back then. Her sweet words in the morning light, and finally we can see what happens next. To say we're not expecting it would be a lie. Scene change. A bright aura emanated from Sun's body. It burst out like a surge of power from the rocks. She closed her eyes to enjoy this incredible vitality. Vitality is overflowing. You can feel it, Dex. The resurrection day is approaching. Her image in green hair appeared amidst blooming flowers, radiant and beautiful. She announced the unification of the shattered continents. Let me list the benefits we might gain from this special day. The World Tree's power has been restored to 82%. We've reached the threshold for using the Pangea update, so let's apply it now. Prepare for the shock of the update. Time remaining 10 minutes. The image of towering trees sprouting and blossoming into a lush tree with golden leaves. A complete continent is awaiting its journey. Trees began to grow, their beauty creating a golden canopy. It brought life to the land, starting a new beautiful day here. Everyone was surprised and talking loudly. What's this? Did you get that notification too? The World Tree? Is it related to the main plot? A voice echoed as fireworks lit up the dark sky with golden lights. Damn! How long after the last Continental War did this end? With her cement-colored hair hanging down, she smiled brightly. Who would have thought we'd witness the revival of that young tree? Truly, longevity makes a difference. Dex gently caresses the trees, showing no surprise at this change. After all, it was bound to happen. I hope for these saplings. Saving the forest won't be too far off in the chaos ahead. Our main character is the handsome Dex standing confidently, enjoying the winds from the World Tree's light. He breaks into a mysterious smile. I'm looking forward to this. Looking up at the sky now, you see the shining star of his star twinkling brightly. The World Tree suddenly erupts with terrifying power, as if trying to pierce through the sky. The Pangea update system is applying a major patch. All continents will be unified. Real-time translation systems are fully implemented. That power leaves behind something dazzling and shimmering. Wishing you all adventurous seniors an exciting experience. It spreads everywhere. Even Jack and Jessica, who were sitting and talking tenderly, are pierced by that light beam through the forest in front of them, forcing them to quickly stand up. Jessica sees that power and smiles. Start the unification of all continents Pangea update. Amidst the mystical sea, A golden ray of light stretches like a sacred thread, piercing through the silent space. The small boat sails on. Sitting on that boat is an old man wearing a black hat, looking like a pirate. He laughs loudly. Her sexy outfit reveals her toned abs, very alluring. So this is the new world they've been talking about. I'm looking forward to it. My friend! The saplings and medicinal plants save as if crossing from one land to another. Evening falls. A girl with green hair stands out among the purple rocks, highlighted by the forest of trunks. The dwarves in the workshop are surprised to the point their faces look like monkey butts when the trunks suddenly pass through from behind. In the mystical night, a nature fairy with long silver hair tightly holds a glowing ball amidst icy green grass and shimmering trunks. It appears on the world as a naked meteor in space. Nothing can dim its brilliant light. The system continues to announce, Pangea update applied. Alice's image of an ice queen appears in a blue aura with cold eyes. She spreads her hands, welcoming you to the complete continent of Arcadia. Suddenly, brown lands appear as if broken by water. Dex, who is updating the video, pauses all activities in Arcadia to watch the video. The nature fairy stretches radiantly amidst its characteristic galaxy. The world here is just a void, and within it, a tiny seed quietly germinates from her words. A faint green trunk emerges, radiating the light of a new life, easily attaching to floating soil in space, forming the land. These spells continue to nurture this seedling, opening its first golden flowers as if waking up to greet the world. And blooming on its own, sowing life, the seedling has now become a vibrant Zandhoja forest shining under the sun. They shimmer, catching the morning sunlight bestowed by the sun, and this world has become a fertile land brimming with life. Indeed, Michael appears as an ice queen in a white dress surrounded by dark purple aura. The red blood-colored power beams complement the pure white flowers, highlighting her resolute figure, making creatures from other dimensions crave it. By his side is Song with his Japanese crossbow and red-blooded eyes breaking into a terrifying smile. He reaches out his gruesome hand to take the trunk, radiating strong life force. The battle between heaven and hell ends as the tree of life is washed away, falling into eternal sleep. The images of two white and black fairies symbolizing evil and good appear. One is the Dark King Sa Tang, always wearing a black outfit with death's wings representing hell. The other is Michael in an angelic outfit holding a bow pointing at Sa Tang in a white dress, representing heaven. At that moment, several dark purple beams pierce through the world tree like a fierce blow from hell, leaving the tree unable to support the land anymore. Meanwhile, our main character Dex smirks. Heaven and hell battle. World Tree, who dared reveal this story to players? What's going on in his mind? Is he trying to drag Tan and Io into future plotlines? But as the era of peace ends, saplings continue to cover everything. The era of chaos will also come to an end. The nature goddess uses her small hands to lift up the radiant saplings on her palm. Don't be sad. Reunite our children. A hexagonal lantern appears with golden orange light, restoring much of our lost power. Restore this world to its primal form. The voice of the maiden rang out before three figures prepared to enter. So stop fighting. All for you, she fought through bloody battles. Beware chaos and conflict. She warned against dark glass wars. Be wary of the threat from greedy ones targeting this world, or the caution before the flames burning in her soul spreading from her wings. Feel my wrath, the maiden's divining eyes flashed with unquenched anger, warning them. Reunite our children, the land split open, all red with blood. Destroy and cleanse the remnants of the savage invaders, aiming at our homeland. After her words, Dex's system updated, ending the video, removing the paused state, completing the update, receiving myths lost to time, gaining the title Child of the World Tree. A complete continent awaiting their adventure. His eyes lit up, meaning the World Tree wanted him to dissolve and wither. Tan and Elle stood beside Dots with Dots' foolishness. Master, why are you acting like this? Is it surprising that the continent's merging? They had to fly high and shout to wake up the dazed child. Hey, Master! Hey, Death! You're making noise! He sneered. World Tree, are you really serious? Do you want to prank them this much? Suddenly he ran over and hugged the two small people. From now on, help me. I'm dazed and scared. What's happening? Master, what's wrong with you? Did you eat something wrong? Al remained calm. Even if you do that, I can't deduct your reputation points. You know it. Cut to Helenia in a white outfit resembling a businesswoman with her red blonde hair. Hello, all players of Arcadia across the world. From this moment on, the world of Arcadia is connected as one. She stood among flying birds, continuing to guide. You can freely explore and experience countless secrets and stories. Across continents, enjoy your own adventures. She smiled warningly. Of course, there will be dangers lurking. Helenia's face changed quickly. She rubbed her hands together and smiled, but don't worry too much. Our Korean branch has prepared a special gift for you all. I hope you'll like it. This event is held in a grand castle under golden sunlight to highlight its elegance. The first unified world martial arts tournament on the entire server. Designed for both combat and non-combat players to compete based on their professions. We will award limited time titles with powerful effects to the top 3 players in each category. The winners will receive the title champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Experience, proficiency points, skill bonuses for 3 months. The second place will get the title vice champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Experience, proficiency points, skill bonuses for 200% for 3 months. Third place will receive the title third place in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Experience, proficiency points, skill bonuses for 100% for 3 months. System announcement. This title can be used simultaneously with other titles. People discussed. What's going on? Unbelievable. The additional experience and proficiency point bonuses are only up to 30%. That's right. Plus, it's linked with the level 20 weapon. Quite rare, so the price is high. Use it at your own risk. If you get this title, the power gap will be significant. Dex's system thought, surely all top players would join. World Martial Arts Tournament, an interesting plan. To black and white masks appeared like a 9-faced coin. Plus, the title bonuses include additional experience and proficiency points, probably to compensate for the weakened Korean server after the war. Line 60 ends here. He's just thinking and laughing to himself. But what if someone from a different server wins? Want to go get it yourself? But I'm faster. The master will participate in the martial arts tournament, right? She immediately added some salt and pepper. If Dex doesn't join this pure combat event, that's too bad. Their compliments made Dex feel self-indulgent, stretching in the sunlight. No, I won't be joining this time. His name sounded like a foolish child asking, huh? Why? You're firm on this. It has nothing to do with me. Level and skill proficiency points aren't rewards for someone like me, a wanderer in chaotic times. Dex imagined himself wearing a cloak standing alone in the dark as a sad boy. Yes, I'm completely excluded from this event. He laughed to himself like an autistic person. Of course, it's also part of Mr. Lee's plan. After all, I've caused her enough trouble. Mr. Lee must be annoyed by his self-indulgence. Sorry, but Dex, this time, please behave a little. At this moment, Dex was standing in front of a large system screen, listening to Mr. Lee's words. You've caused enough chaos already. He smirked. Dex hesitated. What should I do now? It's a pity. A post was published to explain my innocence. Someone is impersonating me. The wrongdoings in the Sonic name game weren't done by me. I'm just a victim. Please believe me. Poster. Chaka Quechua. After reading Dex's whimsical nature, he was urged to join. Maybe we should help him out. Posted by Chaka Quechua. He felt a bit helpless. Sorry for this. Maybe we should help him out. Tan and L changed their minds. I'll join. Tan and L were thrilled. They seemed quite surprised by Dex's decision. Tan couldn't hide his disappointment. Master, are you really enlightened now? L was also happy. You remember this, right? Dex, the last time was that devil's doing. It's my turn now. Tan argued against L's illogicality. What kind of nonsense logic is that? Order has nothing to do with it. L looked at Tan. Don't have any conscience? Stop being greedy. This wicked little girl. Death crossed his arms. The two of them. Stop arguing. Sorry, but this time I won't borrow your power. Hold on, what you mean is. Tan understood Dex's intention. Wait a minute, do you really intend to? Suddenly, a brightly colored green figure appeared. A girl with green hair smiled and raised two fingers. You called me Dex? I've been waiting for your summoning call for a long time. Dex explained, well, this time, I'll participate in the new martial arts tournament as a spirit master, relying on you all. The tiny girl flew before Dex and snorted, I will serve you wholeheartedly. Flash forward, the first global martial arts tournament has begun. Many people participated. Angelina held a long silver staff. The gray-haired boy used a black sword as his weapon. A white-haired girl with a cold expression emitted purple energy around her. And there was another boy holding an axe, staring at the blazing forge. Opening ceremony, Dex entered in a victorious state, full of confidence. The small MC announced, welcome gentlemen and ladies to this tournament. Welcome to the mysterious island, surrounded by fireworks. Dex looked around. Before him was a huge spinning wheel, people bustling about. He sighed, still this deceptive map. Someone called out to Dex, Dex, long time no see. Are you well? Dex turned around. He was flustered, couldn't believe it. How did that kid grow so fast? The boy named Jungsik scratched his head awkwardly. I'm as black as a crow now. He continued praising, reaching out to shake hands with Jungsik. Ah, you look different. Have you been working out at the gym? Jungsik laughed, I've tried my best to be worthy of your assistant. Dex asked, so are you participating in this event too? It seems there's a category for production workers as well. Jungsik replied, yeah, I'm still undecided. Then he explained, in the production competition, everyone must use the same type of material and items to craft with. Meaning, I can't use Vulcan's hammer. In that case, I don't think I have a chance against other production workers. Dex encouraged Jungsik further. At least, I don't think your talent will disappear just because you don't have Vulcan's hammer. What do you think? His face lit up. He was moved. Brother. Dex turned and walked away quickly, waving at Jungsik. Anyway, think it over. I'll participate in the tournament too. Jungsik watched Dex's back leave, puzzled. Huh, what? He called out loudly, oh, which category are you joining? And, by the way, what is your profession anyway? You just used magic and sword skills very well. Jungsik looked sad. But do you really have to join? Just Dex's presence alone is enough to draw attention. You don't need to risk it like that. Dex was surprised. You think I'm crazy for showing up now? I'll participate in the tournament as a choco cake vendor. Jungsik was curious. Who is that? Dex explained. It's someone. A poor soul who I wronged. Dex made a mysterious face. Put on the mask and cover my face. Okay. In this martial arts tournament, I'm not Dex. A completely new face appears. But it's a spirit master. Chaka Quechua. The phone rings. Dex called in. Mizzen placed her hand on her chin. Oh, I see. Two. She tries to hold back her anger. I thought the event reward was enough for you to understand my intentions. Why are you calling me again? Dex laughed excitedly. I intended to participate in the event under a fake identity with a mask. So I wanted to ask who would receive the reward if I won under that identity. Myzian was disappointed. 2. Of course, it belongs to you. A fake mask can only hide information displayed on the system, but cannot change the reward system. Dex said over the phone. HMM. Really? Then that's not allowed. Myzian was surprised. Huh? Keep going. Can't transfer the reward to a fake character? Myzian was curious. What are you talking about? Are you giving up your reward? Dex looked reluctant. Can't do that. I've been thinking of you. Okay. Myzian's mood was weak. Please wait a moment. She doubts. Is he trying to be cute? She turned to ask Alice. Alice, can Dex's request be fulfilled? The green board displayed the response. I'll check. Mythic item. Fake mask. A mask appeared in Alice's hand. The green board showed information again. The function of this item is limited to protect user data. but it can be done if an administrator allows it. It can be done with admin permission. What are you planning? Maizian closed her eyes in thought. Could it be possible? How should we proceed? Dex, what's he up to again this time? She pondered. Probably nothing serious, right? Maizian said over the phone. Okay, I agree. On the perfect Rena setup, from now on, any rewards Dex receives will be transferred to the character displayed by the fake mask. Dex's face was confident. Just wait and see. For her, we'll repay your efforts. The green board showed a notification of finding an opponent who would be transferred to the arena after a few minutes of preparation for the next match. The red-haired MC explained the rules. The rules for the World Martial Arts Tournament are simple. Win 100 consecutive battles to qualify for the finals. She giggled mysteriously and asked, "Want to know more rules?" Haha, win 100 battles first, then ask. The MC announced loudly. So, the World Martial Arts Grand Tournament officially begins now. After the dust settled, two figures appeared in the arena. Deck, with Chaka Kadra's appearance, smiled provocatively. The other was Dreadwood with 97 wins. His face showed arrogance. What did you say? Has someone won 97 consecutive battles? Behind Reed Wood, a loud voice asked. Don't worry, I'll end it quickly. The audience cheered, watching Reed Wood on the big screen. After his statement, they were more agitated and advanced to show his strength as a top player from North America. A girl with orange hair was peeling chicken so much that chicken bits stuck to her lips. She marveled at the sound of the crowd. The translation system is really good. Her companion was surprised too. Give me the result. Could it be the name of the troublemaker in real life? He's a warrior class. This match is for summoner classes. The live stream emitted a hissing sound. They're ready. The battle begins. Start. Dex and Dreadwood stared at each other. A loud roar echoed. Splat! Dreadwood used his tiger claw technique. A light tiger was drawn. Dreadwood's attack left a fiery trail. Dex stood firm amidst Dreadwood's attacks. Then he focused on one point, eyes finding the opponent's weakness. Another loud explosion occurred. This time, dust filled the air, creating a violent tremor. People around struggled to understand what just happened. The dust gradually cleared, leaving Dex standing tall. Round him, strange lights emitted. He smiled at the green spirit in front of him. Thank you. Synth, perfect defense. Dreadwood was surprised and said, Oh, did you block my attack? What's that skill? Death replied, Oh, summoning spirit. Haven't you heard of it? But this class isn't common on our server. A faint green light appeared in his hand. With an animal-loving profession like yours, you can't defeat me. I borrow the power of nature itself. Dreadwood frowned and seemed agitated. Dreadwood's face changed dramatically upon hearing his opponent's words. He was in a new land. Around him, colorful lights flickered in the mystical space. What? When did you get this strong? Death raised his hand to attack. His surroundings were bathed in bright light. You've won 97 battles, almost to the finals. Too bad. I asked you to go first. Don't be too sad. Gridwood doesn't seem to believe his own eyes. He's furious. What kind of terrifying power is this? Dex's face shows a sense of satisfaction. Come on, girls, be merciful and don't go easy on him. The beams of light merge together violently to form a star-like cluster of light. Even the arena master is glowing. The green board displays a notification. Gridwood has lost. Dex stands with his hands on his hips. Meanwhile, Gridwood falls heavily onto the floor. The damage was terrible. The green board continues to inform Kekoa that she has won and is now eligible for the finals. Current wins are 1 out of 100. A tiny golden crown appears above Dex's head. 1 win, he smiles. So there are still 99 more people. The MC can't believe what just happened. Her face is full of shock. Did Ritwood lose? He lost so easily. He was a candidate we carefully selected from the North American server. Pink-haired MC looks unsatisfied. Never mind, forget it. Just treat it as entertainment. In this tournament, Lewis, who controls Golem ranked 100 in the world, will be the winner. She remembers another girl. It seems that Lewis can break a large stone into pieces just by using his gloves. Pink-haired MC is certain, yes, our plan has no flaws. Dex carefully reads the green board in midair. After summoning the deity, it starts calculating renown points based on time and actions, spending 7,800 renown points. He's surprised. Only this many renown points. Dex is surprised. I used a lot of power in the first match. Thought it would be more expensive. Now, how much renown points did those scammers give me? Synth exudes pride as she glows around her. HMPH, my strength is far superior to that chicken and that orphan. Moreover, my power comes from the earth, not heaven or hell. Death isn't surprised at all. Indeed, this is why people say the wife's word is law. Good job, you're on top. With this level of consumption, it doesn't matter how many matches I play. For the second match, Dex easily defeats his opponent with a few basic moves. The neon green aura around him overpowers the other player. In subsequent matches, Dex isn't intimidated by anyone. He uses golden light to bind and terrify the blonde-haired opponent. Next, he uses fire magic, sending his opponent flying while he remains on the ground, playing with his fire pet leisurely. Each round shows a different aspect of Dips. This time, he uses earth-based skills. Heavy stones fall one by one. Another opponent accepts defeat. In the final match, he uses water magic, controlling his opponent and swallowing him into a water ball to drown him. After a series of matches with victories, the golden crown on his head shows 46. Dex yawns. A continuous stream of comments appears. Damn it, give her a strong one. Oh, the opponent has no chance at all. That's too much. It was unfair from the start. He had so many spirit summoning abilities and different attributes. Really, I'm also a spirit master. But why is it so different? What's happening here? Maybe it's an undercover job, but still it's too unbalanced. Could it be an admin super account? Haha, just for fun. No one gets a reward, haha. But if not, we need to balance the game properly. Myzian asks, can a normal spirit master summon hundreds of low-level spirits? Is that something an ordinary spirit master could do? Myzian's secretary argues, it's impossible. The number of attributes he controls is unreasonable. Myzian stared at the computer screen. There was indeed an issue with the game balance. What's the player's name? The secretary replied that the player's name is Chaka Quechua. Myzian's face turned red. He continued explaining, Dex, the mysterious player, has a close connection to the Thunder Exterminator. Dex, give me a break. It's not just about spirit magic. Oh, let's look at his behavior in the daily life channel of the Destroyer. I noticed some unusual points. It's hard for a game developer to accept them. He hurriedly suggested, I want to know at least what his profession is. Director, please give me access to that player's information. She declined. Sorry. King Manager. Myzian looked sad and understood that he felt the game was unbalanced when looking at the player's behavior. But in my view, our profession has nothing to do with balance issues. King Manager remained standing still. She continued, that's all I can say. Again, I'm sorry. King Manager. He looked sad. It's fine. After all, I didn't expect much anyway. He turned away and laughed. His face was determined. I will do my best in this position. Myzian pondered that the player who invited Quechua to the World Martial Arts Tournament must be Dex. She imagined Dex standing with his back turned, surrounded by obstacles, and us, the game operators, shouldn't interfere with Dex. She paused again, objectively considering that both his profession and behavior had no reason for interference. She remembered Dex, whose profession was a wanderer in chaos, capable of using reputation to change Arcadia's laws. The reputation he earned through his influence is even harder to obtain than during the Holy Demon War. Myzian admired him. No one else could earn such significant reputation points. She respected him, in a way. Regardless of his profession, Dex still had a great impact on Arcadia. In Myzian's mind, Dex appeared with confidence, not money or status, but pure joy. Dex simply played the game more seriously than anyone else. Back to reality, Louise was losing badly against Dex. She looked extremely uncomfortable. Dex playfully twirled the green force ball in his hand and complimented her. The combination of water spirit and light spirit isn't bad, but Mata already had an interesting experiment. She angrily shouted, "Impossible! I got eliminated in the preliminary round? Who are you? I've researched all top summoner players on other servers, but never heard of you." Dex smirked. "Me? Can't recognize me?" His face suddenly lit up as he pointed and introduced, "Give me a break here." Louise gritted her teeth, cursing under her breath, "Damn it." Bright lights flashed in the sky like giant spindles. Dex stood still, watching an explosion happen before his eyes. The crown changed numbers, 99 wins. A green scoreboard appeared with updated information. Choco Quechua won, achieving 100 consecutive victories. Immediately after, a 100-win crown appeared above Dex's head. Choco Quechua advanced to the finals. The audience was in an uproar. Everyone was surprised. Choco Quechua, I've never seen him take this seriously before. He's really strong. A green-haired man cried bitterly, "That bastard made us lose our bet on a player we placed all our money on." A yellow-haired man complained, "Cheating, cheating, what the hell is going on here? This game isn't balanced at all." The pink-haired MC was startled, sweat pouring down her face like after a bath. "Hell, even I noticed it's unbalanced. We need to do something about this." She held the microphone and turned it towards him. "Oh, a formidable player has shown up. Let's interview this glorious victor about his strength secrets." She asked, "Please introduce yourself." Duck looked at the microphone pointed at him, a bit surprised. He smirked. "Oh, it's time to flirt." He introduced himself. "I'm Choco Quechua." Looking straight at the screen in midair, there must be some viewers feeling upset watching my performance. "You still don't understand the essence of this game?" The pink-haired MC went stiff. Dex arrogantly declared, "Or maybe it's because your faces aren't pretty enough to be accepted by the elves." The pink-haired MC was shocked to the core, her eyes wide open in disbelief. "Can't understand the meaning of that statement." On screen, Dex raised two fingers. "So enjoy your game. Or if you don't agree, just come find me. A fight is fine too." The audience's faces turned black with anger. Being humiliated made them furious. "That guy!" Tan appeared and questioned him anxiously. "Master, what happened to you? Why did you do that? Humans will hate you to the bone now." Don't mock Tan's words. "Humans will hate you to the bone now." The comments reappeared. "Just wait and see. I have my reasons for doing this." What is that? It's really unpleasant. He's strong, alright, but his character is too terrible. Someone slammed their hand on the table. Choco Quechua. Choco Quechua was extremely angry, holding a tablet in his hand. "I'll remember this name." The fire within him flared up fiercely. He cursed loudly. "How dare you impersonate me and cause trouble everywhere?" Meanwhile, Dex sat relaxed by himself. He spread his hands out, and a sparkling light appeared on them. "I can't hold it in anymore. I will find the person and get revenge." He smiled, holding up a baited hook. The scene brightened up at a night entertainment park. Sparkling fireworks highlighted the giant Ferris wheel glowing with a golden star in the center. This is the mystical island. A red-haired girl held a balloon and laughed happily with her friend standing opposite her. Amidst the lively crowd, a pair of legs walked silently in anger. "I won't forgive you. I can't forgive you." With the red-haired girl walking angrily, gritting her teeth. "I will not forgive you." The red-haired girl noticed something. Following his figure. Her cute purple balloon seemed to be following him too. Her friend beside her was curious. "What's going on?" The girl replied, "No, you just passed by there." She put on a full helmet, raised her eyebrows, and walked off with a fierce expression, gritting her teeth. The red-haired girl still watched from afar. "Something familiar. You are. Give me that real one." He's going crazy. His eyes full of anger. "That fake guy is terrible. Just wait and see. This time, I'll catch you and prove my innocence." In the bright lights of the night entertainment park, urgent voices echoed around. "Hey, grab him! He just ran past the carousel. Where is behind? Who knows where he went?" Cake was being chased. He hid in a dark corner watching the group with swords. The pig chaser was searching for him. Show yourself. Cake out of luck. He gritted his teeth uncomfortably. Damn it! Even in the event map, he had to hide like a coward. I didn't do anything wrong. It's all that darn fake guy's fault. While exploring outside, someone suddenly called out, "Indeed, I did feel sorry for him." He glanced with confusion. What was that? Suddenly, he froze, his eyes wide open, face stiff. Fake Moko Kakai stood calmly in front of him. He panicked. Stranger, stranger. He smiled confidently. Hello there. This is our first direct meeting, right? Nice to meet you, Chaka Quechua. I'm the Chaka Quechua you're looking for. He gritted his teeth. His eyes widened in shock. His face was tense. You! In a mad rush, he lunged at fake Chaka Quechua to attack and shouted, "Damn you!" Fake Chaka Quechua calmly launched an attack. Please. A six-leaf grass shield emitted green light, blocking the incoming sword of Cake, leaving him unharmed. Cake was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What skill is that? Fake Chaka Quechua stood still and gently reminded him, I understand you're angry, but don't waste your strength. As you can see, those weak attacks won't work on me. He gritted his teeth so hard it hurt. So furious, he was ready to go mad. Damn you. Instantly, the shield counterattacked and knocked him back. Not expecting this, he opened his mouth wide, utterly frustrated but still shouting, Die, 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 damn fake guy. Die, die. Fake Chaka Quechua's face remained serious despite the insults. Internally, thinking, level 80. Huh? Despite being obstructed by so many players, he still managed to level up diligently, but his skill points seem a bit low for his level. He suddenly grinned, not in a good way. So, what should I do now? The scene switched to an extremely professional and grand arena. The pink-haired MC with sparkling eyes began hosting the program. Gentlemen and ladies, the most anticipated match is about to begin. Everyone's eyes are glued to the big screen showing live footage of the arena. The pretty MC continues speaking. Glass is participating as a munch this time, the flower of battle. Their mesmerizing performance is eagerly awaited. A man with blonde hair rests his hand on his chin, looking interested. Lucia joins in next. A man with green hair curiously turns to ask, do you know her? On the screen is Lucia, with platinum blonde hair and a smooth coat standing confidently on the arena. The blonde-haired guy seems impressed. Lucia is a very famous player in Europe. Her special feature is her elegant beauty and rare enchanted items. She's surely one of the top mages on that server. The man with green hair holds a snack, smiling. Really? Then she'll easily make it to the finals. The blonde-haired guy casually picks up a cookie. Takes a bite. Anyone who meets her is just unlucky. The man with green hair looks at the big screen. He's surprised, taken aback. His eyes widen in shock. He panics. Extremely tense. His whole body freezes. Wait a minute, who is that? The blonde-haired guy looks curiously, wondering if he knows her. She seems poor. On the big screen, Angelina with long pink hair steps out smoothly. He explains to his friend, she's the one who defeated the Holy Sword, Angelina. Cassia stands in front of the big screen, confident and deep in thought. Angelina, it's time to show off your training results. Let the world see what a PvP player is like. Angelina and Lucia stand opposite each other, their eyes full of determination. The match between Angelina and Lucia officially begins. Lucia crosses her arms, standing mockingly. You're really lucky. That equipment, you're only level 40. Her eyes are sharp and puzzled. How did you get here? Angelina looks down without speaking. Her eyes are sharp and determined. Her hand extends in front of her, surrounded by glowing purple and pink magic light. If I win, you'll retract that statement. This set is from a very important person. Lucia crosses her arms. Above her head are glowing green circles of magic. She points up confidently with one finger. No need for long explanations. I'll end it right now. Cassius watches intently on the screen. She raises an eyebrow, smirks and takes a bite, evaluating Lucia's green magic circles above her head. A variable factor. Memory skill. Allows activation of previously enchanted spells. She has stored to spells. Immediately after, Lucia unleashes a powerful attack. Green lights and arrows flying towards Angelina at level 2. Angelina quietly observes, her pink hair hiding her face. Not waiting long, she rushes to Lucia with incredible speed. She launches a glowing green energy bolt that startles and overwhelms Lucia. Lucia is shocked, the instant movement skill of a mage in battle. Angelina holds the green light magic in her hand. Her powerful counterattack forces Lucia to use an ice wall for defense. She's completely flustered. The frozen wasteland. Angelina stands outside, looking at the towering ice wall. She's confidently inside the wall. A level 3 ice wall. The frozen wasteland again. With a level 1 spell, it would take some time to break through. Lucia grits her teeth, thinking inside the ice wall. What is that? That stupid kid. So panicked she's using memory spells right from the start. She looks at Angelina through a gap in the ice wall, thinking maybe because of the icy region, her magic resistance might be low. First, we'll stall with this ice wall, then use buffs. Cassius watches intently, confident eyes a smile. Too complacent. Suddenly, the sound of cracking ice resounds loudly. Lucia stands in confusion. Raise your eyebrows, clench your teeth, and put on your mask. The large hammer with sharp spikes swings up. She jumps back in surprise. Spikes! Angelina uses all her strength to swing the spiked hammer to break through the ice wall. Lucia raises an eyebrow. Insane! Is she really a mage? Cassius watches deeply, thinking of high-level mages, then looks at Angelina's hammer. Quietly assessing, a mage battle is about magical power levels. Whoever can use higher level magic wins, but this tournament is different. She looks at Lucia, who is extremely tense. It doesn't matter who the great mage is. She continues to look at Angelina, who is focusing all her strength preparing for a missile attack. She wonders who's stronger. Angelina continuously launches fire cannonballs towards Lucia. Cassius has his answer in mind. That's it. In this battle, almost no mage can defeat Angelina in a one-on-one duel 3 times with fire spells. Bang! A loud explosion. Angelina's fireballs break through Lucia's ice wall. Lucia flies up into the air. Angelina holds her spiked hammer and watches her amidst the thick smoke, muttering to herself that the final memory spell was level 4. How did she fly? Angelina looks at her, sweating profusely, panting heavily, her face disheveled. She has a rare skill for players, one that reminds me of someone. Lucia is furious and exhausted, gritting her teeth as she looks down, wondering what's happening. Now Angelina stands in a blazing red aura, her eyes glowing intensely, her hair flying wildly, like she's in a state of fury. Her voice is angry, huffing and puffing, getting more interesting. Lucia is full of confusion. What's going on? That guy over there. Cut to the amusement park. From a dark corner, the colorful amusement park, with its giant Ferris wheel and fireworks still shine, but it's empty now. In a small corner of the park, the purple mask with a maniacal smile is taken off. A panicked voice echoes. What's that? The mask. It gives her a sense of panic. She sits in a corner, pointing at Dex. You are? Death looked at him with a smile, giving you one chance to end it here. How do you choose? The scene brightens up in a nighttime amusement park. The sky is lit up by fireworks, highlighting the giant Ferris wheel glowing with a golden star in the center. This place is the Mysterious Island. In a dark corner of the park, the real Chocolate Cake and the fake Chocolate Cake stand facing each other, separated by a huge 6-leaf clover. The real Chocolate Cake is tired and panting, while the fake one stands calmly across. How long are you going to be angry? He looked at the real Chocolate Cake and said calmly, you know very well that if we fight in the event area, a goblin referee will appear and expose you. His face is grim, sweating profusely, gritting his teeth. It was you who impersonated me to join the tournament. If I reveal this truth, you won't be able to live in peace either. Huh? With a calm and determined look, she said, that makes me feel sad. I did it to help someone. Raising her eyebrows with confusion, she looked at him. Helping you? Me? Helping us? He shouted, "On what right do you think you can be so arrogant? It was you who impersonated me and caused all the crimes, then blamed them on me. I just wanted to play normally, but you dared to impersonate me and mock my opponents in the tournament." He continued shouting with tears welling up. "Why? Why? What have I done wrong?" With a cold expression, she stared at him intently, softly saying, "I'm sorry." His eyes widened in disbelief. What? The mask. The blue mask with the terrifying smile was taken off, and a panicked voice echoed, "You! Who are you?" Behind that mask is Dex. He looked at the mask, explaining it was a deceptive item obtained fairly. Kneeling down in shock, his mouth agape, Dex stood confidently, "I just played according to my own way within the game's rules. I didn't think my actions would cause such harm to you. Honestly speaking, if not for your post on Arcadia Forum, I wouldn't have known about this." He smiled. "But now I know. I will take responsibility. I gave you a chance." She questioned. She couldn't believe her eyes. Shocked to the core, laughing confidently. "What? Want to hear it?" The scene transitions to Angelina and Lucia's match screen. Everyone turns their gaze towards the screen. Discussions rise. Top player Lucia is struggling. Surprising. Angelina, how about her? Her fighting style is impressive. I'll be a fan of hers now. A yellow-haired audience member worriedly asks the green-haired one if they are following. But what will the match result be like? Will Angelina win at this rate? The green-haired one focuses entirely on the screen, answering, "Not exactly. Angelina's PvP always ends very quickly. You think Angelina has only activated level 1 magic, which proves she is strong. But it also means she doesn't want to create any variables because Angelina can only use level 1 magic." The large screen shows Lucia standing high above. The green-haired one continues, "They have both thrown out quite a few techniques." The screen then focuses on Angelina standing firm, her determined eyes looking up. The green-haired one wonders, how will their match unfold? Angelina bent down, panting heavily, her legs and arms feeling weak. A series of notifications appeared, the icy cold from the ground spreading, frozen, movement speed reduced by 60%. Her magic resistance is low, activating a silver grade effect. It's been slowed down, she thought to herself. The battle against the 5th level mage has gone on too long. We need to take a risk to end this fight. Lucia clenched her fists and screamed wildly at Angelina. "You, that Spike, you are really a 5th level mage, daring to use dirty tricks in the noble battle of a 5th level mage." Angelina smiled sweetly, her laughter echoing like mockery. "Noble, huh? Yes, but my master taught me that winning is king and losing is shame. What good does nobility do?" Lucia remained silent as she stood there, mouthing ice barrage. A bright blue ice ray shot towards Angelina, causing her to flinch and quickly retreat. Lucia widened her eyes and pointed at Angelina with her hand. "I'll teach you a lesson, Angelina." In the next instant, 7,749 glowing blue ice rays flew towards Angelina, forcing her to run for her life. Lucia looked smugly as she said, "5th level magic, here we go. This is the magic I've kept back for my final move, even if it's not an offensive spell." Angelina's eyes were filled with fear and shock. Boom! A huge explosion echoed in the arena, emitting a very intense white-blue light. Lucia hovered midair, her face full of confidence as she looked down, sure of victory. "You've already proven your reason by running like a toy. I don't need to explain more, right?" Angelina sat down heavily, panting, raising an eyebrow and thinking to herself, "As long as the incantation isn't interrupted, I can use any powerful magic whenever I want." Lucia still hovered midair, 5 glowing blue circles of magic swirling around her. She raised her hand, creating a huge sparkling stone. She smiled smugly, green light emanating from her eyes as if activating some special magic power. "I'll show you what a 5th level mage's real battle looks like. Just enjoy yourself on the ground, Angelina." Angelina held the thorny spear and staff, standing up resolutely with determination. A green energy vortex was rushing towards her. She calmly raised her head. Immediately, she lowered her face to concentrate on the incantation, her face turning red. Cassius watched with a confident expression. "Come on, Angelina, fight until the end." Angelina held the staff, her eyes glowing fiercely with determination. She focused on the incantation to create red fireballs. She murmured, "Fire bullets, 100 shots." Boom, a large explosion emitted golden light, binding and threatening to destroy the entire arena building. The audience shouted enthusiastically, full of excitement. How dare she shoot continuous fire bullets like that? What kind of magic power does she have? The yellow-haired boy seemed to fly away quickly, but was not hit by any shots. She raised her staff straight towards Lucia. Thousands of golden flames shot directly at her. Using first-level magic to attack a target in the air is too much, isn't it? Her face contorted as she struggled against the incoming flames, thinking, "Stay calm, just a little more. Even if there are a few fire bullets, it's fine." The huge glowing blue stone was still hovering. She thought to herself, "Just a little more and I can complete the 5th level magic incantation." The green-haired boy watching the battle couldn't believe his eyes. Wait! The main screen emitted blinding light, showing nothing. In the arena, the sky began to darken. Dark clouds gathered with swirling green lightning. He was confused. Was that arena's sky always this dark? Lucia looked up at the sky in panic. What is this? Why is it like this? The weather changed suddenly. She widened her eyes, not believing what she saw. Surprise! Bloody hell! Could it be? At that time, the sky was divided into 2 parts. Above, a blazing red ball of fire emitted extremely intense energy. Below, a large blue vortex appeared like a huge tornado forming. Line 60 completed. Lucia looked up. She thought to herself. She used the heat from the fire cannon's energy to create a cloud of mist. Without giving her time to think, Angelina immediately swung her staff and cut across with a powerful slash, emitting countless green rays as if slicing through space. Lucia was startled, her face turning pale. Wait a minute. Angelina paid no mind to her. The green light from her eyes flared as she swung her whip, sending out energy beams. She continued holding her weapon, creating a blue energy beam that shot straight towards Lucia. She used all her strength to swing the thorny whip. Lucia's eyes widened in disbelief at what she was seeing. The thorny whip pierced directly into her head, causing her body to stiffen and turn pale with no trace of blood left. Oh! The blue energy beams descended from the sky. They sliced through the sky, racing towards the arena at an incredible speed and with immense penetration. In the next moment, the sky cleared and Lucia lay motionless on the ground. The notification appeared. Lucia has been defeated. Angelina stood panting as if she had just done cardio. Ugh, so tiring. The notification flashed. Angelina wins. The scene changed to a colorful amusement park. Debs raised her finger with confidence and a hint of arrogance. I will receive appropriate compensation for the losses inflicted upon me, along with the promise that I will never impersonate someone else again. What's the big deal about hitting close to the body? It's just curious. And what about the other one? He smirked. Good point, it is. Dex's next words made Chocolate, who was kneeling, stare in shock. You will abandon your weak and pathetic 82nd level warrior image and take on the role of Chocolate Jaw that I created. He imagined himself turning into a cold-blooded demon. Dex continued, facing the world, despise the weak, and rule everything as the strongest, most arrogant. Chocolate Jaw the toughest and most unpleasant one. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. His eyes widened in disbelief, sweat pouring down his face, shivering. What is he talking about? How can I do that? Dex laughed joyfully. Sure thing, I'll make it happen. Now choose. As Chocolate's face turned pale, Dex didn't stop, become a rich man and leave Arcadia, or become the main character in this glorious story. He pushed his aura towards Chocolate, who was still kneeling, causing him to stiffen. It all depends on your choice. Chocolate. Chocolate sat down dazedly. Can I ask a few questions? Dex stood with his arms crossed, relaxed but brief. He glanced away, shy and avoiding eye contact. Well, if I demand money, How much do you plan to give me? Dex thought for a moment. Alright, let's see. We can convert the gold into cash right now. In reality, about 3 billion goals. Her jaw dropped in shock at what she was hearing. 3 billion 3. She clutched her head as her mind spun with disbelief. Closing her eyes tightly, it's Dex for sure. That is entirely within your capability. Next, the most important question. Chococake's expression changed. His eyebrows were serious. You said you can become Chococake Jam that you controlled. Is that true? Dex smirked. Of course it is. He reminded her. First, we can't control Slim. They only listen to us. Chococake sat cross-legged, speechless. I didn't expect that either. Thinking about the tournaments, he continued, but your performance in the recent martial arts tournament, you could do it too. That's why I joined this competition to serve as an example for you. She was stunned to the point of standing still, sweat dripping down her face, doubting, such powerful spirit magic, could a warrior like me use it? He raised his eyebrows and looked at his own hand, thinking, if so, I could be just like him too. Dex laughed loudly. Well, the important thing is whether you can do it or not. Chococake's response surprised Dex a bit. I will do it. Chococake placed his hand on his chest with determination. I will replace you as Chococake Jaw. I'll do it. Chococake still sat on the ground, puzzled by Dex standing in front of him. I can't believe you, Dex, would impersonate me, and what's your goal? Maybe that will be the same later too. His face suddenly changed as he looked serious. But I know one thing for sure. In this Arcadia, you're special. Chococake's words surprised Dex, leaving him unsure of how to react. He continued, whether it's a mystery or not, you must have discovered something secret in the game and are planning something big. I know I'm just a side character to you. You're full of determination, pointing at me, but I want to be the main character who turns this game around. Sitting on Dex's shoulder, he said with delight, oh, Master, I quite like that name. Dex smiled and whispered, yeah, I don't hate a fool either. Dex turned to activate the system screen, making Keck stand up in surprise. He grinned widely. So let's get down to business. From now on, you'll really be Keck for me. As he searched the screen, he asked, you're a warrior, so your HP and defense must be pretty good too, right? At least better than other professions. But what are you planning to do? Dex's smile wasn't very pleasant as he listened intently. He held a branch in his hand, the smile on his face carrying a hint of malice that made his spine tingle with fire. First, take this hit. The explanation screen showed the challenge branch. It was said to be a legendary branch from the World Tree, only existing in legends, light and comfortable to hold, just right for gripping. It seemed usable as a staff, with durability at 1,000 non-repairable, attack power between 100 to 110. When attacking the weak point, there is an 85% chance of critical hit. He gaped in shock and shouted, hold on, Dex? A burning sound echoed loudly. Keck fell face down on the floor, with a large rock above her head like an eggplant. Her eyes were dazed, tears streaming down. Dex laughed triumphantly and carried the branch over his shoulder. Have fun! A series of notifications appeared. Attacked by Challenge Branch, affected by critical hit, activated special effect from World Tree Challenge. He was startled awake, widened his eyes in shock. What's going on? Why did I get attacked? He stood in a fairy tale garden, facing a large tree. Everything around him glowed with an ethereal light. He wondered, wait, where am I? Suddenly, a voice startled him. Who are you? Sinfeng upside down on the tree, her eyes half-lidded as if just waking up. I don't remember inviting such an idiot into my spiritual world. Her eyes seemed to have realized something. She thought to herself, wait, could it be that Dab sent this name here as a representative candidate? Come closer so I can examine you. He was startled again. What's going on? Thinking to himself, what is this? This little brat. She stared at him intently. A series of information flashed before her eyes. Coward who ran away. Wandering knight, useless traveler, killed by an arresher, little scoundrel. She was shocked reading those lines. Heaven and earth full of meaningless titles. Then she looked at the For You message and read. Kek's face turned red. Sweat dripped down her forehead. She shouted, "What is this? Stop staring at me. Say something." Her words made him pause. She turned away and sighed, really disappointing. She glanced with an indifferent look. A series of notifications appeared immediately. She was disqualified from the World Tree Challenge and was returning to the original location. No longer dazed, her face pale with shock, she screamed in fear as if just returned from hell. He regained his senses and looked around. What's going on here? Did I come back already? What happened? Death still stood there carrying a branch on his shoulder, puzzled to see him return. Oh, this is strange. Can't change jobs either? Noticing something, Death carried the branch on his shoulder. So they disqualify you right from the parking lot, huh? He smiled playfully. Makes sense. If it were me, I'd never accept someone like you as my representative. She screamed in shock, more like complaining. Hey, are you daring to say that to me? He gripped the branch tightly and swung it. Never mind. I didn't think I'd succeed on my first try. She panicked and screamed. Hold on. Don't come closer. That cane is painful. Defner smiled in a terrifying way. I need to call you on the phone. Victory begets another trick. See how long you can block me. The sound of a scream echoed, deafening. The scene was like a bloody battle. Chocokik appeared before him in a dazed state. He blushed. Oh, hello, sir. She smiled helplessly and asked, do you want to challenge me? Death. A series of system notifications appeared again. She was disqualified from the World Tree Challenge and returning to the original location, no longer dizzy. And it kept repeating like this, an endless battle. Over and over, oh man, I missed. Couldn't make her dizzy. Haven't succeeded yet? Sorry about that. Really, the success rate isn't 100%, but 85%. Again? Ready. She was covered in bruises, like a million eggs had been dropped on her head. He groaned in pain. Dev still held the branch with a satisfied smile. So it'll take about 400 more times, right? She pouted and said, please stop. I'm sorry, please. Just stop. I was wrong. Then, after 7,749 meetings with him, this time she shook her head in disappointment. Really, this is exhausting. Even if I refuse, he'll still send me here, right? Looking at him as if he were a fool. She thought to herself, why choose such an ordinary person? I can't understand it. I'm really confused. Please stop. Sighed. She thought to herself, he must have received my firm rejection already. Even if he met Dex, the outcome wouldn't change. She felt helpless. What should I do? Thinking of Dex's face, she closed her eyes, her brows furrowed with worry and helplessness. Thinking about it, Dex would never give up. And if this continued, the challenge branch would lose its strength and power. This is not what this test was meant for. She sighed lightly. First, I need to talk to him. Standing in front of her, she loudly called out, Hey! The other person immediately responded, Yes, sir. Her face serious, she asked, if you become our representative, can you be confident that you can do it well? He smiled brightly and enthusiastically, Yes, sir. I will try my best. Please listen carefully. I need someone with ability, not just someone who tries hard. I can do anything you assign me. Since words made Chococake's face fall, her legs stiffened in shock and disbelief. He lowered his head, hesitating. Synth was about to turn away when he suddenly spoke up. I know that I am a failure and useless. He bowed his head, his voice sad and dejected. That's why I had to endure so much. I've been slandered and mobbed to death countless times. No one listens to me. Some even mock and laugh at me because I am weaker than what people say. He clenched his fists. No one listens to me. Not in this world or the other. But now I want to change. Using all her strength, she wanted to be reborn, strong enough that no one on this continent dares to look down on or insult me. Synth wondered, no one on this continent? Her face lit up. If you want that, then you're in the right place. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Synth approached Chococake, who was kneeling on the ground, hands clasped in front of her. From now on, I will appoint you as my successor to carry on my spirit. Chococake's face lit up with joy, her cheeks flushed and eyes brimming with happiness. Can't believe it, did I really succeed? The unexpected notification appeared, passing the World Tree Challenge. Synth closed her eyes as branches wrapped around her. She clasped her hands in prayer. Drive away those who do not belong here and prepare for the impending disaster. This is your duty and sacred mission. Protect this continent. The Greenleaf clan will assist you on your path. I wish you luck, my child. Surprised, branches wrapped around her. In her hands appeared a mysterious green spell, with 2 notifications appearing. You have ascended to the spirit of nature. You have become the first human of the World Tree. Then 7,749 more notifications appeared. You have received the power and divinity of the World Tree. You have received the summoning of spirits. You have received the blessings of nature. You have received the step of the green forest. You have received elemental force. Your spirit harmony index has been initiated. Your resonance index has been established. Your attraction index has been initiated. Your overall ability has been significantly adjusted. You have received the gifts of the World Tree. You have received the representative of nature. You have received friends of spirits. Chococake looked up at the notifications. She felt helpless. The end. What is this notification? Dex doesn't see him coming back, carrying a branch on his shoulder, muttering to himself. Looks like everything went well. It's been a long time before Chococake returns. Dex approaches immediately, ruffling his hair. Congratulations! From now on, the person is the real chocolate lover. Chococake blushes slightly. Dex, the notification pops up again. You've earned your subordinate's trust. The player who loves chocolate has been registered as an assistant. You can earn additional potential points as a reward based on how the assistant plays. Chococake responds with a handshake. I'll try to do my part well like you did. Wait and see. Dex, stop joking around. Really? So now you don't care about what I'm doing in your name, making me jump out of my skin. Hold on. Don't you think from now on you shouldn't impersonate me anymore? You. What? Because we're in this together now. You have nothing to complain about, right? Making me feel helpless. Go ahead and do what you want. I've prepared for that extent anyway. Don't change the subject. Reminder. By the way, the new profession you accepted isn't a typical hidden job, so develop it well. After all, the World Tree is one of the strongest deities in this world. Making me remember something. Grinning close to her. Right. Actually, I've also received another mission. It seems it's related to the next main script. It's about the Holy World Order. Dex's sudden loud voice startles Tan and Elle, causing them to turn around and stop. He leans in close, covering her mouth with his hand, whispering, "You trust me, that's good, but you shouldn't reveal anything related to your job mission to anyone, especially when it involves the main script." He blushes, trying to mumble, HMM, I got it. Tan raises an eyebrow. Master, what did he just say? He seems interested. He said something about a deity or something. Dex glances at them and thinks, luckily they didn't hear clearly. I need to change the subject quickly. Dex turns to her, saying, okay, now you have a job. It's time to set up items, making her look dumbfounded as she points at him wide-eyed. He takes the trident in his hand, staring intently and asks, is this trident the item you've used the most, right? Chococake looks confused. Yes, but it's just a regular trident. Why? Dex's eyes emit golden light, enlightening Chococake. Did you know that in Arcadia, each entity has an item representing their divinity? He throws the trident up high. It hovers midair surrounded by golden lights. Notifications keep popping up. This is a powerful potential item. Potential points can be granted to it. The required potential points are 6 million. Do you want to grant potential points? Yes or no? You open your eyes wide as if finding joy. Isn't it? Dex stood on the ground, combining golden light circles and green branches round his coat, making a plausible point. Synth rushed over, angrily shouting, Dex, you made me jump and look terrified, with my hair flying everywhere, even if it's you. This is too much. Dex remained calm in front of the furious Synth. World Tree, why are you so angry? I'm doing my best to help you. Looking at the coat floating amidst the golden magic ropes and green branches, she was annoyed. Help! You're forcing me to make a choice for you. Can't believe you want to grant me divine powers with this torn old coat. Just point straight at me without yelling. How could you possibly do that in the first place? Dex, who are you to help me? How can this happen without my father's permission? You smirked, asking how this was possible. Your eyes were full of confidence. Ha, of course. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Hearing your answer, I just have to hold back. A golden rope from the coat emitted, calming Dex as he reassured her not to worry too much. Soon, she would see his choice was right. Next, 7.7 for 9 notifications appeared, showing how the item's potential interacted with the coat's feasibility. Geir received the minimum potential to use his powers. Geir's essence was infused into the item. All features of the torn old coat were adjusted. The torn old coat became beautiful and elegant. An info panel appeared. Life coat, mythical, equipment limitation. Those who advance to natural intent, defense from 480 to 550, spirit compatibility growth rate plus 200%, spirit summoning effect plus 300%, maximum spirit summoning level plus 1. Spirit compatibility penalty minus 100%. Maximum number of spirits that can be summoned increased by 100%. You can use absolute recovery once a day. Stop admiring it, hands on your hips. What's the deal? With this, you'll become someone obsessed with chocolate like in the video. Choco put on the coat, looking thrilled. Of course, now I feel like I can do anything. He clenched his fist and raised it, determination on his face. Great, now let's test it by joining the martial arts tournament. Dex cut in immediately. Unfortunately, but I'll be participating in the tournament. He shouted loudly. What? Why? Aren't you going to give me your foot as a substitute? Dex calmly scrolled through the system screen. You seem to have underestimated the tournament too much. Just because you have better equipment and profession doesn't mean you're ready for this level. Chocolate was dejected. Yeah, that's true. But, Death smirked. Put on the mask. Don't feel sad about it. Watch closely. Instantly, he turned into Chocolate. I want to meet someone I haven't seen in a long time. Continue, and so, the World Martial Arts Tournament was smoothly held, the final of the Summoners World Martial Arts Tournament. As he stepped out onto the arena, standing on his left was the chocolate lover, Dave. On his right stood the black flame dragon with white hair. He crossed his arms and sat upright, looking excited. Oh, that person. Oh, it's been a long time. She is the one you wanted to meet, right? Put on a hopeful expression for her, as if waiting. Yes, I want to see how much she has progressed after all this time. White eyes, let's see, I'll check it out. He started healing and a purple flame burst into life. Oh, that black dragon, starting to look like a black mage now? Of course, still far behind a gamer, but that's good enough for now. The playful MC with pink hair spoke up. Now, the much-anticipated highlight of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The final match to determine the top summoner is about to begin. On screen appeared player in red. The beautiful MC continued hosting. Rising Star surprising everyone with an incredible amount of summoned spirits, but also a corresponding corrupt nature, the villain of this tournament. Screen focused on Dick standing confidently, spirit of the devil, chocolate lover, audience cheering and hollering. Screen changed to green with player B. MC introduced him as the final opponent. Terror rules the Maroon Kingdom. They say her secret to success is a perfect appearance. Screen showed the Black Dragon with a cold face, the top Lord of Darkness, Black Dragon, audience cheering. The MC continued, could this villain survive until the end? Fate will be decided by 400,000 viewers watching. Black Dragon looked shocked, couldn't believe it, thought to herself, oh, so many viewers, suddenly feeling nervous. Deb stood in the arena as Chocolate, whispered, am I a complete villain now? That sounds heartbreaking. Disappeared beside her. Master, you've been treating me like trash for so long. That's natural, Elle spoke softly. Right, if not knowing you were intentionally being bad, I would have been disappointed in you. Dix calmly said, what of it? Who cares about the one being teased? Oh, really? I just stand by and watch helplessly. Think, don't people have any conscience? Black Dragon stood with her hands on her hips, urged, "Hey, what are you mumbling to yourself? Let's start the match quickly." Dix replied, "So, waiting for me, you can start too." She closed her eyes, raised her eyebrows. "Maybe I am different, but as a queen, I don't want to be a lowly figure." Dex laughed, her. "Your stubborn nature is still the same." She was surprised, confused. "Have we met before?" "You ask, being a queen, does it make you happy?" "Huh?" She blushed in anger, suddenly realized that way of calling me just as I thought. Before, she imagined herself sitting on the throne and Dex attacking her like an evil demon. So his real identity is Dex. She was furious, her whole body turned purple, eyes glowing. "Honestly tell me, how many dark secrets about my past did he share with others?" Deb smiled brightly, completely different from her current state. "You're still very curious, right? Then try to defeat me if you can. I might answer that." She was angry, her eyes cold and emitting purple flames, surrounded by dark magic as she entered a heightened state. She smirked. "Got it. So that's how it will be. Those words, you'll have to take responsibility for them." Dex remained calm, creating 3 small green, blue, and orange magical vortexes in his hands. Sharp eyes, thinking, maybe start by tasting a bit of my power. He raised his hand forward. A series of colorful spirits rushed towards the Black Dragon. The audience on screen was excitedly discussing, "He's materializing spirits and there are too many. This can't be defeated." "Fool, the Black Dragon just needs to be more cautious." She smirked, dismissively. "They're just low-level spirits, right?" Her words made him confused, thinking someone could defeat her with such things. Surprised, she summoned several ghosts and skeletons, purple magic surrounding the arena making it eerie. "Rise, my army." Death chimed in one by one, very calm. "Oh, more than I thought. That one even stronger than the Death Knight I faced before." A skeleton wearing armor, helmet, cloak with fur, eyes glowing with a ghastly purple light approached him. He smirked, found it amusing. "Hey, huh? Don't say you." She smirked, sharp and confident, looking down on him. "Yes, I've achieved it. Level 200. She stood in the dark purple light. A huge skull appeared above her head, eyes glowing, creating something mysterious. "Enchanting. Better not be arrogant." Spirit Mage. The Dark Mage reaches level 200. They will be far stronger than their current rank. Huck Wylong summoned countless skeletons, archer skeletons, and 7,749 other bones to fight Dex. On the main screen, Dex is seen slumped over with a dark expression. Spectators discuss how the Spirit Mage's summons are being cut down like beans. Level 200 is terrifying. Go, Huck Wylong. Huck Wylong. You're the hope of all dark mages. You're so cool. Crush that annoying nobody, please. She stares at Dex intently, wondering how he can remain calm in such a situation. She raises her eyebrows, emitting purple smoke. No, she shouldn't be drawn in. She has a bad feeling about this and mustn't let her guard down. The large bone skeleton stands before Dex, wearing armor and holding a sword twice his size. But he remains calm. She witnesses all of this, thinking that he's Dex's teammate. It's impossible to know what he'll do. He laughs, acting like he just watched a troupe of clowns, skeletons, spirit mages, and archers. She summons such diverse forces. To her eyes, those bones are just chewed up remains. Next up, the teacher mode. Dex comments but notes that the archer and mage seem less skilled. By the way, the mutant's proficiency is affected by their magic level, so she needs to focus on improving that too. He continues to remind her, raise your necromancy and offensive spells. Relying too much on summons isn't good. She's angry now. She shouts, how do you know this? This is not the knowledge of a spirit mage. No one else but me can. He smirks confidently. How could I know? Because I've experienced it myself. Huck Wylong gasps in disbelief. A series of thoughts run through her mind. No, this is just a prediction for now. But maybe he's. The large bone skeleton continuously swings its sword at Dex. He stands straight and doesn't dodge. Are you the king right now? I know it. Some dark thing. No matter how crude a person is, there's always a way to make them follow her. He immediately casts a spell that turns all space into blinding green light. She's stunned and can't move. The overwhelming power makes no one dare challenge her. That's all she needs. The large bone skeleton is overwhelmed by the immense strength. He screams, the overpowering force making it seem like he's being thrown away. She breaks out in a cold sweat, eyes filled with fear, thinking, he defeated the Death Knight in one hit. As far as I know, only someone unusual can do that. Panicked, Master, are you crazy? What are you doing? You don't need to go this far with her. She grits her teeth and says, yes, it's too wasteful of potential. Doing things like this makes participating in the Spirit Mage tournament meaningless. He opens his eyes wide, clearly annoyed. Of course, this is much more fun than pretending to be weak. Dex stands confidently amidst the energy explosion. Above him looms a fiery monster with horns and fierce eyes, surrounded by a magical circle. He commands, command the Fire Lord to engulf itself in flames. Destroy the world as I wish, Elemental King, Ifrit. Spectators watching on screen can't look away. What is that? Are we really playing the same game? Dex exudes confidence with a challenging and mocking smile. Thanks for the fun, dark thing. Her face turns pale, sweat pours like she's in an oven. He commands the fire monster to attack her, flames and sparks erupting fiercely around it. A golden energy wave X-shaped wave rushes at her with searing power. Now return after learning more. Huck Wylong struggles in pain and anger, screaming, Dex the bastard. The fire spreads, burning all the bones she summoned. Only then does the sky return to normal with a bright sun and small remaining flames. Dex stands there with his shirt flapping. The announcement appears, the world's greatest summoner tournament. Dex stands confidently, arms crossed, announcing next that the Chinese chocolate lover is the winner. Cut to a scene of Lozencat, Lozenhalion, with golden light giving off a burning sensation. Loud clapping sounds. An old man with a robust figure glances at the determined name. Dungsik stands in the forge, hammering something meticulously. He observed he had been like that for many days. His teeth clenched as sweat dripped down his face, thinking it wasn't enough. Not enough. It still wasn't enough. He thought of the Martial Arts Congress, the greatest in the world, where he had participated leisurely. Dungsik ranked third, far exceeding expectations. The result was truly satisfying, surpassing his hopes. However, his eyes became dazed as he looked ahead, for he had seen those existences at a higher level that he only imagined. Looking at the top one and to standing proudly on the podium, he felt even more defeated, thinking it was truly pathetic. Beyond pathetic, he could only achieve this much with his brother's help. The more he thought about it, the bitterer it became. He gritted his teeth and swung his hammer with all his might, thinking to himself, it shouldn't have been like this. Lacking skills, he had no choice but to compensate through effort. With each swing of the hammer, the golden flames bound him. I will strike again and again to create a better product. Each blow carried the burning resolve as if it were being burned with 100% intensity to forge stronger weapons. The fire seemed to want to consume the entire forge. He was full of vigor to produce higher quality products, unique ones that no one could replicate. Suddenly, his eyes widened in amazement at the fire. Dungsik held the hammer before a massive, fiery blaze like a meteorite, trying to consume the entire forge. A few other blacksmiths rushed over in panic. The orange-haired blacksmith was shocked. That fire! Another blacksmith with a white beard urged. Hey, quickly bring Baron here. Hurry up! A series of notifications appeared along with the flickering flames. Divine power resided in the steadfastness of your soul. Your product quality has surpassed the limit of its raw materials. The item's level has been adjusted. You have crafted a legendary item. Weapon crafting proficiency has increased significantly. The title effect has activated. Proficiency is doubled. Your weapon crafting skill has advanced one rank. The oldest flame chose you as the first hammer of it. In the flickering flames, a large, muscular figure stood confidently, announcing that the task was still ongoing without stopping. Related mission, traces of the god have been adjusted. Please check the details of the mission. You have received the title of one respected by dwarves. You have received the title of one wandering in search of divine relics. He opened his eyes wide, not believing what he saw. All his fatigue vanished. You are Vulcanus. He glanced behind him, puzzled. Oh, no way. The blacksmiths behind bowed one after another. Long ago, you crafted countless holy weapons, and through the hammer, you bestowed upon all the people of Aradia that everything could be created, our teacher and father. A white-haired blacksmith with a head poking out was overjoyed to tears. Lord Vulcanus has been reborn before the fingertips of a great blacksmith. He stood on the high platform, shouting at everyone, raising his hammer. Oh, short-statured people with ugly faces. Your Lord has blessed you with hands that are beautiful and more skilled than anyone else's. Dungsik was stunned as everyone raised their hammers in unison, shouting loudly, "Let us worship the rebirth of our God. Let us worship the birth of the first hammer following our God." Wow! Seeing that scene, he was filled with determination. He raised his hammer high. At that moment, another notification appeared. The integration of the 6 continents had been created. Act 1, the Era of Chaos. The greatest martial arts congress in the world, the Triad Congress, saw Chakakak Lover, a long-haired man with a cheeky smile, looking to one side after winning against China. A Roman head appeared. This was the greatest martial arts congress held to celebrate server connection and had ended. Most of the winners' nicknames were Korean users, leading to complaints about fairness. But Hakakit Lover, Chaim Selgasius, Angelina Imagrus Sprinsmink, Dark Drakather, VKU. Most users accepted it as an expected outcome. Considering the continent of origin instead of country of origin, some turned their backs to one side. The extraordinary strength of the winners was understandable. They stood on a cliff, many slims flew up. The invasion of slims. A mysterious figure with energy gathering in the middle. The rise of a gamer. A long-haired white girl sat with her legs dangling from a chair, laughing, hunting mages. A fierce battle with a man wielding the largest sword leading his troops. Continental War. The difficulty of developing characters on the second continent boils down to extreme. A gigantic monster fights humans. The extremist regime HC1. A girl crosses her hands, mainly because the skill set is very intuitive compared to other professions, and character development information based on user data is massive. Have her stand opposite a white-haired girl after the battle ends. A stern-faced, white-haired girl with red eyes. Player preference for Shadow Mage and Spirit Mage has surged. A boy smiles slightly, his sharp gaze. There's a scale, the balance always leans one way. It's starting to tip. In other words, a beautiful landscape with a sunlit mountain signifies the birth of the unified continent. It has begun. Lozenka, a young boy standing before a crowd behind a king. You must leave this dungeon now. Human child. Jian holds a bag on his shoulder. The king looks at him. There's nothing left for you to gain from us short folk anymore. You, chief. His face is serious. It's our wish. The first divine hammer. Go out into the world and make the name of Lord Vulcanus known. He looks serious. His hand embraces his face. He lets go of his hand, eyes welling up but corners of mouth still smiling. I will do my best. The divine resurrection quest is erased. Find the last remnants in the northern region where the divine fell and became a fallen god statue there. It's his first lesson. Raise his holy status before everyone on the continent in the name of Vulcanus, the heart of fire, steel, and all blacksmiths. Did you find any traces of Vulcanus? 1. The space-time wall connecting to the central realm is this thin. This is the first time from the Holy War. Somewhere deep in the netherworld, demons turn their backs. Han smiles slightly. The world tree has awakened again and the central realm is unified. The moment has come. Han laughs, open the gates of hell once more, sleeping in the central realm. Nago, Lord Beastmaster, commands the second demon army. A darkly shadowed door, the gate connecting between the netherworld and the central realm opens again. Arcadia will once more worship the great Dark Lord and kneel before the greatness of hell. Heaven, eternal cathedral, a girl with wings walking through a path flanked by people in white. Michael with his serious face. Don't hesitate, sisters. We'll win as always. Former Third Continent. Spring Empire. A man looking at his disciple. His face is scornful, prepared to go, my sea of slaves. It's time for the continent to see that our Spring Empire is the true victor. The script for integrating continents has been created. Scene 1, Liang yawned and stretched. The clear sky was so peaceful. He enters a bank. Hello, sir, can I help you? He replies, yes, I want to open a credit card. Bank employee, credit card. It seems like you're a student. Have you started working part-time? He calmly answers, it's that kind of thing. The bank employee smiles kindly. Alright, I'll create one for you right away. Please enter your account number. Looking at his face, he's about my son's age too. Let's see. Her eyes widen in surprise at the amount of money. Oh my god. He hands over information to someone. Myzian smiles, it's been a while, Dex, but his face is kind, his hand pointing around. Seems like something interesting has happened. Well, I just went to the bank and suddenly they started talking about fundraising. Couldn't get out of it. She smiles happily, managing assets is an important skill, so learning about it isn't a bad thing either. So how much have you saved? He looks helpless, I really did. Should I answer that question? Must answer that question. He stroked his chin in thought. Well, if I had to say it, enough for me to stay in a private medical ward for life in case of an unforeseen accident. She laughed loudly. He drank water with a blank expression. There's one thing for sure. I know exactly how extraordinary it is. He looked at her seriously. Well, why do you insist on meeting me directly? After all, you are the CEO. She was serious. Please stop the main script process. She stared at him seriously. Times of chaos. He continued, why should I? She said, did you really ask that? At the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, I agreed to your request. Now it's my turn, right? She sighed, tapping her fingers. Let's see, considering the impact of the fake mask on the tournament, you're sweating like a horse. His face suddenly became serious again, but she doesn't want me to play the main script. She wants me to stop it. He thought silently. What's her plot? She smiled. Is it really that difficult? His eyes became serious, staring intently. Death replied to her. Listen carefully. The surrounding space suddenly fell silent. After a while, Death understood the issue. Yes, that's right. He looked at his tablet computer. Now, I think I understand why Mizzen CEO asked me to do this. If the information here is accurate then, Satan, Michael the Angel, and a shadow with a high hat, the lifespan of the world named Arcadia will be cut in half. No more joy and romance, no more joy and romance, all because of greed. His eyes narrowed intently. The main cause of the chaotic era was. Her serious gaze met his. The Empire trembled. She said seriously, please protect the Gale Federation. If war is inevitable, handle it as quickly and discreetly as possible. He bit his lip. The air was silent. He clapped his hands in frustration, rubbing his hair. Got it, I'll do my best. She grabbed his hand tightly. Her face lit up with a big smile. Thanks a lot. I'm glad to have been by your side. Death. His face turned pale. Aha. By the way, if it seems completely hopeless, then clean out the entire empire as well, right? He remained calm. Is that not going too far? It's what needs to be done, isn't it? She smiled. Her eyebrows furrowed. She was sweating profusely. That thing. Is that so? The Archangel Sakiel knelt down, pleadingly said to Michael, the recent activities of those fallen ones are very concerning. El asked with a confused voice, what do you mean by that? Sakiel. He replied, the followers of those fallen ones, especially the shadow mages, are stealing innocent souls. Furthermore, there have been discoveries about the activities of army regiment-level forces in the demon realm. Sakiel continued, in fact, the greatest danger is that the spatial distance, the common boundary protection, is gradually thinning. Please allow me to go into battle, Sir Michael. If you permit, I will cross over to the demon realm and turn those evil rain and their plots into dust. Io lowered her voice. We understand your noble intentions, Saki Io. However, for now, we must avoid direct conflict with the demon realm. He was taken aback by what Io said. Tomorrow. Why? Io silently left, saying behind her, now that the world tree has been revived, we must be wary of more than one threat. Now is the time to be cautious and maintain this balance. We need to protect our flock. Her eyes suddenly shifted in a completely different direction. Monk, that rain demon, how does he manage his subordinates? Io thought to herself, I must show him what I'm capable of. Elsewhere, Tan lay comfortably on the grass amidst the sticky substances. Tan seemed to hear something unexpected and was startled. What? What are you talking about? Is there something happening in the heavenly realm? Io adopted a stern expression. Actually, I heard a strange rumor. Tan felt uncomfortable. This time, what is it? Put aside that delusion and tell me the truth. Io was contemplating something. A large question mark appeared in Tan's mind regarding Io's actions. Suddenly, Io spoke up. Fragrance, am I crazy? Why are you confiding in a demon like you? Just hearing her, I want to punch her in the face. Tan replied, you need psychological treatment. Put a bandage on your face, Tan. Remember this well. Tan, the moment you tried to pull something at Arcadia, Da and all of heaven will use every power to stop you. And we will counterattack decisively. We will destroy them completely, just like your holy weapon. Tan was visibly upset, his heart aching. How did she bring up that pain? Building on the momentum, Tan continued, hey you, the featherless chicken, you're meddling with an innocent demon king. Why are you stirring things up with me? Io didn't mince words and replied boldly, if you have questions, go ask your own subordinates properly. A temporary ceasefire, Tan approached a green-haired figure sitting among the sticky substances. Now that our Master Dex is back, he said to Elle and Tan, what's going on here? You two caused trouble while I was away. You should be closer as friends. Elle and Tan responded in unison, not now. They flew up. Tan asked, Master Dex, where have you been? You were late. We waited for a long time. Dex replied calmly, I had matters to attend to, not just here but in another dimension. Asai echoed, Master Dex is different. It seems you've achieved great things in the other dimensions as well. A smile appeared on Dex's face. Well, I won't say that. But our next destination has been decided. Tan pointed ahead. Why? Where? Are we finally going to fix my holy weapon? Elle turned her face away, looking down on the person beside her. She mumbled, this rain demon always thinks only of himself. Dex cut off Tan's contemplation. We will go there. Gale Federation. From now on. Unlike Dex's serious demeanor, Tan was poking his nose and foolishly asked, which dry monkey place is it? Elle stood still as if frozen. She forgot. Wait, wasn't the Gale Federation where we found Manasa crystals? Dex continued, do you remember Sun Empire, where we hunted dragons before? It's a rural federation currently sharing borders with that empire since the continents merged. There's going to be a war there. No one can guess what Dex is thinking right now. Elle was truly shocked by what she just heard. Tan was energetic and quickly asked, war, so what are we supposed to do there? Better make it explode, right? Create chaos, right? Death replied, no, we'll prevent it. However, if the Sun Empire obstructs us, we will eliminate them. Tan's laughter echoed, my master, I can see you're excited now. While the other two were talking, Elle's thoughts were like a roller coaster. Lying, war is coming, yeah. Impossible if such a big event happens. The cause and effect prophecy would have shown it to me already. But I didn't see anything. Elle's forehead was covered in sweat. The thoughts continued. So could it be that Dex's future prediction wasn't accurate? She immediately dismissed that thought. No, that can't be. Whatever my master says always comes true. Could it be that Dex has the ability to see the future beyond prophecy? Heavenly power. Tao, Elle whispered. If so, indeed, my eyes weren't wrong. L pondered war with the demon realm, the birth of the world tree, chaos in the heavens. Those aren't important. The most effective way to ensure Deb's leadership guides this world in the right direction is to make sure it remains peaceful. In Acadia, a mineral called monostone exists. Monostones have low magical resistance, allowing them to transmit any magical power without loss. And when a special chain sequence is added, it gains the ability to store mana. This is currently being applied to countless magical tools and magical operation facilities. With deeper research on mana reaction methods based on chain sequences, it's expected to show greater potential. In other words, it's a miraculous substance, and 80% of the total production is distributed across the continents, precisely where Dex, the Gale Federation, is located. Now, Dex stands under a statue in Mercenium Kingdom. Dex said, Juron statue, founder of the Federation, right at the center of Kingda. These Gale mercenaries really like to show off. He told the other two, okay, we can wait here. Tan asked, what are we waiting for? Io was naive. Usually my master would wander around quiet places. Dex calmly said, it's just intuition, but based on the current situation of the Gale Federation, instead of running around aimlessly, finding a trigger point to directly infiltrate the city might be better. In an ancient library, Marcus stood before a mysterious mana chain sequence created by Juron. He smiled triumphantly, finally found the legendary mana chain sequence created by Juron. He's a high-level Soul School researcher from Mercenium. Suddenly, behind him, there was a loud thud and angry voices. Marcus opened the door immediately. The Gale Federation soldiers outside held weapons, shouting, Marcus, you called us geniuses and protagonists, but this is how you repay us. Another soldier continued, I'll finish you off, Marcus. They shouted, break down the door, Gale Federation soldiers. Arrest that criminal who violated the taboo. Marcus calmed himself. Stay calm, you have 15 seconds before they catch you. Memorize this formula completely. Just adjust this chain sequence a bit. I can create an extraordinary weapon. They entered and rushed to pull Marcus away. We can't give up. Protect the Gale Federation. Outside, the public trial began. Marcus was quivering on the wooden floor. The judge ordered, Criminal Marcus, stop looking up at the great citizens. The judge firmly said, the public trial will now begin. Dex dressed in casual clothes and hid among the crowd. His face lit up like he found gold. Here it is. The trigger point, a strange green light shone in Marcus's eyes. To apply it to his theory, both of them were startled. The terrifying and dangerous face of Goddard. Really foolish. Why would someone commit such a crime? Marcus with determination, his face clearly showing his resolve to move forward. Now that the continents have merged, their Gale Federation shares borders with the Empire, rising in power due to its vast territory and strong army. People are worried because those who boast about monostones might be overshadowed. Everyone knows we're putting ourselves in danger this way, but they don't know what to do. The madness in Marcus' eyes tells us we must move forward with new inventions. We need to evolve to protect ourselves. Hiker with a calm face, you are a dangerous person, Marcus. While it's good to move forward, if you don't respect the past, you'll only have darkness waiting for you. Marcus triumphs. Gada can only talk big. Lead researcher Zahirik. Gada fears losing his ability to earn a living through the multi-chain system he developed. With Hiker's menacing face and eyes full of danger, they think Gada doesn't know that everyone is afraid of losing what they have. Yeah, and stop beating Marcus D. Home. The history session ends here. No need to ask more. Silence him. A man in a red mask, wielding a whip, looks terrifying. We will give 30 lashes to anyone who enters the sacred chain of Lord Juron. In Marcus' frightened yet determined face, this criminal Marcus will be permanently expelled from our soul school. His face is extremely menacing. Let's see if he still talks after these lashes. After the whip was drawn, it fell down with a terrible sound. Marcus' clothes were torn, and a red mark appeared, causing immense pain. Marcus' eyes show no fear but a bit of defiance. Come on in. For great progress, this school's pain is worth it. A piercing sound echoed, and Marcus' shirt was torn, revealing a painful red mark. Marcus screamed so loudly that saliva dripped from his mouth, a heart-wrenching scream. His two eyes were gleaming with triumph, and the sight of Marcus was truly pitiful. Marcus was utterly shocked, confused. What's happening? It hurts so much. Why does such a crude tool cause so much pain? The shock and ultimate fear. He must endure 29 more lashes. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Anyone there? Save me! As the red-masked man's whip was about to strike again, a miracle happened. It's Thesher. The light sources shone up, and a transparent shield appeared, protecting Marcus from the whip's impact as Marcus was in awe. Dex, is you with that one-sided smile? Well, Dex came here because he heard it was an advanced tech city. But what's this whipping thing about? Dave wondered. Even manzy people don't do this before Marcus' shock. His hands, like sparks of power, saved him. That's the hand of salvation. Shining on his bare back with a scratch was the miracle that healed all his wounds and pain. The miraculous scene before them when the vortexes appeared, shocking both of them. A miracle? Could it be? Anger rose. Oh, you who meddled in Gale Federation's internal affairs. If you have honor, reveal your gender publicly. Cut to an unreal scene. Are you asking because you don't know who I am? Who am I? A long-haired blonde woman, the apostle of Aurora's salvation. Cut back to reality. Everyone at the trial was shocked. Oh my god, a real apostle? That's terrifying. Two of them knew they were guilty and bowed, pleading with the high priest of the Holy Empire. I am two of Mecanium's representatives here. Dex was utterly confused. Holy Empire. Ah, got it now. Finally understood. Despite their defeat, they were still furious. Marcus replied straightforwardly, it's just a common thing when a jealous criminal looks at a genius. Marcus didn't want to but still answered, because he was asked, so he had to tell. That's because he trespassed into forbidden territory. Dex wondered, what is forbidden? Marcus continued to explain to Dex. The green gems gradually appeared. Here, do you recognize these items? Dex knew they were artifacts, right? These items are quite rare. Yes, they are magical tools crafted to create specific phenomena by channeling processed mana into artificial magic lines. The green stones created a magical vortex, and the light from the stone directly entered the water bottle Marcus was holding. This technology made it possible, called Manatech. The shimmering green gem radiates. Unlike blessed adventurers by gods, we can't sense mana accumulation in our bodies normally. So only these artifacts allow us to fully enjoy the benefits of magic. From daily life to life-threatening situations, with these artifacts, our quality of life has significantly improved. And during research on these artifacts, a strict prohibition was set. Prohibition of harmful technological development before human application. This statement left Dex utterly bewildered. A long book with marked pages was presented, and here is the hypothesis that violated that ban about compressing energy using mana and its application in bombing. The content is incomprehensible due to lack of intelligence, failed to decode the magic book. Holding that book, Devs felt extremely surprised and puzzled about compressing energy into bombing in Arcadia, where they only knew how to shoot arrows. Devs was helpless and thought Marcus had gone mad. Is he starting a weapon revolution? Man, this guy is completely nuts. After the shock at the bar that night, before the old houses with lights on, G.E. Young asked intently while still holding the book, "What's up, Al?" "Tan, do you understand anything?" Tan looked skeptical and replied hesitantly, "Honey, not really. Not only that, but L also sighed and said, I'm not very interested in human magic." Before Ji Young could respond, Al suggested, "Oh, let's talk to someone else instead." Ji Young suspiciously asked back, "Someone else? Who?" Al explained, "The creator of Orca, the liar who managed to resist Siglong's 9-circle magic, diviner possession, that is also the soul of the old man with a hat, or called the Father of Tin. Geppetto. As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Young immediately summoned the soul of that person. Marcus was both surprised and delighted. Crazy, he materialized a soul, even not an angel. This master is truly impressive. Geppetto, after being summoned with a cane in hand, asked behind Zhang, young spirit, why did you summon this old man? I don't have the power. I can barely resist one ghost. Hearing that, Ji Young held the book and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I just want to ask some advice from you. After seeing the magic book emit a strong golden light, Old Man's face suddenly turned serious and asked, "Oh, is this a theory created by a researcher in this era?" Without waiting for Ji Young to respond, he continued amazed. Interesting, extremely interesting. The system green screen appeared showing passive skills, experienced eyes activated, intelligence increased by 500 for 2 minutes. Before he could react, another notification popped up, observing subtle details, discovering normal elements. Successfully decoded the magic book. It seemed everything was going smoothly after decoding, but unfortunately, a red notification appeared. Kaosun, this magic book is not complete. Seeing that, Ji Young immediately felt elated and smugly thought, great, with this, even the Shun Empire will be easy to handle. Before he could finish his thoughts, another red notification appeared, interrupting his train of thought. Kaosun accessed the power of everything round changed. Suddenly, the lantern of the wandering time of chaos reacted. Another red notification appeared. The oldest darkness looked at you. Following that were thousands of eyes staring intently at Ji Young. Then a purple notification appeared. Status abnormality. You fell into chaos. In that situation, he sat down and buried his face in his hands, shouting. Marcus asked in surprise. Master, are you alright? After the initial shock subsided, Ji was bewildered as it thought. So this is a situation I've never encountered before when using the Holy Spirit. Thoughts kept flashing through his mind continuously. This is clearly. After confirming, he whispered to himself, could Marcus's theory really have such a significant impact on the world? Finally, he couldn't help but laugh and say, well, let's give it a try. With confidence and satisfaction, Ji Young expressed, people underestimated us. They think we would stop just because of this. Then Geppetto appeared, staring intently at the book and explained, I'm not sure how advanced this research is in this era, but it seems naive, doesn't it? A unique idea that only a young researcher could come up with. Without stopping, he continued, instead of converting Monostored in the Monostone into other forms of energy, it focuses entirely on compressing and sealing it. Surprised by Marcus, Geppetto evaluated the book with some dissatisfaction, as if it was still flawed. The structure of the chain self is ineffective and has critical flaws. If tested theoretically, not only would the laboratory be destroyed, but also the surrounding area. Immediately after that, a golden light appeared, forming a matrix with countless golden spheres. Geppetto took out tools from space. First, I will adjust the chain self again. With some uncertainty, Geppetto said, as this is an area I just stepped into, revising theories and offering advice are the best things I can do. Seeing that, Ji Young turned to ask, what do you think, Marcus? Surprised but answering, amazing, it's clear, stable, and effective. He felt a bit regretful. Why didn't I come up with this approach earlier? Ji Young was amazed and thought to himself, understanding a theory that he just began to grasp at such a level. Mr. Geppetto, although he tried to be modest, he impressed me more. He then whispered in admiration, wow, he has created something that can withstand the attack of the stream. Then Ji Young turned and asked again, Marcus, do you think we can complete this theory with Geppetto? Marcus quickly replied, yes, with him. It's 50%, no, 60% complete. Ji Young smiled and said, then rely on you. With you and this theory, we can protect the Gale Federation from war. Marcus looked up in amazement. He was both happy and surprised, thinking to himself, finally, I've found someone who trusts me. Perhaps for the first time, he was overly excited, thinking, if that's the case, I'll do my best to repay this trust. Then he couldn't help but say with a determined look, hand it over to me. I will definitely complete the theory. G.E. Young smiled happily. So then propose a plan. You'll need a laboratory befitting this theory, right? A red magic circle appeared, followed by system notifications entering Kobanian's lair. Dragon Chain. The system continued to remind him, daily limit once working in the lair is feasible. Surprised and incredulous, Marcus asked, Master, could it be you? Then he asked uncertainly, a streamline? Zee sighed helplessly. What? A streamline? Do I look like that small lizard? Standing deep in the lair, Marcus with a mix of fear and doubt said, but how could you enter the streamline's lair otherwise? V.E. Young laughed, I'm just an ordinary adventurer. Meanwhile, in the capital city of Dune, someone knelt down and reporting, Sir General. Then continued to present, according to the survey team's report, the Caribbean has too low potential for profit compared to the level of risk involved. If we attack, the Gale Federation, known for producing resources like mana stones, will be a target. Hearing that, the general solemnly said, then a decision has been made. He spoke with confidence and arrogance, giving orders firmly. It's time to march, brave generals of the Jun Empire, head for the Gale Federation. Then in front of the entire army, the Gale Federation will be our first step towards unifying the continent. Somewhere else, a light object fell and shattered with countless green lights radiating round it. Sample 43 is still undecided. At that time, G.E. Young was discussing with disappointment. Using top-grade mana stones only resulted in the first circle of magic being at destruction level, which disappointed him greatly. But it seems not ideal. G.E. Young said, it will take us a long time to properly utilize this situation. Marcus responded dejectedly, sorry, after such an extravagant declaration, I wasted the top-grade mana stone. Geppetto Ennui, don't be too discouraged. Others might need 20 years to reach this level. Pause for a moment, he thought before continuing. Fragrance, what about leading magic circles from other spellbooks? The basic structure of the library and magic circles seems similar. Immediately after, Marcus shouted with joy as if finding treasure. Right, the Gale Federation Research Library must have some spellbooks. G.E. Young frowned and asked, what is it, Marcus? Do you need spellbooks? Without waiting for Marcus to answer, he said, Goblin Gold, where are the spellbooks? Goblin Gold immediately replied, yes, master, please wait a moment, before Marcus's astonishment and confusion. Then another book titled Differences Between Draconic and Incantation Magic appeared with an odd appearance, followed by a book named Innovative Methods for Red Mana Accumulation. Additionally, a meticulously rolled-out magic circle structure design drawing emerged. Finally, an ancient spellbook covered in magic circles. Goblin Gold held the books and laughed. Heh, I brought several useful books from the nearby room. Marcus exclaimed in amazement. Wow, all of them are spellbooks and each is worth a castle. Zee turned around and waved her hand angrily. Well, good luck. Marcus joyfully replied as he sorted through the new spellbooks. Yes, master, thank you very much. On their way out, Tan asked in confusion, why are you so nice to him? If we don't like them, why not just clean them up completely? G.E. Young said with determination and decisiveness. As they left, Ji Yang asked, stack them, why are you being so good to him? If we dislike them, why don't we just wipe them out? G.E. Young explained, that would be a waste of potential points. And again, I want to add more available cards for future preparation. Marcus joyfully answered as he sorted through the new spellbooks. Yes, master, thank you very much. Ji Yang thought, suddenly receiving a warning message from the system earlier. The oldest ancient one looks at you. Suddenly, he realized, the oldest ancient one. Now I remember. This phrase appeared when I received my profession. The wandering chaotic wanderer. Ji Yang laughed in thought. I had a feeling something was off. Something as significant as unifying the continent is happening, but nothing special is happening at all. Finally, he firmly concluded there will be something something of a different scale than anything that has ever happened before. Alice appeared with numerous notifications popping up, Companions Hideout, NPC Marcus. Detecting unusual activity, first-level target monitoring, Dex player had met the aforementioned NPC. Somewhere else, Marcus was conducting an experiment with a magic circle. Then he suddenly shouted in joy, "Got it with this." In another space, Z.E. Young. With a cold expression, she asked, "Hey, you guys, are you really going to kill me?" The golden-haired girl frowned and said, "You were the one who made the offer first." The fake contract, "We just did our best as you requested." The golden goblin with a sly expression laughed loudly. "Surprisingly, we ended up in this situation." Suddenly, he became serious. "But that's the end now." Then the goblin continued to ask him to make a decision. "Now, let's keep going." Ziyi waited impatiently. He gripped his sword tightly. The sword trembled as it pointed at the last remaining hole. His eyes widened in fear as he took a step back. Sweat dripped down, his hands slightly shaking. It felt like one wrong move would mean instant game over. Turns out they were playing a game. The pressure around him was intense, like hammer blows to the back. His eyes changed, worry giving way to frustration as his eyebrows furrowed and lips tightened. A quick breath escaped between his teeth. Then he thought, this bunch, they just eat and play games, right? The tree stood still, staring intently, trying to rouse someone. G.E. gritted his teeth thinking, only one hole left. Indeed, only the last hole remained. Jiang swallowed hard, eyes fixed on the remaining hole, and gripping the sword tightly before it. The final hole, the decisive stab, a single stab that would decide everything. Click! Before his sword could pierce it, the tree suddenly shot up into the sky due to pressure, rocketing past everyone like an out-of-control missile. After the surprise, G.E. stood still in shock, then looked ahead. His hand remained in a stabbing position, but the target was gone. No more tree. In front of him, only a large empty hole. Suddenly, somewhere else, a bright blue light burst out into the sky as if the entire sky had been torn open. Bright orange and yellow lightning bolts streaked in all directions, twisting like flames in a vortex of energy. Marcus stood amidst the chaos, unable to believe what he was witnessing. The center of the explosion emitted blinding light. No longer could one distinguish between fire and thunder. Only a point of destructive eruption remained, where everything around it seemed melting under the frenzied heat of energy. Wind rushed past his ears, dust hit his face, but Marcus didn't flinch. Instead of panicking or dodging, he burst into a triumphant laugh. "Oh my god!" Outside the cave entrance, G.E. Young hurriedly ran in and asked Marcus what happened. "What's going on?" The wind inside the cave blew back, colder and quieter as if the air was changing direction. Before Marcus could answer, G.E. placed a hand gently on his shoulder. That's Pedo encouraging me to keep going." "Congratulations, Marcus." He continued, "The concept chain I formed has been completed." The light dimmed down. The cave now bathed in gray tones, stone walls cracked and scorched with burn marks. From above, a thin beam of light followed through cracks on the ceiling, like a sign from the heavens watching over. A stone bridge spanned across the cave, once connecting to cliffs, was now split apart. Geppetto stood up straight, his calm gaze remained, but then shifted to Jiang with gratitude, thanking him for calling me here. "Dex, thanks to your choice, I got to witness this historic moment when magical technology achieved a leap forward." Jiang was surprised by the old man's gratitude. "Is it that significant?" Geppetto pointed up, explaining. "Of course, without the vast resources of the Dragon Lair and my experience, not to mention Marcus' genius, it would have taken centuries to reach this level." G.E. Young was still moved, didn't react yet. Then Marcus softly cleared his throat. Though no one praised him directly, he raised a hand to his mouth and made a deliberate cough. Ahem. "So I would like to briefly explain the rules of this complete theory for you." After hearing that, G.E. Young looked up at Marcus with surprise and smiled. "Oh." Then Marcus picked up the magic book and began explaining. "First and foremost, it's about this book. It's called the Monopyramid Book. Methods for preventing mana overload written by a dragon named Corbinian. Pedo and I had an idea to invert its concept. He continued, the idea was to intentionally trigger mana overload, something all mages fear, so as to maximize my mana burst potential. According to theory, we expected to achieve 100 times the output of our previous result. Ji Yang smiled, thinking to himself, an expanded idea. Instability or stability. Without Marcus's mental challenge, it would definitely not be possible. With confidence, as the skull skeleton emitted green light, Marcus said after many difficulties and failures, we finally found the answer in a third-level magic circle called Sacrifice. Tan, sitting on Ji Yang's shoulder, unexpectedly praised, go ahead, Sacrifice, you guys found a method within that evil magic, that name suits him well. Ji Yang asked curiously, what kind of magic is it? Tan explained, it's an instant self-destruct spell that overloads the caster's body with pure energy. Then added, I know about it because we had trouble dealing with those incompetent mages during the Holy War using such spells. Hearing this, G.E. and turned and asked Marcus, what level of mana stone did you use for the experiment? Marcus replied hastily, oh, it was a mid-level mana stone. Then explained further, although there are plenty of high-level mana stones here, but they're too precious. Ji Yang was surprised and pondered, hold on, such destructive power with just a mid-level stone. Next, he kept thinking about bigger things. What if we used higher-level stones? The notification appeared again. The mission has been updated. Completely a new mission, Mission 7. Gale Federation, the only republic in Acadia. There are too many neighboring countries eager for their Bala resources. Can you always protect the Gale Federation every time it faces a crisis? Help the Gale Federation achieve national self-defense by blocking the unstoppable wind of change. Achieve defense, national self-reliance. Resist enemy invasion without external resources over 10. This mission can vary based on player actions. Ji Yang smiled at the system and judged. It seems we're getting close to the Gale Federation. Marcus exclaimed, huh? What? Not yet. Then Zen turned and asked Marcus, how much more time do you need? Marcus helplessly rubbed his head and replied hesitantly, I've completed the mana stone chain, but haven't built the cannon to shoot mana stones. Even if I work day and night from now on, it will still take at least 2 days before it can be used practically. Hearing this, Zen asked again, so 2 days is enough, right? Marcus nodded in surprise, yeah, that's correct, but G.E. Yang turned to and said confidently, don't worry about it, just wait, I'll find a way. Marcus looked surprised and uncertain as he called out, Master. G.E. Yang left, leaving the Sigmund Cobain cave. Steps led to a vast golden field with only scattered green trees. In the distance, mountains stood silently and peacefully. But Yi Yang was silent in thought. What should I do now? Although he said so, he still frowned while thinking amidst the expansive landscape. The situation is that Sun Empire's army will arrive at the Gale Federation before Marcus's research is complete. If we want to stop them, then the Great Grassland Khan, right in front of the Gale Federation, is our last chance. But how? He thought about everyone, and based on mission conditions, we can't rely on external resources. That means not only Dex Von Mu, but even help from allies cannot be used. But it doesn't seem like a good idea. Jiang pondered further, if there's no other choice, I'll have to use the Holy Incarnation. Who knows how many feasibility points that will cost? Thinking this way now. Suddenly he paused. Hold on, external resources. Realizing this, Jiang laughed sarcastically. Heh, there's still a way out. It was late and the moon was high. 36 hours later in the Great Grassland Khan, cavalry troops arrived triumphantly laughing. Here is the entrance to the Gale Federation, Great Grassland Khan. But he said sarcastically, I like how it's open, as if welcoming us. He shouted loudly and commanded, full army, advance. Suddenly, Didiang's voice became mysterious and eerie. Hey, you're the leader of Sun Empire, right? A shadowy figure smiled wickedly at me. Seeing this, the Empire soldiers were frightened and retreated. Though terrified, they didn't forget their most important mission. They shouted loudly, protecting the general. Another soldier asked, "Who are you? Where do you come from?" General Qin Hai spoke uncertainly, identifying himself as an adventurer. Then that mysterious creature gradually revealed a figure enveloped in countless dark violet hues. He said it was to teach the invaders a lesson, and I came here to offer advice. Looking into those stern eyes, Kwazalazi Yang warned the enemy soldiers with a cold expression that this was the territory of the Guile Federation. If you don't stop your invasion, you'll surely regret it. At that moment, the general secretly thought, the aura is too fierce. He's definitely a real master. But not discouraged, with confidence in victory, the general replied, "I refuse." Moreover, with a disdainful expression and hidden pride in his eyes, he expressed contemptuously, just showing up to make such a terrible threat. It seems the Guile Federation is indeed in grave danger. Hearing this, Geang's face turned pale. Ang's eyes glowed with dark violet light as he stared at the general intently, ready for an outburst. But the Sun Empire general was unyielding. He laughed and mocked. "Our Sun Empire will not cease its campaign. If you have any objections, try stopping us yourself." Of course, that's impossible. The soldiers heard this and laughed loudly in agreement. "Ha ha ha!" Geang smirked. "Got it. So the negotiation failed. I've clearly warned them." With that, he disappeared along with the dark violet light, leaving behind a message. "Fine then. Good luck." Another soldier mocked. "A cowardly fellow. He fled." "Then what?" The general waved his hand. "Tell me." He recounted, "I've heard that adventurers are strange beings. We should avoid getting too involved with them before the campaign." Hearing this, the soldiers cheered in approval. Oh, what a wise insight. Our general is indeed different." The ground suddenly shook and a loud cry echoed. "What's going on? What happened? What's happening?" The general turned with fear in his face. What is this?" Witnessing the terrifying scene, he exclaimed, "Those monsters." Indeed, it was a horde of mysterious creatures surrounding the Empire soldiers as if seeking revenge for their foolish actions. Terrified, the soldiers fled in panic from the pursuing otherworldly beings. They tried to run but were one by one crushed by Slim's demons, creating a chaotic and terrifying scene. The man with the iron helmet observed the situation. Where did these creatures come from? He feared Dex. It can't be venturing out there. From afar, Dex watched the chaos and marveled. Amazing. As expected, those uncontrollable monsters aren't affected by external forces. The chase between Slim's demons and soldiers seemed endless. Just scare them a bit. If we killed too many, the country might collapse. The blue-haired girl quickly agreed with Dex's opinion and made a strange sound in response. The leader gritted his teeth and ordered, "Fall back, fall back." He was angry and frustrated, cursing under his breath. There's no other way. The paper he opened revealed some words. Then he withdrew. Suddenly, a huge glowing sphere appeared in the sky. Then he withdrew. Dex looked surprised. What is this? Is it teleportation magic? If there was something like that, why did they walk here from the start? They could have attacked using magic too. I'll explain to Dex. No way! Maybe they can only use it to escape. That's level 3 teleportation magic. It can only move to pre-specified structures. The Slim demons gathered around where the glowing sphere just disappeared. There are too many of them, breaking apart, but we successfully repelled them. Tan put his hand on his head, looking very happy. So now what do you plan to do? Master, even though we chase them away, if we keep doing this, they will attack again, right? Death argued that won't happen. He smiled and said, in 2 days, the fear will be deeply ingrained in them. The blue-haired girl made a happy sound. I pinched the blue-haired girl's head. Ha ha, little guy. Right? Good job. For the next 2 days, until the magical fortresses are completed, don't let anyone cross this plane, okay? The blue-haired girl accepted the mission, raised her hand excitedly, smiling face, making a strange sound in response. Standing up high and looking down at the Slim demons, well, the Empire Shan, come as many as you want. The Slim demons clean up everywhere on this land. With their countless numbers, they have spread terror to the lands of Slim. 42 hours after the Jun Empire withdrew in a place with towering mountains and ancient palaces, the capital city of the Jun Empire. The leader of the Sun Empire is questioning them. What? How's the invasion progress on the Gale Federation? The strong blonde man answered dejectedly. Yes, about that. Reports show that those monsters have completely taken over the path leading to the Gale Federation. If we continue advancing like this, it's too dangerous. Moreover, round the Ken Plain are massive mountain ranges, so we haven't found any other way yet. The leader frowned and said in another way, meaning that attacking the Gale Federation is impossible. He hesitated, then shouted loudly, "No, not like that." The leader's anger reached its peak. He ordered, "Give me 3 days. Advance towards the Gale Federation." The blonde man bowed his head and said, "I request permission." He kept his frustration inside, venting it on Dex later. Damn that old adventurer. He must have washed something off. Just wait, I will avenge this humiliation. A bright star appeared in the sky. Yo called out excitedly, "Mr. Dex, we are ready. We can start at any time." Dex held the huge star in his hand. Finally, it's time to negotiate. At a large magical energy tower, the green light was so bright that the entire area lit up. We will transfer coordinates. The legendary Mitron Fort, created by Marcus, the founder and master of the Philia Artillery School, a genius engineer, with 100% pure Mitron. It uses a unique matrix to unleash its special power. When reacting to unstable monostones, it becomes an extremely powerful strategic weapon. Usage limits. Those recognized by Marcus for durability up to 1 million can fire up to 3 shots per minute. The system accuracy is 99.99%. 100 meters with a 2-meter error range from the specified coordinates, increasing magical power by 150%, stability by 30%, lowest usage level, special skill overload. Dex was happy. Now, Marcus, it's time for you to shine in the world. Dex controlled the device continuously. The matrix circles appeared densely. Show them to us. Without hesitation. Your remarkable and determined spirit. You are satisfied. Order. Fire. After that slogan, continuous lightning flashes in the sky, entering the matrix and shooting a huge green magic ball far away. Bright light shines brightly across the vast sky. Dex looks up. The green ball flies over the forest, carrying immense power. Soldiers from the evening army hear the loud noise and stand alert. The leader looks outside. He is terrified. Oh my god, not our Sun Empire? He gazes at the mountain that has lost its shape, now a circle. The remnants of the fire still flicker. You've angered a dragon, hasn't it? The gold record appears with achievements. A wonderful achievement. A new era in magic technology has begun. Next is the green board appearing. PC Marcus's status has increased significantly. A new profession, artilleryman, has been created. A new magical school, Philia Artillery, has been registered with the Gale Federation. Marcus shows deep trust and affection for the players. Player goodwill is at its peak. The usual basic installation of artillery towers. A thick book appears in the center, surrounded by blue patterns. The green board announces the usual basic installation of artillery tower theory has been sealed, a magic book that allows class change to hidden class. The Artillery Designer, written by the master of Philia Artillery, contains detailed theories necessary for designing and producing basic artillery towers. Death tightly holds the book, marveling. This is enough to convey the message. Just wait for their response now. A week after the first magic tower shot, a group appeared on the plains of N, where Slim used to be alone. They were soldiers from the Dune Empire. In their hands was an alliance proposal. The blonde man kneels and submits it to death, completely opposite to the original intention of the Dune Empire. The alliance proposal contains terms highly favorable for the Gale Federation, clearly reflecting the severe crisis in the Sun Empire after their capital was hit with a single blow. Dex decides not to intervene in their negotiations. This is an action showing respect for their last remaining dignity. And so, peace returned to the Gale Federation, and a new hero emerged. Marcus smiles, waving to everyone who cheers for him. Death stands in an old, ruined mansion. In front of him is a massive magic cannon. The green board appears with information. Mithril Cannon, legendary, created by Marcus, the founder and master of Philia Artillery, a genius engineer. It was manufactured 100% pure mithril, which releases special power through a unique matrix. When reacting to unstable monostones, it becomes a strategic weapon with terrifying firepower. Usage limit recognized by Marcus, durability 1 million out of 1 million, can fire up to 3 shots per minute. System accuracy is 99.99%. 100 error range within 2 meters from the designated coordinates, increases magic power by 150%, increases magic stability by 30%, lowest and highest usage levels, special overload skill. A warning appears before Dex's eyes. Item exceeds weight limit of inventory. He chuckles, it doesn't fit in the inventory anymore. It seems not suitable for monster hunting. So, should I sell it as a siege weapon? Tan is alarmed. Wait, master, are you selling this cannon? For the human race, Dex asks again, why not? Can we let such valuable treasure rot away? If I say sell, countries will line up to buy. Tan sweats, trying to stop him, but master, considering the current technological level of humanity, isn't this too early? It's like advertising a child. Death replies, you can never predict. Tan chokes. He smiles and explains to Tan, sometimes my combat experience can deter wars with overwhelming firepower. You know that. Marcus rushes over, still holding his backpack. Sir, I have completed the handheld cannon you requested. There are still many things to fix. Mass production might be a bit challenging. But Death turned around and praised Marcus. Oh, Marcus, you did this really fast. Marcus was happy to be complimented. It's nothing much. He. Tan stood helplessly beside them. What is it? Master, what plan do you have for him again? This time, what are you going to do? Debs didn't care about him. She kept her eyes fixed on his backpack. There's nothing big. It's just to satisfy my personal preferences. Dex was excited. Wow, you did a good job. I want to try it out. Should we add it to that? He prodded Elle, who was dozing off. Elle, wake up. Elle was half asleep. What's going on? Master Dex. Tan continued to cry out. Interests? Why are you using soul entry skills? Isn't this more than just a hobby, right? Soul entry, the ultimate weapon substitution skill, Calypso. The golden panel displayed an introduction to the celestial entity Calypso being integrated into the player's body. Then the green panel appeared with information on temporarily using the power of the entity being integrated. The weapon substitution effect has been activated. Use weapons beyond their own limits, handheld cannons, and other items as equipment. Dex examined the small gun in his hand. He. With this, I'm sure I can create a major chaos. The green panel displayed all the information about that weapon. Handheld cannon. Hero. A masterpiece created based on the theories of the artillery master Philia. Crafted with heartfelt gratitude to his benefactor. All components are made from pure misrin to optimize magical skin. However, due to its small size and light weight, the power has been significantly reduced. Equipped with 140 durability out of a maximum 2,950 normal damage, 180.30 varying by monogem level, effective range 580 meters to 720 meters. Increased attack speed by 90%, increased magical efficiency by 73%, special skill, attribute grants, rapid firing. The information panel displayed a new video upload notification from the Destroyer's Diary. On the YouTube platform, a new profession was discovered with 2.31 million views, uploaded 3 hours ago. Checking on the computer screen, lucky for us, it has caught quite some attention. This video will definitely have a significant impact on Arcadia. Deb's face showed calculation. Now let's bite that hook. React. He remembered hundreds of violet eyes staring in the dark void, the oldest darkness. An enigmatic man with his head covered by a hat sitting high up in an apartment building, holding a phone and watching intently. He smiled wickedly, secretly plotting something, wandering in the chaotic era. His finger still swiped on the phone screen as he continued. "Ah, so jealous." His words were full of malice. Whoever it is must be enjoying themselves immensely. "Here comes my creation." A title was spoken out by him, a wanderer in the chaotic era. He sighed, but this matter has progressed quite well due to it. Holding his dirty phone like a gun, still with a disdainful attitude, he continued, "They respond positively, then I'm grateful. But if they take away my joy, trouble will ensue." Suddenly he sat up straight, his voice firm. "All right, decision made." In this silent night, he laid out a cunning plan. It had to be face to face. Immediately, this guy picked up his phone and called someone, a familiar acquaintance. "Maizian, hello, are you well?" He smiled, informing the other end that he was about to return to Korea. As soon as he spoke, the dim night air filled with mysterious gazes. In the third dangerous area of Arcadia, Icebox, strong gusts blew down the trees. Only a small hut glowed in the darkness. The system appeared, recommending entering at level 200 or higher. It switched to another message. "You've entered Icebox, a land devastated by endless cold storms." Then a red warning popped up. "This is an unexplored area with potential dangers." The system warned about the rapid environmental changes and monster attacks. A notification appeared, activating the blessing of fire. The fire was now lit. A boy sat still, holding his hands close to warm himself. Across from him was a strong-looking man. The system reappeared. Hot flames protect the player. The screen switched to a new quest. The divine resurrection has been erased. The task requirements were tough. Find the last remnants in the northern region of Arcadia, where the fallen deity once fell and became a demigod. Wake up the fallen god statue there as your first step. Elevate his divine status to all across the continent. In the name of Vulcanus, the heart of fire, steel, and blacksmiths. The system noted that multiple signs of Vulcanus were found. Then the boy spoke excitedly. "To be honest, I was careless there. Who would have thought there's a Vulcanus relic in this snow-covered area? Turns out you're Dex's assistant, wandering during Kluge's chaos." He looked at the man across from him and continued. "Thanks to Daga, we wouldn't still be wandering around the volcanic region." The man looked stern but didn't respond. "As you said, I'm pursuing the secret of Daga." Daga replied hesitantly, "No need for such gratitude." He modestly added, "I also want to complete my professional mission." From the small hut, his voice echoed faintly, "It's too early to celebrate yet." He was cautious, even though this safety fortification skill protected us from the harsh cold. As he said, it had a drawback: maintaining connection. "We've been connected for 4 days, and our stamina is at its limit." Looking at Klus, he continued, "Unless you get that support, Klus." Dago responded softly, "Otherwise, we'll have to end this expedition here." Seeing this, Klus quickly reassured him, "Don't worry about it, Daga." With determination, he said, "I've already sent the support over." Actually, Daga was being careful, and you didn't understand his intentions. He thought to himself in the dark, "Damn it, he won't listen." Even if help arrives, will they defeat the monsters blocking their path? His hand clenched tightly, shaking with tension, frustrated but deeply worried inside. In this situation, death would be meaningless. The penalty for dying in danger zones is tripled. We should have prepared better before entering. He suddenly wondered, why is this hand so slow? Indeed, Clues didn't seem worried. He was confident and said not to worry. Dago looked at him if he were dealing with a fool, excited about the mythic quest without assessing reality. His face darkened, an idea formed. Should we? Teeth gritted. He wondered, abandon the mission? Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed outside the tent, interrupting the quiet atmosphere. Accompanied by the sound was a blinding light. Dogger heard the strange noise and stepped out of the tent. Wow, what is it? Monsters? His voice grew louder. This place clearly isn't safe. He's already anxious and even more so now. Something's not right. The monsters in this area are at least level 200. If they just land a regular hit, we're definitely done for. You turned around to look at him. With a serious tone and loud voice, I hate it, but we have to retreat now. Klus is back, we're preparing. Before he could finish his sentence, Klus spoke up to calm everyone down. Dogga, didn't you see that? You cheered loudly in excitement. They've arrived. Your hands clenched with joy, emphasizing the strongest support. In the cold Arctic air, two girls were advancing towards them. Before their eyes lay the bodies of fallen monsters scattered on the ground. They came closer, voices filled with joy. Nice to meet you again. I'm Klus. Cassius spoke up. I'll join in too. Following her is Angelina. She continued as per Dex's request. Everyone was inside the tent now. The fire still burned brightly. Cassius slowly said, Yes, sir. I understand the situation. Continuing, if what you say is true, this mythological mission is to resurrect a god. Angelina sat beside him, seemingly unaware of anything, warming her hands by the fire. Cassius didn't hesitate and spoke his mind. Once the task is completed, it will cause great chaos in Arcadia, where Paradise is seen as the only true god. Klus nodded in agreement. Yes, I was only thinking about resurrecting a god for the dwarves' elders, but hadn't considered that. Then he realized, wait, that's why he made such an unusual request. Meanwhile, Dex stood before a void, extending his hand to touch the unknown. Suddenly, Dogga spoke up, Don't worry, my specialty is covert operations. I hunt secrets for a living. He patted his chest confidently, with people who shook up the greatest martial arts tournament in the world. Even if it's a mythological mission, Cassius replied coldly, I'm sorry. Hadian announced to pause the mission until further notice. Her face turned serious. This was Dex's order. Back to Dex. He now stood in front of the system screen surrounded by slim globes. The system notified that Mission 7 had been completed. The screen displayed progress and calculated player contributions. It listed achievements such as rescuing NPC Marcus, founding Cannon Philia, developing magic cannons, creating new professions, artillery infantry, dominating the Candian Plain, and signing a peace treaty with the Jun Empire. Sang raised an eyebrow. Each line of text appeared, marking a monumental achievement. Everyone was paying attention to the player's actions. You've ignited the new era of magic science. All magic science artisans respect you. Peace is maintained through mutual love. Heaven looks at your relationship with confusion. Then the interface announced a series of achievements. Pioneer in magic science, creator of artillery infantry, Marcus's eternal benefactor, suppressor of empires. In an instant, points appeared. 80 to 0.355, 300 feasible points were earned. He looked at the points with satisfaction. He had gained a massive amount of feasible points compared to the scale of events he caused. West continued working on the screen, his thoughts flowing. Indeed, it prioritizes the impact on Arcadia's world over the scale of the revolution through Marcus Lanik. His eyes narrowed with this. I've gained the right to advance the storyline in this game. In Dex's mind, he saw himself walking down a bright path, his thoughts still flowing. If Klus and his team continue their Vulcanus mythological mission, the game's storyline will progress further. For the story to move forward is the correct answer for a fun playthrough. With the high lamp overhead, he was serious, but every story has its end. The light from his hand lamp illuminated the abyss, seeing clearly those lifeless eyes. He deeply thought and realized that what would mark the end of this story was the oldest darkness. Awakening from a daze, he touched his head, realizing now he understood the meaning behind the Wanderer during chaos. His hand still stroked a slim object. He pondered, so it depends on his decision to destroy or save the world. Suddenly, a tinny sound echoed. It was a new message notification. You received a message. Debs sighed softly. Spooky. He stared at the screen as if waiting for it. The timing is perfect. It's from GM Hellenir. Thank you for preventing the war between Gale Federation and Jun Empire. I know this must be awkward, but I need to discuss something private with you. Please reply if you've read this message. Debs, Lee Mizzen, return to the real world. At Arcadia Corporation, South Korea branch. In Myzian's private office, She sternly said, "Let's get straight to the point. Please stop the mythological mission that your assistant has accepted." Dea replied casually, "No." Maizian disbelieved her ears and asked again, "Why?" She angrily slammed the table, stood up abruptly, and shouted, "Hold on, at least you should ask for a reason. In this situation, Arcadia will." Before she could finish, Dea interrupted, "Yeah, right. Honestly, I've been thinking about it too. But after hearing your proposal, I decided to ignore everything." Maizian angrily replied, "You feel burdened because we have relied too much on your power to manage the game plot. She promised we will try to minimize our interference in future campaigns, so..." Dex interrupted again, "Don't do that." He smiled lightly, "I'm not doing it for any reason." Pointing at her, he questioned, "Managing the game is the operator's job, right?" His finger now pointed to himself. He continued, "So as a player, my task isn't to worry but to enjoy it fully." She was stunned by his words, her eyes wide open. Recalling his teammates, he continued and added, "Most importantly, I don't want to limit Arcadia's gameplay elements for those who trust and follow me." Firmly, he said, "It feels unfair that way." After saying this, Dex looked straight at her and declared, "So this time, I can't fulfill your request." Maizian was speechless by his words, only standing there staring at him. He looked at her one last time politely and said, "Sorry, CEO Lee Maizian." At this moment, the man in a black coat stood outside the door, seemingly having heard the entire conversation. His lips curled into a sinister smile as he chuckled, It seems the wandering industry during chaos has its perks." In his mind, and blazing holy seal appeared amidst the golden aura binding him, and a voice full of seduction whispered, "You found your true master." Maizian, surprised beyond belief, loudly shared her thoughts and worries with him. "But you, Dex, if we proceed like this, will something destructive happen, right?" Before she could finish, he interrupted, "How do you know about that?" Jiang, hearing her words, laughed and scratched his head in agreement. "I believe in it, the infinite freedom, the infinite potential of Arcadia." Maizian was taken aback by his answer, wide-eyed. Finally, she gave up and smiled reluctantly before his confidence. "You really are something, so I won't force you anymore." But she also warned him to be careful. "Dex, if you choose to believe in that, you'll need to gather a lot of power." Her remanifested as those lifeless purple eyes staring at the fear, reminding him that he would face the upcoming disaster. And just turned and smiled briefly before reassuring her, "I'll do my best." Then he walked out, leaving her in the bright light that gradually opened her up. He stepped out of the room, walking slowly as he thought about what to do next. Back home, we should contact Cassius. They're surely waiting for our decision. And then a smile slowly appeared on his lips. How long has it been? His face was full of vitality, eagerly awaiting something to happen. He never thought he would be so excited about logging into the game. He continued walking, too engrossed in joy to notice a young man watching him from afar. Minsu stood there with a smug smile on his face. A fresh morning at the high-rise building. After an important conversation with G.E. Maizian, Young also grew tired and slumped down, closing his eyes and sighing. Suddenly, a purple eye appeared in his mind, speaking, "Seems like you have a lot to think about, CEO Maizian." A young man with black hair spoke from the opposite side, addressing manager Arcadia. "It's not as easy as you thought, right?" Maizian looked at him cautiously and replied, "But I still have to do it." Then he turned his gaze towards her and said exactly what he wanted from her because that was what he loved about her. "Isn't that right, Minsu?" It turns out it's Minsu. He sneered in admiration. "Indeed, it's CEO Maizian. She is so reliable." With a probing look, he asked her, "Who just left was the one wandering during chaos?" "Debs, right?" Hearing his question, her face suddenly paled in shock. She hesitated and didn't answer. Then she decided to calm down and ask him about their shared authority. "I can't share users' personal information. Remember that even though you're the largest shareholder of Agene Electronics, there's no exception." Finally, she called out his name, Kim Min-soo. Hearing her answer not to his liking, he still kept his sinister smile. Then he laughed and said it was just a joke. In fact, I knew everything from the start. I came to Korea for Dexma. Hearing that, she couldn't help but feel angry without saying anything. Finally, Mizian reluctantly conceded. I really can't win against you. A corner of the room was illuminated by sunlight, making the space incredibly relaxing. She asked him, "So how much did you hear?" Hearing her question, he laughed and replied from his initial stance. That's why I got to see that rejection scene. Hearing his words, she felt angry and corrected him. Who was rejected? We are business partners. Then Mizian returned to a serious state and asked him, "And Eugene? Don't tell me you came to Korea alone." Sitting opposite on the table, Min-soo answered leisurely, "I had to struggle to escape. Traveling while being bored all the time. What's left of the fun?" That's right. How are you going to handle this? Turning to her with a sinister smile, he looked at her and said, "So, my big sister, where is my dreamer?" Hearing those words, she was surprised and asked him again, "Don't tell me you really want to play Arcadier? The world isn't ready for your character yet." Under the warm sunlight, Min-soo just laughed in response. "From what I see, there's no problem." In her mind, Ji-young wearing a robe appeared under a beam of light and asked him doubtfully, "Dex, that hand is making Arcadia develop very quickly, isn't it?" Then Mizian sat on her chair and pondered silently without saying anything more. Finally, after thinking clearly, she reluctantly sighed and made a decision. "All right, I will request the secretary's office." I tried to delay it as long as possible, but this day finally came. He heard that and quickly turned to jump onto the table, saying nonsense. Once the gears start running, there's no stopping them. Before leaving, he left her a sinister smile on his face. So I have no choice but to enjoy it too, right? Before that hand takes everything away from me. In a GE house, laughing and calling someone while eating. "It's me, Cassius. Sorry for making you wait." In the freezing weather, Cassius was on a screen calling someone in his office. "Did you arrive at Icebox safely?" She didn't answer but asked about his purpose instead. "Seems like you've made your decision. So, what do you want us to do?" In the dark space, resuscitate Vulcanus with a firm voice. The image of him confidently speaking appeared, changing this world. At a high-rise building, a voice echoed, "Dex, long time no see, E+ Entertainment." A fat man happily received a call from someone. "Yes, CEO, I want to use the backup ACC we requested before. Is it suitable for live streaming?" "Of course. But what content are you planning to use this time?" Turns out GEUNG on the other end was happily replying, "Oh, I'm not the one streaming. They're my friends. They're trustworthy, so don't worry about them." Hearing these words, a sense of worry and panic appeared on his face. The scene changed to a live stream preparation screen. Oh, test mix. Angelina and Cassius were both getting ready for the live stream. "Is it good now? Has it turned on? I've never done anything like this before." Suddenly, more comments appeared on the screen, liking the broadcast. "What's going on? Isn't it Dex? King awesome. That's great. The monster duo Cassius and Angel on Dex's channel. The one behind is also a production genius." An image of Ji-young sitting by a fire burning with power appeared. "I know who Clues is. But what about that useless guy? Dex fan meeting. Dex fan meeting. Dex fan meeting." The fat man, seeing the live stream flickering, approached and grabbed the TV to look closely, wondering who Dex's friends are, all trash. Then in that high-rise building, his voice echoed giving orders to everyone. "Everyone, make sure you monitor properly. Delete all those nasty comments and spam." "Yes, CEO." The live stream screen appeared on the scene. "Dear viewers, it's great to see you all." The man next to him finally introduced himself. "I'm Dago, a secret seeker who investigates trolls. I have my own channel. Please check it out." Lines started appearing criticizing him about who this fool is. A joke about the team's weightlifter. "Shut him up and show these ladies some good stuff." Anyone want to go dislike his channel? Seeing those words, Daga's spirit sank as he tearfully said, "Damn it, that's why I didn't do a live stream." Daga and Jelena comforted him by patting his back and saying he'd be okay. Cassius cleared his throat and encouraged him not to lose heart. He was the only one here with the talent to stir things up, and she had faith in him for this broadcast. Daga, moved by her encouragement, called out her name, Cassius. He shouted loudly, trying to steady himself. "Don't worry, I'll do my best to handle the broadcast." Meanwhile, she sat beside him, thinking. Her mind was too simple and easily swayed. Using all his strength, he spoke. "All right, then I'll try my hardest to make up for any shortcomings." Viewers out there, comments started appearing in response. If Cassius said so, it's hopeless. If Loso gets bored, I'll go harass their channel. In the snowy mountains, he introduced the place they were heading to. "We're at Icebox here. It's famous for its harsh weather debuff that makes playing almost impossible." As he walked through the pine forest, he continued his introduction non-stop. "We came here by Dex's order to search for clues of a hidden mythic quest." But more and more doubts appeared in comments. Mythical quests. What the hell is he planning? Suddenly, a green compass appeared, revealing a secret. It turned out to be his power, tracking hidden secrets around the area. The search was successful. It pointed temporarily to the location of the clue found. Someone behind him spoke up. "We're in a cave now." A terrifying surge of power ran through, but he continued his introduction. "Something about this feels suspicious. It seems worth entering, but I'm not sure with the cold like this." More explanations and warnings appeared in comments. "Got it. With a setup like this, stepping in would instantly trigger the Z effect and freeze you. Even an Iron Paladin couldn't last 5 minutes here. Even if my character could handle it, I don't want to go to such cold places." He shivered from the cold and complained. The cold debuff was already unbearable. "We can't enter this place. What should we do?" Cassius asked him. "What's wrong with you? You came here without a plan to counter the cold debuff, right? Then you should have said sooner." She then threw her coat at him and said, "Put it on." The system kept reminding them, "Activate Helios leather armor effect." Ice resistance increased significantly. All negative effects were eliminated. He asked worriedly, "But what about you, Cassius?" She replied, "I'm fine. My ice resistance is second best." Hearing this, his face paled and he said, "Second best?" He shouted at her. "That level of skill is hard to achieve unless you're still using ice magic. How did you do that?" She calmly replied, "How do I increase my rank? HMM, right?" Cassius thought for a moment and then explained, "Just follow the master's training, it naturally increased." You immediately asked your master, "Who is this person?" GE, and curiously spoke from behind. "Cassius, master, I wonder what kind of person she is." And Jelena in front suddenly asked, "Oh, don't you know?" Then she happily explained, "Cassius, master is." But Cassius interrupted, explaining would be troublesome. The system announced again, granting a title. She then spoke and showed something. "Here, the disciple of King Dragon Cassius. Is this clear now?" He immediately paled and exclaimed, "The King of Dragons. Dragons are guardians of Arcadia, right? Like that, to win the world's #1 martial arts tournament, you need someone like this, right?" Comments and questions flooded in. A disciple of a King Dragon, an NPC can't be approached normally. How did she do it? A palace with a throne appeared. A thought emerged. A disciple of a King Dragon, an NPC can't be approached normally. How did she do it? Cassius asked behind him, still not understanding the situation. Thinking back, Angelina and Cruz seemed unaffected by the order. Angelina smiled brightly in response. "Just a little cold. When she reaches level 3 elemental speech, she will gain frost resistance. Similarly, the shaking ground isn't an issue. G.E. and kept warm with the fire element's power. Thanks to my character's fire blessing skill, I'm fine. As if a perpetual flame burned within me." Then he said something that made him shiver in the snow, privately thinking, only Daga is unusually weak, the rest are all strange creatures. He suddenly thought of casually directing some character midway. "Dex, what did you do with your hand?" Gondrian, golden and radiant, looked down at tiny Cassius, sternly saying, "From my observation, a considerable amount of time has passed, my subordinate. The successor to the Master of Arms title is here to meet me." He observed her resolute demeanor and approvingly commented, "Even when standing before this king dragon, those eyes never wavered, just like ours." Gondrian looked at Cassius still standing there, unshaken, curiously asking the frail human child, "Why do you want to become stronger?" Her eyes flashed with intent, and she gave a reason on par with one person. In her mind, she saw G.E.ing in his majestic form, wearing a flowing robe. Gondrian's eyes widened, recognizing that familiar figure. Suddenly, he roared loudly, emitting magical energy that Cassius struggled to withstand. After the magic transformation, he quickly turned into an elderly man, quite entertaining. Despite his strong resolve, why is someone harboring such a small dream? Very good. Size isn't an issue. Gondrian approached her, gracefully agreeing to help her achieve her goal. "I will impart my knowledge to you." As he spoke, he brought her to another location. Cassius doubtfully looked down at her feet. Meanwhile, people were entering the icy cave deeper with each step. The chill was so intense that his breath turned white. "You?" asked Angelina curiously. "Cassius is Long King's favorite student, so she must have met a dragon directly, right?" She laughed and retorted, "Curious, huh?" She happily continued her story. Cassius encountered the Dragon King during a quest. In Angelina's mind, she saw Gondrian in his majestic dragon form and the white-haired disciple. Excitedly, she said, "Her profession is a Master of Arms class. And it seems like the one who created that profession was Long King's favorite student." He received this information with great surprise, truly amazed. John casts a little magic, excited to give it a try. "How do we get like that? It sounds like something from a fantasy tale. I wish I could have an adventure like this too." She walks slowly, happily speaking up. "Right now, we're already quite noticeable compared to others." Angelina's eyes shine with anticipation and speculation. Who knows, maybe one day we'll run into a dragon if we keep getting stronger. The legendary creatures of Arcadia are all connected to dragons. Hearing her words, he imagines meeting the great dragon King Gondrian along with that mysterious magic. G.E. Angelina clutches her hand, excitedly agreeing with her idea. "Yes, let's hope for a day like that." Not long after, they enter the deepest part of the cave, where sharp stalactites grow upside down on the ceiling. Finally, they reach the giant sword embedded in the large platform. Angelina happily says, "We're here. This is a kind of ruin I've never seen before. Maybe we are at the right place?" As soon as they arrive, a beam of divine light from the sword echoes with a sense of forgetting. It spreads everywhere. Watching this scene, comments keep jumping up. "This is a secret tracking skill, isn't it? Doggo finally got one, right?" She's thrilled by the sight and exclaims how beautiful it is. Cassius immediately recognizes that this is an entirely different profession skill from its user. As ancient characters on the blade glow, the system announces acquisition of the Eternal Flame Relic, discovering a huge secret. Skill proficiency significantly increased, discovered history, received a relic from the Mythic era, confirmed a hidden secret beneath the ice. The ice column frigid, more clues collected, providing additional guidance. Eternal Flame Relic, divine flames burning brighter, seeing Doggo get the Eternal Flame. Zhang beams with joy and shouts loudly, "This fire! I feel Vulcanus energy there. It's like hope within reach." Kuquift observes and concludes that the temple owner might be Vulcanus. "We found this mission easier than we expected, huh?" The scenery changes. Sunlight appears in the cold, snowy mountain. Not long after feeling happy, he meets a tough opponent and curses loudly. "Damn it, they warned us not to underestimate them." Looking at these huge monsters blocking our path, Doggo complains hopelessly, "We're done here." These green-skinned, staff-wielding monsters from the Frost tribe are from level 295, and that boss with its skeletal body radiates a menacing aura. It's level 310 Cursed Maiden. The commentators are all agitated. It doesn't look like they were created to be captured. Just one ordinary frost monster would make a master knight. Haha. Cursed Maiden, a top-tier undead boss. This is insane. With the current situation, Doggo can only laugh and reluctantly give up on this mission. Guys, sorry for going off topic, but it seems we have to cancel this mission now. The commentators agree that his idea makes sense. They quickly approve a good decision. Clearing them is almost impossible. Haha. We tried our best, great effort. Doggo's skills are impressive too. This must be the developer's fault, but Cassius can't accept it. The Evai Vang steps forward to stop him. Listen, Doggo, you're giving up because of those monsters? He calmly replies, yes, for our team, defeating a level 300 monster is impossible. She confidently steps forward and takes on the task. Hold on, we'll handle them. Doggo is surprised and hurriedly stops her. Wait, hold on. Who you are, they're not afraid of you either. Without hesitation, she heads towards the Frost tribe. Cassius remains emotionless as he calls Angelina. Despite their fierce attacks, she calmly commands, let's fight. Angelina is excited and immediately launches powerful fireballs. Oh my, it's that kind of fighting again. Fireball, the fireballs emit a strange hissing sound as they appear. They fly straight at the Frost tribe, causing their teeth to fall out and cry in pain. Seeing the opportunity, she urges Cassius to provoke them. Following her, she quickly draws her glowing sword from its scabbard, changing weapons. She uses the crescent moon technique, swiftly slicing a sharp path. The commentators are amazed. Oh, crazy. Is that level 300 monster being torn apart? It seems like bypassing defenses and dealing massive damage in quick succession. Some Frost tribe members try to grab her, but she quickly changes weapons. Just as they almost catch her, she vanishes, leaving a thin cloud of smoke. Cassius appears above them, striking with his hammer, splitting them into two. The hammer breaks. Don't stay behind. Doggo marvels at how one strike down the monster, but if she kept the hammer like that, how would she dodge the next attack? She hovers with the hammer, looking down at the Frost tribe below. She immediately casts a bright magic spell and switches to another weapon, a secret technique of the King of Myriad Skills. Cassius launches a series of small swords at them, myriad weapons. In the dark, the blinding rays create a bright area. The tiny swords rain down on the Frost tribe with great force. After the attack, she gently lands and notices something unusual. There's something off. Seeing more monsters appearing, Cassius wonders if it's too difficult, but this number is excessive. She sighs, calculating how many she can cut through without feeling anything in her hands. Noticing the approaching Frost tribe, she realizes a high-level monster behind them. Suddenly, the Cursed Maiden's eyes glow with a pink light. Cassius understands it's her doing. A sudden realization dawns on her. Cassius smiles triumphantly. It was her all along. She leaped up, running back and forth between the cave walls, then turned into a bright golden beam. She grabbed that light, turning it into a powerful weapon. On this side, the ancient female demon's body emitted eerie dark aura. Across from her, Cassius unleashed an even stronger spell. When their spells collided, there was a terrible explosion, a fireball with 150 consecutive shots. In the cave, a thin layer of frost protected the ancient female demon, causing minimal damage. At this moment, Angelina took up her staff and calmly reminded her, in those 5 seconds, we need to finish before its vision recovers. Cassius immediately deployed Gondrian's spell, wide wings appearing along with ancient runes. She was extremely pleased, her eyes gleaming with excitement, laughing loudly, switching weapons, pushing limits. The mysterious ray above enhanced her attack, the heavenly dragon descending. A huge sword appeared straight down on where the ancient female demon stood, creating a terrifying shockwave. At this time, the machine had defeated all the guards blocking their path, discovering a mythic achievement, an entrance to an forgotten temple. A special key might be needed to break through the barrier, a valuable clue. More clues were provided, uncovering the path of an unknown god. Reporting this would shock the entire continent. Seeing Cassius unharmed and Angelina sitting calmly beside him, Many excited comments emerged, not just watching but actively chatting. But what was that amazing move Cassius used? It looked like a whole dragon, sounding so powerful. Ahaha, if you want it, go get it yourself. She looked down at her palm, sensing something wasn't right. Not yet, the movement was too loud. Dex probably handled everything smoothly. GE's imposing and sturdy back. The image was clear in her mind. She felt more at ease. Cassius' face showed confidence, silently affirming his thoughts. But we're here now. She approached the large heavy wooden door, thinking that this key would bring change to the world. System alert. Entrance to Vulcanus' final temple. Doggo clenched his teeth, pale face, sweat dripping down his face. Oh my god, I didn't expect this. Facing the imposing gate, he spoke in a low voice. We might not be able to enter here. Doggo replied, his face showing helplessness. Just then, Cassius' voice echoed from behind. What's happening? To open this large door, we need a key. Didn't you keep that artifact for this purpose? His eyes fell to his palm where the red stone glowed. HMM. Regarding that, besides the eternal flame we just received, it seems we need to more artifacts. The system interface lit up, showing 3 symbols, a burning flame in the middle, to others still locked by Sigma chains. Cassius leaned back with an annoyed sigh. Doggo turned to look. This journey will take longer than I thought. That's not the main issue. Doggo spoke. You haven't forgotten, right? Cassius! His hand gently placed there. The system's broadcast surface. We're live streaming, as Dex suggested. In an instant, comments flooded in. That means if we can't enter the ruins quickly, why can't they? It seems they lack artifacts. I'm level 200, wondering how much I could earn by going ahead and selling them. Isn't that a stone? Anyone want to join? This is a sweet free gift. Viewers who finish can become our rivals. The tension was unbearable. Doggo just put his hand on his head. It's my fault. As an explorer, I should have. Reject this live stream idea. Cassius stood coldly, arms crossed, ignoring Dex's frantic worry for him. Doggo, hair flying, his voice echoed. So we just need to rush into the ruins quickly, right? He walked slowly towards it. Angelina looked up at the large door in front and gently touched it. This door is quite big, but in front of him stood a huge door. It's just wood, right? As tension mounted, Doggo started to sweat. Cassius' voice echoed sternly beside him. Huh? Aha! That sounds right. Hold on. Don't tell me. Without further ado, Angelina swung her hand. A series of fire spells shot out fiercely. Fireball, firebolt, 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 fireball, fireball, fireball. The sword glinted as she drew it, her body leaping like a bolt of lightning, transforming into the king's fire weapon. A deafening explosion shook the sky and ground, a massive pillar of fire tearing through space, sweeping everything within several dozen meters. Fireballs. Behind them, Dex and Doggo were still processing when Cassius shielded them, his entire body blazing with magical flames. We'd be swept away if we're not careful. With a reproachful tone, Angelina turned around, holding the mace, her gaze turning to the back in dissatisfaction. She's always careless and doesn't think before acting. I don't want to hear those criticisms. With a smug smile, she approached as if showing off her victory. Aha, Doggo. I've always trusted you. Got it, understood. Half his face was hidden, only revealing a hint of a sly smile. This feeling is exhilarating, like we're on an adventure. Doggo thought to himself. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. This is why he quit his job and fully immersed himself in Acadia. A smile appeared under the battlefield beard as he was ready for the journey. Alright, this trip will be successful. In front of him, the door glowed with flames, but Doggo still advanced quietly, as if accepting whatever awaited beyond that door. As they stepped through the door, a sign appeared in midair, quickly displaying text. You have entered Vulcanus' final sanctuary. This is an unexplored relic. Proceed to explore for detailed information. Flames clearly visible on live stream lit up the atmosphere. Everything on screen was within his line of sight. Wait, they just tried breaking the door with fireballs. Did that work? After the broadcast ended, He paused and asked in a serious tone, "Elise, can you find any reason for this?" The doors were designed to withstand king-level magic. Elise glanced, then replied, confirming there was no issue with the entrance setup of Vulcanus' final temple. It cannot be destroyed by conventional means. With a casual demeanor, he put his hand in his pocket and began speaking. But if it could collapse so easily, are you saying the player is exploiting a game bug? She replied nonchalantly. The mentioned player combined various conditions to create this special situation. This cannot be considered a flaw in the game. The temple was designed to defend against high-level skills and attacks below certain damage thresholds. These are acknowledged as successful attacks. He touched his chin, lost in deep thought. This player destroyed the temple by casting 10,000 consecutive one-handed spells. The fireballs, combined magical effects, and continuous mana buildup made the door unable to withstand it. If what we see is true, then we have no choice but to recognize this as a clever strategy. Meanwhile, a system notification appeared before his eyes, a blue light spreading across space. Only one symbol was glowing among 3 squares. Initially, gathering information about the entrance took at least a year to understand these contents. At this rate, they will be busy working on the next major update without any issues. His eyes widened as if realizing something. The player's content exploration speed is too fast. Could the wandering lantern during chaos affect the players? Streams of light emerged from nowhere, enveloping him, if awakening something dormant within. In that instant, Jessica's figure appeared, exuding an aura that seemed to still the air around it. This time, Jenica is ready to make a move. Inside the silent temple, 3 people followed silently behind one leader, stepping carefully down into the water-filled path towards Vulcanus' inner sanctum. Each Roman letter moved under Daga's command, as if guided by magic, revealing an ancient, undecipherable text that had yet to be recorded. Report this to the Adventurers Guild for your usual share. The script will be logged in your expedition journal. It can't be decoded. That's not right. Frustrated by the meaningless symbols, he clenched his eyes shut and lowered his head, a look of frustration on his face. Damn it, even my secretary skills can't decode this. As Daga despaired and sat down, the 2 behind him continued their discussion, indicating things were not going well. Trust and wait, Daga is more reliable than we think. As he raised his arm, light emitted from his side, causing magical flames to dance in the air. When Debs held the object, mysterious flames rose up, hovering in midair. These blazing flames rushed straight into the massive open gate. Could it be that Vulcanus' divine energy is guiding us? Guided by the magical light, the 4 stepped through the door and entered silently, more than he expected. She's right. These ruins are often full of complex puzzles and traps. It's eerily quiet. Daga's mind was filled with lies, worries seeping into every breath. This is unsettling. In such cases, a strange trap at the end will be triggered. At the end of the stone path, an ancient statue appeared grandly, holding a sword planted in the ground as if marking a forgotten ritual. It seems this is the end of the temple. Walking down that path, he lost himself in thoughts, wondering if there were any hidden dangers or if it looked like a forge hall. Facing the statue, the 4 stood silently, unsure of what to do next. What should we do here? Someone finally spoke up. Great! As he touched the artifact, Dex said, though it can't compare to the grandeur of Dwarven, I didn't expect a place like this to exist here. Those words made Daga pause, his eyes wide with surprise. Clues, do you know anything about this place? Without hesitation, Dex answered firmly. All blacksmiths know of this place. It's a place everyone dreams of visiting once. The first flame flickered to life, followed by thousands more that blazed around them. We are in the heart of the forge. Before them stood an ancient, massive forge where flames had never ceased for centuries. A huge forge. Mythological forge. This forge symbolizes Vulcanus' eternal myth, the embodiment of fire and steel. It once had the power to melt even the hardest metals in its flames. The forge lost its strength and slept through many ages for unknown reasons. A hammer flew up, spinning around the raging red flame between a giant statue. You have uncovered Vulcanus ruins with clear signs of his presence. Mission completed. The divine resurrection has been erased. Vulcanus creation reacts to your sacred work. God Vulcanus awakens from his long slumber. Finally, you have arrived here. My first hammer. Suddenly, the statue's eyes glowed as it spoke, its voice silencing everyone. I knew of your encounter with me, your ceaseless perseverance and unyielding spirit, along with your passion for steel and fire. Witnessing the statue speak, Daga stood firm, his eyes shining brightly. You are truly the only one who can bring my divine essence back to this land. God Vulcanus. At this moment, flames moved, seizing the floating iron hammer and entering the world, creating exceptional weapons and armor that no one could match. Unite the dwarven clans and restore their prosperity in the Arcadia continent. The moment your praised hammer is raised across the continent, I will regain all my power and be fully resurrected on this land. Divine flames passed by, leaving a faint magical mark on his hand as a symbol of mythological magic. You are the first to receive the power of an enigmatic god. Level 10, you have obtained the power of the divine hand, divine strength. You've achieved the divine power blessing. Title, you've earned Vulcanus' sacred duty. Title, you've become Lund's prophet. Just as the symbol appeared, the system immediately displayed a golden notification, binding in midair. The task system has been added. The more tasks you complete, the stronger your divine power will be. Refusing to take on a mission may result in punishment. Mission: you've achieved Vulcanus' full resurrection. First mission: full resurrection of Vulcanus, the one who awakened the long-slept divinity, to make Vulcanus' heart beat again. Feel the power of the first hammer, and let its greatness resound. A tall, proud figure stands straight, looking ahead. So, do we need to reignite this giant forge? Then Deb stopped and looked up at her hand that was turned down. Flames suddenly burst into life. Yes, it seems like that. This mission doesn't seem to give me a choice. I think everything is going to well for my liking. Hand behind the back, hiding her embarrassment, Daga muttered. What should we do here, at this enormous scale? Unless a dragon comes and spews fire, it won't be easy to ignite. From the shadows, footsteps quietly appeared. In other words, we need to provide significant power, right? Angelina's face softened like a blooming flower. Fireball, I wonder how many shots are needed to light it up. Cassius quickly reached out his hand, stopping the smile that was about to appear on her lips. Hold on. You, don't tell me you're going to do that reckless thing again. Why is that reckless? Didn't it break the seal right from the start? Isn't that smart? Despite his unease, Cassius couldn't help but speak. Look here, Angelina, I know I shouldn't be saying this, but even playing has its rules. What if that forge is destroyed? Still, Angelina remained resolute. Well, it's not like we can lose everything anyway. If a mythical forge can't be broken by magic, why should ours? Helplessly surrounded, Cassius soothed his agitated mind. We're done for. As if the words themselves were sealed with Daga, emptiness spread. Wait, Angelina, you won't really do that, right? Ignoring all advice, Angelina still cast a spell, Firebolt, the 5-word phrase repeated continuously. Channeling all her strength, she delivered the final blow to decide everything. Fireball at its highest level. After finishing the attack, Angelina panted from exhaustion. Nothing is impossible in this game, that's what Dex taught me. Amidst the red-hot earth, where gods once struggled, for people stood facing the ancient Gensmith altar, the Eternal Forge now reactivated. This news spread throughout Arcadia. Heaven and Hell recognize Vulcanus' revival. All requirements for the large-scale update have been met. Large-scale update. The divine resurrection has been applied. A green notification appeared on the screen. Important announcement. Post-disaster script phase 2. Script 100 is proceeding. Helenia sighed and slapped her face. Well, it's finally come to this. She turned around and spoke to Elise. Elise, please share Minsu's current situation without invading his privacy. Elise checked the information panel. Yes, the top administrator has obtained access to Dreamer settings. There's a message that he will log into Arcadia in 13 hours. Helenia closed her eyes. So he finally logged in. I hoped at least he would avoid facing Dex directly. If Dex's current development level were involved, it would be impossible to defeat Mizu's character. She came up with many possible scenarios for the worst-case scenario. In just one move, Dex's character could win. Worried, she asked Elise to predict long-term scenarios excluding Dex's player survival and what events might occur based on this situation. Elise followed orders, presenting potential outcomes, confirming commands, implementing a hypothetical script prediction based on those variables. The Night of Destruction, Bloody Festival. Hell on Earth, releasing forbidden seals, human arrogance, dragon rage, complete scenario. Prediction finished. She added, removing that variable, Acadia would be completely destroyed within at least 2 months and up to 5 years. Helena forced a smile. Indeed, she said it would be fully destroyed. She added, why did you set those post-crisis scenarios? If not for them, we wouldn't have to worry so much. Elise replied, extracting results from the database. To avoid the game getting boring, a huge threat is necessary in Half the Stars. Fear of ending will bring joy to users. These are the views of top administrators. Helena folded her arms and said with pride, but isn't that idea too crazy for him to play as the last one? Helena's expression changed, showing concern. Ellis, even if Arcadia goes down this path of destruction, Minsu won't even glance at it, right? Elise replied, analyzing trends from top administrators. Instead of continuing user services, he would likely choose to end the service for his own reasons. Helena looked sad. That's right. I believe in it, Acadia's infinite potential and freedom. Helena smiled softly. She held out her hands. Ellis, let's go all out. Elise asked back. She said go all out. Helena added, let's see who will decide Acadia's future. Will it be Minsu or Dex? She smiled and said, no matter what you think, I believe Dex is a better player. Elise showed Helena a wide-angle view. The revival of Divinity had been applied, playing an animated video related to this. Freezing time in Arcadia to watch the video. Dex's face appeared. He smiled and said he did it. Breathing out, only empty space existed in the world. Among the vastness of the universe, a glowing figure stood alone on Earth, emitting an enigmatic green light. Rays from his body spreading strange energy throughout the space. Father, standing alone in this meaningless void, created the world tree within this empty space. Then a glowing sapling emerged, symbolizing new life or power rising, and countless magical flames spread like sparks. Thus, Arcadia was born. In an era where his father's power spread across the world became happier and more peaceful, more beautiful than ever before, a magnificent land with endless rolling hills and vast green forests stretching endlessly. But this peace didn't last long. The owner of the Black Bone suddenly appeared one day, the oldest darkness. The moment we saw him, we knew he was on par, no, perhaps even more powerful than Father, and he is our enemy and siblings. A tall dark figure emerged against a red backdrop like hell. He had no face, a powerful body in purplish black terror. The hand of that creature, large and purple with intense energy, held a thick black sphere deep as a black hole sucking the surrounding light. When he touched us, our existence was gradually erased. So from the start, we never existed. Excessive prosperity is our sin. This black sphere is slowly engulfing space. We intruded too deeply into the world's laws, breaking cosmic balance with creatures. Finally, we trespassed beyond the oldest darkness. Father mourned our destruction but could do nothing. Father hugged his face and cried. Father's tears fell. He could only plead for us. He shouted, my son, guardian of light and justice, protect paradise. Erase all traces of those who lost their names. All to satisfy the owner of the Black Bone, who came due to our excessive greed. For us, bear the sin. Michael's tears flowed down. If that was Father's wish, I will gladly obey. The purge began. She flew up with enormous wings. In her hand, she held a massive staff. Those who remember and follow those who become false gods have fallen with their blood and traces erased. But we, those who recall the warmth of light, do not give up. Even in the deepest darkness, a spark of light emerges. And now, a man surrounded by a beam of light shouts, I, the steel and fire overlord, Vulcanus, have risen again in this Akkadian land. Blackbone declares, humanity, worship, dwarves, praise, the divinity that has returned, seek it out, find the traces of your lost brothers. You will prosper under the great divine power. The evil eyes of Blackbone seem to want to kill everything. Cultivate strength to face the darkness. In the brightest era, the deepest darkness will reappear. He continues, prepare. The last sons of Father Panrin, the solemn-faced man. Please protect Arcadia from the oldest ancient darkness, Asura. Ellis announces the video viewing session has ended. Time freeze ends. Update complete. Part 2, The Revival of Divinity. Become secret disciples of divinity and restore the ancient divine state. Ancient records have been confirmed as erased. Title, You've achieved the seeker of world secrets. Comments appear. What's this? Asura? The ancient divine state? Are you crazy? So according to the video, there are many beings like Vulcanus. Did you see any faint lights in the video? They spread across the entire Arcadia continent. How can we replay it? Can anyone retrieve it? Many comments appear, but is restoring the ancient divine state really okay? Why? It's good to restore. We'll also receive hidden sex. Are you guys crazy? So Asura will also be revived. That's right, we should be careful. Live stream is on. Dex grins maliciously. Alright, everyone, did you hear that clearly? Everyone gets excited for Dex. DEXFC, 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 KIAA. Dex continues, that name is the ambush monster. Next we'll take it down. Dex's eyes widen. Thinking about it makes me so excited. A global ambush where all Arcadia users will participate together. I want to meet him as much as possible. Won't everyone help? He extends his hand, blackened face. Find them and revive them, the ancient divinity. The night city with bright lights stretching across buildings and streets. Clear night sky, streetlights and high-rises create a bustling urban space. Modern, the light from buildings reflecting brightly shows the city is alive even at night, full of vitality. Minso holds his phone. Ha ha. What's this live stream nonsense? Dex, are you really crazy with that hand? You laugh, it's starting to get concerning. I wonder if I can handle the villain role for this hand. Ellis announces again, Arcadia, System Administrator Authority granted, Asura confirmed access. Welcome to Arcadia. May your journey be fulfilling. 2 years since its official launch, Arcadia, a modern role-playing game, has become part of people's daily lives worldwide. With new and impressive content and widespread promotion, the number of active players has surpassed 2.4 billion and continues to steadily increase. As it gains more recognition, the revenue and market penetration grow rapidly. It exploded like a tidal wave, surpassing all initial expectations. This statistic chart soar continuously, like an arrow piercing the night sky, proving that the world is changing. Unprecedented success. Like an upgraded virtual reality, it brings players to a new space, a new world. It's not just filling emotional voids, but building a world where anything seems possible. Experts believe the reason for its success lies in its ability to provide values that real life lacks. So far, users continue to log into Arcadia. This world offers things reality cannot. A completely different reality. A place where humans are not their own version of this world. There they live, breathe, and become the best versions of themselves, and Arcadia grants value to its users. Each person has their own reason, ideal, and unique desire. For some, it's just for fun, pure joy to pastime. They seek Arcadia as a game, where they can do things they couldn't in real-life adventure, breaking boundaries. For others, it's wealth and fame, by intelligence, skills, and perseverance, reaching power and recognition they never had before. And for some, Arcadia is love, where their hearts race, holding hands amidst fierce battles, listening to declarations of love among fluttering petals. But for many more, Arcadia isn't just entertainment, wealth, or romance, it's life itself. They live in Arcadia as if it's the only real world left. When returning to an empty room filled with trash and coldness, All they have is a glowing blue cocoon where they still feel alive. The dreamer lid opens. Green light shines outside. He slowly sits up, his gaunt frame from lack of food. Has it been that long since the last meal? Not eating for 2 days is a limit. He clutches his empty stomach. Hungry, he needs to find something to eat and log back in. Standing up, he looks at the messy room with empty cans and trash everywhere. There's nothing edible amidst this chaos. Right, food is all gone. His face sunken from 2 days without eating, his eyes dull as green light hits him. He turns around, looking back towards the door of the room. Should he go out and buy some food? The thought flashes, but he can't decide. Finally, he turns away from the door, afraid to step out into the world today. After eating and having 2 slices of pizza left in the box, he sits back in the virtual reality room, looking at himself. He grabs his wrist and realizes how much weight he has lost. I've lost quite a bit of weight. It's understandable with so many days spent in Dreamer. A thought briefly comes to mind about how neglected he's been, but he pushes it away. It's okay in Arcadia. Weight is one of the few things that can be adjusted. Log back in. The Dreamer lid closes and he logs into Dreamer, returning to Arcadia where he feels like he belongs. Connecting with Arcadia, a notification pops up. Finally, he successfully logged in as the savior of Chenji Village and Moss, with flowing hair, strong body, bright face, and sparkling eyes. Different from his neglected body in the real world, a red round scarf on his neck. Wearing sturdy armor. This should last a few more days at least. He smiles contentedly with what he has. Time for a new day? The notification shows current location. Chenji Village, a village with golden rice fields, houses roofed with thatch, and hills in the background. NPCs quickly welcome him to their village. A man with a straw hat and burlap bag greets him cheerfully. Hello, Moss, the imposter. A woman carrying a head of grain also greets him. Good morning. From young to old, everyone, even children, greet him warmly. A boy with a bright smile approaches. Greetings, Mr. Imposter. An elderly lady holding a basket of bread thanks him. Would you like some bread? Everywhere he goes, whether young or old, men or women, all welcome him. Hello, hero. Thank you. Nice to meet you. He sits under a tree to analyze the current situation. This is Chenji Village, a small village on the western edge of the second continent. He remembers not long ago encountering a level 78 monster that had been attacking and deceiving villagers in the village for some time. By chance, he passed by and defeated 2-headed level 78 monsters. It has been continuously attacking this village for a long time. Although it doesn't fit the design level of this area, according to Arcadia standards, it's not a particularly strong monster. He takes a bite of bread, staring into space. Of course, NPCs don't know about that. Thanks for nothing. Because of that, he earned the title of Chenji Village Savior, Moss. This made him easily become this village's hero. A god reborn surrounded by flames with glowing eyes. Information pops up in front of him. He carefully reads and processes it to prepare for his next plan. The divine resurrection begins from Vulcanus. The incident happened. The main plot of Arcadia has progressed. That's why the atmosphere is so tense now. A figure appears on the screen, but his face is unclear. At the center of everything is Dex. This player never stops causing chaos to manipulate Arcadia as he pleases. He stared at the image of Dex on the screen for a long time. After a while, he decided to put it aside. It's not really relevant to me. Sunlight filters through the trees, and the vast blue sky in this peaceful setting makes me give up on living properly. Even in this game, Arcadia, the game has changed everything for me. A different world with limitless potential and freedom, enticing yet deceptive words. I remember my past self, a slightly chubby guy who was lured by those alluring invitations to spend his savings on Dreamer. At first, I was deeply enchanted by that phrase and spent all my saved money buying Dreamer. You see the mix of surprise and slight worry in his eyes. It's the hope he put a lot of money into for a small chance at being different, hoping maybe there he could be someone else. So he started immersing himself in this virtual world until he reached level 137 with the nickname Shadow Assassin. I played very diligently and was even in the top 200 on the first continent, achieving a hidden profession. But the results were still the same, Moss thought. He couldn't escape his own shadow in this real world either. It didn't achieve what he had hoped for at first. Whether in the real or virtual world, he couldn't fit in with others. A fictional game world, hidden professions, none of them matter. Even here, there are still people, and once again, I can't fit in with them. Then an old man with white hair approached him. He's Lucas, the village chief of Shei. Moss, you're here. Moss looked up at him. Village chief, good morning. He extended his hand towards Moss. I searched everywhere for you. I have something to discuss with you. Something to discuss. He repeated Lucas's words with a bit of surprise and curiosity. Lucas gently stroked his beard and smiled at him. NPCs are good because they're not real people. Their attitudes change just based on a normal title, so I don't need to worry about what they think of me. If you're really curious, I can just check their goodwill level. He kept talking nonstop as per the pre-programmed storyline. You know the mountain behind our village is at the energy boundary of the range, right? There's an unusual presence reported in that forest area. I think it would be good to listen to advice from a real adventurer like you. So if it doesn't bother you, could we? He kept going on and on. It's simple enough to talk. If your response matches the pre-written script, they'll leave. Lucas looked at him with hopeful eyes, waiting for his reply to continue the story. Moss, he said, what are you worried about? Lucas asked. This caught him off guard a bit. Why? What do you mean? Lucas was taken aback by his reaction and quickly explained. You see? I don't know how to explain it further. I just sigh. I'm sorry. Moss continued sitting under the tree listening as he had from the start. It was strange thinking that a person like him would stay in this village for so long. The village they live in is just an ordinary village like any other, so usually after completing tasks in a village, travelers would leave. But Moss stayed here longer, making him curious. I was very uncomfortable saying that as the village chief, but Jeju isn't a place for long-term forest adventurers, especially not for someone as strong as you. His voice lowered, leaving off his sentence before continuing. So I thought about the reason. You listened intently, perhaps just wanting to rest in this village for a while. He smiled gently and raised his hand slightly before continuing. I'm not sure why someone of your level as an adventurer would feel that way. Maybe you were deeply hurt by others. After hearing him ask, Moss hesitated, unsure how to respond. Village chief, Lucas saw this and quickly comforted him. Oh, it's fine. You don't need to say anything. I said that not to answer. He looked up as Lucas continued speaking, seeming like you enjoyed being alone, so I tried not to interfere unnecessarily, but in the end, I made a mistake. Lucas smiled kindly, his warm smile even more than the sun's rays on a cold winter day. Moss, I am deeply grateful for what you did. Not just him, everyone here feels that way too. Everyone sees it like this. The wind howled through the trees as Lucas continued. I want you to know this is genuine. He turned and prepared to leave. This village will be fine even if you leave. So don't hesitate when you want to go, and feel free to return whenever you wish. Everyone will wait for you. Before leaving, he gave Moss some final advice. I'll try to resolve the previous consultation on my own. Alright, goodbye. Moss quickly reached out to grab him, but it was too late. He stubbornly watched as he disappeared before his eyes. Moss left the game and returned to the real world. Those feelings lingered even after leaving the game. He touched his hair, trying to calm down after returning to reality. A light laugh escaped his lips. Ha ha. He touched his beard, the gaunt face and previous expression gone. It looked much better now. How long has my beard grown? I should get it shaved off. In the evening of the Chezi village in the game world, under the tree where Moss had sat, something brightened up. The red light grew stronger and brighter with each passing second. Red lightning began to appear, illuminating the quiet darkness. A blood-red eye appeared, wide open, glowing like a ruby. The system displayed continuous warnings around it in red, indicating critical importance and post-crisis scenarios. Scenario 001 Activate Mechanism. Search for the oldest achievement related to ancient darkness. Alice floated in midair, trying to regain control of what was happening. Achievement Death. Death has been confirmed. Search for users associated with this achievement. Confirm user Moss. Alice's eyes widened as a purple amethyst-shaped icon appeared in her eyes, designating this individual as level 1 target. In the dark space, under the strange lights and glowing aura, Moss stood under the watch of an enormous eye. The morning sun illuminated his room, but it was no longer messy with empty cans. It had been cleaned up. He returned to the game and lay in Dreamer, his face now clean-shaven and fuller. A notification quickly appeared for a new mission. Mission: help prepare a small village outside Che for the festival. Reward: 10 fresh baked loaves of bread and 3 bottles of light beer. That evening, the Chezi village hosted a festival with flames dancing around as couples danced and men enjoyed their beers. Lucas sat beside him, smiling at the happy villagers, thanking him. Moss, I heard you helped organize the festival for the village. Moss was silent for a moment before replying. There's nothing to it. We always help each other, you know? Lucas looks surprised when he says that. He cheerfully pats him on the back and speaks loudly. Check his expression. You've changed. Everyone in the village is happy to see Moss looking better. Moss stammers a bit in response. Really? A smile appears on his lips as he looks at Lucas. He turns away slightly before speaking. Village leader, sir. I plan to leave the village tomorrow. He tightens his wrist as he continues. I want to start over from scratch. Everything. The village leader turns towards him when he says this. I'll visit often and hope you still care about me. Lucas smiles at his decision. That's right. Very sound thinking. An adventure should always be full of excitement. A toast is raised as Lucas cheers. He's proud of Moss for daring to step out of the safe zone and explore new lands. Cheers for Moss' new journey. Smiles appear on their faces as they celebrate Moss, their hero. He smiles brightly in the moment. He's very happy that everyone supports his decision. Moss returns to reality, sitting at Dreamer with a thoughtful expression. A light smile after everything that happened. Thank you for creating Arcadia. Because it gave me a place to return to, right? It's nighttime now, stars shining brightly in the sky. The white castle of the Holy Kingdom still lit up. A red-haired boy is wearing armor before him. The solemn man sits on the throne. Your Holiness, I report to you on the political situation between continents. He's the heaven sword of the Holy Kingdom Igadiel. He begins his report with a serious face towards the one called His Holiness, as predicted by the saint. Before the merger event, we confirmed the existence of other holy kingdoms like ours in different continents. He also replied that he was Pope Imai, clearly just as the saint had foreseen. Of course, just like the revival of the World Tree and the land merger. Igadiel presents a scroll bound by a single red string. This is a letter from the Holy Kingdom Brethren. After confirming the existence of the deity, they were very happy and vowed to be loyal to our Holy Kingdom. Pope Imai was surprised by this. Oh, despite so much time passing, they can still maintain such steadfast faith. That's wonderful. His eyes narrow slightly as he continues. What about the heretics? Igadiel frowns a bit. That too was foreseen by the saint. Their ice wall has been broken down by the surrounding flames. The temperature contrast caused it to shatter into many pieces. The eternal ice seal in the drifting iceberg has shattered. The dwarves are appearing everywhere, gathering together using fire to break the just broken ice wall. Their faces show clear hostility. Unhappy with the revival of the fire and steel holy relic, we've noticed strange movements from the dwarven people in many places. According to the information received, they are preparing to abandon their hiding place. The situation is becoming tense as Imai hears about the strange actions of the Lun people. Not just the dwarves, but also Conray, Aiden, and even goblins. Igadiel loudly reports the current urgent situation. Your Holiness, before the evil heretics plunge the world into chaos again, we need to eliminate the Holy Sword. Please order the release of the Absol beasts. Imai considers his request quietly, weighing the pros and cons before making a decision. He finally makes a solemn decision. No, we can't be certain yet. For now, let's ignore them. Agudil is surprised by His Holiness' decision. Who are those people? Why are they on the mountain? While moving, she accidentally stepped on a dry branch, which made it snap and create noise. Ninhun quickly noticed this and turned towards the source of the sound. HMM. The girl was shocked to realize she had been discovered. He swiftly used his power to create an enormous hand that lunged at her with incredible speed. Its light enveloped her. It's called the Hand of Faithful Judgment. By the time she could react, it was very close and there was no time to retreat. The hand clutched her, suspending her in midair. He began questioning her. Who are you? Give me your name. She trembled as she begged, please spare me. Explorer, I just happened to pass by. PC girl's name is Reina and she's just an ordinary herb gatherer. He was a bit disappointed upon realizing this. What? Just another ordinary PC? He shrugged. The investigation order has been updated. Please check related information. System information appears beside him. He glanced over to read the order. A smile tugged at his lips as he finished reading it. What? Hey, that fake old pope. He quickly released Vina and ordered her. Hey, is there a nearby village? Take us there quickly. Vina looked up at him in confusion. Huh? Why are you coming to our village? He leaned down, his eyes glowing with malice as he had an evil intent. We have something to do there, by the will of God. The mission is to investigate a sealed sacred site, a very suspicious and ominous place, but a naive herb gatherer witnessed its existence. Those who could spread secrets are in eternal slumber under a deep intoxication to protect the peace of the continent, to prevent innocent lives from being sacrificed. Will you accept to have your hands stained with blood, destroying the village Chezi near the sacred site? Special mission, absolute silence. Additional reward will be given if you successfully kill all PCS in the village. Ma stood motionless before the village he had once protected, those he trusted, and which was his source of motivation. Everything was destroyed by a fierce fire. His eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw, not wanting to see it. Not wanting to believe it. What is this? Those red eyes appeared again, targeting Moss this time. Moss rushed into the unending flames, his face filled with worry and unease. Upon entering the village, Moss stood amidst the fires, shouting loudly. Is anyone there? Ken Raynor, the village leader. Moss's face was drenched in sweat. It must be hot. He frantically searched around. His voice started to tremble. Please, anyone? Please! Suddenly, a voice called out his name. Moss! He quickly noticed the village leader lying weakly between some rice sacks. Moss shouted loudly. Village leader. Behind Moss was the raging fire still burning unceasingly. He frantically kept repeating. What's going on? What's going on? Hold on. Let me find Sister Liu for you. Seeing you so agitated, the village chief said with trembling voice. Moss, run! He reached out his hand towards you. The chief was covered in blood. Suppressing the pain, the village chief spoke. These fake adventurers from the church. Everyone in the village. All of them. Images of innocent villagers being brutally killed in flames flashed through his trembling hands. You were in danger too. Hurry, hide. Hearing that, Moss' face paled again. He asked back in shock. The church, why would they do this to the village? It seemed the village chief could barely hold on anymore. Knowing this, he said, I'm sorry, I want to tell you something more. Moss knelt before the village chief to try and hear more. Unfortunate system messages appeared. NPC Lucas, chief of Chechi, has died. You can no longer communicate with this NPC. Moss' eyes began to well up with tears. Why are you so jealous? His face was still shattered in shock. Thoughts raced through his mind. Why? In front of him were 5 men. They seemed to be the ones responsible for this. Flames were everywhere, red against the sky. How did this happen? Moss' eyes grew sharper. The pain was no longer visible in those eyes. He silently thought he would kill them all. Moss looked at his own hands. You killed them. All of them. I will find out everything. With my own hands. The giant eye from before stared down at Moss as he held his face. His eyes were wide with anger. The system message turned red. Original Death is looking at you. The system continued to announce, Young Seeker of Vengeance, I will assist the Avenger. Moss' face froze when he heard the system announcement. I will support the one who seeks retribution. Suddenly, a giant circle of fire formed before Moss. The system continued to announce, you have received the secret of Mount Uro. The secret of Mount Uro, the deity's evil spirit sleeping beneath it wants to test you. Young Seeker of Power, answer the call of choose. You have found the ruins where original death lies. Moss stood in shock, no room for hesitation. His hand slowly approached the evil fire, just as long as it gave him the strength to seek retribution. Standing before that circle of fear, Moss extended his hand forward. Thoughts raced through his mind. He didn't care who or what it was. Moss stepped over the terrifying circle of flames, leading to where the demon dwelled. A dark and cavernous place. In front of him stood the demon. The system appeared, allowing you entry into the ruins, the first of death, the resting place of death. The demon spoke softly, I didn't expect someone to come straight here. This is unexpected. It began enthusiastically introducing itself. A very eerie face, greeting the adventurer, I am Death, the first of death. Before it could finish you, Moss cut him off mid-sentence. Mo silenced him. Why? That damn devil is so stupid. He asked back. Why? Moss's face drooped as he spoke. Why choose us? Lift your head up. His eyes became lifeless. Now, I don't have time to waste. If you can't get straight to the point, I'll leave. The devil's face remained swollen as he spoke endlessly. After Moss finished speaking, Death responded immediately. Kek kek kek. If you could see yourself now, you wouldn't say that. Nah. Alright, let me answer. The tricky devil raised a finger and spoke with a mad laugh. First of all, death is fair to everyone. That fairness happened to choose you guys. Han extended two fingers and continued speaking. Second, the devil continued. I think you will be able to complete my request without hesitation. Moss's face turned serious. You asked the devil back. The request. Stand in front of Moss. The devil jumped again. Yes, I will give you strength to avenge your death. In exchange, this is truly terrifying. The devil spoke with madness, laughing like a madman. Bring death to this world, to Acadia, for the benefit of the oldest ancient darkness. Day of Asur. Moss processed the information silently, his eyes wide in disbelief at what he had just heard. Moss stood there, the gate behind him was still open. The system notification appeared, stating that he had completed the Uro Mountain secret and gained Mundo's authority and life. Primordial Death designated you as Mundo. You have become an agent of reincarnation, gaining authority and a new life. Your quest has been added to your system. Moss thought to himself, system quest, so this is the mandatory task to gain Mundo's power. The system notification continued. Quest, in the name of Mundo, bring death to those who deserve it. Execution targets, Shinhen, Babayetu, Agatha, Halamuli, Resvati Kang. Standing before the system, Moss fell into deep thought about the names of those who deserved death. The images of the villagers being killed flashed through his mind, meaning these were the ones who attacked Chezi village. Mundo's twisted smile appeared as he read the lines with a self-mocking tone. Interesting. Deal with urgent matters first, right? I will repay this favor with unwavering loyalty. He raised his sword. Like a true devil, eyes filled with hatred, he continued reading Primordial Death. Such a beautiful sword. Just looking at it makes you feel like a demon. The system notification appeared. Authority and life energy transferred to your equipment. Divine weapon, dying breath sound effect. Special effect, upon successfully executing the finishing move with a dying breath sound effect, the target will die near the Ori mountain range close to Chezi village. Somewhere else, those who had killed the villagers were sitting around a campfire. Shinhen spoke with satisfaction. Well done everyone, thanks to you. We even completed the special task Babayetu. Agatha chimed in. but it was just empty dialogue, short and sweet. Yeah, no big deal, not that hard, nothing too complicated. Agatha added, however, our youngest member had some trouble finding the last PC debt. Resvati King scratched his head like he had lice. It's good they didn't resist, but they just kept running away, making them hard to find. Shinhan raised his hand and said thoughtfully, now we need to report back to the headquarters to complete this task. Let's hurry to the transfer gate when dawn breaks. Of course, I'll cover the cost. You've been hit by a deadly toxin. Ninehorn saw his subordinate injured and immediately got up to attack, looking like a fierce tiger. You dog. Where did you pop out from suddenly? What are you doing? He threw a move that sent a gigantic hand crashing down towards the mosque, a hand of judgment. Moss countered with an equal move. Eat and pay up. Eat a spring roll. He quickly launched his own attack. But first by mouth. Fake it. Just as Ninehorn's hand seemed to be choking the kid, Moss used a feint move to dodge, surprising him and making him drop his guard. He thought to himself, dodged. This is a skill that guarantees success. Ninehorns cursed in his mind. Tight. Like a rat. That's why I hate the assassin system. He angrily turned around and shouted at Agatha. Agatha, what are you doing? Speed up his recovery. Below, Agatha placed her hand on the fat Baba Yetu's wound as he sobbed in pain, but she was helpless and screamed to the boss, Chairman. I've been trying for so long, but holy magic has no effect at all. Babayatu looked like a fool, his eyes bloodshot as he struggled to look at Moss and the turtle. Damn it, you dog. I remember your username now. What's he jealous about? That. The fat man's eyes gradually grew dim. Actually, they were getting blurry due to the toxin making his face red as blood. He struggled to say a few more words. Log in again, I will definitely do it. That demon named Death or something is hiding somewhere. Yet he still knew what was happening with those 3 Beta-2. He sneered maliciously. 1. The system interface appeared. Game over. You have died. Authority to consume the soul of a player's life. Primordial death, seal the blessing of immortality. 3 Beta-2 has returned. Cycle of rebirth. Senior member 3 Beta-2 left the guild. Ninehorn's face started to turn pale when he saw the system interface in front of him. He wondered, what's this notification about? And the guild right now. He raised his hand towards the system interface without knowing why. Thinking hasn't ended yet. I need to contact those who are offline. Huh? Why isn't he on my friends list? Ninehorn's face turned green with some kind of discomfort. He was worried. What's going on here? Agatha and that knight in his team also joined the fight. Moss still stood there. Ninehorns looked at everything before him, stunned. What is happening? With just a few slashes, Moss quickly defeated 2 of Ninehorn's subordinates. He really turned into a demon to punish them. The system screen kept appearing in front of Shinhan. Agatha and Resvati King had left the guild. Shinhan was stunned by this reality. How could Agatha and Resvati King leave? Seeing Moss rushing like a bolt, he was worried. Something wasn't right. Realizing Moss's terrifying strength, he screamed while running away. Ninehorn widened his eyes, thinking of the shameless act. He almost became a high-ranking priest. He couldn't die here. As he turned around to see if Moss was chasing him, Moss appeared right in front of him, so fast it was like calling him Grandpa. Moss's angry eyes stared at him, leaving only himself behind. Ninehorn fell flat on the ground, quickly crawling backward, trying to block Moss the Nail with his hand. He shouted loudly, go away, stay far from me. What are you? Who are you? Why did you do this to us? Moss looked at him coldly. He said, I don't know what to say. For a trash like you, all the people of Chezi must die in pain. Ninehorn quickly defended. Chezi and those people were just PC debts. Shinhan was confused. He stared at Moss's face with wide eyes. Don't tell me you're the one avenging those NPCs? What the heck is this? We are just a bunch of data. And that's it, blood started flowing again. With the system screen showing, critical hit, you've taken heavy damage, abnormal condition, you're bleeding heavily. 9han's arm, which was like a 9H face, suddenly broke off. The system kept reporting non-stop. Abnormal condition. You are affected by the severed nerve. 9han screamed in pain. Ouch! My hand! It's gone! 9han immediately went into a fighting stance. I was so scared I peed my pants. He quickly begged Moss for mercy. Please stop. I'll die. If I die, my contribution points will disappear. Moss looked at the figure standing in front of him holding his severed hand. Those people, to them, they are just PC debts. But to me, they are a precious family worth more than anything. 9han continued shouting. Ha, you're crazy. He shouted, you're only playing this game for family with those PC debts. Lucky I'm blind, right? Moss's face showed a mix of disgust and disdain. 9han continued talking non-stop. You're telling me I have to die because of that garbage? Don't make me laugh. Crazy. Oh my god. What the heck are you cursing about, you guy? 9han broke TikTok community rules with a shocking curse. Damn it. I remember your ID now. As soon as the death penalty expires, I'll come back and kill you immediately. Blood flowed again profusely. Someone was about to die. 9han died instantly, not even able to finish his plea. The system must be furious. Why did it keep showing me if I didn't pay? The power of death corrupts the soul of a player. The primal death devours eternal blessings. Sun returns to the cycle of rebirth. Moss looked into the void and said, Village chief and villagers, can you see this? He smiled contentedly as he avenged them. Don't feel pain anymore. Rest in peace. The red moonlight shone brightly in the silent night sky. Please follow me. Moss chuckled darkly to himself. I'll tear down this ruthless cult with my own hands. In another dimension, a mysterious man spoke to himself. It seems he knows what's going on with Moss too. Ha! The first target was way too easy. This guy acts fast. I like that. He sneered maliciously again. The game has started. What should we do next? In another scene, Al gasped and called out someone's name. Dex. She was so worried she was sweating. Oh my god. Holy Empire. I didn't expect to be enveloped by that aura. In Siglong, the lair of Kopenha. With a smug grin, you're just daydreaming about pleasing your master with something. Hello, my lord. Just this once. Can you give a special lecture in the demon realm? Out of respect for our long-standing relationship. You keep fluttering around Dex and jumping non-stop. Screw your master. Does he mind or not? The kids are all waiting for you. Just this one time. Consider it a contribution of talent. Dex is fuming. You're cursing the kid again. What did you say? No, right? Why are you asking so much? Yo stood up suddenly and spoke. Yes, Mr. Dex. She looked extremely anxious as she said, I can't explain in detail, but can we visit the Holy Empire? Hearing this, the little guy jumped with excitement. Yeah, Holy Empire Asia. Dex didn't immediately reject Loli's suggestion, but asked back. Why? Is that kid in there? Did you notice something? Hold on, this is. Memories returned as Io whispered from inside Dex's cloak. Mr. Dex, are you going to save that child now? Dex asked the girl again. What's wrong, Io? The little one spoke excitedly. I can't explain it clearly, but in my eyes. Is Michael sensing something too? Back to reality. Elle and the little devil were arguing fiercely, Al shouting first. Hey, don't say you won't go to the demon realm just because you don't like traveling. Don't be petty about it. You're not a little angel either. She shouted back at Ku, shut up if you know nothing. This isn't important right now. They continued arguing. Al said, be quiet. Are you really an angel? Death is tired. He held out his hands and asked Io. So, what's the current issue? Io returned to a worried tone. I'm not sure exactly. Just. Thon Lantan jumped into the conversation. Oh my god, if you don't know, who else would? Don't get so worked up. Io's face is already high enough. If you're not an angel, she'll give you a good beating. Arthesa can be beaten like any other angel. After giving Tana Yu on the head, She continued, in the revelation of karma and destiny, it told me that a big and ominous storm is coming to the Holy Empire. Al said worriedly, such a major karmic event has never appeared since the last Holy War. Hearing this, both Tan and Dex paused for a moment. Alright, Dex softly decided, I'm not part of the Holy Empire. Seeing this, Al was surprised. Really? Dex continued, this karmic prediction seems interesting. He suddenly smiled lightly, but Death said happily to himself, I don't know what to do. Hearing that, Al was shocked. Realizing something, Al thought, hold on, not just the big and ominous storm, it's about Death. Death clenched his hand again, laughing like a fool and happily said, ha-hee, finally got to bite into one. Wonder if I can get new support. What I meant was new player. Al fell into deep thought, definitely not. If the situation is really serious, I'll try to intervene. For the first time in his life, Michael avoided the truth. Not long after, a post caught the attention of Arcadia users worldwide. The main character player slammed the table and yelled loudly, I don't know how the company managing this party handles customer information anymore. Ninehun appeared as just another game character, level 182. My character was deleted, the high-level priest character I invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in. His eyes tightened with anger. Not only me, but all the characters of other members were completely deleted after being killed by a user named Moss. Moth appeared through the player's whiny voice. I don't know exactly what he did, but somehow he breached Arcadia's security system. I immediately requested confirmation from the game company, but they only said it was a legal result of the game system. More and more comments were appearing. Delete character. So annoying. They must have spent a lot of time and money on this. Do you believe them? Clearly, they're lying. Haha, just enough to get views. But if that's the case, it means someone could delete characters with skills or items in the game, right? That's a bit scary. If there were such users, they would have been famous long ago. I've never heard of Moss before. Just for views. Forget it. Contrary to the hope that this was fake, after this video, many users started experiencing similar issues. I'm reporting a user named Moss. Please help, my character has been deleted. They all died at the hands of Moss for unknown reasons. And they were all wholly related professions. As concerns grew, users noticed the live stream. In the live stream, Moss was getting closer with a terrifying aura. He laughed in a sinister way and said, don't feel too unfair, holy congregation people. This is just a game. We use the game system. Resistance is futile and we have no intention of stopping. He now stood up, his face like that of an animal, saying until the day I meet Imai, the Pope of the Holy Empire. Zia-In sat in front of the screen excitedly said, oh, this guy revealed his plan on livestream, lost his mind. He seems quite interested in this. A Moss assassin, pretty interesting, right? Saw corpses lay scattered on the ground. Moss slowly approached the frightened priest, still holding to swords. Moss coldly said, the Red Cardinal responsible for this city. He was Upper Priest Red Egidian, his face filled with extreme fear. Impossible, this can't be happening. A bloody scene unfolded. Why did warriors lie dead? How could a mighty heavenly army collapse so meaningless? He smirked, as I said, useless. The power of the useless is nothing to me. The sword glowed, red rays emitted, but only nourished my mission. Moss points his sword directly at Gideon, while Gata sits there dumbfounded by Moss's threatening words. Gideon is scared but quickly turns angry as Gata grumbles, placing a cross on his chest. A golden light shines as Gata recites the prayer, addressing the celestial sword. Saying ties up everything in sight, here and now, I offer all of myself. Gata shouts, raising the cross high, asking him to send an angel to defeat the evil threatening this continent. The angel summoned by Gata is the Archangel Aphodon. As soon as Gideon finishes speaking, the image of the Archangel and his sword appear. Moss looks a bit surprised at the grandeur of what appears before him. He faces the Archangel, which appears like a shadow with no emotion. He snickers. How? Then he lets out a long laugh. It's unclear why. The red bloodstained curtain. Continue. I said, your divine power is useless to me. This is what you sacrifice your life for. Thank you, Cardinal. Then he seems to be infused with strength, completely transformed. His eyes now blazing as he raises his sword. I lack offerings except from priests and knights, but you bring me a high-quality sacrifice. You're ready to strike. Your sword is wrapped in deadly aura. By the disciples' command, I order you, manifest my companions. Then shadows appear. They are fierce wild wolves, bloodthirsty soul eaters. Point your finger at what's opposite and command them to be eliminated. The fierce wolves with sharp fangs rush towards the Archangel at the speed of light. Though smaller than the Archangel, their combat strength is 5 times greater. They begin to carve up parts of the Archangel. Gideon helplessly watches as what he fought with his life can't do anything. Those creatures are devouring divine power and even the Archangel. Moss's turn. He charges without hesitation. He barely cries out before his eyes speak for him. Oh Lord. His sword slices across both of his eyes. So you're a sinner. Cardinal. Maven has been eliminated. Mission completed. Your life points have increased significantly. The Primordial Death chooses the next target. The Primordial Death is pleased with your actions. Please check your quest system. Mo stands tall, declaring to all players of the Holy Faction. Smelling every player of the Holy Faction. My next destination is the Holy Empire. Eden? Everyone watching online can see Moss's bloodthirsty face. He issues a challenge. If you want to stop me, come and wait for me in Eden. Before ending his stream, he says one last sentence. I will give you peaceful death. Ze Young rests her hand on her chin, watching Moss's actions with interest. His working style is really flashy. He doesn't care about the consequences. Suddenly, she turns to ask, L, if we buy items from True Death that destroy the Holy Empire, what will happen? L answers with some fear. That's something I don't even want to imagine. But if we buy items from the gods, Primordial Death resurrected in Acadia, then the divine blessings all adventurers have, immortality, will disappear. The proof of L's words appears as a terrifying skull and adventurers can no longer be reborn. GE heard this and said, Young stroked his chin thoughtfully, so, death is game over. Huh, dark mode isn't bad either. Then he suddenly asked, should I make him my friend? In everyone's eyes, Moss was a name dripping with charisma. GE's gaze. Young pondered silently without saying anything and began the survey for the NPC. Most people wouldn't understand this. Well, but I think I can grasp that feeling. Even if just a little, his thoughts made him sigh deeply. Al beside him wondered what he was thinking. Then he turned and continued. Al, doesn't the name monster really cause trouble for other adventurers? She startled but replied anyway. Yes, he is indeed like that. But there's another thought too. But isn't it Dave who should say this last, right? His face showed a hint of satisfaction. The teacher said, if we want to play the game to that extent, at least we should enjoy it. Remember when you discussed in your office, game management is the publisher's responsibility, isn't it? A handsome face with a sinister smile. So as a player, my main duty isn't overthinking but enjoying everything to the fullest. Then he continued observing the screen. His eyes focused intently. The screen showed a feasibility point of 170 to 0.311, 200. From where did Tan appear laughing? Hey, chicken wings! I heard that the angel of those who were boiled alive. What a pity! How should we handle this? Elle gritted her teeth angrily. Such a miserable fall. Do you really want to die? Tan laughed so hard she cried. Come on! If it were me, wouldn't I laugh too? How does that feel? From the oppressor to becoming a victim. Is this what drives someone mad? She was angry but also slightly embarrassed as she blushed. One shouldn't laugh if they're the god of death. Death is reborn completely. Even the demons in hell can't escape death. Tan still laughed carelessly. Yeah, that's something to worry about. But it's so satisfying to see you suffer. Then she burst into laughter. At her peak of anger, she cursed and it a lot. Alright, if I were you, I would kill the death myself. So she charged at Tan to fight. If you have energy to waste on me, it's better used to stop the original death. Regardless of the chaos around them, Ze's face lit up as if she had found a truth. Then I've decided. He called out loudly, Tan, go stop the resurrection of the original death. Hearing this, they stopped, but L still held onto Tan's neck. The two looked at each other, with L asking again. Yes, Master Dex, on the other side, they are in utter panic and can't believe their ears. What are you saying? Why would you stop death? GE replied casually. Then it seems doing that is more fun. Only Tan burst out with anger. Think about it, Master. The more chaotic the world is, the easier it is to earn points. Isn't that right? So joining the side of the dead masses brings greater benefits than helping those damned heavens. My words are like a stimulant awakening the wild beast within you. What's he saying? Tan, how can I benefit more by siding with the weaker party? Realizing his mistake, his expression and soul shattered into pieces. You're sweating bullets. It's over now. That mad look in your eyes. That day was decided. How did you think about it back then? But then GE. Young gently consoled L. Don't worry, L. Don't worry, L. I'll take care of your worries. She was delighted. Master Dex. So that means, Ji-young affirmed, yes, I will definitely stop the resurrection of the primordial death like with golden fortune. L's eyes sparkled full of love. I know I can rely on you, Master Dex. You laugh loudly, so won't you be too upset about it? L was stunned by her master's words. She didn't understand and had a bit of worry. Why is that? The difficult child said, Master, I always loved that damned dead girl. He sat in a corner looking guilty, expressing his troubled love. Every time I'm praised for being cunning, you look disgusted. But I know what's behind it. You always love L. And Geon was not paying attention to something on the screen. Get up and get going. Tan, time to work. Tan pouted, clearly upset. Huh? Suddenly here at this moment, you borrowed power from those feathered ones. What's in your bag there? Being upset made her surprised too. Hold on, Master. Could it be? The bag beside him was the broken Grim Reaper scythe. A legend. These are the fragments of the Grim Reaper scythe, a holy artifact from the demon realm, a demonic relic. It lost most of its original power due to extreme divine energy. Jiang put on gloves ready. I promise to fix it, otherwise, one day, that day is today. My attitude changed 180 degrees. My voice sweetened. Master, you truly are different. Then Sang Choi Liao, a wandering chaotic adventurer of this world, spoke in the name of Chaosim. Jiang read the command. I order the holy artifact once bearing the divine essence of all fallen ones to reappear on this land. Your hand it holds the brightest light. The four-winged star shone purple, a demonic relic. Reacting to your point potential, the required condition has been met. Restoration initiated. Space now brimming with purple light. Geang appeared like a dragon before him. His eyes turned purple too. Alright, let this new recruit see what a real gamebreaker is like. The demonic sword embedded deep in the ground awaits its master to pull it up and sow fear among enemies. System notifications echoed continuously. The head of death has regained divine power, successfully converted divine energy into point potential, restoring divine power and the power of death. Flames erupted amidst the chaotic darkness as the death god was bound by an unknown force. But he was extremely agitated. This must be fresh divine power. Dark power surged through his body. Just a little more, just a bit more. I'll return to the outside world soon. He smiled even more dangerously. Keep trying. When our Wishcaster activates, let's bring more sacrifices and spread hatred throughout the world. Right now, in the capital of the Holy Empire Eden, fully equipped soldiers are surrounding Moser. He laughed mockingly, warmly welcoming them. But a system notification popped up, reminding me that I've been playing for 128 consecutive hours and continuing might affect my daily life. A red warning sign appeared on the unicorn box too. Suddenly, Moser's head hurt so much he had to clutch it. However, the soldiers didn't hesitate to attack him. With two weapons in hand, Moser immediately went into combat stance. Outside, Moser faced the Holy Church people. Inside his mind, Many spirits seemed to be surrounding him, calling out his name over and over. Moser gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, continuously casting spells while moving to different positions, his hands never stopping from swinging. The Holy Church soldiers finally fell. They were pushing the limits but still tried. Not yet, not yet. It wasn't time for him to lose consciousness. His sweat poured as he struggled with fatigue and pain. Just a little more, and he could get his revenge. Even if it was our intention or not, we only targeted players in the holy faction before us. Other profession players weren't directly harmed. Moreover, our live stream attracted over 100,000 views, to the point that all Arcadia streamers followed and secretly recorded from afar. This blonde girl was one of those following and streaming Moser's actions. Yumi had over 430,000 followers. She liked and commented silently. That guy is truly a mobile disaster. Even though half the streamers near the battlefield died from direct damage, it didn't mean they would give up. Moser's figure was gradually entering a holy temple in the eyes of others. Meanwhile, inside a holy temple, old Pope Amen spoke, activating the Holy Church's blessing. A bright divine light filled the ground around a circular battlefield appeared. At the center of the holy battlefield was Moser. He suffered from the divine light and screamed in pain. Ah, now I can see the space of this holy temple. It's full of light. In front of the altar where the Holy Church worshipped, people were arranged to set up the battlefield and maintain it with their power. At the center was the Saint Maiden, and her leader was Pope Amen. He raised his holy mark and shouted, "Only you can consume divine energy. Do you really think you can nullify heaven's power?" Continuing, he declared that arrogance is your sin. Accept the punishment of divine power and eat this penance. Moser laughed carelessly, not afraid at all of old Pope Amen. Finally, I found you. Far away, Ashheimer and his team were secretly streaming. They couldn't hide their joy. We hit 100,000 views. Then she turned to her teammate. You need to control mana well, because if you make a mistake, not only will you die, but your character might be deleted too. Although the monsters are ignoring us, if Death Real Soul finds us, we're dead meat. The one using stealth heard and replied, Sister, don't worry, no one has ever found me when I use invisibility. It seemed Yumi wasn't really interested in his answer. What she was really focused on was the battle before them. Ah, joy! Finally, two different deities' disciples met each other. This moment will surely go down in Arcadia history. I'll witness Moser, the Death Apostle's final moments. On the other side, in Copenhagen sewers, a purple light appeared in space. A notification popped up. Item recovery successful. The broken death-scattering blade was restored to its original state. You used 20 million feasible points. A black scythe with an extremely powerful configuration and a Satan emblem, full of dark energy, appeared. The notification showed the item details: Mythic Scattering Blade, a holy weapon existing in the demon realm, containing latent energy. Only those recognized by all entities in the demon realm can wield it. Level requirement 500. Sin point requirement 10 million. Death grumbled, "What's this for? Are you planning to use it? Why such a difficult equipment requirement?" Tan beside him told Lin, "Don't worry, Master. Unlike humans, I can wield the scattering blade of death." Death asked again, "What, me?" Tan seriously said, "Honestly, without being sanctified, with that ability, you might even lose to a low-level monster in a one-on-one fight." He continued, "But Master, strength like combat power doesn't determine whether someone can wield the scattering blade of death." He spoke so seriously that you had to focus on him. As a chaotic ruler, the one who governs the netherworld and those corrupted beings, I acknowledge your name in the name of Satan while speaking and acting simultaneously with great solemnity. The illusory image of Satan standing behind him also appeared, symbolizing his status as the Lord of Hell. But this guy's face is extremely tempting to strike. He added that he had never seen such a cruel and wicked person in Acadia before. His smile was even more demonic. No, actually, gathering all the corrupted and evil entities throughout history, they still wouldn't match the ground beneath my feet. Death heard him speak with such fervor that he couldn't find words to respond. Really, The fragrance seems a bit off, doesn't it? He didn't think so and instead encouraged him to be proud. Master, because you deserve it. No, you also deserve the holy weapon representing the devil to wield. Han Zhensheng said, Master, you are the only true master of the Death Scythe. He was so surprised he couldn't speak. The screen displayed a notification. You have met the conditions for equipping hidden items. Satan recognized you as his king. The scythe glowed with SCVXSHAM system notifications, removing item equipment restrictions. A series of notifications followed. You have achieved the title of one who is acknowledged by demons. Title: You have achieved the title of a model for ascending demons. Title: You have achieved the title of an embodiment of wickedness. He looked at the system notifications, speechless. These titles sound silly. It feels like the system is praising me, isn't it? But Dix didn't think much about it anymore. Alright then. His eyes turned purple, representing his dark aura ability. If we receive so many rewards, forget it, I'll be a villain. As he spoke, he swung the scythe down, releasing dark energy. The screen also displayed, you have equipped the Death Scythe. Cut to the capital of the Eden Holy Empire where holy fields were continuously appearing. Moser was in severe pain under the weight of holy power. He gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. The Pope secretly rejoiced as the situation favored the Holy Temple. Good if it continues. That huge amount of holy power would destroy anyone who couldn't absorb it. Just like what he said, holy power was continuously raining down on Moser. Han had reached the border of suffering. Cain muttered under his breath, Moser, head of death, will also give you death. Pope Amen. After making a decision, many dark shadows rushed out. The Holy Maiden cried in fear, who? That entity. The Pope on this side recognized it as well. Right, Holy Maiden. The energy there is exactly like what's recorded in the Codex box. Each demonic wolf shadow moved towards them, and the atmosphere of the Holy Temple began to change, dark red evil energy filling the space. The old Pope made a conclusion. Without a doubt, they are definitely real dead spirits. AME. Quickly order to activate the Holy Field and prepare for battle. Do not allow those creatures to approach the Holy Maiden. The people on the Pope's side responded immediately. Yes, sir. They held their sacred swords and stood in front of the Holy Maiden to protect her. Mozart completely ignored the Holy Maiden. He shouted, I will take your life, Pope. The old Pope didn't fall behind. I will cleanse that cunning entity. A confrontation between the divinity of death and the divinity of heaven. A mission conflict corresponding to both sides. One side was the Holy Maiden in fear praying, while the other was the Death Apostle going mad as all Arcadia's attention focused on this peak moment. A certain phenomenon would certainly appear between the two Dex Apostles with the Death Scythe. Of course, their appearances were disguised. Everyone was shocked to the core. Yumi recognized him too. That's the person who likes my Sakiliu cake. Dex didn't care about others' reactions around him. He smiled and greeted them. It seemed everyone was having fun here. Would it be a bother if I join in? The capital of the Gale Federation, Mercenium. In a bar, Chaco commented on his screen, referring to Moss, right? Things were getting pretty chaotic, completely out of control. He thought to himself, success for me, thanks to that. The ferocity within him was spreading. The greatest arena world Grand Prix is being broadcasted. Past images appeared. A smile spread across his face. Alright, since it's like this, just let things get messy as you wish. You did well, Moss. Suddenly, Chococake's eyes widened. He was angry. What the hell is going on? This damn guy. What are you doing running around while disguised as me? The live screen showed a battle taking place. Chococake spoke up. Everyone looks so happy, right? Would it be a bother if I join in too? He appeared right in the middle of the battle. Imai was really uncomfortable with his presence. Chococake thought, being here as someone who loves this, he would have to step back in that case. Moss charged forward, growling, move aside or I'll kill them. Still standing firm, Chococake calmly said, you're going to kill me, right? He wore a mysterious smile, firmly saying, come on, try it if you can. Moss's eyes widened in surprise as he slid across the floor. Let's think about this further. At this scale, even system messages wouldn't get through. They must sense danger instinctively. If that's true, their game senses must be on par with Cassius or better. He chuckled to himself. Moss directly seeing him made it more interesting. In Moss's thoughts, I love chocolate. Why are top-ranked players from the Arena World Grand Prix here? And what about that title of Abyss Knight and that strange sword? His field must be Elemental Soul. How can he wield that? System warning, you have been in contact with holy energy for a long time. Your HP is below 10%. Please proceed cautiously. You've exceeded your physical limits. Status effect exhausted. You will be incapacitated for 300 seconds. Moss was gradually losing strength. He was desperate. Damn it! Why now? The system screen appeared. Death. A fair death. Special capital punishment. If the Head of Death dies during gameplay, the character will be permanently deleted. A fair death for everyone. Death. He reminded himself. No time. I have to end this quickly, even if I have to use all my tricks. Terrifying entities appeared. They charged towards him. Give her a full face of satisfaction. Go wild. It's scary. How many of them are there? I like their ferocity. The sharp-toothed fiends began to attack. He picked up his sword. So I think I should respond properly too. So this is proper etiquette, right? A purple light flashed in his eyes, proposing an end-of-the-world marriage. The light was dazzling and captivating. Next, countless eyes sprouted around the purple beam. Yumi stood before the live stream screen, marveling, insane. What kind of sword is that? It's real. He stood dumbfounded. Everything at once. All mine, right? Footsteps approached. A gray void appeared. She was approaching where Moss had fallen. The void grew with scratches. Moss growled, damn it. Report to the system. Status effect, dizziness. Recovery in 214 seconds. Pope Amai appeared at this moment. He paused. What strange thing is happening here? A knight helping our holy empire, right? The past image reappeared. Amai gritted his teeth. Don't get burned. Don't let them set you on fire. A holy sanctuary appeared. Sanctuary, Eden, detecting corrupted presence. The system lighted up. A holy aura surrounds you. Step back a bit, Missway. The dark system echoed, a demonic blade releasing corrupted energy. The system light, the pure power resisting this corruption. Missway, calm down and scream. What nonsense. I've cleared the way for you, but instead of helping me, you're blocking my path, huh? How? As if these bastards have never stabbed someone in the back before. Don't expect anything from this. Seriously. Tan said beside him, but, Master, considering the conditions, the sword spreading death, be grateful to the Knight of Resurrection for accepting such easy possession. Thanks to that day, holy power only shook a little. The image of the Knight of Resurrection flashed in his mind. Tan continued, for someone using magic, divine energy is like a deadly poison to them. Normally, if you used this much magic in a sanctuary, you'd be burned to ashes. Missway, what then? I change things so often that everything feels the same now. Amai replied, never would a user of magic move freely like this in a sanctuary. He thought that overwhelming demonic aura must be a demon, likely a high bloodline Wonder Ekly related. But why is he using that power to fight the Death Arch? Amai said, you corrupted seed of evil, why are you helping us? Tell us your purpose. He replied, so now you want to talk, huh? You should have done this from the start. Chaka kicked lazy eyes, alright. He explained his goal was to prevent the resurrection of the primordial death, shocking the real Pope. Missway continued, according to what I heard, your precious holy power is actually nurturing his revival. He nodded, so I intend to destroy Eden with my own hands. The shock grew among the Pope's people. Amai hesitated. You want to destroy the sanctuary? You're crazy. Extend your hand forward. Oh, what then? Pope Amai. If you cooperate, I'll spare you and the princess behind you. I really don't want to kill an innocent person. Amai stood still, but he had a conclusion in his heart. It's clear now. This name truly belongs to the evil hair. So the answer is clear now. With a stern face, I refuse. This place is the light of the world, built from the blood of countless people. It will never fall until this world ends. You're close, especially with someone like you, coming from the side of evil. The last ray of hope has been revealed before him. Shipwreck disaster. Master, you should avoid that blow. It looks painful. Does he agree? It seems so. For your information, this collapse, do you remember the passive skill of the Absol Knight, right? Collapse of evil? Huh? Of course, despair resistance, something that would prevent you from dying after just one hit. I see something. Wait, Master, why are you asking about this now? Chokakai laughs, a mysterious smile. The sword is plunged in. He still stands there, continuing another move. Chokakai is still alive. The system announces an entity from the demon realm. Absol Knight howls in pain as holy power hits him. The passive skill, Despair Resistance, activates, dodging immediate death. He laughs, I almost died there. For your information, sighing, heavens above, I was planning to handle this peacefully through a conversation. It seems the fools have no intention of doing something similar, right? My Kane's mouth tightens, unable to speak. For your information, there's no other choice now. Remember, you started this. Spell after spell is cast by him. The Carnage Festival, Absol Terror, Withered Night, and the Cries of the Dead. For your information, a sinister smile appears as he continues his assault. Luju shouts, everyone gather around me. The Pope creates a protective barrier, nullifying the attacks. For your information sends out. Amidst chaos, Moss crawls, emitting strange sounds. On another side, Michael recalls what his father said, my son, protector of light and justice, protect heaven by erasing all traces of those who lost their names. All this is to satisfy the master of Hakavi'a, born from my own greed. Accept his sin on behalf of him. Sorrowful, forgive me, Father. Dane Chu, in the end, you led us here, bringing someone who should never have come near the Holy Land. With my Kan's determined gaze, she says, but Father, I believe only he can protect us from the oldest darkness. He is the only one who can save this world. The sword plunged into the ground emits an eerie energy. This energy begins to separate and seep into every corner. The system's dark voice announces it has detected corruption in the Holy Land, the source of Eden, ancient saints who were sleeping awake in fury. The light system reports holy power reacts to eliminate the corruption. A circle of light flickers. One by one, ancient saints appear. Light Judge Lumiere, Eternal Guardian Archean, Invisible Wisdom Ephiron, Radiant Priest Celestor, Herald of Glory Almarian. One saint rushes forward, a chain appearing in his hand. Quickly, the chain wraps round Chokakai and the sword. He raises his head, giving a disdainful smile. Look here, you can't avoid that skill anymore. That's too much. A loud explosion occurs. The system announces Demon, Ancient Sage, screaming under overwhelming divine power. Warning, HP below 30%, be cautious. From the rubble, Tan emerges, shouting, you know this, Master. If it fails, use that method, okay? For your information, struggling with chains wrapped around her, she says, do you think I don't know that? That method would destroy the story's logic too much, right? I'm furious, Master. Now what are you saying? Just do it. I'll give you a special discount. He whispers, sorry, Tan, but since we're here, I want to enjoy this moment. For your information, she recalls those names. They seem familiar from somewhere before. They're in the list of possessions of Io. 5 figures with shapes receive support from the Pope. It's naturally not a story that needs to be revealed. The Dark System announced again, you'll fall into a vague state. Accuracy drops 39%. You'll be affected by holy poison. If not a saint rank, a TK and DEF will drop 50%. You're bound by the soul-shining chains. All stats decrease by 30%. Give her a sardonic laugh. Yes, he looks truly mad from his perspective. This is the necessary level to destroy the Holy Land and feel satisfied, right? Chocacake exploded with laughter. He shouted, come on! Today will be your exact feast day. Damn dead bodies. Immediately, 5 saints from Great Tao arrived at him. A potato-like expression bloomed on Chococake's face. I'll stand outside and observe everything. You laughed out loud. Is that right? This is exactly what I'm talking about. Let's see. Sa-Tang File. Chapter 3 Lit Kingdom. Our master is often described as someone who loves fried chicken to the point of obsession. But still, like a sincere old wife, she always had a warm heart caring for our demon realm. Evil, ruining that chicken just because of this moment. Carefully record it. Finally, our master stood up and firmly raised the middle finger for our benefit. I knew this day would come. Refreshing, finally the day to teach those damn dead chickens a real lesson in the dark. Al said from behind, got it. Al showed a sneaky face. To satisfying, you're about to lose. Tonight we must eat chicken. Al was angry but still contained herself. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Beware of that blind person. Sa-Tang. Al continued, even if the plan fails, there's still enough divine power to seal their mouths shut. Al felt uncomfortable, thinking maybe she was scared, but inside, she thought differently. Damn it, hearing one's real name is scary. No, don't be afraid. Satan, the fake pact, has entered the deepest part of the Holy Land. Those guys are done for. From Chococake's side, he shouted. Tan rushed in really fast. You smiled possessively, and the system voice echoed. Savior of all fallen ones. Sa-Tang descended onto the player, switching to spectator mode. Sa-Tang spoke, don't worry. Master, as promised, this will count towards special benefits. As you said, Master, today will be your feast day. You bastards, I'll give you true torment. You revealed your real identity, Lord of the Fallen, King Sa-Tang. The saints didn't hesitate and rushed forward. Sa-Tang raised his head. Countless skills descended upon where Sa-Tang stood. Smoke drifted away, revealing the devil's laughter. Sa-Tang scoffed, just got here, really pathetic. The saints froze. Sa-Tang pointed at them, I'm fed up with you all. He drew something on his finger and it vanished. Gradually, the saints ascended into the sky one by one. They struggled but couldn't escape. El couldn't believe it. Impossible. Could he have wiped out all the saints with just a gesture? Where did Sa-Tang get such power? Al wondered, had Sa-Tang grown this strong due to the chaos engulfing the world? Sa-Tang spoke up. Now, let's lift the final curtain. Nemu was shocked. He really resurrected. King of Devils. You think that gives you an extra reason. We can't allow him to approach holy figures or sacred grounds. I'll personally stop you at any cost. The system announced the corruption was spreading throughout Eden's land. The origin of Eden began to be tainted. The influence from the battlefield started to diminish. Urgent mission, Guardians of the Naked Life were activated. Urgent mission, Guardians of the Naked Life were activated. A notification appeared. The corruption was invading Eden's land. Another notification popped up. The origin of Eden began to be stained. Yet another notification appeared. The influence from heaven started weakening. This time, an urgent mission notification appeared. The protection for Sena had been created. On the mysterious black altar, large and mystical characters were floating around in neon blue light. In the center of the notification was a message, an emergency mobilization order issued to all holy players. Everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of the King of Devils at what should have been a sacred and peaceful land. The air grew tense as they read the notifications and their thoughts. What's going on? The King of Devils appeared in Holy Land U. Someone shouted loudly. What's this about? It's really the King of Devils. Questions filled with panic were asked. It was said to be Ilif Sukok's real body. Was he using a transformation skill or something? Everyone was muttering and whispering, wondering what was happening. This is a three-way battle between heaven, hell, and ancient gods. The Lord of Corruption isn't just one character, it's a symbol of absolute dark power. He had a sharp face with pale blue skin but exuded an air of arrogance. Round him, his lips curled into a sinister smile, showing the ultimate confidence of someone who no longer considered any living being beneath him. A long urgent mission notification appeared. The King of Corruption, the Lord of Corruption, had revealed himself in Eden. Amidst the fierce battle to kill the Pope, be the first to defeat him and complete the final condition for reviving your original body. At the end was a message: kill the Pope. Amen. Moan lay on the ground in shock, lost in thought. Is the King of Devils really a player character? Why is that? You quickly adjusted your state. His eyes shone with determination as he thought to himself, are they using the power of the King of Devils to stop me? No, maybe not to stop me, but... His thoughts continued. Iliv Sukokek. What are you doing? He shouted loudly. The apocalyptic elegy. Before him was a massive sword embedded in the ground like a power pillar against the pitch-black sky. Dozens of bright blue energy orbs appeared, rotating like celestial bodies colliding. These orbs didn't shine like the sun, but glimmered like wounds on a dark night, emitting light that corroded space itself. Beside him in the black void, a long-haired white figure stood before the notification and spoke. It was the one who had challenged it. He deliberately used the skill we both started with, his face showing a mix of nervousness and uncertainty. He's saying he'll show me what genuine goods are like. On this side, hundreds of blue energy rays, as powerful as meteorites, are plummeting down with terrifying speed. The swirling energy forms a magical flow around the golden ball, compressing the air as if it were being crushed by the weight after the strong rays hit. The blind bone dissolves, but the ball remains intact. Inside is the Pope and a few others. Seeing no damage to the ball, Sajong laughs with disdain. Oh, you're still alive, huh? The Pope holds a circle with four bright beams. As he swings it, he shouts loudly, Holy Wrath! The circle appears right in front of Sajong, the golden rays swirling as if to swallow him. Moan suddenly notices something on the ground. His eyes widen in surprise. He curses silently. Damn it, my body still can't move. The notification pops up with a message. Status effect. Page will end in 107 seconds. Suddenly, a large golden light hits the ground, causing it to shatter and scatter. He isn't injured after being hit by that light. A strong purple ball protects him firmly. Now he thinks to himself, is he protecting me? He wonders in shock, why me? If I die here, it suits you better. Still pointing his finger and using magic to protect him, the Pope says, how should I know? I just follow my master's orders. He grins, calculating in his mind. Now let's see, still have some points left for the plot. The Pope and the Saint look tense as they breathe heavily at him, but he thinks to himself that the old Pope's toothpick attack isn't worth worrying about. The issue is the Saint's defense. The Saint's bright light flashes in his mind along with thoughts accumulated from Tong Dao's mission gifts. A holy power block was created to protect the Holy Land. I thought it sounded silly when my subordinate told me, but now facing it directly, it's troublesome. Sajong puts one hand on his hip and the other on his head, showing interest as he speaks. With enough time, nothing is impossible to overcome. But if I spend too many points, my master will scold me. HMPH, this is going to be troublesome. He comes up with a plan and decides there's nothing left to lose. He'll try the forbidden technique and see what happens. He warns, don't resist and abandon your life. Flying in front of the Pope, his poisons surround the space between them. He continues threatening, even if it's not me. Your death and Eden's collapse are already predetermined. Sajong persists, you know, in this situation, dying at my hands is the best choice for you. A cruel smile appears on his face with a terrifying tone. If you're stubborn and end up being devoured by primordial death, do you know what will happen to Arcadia? The Pope stands inside the ball, holding a sword and shouting angrily. Trying to humiliate me with those meaningless words won't work. I offer my life to protect the earth, O Lord of Separation. The swords glow as they fly up. Suddenly, from above where the Pope stands, a huge golden beam descends, surrounded by bright orange magical symbols swirling powerfully. He looks on helplessly and says, truly stubborn, not listening. It seems he's about to pull another troublesome trick. The small rays spread over the Pope's face. On this side, a red warning appears. Warning, special NPC on men, abnormal detection. A white-haired girl hovers in a one-dimensional space digital dimension, another red notification from the system. The Holy Land's absolute defense has been activated. All release conditions have been met. Another red notification appears. Emergency Protocol Code 213 is activated. The activation announcement rings out. The white-haired girl's eyes start to open. After being activated, the notification reappears. Switching to focused analysis mode, on the Pope's side, he mutters in his mind. He is the shield protecting the Holy Land and the spear piercing the wicked army. The light and companions of believers hold firm beliefs unshaken. Saying this, his muscles begin to bulge. His clothes are torn by the bulging muscles. His eyes turn into beams. Round him, rays of light kept shooting towards the Pope's face. Seeing the opportunity, he shouted loudly, "Now grant me your power." A green notification appeared, and the Pope Amen used his benevolent relic, followed by a sudden bright cross that blinded everyone. The Pope's body had grown enormous, muscular, with veins pulsing as if the rays were flowing through him. Satan, seeing the Pope change form, found it amusing and laughed mockingly. "What are those muscles? This is more interesting now." Watching their battle on the green screen, he thought to himself, "Indeed, even the Pope was playing this out to the end. I want to take advantage of this situation a bit longer. But that's enough." Yoonji Young's face tensed as he muttered and fidgeted. Asking the King of Demons to spare the Pope is unusual. The Pope's head is part of the condition for obtaining Tan. On the battlefield, the Pope's body had swelled significantly, with a full belly and large muscles covered by golden rays from top to bottom. He wasn't afraid as he waved his hand and challenged, "Here, demonic offspring." The Sa-Sang replied angrily, "Ha, your brain is also wrapped in muscle, human." Both sides emitted blinding rays of light, exuding a murderous aura to devour each other alive. They charged at each other, one with a golden-tinged punch and large muscular hands. The opponent was no pushover. Satan grew long, glowing purple claws. The Pope straightened his body and delivered a powerful strike. Satan leaped up and cast a spell. Their supreme powers clashed, shaking the heavens and earth. Terrifying to behold, but from afar, Io's silhouette with white wings looked on. She was tense in her thoughts. If things continued like this, Amen would soon. Suddenly, she thought again, "Satan, Lord of the demon realm, are you asking me to choose?" Unexpectedly, the Pope's large body was suppressed by Satan's magic. The battle tension escalated as thoughts kept interrupting, preventing the resurrection of the original death or protecting Eden's holy grounds. The saint behind the Pope widened his eyes in shock and thought, "Ah, everything is just like the prophet said." She stood there, not believing her own eyes, thinking to herself, "Is my father's game collapsing this easily?" On the battlefield, the Pope was suppressed by his power. The purple rays now entered his body. The Pope loudly spoke, "Oh, bright light that binds all of heaven." The saint didn't expect him to use such a method and immediately tried to stop him. "Pope, no!" The Pope's incantation continued. "I call forth the great holy light to protect the world and enforce justice." Hearing this, Sa-Sang thought in surprise, "These words sound familiar." Suddenly, he chuckled and muttered to himself, I remember now." At that moment, he placed his hand on his chest and spoke loudly, "Let the land be opened up right now and judge all evil with holy fire." From the Pope's hands, rays of light shone as if releasing all energy. His body glowed with visible golden veins. Michael appeared around him, emitting a halo of light. The lights blinded everyone. Seeing this, he shouted loudly, "Holy power! Please grant me the primal strength to destroy evil now." Now her tears had run down her cheeks as she firmly said, "I refuse." Her voice broke the Pope's heart, and he fell to his knees in disbelief, saying softly, "Oh." He didn't recognize that he was kneeling before the King of Demons, still muttering, "Did you really abandon your flock?" He laughed slyly and thought, "You did well, feathered one. Your will has been accepted." He pulled out his sword with pride. "I'll finish this matter now." Surprised, he swung the sword towards the kneeling Pope without realizing it. Moko was shocked, not believing her eyes. She stood there, unable to do anything but cry out. Over here, red notifications appeared. NBC special alert. Pope Amen. He is dead. The red alert keeps appearing in front of Ellis. She's evaluating possible scenarios from this event. The warning predicts a failed scenario. The refined resources exceed limits. The notification board reappears. Eden's holy site is at level 62% corruption, the fall of holy authority. Now purple covers the entire holy site. Another red notification pops up. Eden has collapsed. The sacred site's privileges are gone. The final red notification appears. Emergency patch is being applied. She looks at the notification board without expression. A green notification appears. The patch is complete and waiting to be sent to all users. Red notifications keep sending to users. Pope Amen of the Holy Kingdom, a saint has died. The divine presence in Eden that had lost its power, the celestial base on earth. Eden was destroyed. The connection between heaven and Arcadia weakened severely. Heaven's influence dropped 39%. Remaining kingdoms and churches fell into temporary chaos. All holy skills effectiveness reduced by 40%. Church positions decreased 3 levels. Public faith and church support significantly declined. The Demon King holds his sword and advances towards the human, threatening him. It's your turn now, human. She doesn't want to be the only survivor, does she? The young human shivers uncontrollably. He approaches her. She stands still, hands clasped, trembling. Tears flow continuously as she cries out in fear. Ah! Suddenly, Yanji Young appears behind Satan and speaks, stopping. With his serious face, he questions, broken, didn't we say we only kill the Pope? Hearing his voice, it shrinks into a broken form to answer, okay, wherever. A green notification pops up. The possession has ended. He thinks to himself, got it. He speaks loudly, let's go get our stuff first, startling the other two. Now he smirks and taunts, remember who started this. He approaches the human saint as if comforting, so don't be sad. I'm just holding the Pope hostage. The glowing blue rays around him make her fear. She's terrified, standing still and muttering, oh my God, why did you give us such a terrible sentence? His eyes turn red, as if wanting to devour her alive. He kneels in front of her and asks, how about me appearing in your karma prediction? She is speechless. Her thoughts flood her mind. Why? For a human seed of the devil. How can there be such a powerful celestial energy existing? Michael's image appears behind him, as if protecting him. She blinks hard and cries out. A red notification pops up. You have executed the Pope Amen, representing heaven and its disciples. Another red notification appears. All celestial beings are shocked by your brutality. The red notification shows that now heaven considers your presence as hostile and threatening. Two green notifications appear. All demons are in awe of your achievements. You have received 150 million feasible points. Then the achievement boards pop up. The opposing evil has been accepted. Resonating evil has been accepted. Immortal Demon King has been accepted. After she fainted, he carries her. Behind him is Elle, silently observing. She hesitantly speaks now, Lord Dex, that child. Understanding what she's about to say, he looks at the girl with concern and comforts her. Don't worry. This child is too young for such responsibilities. Seeing her fear on her face, he decides, I'll leave the decision to you. He suddenly speaks, but I have a question. She hesitates. What's it about? He gently sets her down. Behind him, Yumi is streaming live, thinking, oh my God, he just killed a high-level PC like Amen on his own. Looking at the green screen in front of her, she thinks, there can be no doubt that player is Arcadia's focus. Now he stands up as if sensing something. She looks at him with surprise and continues thinking, I love chocolate cake. He even summoned the Demon King. He might really be someone disguised with skills or a character. She smirked with a smug thought in her mind. Just a little more. If I could get closer just a bit more. As she continued, she thought she could find out the real identity of that player. Suddenly, he looked straight at her face and spoke with an unpleasant tone. Hey, you, isn't this enough already? He turned his head to look back at her hiding form and said in a displeased voice, how long are you planning on listening to it? A purple aura started emanating around him, if warning her. She couldn't stay there for another second, so she stood up abruptly, her face showing clear fear. Yes, do you understand now? Then only the information screen appeared with a message. The broadcast has ended. He sighed in frustration. Suddenly, his eyes became resolute again. Another voice echoed. So it turns out you were the one who killed him. Mossam walked forward with a hand. He was surprised and quickly asked, "Have you woken up?" Two green information panels appeared. The original death required being reincarnated into this world by borrowing the body of a player. The lower panel displayed text. Do you accept this request? Below were two boxes. Yes or no? He looked at Moss and automatically explained to clarify. Moss, you have no reason to fight anymore. Hearing that, Moss went silent without a word. He stood straight in front of Moss to resolve the matter. I'm sorry for blocking your revenge path, but I hope you won't hate me too much. He continued muttering, taking this game seriously. Moss remained silent and didn't respond. He smirked and said sarcastically, but if you decide to draw that sword to the end, I won't stop you either. I'll be someone who never backs down from a fight. Moss was surprised by his words, but quickly adjusted his mood and gave a dry laugh. The information panel appeared again. The primordial death requires borrowing a player's body to descend into this world. Do you accept this request? Below are two choices, yes or no. The green notification board turns red, still stating that the primordial death needs to borrow a player's body to descend into this world. Do you accept this request? Below are still yes and no. The notification board repeats again. The primordial death requires borrowing a player's body to descend into this world. But this time Moss shouts loudly, "Hold it," with an angry expression. Moss hesitantly asks you, "What are you?" You coldly reply, "Well, I can't answer that, but instead, I want to help you." You ask Moss a question. What if the people of Chezi village were resurrected? Moss's eyes widen in disbelief. You ask again with amazement in your voice. What? You continue to ask. If that is possible, will you stop this revenge then? Moss's heart feels constricted at that moment. Thoughts keep flooding his mind. How? How can you bring them back? That's impossible. The image of G.I. looms in his mind and emits a purple flame as if from hell. Moss, not foolish enough to think this is for free, asks, "What do you want from me?" You smile wickedly and reply, "I like how quickly you understand the problem." Without further ado, you say, "It's a deal." As you clench your hand, you exchange, "I will resurrect all the villagers. In return, give me that sword." Hearing this, Moss is surprised by your ability to resurrect the dead. Thinking of the villagers, his eyes unconsciously look down, looking at the sword he has had for so long. The red notification appears, warning that if the primordial death abandons its mission, it will receive a fitting punishment. Another message reminds him that if the holy item is given to someone else, his title of apostle might be affected. The final red notification appears, sending a careful decision. After much deliberation, you finally decide, okay, if I can meet them again, I don't need these things anymore. You look at the sword in your hand. Ji Young smiles and replies, "Alright, then the deal is done." Lee calls out loudly, "Comrade Moss." Moss's eyes widen as he exclaims, "Oh my god." Michael appears above him, with the words "Radiant Glory's holy power" appearing. Longsword Michael, seeing Moss's surprise, asks, "Why are you so surprised? If we can summon a Demon King, we can also summon a Longsword Michael." His voice echoes, "The real surprise starts now." In Michael's hand is a golden apple from stem to fruit as if it were made of gold. The notification board appears with information about the apple, its name being the World Tree's fruit. It is said that the World Tree's fruit blooms only once every 1,000 years. It contains immense life energy and can be used in many ways, but since it can only be used once, choose wisely. When eaten, permanently increase 100% HP and 1000% healing ability, ingredient for the Necromancer's Stone. The green notification appears again. The World Tree's fruit has been used. Below is a notification about warping the law of cause and effect between life and death. Michael uses the apple to create a large golden light in the sky. He softly says two words, "Resurrection." A bright beam falls from the sky. After the mist clears from the light, villagers appear before him. some joyfully crying, others shockingly surprised, and some still dazed. The village elder is surprised to see you and calls out loudly, "Moss, what's wrong with you?" Moss stands motionless without speaking. You suddenly remember and draw the sword over to one side. As you run up to hug the village elder, calling out, "Village elder." The village elder gently strokes your head and smiles, a boy looking at him with a smile full of admiration. Seeing Moss reunite with GE, Aang just stands silently smiling. Now you remember the deal and notice Moss's reunion. "So, Moss, are you satisfied with this deal?" Line break. Moss quickly nodded and replied, "Aha, you keep asking. So, do you have any plans to continue? With what you've done, you can't go back to Chezi village anymore." Moss looked surprised but quickly answered, "Yeah, I'll have to think about that now." You seemed a bit dazed after everything was over. Is that his true nature? You opened a sly smile and gloated. This way is even better. It will make it easier for you to manipulate him. You went up to Moss, put your arm around him, and said kindly, "Come on, what else do you want to think about? I'll introduce you to a good place." Moss asked back in surprise, "A good place?" You smiled widely. "Yes, a good place. I know one. Somewhere no one can reach. Where you can build your own village." You continue to pour honey into Moss's ear. The villagers there have gone out to greet you, but Moss doesn't know this. The place you mentioned is now in darkness called Eden. Outside, hundreds of purple fruits cover the area. Suddenly, he waved and shouted. You urged Moss continuously. "What? Grateful? Haven't you ever thought that you would get such a wonderful wish?" Moss was still stunned. "Yeah, I just thought everything was over." The corner of your mouth curled up. You quickly reached out and said, "All right then, give it here." Moss looked at you blankly. A question mark appeared in his mind. After a while, he realized and shouted, "Ah!" Then the notification board appeared again. Moss had abandoned the title of Death's Disciple. The green notification board showed that all divine powers and extraordinary strength had vanished. Another notification appeared. The primeval tree was greatly affected. The final notification read, "The primeval death swore to revenge." You laughed at your sword and said triumphantly, "Her, even if I spent so many points on feasibility, this is still a good deal." You immersed yourself in thoughts about the sword, finally getting it. It's an item full of power with instant death effects. I won't let this fall into someone else's hands, you thought as you admired the red glow from the sword. The notification board appeared with information on the sword. Its name was Holy Weapon and the Final Cry of Pain. If a finishing move is used with the Final Cry of Pain, the target will be given complete death. Standing in front of the mess after the battle, you muttered, "All right then, let's clean up." You leaned forward, yawned, and thought, well, everything will work out fine. On this side, the screen was defeated with a bitter laugh. "Ha ha!" Lee Chan-hee, whose username is I love chocolate cookies, was scared as he said, "I'm screwed." His eyes still watering when his phone rang. Seeing the caller's name made him jump. Dex is Dex. He must have felt like his precious phone was worth gold at that moment. He held the phone to his face and stood up. "Hey Dex, you bastard. I told you to fake me as much as you wanted, but this is too far." His hand trembled with anger. He shouted, "You destroyed the Holy Kingdom, killed the Pope, even summoned a king of demons. You made me live like a spirit summoner, even if I go crazy. It should be something that can be hidden." On this side, G remained calm, still holding his instant noodles box. "No worries? How? Strange, didn't the notification get sent already?" "Oh my god, you heard that too?" G's voice echoed. "The transfer notification should have been sent by now." "Are you seriously losing it over a transfer? What's going on?" The screen lights up, his fingers swipe up and down quickly. It looks like something valuable is coming. The phone glows brightly, shining straight into his face. Just by looking at it, I can tell what's happening. Seeing money changes people. A dog could turn into a fairy with it. Money flying everywhere. His expression shifts from hesitant to determined, full of resolve. Dix Lord, the worst villain, chocolate lover. What am I supposed to do now? Is that an itch you can't scratch, huh? flipping faces faster than flipping rice crackers. You're a mad devil. Gee, show your true colors. The teacher seems to be holding back laughter. Keep playing this shameless game as usual. I don't think you can handle this situation. Long-haired demon face is happy like the harvest season. G's voice still echoes on the other end of the line. Anyway, just wait a bit. I'll post a correction video in my shape. Punching and rubbing, how can you resist? Forget what others think. Return the money then. Really? Are you serious? Then I believe you and will wait. Like a lover waiting for their partner to come home. Suddenly, the stream starts Life of the Destroyer. Then appears someone's shadow, not very friendly with the title hinting at the chocolate addict's argument. The screen is all messed up, Life of the Destroyer. With long hair reaching his feet, he confidently smiles, lifting his lips in a cool way like the guys in movies. Glad to see everyone again. Sorry for the collapse of the Holy Kingdom, but I think it was inevitable. His sinister eyes look up with mischief. It happened while trying to prevent the Primordial's death, so please don't blame me anymore. Infinite freedom, infinite potential. After those words is a shocking miracle. The capital Eden of the Holy Kingdom was destroyed. Like scratching an itch, everyone talks about it. Why did he speak so directly? He must think he's doing the right thing. How does he plan to take responsibility for reducing all profession clerics' power? That's right, skill efficiency dropped by 40%. With such strength, did he really need to kill the Pope? The worst decision ever. I was going to ignore it, but his way of speaking is really annoying. Damn it, just keep letting public opinion criticize him. Dealing with online communities will only lead to collapse somewhere. And this guy even points at the screen directly, reading those comments again with a fierce expression. Why did he speak so directly? He must think he's doing the right thing. How does he plan to take responsibility for reducing all profession clerics' power? Suddenly his eyes slowly lower. That's right, skill efficiency dropped by 40%. With such strength, did he really need to kill the Pope? The worst decision ever. I was going to ignore it, but his way of speaking is really annoying. That's not enough. Netizens keep commenting furiously. Let's calm down now. Accept it. The situation has happened and can't be undone. Especially for those holy warriors. They're angry about their reduced power. You should actually be grateful. It seemed like sadness would come, but it didn't. A smile crept up, chomping on his teeth noisily. Still not satisfied? So go find me if you want to. I'm ready to meet with you at any time. But then, it's like thinking those perverts are just laughing at others' anger, but no, bro. This guy picked up a sword with an enormous eye on it. I also want to test my new item. The internet community gained another fan and started typing furiously. Isn't that Moss's weapon? Truly insane. Haha. So is this a character deletion item then? Show it up close. Truly crazy. It's just being dragged from one side to the other. It's just being dragged from one side to the other. Not even able to do anything. A notification came that it was just being dragged again. The live stream has ended. Our money-hungry friend, his room looks really fancy. He's holding his head. Damn it, I'm such an idiot for believing him. Regrettable as it is to stop mid-air, I should have done a correction stream myself. Cut to a treasure-filled area with gold and rare items from Sichuan, Copenhagen. His face was full of shock like he just met a ghost. 200 million. 200 million. How much are you using? 200 million experience points. Is that the dog's name? It sounds ridiculous. From surprise to sheer anger, she pointed at him. Why waste so many experience points? You could have ended everything with one strike. You've been silently bearing this for a while now. His face was scared from being scolded. What are you saying? Wings. You used it too. The more he said, the more fuel he added to the fire. His body turned into a blood-sucking demon, his face turning green with rage. I used a completely different resurrection skill. Well, you wasted it just to show off your strength, explode, and run kids. He's also persistent. Even when killing chickens, he uses full force. Even for small sense, that's our rule as demons. But then he turned his face to laugh, probably comforting himself. Don't be upset anymore. That's the rule after being oppressed by heaven. Like talking to a sack of rice, only wanting to hit what you mention. Punching hard. Oh my god. Clearly, you're just excited about venting your frustration. Stop making excuses. Anyway, Dex, Ms. Ni Yi pointed out that this resurrection was a very special case. Resurrection is forbidden and disrupts the balance of karma. A golden apple appeared with a reminder, only successful because we are from the tree of life. Normally, even if all celestial disciples gathered together. G interrupted mid-sentence, but we did it, right? The demon L got angrier just looking back. His face showed no emotion. G reluctantly agreed. Yes, I'll be more careful next time. Like mothers teaching their children to eat without leaving crumbs. This time I did it because moved by your kindness, Dix. But never again. Gold silver treasure report appeared before his eyes, mesmerizing. Spending this would last for generations. G, sitting on a golden throne, holding the treasure in his hand, pondering. Let's see. You check your system to verify. It shows 120.8 to 1, 43 experience points remaining. The remaining experience points are like this. So I save regularly, so it won't run out soon. Just sitting here with all these thoughts unfinished. At this rate, basically it's a deal, right? Looking for it is quite fun too. Thinking about the time we were together, laughing like there was no tomorrow. Then the sword suddenly showed an eye in the middle. Red and black mixed well, don't you think? Plus, I got the divine artifact I aimed for from the start. The sword's information appeared on the system. Divine artifact, the dying man's lament. Using a dying man's lament to finish off an opponent will make them die completely. Holding it and admiring it can't help but make you chuckle. The power of character deletion. Just possessing this item is enough to be a warning that no one dares touch it. One thought after another keeps coming. Showing off in the live stream as a chocolate lover was for that reason. Remembering that live stream session, explaining the argument about the chocolate lover. Now you seem to have figured out many things. He'll be at peace for a while. I don't intend to abuse it, or else the game would get boring. Like cards flying from above in that night sky, Joker is using his binoculars to look this way. Such items should be hidden and used as trump cards in decisive moments. G grabs the sword and holds it up to his face. His face darkens, eyes glowing red, laughing like a madman. Ha-hee, hoping for that day to come soon. His laugh makes the one next to him jump back, probably thinking, what are you plotting? D sits with crossed legs, looking relaxed now. By the way, I didn't think just one disciple would have such a big impact. It's like there's an eye staring right into your soul. People look bored and sad. Everyone, could other sealed divine entities be this strong too? If so, that's going to be trouble. Placing his hand on his chest. No, the primordial death is a divine entity representing the underworld. In contrast, the nearby phantom crosses his arms in anger. That unlucky guy. Let him stay sealed forever. I've never liked him since he pledged allegiance to ancient darkness. That's surprising. Loyalty, you said death serves the oldest ancient darkness. Startled by how far it went. Stunned for a moment. Oh, just slipped my tongue. It's too late to cultivate like that now. Over there, Mrs. Tran is having another fit again. Phantom, be careful with your words. What if it affects the middle realm? Keep taking those insults. You won't apologize or repent anyway. So what? Everyone knows that already. The next to him is also startled. I get it now. Raising his hand, he grasps the situation. Another eye. Dozens of red eyes are staring this way. If ancient divine entities rise again, even those who serve the oldest darkness like death will awaken too. In the end, Arcadia will gradually slide towards destruction. But, as he says this, he suddenly remembers his comrades in arms, fellow travelers amidst chaos, all of them growing stronger every day. It's as if he is lighting up his entire memory with a faction war. Instead of fear, it further excites D. Not bad at all. Moving to another side, could this be the forest near the castle? Synth is training his strength here, energy radiating in the air. Dex used the fruit from the world tree, ancient with green hair looking particularly cool and refreshing. Thinking about it, his eyes suddenly lower, a hint of sadness. He chuckled, surprising himself that he used it for someone else. How does it sound like you're unrequitedly in love with grandma? G's silhouette appeared, making a sudden decision. Or maybe that is Dex. Recalling the battle, demonic faces emerged as ancient divine entities began to awaken their emotions. Amidst this, there were shadows of power transformations, all intertwining into a strong and enduring bond, tipping the balance between heaven and hell. Sin floated up, his hands glowing as if feeling his own strength. If so, we should prepare for the path illuminated by light. Suddenly, a call came during practice, calling Melissa, daughter. She closed her eyes, enjoying it. It's time now! My daughter, Melissa, sounds like a company named Melissa. The newcomer suddenly jolted. Soon a massive shadow would engulf Acadia. The surroundings seemed to glow as Cynthia's thoughts continued flowing unceasingly. But don't worry too much. Even at the brink of despair, hope will sprout from the seed of faith. A breeze blew under Melissa's feet. This is the moment to change her future with her own hands. Looking down affectionately, Melissa, soon our disciple will step into this land, lead the children, and that person. Like a burst of power sweeping through, becoming a solid foundation for those who will reverse the fate of the world. The system notified that the World Tree was granting new powers to remaining 5 tribes in its territory. 5 tribes had surpassed the limits their species once achieved. Tribes were being reclassified. One after another, notifications kept coming. Now we can see her full beauty. With her silver blue hair, deep violet eyes, and pointed ears characteristic of Phi, she looked stunning without any comparison. That is the high-ranking spirit Melissa. On the Argentina Game News board, the latest player updates were constantly being updated. Yesterday it was about the Summoner King. Today it's the Moon Demon King. Ilov Sakakik, a very unusual player. Who exactly is he? The core of all debates, the true nature of Ilov Sakakik, unique analysis. Minso held his phone, reading through the information. What's this? He directly used Michael and Satan's powers. He couldn't help but marvel at how many potential points were required to borrow their power, hundreds of millions at minimum. This is a number that an ordinary player could never achieve in the original design. Minsu sneered, "What clever trick are you using?" The secret was shared by many. Alice, how many potential points does Dex have now? Alice provided no information, but quickly sent a red notification. Access restricted. No user data can be disclosed. Minsu asked in shock, "Really, as the Supreme Administrator, I don't have access?" He scratched his nose. No wonder Myzian and Czech had trouble handling this name. But he didn't give up, continuing to ask Alice for information like someone desperately asking GPT to solve a problem. I don't need the exact number. Instead, tell me why Dex has potential points far beyond my calculations. Alice closed her eyes and reported, checking access level. Information is being displayed due to a unique feature of the Hero Traveler class, support mechanism. Minsu was stunned by the analysis. Support mechanisms? Did we design that? Suddenly he stopped. I remember now. He continued asking Alice for more information. Alice, show me data on Dex's support companions, including any nearby factors if they exist. The machine quickly complied, checking access levels and transferring shareable data to his device. Minsu laughed awkwardly. This is insane. Looking at the minute-by-minute recorded battles, he felt like he had caught a mouse. What's this guy up to? Support mechanisms were created to prevent the game from becoming too easy and force players to build their teams. Yet, he's exploiting his own limitations to such an extent. The most absurd part is that he convinced the World Tree, the guardian of the spirit realm. Minsu rubbed his chin. So, it's time for me to act now. But as the game founder who can see everything from unexpected angles, he decided it was still too early. The rate of spatial erosion in Arcadia is still too low for direct intervention. It doesn't fit the setting, and most importantly, there's no main character yet. For now, we'll start by gathering data. Minsu paused, suddenly realizing that playing this game was like deceiving himself. But the hardest part is that he had to do it. He scratched his head. The feeling is like working overtime instead of resting. Well then, there's no other way out. Consider this as helping Maizian improve his romantic life. Despite Minsu's casual remark, Maizian seems to hear it clearly. His subordinate's blunt words made her giggle. Am I sick now? In the game space, Minsu and Alice have entered the data area. Alice's notifications are appearing. The Asura identifier code is verifying access rights. Minsu stands opposite and speaks up. Alice, show me information related to the world tree. Alice complies, opening the image of the beautiful elf tribe. Searching for info confirmed the main script. X3 Noblesse is updating data. Minsu examines the data she provides, slowly considering. Summarizing, the world tree must remain neutral and protect order, but now it's taking action. Alice responds, indeed, the revival of Vulcanist identity and the rise of primordial threnody and the decline of the strong kingdom have become catalysts for the script. This led to, as a result, all remaining elves in the world tree's territory were upgraded to high-level elves, their base stats and influence adjusted accordingly, along with additional quests. New character classes and NPC rank adjustments. Minsu frowns, fully focused on the screen. These high-level elves, built according to the world setting. They are a race that perished in the Holy War when the World Tree fell into eternal slumber. And simply put, they are like the World Tree's royal guards. Satisfied, very satisfied, Alice watches Minsu analyze all this from simple data. Can't help but admire, truly a top administrator, analysis spot on. Seems like you're having more fun than my GPT bots, just finding data. MINSU thinks, Melissa's power, originally a special PC at level 300, was enhanced to level 500 after evolving into a high-level elf. In terms of influence, she is now on par with Amen, the former top ruler of the fallen Holy Empire. If the World Tree uses them to intervene in Arcadia's politics, no force will be able to stop it. He finally realized everything. Hahaha. Turns out this is part of the alliance with the Chaotic Traveler. Through the screen, he can imagine how those guys cheated. With this situation, peace in Acadia will be maintained and the shared space boundary will remain stable. Minsu chuckles. This also means we can't find a reason to intervene. Such a hassle. So it's probably time to adjust the challenge level a bit. Alice announces, adding more horrific final script segments. Scene change, Slim Village, Chesy Town, an odd circle suddenly appears in the sky. But this doesn't seem serious as Dex and his group are still having fun. Dex sits under a tree, rubbing his purple salmon-colored slim. Alright, everyone ready? The test battle begins. As soon as the command is given, the ground shakes quickly. Moss and Cassilis continuously clash with their swords. Despite using wooden swords, their attacks are still terrifying. After continuous combat, Moss is clearly outmatched by Cassilis, his face already sweating. Oh, what power is this? The stat difference is truly scary. In a moment of distraction, Moss didn't notice Cassilis charging again. Only when he regained his composure did he shout. After the chaos, the sky and earth returned to calm, only the poor leaves continued to fly aimlessly. Cassilis stands firm, holding his sword at Moss, who is sitting on the ground. Death exclaims victoriously. Cassilis wins, Zed cheers along. Cassilis releases his grip and wipes sweat with his free hand. How high are you now? Before he could fully recover from sitting on the ground, gasping for breath but still answering, 156. Cassilis stares in shock. What's that? And that's all his stats. Noticing they stood there too long, he steps forward asking, what's up, Cassios? Though I'm not as good as you, I do have some ability, right? She frowns, worth the enemy's attention. Looking at the guy in front of her, she says, he's better than what I saw in the video. Thank you for agreeing to battle with me, Moss. Moss replies, no problem, I'm free now anyway. Cassidy doesn't wait for an answer and brushes it off. Alright then, I need to go train some more. Only now standing up, Moss asks Dex hesitantly, what's your relationship with that player? Dex replied casually, She, the one who used to follow me, later regretted and became my maid. Moss gasped loudly, and he, a disciple of King Long Wangya, turned around to look at Dex, left speechless. The sky was clear and the breeze gentle, but inside Dex, there was an ominous feeling. Moss spoke. After that day, I thoroughly investigated him. The daily life channel of the Destroyer, Dex Van Sunen, in all major events shaking both continents, he was always at the center. He admitted, how to put it, I don't have the right to judge, because I too once fell victim to divine enchantment. But perhaps only he could save this world from the ancient moon god's threat. They are extremely dangerous, especially if divine power falls into the wrong hands again. Countless people will suffer. He raised his eyebrows at Dex. I'll do anything you ask. Please keep peace in this world. Even if it means ruling all of Acadia to achieve that. He lowered his head. No words could describe the situation then. But then lifted his head with indifference, just like when he had to lower his face to suppress a smile. His eyes were hollow and lifeless. I'm sorry, I have no intention of doing that. After Itrutrus said this, Moss froze. His face went blank. You must be shocked, with your mouth wide open like that. He couldn't bear it and lowered his head. Moss really hopes in you. His eyes looked up with a hopeful gaze. But even if you don't rule Arcadia, at least you want to control the ancient mission, right? I've come up with some ideas. But Jiang doesn't think that way, Dad. No, unless there's a direct mission for me. I'm thinking about abandoning the ancient script. Wow, you made that young man go from surprise to surprise in just a few short sentences. Poor guy. His heart was racing. Moss was completely flustered. Huh? From disagreement to madness now. He screamed, dampening the sky. Hold on. Dex, think about it again. If another person were lured by primordial death, this entire continent would be in chaos. Each word was engraved into GE. Young, you stood still as if there was a red-hot gaze following you. Moss's voice continued without pause. You know that too. The only one who can stop it is you. Death, death, death. GE. Young raised his eyes. Still those lonely eyes filled with thoughts. Yes, sir. He tried to add a few more words. Follow me for a moment. I have something I want to show you. Hearing this, Moss was shocked even more than before. This is so uncomfortable, bro. Poor Moss. Turns out there's a cliff here with a view of everything below and the sunlight casting a romantic scene. Others might say that, but I don't. GE. Young turned his back and asked, what? The scenery is truly magnificent. Moss asked me, miss? Who knows? He just stood there like a log, GE. Young looks thoughtful as if he wants to share something. This is my favorite place at Acadia. Whenever I look at it, it reminds me of something. How sappy can a joke be? It's making me cry. Looking down from such a huge height, it feels like being the king of this land. GE's line. Young's voice fits perfectly with this scene. Infinite freedom and endless possibilities. Wait, why doesn't it rhyme at all? Then he puts his hand on the head of the girl next to him. I don't intend to spoil everyone's joy just to prevent a future danger. Why does that demon hair look so bright in this scene? The golden sunlight slightly illuminates her face, with her head tilted. If there's trouble, I'll handle it. But most importantly, the poem is absolutely cinematic. That young man behind looks bored to death, his face expressionless and old. GE. Young finishes with a line that surprises him. Shouldn't this be more fun? Now Moss looks like he's in deep trouble, laughing. But each of these sudden changes is as quick as a pancake flip. As the sunlight softens, he reluctantly accepts. You're right. After hearing that, GE. Young laughs with genuine joy, showing great satisfaction. Who will be the next interesting character? Hopefully, someone cool will appear soon. Is it really this big, miss? Moss's face distorts and jumps up. His eyes gradually become puzzled. With this hand, is he good or bad? Oh, I thought you were done with your gloomy mood, but here you are still full of energy. In the place where people live, there's a pile of power. It's like mom's morning bun or a cheap ingredient in Korean dramas, but to us, it's real garlic, pure and strong. There's no need for complete control because Dex isn't running everything. Then the scene shifts to an uncle playing on his computer, looking shocked with dark circles under his eyes. There's no need to monopolize all benefits. This is a game. And then we see Yi Yang yawning, showing his garlic-like teeth. We don't aim for perfection. You don't have to be loved by everyone. The final scene focuses on Moss's face. That's how Dex plays Arcadier. His expression has softened genuinely, understanding everything, very gentle now. Remember, understand this well or else you might change your mind quickly. These thoughts linger because of a person like him who saved the world. A green light appears on top of that tower. That's the main wizard tower in Green Tower Castle. The scene shifts to somewhere else. Someone's voice is heard. Alright, I believe everything will proceed as planned. Then he gets a response from the former Galia Birth Tower Master. Hi, don't worry. That bro is really hi. Long hair and long nose, plus some muscle. Truly bizarre. It's truly different from a palace. So many snakes here. Gently lifting the back of a small but strong girl. Long hair on both sides like a moonlight sailor. Just like hatred, that kid won't forget your kindness. We need to change scenes now. A star with 5 others standing at different corners. One wide open eye in the middle, surrounded by magical smells. There were originally 5 magic towers on the second continent of Arcadier. They fiercely compete and protect each other. Isn't that Miris? He's removing the muzzle. A vine suddenly climbs up his hand and from underwater. The magical wall shows the spirit of winds. After going through events like the Unified Continent and the Haman Empire War, suddenly, a beam of light shines above those tiny eyes below. It's scary, everything is blurry and painful. Their relationship has changed significantly. That girl is the Green Tower Master, Lumeria, the Great Sage of 8 Circles. Her face is as cold as ice. From now on, the High Council of Dark Magic will be convened under the authority of the Green Tower Master, the center of the 5 towers. Lumeria looks towards the star in that direction. It's receiving an incomprehensible power surge. She raises her head. From now on, the Great Sages of the Dark Towers will gather at the Green Tower during the 8th Moon Night to deliberate on the future of the Dark Island. Decisions made here will be rules for all mages. Then she glances sideways, and the first agenda item is a brown-haired man's face appears. He wears a diving mask-like glasses. May I present? The Pope's face wrinkles. Who is this? You'll die if you say it wrong, sir. Even his glasses-wearing wife isn't spared. Her attire is terrible and unbecoming. Hey lady, that was a bit of an insult. Wear what you like, but does being ugly mean everything? That guy's name is Marcus, no one else. I've heard the tree-destroying words, thinking to myself, well, whatever you think. Just think it, don't say it or you'll be in trouble. The heavens are shaking, my thoughts still aren't satisfied. Even if they ignore me, I'll just keep going. As long as I can help him, that's incredibly loyal, sir. He stands behind Lumeria. She looks straight at the 4 people and explains, this is Marcus, a great sage of the Gale Federation from Canonphilia School. Amai gasps if it's the Gale Federation. What now? That name developed dark magic artillery. Are you serious, sir? She then pulls him up and points to herself. Lumeria proposes that Marcus become a member of the High Council of Dark Magic. The scene ends with everyone stunned, shocked, and speechless. Lumeria's cold face looks up. Does anyone object? Is this too much for you to object? You're scared out of your mind asking. Looking at the tower receiving power naturally. Her glasses-wearing wife speaks with disdain and a hint of fear. You've gone too far, Green Tower Master. He's not even a mage anymore. He's just competitive by nature. A green-haired man can't hold back. Are you serious? Because he developed war weapons? Giving him a seat among the Tower Masters is an insult to magic. That guy's face is in shock, his eyes small and nose flaring as he speaks. And Amai chimes in, ha, looks like he's lost his touch too. Galia, I didn't expect her to give up a seat for such a child. Even though she reached 8 circles, she's still just a kid. Letting someone who doesn't know how to use magic sit there is an insult. Haven't you learned not to underestimate others? He seems very angry. Do you understand? Ms. Lumeria, I'm saying that having a child like her here is enough. My ears are burning. Marcus's face distorts, as if about to burst into flames. These people talk too much no matter where they are. Shut up. What you're saying is like sticking your hand in a fire. Amy wrinkles her nose. Even her glasses-wearing wife adds, very rude. It's quite disrespectful. But Marcus doesn't see it that way. His eyes roll. Ha! Those impolite ones before. You didn't forget what you said, did you? Teo. It's over. Amy looks like she's been splashed with water, fuming and shouting, "How dare you, a worthless scoundrel, defy me?" Before she can finish, Lumeria's intense gaze silences her. Any further disruption will be considered rebellion against the council. Are you dead or alive? Do you think I'm a Hello Kitty? The others are even more frightened and stunned. Time seems to have stopped. We understand your dissatisfaction. Lumeria bows, but it's too early to judge. Not just me, but others also suggested Marcus join the High Council of Dark Magic. The glasses-wearing old lady starts to worry. That power is strong. Why didn't I recognize this sooner? She turns to Amy, who's gaping at the sky in shock. Wait, there! That familiar hair on her hat. Melissa's voice resounds. Greetings, masters of dark magic. I am Melissa, queen of the upper elves. The ghost is really beautiful, shining and mysterious. Then she continued, Marcus's body, a great hero of Canonphilia, went from surprise to shock and even fell back. Hearing that, everyone at the scene started talking excitedly, like they had encountered a planet. High Elf, it turns out the rumors are true. Shouldn't they stay out of human affairs? Apo smiled slyly, thinking to himself, good, the advantage is tilting towards us. Just one more step. A certain step. With confidence, Apo spoke up and added a smile to his face. Pleased to meet you again. I'm Apo, the head of the Merchant Guild. As he said this, he raised a red magic book in his hand. The victorious expression remained on his face. Apo continued, everyone must know what this item is. A woman dressed like a beginner ghost was surprised and thought to herself, the 8th Circle spellbook? And then there's that green-haired guy who thought, still unpublished spellbooks? On the other side of Apple, a man stepped forward and said, hold on. If it's true, we'll check it. Let's discuss later. Apple was concerned. It wasn't time yet. He firmly rejected, too early to be surprised about anything. For something to open up. You're the best in this deal. Apple revealed 3 more books from his remaining hand. With a more serious tone, he spoke. If you recognize Marcus as a council member, I'll sell everyone these for 8th Circle spellbooks. He smiled dangerously. It seemed certain that his guesses would come true. Not from me. Right. Everyone there was extremely surprised by this. They were shocked to the core. Everyone's eyes wide open, looking at Apple. The scene fell silent until someone spoke up. I'll ask again, Lumeria said coldly. Lumeria, propose Marcus as a member of the High Council. Is there any objection? They moved to another room. The candle was still burning. The dim yellow light made the room feel cozy. Someone's voice rang out. Thank you for your efforts. Far away, Melissa stood beside Marcus with a thoughtful expression. Apple and Lemon were on their opposite side. With this, all 5 major towers are now under Dex's control. Marcus frowned slightly, muttering a few words, wanting to rule the tower. The first time I heard this, I thought he was crazy. Apple listened as he continued, but since it was his order, I think it works somehow. Hearing that, Apple replied, oh, this isn't what Lord Dex requested. Kimhair looked shocked now. Yeah, what's up? Apple explained, Lord Dex only asked to destroy the 8th Circle spellbooks. The rest are my decisions. Melissa's face was tense like a taut string, sweat dripping down her forehead, looking quite concerning. She worriedly said, so, bring us high elves into human affairs and make proposals to the towers. All of this is your decision, Apple. Marcus sternly said, you're more crazy than you look. Why are you doing things that the master doesn't ask for? Apple's face was slightly blank but replied firmly, well, because I believe it will help Lord Dex in the future. Hearing Apple's explanation, Marcus and Melissa understood. Everyone has been helped by Lord Dex. Do you understand my feelings too? They continued to discuss heatedly. When they thought about it, did it really matter? Yes, as long as we're helping Lord Dex. Apple smiled confidently, thinking to himself, Lord Dex is observing us. The image of a warrior in extremely tough armor holding a sword firmly appeared in Apple's thoughts. Behind her was the form of a large dragon. Our allies will become stronger, so we can be your power in tough times. In another scene, under the moonlight, Angelina stands facing someone deep in the forest, an eerie and chilling landscape, shadows thick as nightfall, her expression cold and silent. Nearby, the magical aura of Stellar appears. Of course, it's not about the princess anymore. She exudes a sinister air even in her smile. Stellar speaks softly, unusual for her. I didn't expect someone to want to meet me first. Angelina remains unfazed. She just lowers her head and responds with an empty phrase. I'm tired of running away. Seeing the small green-haired one jump in front to save, Stella says some dirty words to vent. Huh? So, you want me to beg you not to chase after me anymore, right? Ada laughs and continues. Do you know this, don't you? In this world, the hatred between us can never be resolved if you want to end it. Not letting the blue-haired one finish her sentence, Angelina cuts her off immediately. Her hand raises above a seemingly useful spellbook. Ah, do you need this? The Moonlight Spellbook is said to hold special spells and knowledge created by a great wizard fascinated with the stars and moon. To decode it, you need the sparkling magic book. Seeing Angelina's book, Stella's smile fades as her face darkens. Are you finally losing it? Angelina doesn't give in, staring directly at the green-haired one with a clear declaration of war. Let's end this today, Stellar. The winner gets the book. Memories of their first meeting flood their subconscious. Their master introduces them to each other under the lonely sky. Greetings, my students. From now on, in this solitary sky, you are destined to teach each other. At that moment, Stella's face shows extreme discomfort and hatred towards the pink-haired one. She frowns, thinking, typical NPC lecturing. She should teach dark magic properly, not just telling me. Looking at Angelina, she mutters under her breath, stupid, teaching me? One of their subconscious voices speaks up. From the day we met by chance to when we became sparkling mages and moonlight wizards. That day we were given that title. Not a single day did I think there would be someone at my level. Back in reality, the battle between the two beauties erupts. Angelina seems to take the lead. She rushes towards Stella with her eyes closed, her fire magic causing Stella's eyes to widen in shock and horror. Stella might be too scared to move, her teeth gritted as she looks down at what is pressing against her neck, trembling as she speaks. What are you doing so recklessly? If you're a wizard, you should fight fairly with your magical skills. The pink-haired Angelina's staff still stands high. Suddenly, she pauses, grinning and mumbling like a child. I heard that in the magic duel too. Angelina's fire is still burning as her face becomes eerie. Her lifeless smile speaks. But I won, didn't I? Isn't my way also a form of magical skill? Hearing this, Stella falls silent. What are you saying now, life? Stellar has fallen back under the pink-haired one's feet, shouting loudly and echoing across the area. Aren't you? Seeing your shame in front of our master, do they understand that you're trying to take the magic book with meaningless words like these? Angelina calmly replies, Stellar, did you forget? You're the one who keeps challenging and bothering me. Stellar looks annoyed. She's panicking now. That is. Oh! She gritted her teeth and muttered to herself. Stellar was terrified in her thoughts. This can't be happening. No way. Impossible. I've mastered the 6th circle magic. And lost to a fool who only knows the 1st circle magic? Forget how much I hate myself for being shocked by my own abilities. Angelina stood in front of the system board. She raised her hand as if about to press something. Suddenly, the book on the ground floated up. Angelina spoke softly. Take it. Dazed, Stella looked at the book in front of her while Angelina continued speaking. I don't need it anymore. Stella's face was pale. Only losing to a pile of dung could be worse. She muttered blankly. What are you talking about? You! What do you intend? Holding the book, she stared in disbelief at Angelina's words. This was my plan all along. How can I only use the first circle magic now? Stella shouted in confusion. Why would you challenge me then? Angelina remained calm and turned to leave, answering her friend's question. I've always run from people like this. Now, I want to end it my way. Hearing that, Stella froze, clenching her teeth in anger. The worst is the magic book. You do nothing but get thrown down without care. Feeling hurt, Stella didn't shout at Angelina. You think I look like a fool? She waved her hand and screamed as if something was poking her bottom. Don't make fun of me. This isn't the ending I wanted. Shouldn't Angelina have returned by now? Why is the book in front of me then? Right, it's because Stella threw it over. Still angry, Stella shouted, don't treat me like those PC characters are satisfied after completing a quest. Angelina seemed used to her troublesome friend. She sighed. Teacher. Approaching the book, she gently bent down and picked it up. She thought to herself, well, that's fine. At least you won't follow me for a while. I don't have to live in fear anymore. And helped Dex enthusiastically. Angelina added another line of dialogue. That's right. I guess this is good enough. Stella ran forward with all her might. It seems you're still angry. Hurt because she had touched my level. What level? Who grades it? She gritted her teeth in frustration, thinking to herself, don't make fun of me. Stop laughing. I said don't laugh. Teaching me, huh? Don't make fun of me. Angelina's happy image with her master flashed in Stella's mind. That brat has never really faced me. Never once. Angelina's innocent and kind face deepened Stella's annoyance even more. She treated me like an NPC, lower than an NPC. Stella stood in the dark forest. She spoke to herself as if she were alone. If I was stronger, this wouldn't have happened. I must become stronger. Stella's eyes suddenly glowed with a mysterious purple hue. She gritted her teeth and pressed forward. I want to be stronger. I told myself I need to be stronger. Suddenly, a huge red eye appeared before Stella. Stella gritted her teeth. I have to get stronger. I have to get even stronger. She stood in front of an eye that was staring at her intently. Under the round, hazy moonlight, notifications appeared. Hong Yu's hidden profession, a sleepwalker, reacted to the magic of the luminescence midge. You've met the special conditions to revive an ancient god. Her eyes widened in shock. The notification for the hidden quest appeared. You've received void within the universe. O moon, shine alone in the darkness. Under the twilight of humanity, the world will quietly kneel. Honor the night. O midge walking on the path of moonlight. The silver soul burns brightly alone in the darkness, destined to change the fate of this world. Quietly, noble and full of courage, you'll become the one who illuminates the darkness of the world. Accepting this quest will erase the profession of luminescence midge. What's the mission? I don't even understand what it's saying. But if it's a hidden quest, it must be a big opportunity for me. But accepting without knowing the reward is quite risky. The notification continued. Tower of light in the darkness of the world. Accepting this quest will erase your hidden profession as luminescence midge. At this point, she raised her eyebrows. Her face became puzzled. The system asked, do you accept this mission? Yes or no? For a moment, she recalled being beaten by Angelina and Lian Hui, and the image of her returning with disdain made her angry. She gritted her teeth and said, okay, whatever's coming is coming. Anyway, I can't win against her like this. The system announced acceptance of the mission. A cluster of hazy light appeared above her. Under the swirling wind, in front of that strange eye, a circle burned like an eternal flame. At that moment, a black aura enveloped her feet. An ancient text circled around the eye. It's a void scroll, a hidden scroll deep within the universe, containing the secrets of the void as foretold by ancient prophecies. It holds the mysteries of dimensions and creatures, Stella exclaimed in surprise. A scroll. She grinned. Impossible. Losing my luminescence much profession means that? She tightened her staff. If so, then? Then she cast a magic circle. What reason do I have to hesitate anymore? The system immediately announced, the void scroll reacts with the power of the luminescence midge. The Void Scroll appeared, ancient text hovering around Stellar. O seeker of the universe's truth, in the void lies endless moonlight and stars. Your enlightenment will become a different world. In countless dimensions and possibilities born from myriad timespans, you'll be the only one to recognize entities from another world. The wanderer between the universe and the void, piercing the truth of all, a path full of power and uniqueness, but also danger and the unknown. At the moment when someone clings to power and falls into ambition or pride, the price they pay can't be reversed. Only humility can protect their life. The Moon Gatekeeper was shocked by the void as she stared at the eye-shaped ring on her hand. The sound still echoing in her ears, the craving for the void, the craving for us, the craving. A black face with bloodshot eyes appeared, the return of the oldest darkness. The system immediately announced, "You've met all conditions to change your profession. Hidden profession, you have changed your profession into a Moon Gatekeeper." Suddenly, the system showed a red warning, spatial infection rate is increasing. At this moment, an ordinary player, full-time Gamer Alliance leader Maver level 231 asked sternly, "So, what brings you here?" Stella laughed, as a working gamer like me, why else would I come to find you? She straightened and proposed, "I came to ask for gold from the monster hunting grounds and some good players too." He frowned and replied, "Didn't I tell you already?" Maverick looked at the papers on his desk with a disdainful tone. She's been kicked off the top rankings. And after the Ancient God quest, the number of hidden profession holders skyrocketed. Now she's just an outdated famous midge. He laughed, "You see why I wouldn't invest in someone like her. Don't tell me that finally getting a luminescent scroll means you've been jumping around all day." At these words, Stella couldn't help but laugh, laughing so hard it echoed through the room. Stella exclaimed, "Oh man, I'm really disappointed." Stella said with a straight face, heaven forbid." She crossed her legs and confidently continued speaking, "Open your eyes and take a good look. You didn't feel anything?" The man's face showed a hint of surprise. Stella's eyes turned red. She laughed in a strange way, radiating an infinite potential from me. The scene switched to a dark alley, where monsters roamed freely. The system issued a cold announcement, "Griffin Nest Mountain Habitat, recommended level 170 for player griffins." A bright item appeared before her eyes, Saijin Shield, a heavy defense-type shield. He stood in the middle of a row of shields, confidently saying, "Now with this, the griffins won't be able to attack us. So what are you showing us?" Stella smirked and said mysteriously, "Just wait and see." With those words, she tightened her grip on her hand. A ring on her middle finger glowed with intense red energy. Her voice echoed as she summoned the portal. Stella released her hand and explained faintly, "My new Space Gate profession can summon things, but the only thing I can summon is this spatial water portal." Instantly, a tear appeared in the sky. From that water crag, a huge angry hand and an enigmatic eye slowly emerged. She explained, "In other words, I'm the Space Gatekeeper who helps creatures from another dimension enter this world." He raised his eyebrows, saying, "That monster is one we've never seen before." Curiously, he asked Stella, "What's the name of the creature you just summoned?" She replied straightforwardly, "I'm not sure, but it says Fallen Fang on the announcement." He paused and said dismissively, "A summoning profession from a spatial portal, that sounds weak." Looking at her, he asked in confusion, "But why does Stella look so confident?" She smirked with a challenging look in her eyes. "Go! Fight!" With those words, the monster called Fallen Fang by Stellar charged forward at an alarming speed. It raised its strange hand directly at the griffin. A nearby small bird was startled and cried out several times, "Shh!" But before it could fly away, blood splattered everywhere. As expected, the Fallen Fang was beaten to a pulp by the griffin. It hadn't even shown its strength before getting hit with a death blow. The bloody mess fell to the ground and quickly became food for the birds. The system announced that the summoned creature had died, removing it from the summon list and increasing spatial energy by 10. Suddenly, a red warning appeared as the spatial infection rate was rising. From above, Mavir said disdainfully, "She's weaker than I thought." Stellar still laughed confidently. But don't get disappointed, that won't be coming back. She calmly stated that was the 32nd creature to come out of the portal. Stellar excitedly recounted, the first one was a soldier and from another world, and it couldn't even be a level 3 goblin. The Fallen Fang that just appeared is level 85. It managed to withstand a hit from a level 170 griffin for a moment. Hearing this, Mavir paused. His eyes narrowed. No, don't tell me it works like that. He continued, the first soldier and was weaker than a level 3 goblin. But the 32nd Fallen Fang managed to withstand a hit from a level 170 griffin. Suddenly understanding, he said, in other words, each time a creature dies, the next one will be stronger. Mavir's face paled as he stared at the torn spatial portal. As she kept summoning and letting them die like this. Stella continued, eventually, we'll summon a creature that no one can kill. He changed his attitude and invited her, with a smile, Stella, would you like to join our alliance? We will provide all the resources you need. Another red warning appeared as the spatial infection rate was increasing. At the same time, Alice received important notifications. Crisis situation, emergency scenario 001 has been activated, switching to real-time analysis mode. The scene switched to a high-rise building. Myung still lay quietly in its glass cage. She suddenly raised her eyebrows with some reaction. In the room, someone asked straightforwardly, what does that mean? NPCs had given Angelina and Stella a mission. Helenea's eyes widened in surprise. Jack didn't design this, right? She suddenly thought of a woman's elegant back. She frowned, don't tell me the one who created those levels. Jack nodded, that's right, super administrator. He added, Minsa made that. Jack's tone became serious as he warned, the big problem now is the Space Gatekeeper level. According to what I know, it can open a portal between nothingness and Acadia to summon creatures from nothingness. Helenea's eyelids twitched as she remained speechless. A while later, she asked Jack, Jack, is space also a setting created by Minsu? He replied cheerfully, yes, space is a world conceived by Minsu. He explained further, a place where elements are gathered that can't be used. Pure chaos. Helenia sighed. 2. Now I understand why the late crisis warning appeared. Bang, the sudden alarm. Pfft. Among the summoned creatures, one could potentially destroy Arcadia. One would trigger the late moon crisis. He continued with another shocking news. So it's a big mess indeed. Maybe he finally decided to seriously intervene in the game. Jace asked casually, I'm adding Jennifer. How about you? She lowered her head and said worriedly, I think I'll talk to Alice. Meanwhile, Alice was also dealing with deception. The system kept notifying them that they couldn't access the information. Back in their conversation, Helenia was surprised. What did you say? Jace explained calmly. According to Code 000, accessing this information requires approval from a super administrator. Detailed target information and additional crisis data can only be provided after activation. She looked at Alice in shock. Wait, Alice, is there something wrong? What does it mean that they can't share the information? He continued, we know the administrator has been intervening in the game for various reasons, including Dex, a wanderer from the Chaos era. Hearing this, Helenia hesitated. That's right. Jace said, player Dex currently doesn't have direct connection with player Stellar. If the administrator tries to change Arcadia's storyline directly as before, please note that it will be considered a violation of our operational policies. Her mouth twisted. Oh my god. She thought silently, so this time, we really have no choice but to let players handle things themselves. The fate of Arcadia. Back at Griffin's Habitat, Galtad Canyon, Griffin's Habitat, level recommendation 170. On the ground were countless items potions for strength boost, excellent, luck charms. Sella was stunned. Oh my god, what is this? But regarding the static protection, I promised you, I said I would support you with everything I have. These are items to increase your luck. Use them all up. She exclaimed in disbelief. Wait, do you want me to do this every time I summon? He replied casually, of course, the higher your luck stat, the greater the chance of summoning a stronger creature. She was doubtful. Are you sure? Maeve slowly explained. Luck is considered one of the least useful stats in Acadia. Stella held her face in despair. Oh my god, really? All the information you gathered are just silly strategies based on luck. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Are you thinking of retreating? Didn't you say you would find a way to become stronger?" Stellar became increasingly frustrated. Finally, she agreed, "Fine, whatever works, let's do it." You use luck potion. Your luck increased by 60 for the next 30 minutes. Using luck charm, you can use it once a day. Your luck increases for the next 2 hours. Use fairy dust. Your luck is multiplied by 1.5 for the next hour. You rolled excellent luck. Your luck increased by 100 for the next hour. In an instant, the portal opened and a monster appeared level V230, the Cold Night Destroyer. Before its form, Stella seemed small. The destroyer suddenly asked, "Since you've completed the gatekeeper transaction, tell me your wish." She was sweating in fear. "It just spoke to me. Does it have intelligence?" He smiled happily. "Level 230, so luck really works now." He informed her that information about the luck stat came from a summoner who had summoned an SSS god beast and even signed a pact with it. "I paid 10,000 gold for this information." She gasped. 10,000 is that much? He remained calm and said, "I've already promised to support you wholeheartedly." Then the V exclaimed excitedly, "Now, Miss Stella, show us your summoning power." She lifted her lips in a satisfied smile. Raising her voice, she commanded, "Destroy all griffins in this ravine. Destroyer." His eyes glowed red. His deep voice echoed as he requested confirmation. Then he opened his wet mouth wide and roared, "Weak creatures will be annihilated." A blood-red hue appeared. The system immediately announced that a massive amount of experience had been gained from hunting monsters. She leveled up. The titles she received were Slayer of Griffins and Terror with Wings. Before leaving, the destroyer warned, "Promise fulfilled. Summon me again." As he spoke, his figure vanished into the portal. A notification appeared. A portion of experience has been reset to 0. Spatial energy increased by 6.920. Witnessing this scene, she widened her eyes in shock. The V behind her said, "Finally, we have a useful summon." She proudly replied, "Of course, I told you so." Right. Although she agreed, she was still unsettled inside. What's this about? Like in that horror game, the monster we just fought, was it really a summon from Arcadia? He turned and urged her on. "Now, let's move to a stronger hunting ground. From now on, we'll live stream everything." Just as a heads up. She was stunned. "Wait, you mean live stream? Are you going to make this public?" The V stopped and said, "Of course, it's rare for people to see such things in Arcadia. Everyone will be excited to watch." He grinned slyly. "I haven't fully planned the live stream yet, but you'll soon regain your former glory." Hearing this, Stella froze. She agreed immediately. "Then let's do it." Her mood lifted. "We'll make this a long-term project. Only those dungeons and impossible hunting grounds that no one has ever conquered will explore all restricted areas on the continent." Stella fantasized, and finally, the ultimate monster that once plunged the Korean server into despair. "Let's hunt the Queen of Life." His expression turned serious. "Hunting that monster? Are you serious?" He grinned. "Well, recruiting her was a wise decision." They immediately created a channel. The channel has been created. On YouTube, a new channel emerged, Defeating the Queen Slim, Stellar, the Gatekeeper of Space. In short, Stella's idea worked perfectly. Summons through the spatial portal showcase unique and mesmerizing battle styles, instantly attracting players' attention. Players were drawn in by this, then captivated by Stella's experienced live streaming skills. With a clear goal of hunting Queen Slim, she began to gain star status. That was truly her moment of glory, proving that her past reputation wasn't false. Stella's fame skyrocketed. By the third video upload, most Arcadia players had heard of her at least once. Yes, just like that. Dex even knew about Stella's fame. He chuckled from somewhere. "Oh, what's this?" Daring to mention our own. Somewhere else, a red alert sounded. "Important announcement. Final Crisis script. Script 001. Jessica angrily shouted. "Final Crisis? How ridiculous. It's that scoundrel Minsu." I knew he was behind this. She clenched her small fists tightly. With excitement, she cursed. He wanted to ruin the game people have struggled so much to create for his own amusement. This time, I won't let him get away with it. For sure. She smiled reassuringly. Haha. Calm down, Jessica. He softly reminded her. Haven't you forgotten? We still have a trump card for situations like this. Jessica's eyes widened as if she remembered something. Her mood brightened and she cheered. We still have a trump card for situations like this. It's time to summon the dragon now. Dragon. When it comes, the sky rumbles with thunder. Dark clouds gather thickly. A huge dragon flaps its wings in the air. Its face turned upward as its voice echoed hoarsely. The mission has been set. The scene shifts to Free Trade City, where Stella stood for a long time. She smiled smugly. It's been 2 weeks since Stella started her live stream channel, Stellar 870,000 subscribers. The channel has continued to grow as planned. She alone overcame to forbidden areas and for raids. During this process, the summoned spirit beasts died 3 times, pursued by enemies. She stared at her magic ring, laughing aloud. With this, I have nothing to fear. With this, there's nothing to worry about. Yes, even if the opponent is a rival. Suddenly, he asked with concern, are you really okay with this? Stella. Maeve showed obvious worry. Her summoned creature's level now surpasses hers. She replied straightforwardly, I know. What you mean is that the greater the level difference between a summoner and their creature, the harder it is to control them, right? His face taut as a bowstring said, because I knew this would happen quickly, so everything's fine now. But I'm not sure about the next summoning. For now, focus on leveling up before entering the next forbidden area. Stella frowned, feeling incredulous. Are you joking with me? If we only care about stability, when will we catch up to the daily live stream of the Destroyer? Hearing this, he reluctantly agreed. I respect your decision. I just hope you'll be safe this time. Stella. As usual, she started liking her own videos. Others received notifications that the live stream had begun. Stella's channel. She confidently radiated before the screen. Well, hello everyone. I hope you're all well today. Do you know where I am? She pointed to her left, over there. It's Villain, where the Red Dragon Copernican raid took place. Under the likes, countless comments appeared. When will she arrive in the Japanese continent? You're a fan of mine. Someone even worshipped. Stellar is the hope of ancient summoners. She began to speak. During the Red Dragon attack, players left this area. But a new monster attracted by the remains appeared. This was the first large-scale raid on the Demon's Lair. A surprised comment. Isn't this place extremely difficult? Yes, it's where top guilds test their strength monthly. I heard that just the cost of medicine for one trial alone can be hundreds of dollars. But compared to catching Dex the Dragon, it's nothing. Now in front of Stella were 2 huge monsters. Red Oni LV3-7 and Blue Oni LV3-5. She wasn't afraid, instead, she spoke calmly. Oh my, they've come to greet us. Stellar smiled warmly. Let's start then. A solo raid. She shouted loudly. Gate of Spatial Rift. Open quickly. Following was a monster with numerous wet tentacles. The sound of its rumbling stomach echoed. Hungry. Need more mana for our benefit. Some viewers gasped, who's the monster now? L.O.L. Who cares as long as it fights well? She glanced at her 2 opponents and commented, Red Oni and Blue Oni. Level around 300. The combination of physical and magical attacks from these monsters, along with their massive blood and damage, still can't overwhelm this place. The Red Oni's claws were sharp. A ball of magic began to form. It grew gradually while the force emanating from it intensified. Stella still held a disdainful attitude, laughing as if she hadn't seen her coffin yet. Just like everyone knew, most magic doesn't work on my child. At that moment, a spell shot directly towards one of the enemies. The tentacle monster roared, quickly retracting its tongue, emitting a stream of dark energy to counterattack. Both sides plunged into fierce combat, smoke and dust filling the air, obscuring the sky. She excitedly waved her hand, her voice full of taunting. So what about physical attacks now? Immediately, the Green Oni charged ferociously. Its powerful punch shattered the tentacle monster into pieces. But in an instant, the wounds began to heal. Stella narrowed her eyes, her gaze gleaming with satisfaction. Her recovery was even more impressive than the damage she received. In just a few seconds, the tentacle monster's body had fully recovered as if it never got hurt. Instead, it launched an unexpected counterattack, a series of stabs piercing through the green Oni. Stella laughed, clapping her hands with pleasure and pointed at something. "Enjoy this slowly, shall we? The screen is now filled with red blood." The system immediately announced that the Oni's acupoint had been successfully conquered. The livestream audience cheered loudly. She really did a sneak attack. It seems as long as there's time, she can control everything because they can't hurt her. At this rate, she could even capture Slim too. Stellar winked mischievously. So today's live stream ends here. Look forward to the next challenge. As soon as those words were said, a message appeared on the screen, ending the broadcast. She immediately turned around, her voice sharp. "What are you still in that disgusting state for? Your mission is over. Go back now." The tentacle monster stopped its head. Stella didn't realize the danger and was still angry. This was an order. Release the summoning and disappear. At that moment, a red eye on one of the larger monsters roared. "Still feeding on magic? It's still here." It greedily continued. "I won't return until I get my due reward." Stella clenched her fists tightly, teeth grinding. "Really?" She stormed off. Who knows? I'm leaving. Eat the monster and make this place a dead zone. Do whatever you want." Suddenly, a deep voice sounded, sensing an unfamiliar aura indeed. A man stepped out of the shadows, truly a creature he had never seen before. Stella asked anxiously, "Who's that?" He passed by her like a gust of wind, arriving as if from another world. A sudden mission was brought down. He transformed back into a dragon. Seeing this, Stellar broke out in cold sweat. The dragon approached the tentacle monster, worried. "I thought humans were playing some strange trick, but it seems this time is even more complicated." The monster sensed something and exclaimed, "Strong magic smell." It looked at him with its red eye. "It will be delicious." The dragon calmly observed, "Oh, does it react to magic?" At the same time, he secretly gathered power in his palm. In an instant, he struck first, launching a series of spells towards the monster. Smoke filled the air. He moved slowly, if possible. "I want to keep it intact and display it in my treasure room, but since the mission is done, so be it." The dragon smiled wryly, "Very regrettable, but you will have to disappear from this world." Stella gasped, "Impossible, a dragon? So you're the one who took the heart of my old friend Corbinian." Cut to an extremely luxurious room, a voice echoed, "Pleasure to meet you, Wanderer." He introduced himself. "I am Gondrian, the highest of the golden dragons." Ji Yeon asked nonchalantly, "Then, what is the reason for the great dragon king calling me here?" Gondrian's tone was slightly dissatisfied. "Indeed, meeting people in the world, I understand why my disliked disciple followed him. Without further ado, I will be frank." Gondrian transformed back into a human and slowly approached Ji Young. "Then, will you help me?"